Family, crossing over is so exciting. I just jumped from my cubicle into the world of One Piece and received the super defeat system, boosting my strength dramatically. I recruited the partner Monkey Ming on Kodo Island and encountered the Arlita pirate crew. I easily took down Arlita and even persuaded the potential ally Koby to join me, with the goal of overthrowing the world government and becoming the pirate king. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. On the deck stood, wow, that size, that spike club, just like a boss jumped out of game, roaring at a pink-haired kid with glasses. Behind her were a bunch of misfits who looked like no good. Suddenly, the woman turned her head, her fierce eyes staring at me. "Kid, did you destroy my secret base?" I couldn't help but laugh and calmly replied, "Yeah, that was me. What's the matter? Wait a minute. Why did I jump straight into a fight?" This story starts from when I was just thrown into this world. Let me tell you, one second I was grinding away in my cubicle, and the next, everything went dark and bright, and I found myself sitting on a rickety wooden boat. The sea breeze was howling, the sun was scorching like a stepmother, and a few seagulls were cawing above my head as if mocking me. I had just one thought. I have crossed over, and it's the world of One Piece. A year before Luffy set sail, East Blue. Who understands? One second I was calculating KPIs. The next I had to think about how to become the Pirate King. My life turned around faster than flipping a book. Since I'm here, I must do something big. I am determined to become the Pirate King and overthrow the world government. I quickly recited my only golden finger in my heart, the super defeat system that brought me here. Xiao Ming, come out quickly." A cute girl's voice immediately echoed in my mind. "Master, what can I do for you?" I was so excited I almost jumped up. "Quick, introduce the functions, beginner gift pack, hurry up." Xiao Ming was efficient and didn't waste time with fluff. In short, this system focuses on defeating drops loot. As long as I or my loyal partners defeat the opponent in any way, we can randomly drop equipment cards and items. The equipment can also be synthesized and upgraded. It's simply amazing. There are also maps, unlimited storage space, data, language proficiency. All are godly skills, and there are no mandatory tasks. Full freedom. I wave my hand. Open the gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You received 500,000 berries, a pile of food and drinks, and several sets of clothes. The key point is I directly received 4 intermediate cards for strength, stamina, speed, and defense, plus beginner observation hockey and beginner navigation skills. I asked Xiao Ming, who can use this? You and your loyal partners can use it. 1 card per person of the same type. What are we waiting for? I thought, and slapped all the equipment cards onto myself. Let me tell you, that feeling, wow. My muscles instantly tightened, an explosive power surged up, and my mind filled with many combat techniques. My Bodis lines became perfect. I quickly asked Xiao Ming to open my personal panel. Goodness, everything else didn't matter, just that one line combat power growth potential level. TheSSS. Oh, we're so back. Although my current combat power is only D, this potential, isn't this the perfect protagonist template? I immediately felt inflated, thinking I should be able to walk sideways in this newbie village of East Blue. With power, rowing the boat felt like playing. I paddled for a while, and a small island outline lit up on the map Kodo Island. I found a hidden spot to stash the boat, and went ashore to explore. After a few steps, I saw a few houses, and the system prompted Arlita pirate crew secret base. I circled around, but there wasn't a single person. The largest house had its door locked. Hey, isn't this convenient? Just right to test my current strength. I clenched my right fist, exerted a little force, and with a bang, the entire door frame shattered. This power so satisfying. I rummaged around the base. There wasn't much valuable stuff, just 2 iron rods, and I casually took one. After eating and drinking, I thought about exploring the small woods behind. Not long after entering, I felt someone watching me from the shadows. Although my beginner observation hockey was weak, it wasn't useless. I looked up and saw a small monkey, entirely red with a tuft of golden hair on its head, curiously staring at me with wide eyes. This monkey is interesting. I walked over, and it surprisingly wasn't afraid. It slid down from the tree. I immediately used the data. I had to scan it. Name, little monkey, current combat power level. D-combat power growth potential level. Be well. This monkey's combat power is actually the same as mine. Upon checking the description, it turned out to be a mutated monkey, born with great strength and capable of swimming, but was ostracized by the monkey group due to its unique fur color, so it came out alone. Family, isn't this a perfect potential partner? What a fate. I immediately activated the language proficiency mode and smiled, asking it, "Little monkey, can you understand what I'm saying?" The monkey surprisingly spoke back, sounding a bit wronged. "Huh? You can understand me? I don't have a name." Now I was energized. I quickly introduced myself as an adventurer and sincerely said to it, "How about I give you a name? You seem so smart, let's call you Ming the Monkey. What does that sound? I also played the sympathy card, saying I had no relatives in this world either, and we were both lonely, let's be each other's family from now on. Ming the Monkey couldn't hold back any longer, tears streaming down his face, choking out, "Okay, from now on, you're my big brother." Just like that, I recruited my first partner. Ming the Monkey told me that there was indeed a pirate crew on this island, led by that fat woman Arlita with the iron rod. We picked some fruits, and I showed Ming the Monkey my storage space ability, leaving the little guy stunned, praising me for being amazing. That night, we slept in Arlita's base. The next morning, I took Ming the Monkey for some morning exercises and then set sail again on my little rickety boat. Ming the Monkey had ridiculous strength and rode super fast. After drifting at sea for a day, just as we were getting bored, suddenly with a boom, a cannonball whizzed past us. I narrowed my eyes, pulled out the iron rod from my storage space, and swung it at the next cannonball, knocking it away. Ming the Monkey was startled and then looked at me with admiration. "Big brother, you're so awesome." I sneered. Ming the Monkey, turn around, head towards the direction the cannonball came from. Full speed ahead. Soon, a ship with a swan figurehead and a heart skull flag appeared before us. The Arlita pirate crew. I finally caught them. They were quite arrogant, actually lowering a rope ladder for us to come up. I stored the small boat in my storage space and climbed onto the deck with Ming the Monkey. As soon as we got up, I heard a rough female voice asking questions, which is the scene I mentioned at the beginning. I glanced at the fat woman named Arlita, level combat power, bounty of 5 million, and then looked at the trembling pink-haired glasses kid Koby next to her, level combat power, but his potential was actually A. Interesting. Seeing my calm demeanor, Arlita exploded on the spot, roaring and charging at me with her spiked club. I didn't even look back and told Ming the Monkey, "Ming the Monkey, don't touch that pink-haired kid, take down everyone else. Leave this fat woman to me." Ming the Monkey excitedly shouted and charged out. Let me tell you, that scene was like a monkey in a cornfield. Ming the Monkey's speed and strength completely crushed that group of goons, one punch per person, making them cry for their mothers, and he was throwing punches with great force, simply cooking. Koby, hiding in a corner, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. What do you think it is? It's a dream worth pursuing. You just need to have the courage to follow it. Is it possible to achieve one's dreams? Because I aspire to become something greater, I am determined to pursue this path, even if it means facing death in the process. This declaration seemed to ignite a spark within him. He knelt on the ground, his gaze shifting from confusion to unwavering resolve, and he raised his head to say, "All right, I promise you, I will join you on this adventure at sea, and I will become strong." He stood up and earnestly asked if he could call me Yufanji. I smiled and extended my hand for a shake, welcoming him aboard. Subsequently, we followed Koby into Yalada's chamber, where we discovered a large chest filled with riches. With a grand gesture, I collected 5 million berries along with all the culinary supplies into my storage space. Koby watched with eyes wide in admiration, thoroughly impressed by my abilities. Upon returning to the deck, I found Homing waiting for us. I greeted him cheerfully. "Homing, allow me to introduce Koby, our new comrade who has just joined us. His potential for growth surpasses even yours. Do say hello." The little rascal Homing, perceptive as ever, leapt around to greet Koby. Although his chatter was incomprehensible, his enthusiasm was unmistakable, a sentiment any family member would understand. Koby reciprocated eagerly, vowing to work hard to become stronger. Seeing the harmony between my two young companions filled me with satisfaction. I cleared my throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and laid down 3 rules on my ship. There is a strict ironclad rule: no infighting among our own. Furthermore, do not take innocent lives, otherwise, no matter where you flee, I shall personally escort you to your demise. The two nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grains, and I felt reassured by their good nature. I turned to Koby and inquired, "Koby, do you know the way to Shell's Town?" Koby nodded eagerly, pointing in a slightly different direction than we had previously discussed. "Yufanji, I know the way. We should head this way, and we will reach it swiftly." With a grin, I glanced back at the 18 pirates still feigning death on the deck and shouted, "Stop playing dead. Rise and sail. We shall not waste free labor." Upon hearing they might live, those rascals sprang into action, scurrying about in a frenzy, fearing that any delay would result in being thrown overboard to feed the fish. The ship soon set sail, and seizing the moment, I called upon the system's sprite Xiaoming to assess our recent haul. What a treasure trove! 50 000 berries, an abundance of food, and a stack of equipment cards. Standing at the bow of the ship, I beckoned Ho Ming and Koby over with an air of mystery. I proclaimed, "Come here, allow me to grant you some buffs," which is one of my special abilities. With a mere thought, I unleashed a cascade of light, bestowing upon them a beginner's gift pack. Strength, stamina, defense, and navigation skills, one set for each of them. Koby and I divided the swordsmanship and accuracy cards, while the remaining speed card was given to Koby. In an instant, Ho Ming advanced from rank D to C, while Koby leaped from an F-grade novice to E, and I, too, managed to attain a C ranking. As they felt the surge of newfound power within them, both were left in awe, gazing at me as though I were a deity. I gestured for them to bind the pirates and collected Yalada's iron rod along with a pile of broken weapons into my storage, leaving only a knife for Koby to use. Before long, the ship docked. We escorted the pirates toward the town's center, where a tall naval fortress stood. Koby whispered to me, "Yufanji, I've heard there's a naval colonel named Monka here." No sooner had he spoken than the pedestrians on the street all scurried away as though they had encountered a ghost, leaving only our group in the street. I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Monka was a forbidden name here. I smiled at Koby. "This naval colonel is no benevolent figure. You will soon see for yourself." As we walked, a vicious wolf suddenly charged at us, growling and lunging. Without turning around, I commanded Koby, "Koby, it's time to practice. Draw your sword and slay it. Do not fear. You are no longer the same person." Koby, displaying commendable courage, unsheathed his sword and dashed forward. With his newly acquired basic swordsmanship, he struck down the wolf with a decisive blow. However, as the wolf fell, a brash young man with yellow hair appeared, shouting in fury, "You bastards! How dare you kill my pet? Get rid of them!" He was followed by 6 naval soldiers. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, but ultimately charged at us. I remained composed, allowing Ho Ming to take the lead. With a single punch for each, Ho Ming swiftly incapacitated them. The yellow-haired brat stood frozen in fear, his legs trembling. I approached him and slapped him, sending him spinning. A glance at his details revealed, Barumabur, B-grade potential, F-grade combat power, son of Naval Colonel Monka, a clear case of nepotism. Despite being slapped to the ground, he still dared to boast. "You scoundrel! Do you know who I am? My father is Monka. You are doomed." His insolence only amused me further. Let him come. I shall relish the opportunity to see whether he will take me down first, or I shall crush his tyrannical father. Barumabur, supported by a few naval soldiers, fled in panic. Meanwhile, within the naval base, a burly man with a metal jaw and a cigar was fuming. What is going on? Why has the revenue from this town decreased this month? His subordinates trembled as they answered, "Colonel, the town's economy has reached its peak. We truly cannot extract more." Monka scoffed. "Have you forgotten who protects them? It seems they require a lesson in humility." Just then, with a loud crash, the office door flew open, and Barumabur burst in, crying, "Dad, someone attacked me. You must kill him." Meanwhile, we arrived at the entrance of the naval base, where I politely addressed a naval soldier. "Greetings. We are here to collect the bounty on the pirate leader. These are the Yalada pirates." The soldier went inside to announce our presence. Shortly after, Monka emerged with a large entourage, and Barumabur, following closely behind, pointed at me, shrieking, "Dad, that's the one. He did it." Monka's gaze pierced through me like a knife, and without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "For injuring my son, apprehend them all and throw them in jail." Koby beside me was left bewildered, shaking his head. "This indiscriminate naval force is truly disgraceful. Let's take them down." In an instant, a dozen naval soldiers surrounded us with their weapons drawn. I remained calm, advising my 2 companions, "Koby, stay alert. Ho Ming, unleash your full strength. Take them all down. But do not kill them. Let us go, comrades." Koby and Ho Ming nodded, charging forward. The soldiers, surprisingly, hesitated to fire their weapons. Monka bellowed in fury, "Are you defying my orders?" It was too late. Ho Ming unleashed his prowess, dispatching soldiers with ease, while Koby, though initially struggling against 8, received assistance from Ho Ming, and the battle swiftly concluded, even taking down Barumabur in the process. Seizing the opportunity, I dashed toward Monka and threw a powerful punch. This old man, surprisingly defiant, used his massive axe to block my strike, tearing off his naval uniform to reveal his muscular physique, roaring, "I am Colonel Monka, the axe wielder. Prepare to die." He swung his axe at me, but I swiftly sidestepped, the axe crashing down and splitting the ground beneath. I retaliated with a kick to his head, sending him sprawling. As he staggered to his feet for another swing, I evaded again, delivering another punch that sent him flying several meters away. The surrounding soldiers were left dumbfounded. Colonel Monka is actually being beaten? While I continued to pummel him, I taunted, "You dare call yourself a navy? Look at Koby. He is utterly disappointed in you." With that, I swiftly incapacitated his arms. Monka let out a blood-curdling scream, and with one final, powerful punch, I knocked him unconscious. The arena fell into silence. I gazed at the group of Marines and coldly declared, "Is there anyone else who wishes to capture us? Come forth." The Marines exchanged glances, and in the next moment, with a resounding clatter, they all discarded their weapons and erupted into thunderous cheers. Wonderful. We are liberated. The entire naval base resembled a festive celebration, and the townsfolk, hearing the commotion, rushed over to witness the downfall of Monka, igniting a fervor throughout Siertsi town. Subsequently, a Navy commander named Lukake emerged to oversee the situation, saluted us, and expressed profound gratitude for our liberation. I entrusted the early top pirate crew to him and successfully claimed my bounty. With everything settled and my stomach grumbling, I took my two companions to a restaurant, where the proprietress and a girl named Ligia warmly welcomed us. During our meal, I shared my dream of traversing the Grand Line to become the Pirate King. Koby chimed in, enlightening everyone about the Grand Line's formidable and perilous nature, famously dubbed the Graveyard of Pirates. I chuckled and replied, "So what? One piece lies there. To become the Pirate King, one must venture forth." After satisfying our appetites, we decided to explore the town in hopes of recruiting more allies. However, after an extensive search, we found no suitable candidates. Upon returning to the ship that evening, I instructed Koby and Ho Ming to continue their training while I began tallying today's second wave of spoils. To my astonishment, I uncovered an array of equipment cards and an advanced power card. I promptly summoned Koby and Ho Ming for another round of enhancements. Koby ascended directly to D rank, while Ho Ming made an impressive leap from C to B rank. I too equipped the advanced power card, elevating my own combat prowess to B rank. The next day, we bid farewell to Ligia and her mother, swapping for a smaller vessel to continue our journey at sea. Ho Ming's strength had become astonishing. He rowed the boat with the power of a motor. After rowing for some time, the scene was utterly ridiculous, as we observed a small boat drawing circles in the water tirelessly. As we approached, Koby squinted and exclaimed, "You fawn, that looks like the pirate hunter Roranoa Zoro." Upon closer inspection, I was thrilled to see the green-haired swordsman with 3 blades, boasting SS-level potential. This was precisely the connection I had been awaiting. I called out to him with a grin, "Hey, Zoro, what are you doing spinning in circles?" Zoro looked up, bewildered, and replied, "Who are you?" "I'm heading to Siertsi town. How could I be spinning around?" I nearly burst into laughter. "Brother, are you directionally challenged? You're going the wrong way. Would you like us to guide you?" Zoro's expression darkened. "You're the one who's directionally challenged. My sense of direction is excellent." He resumed rowing with determination. I remained unhurried, allowing Ho Ming to follow closely behind. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Zoro had exhausted his provisions, and his rowing pace began to slow. Meanwhile, we indulged in our meal, the aroma wafting over to him. I rowed closer, grinning. "Have you rowed the wrong way again? And you're getting further away. Are you hungry?" Zoro stubbornly retorted, "I'm not hungry, just a bit tired." No sooner had he spoken than his stomach growled louder than anyone else's. I magically produced a generous portion of food from my storage space and offered it to him. Zoro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted, devouring it with ferocity. After he had eaten his fill, he patted his belly and thanked me for the hospitality. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately proposed, "Zoro, join me as my companion. Our goal is the Grand Line, where we may encounter the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk." Zoro's eyes lit up, yet he declined. "No, I will seek him out on my own and defeat him. What are your dreams, kid? I boldly proclaimed. I aspire to become the Pirate King and, in the process, topple this wretched world government. Zoro was taken aback. What? Are you insane? Do you know what you're saying? I confidently smiled, literally, join me as my companion, and together we shall reach the pinnacle of the world. Koby chimed in to support. Fawn is indeed that kind of person. He would risk his life for this. Zoro regarded me, contemplating for a long while before finally grinning. All right, Captain, I will join. However, should you dare obstruct my dreams, I will demand your seppuku. I laughed heartily. Welcome aboard. By the way, I had already planned to seize your treasured swords and your doyowenzi if you had refused. But you wouldn't have been able to catch up with us anyway. Zoro was infuriated. Captain, you are too wicked. Get lost. After outlining the rules and my capabilities, I promptly provided Zoro with a comprehensive enhancement package. Through a series of upgrades in strength, stamina, swordsmanship, and speed, his combat power surged from C rank to B rank. Zoro, feeling the surge of power, was exhilarated, sensing he was a step closer to his dreams. I informed him, you are still far from my hawk, so train diligently. We tied our two boats together and returned to Surtsi town with this extraordinary directionally challenged companion. Zoro collected his bounty, a staggering 4 million berries, keeping 500,000 for himself and handing over the remainder as public funds. After replenishing our food and liquor supplies, we set sail once more. After drifting at sea for a day, the following morning, a small boat adorned with a red-nosed skull flag suddenly appeared on the horizon. As the four ruffians approached, they drew their blades and shouted, "Robbery! Hand over all your valuables. We are under the command of Captain Buggy the Clown." Zoro and I exchanged glances and chuckled. This was indeed a fat sheep presenting itself for slaughter. Minutes later, those four pirates lay bruised and battered on the ground, groveling before Zoro with sycophantic smiles. "Lord Zoro, we did not recognize your greatness." Zoro queried, "Who is Buggy?" I answer on their behalf. He is a user of the chop fruit, impervious to slashes, and was once an intern in the Roger Pirates. Zoro and the others were rather astonished. I chuckled, my eyes gleaming. Though this fellow possesses some merit, it is limited. Let's raid his lair. We could acquire considerable treasure, bringing us closer to crafting our new ship. Upon hearing this, Zoro and the others brightened, revealing devilish smiles. The four pirates huddled together, trembling in fear, compelled to serve as our free labor, rowing the boat to Buggy's base in Orangetown. Before long, we reached the shore. I first stripped the four misfortunate souls of their belongings and then directed them to lead the way. The entire town was desolate, eerily quiet. Suddenly, a cannonball whizzed past us, exploding nearby and obliterating an entire street. The four henchmen stammered, This is Captain Buggy's bomb." Its power was indeed impressive. We continued onward, soon arriving at Buggy's pirate base. To my surprise, this crew was reveling in a feast, indulging in merriment, entirely oblivious to our presence. Upon spotting Buggy, the four henchmen rushed over, rolling and crawling in desperation. "Help us, Captain Buggy. They are pirate hunters. That three-sword style is Zoro." Buggy remained calm, even somewhat dismissive. "Pirate hunters? A grand reputation, but I, Buggy, am not to be trifled with." Beside him stood a unicycle rider and a lion rider. Seizing the opportunity while they were posturing, I discreetly activated the system. Name, Buggy, combat power growth potential. A, current combat power. D name, Machi, combat power growth potential. C, current combat power. D, and the acrobat named Kabaji, boasting B-level potential. A noteworthy individual indeed. I can assure you, my brother Yufan hardly bothered to scrutinize their profiles, merely waving his hand and uttering one word, "Attack." Buggy, seeing us charging, became anxious, shouting, "Men, attack. Eliminate them." His motley crew of misfits surged forward as if they were dumplings being dropped into boiling water. My elder brother exuded an air of calmness akin to that of a maestro conducting a symphony, efficiently delegating tasks with just a few words. "Sauron, you shall handle that unicycle rider. Monkey Ming, take care of the lion rider. Remember, subdue that lion and the zoo will be under your management. Koby, The remaining minions are yours to practice on. Those who received their assignments swiftly dispersed. The one named Koby, resembling a circus performer on a unicycle, dashed toward Sauron, attempting to challenge him. You are the pirate hunter, Sauron? Let us see whose swordsmanship reigns supreme. However, I must inform you that Sauron is no longer the same as before. He stood his ground, awaiting the moment Koby approached, and with a swift motion, unsheathed his blade. A flash of white light emanating. Remarkably, Koby, along with his unicycle, was instantly defeated, eliminated on the spot. Sauron sheathed his sword, not even casting a glance, and turned to assist Koby in dispatching the lesser foes, embodying a demeanor of effortless grace. Meanwhile, amidst the fervor of battle, no one noticed a girl with orange hair, stealthily slipping into Buggy's stronghold like a little wildcat. Her objective was clear: to seize the treasures amidst the chaos. On another front, Monkey Ming confronted his opponent directly, stating, "Big guy, let's spar. If you lose, you will follow me and address me as Monkey Brother." The lion, upon hearing this, became enraged, roaring, "You little runt. Do you believe I cannot sweat you into a pancake? I aim to defeat Buggy and claim the title of captain." Nearby, the beast tamer, Machi, misinterpreting the situation, slid off the lion and arrogantly proclaimed to Monkey Ming, "Little monkey, I am Machi, the vice captain of the Buggy pirate crew and a master tamer. Submit, or my whip will show no mercy." Monkey Ming regarded him as if he were a patient in need of rest. "My elder brother has assigned a task. You, a mere passerby, dare to cut in line?" With a swift kick, he vanished before Machi, delivering a powerful punch. Another instant defeat. The lion, Ricky, watched helplessly as its master was sent flying, panic setting in. Yet, it mustered the courage to roar and swatted at Monkey Ming. Ming nimbly dodged, retaliating with a kick that struck the lion's belly with a resounding thud, sending it crashing against the wall, convulsing before it raised a white flag in surrender. Koby, with Sauron's assistance, swiftly cleared the battlefield, reducing foes to mere fodder. The spotlight now focused solely on my elder brother and Buggy. Recognizing his impending defeat, Buggy hastily activated his fruit powers, launching 2 knife-wielding arms in an attempt to ambush my brother. Alas, my brother's observation hockey had already predicted Buggy's every move, allowing him to evade effortlessly. He dashed forward, delivering a comprehensive lesson of retribution, rendering Buggy unconscious, and subsequently binding him tightly with rope. The battle concluded swiftly and decisively. Monkey Ming approached my brother with his new subordinate, Ricky, and introduced him. "Ricky, this is my elder brother. From now on, address him as captain or elder brother." Ricky obediently nodded, but upon meeting Sauron's gaze, he trembled, transforming from a ferocious beast into a timid lamb, squatting in place, too frightened to move. My brother reassured Ricky, "Fear not. As long as you stay with us, not only will there be plenty to eat, but you will also grow stronger." Ricky nodded hastily, "Understood, Captain." At that moment, an elderly man clad in armor, white-haired and brandishing a long spear, stormed out from the town, seemingly prepared to fight. Upon arrival, he was taken aback to see the Buggy pirate crew sprawled out. The old man, in disbelief, approached, and upon inquiry from Koby, revealed himself to be Mayor Biru. With tears streaming down his face, he expressed profound gratitude. "Thank you so much. I heard the commotion and feared Buggy was here to wreak havoc again. I was ready to confront him, but I never expected you to have resolved it already." Naturally, we were elated. We had defeated pirates, saved the town, and acquired treasures, a trifecta of triumph. Sauron, ever observant, spotted a small white dog sitting motionless outside a nearby pet shop, exuding an aura of sensitivity. He inquired about the dog, and the mayor explained, "This dog, named Xiao, has remained here since its owner passed, knowing that the owner cherished this shop above all else." Sauron, moved, remarked on the loyalty of the canine. My elder brother instructed the mayor to gather the townsfolk and inform the navy to apprehend the pirates for their bounty. Just as the mayor departed, the orange-haired thief emerged from Buggy's tent, clutching a large sack of treasures. Upon exiting, she found herself surrounded by the 3 of us, along with a monkey and a lion, creating an awkward standoff. My brother had already utilized the system to uncover her identity, Nami, with a potential rating of B, aspiring to create a world map while currently engaged in thievery from pirates. With a smile, my brother addressed her, "Dearest lady, it seems inappropriate to take our spoils without so much as a greeting, does it not?" Sensing her disadvantage, Nami attempted to deflect. "Who says I stole? I was merely helping you pack up your hard-earned loot. Here, all done. I must take my leave now." We all wore expressions of disbelief, swiftly encircling her. My brother continued to tease, "Misdeeds come with consequences. Since you have taken my possessions, you shall not leave. Instead, join my ship and engage in labor for a lifetime." We chimed in, suggesting she would be responsible for laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Nami, nearly in tears, pleaded for mercy, claiming she had urgent matters to attend to. My brother, sensing her sincerity, prompted her to reveal the truth. After much hesitation, she divulged her mission, to gather funds to redeem her village from the clutches of the Fishman Dragon, for which she resorted to thievery, targeting a sum of 100 million berries. We were incensed, eager to confront this dragon immediately. My brother questioned her trust in the dragon to uphold his promises. Nami shook her head, but insisted on raising the fund herself. My brother then offered an irresistible proposition. "We shall eliminate the dragon pirate crew for you. Join our ship as a navigator. With us, you will earn money faster and safer. What do you say?" Although Nami was skeptical about our ability to defeat the dragon, witnessing our annihilation of the buggy pirate crew swayed her. She inquired about our identities and destination. My brother candidly introduced himself. "I am Jean Yufan, aiming for the Grand Line to become the Pirate King and ultimately topple the world government." Nami was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping. She despised pirates, yet sensed that we were different, and indeed, traveling with us could yield riches. Ultimately, she agreed to a temporary alliance. My brother nodded, confident she wouldn't escape. We secured the treasures and even extracted the method for crafting Buggy's cannonballs. Before Nami's astonished eyes, my brother waved his hand, and all the treasure and weapons vanished instantly. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief as she circled my brother repeatedly, searching for where the items had been concealed. "Where's my money? Where are all the treasures?" My brother calmly replied, "They're safely stored away." Nami, filled with envy and admiration, exclaimed, "Your ability is incredibly convenient. I want that too." We bid farewell to the townsfolk, leaving behind 2 bags of treasure for their reconstruction efforts. At the port, my brother once again waved his hand, revealing the previously seized ship, the Arlita. Amidst the astonished gazes of the townsfolk, we set sail into the horizon. As soon as the ship set sail, my elder brother commenced distributing salaries. He summoned the system with his thoughts and began allocating the equipment cards obtained from the recent battle. I must tell you, the scene resembled the excitement of opening treasure chests in a game. Ho Ming equipped the intermediate defense card. Combat Power B. Koby activate the strength, speed, and defense cards all at once. Combat Power surge to C. Suo Long prepare an extravagant package. Max out strength, stamina, defense, and speed. Combat Power Sword from B to A. Even the newly joined lion-like figure, Li Ji, transformed from E to C rank. We were all exhilarated by the surge of power within us, except for Nami, who looked utterly bewildered, mistakenly believing our excitement stemmed from the prospect of continued adventures. With Nami, our skilled navigator, we swiftly pinpointed our next objective. However, before heading to the village, my elder brother decided to explore the nearby area for hidden maps. Shortly thereafter, Ho Ming spotted an island from the lookout tower. Upon approaching the shore, we were met with an array of bizarre creatures, snakes with rabbit ears and pigs resembling lions, an extraordinary showcase of rare beasts. Venturing deeper into the forest, a voice suddenly cried out, "Do not proceed any further. Leave this place." Ignoring the warning, we continued on our path. Moments later, several bullets whizzed past us. Suo Long drew his sword effortlessly to deflect them. My elder brother dashed toward the direction from which the bullets came and soon discovered a treasure chest, atop which sat a man with a green, explosive hairstyle. Goodness, my friends, in 2025, I have never witnessed such a flamboyant entrance. Upon seeing us approach, the chest man sprouted legs and attempted to flee, only to trip over a rock and fall, unable to rise. We helped him up, and upon inquiry, learned that he was named Kam Meng, a pirate from 20 years ago. He had come to this island in search of treasure, but accidentally fell into an empty chest, becoming trapped and abandoned by his crew, living with these rare beasts for 2 decades. Emotionally, he implored us to help retrieve the treasure chest from the hillside. Nami, hearing of a treasure chest, was instantly captivated and readily agreed. My elder brother effortlessly climbed the slope, discovering 5 treasure chests at the top. Kam Meng, from below, excitedly shouted, "Throw them down." Instead, my elder brother sat atop the chest, grinning and replied, "No." Nami exploded with anger. "Zhang Yufan, are you insane? Throw the chest down." My elder brother reiterated, "I will not give it to you." Nami stomped her feet in frustration, while the rest of us understood that my brother was not one to act without reason, so we silently observed. Unexpectedly, Uncle Kam Meng began to cry, saying, "Young man, you're truly a good person. I had a feeling the treasure chest was empty, wasn't it?" My elder brother nodded. "Indeed, it is completely empty." Nami's expression shifted from anger to sorrow, realizing that the treasure he had guarded for 20 years was but a void. My elder brother jumped down, warmly inviting Ka Meng aboard our ship to seek genuine treasure. However, Ka Meng declined, stating he could not part with his animal companions on the island. To celebrate Ka Meng's newfound clarity, we held a grand feast that evening. My elder brother even cooked, showcasing his newly acquired culinary skills. The following morning, we bid farewell to Uncle Kam Meng and the animals, resuming our journey to the next village. Meanwhile, in a place called Shiluabu Village, a young boy with a long nose, known as Usopp, was staging daily antics about pirates, amusing a frail young lady named Kuya. Thus, our grand ship slowly sailed into the domain of the prophetic Usopp. Usopp and his 3 young companions were engaged in a game of pirates when they spotted our genuine pirate ship docking. His companions shouted, "Captain, real pirates have arrived," nearly sending him into a panic over his fear of not returning home. Nevertheless, he mustered his courage and prepared to confront us. As we disembarked, a long-nosed figure emerged from the hillside, shouting, "Listen, pirates! This territory has been claimed by Captain Usopp. If you do not leave, my 8 million subordinates will eliminate you." Nami saw through the ruse instantly. "That's a lie. There are only 3 of them." Upon realizing they had been exposed, Usopp's companions swiftly abandoned him. Usopp grew increasingly flustered but still steeled himself, drawing his slingshot at my elder brother. At that moment, my elder brother's demeanor shifted, and he spoke with a grave tone. "Boy, now that you've drawn your weapon, are you prepared to wager your life?" Beside him, Suo Long cooperatively adjusted his sword's hilt, a slight smile gracing his lips. The authentic aura of a pirate immediately overwhelmed Usopp, causing his grip to loosen, and the slingshot fell to the ground as he slumped down, helplessly stating, "Indeed, I have much to learn." Witnessing his plight, my elder brother and Suo Long exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Then, my elder brother inquired, "Your name is Usopp, correct? Is your father named Yesop?" Usopp froze in surprise, raising his head in astonishment. "You know my father?" "Of course I do. Let me tell you, your father, Yesop, is now a well-known pirate, thriving in the Grand Line." Upon hearing this, Usopp's eyes sparkled, though he remained skeptical. I laughed. "Brother, why would I deceive you? What would I gain from you? Your few marbles?" Realizing the truth, he conceded. Thus, he joyfully invited us to dine at the village's small tavern. During the meal, I casually checked his stats, remarkably potential B, yet he was currently a mere F rank. I wasted no time and directly asked, "Usopp, would you like to join my ship? We are also headed to the Grand Line. Perhaps we might encounter your father along the way." He immediately feigned reluctance. "Since you have so earnestly invited me, I suppose I shall reluctantly accept." After finishing our meal, he slipped away to the Grand Villa, where he regaled a wealthy young lady named Kuya with tales. I must say, although he loves to boast, he genuinely cares for her. Our group, too, had our sights set on that villa. Along the way, Nami curiously asked, "Fawn, do you think the hidden pirate is in that villa?" "How do you know?" I winked at her. "You guessed correctly. As for how I know, that's a secret. I will draw him out shortly, but let us not eliminate him just yet." He has an entire pirate crew behind him that we must capture. Nami's eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of treasure. There's more wealth to be had. Sual long beside her side. You little money grubber. Your eyes light up at the mention of riches. Before long, we arrived at the base of the villa. To our surprise, Usopp was perched in tree, boasting to Kuya by the window, claiming that our group had traveled from afar to join the Usopp pirate crew. Sual Long and I exchanged incredulous looks, nearly bursting into laughter as we silently watched his performance. Just then, a man dressed in a butler-esque uniform, complete with glasses and an air of arrogance, emerged. He was none other than Kuya's butler, Clabatel. I recognized immediately that the real deal had arrived. I swiftly scanned him with the system, and indeed, he was no mere butler. He was the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, with a bounty of 16 million. Having lurked here for 3 years to scheme for Kuya's family's wealth. Kuro immediately confronted Usopp. What do you want now? Stay away from our lady. You are only here for money. Usopp was taken aback, eager to explain, but Kuro didn't afford him the chance. Launching into personal attacks. I hear your father is a lowly pirate? As the son of a criminal, you must be just like him, to steal for riches, forsaking wife and child. I must say, those words ignited Usopp's fury. You may call him cowardly, but you must not insult his father. In an instant, he leapt down from the tree, fists clenched, ready to strike Klo. I swiftly intervened, whispering a few words into Zoro's ear. With a smile, I approached Klo, addressing him as the captain of the Haikma Kaizokudan. Klo's pupils constricted momentarily before he regained his composure, stubbornly denying my assertion. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be a pirate? It must be Usopp who has come to slander me. Kaya, by the window, panicked. Clabatel is a good person. Usopp, did you put him up to this? How could family understand? Being questioned in front of the girl he admired shattered Usopp's heart. Tears welling in his eyes. I didn't. Kaya, why don't you believe me? I shook my head, sighing. Alas, it seems your judgment is lacking. Kaya, you have wounded a friend's heart. Zoro, finish him. Without hesitation, Zoro unsheathed Wado Ikamanji, his murderous intent locking on a Klo. Before anyone could react, he lunged forward, delivering a downward slash. Sensing the breath of death, Klo resorted to his silent step, evading Zoro's lethal strike with a near-miraculous speed. He created distance, producing a dagger, his demeanor shifting from that of a gentle butler to one of cold malice. Indeed, I am Klo. You fools! It took me 2 years to earn your trust. Do you know the humiliation that entails? Kaya and another butler, Mary, were left dumbfounded. Kaya trembled, asking, what do you intend to do? Klo's sinister smile widened. Money? No, I seek more than mere riches. I desire a stable life. I am weary of being a pirate. My previous kindness was merely a guise to eliminate you and inherit your wealth. Upon hearing this, Kaya's tears flowed freely as she cried to Usopp. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. Usopp, equally tearful, replied, It's all right. You were deceived. Zoro sheathed his sword and nodded to me. Captain, the task is complete. I returned an affirmative gesture. Leave it to me. Before the words had left my lips, I surged forward, delivering a single, devastating punch. Klo's abdomen caved in, and he flew backward like a ragged sack, bouncing several times on the ground before coming to a halt, his dagger flying from his grasp. He strolled over, stepping on his hand. Klo, now summon your crew. Otherwise, I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. Defiant, he attempted a sneak attack. I had anticipated this, swiftly crushing his legs beneath my feet. His agonizing scream echoed, heart-wrenching. I crouched down, revealing a devilish grin. Still uncooperative? Would you like to experience the true essence of water torture? I shall apply wet tissues to your face, allowing you to feel the brink of death, only to remove them and repeat the process. Exciting, is it not? Klo turned pale, stifled rage, forcing him to yell. Are you the spawn of a demon? I chuckled, lifting him. Hurry, make the call. Left with no option, he was compelled to summon his first mate, Zhang Ao, to act prematurely. Once resolved, we proceeded to the harbor with the battered Klo, preparing for a fishing expedition. Usopp joined us, his legs still trembling, yet determined to protect the village. Kaya looked at him with unwavering conviction. I believe in you. After waiting over an hour, a ship adorned with the Black Cat emblem docked. A throng of pirates disembarked, rushing towards Klo, who sat on the slope. Leading them was Zheng Yao, a hypnotist sporting peculiar glasses, accompanied by two feline-like brothers. I gave a direct command. Ricky, Monkey, clear the riffraff. Usopp, find a vantage point to snipe. Leave the three leaders to me, Koby, and Soro. Nami, ride Ricky aboard to search for treasure. Let us begin. Everyone sprang into action. I sent Koby to confront the hypnotist Zhang Yao, as he too needed practical experience. Koby charged forward, slashing Zhang Yao's hypnotic ring aside, following up with a flurry of strikes that overwhelmed Zhang Yao, who fell in mere moments. Soro was even more ferocious, utilizing his three-sword style against the two feline brothers. They attempted a combined attack, yet Soro stood resolute, absorbing their blows before countering fiercely, forcing them into retreat. With a final tiger hunt followed by a decisive strike, he dispatched them effortlessly. Monkey and Ricky had an even easier time, delivering powerful blows to the smaller foes. As for Usopp, he distanced himself, firing his slingshot but failing to score a single hit, instead focusing on participation. Once the skirmish concluded, Nami returned with a bounty of treasure, totaling 15 million berries. Her joy evident. Klo, rendered useless, was sent to reunite with his crew. Upon returning to the villa, Kaya was startled to see Usopp supported by Soro. Fearing he was injured, she rushed over, inspecting him, relieved to find it was merely fear that had weakened his legs. I observed Usopp animatedly recounting the battle to Kaya. Seizing the moment to approach her, Kaya, Usopp is joining my crew. Would you care to join us and explore this magnificent world? Kaya's eyes lit up, though dimmed again swiftly. But my health is too frail. I smiled. I have a solution. Shall we discuss it privately upstairs? Once upstairs, I laid my cards on the table. I can bestow upon you tremendous strength to improve your health, but you must offer me something in return. She looked puzzled. I continued, your loyalty. Should you betray me, the power will vanish. Kaya pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. I summoned Usopp to join us, announcing, now is time to witness a miracle. With a mere thought, I activated the augmentation process essential for our narrative. I synthesized the power, speed, and defense cards acquired from previous battles, applying them all. Usopp and Kaya soared from F-rank novices to C-rank. Kaya even gained intermediate medical skills. Koby and Monkey also leveled up, while Soro ascended dramatically from A to S. I too reached A level. Usopp and Kaya were awestruck by the surge of power within them. I encouraged Kaya, go down to the yard and run a few laps. Skeptically, she descended, starting with a gentle jog. After a few laps, feeling no strain, she accelerated into a full sprint. Mary and Nami watched in disbelief, astonished by her transformation from a frail girl to a galloping wild horse. Once the excitement subsided, Kaya expressed her gratitude and resolved to sail with us. She embraced Mary, tearfully bidding farewell, a poignant scene indeed. I approached Usopp, patting his shoulder softly. Brother, I've brought the girl you admire onto the ship. Seize this opportunity. Stop merely boasting. Train hard and turn your words into reality. That is what it means to be a real man. Usopp, taking my words to heart, nodded earnestly. The following day, we bid farewell to Mary and boarded Klo's vessel. Kaya immediately delved into medical books in the cabin, while Usopp joined Soro and the others for rigorous training. I sat at the bow with Nami, watching the rising sun, when she suddenly blushed and asked, am I beautiful, or is the scenery beautiful? I thought, what an easy question. I gazed deeply into her eyes. Then at the ocean, the scenery pales in comparison to your beauty. Nami's face flushed crimson. Thus, our ships sailed upon the sea. By midday, hunger struck. On the watchtower, the Monkey Ming suddenly exclaimed, Bro, a large fish-shaped ship has been spotted ahead. I raised my binoculars and chuckled. Wasn't that the sea restaurant Barati? I waved my hand, commanding attention. Everyone, that is a restaurant ahead. Nami, steer us closer. I shall treat you. After securing the ship, as we entered the restaurant, we spotted a blond young man with curly eyebrows pouring wine for a lady. Upon seeing Nami and Koya, his eyes instantly transformed into hearts, and like a rocket, he dashed over, producing 2 roses from behind. "Oh, see? Thank you for allowing me to encounter 2 beautiful princesses. My name is Sanji, the sous chef here, and I feel as though I have fallen in love." Usopp, standing nearby, was displeased. "Hey, lecherous chef, why only flowers for them?" Sanji cast a cold glance at him. "No, if you want some, buy your own." Such double standards. Sanji excitedly took their orders and hurried to the kitchen. Once the meal was served and we had finished eating, I smiled at Sanji and said, "Sanji, I happen to be in need of chef on my ship. Come aboard, and you can be with them every day." To my surprise, he hesitated for a moment before declining. "No way. There's a tremendous obstacle between us." Just then, an elderly man wearing a tall chef's hat and with a wooden leg emerged, solemnly stating, "You little rascal, the obstacle you speak of is me. Get lost and go become a pirate with them." This old man was Sanji's master, Zeph the Redfoot, who had sacrificed his own leg to save Sanji. A bond forged in life and death. Sanji turned around. "You old geezer," Zeph retorted, "you lazy bum, always arguing with customers and fawning over women. The restaurant no longer needs you." Enraged, Sanji grabbed Zeph by the collar. "What did you say?" "Old man, I will not allow you to criticize my cooking. Their performance could have earned them an Oscar, I tell you." Zeph tossed Sanji out, toppling several tables, then snorted and turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity, I quietly accessed the system to check the old man's profile. Goodness, I was taken aback. This old man, nicknamed Redfoot Zeph, was once a formidable pirate who could escape unscathed from the Grand Line. To save Sanji, he had sacrificed his leg, truly a second father. As for Sanji, his potential was rated at SS level. What a treasure for the future. Yet his current combat power was merely C level, still an unawakened modified human. After being expelled by the old man, Sanji quickly righted the tables and returned to flatter Nami and Koya, displaying remarkable humility. I approached him teasingly. "Sanji, now that you've been kicked out by your master, come with us." Guess how he responded? He took a deep drag on his cigarette and shouted, "In your dreams. Don't even think about it." After yelling, he instantly transformed his demeanor, sweetly addressing Nami and Koya. "My lovely ladies, I sincerely apologize for earlier. Allow me to treat you to some fruit, and later we can enjoy some wine." Usopp could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Hey, le chef, why don't you apologize to us?" Sanji shot him a disdainful look. "Feeding you doesn't mean I owe you an apology." Usopp, infuriated, jumped up. "Is this how you treat customers? Zoro, teach him a lesson." Zoro barely lifted his eyelids, muttering 2 words, "Handle it yourself." The rest of us stood by, enjoying the spectacle. Nami, however, was quite gracious, smiling. "This is delicious." "Thank you, Sanji. You fan. Would you like to try some too?" I laughed as I forked a piece of fruit and offered it to her. "Sure, you should have some too." Nami's cheeks flushed, and she opened her mouth to eat, her smile sweet as could be. Beside us, Usopp followed suit, feeding Koya a piece, creating a scene of 2 couples showering each other with affection. Who could withstand such a display? Ah, dear friends, Sanji, observing the scene from the back, felt his heart shatter into pieces, collapsing onto the deck, pounding it in despair. My love has ended before it even began. But guess what happened next? Within 2 minutes, 2 beautiful ladies entered, calling out for Sanji. The moment he saw them, he sprang back to life, his eyes transforming into hearts once more, eagerly greeting them. "Welcome, my lovely ladies." I stood there speechless. If he were to encounter a honey trap, he would cheerfully help count the money. After he finished chatting with the ladies, he leaned against the ship's railing, smoking and trying to appear profound. I approached him again, asking, "Come with me?" He exhaled a smoke ring, reiterating, "Stop trying to persuade me. I want to stay here to prove my culinary skills to that old man." He added, "However, but one day I will venture to the Grand Line." I smiled. "Then why wait? There is no time like the present. Let's go now." He replied, "It's not the right time yet." "All right, what is your dream?" I decided to change my approach. Upon mentioning dreams, his eyes sparkled. "Kid, do you know about All Blue?" "Of course. The legendary sea where fish from all 4 seas converge." His excitement grew. "You know, that is my dream, the ultimate dream of every chef." While Sanji passionately delivered his speech, Zeph leaned against the second-floor railing, resting his chin on his hand, quietly observing him. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he murmured, "Look at how excited he is. He appears like a fool." With that, he turned and entered the kitchen, instructing the other chefs. A grand performance was about to unfold. Soon, the employee dining hall on the second floor opened for meals. I followed Sanji up, but upon entering, he realized there was no seat for him. "Hey, where's my seat?" A chef sarcastically replied, "There's no seat for you here." Another chef grinned mischievously. "You can eat on the floor, haha." Sanji was utterly baffled, unable to comprehend what these people were up to, and could only retreat to a corner, sitting on the deck to eat. I sat beside him, curious to see what would unfold. Suddenly, a chef named Karn called out, "Who made today's soup?" Sanji confidently replied, "I did. Isn't it delicious?" Another chef named Patty immediately spat. "It's absolutely terrible. Is this for pigs?" With a crash, he smashed the bowl and soup onto the floor. Sanji's face darkened instantly. His hard work had been squandered, and he shouted, "You bunch of bastards. Has your taste gone bad?" Patty scoffed. "I've never tasted such awful soup." Other chefs joined in the mockery, pouring out their soup while cursing. "EW, how can anyone drink this? Pour out. Don't drink it, or you'll get sick." I must say, their acting was so exaggerated it seemed like it was drawn by AI. Utterly fake. Sanji trembled with rage, shouting, "What on earth are you all doing?" At that moment, Zeph appeared at the doorway, holding a bowl of soup, took a sip, and smashed the bowl, coldly stating, "Who made this soup? It's awful. If a customer drinks this, my restaurant will go under." This ignited Sanji's fury. He charged forward, grabbing Zeph by the collar. "Old man, what's the difference between my soup and yours?" Zeph retaliated with a punch, sending Sanji flying, scolding, "You little brat, do you think you can compete with me? You're 100 years away." Sanji, feeling both aggrieved and hurt, said nothing, storming out the door, muttering, "That rotten old man." Once he left, I secretly scooped a bit of the soup from the floor to taste. I must say, it was incredibly delicious. I remarked, "This soup is truly good." One nearby chef immediately chimed in, "Aren't you just stating the obvious?" We all recognized Sanji's culinary skills. Another chef thumped his chest. "How terrifying. Just now, I nearly got beaten up by Sanji." Japu sighed, realizing that this was the only way to motivate him to leave this place. I couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that the former great pirate Japu would go to such lengths for his disciple's dream? However, your performance is rather exaggerated." Japu was taken aback. "Kid, you know who I am? Who are you?" I boldly invoked Luffy's iconic line, standing tall and declaring, "My name is Jean Yufan, a man destined to become the Pirate King." Suddenly, the entire restaurant erupted in excitement. "You want to become the Pirate King? The boss was once a great pirate." Japu paused for a moment and then chuckled, "Kid, you have quite the ambition and courage. Can you take that brat with you? Take him to the Grand Line. It has always been his dream." "No problem," I replied with a smile. I originally intended for him to be the chef on my ship. At that moment, one of the chefs rushed to serve soup, grumbling, "Who told the boss to make us perform? How troublesome. I need a bowl of soup to calm my nerves." Others chimed in, expressing their desire for soup as well. Meanwhile, Sanji had not strayed far, sitting just outside the restaurant, listening intently to the conversation, tears streaming down his face. He pushed open the door and, choking back sobs, said, "You bunch of bastards, I heard everything." I approached and patted his shoulder. "Have you heard enough? What's your decision? Come inside." Sanji quickly wiped his tears and entered the restaurant, where all the chefs were watching him. He took a deep breath and solemnly said to me, "I promise you, Captain, I will go to the Grand Line with you." "Excellent. Welcome aboard." I responded with a smile. He then turned to all the chefs and bowed deeply, saying, "I'm going on an adventure. I've caused you all so much trouble." Japu stood upstairs, watching as Sanji packed his belongings. Unable to hold back any longer, he shouted, "Sanji, take care of yourself out there. Don't fall ill." At these words, Sanji could no longer maintain his composure and turned around, kneeling down, and repeatedly bowed his head toward Japu, crying out, "Master Japu, thank you for all these years of care. I will never forget your kindness." That scene, I tell you, brought tears to the eyes of all the tough chefs present. Once Sanji boarded the ship, we officially set sail. I gathered everyone on the deck, forming a circle for a newcomer orientation. I looked at Sanji and cut straight to the point. Sanji, you possess excellent culinary skills and formidable combat ability, yet you have two fatal flaws. First, you are a lecher, easily manipulated by women. Second, and most critically, I paused, locking eyes with him. Will you ever lay a hand on female members of the enemy? Without hesitation, Sanji replied, I never strike women, even if they are enemies. I would rather die than harm them. This response caused Koby's expression to turn serious. He stepped forward to analyze. Sanji, these two issues are extremely severe, bordering on a matter of life and death for our entire team. Koby provided two examples. First, the enemy could use beautiful women to lure you into a trap, threatening us with your life, resulting in our annihilation. Second, during a fierce battle with a formidable foe, if you refrain from acting because the opponent is a woman, you could be held back or even killed, allowing the enemy to assist their comrades and ultimately leading to our doom. At this point, Sanji realized the gravity of the situation, his head beginning to ache. Zoro, standing nearby, added fuel to the fire. I didn't realize your issues were this serious. Sanji shot back. Green algae head, your sense of direction is just as serious. As it seemed that the two were about to brawl, I quickly intervened. All right, both of you have issues. Zoro, from now on, whenever you go out, someone must accompany you. For now, Koby will follow you. Sanji, I pointed to the little monkey beside him. From now on, Ming will accompany you. If you see a woman and become immobile, it will be responsible for reminding you. If you dare to shake it off, be prepared for a combined beatdown from me and Zoro. Zoro immediately responded, Understood, Captain. I then addressed Sanji. As for the issue of not striking women, I have a suggestion. Next time you have such a thought, picture this. Because of your inaction, Japu, the old man, the brothers in the restaurant, and all of us will be left battered and broken, perhaps even lifeless. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Sanji's forehead. He envisioned that scene, trembling all over, and earnestly assured me, Captain, I will strive to control myself. I will not let that situation occur. Seeing that he had understood, I smiled. All right, it's settled. You stay here. The rest of you may disperse. Once everyone had left, I waved my hand and directly used the system to equip him with cards for strength, stamina, defense, and accuracy, instantly boosting his combat power from C level to B level. Sanji felt the surge of power within him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Captain, I feel so much stronger. Your abilities are truly remarkable. Go on, train with Koby and the others. Both strength and mentality must be maintained. After sending Sanji off, I noticed Nami standing alone at the bow of the ship, her brow furrowed. I approached and ruffled her hair. What's wrong? She sighed. We are nearing my hometown, Cocoa Village, but I still lack 30 million berry to reach 100 million. I chuckled. I thought it was something serious. I will help you make up the difference. After all this time, you still don't trust me? Nami's eyes turned red, and she nodded. I trust you all. I've long considered you my companions. Then you must share your past with us completely. We are determined to wade through this murky water. I called everyone back together. Upon seeing the group, Nami finally dropped her facade of strength and began recounting her story. It turned out that she and her sister, Noki Gao, were orphans adopted by a naval officer named Belmir. When they were 10, the fishman Arlong and his gang invaded their village, and Belmir was killed by Arlong while trying to protect them. Arlong discovered Nami's exceptional navigation skills and threatened the villagers, coercing her into signing a contract. If she could gather 100 million berry, she could buy back the entire village. From that day onward, she began a life of stealing pirate treasures. As she spoke, Nami pulled up her sleeve, revealing an ugly fishman tattoo on her arm, crying, I know you all are strong, but Arlong has colluded with the Navy. Growing increasingly agitated, she pulled out a dagger, ready to harm herself. I swiftly grabbed her wrist. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Nami collapsed into my arms, sobbing, Yufan, please help me. I can't take it anymore. Koby, furious, clenches fists. Nami, don't forget that Yufan's goal is to overthrow the world government. What is a mere bought naval officer to us? Yufan, let us take care of these scoundrels too. The entire crew ignited with fervor, brimming with determination. Holding Nami, I spoke coldly. All right, I will help you. Companions, a group of scoundrels has made our navigator cry. Together, we shall annihilate this band of ruffians. Yes, everyone roared in unison. Just as we sailed fiercely towards Coco Village, a massive manatee suddenly surfaced, staring directly at us. I checked the system and found it was a combatant of the Arlong pirates, named Moo Moo. This large creature charged towards our ship. I chuckled. Ho Ming, subdue it. Ho Ming dashed out and delivered a punch to the leaping manatee, sending it flying. Then a brutal beating ensued, and soon Moo Moo returned, battered and crying. Calling me captain, Sanji asked if we should keep it as a reserve food supply, but I shook my head. Capture it. After we deal with Arlong, we will send it to Japu's restaurant to serve as their maritime bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Sanji was deeply moved. Captain, thank you. Subsequently, I commenced formulating a plan. Upon our arrival at the village, Nami, you must perform a ruse. You shall return as usual and inform Arlong that you have gathered the funds. We shall ascertain the depths of his shamelessness. I surmise he will summon the Navy to seize your money. Where have you concealed the funds? We shall lie in wait there. Nami nodded affirmatively, declaring, no problem. The money is hidden in the orange grove outside my home. Soon, the ship docked at Kokoyasi village. Sanji was the first to leap ashore, delivering a swift kick that incapacitated 2 fisherman guards in an instant. We disposed of the bodies, while Nami, under the covert protection of Monkey, made her way to Arlong's side. The rest of us headed directly to her abode. En route, Nami a dit d'encounter d'Arlong. She feigned delight, stating that the money was assembled, to which Arlong responded with unabashed glee, exclaiming, Is that so? Alas, I have already informed the Navy, claiming that contraband is concealed in that location. They are likely en route to your residence now. Ha ha ha. Furious, Nami clenched her fists and dashed homeward. Meanwhile, we arrived at Nami's house, knocking on the door, where we were greeted by her sister, Nojiko, with her striking blue hair. Sanji's eyes transformed into hearts as he approached her for an introduction. I scanned her with the system and noted that Nojiko was indeed a fine young lady. Just as we settled in, there was another knock at the door. Nojiko opened it to find the village's stationed officer, Ejien, accompanied by several Navy personnel, led by an individual resembling a rodent. This rodent-like captain barged in with an arrogant demeanor, declaring, I am Captain Mouse of the 16th Division of the Navy. I have received a tip-off that contraband is hidden here. Search this place. Both Nojiko and Ejien indignantly attempted to thwart them, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. I leaned back in my chair, crossing my legs, and spoke nonchalantly. Sanji, the opportunity for a heroic rescue has arrived. Disperse those Navy lackeys and deal with that Captain Mouse decisively. Sanji could hardly contain his eagerness, shouting with excitement as he charged forward, effortlessly dispatching the Navy troops. He then approached Nojiko, gently taking her hand and inquiring with genuine concern, Beautiful Miss Nojiko, are you unharmed? Just as he grasped her hand, the Captain Mouse's incessant taunts interrupted. You little brat, daring to oppose the Navy. Do you wish to rot in a prison cell? Nojiko, alarmed, quickly urged Sanji, Thank you for rescuing me, but you have struck the Navy. They will not let you go easily. You must flee. Sanji's gaze remained fixed on Nojiko as he grinned. Fear not. With me here, what is there to dread? Once I handle that foul rodent, I shall return to accompany you. With that, he charged at Captain Mouse with astonishing speed. I must say, Sanji's combination of moves was indeed a sight to behold. He executed a series of strikes, shoulder meet, back meet, saddle meet, chest meet, leg meet, culminating in a final devastating kick that left Captain Mouse utterly defeated, incapable of retaliation. The surrounding Navy troops trembled in fear, resembling quails. Ejien and Nojiko looked on in astonishment. At this juncture, our protagonist, Zhang Yufan, was still inside, conversing with his companions. The system rewards had already been credited. Raw meat X2, fish X2, watermelon, peach, banana, and an assortment of equipment cards, including speed, recovery, staff skills, strength, and stamina, several of which were of the basic level. Yufan mentally instructed, Xiaoming, activate the storage space. We shall allocate later. Sanji tidied his attire and returned to Nojiko. Waving his hand, noticing her still in shock, he simply took her hand and led her indoors. Aegean finally regained his composure and hurried to follow. Yufan approached the remaining Navy personnel, sporting a devilish grin. Ha ha! Do you wish to meet a fate as grim as that of Captain Mouse? The Navy soldiers dared not utter a word of defiance, shaking their heads fervently. We dare not. We shall never again. Yufan smirked. You may be spared, provided you report the captain's collusion with pirates in full detail. Should we, the bounty hunters, become wanted criminals because of you, rest assured I shall return to carve pieces from your flesh, leaving you to suffer in despair. Do you understand? The Navy soldiers, in a state of panic, cried out. Understood. We will not engage in wrongdoing again. Satisfied, Yufan nodded. Very well. Take that foul rodent back and be gone. The Navy personnel scrambled to carry Captain Mouse's lifeless body away, fleeing with the speed of rabbits, fearful of being pursued by the demon. Having dealt with Captain Mouse, Yufan returned indoors to relay the outcome of the encounter to everyone. Aegean, perplexed, asked, Why are you helping us? What brings you here? Koby replied with a smile. Because Nami is our comrade, our navigator. We are here to eliminate the Arlong pirates. Aegean was taken aback. Just a few of you can take on the Arlong crew? Nojiko, while impressed by Sanji's prowess, expressed her concern. Though Sanji is formidable, you must exercise caution. I do not wish for anyone else to lose their life. Sanji patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, Miss Nojiko, we are all strong. Nothing will befall us. Yufan smiled. Once Nami returns, we shall set forth to vanquish them. As he spoke, Nami rushed in, breathless, and upon seeing the evidence of the struggle outside, bolted into the room, shouting, Sister, are you home? Nojiko, upon hearing Nami's voice, hurried to open the door. Nami embraced her, exclaiming, Thank goodness you are unharmed. Nojiko replied with a smile, Your friends drove away the Navy, aiding both me and Aegean. They are all inside. Oh, why is there a monkey following you? Nami entered the room and greeted everyone. Sister, that little monkey is also my comrade. Yufan, just as you mentioned, the Arlong crew did not act directly, but summoned the Navy to seize my funds. Aegean could no longer contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. Nami, you have endured so much over the years. In truth, the villagers have known your struggles, but out of concern for you, they feigned ignorance. Nami was taken aback. How did you know? Aegean choked back tears. Do you remember when you abruptly joined the Arlong pirates? We could hardly believe it. Eventually, we pressed Nojiko for the truth and learned the reality. Now, we can no longer tolerate it. We are prepared to confront Arlong. Nami cried, Aegean, you must not. You cannot defeat them. Yufan rose, exuding confidence. Enough, uncle. Leave the matter ahead to us. Should anything happen to you, Nami would be heartbroken. Companions, let us depart. Yufan led the way out of the house, followed closely by the others. As we passed through the village, upon hearing the news that someone intended to eliminate the Arlong pirates, the villagers rallied, arming themselves and joining our ranks. I must say, these individuals are finally venturing into the Grand Line. Nami, ever the astute strategist, began analyzing the situation, asserting that the entrance to the Grand Line is situated atop a mountain. This revelation left Usopp and the others bewildered. After all, ships are not airplanes. How could they ascend? Were they to carry the vessel up the mountain? As everyone debated, Yufan stepped forward, declaring that the nautical chart was indeed accurate, and the entrance lay atop the mountain. Moreover, there was no need for them to climb while carrying the ship, as the sea currents would naturally elevate the vessel. Truly remarkable. I have the utmost respect for this maneuver. However, Yufan also cautioned that to enter the Grand Line, one must first overcome Mount Levis. This mountain is not to be underestimated. The waters are treacherous, and storms rage perpetually, causing many pirate ships to meet their demise before reaching the summit. Just as we were discussing this, our fisherman ally, Xiaoba, rushed over to report that dark clouds loomed ahead, signaling an impending storm. Yufan waved his hand, instructing everyone to don their raincoats in preparation for this exhilarating ascent. Koby, with his keen eyes, spotted a navigation light in the distance through his telescope. Nami hurriedly instructed Usopp to take the helm, while Sanji and Koby busied themselves with the sails. My dear friends, Who can comprehend the thrill of navigating through stormy seas and turbulent currents? This opening is nothing short of exhilarating. Whether this group can successfully enter the Grand Line hinges on this very moment. I tell you, my friends, who truly understands. As soon as they set foot in the Grand Line, they were swallowed whole by a whale. I was utterly astonished, thinking to myself how absurd this plot twist was. Ahem, let us return to the main topic. Following Nami's guidance, Jean Yufan and the others steered their ship toward the entrance of the Grand Line. The scene was akin to riding a roller coaster, filled with screams of excitement. After a hard-fought entrance, they were met with darkness, as they were consumed by a gigantic whale. At that moment, I thought it was over, a crispy end, a seafood flavor. But what happened next? They found themselves inside the belly of the whale. Even more astonishing was the discovery of a small island within the whale's stomach, complete with houses resembling a hidden paradise. I was taken aback. Nami was the first to react, inquiring about everyone's thoughts. Koby was equally bewildered, questioning why there was an island and houses if they were indeed swallowed by the whale. Usopp, in a dramatic fashion, began to doubt his existence, asking if they were dreaming. At this juncture, Jean Yufan stepped forward, asserting that this was not an illusion, but rather that someone had transformed the whale's belly. No sooner had he spoken than a giant octopus emerged from the water, its tentacles reaching for their ship. Zoro, the battle enthusiast, immediately drew his sword to strike the octopus. Yet, an even more explosive turn of events ensued, as several harpoons flew from the house, instantly dispatching the octopus. Then, an old man with saffron hair leisurely emerged from the house, silently observing Jean Yufan and the others. Bartolomeo, with his fiery temper, shouted at the old man, urging him to speak. Only then did the old man slowly lift his head and say, "I am not mute, but it would be wise not to fire any cannons, for it could lead to casualties." Sanji, ever the charmer, attempted to engage the old man in conversation, only to be rebuffed with a retort about introducing oneself before questioning others. Just as Sanji was about to lose his temper, the old man introduced himself. "I am Kurakasu, 72 years old, the lighthouse keeper of Gemini Cape." Zoro immediately mocked Sanji for being outwitted by the old man. Sanji, infuriated, was restrained by Jean Yufan. Kurakasu then casually explained that this was his constructed resort, and the whale had brought them here. Upon hearing this, Usopp panicked, asking how they could escape. Koya, even more frightened, queried whether they would be digested by gastric juices. Kurakasu pointed in a direction, indicating a large iron door that served as the exit. Just as Nami suggested they hurry to leave, the whale's stomach suddenly convulsed violently. Kurakasu explained that the whale was ramming its head against the red Earth continent. It dawned on everyone that this was how the whale had sustained its injuries. Concerned for the whale's well-being, Kurakasu wasted no time jumping into the sea, swimming to a door, administering a sedative to himself, and knocking the whale unconscious. This act commanded my utmost respect. It became clear to everyone that this old man was deeply compassionate. After Kurakasu returned, he asked Jean Yufan and the others why they had not yet departed. Jean Yufan smiled, stating he had a plan to prevent the whale from continuing its assault on the Red Earth continent, and inquired if Kurakasu wished to accompany them to witness it, while sharing the story of the whale. Kurakasu, upon hearing this, perked up and boarded the ship with Jean Yufan and the others. It turned out that the whale was named Labu, hailing from the West Sea, and was the largest island whale in the world. In its youth, it was taken in by the Rumbar pirates and sang alongside them. However, when the Rumbar pirates set out to enter the Grand Line, they left Labu at the base of the Leviathan Mountain, promising to return after circling the globe. Alas, Labu waited for 50 years without their return. Unwilling to accept this fate, it continually rammed its head against the Red Earth continent in hopes of finding the Rumbar pirates. Upon hearing this, the three young women were moved to tears. Zoro, the stoic realist, bluntly remarked that they were likely dead. Kurakasu sighed, conceding that they might indeed be gone. Kurakasu led Jean Yufan and the others to the exit, securing the ship. Jean Yufan rushed to the shore, calling out to Labu, informing it that the Rumbar pirates had perished in the Grand Line and would never return. Upon hearing this, Labu collapsed in despair, roaring in disbelief. Zhang Yufan continued, revealing that one person had come back from the dead, and Labu still had a chance to meet him. Kurakasu, listening from behind, was puzzled and asked Koby whether Zhang Yufan could understand Labu's speech. Koby affirmed, stating that this was a unique ability of their captain. Zhang Yufan then assured Labu that they would return after traversing the Grand Line, but until then, it must not harm itself. He instructed Usopp to draw a skull symbol on Labu's head. It was then that everyone understood Zhang Yufan's earlier words to Labu. Kurakasu was deeply moved, expressing gratitude to Zhang Yufan for aiding Labu. Today, Labu was particularly joyful, leading Zhang Yufan and the others on a prolonged adventure at sea. That evening, Sanji and Noki prepared a sumptuous dinner, and everyone dined merrily. Kurakasu mentioned that since they were to embark on the Grand Line, he would share insights about the region. He then presented a log pose to Nami, declaring it an essential tool for navigating the Grand Line. Kurakasu explained that everything in the Grand Line was chaotic, rendering common knowledge futile. There were 7 routes to choose from, all ultimately leading to Raftel, a place only the Pirate King Roger had reached. Nami joyfully adorned her wrist with the log pose, exclaiming it to be a valuable item. After hearing this, everyone realized that the Grand Line was an exceptionally perilous realm. The following day, as Zhang Yufan and the others prepared to set sail once more, Zhang Yufan cheerfully told Labu that they would return with a surprise. He bid farewell to Kurakasu, who reluctantly called out, promising to wait for their return. After determining their course, Zhang Yufan gathered everyone to introduce the concept of devil fruits and haki. Upon hearing that devil fruits could be sold for substantial sums, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Yufan explained that there were 3 types of devil fruits, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, which granted extraordinary powers but would be shunned by the sea. Zoro stated that he would focus solely on swordsmanship and would not consume a devil fruit. Sanji expressed his desire for the transparent fruit. Zhang Yufan chuckled, informing Sanji that the transparent fruit had already been consumed. He then introduced Sea Prism Stone, explaining that haki could strike Logia-type devil fruit users in their elemental forms. Bartolomeo inquired about the nature of the 3 types of haki. Zhang Yufan elucidated that haki consisted of observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki, demonstrating each type. The group was left in awe. Zhang Yufan noted that none among them possessed conqueror's haki, but he could assist them in awakening it. Everyone hurried off to learn haki from Zoro and Sanji. The next morning, Usopp spotted an island from the lookout, prompting Zhang Yufan and the others to set sail toward it. This island, known as Dodo Island, revered fighters. Here, one could attain power and status through strength and courage. The island boasted numerous fighting arenas, with the largest being the Ultimate Fighting Arena at its center. Each year, 10 of the strongest fighters were selected here, culminating in the crowning of the Fighting King. Coincidentally, today was the day for selecting fighters, and thousands of spectators gathered around the Ultimate Fighting Arena. The referee announced the competition rules. No weapons were allowed, and the stakes of life and death were in play. 1,000 brave souls were drawn into 10 groups of 100, with victors emerging as fighters, from whom the Fighting King would be chosen. Upon reaching the port of Dodo Island, Zhang Yufan and his crew found the streets eerily deserted. Zhang Yufan and his companions advanced forward, only to behold a grand arena, resonating with the sounds of combat. Upon inquiring about the establishment, they learned it was the renowned Dodao Island, a hub for martial arts. A guard approached them, offering the chance to witness a fighting match. Bartolomeo, brimming with excitement, eagerly accepted. They settled into the audience seats, where a chaotic melee was unfolding on the stage. Soon, 10 rounds concluded, leaving only 10 valiant warriors. The referee announced a brief intermission before the ultimate battle for the title of Fighting King commenced. Zhang Yufan spotted a familiar figure and utilized the system to examine his and others' information. Name, Jazasi Bajiasi, potential combat power level, S, current combat power level, C. Wasn't this the helmsman of the Blackbeard pirates, Bajis? Zhang Yufan mused, Blackbeard, my apologies, but I have set my sights on this corner. Nami, noticing Zhang Yufan's mischievous grin, inquired about what he had discovered. Zhang Yufan cheerfully revealed that he had identified two formidable contenders, planning to recruit them post-match. He pointed to a burly man on the stage, donned in a wrestling mask, with long purple hair, declaring that he was indeed Beiji's. Zhang Yufan remarked that while his lower body might appear somewhat slender, he was equally robust. As the break concluded, the 10 fighters returned to the arena. The referee officially commenced the battle for the title of Fighting King, drawing lots to form 5 pairs for one-on-one duels. The defeated would select another to advance to the next round, continuing in this manner. Zhang Yufan observed Beiji's wearing a confident, jovial expression, exuding self-assurance in his abilities. As the matches progressed, Beiji's effortlessly secured victory, and soon only he and the last contender remained. This final fighter, shrouded in a black cloth, revealing only his piercing dark eyes, was a towering figure with formidable muscles. Beiji's chuckled, stating this was indeed his final opponent. The fighter introduced himself as Regicide, determined to defeat Beiji's and claim the title of Fighting King this year. The referee announced the start of the match. Both combatants unleashed heavy punches simultaneously. Their fists collided, sending Regicide staggering back 2 steps. Regicide charged at Beiji's once more, exchanging blows with increasing intensity. However, Beiji's displayed no thrill, feeling somewhat let down by the ease of the fight. Regicide, on the other hand, was struggling. His arms felt numb, and his strength significantly diminished. With a powerful elbow strike, Beiji's sent him crashing to the ground, unable to rise. The referee declared the match concluded, and Beiji's was crowned the Fighting King. I have never witnessed such an outrageous scene in my life. In one moment, the arena was roaring for the new champion, and in the next, he was sent crashing into the wall by a little monkey with a single punch. It was as if a human printing press had never been so precise. You may wonder what transpired. This tale begins right after the match concluded. The Fighting King tournament had just wrapped up, and the audience was still applauding the new champion, Beiji's, creating an atmosphere of fervor. Our captain, Zhang Yufan, seemingly possessing a divine perspective, wasted no time and led our group to block the exit of the arena. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, the newly crowned Fighting King, Beiji's, emerged. Observing his expression, one could see no trace of champion's joy. Likely, he found his opponents lacking, rendering the victory unfulfilling. The captain stepped forward, exuding an aura of confidence. He addressed Beiji's, saying, "Hey, Beiji's, congratulations on your victory. Yet, judging by your expression, it seems you are not satisfied with the challenge. If the intensity here does not suffice, would you like to experience a true high-level match?" Beiji's eyes lit up at the proposition, his signature laughter erupting. "How did you know? They are indeed too weak. I sense your strength. Let us head to the adjacent arena to train." The captain waved his hand mysteriously. "Not yet. We must wait for someone else to join us." No sooner had he spoken than Regicide, limping and battered from his defeat, emerged. The captain intercepted him as well, employing a similar approach with a different twist. "Regicide, you're too weak. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you wish to surpass the one who just defeated you? If so, follow us and open your eyes to new possibilities." Regicide, still dazed from the battle, hesitated briefly but ultimately chose to join. Thus, our group, a motley crew of warriors, made their way back to the adjacent arena. Regicide, finally grasping the situation, pointed at Beiji's and asked, "Hey, why are you here too?" Beiji's, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "He invited me to witness extraordinary combat strength, and I can hardly wait." The captain chuckled, "Do not rush to challenge me. Your current levels are still insufficient. First, defeat this little monkey beside me." Little monkey? Beiji's and Regicide stared in disbelief. Yet, they were not foolish, understanding that the captain would not send a mere mascot to be defeated. Beiji's, however, grew even more exhilarated. "We ha-ha. This should be interesting. Who are you people, really?" The captain leisurely introduced himself. "I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. This is my partner, Ho Ming. How about we place a wager?" Upon hearing the word wager, the warrior instincts within both Beiji's and Regicide ignited. The captain smiled even wider. "It's simple. If my Ho Ming loses, you may take my life as you wish." But if you lose, you will join my ship as my companions and call me captain. I stood behind, my heart racing. Was the captain truly betting his life? Surprisingly, without a moment's hesitation, both warriors agreed. Beiji shouted, "This is exciting." "I accept." Regisai echoed, "I accept too." The captain turned to Ho Ming, clearly instructing him. "Ho Ming, use only your ordinary punches. Take it easy and don't get hurt." Ho Ming responded with a confident nod, thumping his chest. As they ascended the stage, the sight was undeniably peculiar. With a resounding call from the captain, Beiji's unleashed a tremendous elbow strike toward Ho Ming. However, the latter merely smiled, ducked under the attack, and retaliated with a swift punch to Beiji's abdomen. A loud crash resounded. I could scarcely comprehend the scene as the brawny Beiji was sent soaring, pinned against the wall of the arena like a human thumbtack. The crowd fell silent, followed by a collective gasp of astonishment. The newly crowned fighting king had been defeated by a monkey's punch? What was happening? Regisai, still in disbelief from the sidelines, steeled himself and charged at Ho Ming with his strongest blow. The result? Identical. With a thunderous crash, he too was pinned against the wall beside Beiji's. After what felt like an eternity, Beiji's managed to extract himself from the wall, enduring pain but grinning wider than ever. "We ha. What a powerful monkey. Zhang Yufan. I concede. Please guide me henceforth, Captain." Regisai struggled out next, offering a rueful smile. "This strength is utterly absurd. I too have lost, Captain." Thus, our ship gained 2 formidable warriors. The captain reassured them, "Do not be discouraged. You both possess great potential. Here, growing stronger is not a mere dream. Moreover, we have several members even more formidable than Ho Ming." Beiji's, upon hearing this, nearly beamed with joy. "They're even stronger individuals. I cannot wait. However, Captain, before we engage in further sparring, might I first witness your strength?" The captain smiled. "Very well. However, I shall refrain from taking action. I will merely stand here, and you two may come at me together. If you can manage to send me flying off this platform, I shall concede defeat. Otherwise, should I intervene, you might find yourselves reduced to ashes." The old crew aboard our ship began to revel in the spectacle, cheering enthusiastically. Sanji shouted, "Newcomers, do not falter. If you can send the captain flying, I shall reward you with a feast today." Encouraged by this, Beiji's and Regisai exchanged a glance and charged forward. As our captain stood in the center of the platform, lo and behold, his entire body transformed into a pitch-black sheen, resembling an obsidian statue. The two were momentarily dumbfounded, questioning what they were witnessing. The captain merely smiled and declared, "This is my Busashoka haki. Come now, strike me with all your might." What display! I must give full marks for that. Beiji summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the captain's abdomen, while Regisai struck with all his force on the captain's back. What was the outcome? The captain did not even flinch. His feet remained firmly planted, while their fists felt as if they had struck a steel plate, causing them to grimace in pain. Now, completely unhinged, the two fought with the fervor of a bloodthirsty beast, raining down punches upon the captain like a torrential downpour, the sound echoing like the ringing of metal. They continued this frenzied assault until their hands went numb and they gasped for breath. Yet the captain maintained his serene smile, not having moved an inch. The onlookers were left in awe, exclaiming in unison, "Incredible!" Beiji's, utterly defeated, shook his numbed hands and exclaimed, "Wah, Captain, your defensive capabilities are absurd." I concede. Regisai, equally bewildered, added, "I cannot land a single hit. I too surrender." And thus, this matter was put to rest. We found a restaurant to celebrate the newcomers joining our crew. At the dinner table, we introduced them to the concepts of devil fruits and haki, enlightening them on the novice tutorials. The two listened intently, their eyes widening with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. After the meal, the captain inquired if they had encountered any devil fruits on the island, to which they both shook their heads. Regisai suggested that the southern forest was abundant with fruits, and we could try our luck there. Consequently, we split into 2 groups, one to venture into the forest, while the other remained to gather information. Yet, as the afternoon waned, we found nothing of interest. Nami glanced at her record pointer and remarked, "Yufan, the magnetic storage will take half a month to fill. The captain waved his hand dismissively. That is far too long. I possess a map. We shall chart our own course. Thus, Beges and Regisai hurriedly packed their belongings and bid farewell to the island's residents before we set sail. Shortly after departing, the captain summoned the two newcomers, stating he would grant them a buff. With a wave of his hand, Beges and Regisai were invigorated, their presence swelling with newfound vigor. Feeling as though their strength had multiplied several times over, Beges, feeling the surge of power within, exclaimed, "Captain, your abilities are truly terrifying." Regisai was left speechless, astonished by the transformation. The captain, remaining composed, replied, "This is merely a standard procedure. You will grow accustomed to it. However, do not become overconfident. Even with this, you are still no match for Ho Ming." Upon hearing this, Beges' fighting spirit reignited, and he dragged Regisai off to confront Ho Ming. Yet the outcome was the same. They were swiftly defeated and lay side by side on the deck, gazing at the sky in existential contemplation. Ultimately, the captain assigned them the roles of helmsmen, taking turns at the helm. As we sailed for another day, a sudden tingling sensation coursed through us all, and a bullet whizzed past our heads. Immediately, two seagulls plummeted from the sky, landing on our deck. The entire crew fell into a combat-ready stance. Nami, anxious, inquired, "What is happening? Did someone fire a shot?" "Yet, there is no one around." Zoro pointed in a direction and coldly stated, "The bullet originated from over there." Usopp quickly climbed to the lookout, raised his telescope, and shouted, "Crew, there is an island in the distance. Could the shooter be there?" Koby gasped. "If that is the case, their sniping skills are formidable." The captain chuckled, "Indeed. That is my thought as well. Such talent must be recruited." Without hesitation, Beges turned the ship's bow towards the island and sped forth. The weather of the Grand Line is notoriously fickle. Moments ago, the sky was clear, and now a fierce storm raged. Our ship rocked precariously as we approached the island. Goodness, the island was ablaze with crimson hues, resembling a fiery realm, known as Hongyan Island. As the ship docked, Sanji, with keen eyes, spotted a tall man seated on a large red rock not far away. The man wore a peculiar hat and a monocle over his right eye, leisurely cleaning a long rifle. Sanji was the first to rush over. "Hey, were you the one who fired the shot? Do you realize you frightened the beautiful ladies aboard our ship?" The man did not lift his gaze, his voice as calm as still waters. "I am Fan Aoka. I shot those two seagulls. Their falling onto your ship was mere fate." At that moment, the captain stepped forward, appraising him and smiling. "I am Jean Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. Fan Aoka, do you believe in fate?" Fan Aoka nodded. "I believe wholeheartedly." "How fortuitous," the captain declared, his aura radiating. "Our meeting here is predestined. Join my ship, and together we shall upheave this world." What a line, delivered with impeccable poise. Fan Aoka was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the captain. Beges burst into laughter, supporting the captain's words, while Bartolomeo joined in the ruckus. Coming to his senses, Fan Aoka stood and addressed the captain. "Captain, your presence is commanding. I shall heed the call of fate and join your ranks." Just like that, another S-rank potential ally secured. Aoka expressed interest in our ship's other sharpshooter, Usopp, wishing to engage in a duel. Usopp, eager to showcase his talents, performed a remarkable feat. He blindfolded himself with a black cloth and instructed us to toss small stones into the air simultaneously. A series of gunshots rang out, rapid as fireworks, and the stones above were reduced to mere powder, leaving not a trace. Aoka watched in astonishment, completely convinced. Usopp proudly explained that this technique was known as Kinbunchika Haki and that the captain had granted him a permanent precision enhancement, with the bullets being a modified formula from the clown buggy. Aoka was left bewildered, feeling as though he had boarded a divine vessel. Later, we learned that Aoka had been forcibly brought to this island by a crew known as the Ball Pirate Crew, unable to escape. He had shot down the two seagulls to attract our attention, hoping to incite a conflict with the Ball Pirates so that he could slip away amidst the chaos. Koby remarked on Aoka's misfortune. Aoka, resigned, explained that the pirates wore armor, rendering his bullets ineffective. Upon hearing this, the captain laughed. Very well, since we are now comrades. Let us take care of the ball pirate crew for you. Bages, eager for battle, cracked his knuckles. Regicide volunteered, stating that the three newcomers, he, Bages, and Bartolomeo, would take charge of this fight as a demonstration of loyalty to the pirate crew. The captain waved his hand grandly. Excellent. I entrust this task to the three of you. Thus, Aoka led the way, and we set forth towards the stronghold of the ball pirate crew. Meanwhile, in a nameless cave on a small mountain of the island, the leader of the ball pirate crew, Baldro, was ecstatically holding a treasure map, shouting, "Lads, just a bit more digging, and we shall uncover the treasure chest." A group of pirates prepared to continue their excavation when a patrolling lackey came tumbling in, breathless. "Boss. Trouble. A large group is coming down the mountain, all armed." Baldro peered down the mountain and saw a tall woman clad in a red outfit, leading over 50 individuals charging towards them with fierce determination. One of his combatants warned, "Captain, the newcomers do not bear good intentions. They are likely here to deal with us." Baldro sneered, "If they seek death, then let us oblige. Men, follow me. Let us annihilate them." Soon enough, the two groups met at the halfway point of the mountain. Baldro arrogantly shouted, "Halt! Are you unaware that this territory has been claimed by my ball pirates with a bounty of 30 million? The formidable woman across from him stood her ground, boldly declaring, "We are the Hanyan defense team. You pirates have come here to lose your heads today." Upon hearing this, Baldro, far from being angered, chuckled mischievously and replied, "Ha ha, my beauty, you certainly have a big mouth. Why not abandon the defense team and become my woman, enjoying a life of luxury with me?" The woman, named Alfred, merely scoffed at his words, her gaze filled with disdain as if he were a fool. As the leader of the Hanyan defense team, she exuded an aura of authority, commanding her 50 or so comrades to aim their weapons at the pirates. "Are you the ball pirates?" she asked, lifting her chin with contempt. "It appears you are nothing special. Brothers, open fire." At her command, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, resembling a storm of bullets. However, what transpired was utterly absurd. The bullets struck the pirates as if they were mere pinpricks, producing only sparks, for they were clad in armor as thick as a turtle's shell, remaining unscathed. When the volley of bullets ceased, everyone was left dumbfounded. How could it be that over 50 of them could not harm a mere 20 pirates who stood there, grinning? Baldro, the pirate captain, laughed maniacally. "Huh, are you scratching our backs? Enough of this. It's our turn now. Men, charge. I want that woman alive. Let none of the rest escape." The ensuing scene was nothing short of a massacre. The pirates, seasoned in combat, dispatched their foes with ease, while the Hanyan defense team fell like ripe fruit under the blade. Alfred, witnessing the dire situation, felt a chill of despair. If this continued, they would all perish here. Acting decisively, she shouted, "Retreat. We cannot win. Run for your lives." As she turned to flee, she was suddenly blocked by Baldro's massive blade. He grinned wickedly, taunting her. "Worried about others? You should be more concerned about yourself. You think you can escape my grasp?" Just as the battle appeared to reach a calamitous conclusion, our captain, Jean Yufan, along with his crew, arrived on the scene. They had been guided by a man named Oka to the ball pirates' lair, only to find it deserted. Oka surmised that the pirates must have gone to a nearby hill in search of treasures. Upon hearing the word treasure, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she urged the crew to hurry up the hill to seize the riches. Along the way, they passed a fruit shop and overheard two men discussing vital information. They mentioned that a band of pirates had taken over the town and had gone up the hill to dig for treasures, while the Hanyan defense team, led by Alfred, had gone to confront them, suggesting that the defense team was in grave danger. Our captain, upon hearing this, declared that they must intervene. No, they must rescue those in peril. The crew hastened, soon reaching the hill. To their horror, they found over 20 corpses strewn across the ground, with Alfred being brutally attacked by Baldro on the brink of collapse. Surprisingly, Sanji, usually enamored by beauty, managed to hold back his infatuation, while Homing nodded approvingly, indicating that previous training had indeed been effective. In that critical moment, Bartolomeo sprang into action. Like a flash, he charged forward, delivering a thunderous punch that sent Baldro flying. Bartolomeo then turned to Alfred, flashing her a reassuring smile. "Hey, beautiful lady, are you all right?" Alfred, momentarily stunned, could only stammer, "Why, you're incredible." Meanwhile, our captain nonchalantly produced a table and chairs from his spatial pocket, setting out a platter of sliced watermelon. Enjoying the spectacle while casually observing the unfolding drama, he glanced at the fighters' profiles, noting that Alfred was a D-rank combatant who harbored a deep-seated hatred for pirates due to her parents being killed by them, while Baldro was a C-rank with a bounty of 30 million, a notorious scoundrel. The remaining pirates, upon witnessing their captain being knocked away, rushed toward Bartolomeo. However, two of our crew members, Bages and Regicide, intercepted them. "Ha ha ha, come on, feel the might of my rock-solid fists," Bages bellowed. The ensuing chaos was swift. The duo dispatched the pirates effortlessly, each blow landing with ease. Usopp, munching on a piece of melon, took on the role of commentator, exclaiming, "Yes, that's right. Left hook. Hey, you there, that's not fair play. Attempting to sneak attack. You're making us laugh too hard." The remaining members of the Hanyin defense team watched in disbelief. How is it possible that they, a group of over 50, could not withstand the assault, while two of our crew managed to eliminate them? Baldro, enraged, scrambled to his feet and charged at Bartolomeo once more. Yet, Bartolomeo sidestepped effortlessly, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling again. This time, Bartolomeo showed no mercy, pummeling Baldro until his armor shattered, leaving him utterly unrecognizable. As the battle concluded, Nami's eyes gleamed once more, and she shouted, "Bages, Regicide, Bartolomeo, quickly, search their bodies for treasure maps." Remarkably, Bartolomeo found one. Nami, ecstatic, informed the captain and, with Usopp and a few others, eagerly set off to unearth the treasure. The captain sauntered over to the still-stunned Alfred, introducing himself with a smile. "Greetings, I am Jean Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates." Upon hearing the word pirate, Alfred instinctively grew wary. The captain reassured her, "Rest assured, we are merely passing through. If we had wished you harm, you would already be lying there." Realizing his strength, Alfred nodded in acknowledgement. After expressing her gratitude, the captain produced a drawing of a devil fruit and inquired if she had seen it before. She shook her head, unfazed. He waved his hand, gifting the defense team with all the intact armor and weapons from the pirates before leading his crew to handle the aftermath. They first located the Ball Pirates ship, dispatching a few lingering underlings and looting 23 million berries along with a trove of treasures, all of which were stored in their spatial pocket. They then scoured the forest, but, regrettably, found no devil fruit. Meanwhile, Nami's group thrived, following the treasure map to a cavern with impossibly hard stone. Homing activated his armament hockey, enhancing their tools, and soon unearthed a large treasure chest. Upon opening it, they discovered a dazzling array of gold, valued at no less than 30 million berries. Nami, still unsatisfied, carried the chest deeper into the cave. At a fork in the path, Usopp and Ho-Ming, capable of observation hockey, split up. Usopp's team encountered nothing, while Nami's group, destined for greatness, found themselves in a thrilling moment. Ho-Ming began to leap against the stone wall, signaling that something significant was imminent. Nami understood immediately and instructed Ho-Ming to break through. With a punch enveloped in hockey, he shattered the wall. After a few strikes, a sizable hole emerged, and, as he crawled through, he emerged clutching a peculiar fruit, resembling an apple yet adorned with vibrant red rock-like patterns. As Nami and Reiji looked on, their eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, could this truly be the devil fruit that the captain has been seeking? Nami cradled the fruit, excitement nearly causing her to lose her breath. Family, 100 million. We are about to strike it rich. The two groups swiftly encountered one another in the mountains. Nami, brimming with exhilaration, deliberately concealed the fruit behind her, first presenting the treasure chest worth 30 million to the captain to earn her accolades. The captain smiled, affectionately ruffled her hair, and accepted the chest. Yet and the others had already seen through Nami's little ruse and urged her to reveal her hidden treasure. Finally, with a triumphant grin, Nami displayed the fruit. The captain took it, scanned it with the system, and cheerfully announced to everyone, Indeed, this is a devil fruit, the red rock fruit of the paramecia type. Its ability allows the user to transform ordinary stones into sturdier red rocks. After deliberation, they agreed that the fruit's power was quite promising and decided to keep it for a more suitable companion in the future. Upon returning to the ship, the most exhilarating part of equipping their gear commenced. The captain formally welcomed Xiao Ba aboard, then, akin to distributing year-end bonuses, began enhancing everyone's combat prowess. With a mere thought, he distributed various equipment and skill cards obtained from previous battles. In a flurry of light, the aura surrounding Xiao Ba and Oka instantly transformed. They soared from mere C-rank soldiers to formidable A-rank warriors. Bagus even ascended directly to S-rank. The newly arrived Xiao Ba and Oka were so astonished they nearly dropped their jaws to the ground, prompting the captain to finally explain his System S secrets to them. As our ship set sail once more, the weather at sea became increasingly unpredictable, oscillating between fierce winds and torrential rain. However, with Nami's advanced navigation skills, these were merely trifles. As they continued, snow began to fall from the sky. With their robust physiques, the crew was unfazed by the cold and began building snowmen on the deck. Usopp, true to his artistic nature, crafted a snowman that bore an uncanny resemblance to Ya, leaving everyone in awe. Sanji, having undergone specialized training, now only had eyes for Noki Gao, having developed immunity to other beauties, a commendable feat indeed. After some playful frolicking, the ship continued its voyage. Suddenly, Oka, stationed in the lookout, shouted, "An island spotted to the left front. It is covered in enormous cacti." Nami immediately commanded the ship to approach. "I must tell you, this place emanates an ominous aura named Whiskey Peak. On the surface, it appears to be a welcoming town for pirates, yet in reality, it serves as the lair for the bounty hunters of the Baroque works." As our ship neared the shore, a large crowd rushed out to greet us, banging drums and sounding horns in welcome. A man with peculiar curly hair introduced himself as Mayor Icolum, his enthusiasm suggesting he was eager to send us off to our doom. None of us aboard were fools. Nokigao directly remarked, "There's certainly something amiss here. Since when have we been so warmly welcomed?" The captain, fully aware of their intentions, remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with us, indicating we should play along and see what scheme they were concocting. Except for the girls, everyone else braced themselves, determined not to fall into a deep slumber that night. Thus, we feigned excitement and followed the mayor to the so-called welcome banquet. The atmosphere at the banquet was deceptively harmonious, with Usopp seizing every opportunity to boast, while Zoro and Nami, both heavy drinkers, engaged in a drinking contest with the townsfolk. After Zoro had downed a dozen drinks, he dramatically pretended to pass out on the table. Nami, even more formidable, managed to drink over 20 before she too collapsed. Before long, all of us were inebriated, sprawled across the tables in various states of disarray. Mayor Icolum approached and nudged us, but upon receiving no response, his cheerful demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a sinister gloom. He exited the room, instructing his subordinates to keep a close watch on us. Outside, a menacing group of townsfolk awaited him. A woman clad in a nun's attire approached, questioning whether it was worth wasting so much food for the banquet to lull us into complacency. Icolum coldly replied, "Of course it is worth it. If we were to confront a strong opponent, we would suffer great losses. By the way, have you checked their bounty notices?" One of his subordinates hurriedly reported, "Yes, we have just received news that this group has not been targeted by the Navy." "Let me tell you, is that it? No bounty?" The scene shifted to a man wearing a crown, dressed like a foolish prince, sporting 2 Arabic numeral 9 mustaches, who strutted about, saying, "Miss Monday, quickly bind them and send them to the Navy, lest we suffer longer consequences." Beside him, a beautiful woman with blue hair chimed in, "Mr. 9 is right. Even without a bounty, we can plunder their ship's treasures and still gain something." Little do they understand, these two are plotting to betray each other. However, unbeknownst to them, those inside had long since awakened. Zhang Yufan and the others had overheard their entire conversation. Goodness, this group is indeed shameless. Then, Yufan led Zoro, Usopp, and Oka to quietly slip out through the window and ascend to the rooftop, while the rest of the crew awaited their signal. Once on the roof, Yufan initiated a system scan to gather information on these individuals. First, he assessed Miss Monday, combat potential C rank, current combat strength D rank, 26 years old, standing at 193 meters tall. Wow, this woman is quite the specimen. Muscular, with dark skin, immense strength, and an arrogant demeanor. She claimed to have never encountered a man stronger than herself. Her weapon of choice was a tiger claw, a club with no devil fruit powers, no bounty, and no equipment cards. Her description absurdly stated she is a good person, willing to assist her companions. Next, he examined Mr. 9, combat potential D rank, current combat strength E rank, 26 years old, standing at 173 meters tall, wielding a metal rod, with attributes quite similar to that of the woman. This man exuded a weak personality and an unreliable air. Calling himself a prince was truly laughable. Then there was Nefiru Talaway Y, combat potential D rank, current combat strength E rank, 15 years old, standing at 169 meters tall. A princess of the Alabasta Kingdom and an undercover agent for the Baroque Works, codenamed Miss Wednesday. She was quite the tenacious character. Her steed was the swift-running duck, Karu, and she possessed a gentle, understanding nature, advocating for peace. This princess was certainly dedicated to her cause. As for the others, they were all bounty hunters, their combat strengths below D rank, making them mere fodder for Yufan and his companions at this stage. Just as Ikelam and his crew prepared to rush in and capture us, Usopp's voice suddenly echoed from the rooftop. "Oh, so that's it. This is the reason your town so warmly welcomes us pirates." Oka chimed in, "Mayor, our fate has not yet reached its conclusion. You cannot thwart us." Yufan and Zoro stood calmly, observing them. Ikelam's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, "How is it possible that you are awake after seemingly being so inebriated? Jufan's maid, my dear. Do you truly believe your peculiarly generous hospitality would not raise our suspicions? Tell me, which island's residents would welcome pirates?" Usopp added, "Exactly. It's a miracle you Haven Tea tried to attack us. Instead, you hold a banquet for us. Are you sure your heads are on straight?" Ikelam's expression darkened. "You never drank at all. It was all an act." Yufan shrugged. "Of course it was an act. We simply wish to see what tricks you were up to. All our companions have come out to show themselves. Our mayor is eager to meet you." The others emerged as well, and Zoro spoke up. "This place is a gathering ground for bounty hunters, employing such methods to plunder pirates newly arriving in the Grand Line. This has happened before, and it seems members of the Baroque Works are involved." Upon hearing this, the prince was instantly taken aback. "How did you know the name of our organization?" Solon chuckled, recalling his past as a bounty hunter when he was once invited to join the Baroque Works, an invitation he declined. "In your organization," he remarked, "members are oblivious to each other's identities, referring to one another solely by code names while executing the tasks of this criminal syndicate." Akorum's expression darkened. "Now that you know our secrets, there is no choice but to eliminate you all to prevent any leaks." Upon hearing this, the other bounty hunters drew their weapons and charged towards Yufan and his companions. Seated atop the rooftop, Yufan leisurely proclaimed, "My friends, who among you wishes to join me in a little fun? They are far too weak. Just knock them out, but don't kill them. And as for the woman with blue hair and the mayor, leave them be. Everyone else is fair game." Observing the frightened expressions of Jim and Machida, he could tell their minds were replaying some horror film, convinced that his smile was more devilish than that of a demon. Disregarding them, Yufan stealthily approached Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, who were lying on the ground pretending to be dead. He kicked them lightly, saying, "All right, enough of the charade. The Oscars don't have a category for best act of feigning death. Get up. Don't worry, I won't harm you. For now." Squatting down, he kindly informed them, "I'm headed to Alabasta and plan to uproot your Baroque Works entirely. I suggest you start planning your career revival, because with your combat abilities, to put it bluntly, you are merely cannon fodder. Consider yourselves fortunate to encounter me. Had you crossed paths with someone more ruthless, you and T even have had a chance to beg for mercy." The duo nodded like chicks pecking at rice, attempting to maintain their bravado. "Wait until you truly defeat our boss," they stammered. "Fine, I've delivered the message. Whether you heed it is your concern. I asked Decorum to arrange rooms for us. Exhausted after a long day, finally ready to lie down. As soon as I closed my eyes, I called upon my system sprite, Xiaoming. What a night, truly a bloodbath. Upon her arrival, she jubilantly announced, "Congratulations, Master, you have acquired 31 million berries. While money is trivial, the real prize is the equipment cards." This sensation was akin to the thrill of a midnight shopping spree on Double 11, and I immediately activated a shopping frenzy. Various cards for Kinbunchika Hockey, Observation Hockey, and Busashoka Hockey, Armament Hockey, tumbled out, along with a plethora of advanced power cards. Without hesitation, I dragged them to outfit Xiao Ba completely. The battle power soared from A to S. Okay, Oka, don't just stand there. Here S your Kinbunchiku, Hockey Intermediate and Precision Advanced. Ding! Another S rank fresh out of the oven. Rages and Bages, come over and line up for your gear. Each received a complete SS level package, featuring combat techniques, boxing skills, kicking techniques, and domineering prowess. All arranged. I demanded all S-level items to be upgraded to SS level. Usopp, stop hiding. Yours is here too. Intermediate Kinbunchika Hockey and Advanced Defense. A notable improvement from A to A. Monkey Ming, my ace fighter, must be fully equipped. Here, S your Intermediate Haushika Hockey and a 3-piece set of the Rokushiki. SS level. Make it a grand spectacle. Finally, it was my turn. I proclaimed as captain. I must save the best for last. I equipped myself with Intermediate Haushika Hockey, top-tier defense and speed, and an upgraded version of Rokushiki, catapulting my battle power from S to SS level. Ah, the joy of instant strength enhancement is utterly delightful. After distributing all the equipment, I contentedly drifted off to sleep. That night, the entirety of Whiskey Peak was as silent as a ghost town. At dawn, as sunlight streamed in, we all awoke. I stashed the spoils into the system space, ready to set off with Vivi. However, Vivi didn't move. She let out a whistle. The next moment, I was utterly dumbfounded as a large yellow duck wearing a blue cap leaped from the rooftop and scurried towards Vivi with its short legs. I casually checked its information. Fast F-level combat power. What a straightforward name. Vivi introduced, "This is my mount, Fast, the captain of our country's swiftest brigade." I chuckled, though. A little official, are we? Hearing my praise, the duck puffed up with pride and quacked incessantly. Though others couldn't understand, I could. Its duck language translated to, "Of course, I am the fastest in Alabasta. I heard you're escorting a princess. Can you handle that little frame of yours?" I was taken aback. Even a duck dared to question me? I extended my right hand, cracking my knuckles and grinning with a veneer of friendliness. "What did you just say, little yellow duck? I didn't catch that. Do you believe I can let you experience what it means to be roasted today?" The duck sensed the murderous intent, its wings trembling in fear as it scuttled behind Vivi, quacking in panic. "Princess Vivi, save me. This demon wants to turn your adorable duck into Peking duck." Just then, Sanji walked by, his eyes lighting up upon hearing this. "Captain, is this a new backup ingredient? I think roasting it would be delightful, or frying it too." "Oh, beautiful Princess Vivi, good morning." Upon hearing yet another potential consumer, Fast covered its head with its wings, crouching behind Vivi in despair. Its little heart probably raced, frantically thinking, "Help! This place is terrifying. I want to go home." Woo-woo. Vivi, caught between laughter and tears, quickly clarified, "Sanji, this is my mount, not a food source." She then curiously asked, "Zhang Yufan, can you understand what it's saying?" I smiled and nodded. Nami, standing nearby, proudly added, "Of course. Our captain possesses the ability to hear the voices of all things." Vivi's eyes widened in amazement. How impressive. I thought to myself, this is merely a basic skill. We boarded the ship, and I greeted the lion Ricky, informing him of several colleagues awaiting modification and instructing him to take good care of Monkey Ming. Ricky's mischievous grin spoke volumes. Vivi was startled upon seeing such a large lion on board. I reassured her, "Relax. He is one of our companions." At that moment, Decorum handed me a permanent pointer to Alabasta, a timely gift indeed. "Ready to set sail," I commanded, and the ship slowly departed the harbor. On board, the atmosphere was utterly relaxed, with training followed by card games and fishing. Observing our laid-back demeanor, Vivi seemed bewildered and quietly inquired of Nami, Aren't you all worried about the Baroque Works assassins? This seems too relaxed. Nami handed her a glass of juice, calmly responding, don't worry. Each of us on this ship is as strong as a monster. You'll understand in time. This is what we call a sense of security. Moreover, Yufan assured us there's nothing to fear, and we trust him. Vivi gazed at me, her eyes filled with curiosity and reassurance. I sensed her entire worldview was being profoundly impacted by our ship. It was akin to a dimensional assault. Just then, Usopp, stationed at the lookout, shouted, partners. I've spotted an island to the northwest. I grinned. Rageous, steer the ship. We're off on an adventure. As we approached, we were astonished. This was no ordinary island. It was clearly Jurassic Park. The primordial forest echoed with various animal roars, and pterodactyls soared overhead. Vivi was left speechless. There are dinosaurs here. No sooner had she spoken than two enormous carnivorous dinosaurs charged at us from either side. My sword hadn't fully cleared its sheath when two flashes of cold light sliced through the air, and the dinosaurs instantly transformed into neatly arranged piles of meat. With a wave of my hand, I stored everything in the system space. We mustn't waste food, as it was all premium protein. As we ventured further, I effortlessly dispatched several oblivious dinosaurs for our supplies. Suddenly, Oka warned, Captain, something is approaching rapidly from the southeast. Before I could discern what it was, a scarred, menacing saber-toothed tiger appeared before us, its gaze akin to that of a buffet patron. I quickly scanned its data. King of saber-toothed tigers, sea-level combat power, B-level potential. Excellent. This one could be recruited. I pointed at it and said to my lion, Liji, it's your turn. Subdue it. Liji let out an excited roar, proclaiming, mission accomplished. It stepped forward and beckoned to the saber-toothed tiger with its claws, saying, little fellow, kneel and call me big brother, or else you'll be left searching for your teeth. The saber-toothed tiger, not accustomed to such provocation, roared and lunged at Liji. However, Liji did not evade. Instead, it hardened its entire body with haki, becoming as resilient as obsidian. The tiger's claws struck against Liji, producing a metallic clang, yet it could barely make an impact, not even breaking the skin. Liji yawned mockingly. Is that all you've got? Haven't you eaten? Even scraping my back would pack more punch than that. Enraged, the saber-toothed tiger attempted to bite Liji's leg, only to hear a crack as its fangs nearly shattered. It stood there dumbfounded, its face filled with confusion. I found it amusing. This creature still loved to play. Wei, beside me, was nearly frantic Zhang Yufan. Why isn't Liji fighting back? Is it going to be okay? I chuckled. It's fine. It's just playing. At its current strength, that tiger would have already been crying for mercy. Wei, astonished, glanced from Liji to the dozing homing in the tree, seemingly at a loss for words. I'm exhausted. Let all end. Even a pet on this ship can't win a fight. Having had enough fun, Liji swatted the saber-toothed tiger away, sending it crashing into several large trees. Then it rushed in for a thorough beating, leaving the tiger battered and defeated. I named it Bashan and instructed Liji to take it to the dock. Liji pointed at the little monkey homing, who had just descended from the tree, and said, this is our big brother. Remember, I am your second brother. Bashan looked at the harmless little monkey with disbelief. Second brother? You must be joking. This little one is the big brother. Liji patted it sympathetically. Let me tell you, even hundreds of me combined wouldn't stand a chance against Big Brother. You'll soon realize how terrifying he truly is. Bashan gulped nervously and hurriedly greeted homing with respect. Just as we finished taming the tiger, we were surrounded by two enormous snakes over 10 meters long. Usopp boasted, Captain, what a dilemma. Should we steam them or barbecue them? I glanced at the data. Their potential was adequate. This time, I let homing take action. Before Bashan could comprehend what was happening, homing transformed into a blur, and in the blink of an eye, both snakes lay submissively on the ground. I named them Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Bashan trembled nearby, realizing he must never provoke this homing, or he would be unaware of his demise. At that moment, Mr. Three's phone bug rang, indicating our meeting location. We marched toward the house made of wax with a grand procession. I instructed everyone to surround the house while I entered with Jimu and Mikita. Inside, Mr. Three was leisurely sipping tea with a little girl who was painting. Upon seeing me, Mr. Three frowned. Mr. Five, who is this? Jimmu shrugged. No choice. We couldn't defeat him, so we were captured. Mr. 3 exploded. Useless. Are we afraid of just one of him when the four of us join forces? I calmly took a seat across from him, poured myself a cup of tea, and said, "Save your energy. My people surround you outside. My name is Jean Yufan, and I have a simple purpose for being here, to disband your Baroque works and, in the process, take you in." His distinctive, three-pointed hair bristled with anger. "You have quite the audacity." Without hesitation, he attacked, and wax surged from his body, binding me tightly. He laughed triumphantly. "See? It's that simple. You are too weak." I remained still, allowing him to bind me. Mikita could no longer bear to watch. "Mr. 3, be careful." Before she could finish, I exerted a slight force, and with a crack, all the wax shattered instantly. I brushed off the wax flakes and chuckled. "Galdino, your wax is decent, but it's ineffective against me. Are you ready to take a beating now?" Galdino's eyes widened in disbelief. "How did you break free? How do you know my name?" As Marianu prepared to act, I shot her a glance infused with a hint of Conqueror-esque hockey. She froze, cold sweat dripping down, unable to steady her drawing board, and obediently sat back down. I wasted no more words and charged towards Galdino, delivering a flurry of unrefined yet powerful blows. My final punch sent him flying, sticking to the wax wall like a painting before slowly sliding down. I squatted before him, smiling. "So, will you yield now, or shall I continue to pummel you?" He lay on the ground, writhing in pain, and finally managed to utter, I yield." "Should have said that sooner," I replied, rolling my eyes and beckoning my companions to enter. Wei Wei watched the scene, now completely desensitized. As we cleaned up the aftermath, a thunderous eruption echoed from afar, ressembling à volcanique explosion. Usopp and Oka climbed to the treetop to get a better view and shouted, "Captain, the volcano to the northwest has erupted." "Captain, to the northeast. Two giants are fighting." "Giants?" Nami and Kaya were thrilled, while Wei Wei turned pale. "Jean Yufan, let's keep our distance. One stomp and we'll be pancakes." But Bajiasi laughed heartily. "Bah! Giants. I can't wait to fight them." I smiled, gazing into the distance. "My friends, do you know why this place is called the Little Garden?" Koby reacted the fastest. "Captain, do you mean that for giants, this is their little garden?" "Exactly," I proclaimed. "Since we're here, how can we not witness it? Let us go pay our neighbors a visit." We marched towards the direction of the giant battle with great enthusiasm. Soon, two towering figures appeared before us. One wielded a sword, and the other an axe. Each clash shook the earth. I silently opened the system, observing the information above their heads. Name, Dongli. Bounty, 100 million berries. Potential. SS. Name, Buluoji. Bounty, 100 million berries. Potential. SS Buluoji called out my name, startling me. My companions know. This giant truly has a booming voice. Speaking of which, just after Bajiasi and I had given these two old pals a good beating, they were determined to come aboard. However, my strength does not allow for subtlety. To facilitate management, I considered establishing several divisions. Quick-witted, Koby immediately suggested that Homing lead an animal division, while the delightful duo of Buluoji and Dongli could form a giant division. It was settled. I waved my hand and assigned Buluoji and Dongli a task. Return to the village of Ierbafu, gather a crew, and practice hockey along the way. For easy communication, I pulled out a phone bug, which I had cleverly obtained from the Baroque works. One must utilize resources wisely. Dongli, scratching his head, asked, "Captain, we don't know hockey. How will we teach others?" I smiled mysteriously and led them, along with Beishin, Xiaoqing, and Xiaobai, to an open area. Next came the moment to witness a miracle. With a thought, I equipped Dongli with a luxurious set of skills. Observation hockey, armament hockey, recovery abilities, swordsmanship combined with advanced speed, strength, and stamina, while his defense reached intermediate level. Remarkably, Dongli transformed from a level A novice into an S-class powerhouse. Buluoji did not lag behind, receiving the same set of skills, with swordsmanship replaced by knife skills. Both ascended to superlative combat power instantaneously. The two old pals, feeling the surge of power within, erupted with excited cries. Especially Dongli. whose previous battle wounds healed in an instant, exclaimed that the ocean would witness a transformation. I waved my hand. This is merely the beginning. Your potential is far greater. Get accustomed to your newfound strength and engage in some sparring. After finishing my words, I led the others for a leisurely stroll through the forest. Vivi, that little girl, seemed somewhat anxious. Jean Yufan, have the giants begun to fight again? Are we safe? I chuckled heartily. It's nothing to worry about. They are merely playing around, getting accustomed to their new abilities. After wandering in the forest for quite some time, I was somewhat disappointed not to have discovered any devil fruits. Upon returning to the original spot, I found Brokey and Dori still passionately engaged in combat, their hockey flowing like a torrent, far more intense than before. I quickly called for a halt to their duel, briefly explained the situation, and then led the main group toward the port. After bidding farewell to the two giants, we boarded the ship, ready to set sail. However, just as we had not ventured far, a massive goldfish suddenly emerged from the water, its gaping maw threatening to swallow both us and the vessel whole. Vivi, frightened, clung tightly to Nami, while Ikelim's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. I pondered whether this creature was lying in wait for our arrival. Zoro remained remarkably composed, asking, "Captain, shall we slay it?" I smiled and shook my head. There's no rush. Didn't Dori say we should simply sail ahead and leave the rest of them? No sooner had I spoken than Brokey on the shore burst into laughter. Look, the sea monster has resurfaced. Dori, take it down. Dori also chuckled. This beast has devoured the nearby islands. It's high time to send it on its way. Let us use our combined technique to bid farewell to the captain and his crew. They both infused their weapons with haki, gathering their strength before unleashing a devastating shockwave towards the sea monster, shouting Bagua. With a thunderous roar, the creature was obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Usopp stood in stunned silence. That attack was terrifying. I waved my hand. All right, let's continue onward. After another day's journey, Akka suddenly shouted from the lookout, "Captain, there's something beneath the surface ahead." I rushed over to see. Just as our ship drew near, a pirate ship with a hippopotamus figurehead suddenly emerged from the depths. The cabin opened, revealing 3 individuals leading a group of lackeys. I activated the system radar and scanned the information of these 3 characters. Walbo, C-Class Potential, D-Class Combat Power. User of the Suck Fruit, no bounty, King of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, a selfish tyrant. Jess, C-Class Potential, D-Class Combat Power, Sharpshooter, no bounty. Advisor of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, capable of merging with Chromali. Chromali, C-Class Potential, D-Class Combat Power, Electrostatic Fluffball, no bounty, official of the Magnet Drum Kingdom, capable of merging with Jess. After reviewing their information, I had a clear understanding. These 3 were the culprits responsible for the chaos in the Magnet Drum Kingdom. And considering that it was also Chopper S' hometown, they could not be spared. This group swaggered onto our ship, brandishing guns at us. The rotund Walbo strutted onto the deck, arrogantly declaring, "This ship is quite nice. It shall be mine from now on. Hand over all your treasures, and you may leave." Bartolomeo laughed out loud. "Captain, has this guy lost his mind? He thinks he can rob us with just a handful of weaklings?" Walbo dismissed us entirely, as one of his subordinates reported that we had only a few people and animals on board, suggesting we might be running a circus. Upon hearing this, Walbo's interest peaked. "Oh, you have animals? Come, Big Lion, perform a fire ring jump, and Little Monkey, do a handstand. I'll reward you with a banana." Batten, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. Does this fool wish for death? How dare he speak to our captain like that, and point a gun at him? Xiaoqing was also furious. "Brothers, let me join my sister in poisoning them." As Walbo continued to boast, he suddenly grew hungry and pulled out 2 daggers, munching on them with delight. The rest of my crew, aside from myself, stood dumbfounded. Nami, hearing the commotion, emerged from the cabin, complaining, "Crew, I was in the middle of drawing the nautical chart. Could you keep it down? Yufan, what is going on?" Just as she finished speaking, a gun was pointed at her. I smiled. As you can see, we're being robbed. At that moment, Sanji, who was cooking in the kitchen, rushed out with a frying pan, furious upon seeing Nami threatened. "You scoundrels dare point a gun at Miss Nami. And during my cooking time, no less. The meal is not even ready. You can lick this frying pan instead." With all my comrades now assembled, and Walbo still intent on claiming our ship, I chuckled, "Monkey Ming, go give that knife-eating fool a good thrashing and bring him here. The rest of you, take care of the remaining scum." Monkey Ming charged forward, delivering a barrage of blows to Walbo. The others quickly joined in, dispatching Walbo's lackeys with ease. Nami, accompanied by a few sisters, boarded the enemy ship to search for treasure, while Monkey Ming returned, dragging the bruised Walbo before me. With his jaw visibly dislocated from the beating, Walbo continued to shout, "You bastards have killed my men. Do you know who I am?" Usopp, with a sarcastic tone, replied, "We're the ones daring to hit you. What can you do about it? And who exactly are you?" Walbo, infuriated, shouted, "I am the king of the Magnet Drum Kingdom. Do you believe I want to send my army to annihilate you? Release me at once." Regith slapped Walbo across the face, chuckling, "Captain, I can't help but think this guy is an idiot. How did he even become a king?" Koby looked equally disdainful. "Captain, this guy is too noisy. What use is there in keeping him?" I laughed. "He is indeed worthless. The Magnet Drum Kingdom is on the brink of ruin because of him. As for keeping him around, it's for an experiment." "What kind of experiment?" my comrades inquired with curiosity. I responded with a mysterious smile, depriving him of his devil fruit. "We'll place a fruit beside a capability user like Walbo, then eliminate him and see if the devil fruit transfers to the fruit." Usopp, skeptical, asked, "Is that reliable?" I shrugged, "Who knows? Let us give it a try. If it fails, there's no loss, but if it succeeds, we could strike it rich." For safety, I instructed Galdino to use the wax fruit to create a sealed space. Once Walbo and the fruit were contained, I sealed the door. Walbo, now thoroughly panicked, knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. Once I return to the Magnet Drum Kingdom, I'll offer you wealth, beauty, and power." I couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense, and promptly snapped his neck. Walbo fell lifeless, his eyes refusing to close. To my astonishment, the fruit beside him began to mutate, developing spiral patterns. I scanned it with my system and secured the suck fruit. I hastily stored both the corpse and the fruit in my space. I tell you, the crowd outside was as curious as cats, gathered around the wax cube. Just then, Nami returned with her group, asking, "You fawn, what are you all staring at?" Kuya recounted my plan to deprive Walbo of his devil fruit, and Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this succeeds, we be rolling in riches? Having organized everything, I struck the wax wall with a powerful blow, creating a large hole, and stepped outside with a smile. Nami, filled with anticipation, asked, "Did it work?" I held up the fruit. "Indeed. Here is the suck fruit." The Baroque Works members watching were left in awe, thinking, "Can this really be done? The boss probably doesn't even know about this operation. He has truly hidden his talents." Nami immediately shifted into a jubilant mode. "Ha! From now on, we can take devil fruits at will. Money will flow freely." I quickly doused her enthusiasm. "Nami, we cannot sell the fruit. That would be a waste. Even the weakest ability can empower an ordinary person. Remember, there are no useless fruits, only useless users." Nami nodded obediently, understanding that money could be earned anywhere. Nojiko, ever the curious one, chimed in, "Captain, what is the use of this fruit?" I explained to her that it could consume anything and integrate it into itself, even synthesizing new forms. It could even devour itself, altering its skeletal structure. Koby's imagination soared. If utilized correctly, it could become a formidable weapon of war. Imagine consuming an entire arsenal, transforming into a humanoid mobile artillery, coupled with a fierce armed color. It would be virtually invincible. Usopp was equally enthusiastic. The ability to synthesize is impressive as well. The hardness of the weapons would double. Losing limbs would not be a concern, as it could simply devour steel to create new ones. I added that it could also synthesize shape memory alloys, which would automatically restore themselves after damage, boasting exceptional hardness and reliability. Bartolomeo scratched his head. Who would benefit from this fruit? Everyone fell into contemplation. I smiled mysteriously. I already have someone in mind, the future shipwright. However, I must find him first, so let's hold on to it for now. Having secured the fruit, I asked Nami, "How much did we acquire this time?" Nami grinned widely. 1,100,000 berries. We also found 20 doctors, and Bagus has his eyes on them. I hurried to Varpo's ship and gathered all the kitchen supplies, weapons, corpses, and more into my space, bringing the doctors back to my own ship. The doctors were astonished. What is this operation? Pirates not robbing and killing, but saving lives? They're like living bodhisattvas. However, Koby was puzzled. We killed your captain, and yet you were so happy? One doctor excitedly responded. We were forced by Varpo. Killing him means we are liberated. Another doctor added. We are the last doctors of the Magnet Drum Kingdom. Vivi inquired. What about the others? The doctor explained. Varpo implemented a plan to retain only 20 obedient doctors, killing or expelling the rest, just so he could command them. Koby was furious. Is he insane? Nami was equally enraged. For such a reason, what about the sick people? The doctors lamented. Who can defy a king? Please, take us home. I waved my hand. No problem. I also need to visit the Magnet Drum Kingdom. This place needs proper management. After sailing for a while, we finally sighted the Magnet Drum Kingdom. Usopp shouted from the lookout, Captain, there's an island ahead. So many magnetic drums. It's a vast expanse of white. I chuckled. That must be Drum Island. Bagus, steer closer. As the ship slowly approached, Zoro frowned. Captain, there are many people gathered at the port, and their intentions seem hostile. I nodded, signaling everyone to remain vigilant. Upon reaching the port, armed individuals pointed guns at us. A man in a green cotton robe, wielding a shovel, stepped forth. Pirates, you're not welcome here. Leave at once. Those beside him shouted. If you don't leave, we will blow up your ship. Sanji remarked. What an unfriendly first encounter. They clearly despise pirates here. Bartolomeo sneered. A bunch of weaklings, hardly a threat. I gestured for calm. Don't be rash. Take a look behind you and see if you recognize anyone. I had the 20 doctors step forward. The residents were dumbfounded. ISNT that the Doctor 20? Didn't you leave with Varpo? How did you end up on a pirate ship? One doctor explained. Varpo and his subordinates were killed by these pirates. They saved us. Another resident, incredulous, asked. Varpo is dead? Do you have proof? I retrieved Varpo and his subordinates' corpses from my space and tossed them to them. The residents confirmed the truth and erupted into cheers, jubilantly celebrating their newfound hope for a peaceful existence. Seizing the opportunity, I scanned the information of the man in the green robe. Name, Dalton. Combat potential level, C. Current combat level, D. Age, 32. Height, 2. 18 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, shovel, devil fruit, nyo fruit, bison form. Background, former captain of the Royal Guard. Opposed Varpo's tyrannical reign and intervened to prevent Chopper from seeking revenge after Dr. Hiralik was killed by Varpo. Seeing the jubilant residents, a smile appeared on Dalton's face as we docked. Except for Monkey, the other animals stayed on the ship while everyone else disembarked. Dalton approached and said, Hello, I am Dalton, the captain of the Royal Guard. Please, come to my home to rest. I replied with a smile. Greetings, I am Jean Yufan, the captain of the Extreme Pirates, and these are my companions. I introduced everyone one by one. Upon reaching Dalton's home, he got straight to the point. Zhang Yufan, aside from returning the doctors, what else brings you here? I smiled. I'm also looking for a doctor to join us and to become the de facto ruler of this kingdom. Dalton immediately exploded with anger. You wish to dominate this place? That is utterly insane. I will not allow it. Just as he attempted to act, Zoro and Sanji held him down, rendering him immobile. Dalton was shocked. These pirates are not to be underestimated. I chuckled. Dalton, calm down. With your current strength, you wouldn't stand a chance against even one of the animals on my ship, let alone us. Dalton retorted, What do you want? I replied, To develop the power of our pirate crew. We are pirates and will not linger long. Publicly, I will let you be the king to manage this kingdom. But rest assured, we will not harm any ordinary residents. Dalton protested. What you are doing is defying the world government. The Magnet Drum Kingdom is a member state. Are you not afraid? Bagus laughed maniacally. Ha! Our captain's goal from the outset has been to overthrow the world government. Why would we be afraid? Vivi and Icolum were left in shock. Overthrowing the world government? Such an audacious goal. Dalton, incredulous, asked, You aim to overthrow the world government? How is that possible? Koby replied, what is impossible? The world government is not unshakable. Nami added, does such a powerful world government care about your existence? Dalton seemed slightly uneasy. They may not know what is happening here. Sanji bluntly countered, do you believe that? Even if they knew, would they come to help you? Dalton realized there was little merit in arguing. With the intelligence capabilities of the world government, it was impossible for them to be oblivious to the situation. That meant they simply did not care. I remarked, the decline of your kingdom is partly due to the world government's inaction, but the primary reason lies in Varpo's tyranny. And another aspect is your weakness, which renders you incapable of resistance. I paused before continuing. Ultimately, it is your blind loyalty, knowing Varpo's transgressions. You took no action and still believed he would change. Dalton, upon hearing this, felt no anger but rather remorse. He truly was a sinner of the kingdom. Vivi stated, Dalton, Varpo is dead. This kingdom can still be saved. I said, a chance for redemption lies before you. It is up to you to seize it. Dalton asked, what opportunity? I replied, you hold a high status among the residents. Thus, become the king, govern the kingdom with diligence, protect the residents. Summon back the expelled doctors, and vigorously develop the military to empower the citizens. Dalton hesitated. Can I really do it? Am I qualified? I responded, to find out if you're qualified, simply ask the residents outside. I'm unsure about your governance capabilities, but you can seek assistance from those adept in this area. However, in terms of combat strength, you are undeniably lacking. Come now, pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall grant you the formidable power needed to protect the residents here. Regis encouraged, Dalton, become our ally. There is no downside for you. With your current combat strength, you cannot even handle a slightly stronger pirate crew. How will you protect the residents? After hearing this, Dalton fell into deep thought. Not joining us would mean certain death when encountering other pirate crews. Joining us was indeed the best choice. He resolved, very well, I pledge my loyalty to you, but I will not partake in the slaughter of innocents. I smiled. Rest assured, we're not bloodthirsty either. In the future, simply address me by name to avoid revealing our connection. Welcome aboard. My companions warmly welcomed Dalton, while the few lackeys from Baroque stood quietly in the corner. During this period, they were forced to exercise together, exhausting themselves daily to the point of feeling like dogs. Observing the others aboard the vessel, their training volume was several times greater than theirs, and they appeared vibrant and full of life, almost inhuman. I inquired of Duodun, do you know where that witch doctor is now? Duodun, taken aback, replied, huh? How do you know about the witch doctor? She resides atop the highest mountain, and even the Wong-Gong of Walbo has been claimed by her. Kia chuckled and asked, Captain, you wouldn't want to bring her aboard, would you? I clarified, not her, but her apprentice. You will understand once you reach the mountain. Nami asked, are we going to climb that snow-capped mountain? Duodun responded, currently, there is no path to ascend. We can only climb. I laughed, saying, although we cannot walk up, there's a cable car. It is at the former residence of the witch doctor. Let Duodun take you there. I, along with Homing, Sanji, and Koby, will fly ahead. Duodun looked bewildered. A cable car? How come I didn't know? Fly ahead? Can humans even fly? I stepped outside, employing the moonwalk technique, ascending step by step into the air towards the mountain peak. By this time, snow had begun to fall from the sky. Aside from Duodun, the others were accustomed to it. Duodun, however, stood in astonishment, mouth agape. Regaining his composure, Duodun guided everyone to the former residence of the witch doctor. The locals greeted Duodun warmly, yet they remained wary of us pirates. Upon arrival, there indeed was a cable car, albeit too small, necessitating multiple trips. Meanwhile, Homing, Sanji, Koby, and I swiftly soared through the sky, arriving at the summit, where we beheld a castle blanketed in snow. As we entered through the main gate, I utilized my Kenbunchika haki to sense that only one individual occupied the castle, along with another in the woods. The latter had noticed us and followed us inside. We ascended the staircase to the second floor, where we encountered a stylish elderly woman, seated with her legs crossed, sipping on liquor. I promptly scanned her information using the system. Name, Dr. Koreha, combat potential level. C, current combat level, D. Age, 138 years. Height, 188 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Description: Chopper's mentor, fond of plum wine and pickled plums, possesses exceptional medical skills, charges exorbitantly, refers to Chopper as her foolish son, and shares a deep friendship with Hiraluk. Upon seeing us enter, Kureha inquired, "Who are you? What brings you here?" I smiled and introduced myself. "Greetings, Dr. Kureha. My name is Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. I am here in search of a suitable physician to join us on our adventures at sea." Kureha responded, "Oh? How do you know my name? I am no longer fit for the sea. You should seek someone else." I replied with a grin, "That's a secret. I know many things." At that moment, a reindeer with a hat on its head, wearing shorts and a blue nose, timidly peered from behind the wall and asked, "Are you really pirates?" We turned to see a reindeer that had hidden in the wrong direction. I scanned its information. Name, Tony Chopper, combat potential level. S, current combat level. D. Age, 14 years. Height, 0.9 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. Human fruit, human form. Description: Dr. Kureha's beloved reindeer and medical assistant from Drum Island. Fearful of strangers, elated by compliments, has Hiraluk as a benefactor, aspires to be a universal remedy capable of curing all ailments. Koby exclaimed, "We are pirates. You can actually speak human language." Chopper continued timidly, "Do you have a skull flag on your ship?" Sanji replied, "Of course. It's hanging on the ship. You seem very interested in pirates. Do you wish to become one?" Chopper panicked, "Fool. I don't want to." "No." Homing, astonished, asked, "Brother, is this guy a raccoon?" Chopper retorted angrily, "You idiot. I'm not a raccoon. I am a reindeer." Koby, amazed, remarked, "Reindeer? You can actually understand the speech of other animals. How impressive. Except for the captain, we can't understand what the little monkey is saying." Kureha took a sip of her drink and said in surprise, "Zhang Yufan, you can understand animal languages. How intriguing." Hearing Koby's praise, Chopper twisted and turned, visibly pleased, yet protested, "Idiot. Even if you compliment me, I won't be happy." Sanji observed Chopper's demeanor and commented, "Reindeer, you really can't hide your emotions." Koby laughed, "Reindeer, you are truly amusing." Sanji jokingly added, "Reindeer, you would be perfect as our ship's backup ingredient. Braised reindeer meat should be delightful." Upon hearing this, Chopper's expression changed drastically, retreating in fear, thinking these pirates were too terrifying and might want to eat him. I interjected, "All right, Sanji, look at how scared you've made Chopper." Chopper inquired, "How do you know my name?" "I don't think I told you." I smiled. "How I know is not important. What matters is whether Chopper wants to join us as a pirate." Homing chimed in, "Chopper, come with my brother. The adventures at sea are fascinating." Chopper exclaimed excitedly, "Don't say foolish things. I am a reindeer capable of standing upright, with a blue nose, and I can talk. Wouldn't you be scared seeing me like this? How could I possibly stay with you humans?" Koby and the others wore puzzled expressions, wondering what was so frightening about this adorably foolish reindeer. At most, they felt astonished upon first meeting him. I remarked, "Scared? Why should you be afraid? I find you quite interesting and adorable. Let's be pirates together." Kureha chuckled. "You all wish to take my reindeer right in front of me. Is that truly acceptable?" Just as I was about to respond, footsteps echoed from outside. Chopper, delightedly twisting about, noticed many people approaching and bolted in fright. The approaching crowd saw an animal scamper away. Vivi questioned, "Was that a raccoon that just ran past?" "Namiri mart, sokingt. But it shouldn't be a raccoon. It looks like a reindeer, and raccoons don't have antlers." Kia commented, "If it's a reindeer, how can it walk upright? How marvelous." Usopp pointed towards the room ahead, stating, "The captain and the others are inside. Let us go ask them." Duodun, upon seeing Chopper, felt a sense of familiarity but could not recall where he had seen him before, temporarily setting it aside as they continued forward. The group entered the room, finding Kureha brimming with vitality. Nami greeted, "Hello, madam. You are quite lively, and you dress so stylishly." Kureha giggled, "He, I am Kureha, over 130 years old. Young lady, do you wish to learn my secret to eternal youth?" Nami and the other women nodded, gathering to discuss the secret. The remaining companions gradually entered as well. Koreha noticed Duodun had also arrived and asked, "Why are you here? Aren't you concerned that Walbo and the others might suddenly return to harm the residents?" Duodun smiled. "No need to worry. Walbo and his gang have already been slain by Zhang Yufan." Koreha laughed. "Well, you pirates have indeed done a great service." Usopp queried, "Captain, just now an animal ran out. Vivi thought it was a raccoon, and Nami believed it was a reindeer. What was it?" The other companions were also curious for an answer. I replied, "That was a reindeer that had consumed the human fruit, taking on a rather unique appearance. His name is Chopper. Dr. Koreha, may we take him with us?" Koreha chuckled, "You can, but it won't be that easy. He has suffered significant emotional wounds that even I cannot heal." Everyone looked puzzled, recalling how Chopper had fled upon seeing them, likely related to humans. Nami asked, "What kind of wounds has Chopper suffered? Can you tell us?" I said, "Dr. Koreha, allow me to recount Chopper's experiences." Koreha, astonished, exclaimed, "You even know this? Please, share it with us." I shall commence the recounting of Chopper's early tribulations. Chopper, born with a distinctive blue nose, was abandoned by his parents and faced discrimination from the deer herd, leading a solitary existence. One fateful day, he inadvertently consumed the Hito no Mi, granting him the ability to walk upright. Yet he was subsequently regarded as a monstrosity by the deer, who could comprehend his plight. It was akin to a tragic tale, reminiscent of a more harrowing version of Les Miserables. Ahem, let us return to the narrative. At that time, the situation was such that Zhang Yufan and his cohort possessed formidable strength, aptly described as a gathering of monsters. Yufan sought to recruit Chopper into their ranks, but the timid little fellow was understandably apprehensive, having been accustomed to a life of discrimination. In that moment, Brother Homing stepped forth, reminiscing about his own dismal childhood, where he too faced disdain from his kin. Thus, two forlorn little creatures embraced, weeping profusely. Observing this, Yufan quickly resorted to emotional persuasion. "Chopper, join our team. We are in need of a doctor like you. Besides, I assure you, happiness will be your daily companion." With that, Yufan and Homing extended their hands of friendship to Chopper. Deeply moved, Chopper tearfully acquiesced. Yufan cheerfully wiped their tears and inquired, "Would you like to see the world from above?" Chopper, bewildered, replied, "Brother, can you actually sprout wings and fly?" Yufan chuckled, "No need for wings. It merely requires some physical exertion. Homing, take our new family member for a joyride." Thereafter, Chopper nestled upon Homing's back as he leaped from the rooftop. Terrified, Chopper shut his eyes and screamed, only to open them moments later to find Homing soaring through the sky. Ecstatic, the duo engaged in various aerial antics, reveling in their newfound freedom. Meanwhile, Granny Koreha sought Dalton, inquiring about the whereabouts of the weapon's cache key. Dalton informed her that it resided with Walpo. Koreha smirked, "This poses a slight inconvenience. There lies a surprise for Chopper within." Nami, overhearing, chimed in gleefully, "What is difficult about that? Where is the armory? I shall unlock it." Upon arrival at the armory, Nami instructed Galadino to replicate a key using the wax fruit. With a satisfying click, the doors swung open. Koreha exclaimed in delight and commanded the others, "Gentlemen, move the cannons outside. Let us prepare a grand surprise for Chopper." The group, now resembling green giants, effortlessly hoisted cannons with a single hand, leaving Koreha and Dalton utterly astonished. When Yufan and the others descended with Chopper, he approached Koreha with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Dr. Darili, I wish to become a pirate and fulfill my dreams." Koreha, smiling warmly, replied, "Go forth. Haven't you always yearned for adventure? These individuals are formidable. Pursue your dreams with abandon." Overwhelmed, Chopper choked back tears. "Thank you, Dr. Darili." During dinner, a lavish feast was laid out, with an array of exquisite delicacies that left the diners' bellies round in content. After the meal, Koreha instructed Yufan to take Chopper to the rooftop, promising a surprise. Chopper, utterly bewildered, followed suit. Koreha called down, "Are you ready?" The crowd responded in unison, "Ready." With a grand gesture, Koreha commanded, "Fire. Light the fuse." Boom! Boom! Countless shells erupted into the sky, bursting into a magnificent display of cherry blossoms. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful. Chopper was overcome with emotion. For this was the culmination of Dr. Hilyalik's 30 years of research. The villagers below, initially startled by the cannon fire, gazed upward in awe. Princess Vivi marveled. Dr. Kureha, who devised this marvel? It is truly spectacular. Kureha beamed with pride. He. A certain fool dedicated 30 years to its creation. As the petals fell, Yufan consoled Chopper and instructed the crew to stow the cannons and retire to the castle for the night. The following morning, after breakfast, Yufan summoned Dalton and Chopper, promptly upgrading them with a mere thought, showering them with various attribute points. Dalton surged from AD rank to an A rank, and Chopper followed suit. Both felt an exhilarating surge of strength, astonished by Yufan's capabilities. Yufan further gifted Dalton 50 million berries to aid in developing the nation. He remarked, "Your newfound strength is sufficient to protect the residents here. I trust you will soon be hailed as king. This nation shall be entrusted to you." Pointing to Vivi, he added, "We must escort her back to Alabasta to resolve certain matters. Dr. Kureha, I entrust you with Dalton's medical care. Chopper is in our hands, and we shall safeguard him." Chopper tearfully addressed Kureha. "Dr. Darili, I am off to seek adventure. Take care of yourself, and await my return." Kureha, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Silly child, take care of yourself on the seas and remain safe. I shall await your return here." At that moment, a dozen residents ascended the mountain via cable car, armed and concerned for Dalton's safety, as he had not returned overnight. Dalton inquired, "Why has everyone come?" The residents clamored, "Mr. Dalton, we were worried about you. Furthermore, Walpo has passed, and we wish for you to be our king." Dalton, moved by their trust, declared, "If you all have such faith in me, I shall accept. Let us work together to develop our nation." The residents rejoiced, though they remained somewhat intimidated by Kureha's presence behind Dalton. Yufan and his group had already descended the cable car, leaving only the trio skilled in moonwalk and Chopper. Chopper, equipped with a medical bag, clung to Homing's back. Yufan then led them off the mountainside with a leap. The villagers were rendered speechless, rushing to the cliff's edge to witness Yufan and his companions soaring through the air, akin to celestial beings. Kureha chuckled. "They nearly frightened me to death. These little ones are truly remarkable." Dalton remarked, "Indeed, they are formidable. I never anticipated that the reindeer would inherit the doctor's noble virtues and medical prowess, ensuring the rebirth of this nation." Kureha laughed. My foolish son has never before displayed such seriousness before me. He truly embodies a man." Yufan and his companions swiftly returned to the ship. Chopper, spotting various animals aboard, including a massive lion, instinctively hid behind Homing. Leaky, curious, asked, "Homing, are you carrying a raccoon?" Homing chuckled. "Leaky, don't frighten him. This is our ship's new doctor. He has consumed a devil fruit and possesses considerable strength. So do greet him." The animals, understanding the significance of a ship's doctor, warmly welcomed Chopper and praised his abilities, causing him to squirm with bashfulness. As other crew members boarded the ship and introduced themselves to Chopper, Nami and her companions, particularly fond of the adorably naive reindeer, showered him with affection, though they were mindful not to overdo it. As the ship set sail, Chopper hastily escaped the clutches of Nami and her companions, finding solace at the stern, gazing wistfully at the receding magnet drum island. Yufan approached Chopper with a smile, asking, "Why are you sitting here alone?" Chopper replied, "Everyone is so exuberant. I needed a moment to collect myself." "Brother, are all these people and animals our crew?" Yufan responded, "The ones cleaning are not, nor are Vivi and Ikelum. Our current mission is to escort them home. Additionally, 2 giants over 20 meters tall are en route to recruit more crew members, and you shall meet them soon." Chopper exclaimed in astonishment, "We have individuals of such stature aboard? Brother, you are truly impressive." The ship sailed on the open sea for an extended period, and Chopper, unfamiliar with the world beyond Magnet Drum Island, excitedly scurried about the deck, fishing alongside Usopp and the swift-footed crew. A day passed, and Chopper had mostly acclimated, engaging in playful card games with Usopp and the others. Oka, stationed in the crow's nest, spotted a large island, prompting Yufan to steer the ship closer. Yufan sought out Vivi, inquiring, "We are nearing Alabasta. What are your plans?" Vivi replied, "First, we shall head to the port city of Kanola to procure some sun protection gear and clothing, and then we will visit Yuba to negotiate with the rebel leader." Nami and her companions volunteered to select attire for everyone, and Sanji accompanied them. Meanwhile, Yufan and the others awaited on the ship, instructing Galadino to utilize the wax fruit to create numerous excavation tools, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. After a considerable time, Nami and her companions returned, with Sanji adorned in an array of clothing. Considering the overwhelming scent of perfume could be quite stimulating for Chopper, the women opted for minimal usage. Vivi called over Koby and Ikelam, earnestly stating, "Please deliver this letter to my father in Alabasta. I have detailed everything within. You must traverse the desert, so be judicious with the water in these 2 small barrels." The group boarded the ship and continued their voyage. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Baroque Works, Crocodile received word that a crew known as the Extreme Pirate Crew, led by one Jean Yufan, was planning to cause trouble. He felt compelled to remain vigilant, summoning the remaining senior officers to prepare for a comprehensive sweep. Although he doubted that Yufan and his crew could defeat him on his own turf, it was prudent to eliminate any potential threats. Upon reaching shore, Yufan stowed the ship within his storage space. Little Eight inquired, "Vivi, is this Yuba? It looks so desolate." Vivi shook her head, replying, "This is the Alabasta Oasis. We still have quite a distance to reach Yuba." Koya, puzzled, questioned, "Where's the oasis? I see no sign of it." Vivi explained, "It has been buried beneath the sand." At that moment, Usopp spotted an adorable creature with a turtle-like shell on its back. Vivi clarified, "That is a kung fu manatee. It is quite formidable. Defeating it will earn you its respect." Upon hearing this, Yufan approached and swiftly knocked it out with a single punch, only for over 20 more to emerge from the water, each falling with a similar blow. Simultaneously, the system rewards were credited. Monkey Ming asked, "Brother, are you planning to tame them all?" Yufan smiled, "Indeed, to enhance the strength of your squad." The kung fu manatees rose, bowing their heads in reverence. "We greet our master." Yufan cheerfully asked, "Do you wish to join me on adventures at sea? When we return to the ship or have time on the road, I will teach you even more powerful techniques." The kung fu manatees replied in unison, "Master, we are willing." Yufan named the leader Niojia and assigned numerical names to the others. Niojia inquired, "Master, can you truly understand our words?" Yufan nodded, "Yes. That reindeer over there can speak human language. You may communicate through it." Yufan introduced the kung fu manatees' battle prowess, allowing everyone to acquaint themselves with one another. As they marched resolutely toward Yuba, surrounding them were dilapidated structures, with bones protruding from beneath the sand. Vivi lamented, "This was once an oasis, but due to Crocodile's reckless use of the dance powder, it has not rained for 3 years, gradually turning it into a desert." Usopp, incensed, declared, "Crocodile is truly despicable. He must be dealt with." As they continued onward, the ground grew increasingly hot, and Chopper and Leaky nearly succumbed to the heat. They encountered numerous animals along the way, all deterred by Yufan's conqueror's haki. After walking for what felt like an eternity, night fell, and the temperature plummeted. Upon arriving at Yuba, a once thriving trading hub now consumed by sandstorm, they found it utterly desolate. Bartolomeo questioned, "Vivi, are you certain this is the oasis? I see no water." Vivi affirmed, "This is indeed the place. It has not escaped the devastation." The group spotted a frail man still digging in the dirt. Koby approached, asking, "Hello, sir, I'm Koby. Is this Yuba? What are you doing?" The old man paused, responding, "I am a resident here, named Dodo." "Are you travelers?" "This is indeed Yuba. I am searching for underground water." Regith asked Uncle Dodo, "Do you know where the rebel army is?" Dodo, growing agitated, retorted, "Why do you seek them? They have long since departed." Vivi recognized him as the father of the rebel leader, excitedly exclaiming, "You are Uncle Dodo. I am Vivi." Dodo, tears in his eyes, said, "You are little Vivi. I cannot believe you are alive. You must stop the rebel army. Only you can do it." Vivi nodded. "We have come to thwart them. Do you know their current stronghold?" Dodo replied. It is near the port city of Canola in Catalia. Vivi reassured him, do not worry, Uncle Dodo. I have brought many strong allies. We will surely stop them. We shall depart tomorrow to find them. Next, Yufan retrieved ingredients from his storage space, entrusting Sanji and Noki to prepare dinner, which soon became a sumptuous feast. However, since their arrival in Yuba, an individual had been covertly observing them. Those with observation haki sensed this, but did not pay it much mind. Yufan, holding a skewer of grilled meat, called out to the one lurking in the shadows. Are you hungry? Come and join us for a meal. The woman concealed in the shadows was taken aback by Yufan's words, wondering if her stealth techniques had indeed diminished. Yufan continued, Are you not planning to come out? Would you prefer I come and fetch you myself? Chopper, puzzled, asked, Brother, who are you speaking to? There's no one else around. At that moment, the woman emerged, saying, Mr. Zhang Yufan, you are truly impressive. I was hidden so well, yet you discovered me. Dodo gasped, there really is someone. Young man, you are remarkable. Yufan accessed her information through the system. Name, Nico Robin, potential growth level. As current power level. See age, 27 height, 1. 88 meters gender. Female weapon, none devil fruit. Flower fruit bounty. 79 million equipment card. None description. Vice President and Chief Commander of Baroque Works. Codenamed Miss All Sunday. Proficient in archaeology and assassination. Possessing vast knowledge. A calm demeanor. With the goal of uncovering the true history and refusing to forgive those who trample on historical artifacts. She has a deep fondness for animals, exceptional athleticism, and a talent for strategic games. Any animal she touches becomes remarkably docile. Makita exclaimed, Miss All Sunday, I never expected you to be here. Galadino sighed, Miss All Sunday, your timing is rather unfortunate. It is too late to leave now. Robin, internally unsettled, yet maintaining a smile, responded, What do you mean? Does Mr. Zhang Yufan intend to kill me? You all seem to be doing quite well. Yufan chuckled. Killing you is out of the question, but since you have come to me willingly, there is no escaping now. It must have been exhausting evading the world government all these years. Nico Robin, branded as the demon child since childhood and the sole survivor of O'Hara, was taken aback as Yufan revealed her true name and identity. Cold sweat trickled down her brow. How had he recognized her? How did he know she was the last survivor of O'Hara? Robin maintained her composure, saying, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yufan smiled. Do not feign ignorance. I would not say this if I did not possess absolute certainty. I also know what Crocodile's final plan entails. Realizing she could no longer conceal her identity, Robin activated her flower fruit ability, sprouting 30 arms from Yufan's body, attempting to twist him backward to break his spine. Unfortunately, no matter how she wielded her powers, she could not budge Zhang Yufan, whose body was enveloped in Conqueror's haki, even by a fraction. Observing that Yufan remained unharmed and immovable, resembling a statue, she was left in disbelief, questioning whether her abilities were ineffective against him. Yufan remarked, Your powers are impressive. However, their strength falls short. Without warning, Yufan vanished, appearing behind Robin, seizing her hands and preventing her escape. Robin pondered whether her years of evasion were destined to culminate in failure today. With a pallid complexion, she inquired, Mr. Zhang Yufan, do you also intend to hand me over to the world government in exchange for a bounty? Sanji, witnessing Yufan's rough grip on Robin's hand, interjected, Captain, how can you hold Miss Robin's hand so harshly? You ought to be more gentle. Unperturbed by Sanji, Yufan continued to clasp Robin's hand, grinning as he replied, Oh no, you are far more precious than any bounty. Our ultimate objective is to wage war against the world government. How can we possibly surrender you to them? Robin, astonished, exclaimed, With just a few of you, you dare to challenge the world government? How utterly fanciful. Moreover, what do you intend to do with me? Yufan chuckled, Of course. We are not merely a handful. Many more will join our cause. As for you, we wish for you to join us. From this day forth, you need not hide anymore. Your safety will be our responsibility. Skeptical, Robin retorted, Do you truly possess the formidable strength to protect me? Perhaps we should wait until you defeat Crocodile first. Since you are aware of my past, you must also know that I have betrayed many comrades. Even with such a history, you dare to invite me to join? Yufan replied with a smile, "Why would I not? Let me share a saying. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and conspiracies are rendered futile. Though I may not be overwhelmingly strong yet, dealing with you is certainly within my capabilities. Would you like to know the whereabouts of other poneglyphs aside from the one in Alabasta?" Surprised, Robin remarked, "You are quite confident in your current strength. You even know about the poneglyphs. If you can truly defeat Crocodile and reveal the locations of the other poneglyphs, I will join your pirate crew." Yufan released Robin's hand, still smiling. "No problem, Robin. First, let us call Crocodile and challenge him to a duel at Yuba tomorrow morning." Nodding in agreement, Robin thought that if Yufan sought his demise, she would facilitate it. Just as she nodded, Yufan exclaimed, "Aha, it's settled." They mounted their banana gators, heading towards the stronghold of the rebel army. As the narrative unfolds, I must tell you that upon their arrival, Vivi rushed forward to meet Koza. Recognizing the princess, the guards promptly let her in. Shortly thereafter, Vivi emerged alongside a striking gentleman with green hair and a scar over his left eye. This was none other than Koza, the leader of the rebel army. Koza immediately bowed to Yufan, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Great One, for vanquishing Crocodile and saving our nation." Yufan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Now that the truth is revealed, let us go meet the king and offer our apologies." Koza, a man of promptness, swiftly organized his troops to follow Yufan towards Alyabarna. I must tell you, dear companions, that the king had already received word of Crocodile's defeat. This news brought immense joy to the old king, who awaited their arrival at the palace gates. Yufan and his companions rode in triumphantly on their crocodiles, and upon reaching the palace, the king, filled with excitement, grasped Vivi's hand, exclaiming, "My daughter, you have returned. Are you unharmed?" Vivi pointed to Yufan, stating, "Father, this is Zhang Yufan, the hero who defeated Crocodile." Crocodile, standing nearby, grumbled in discontent. "If it weren't for his hockey, I could not have lost." Yufan retorted, "Nonsense. Without hockey, I could still splash you with water." The king then turned his attention to Crocodile, his expression shifting instantly. "You, old scoundrel, nearly ruined my kingdom." Crocodile sneered. "If not for these fools thwarting my plans, Alabasta would have long been mine." Yufan interrupted, "Your kingdom's current state is also due to the world government. Do not place all your trust in them." At this moment, Koza knelt. "Your Majesty, I was wrong." The old king sighed, directing him to lead the rebel army in the reconstruction of Alabasta. He then announced to the entire nation, "The war is over, and the true culprit is Crocodile." The ensuing cheers were deafening, with citizens nearly brought to tears. Yufan then spoke up, "Your Majesty, please take us to the royal tomb. I have an archaeologist aboard who is quite interested in historical texts." The king, taken aback, wondered how this young man knew so much, yet he consented. Upon arriving at the tomb, Noki asked curiously, "Captain, what exactly are these historical texts?" Yufan began to explain, "They are indestructible stone tablets that document ancient weaponry, clues to One Piece, and the historical truths the world government wishes to conceal." Robin listened intently, her eyes wide with intrigue, pondering Yufan's true identity. Crocodile, sensing something amiss, questioned, "You know too much. Who exactly are you?" Yufan smiled. "I am one who intends to overturn the world." "Old Sand, do you dare to join me in the new world and create chaos? If you hesitate, I shall break your limbs and toss you into the deep sea prison." I must tell you, Yufan's actions resulted in a significant upgrade for everyone. It was as though a cheat code had been activated, as he rapidly enhanced our companion skills, martial arts. Haki, Suru, and Jeppo were bestowed upon them in abundance. Galdino, Machida, and Gem, who had previously been formidable, skyrocketed from C rank to A rank, their combat abilities multiplying exponentially. Even Marianne and our sea cow, Jiegia, leaped from D rank novices to B rank in an utterly astonishing manner. The others also received their share of blessings, each one exuberant, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, rushing to the deck to practice their skills. The atmosphere was one of rebirth, with everyone vying to become a warrior aboard the ship. After drifting at sea for 3 days, we finally spotted the newsbird. Nami quickly purchased a newspaper and a cascade of bounty notices tumbled out. Upon examining them, she shouted, "Family, we are on television. We have bounties." This declaration sent the deck into an uproar. We all rushed over, akin to a lottery reveal, eagerly sifting through the pile of papers. I must tell you, the scene was more festive than a New Year celebration. Upon inspecting the bounties, I found my own. Zhang Yufan, 200 million. Old Sand Crocodile, 150 million. Zoro, 85 million. Sanji, 70 million. And even Usopp, Nami, and Noki all received a bounty of 10 to 20 million. This revelation brought mixed emotions, some elated, others disheartened. The most unfortunate was Sanji, who understands his plight. His bounty notice was rendered in such an abstract manner. Bartolomeo rolled on the deck laughing, claiming that even if Sanji stood before them, he would be unrecognizable. Sanji fell to his knees, his spirit seemingly detached, muttering, "Is this me? What is this even supposed to be? Now all the world's beauties will mock me. Why does that green-haired fellow have a higher bounty than I?" Zoro, clutching his sword, grinned widely, teasing, "Curly brow, that's you, and it looks quite similar, doesn't it? As for the bounty, it's simply because I'm stronger. The Marines have keen eyes." Sanji, infuriated, charged at Zoro, and the two began bickering like children. I gazed at the absurd artwork and, clearing my throat, remarked, there really is someone in this world who looks exactly like this drawing. Nami's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? This world is truly remarkable. Kaya, standing nearby, expressed sympathy. That poor soul is most unfortunate. Innocently at home when calamity befalls him. At this moment, Chopper, having heard the commotion, tumbled out of the infirmary, excitedly exclaiming, "Where's mine? Where's my bounty notice? Show me quickly." Robin handed him a small bounty notice. Chopper took it, and upon glancing at it, his mouth formed an O shape, frozen in disbelief. It clearly stated, 100 berries. Why is mine so low? Chopper's voice trembled with distress. Nearby, the monkey, Ho Ming, patted him on the back. "Don't worry, I'm in the same boat. You haven't even fought seriously yet. It will increase in time." Bajisu erupted with laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, what a captain. 200 million. And Old Shah, quite impressive as well." Old Shah huffed, puffing out his cigar with evident pride. "Of course, I'm one of the former 7 warlords." Amidst the raucous atmosphere, Nami suddenly noticed the log pose brought from Arabasta, which was pointing straight up at the sky. Bewildered, she turned to Robin and asked, "What is wrong with this pointer? Is it broken? Why is it pointing at the sky?" Robin smiled enigmatically. "It's not broken. Our next destination lies in the heavens, Sky Island." "Really? There's an island in the sky?" Our collective confusion was palpable. "Won't it just fall?" All eyes turned toward me. I chuckled and explained, "Indeed, there is an island in the sky. That Sky Island was once right beneath our feet 400 years ago, until an immense upward current lifted a vast area of land into the sky, gradually transforming it into what it is today." The group was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the sheer force required to propel an island into the heavens. Koby was the first to react, posing the crucial question, "But Brother Yufan, how do we reach it if our ship doesn't have wings?" "Simple. I snap my fingers, we'll ride that upward current. However, we must wait, much like catching a bus. First, we need to inquire about the departure times of the nearby island." After a considerable duration at sea, Oka finally spotted an island through the telescope. Nami directed the ship towards it, and, I must say, this place is Gaia Island, notorious for being the lawless region of Magu Valley. We docked the ship, and Robin along with Sanji went to gather intelligence and procure supplies. Meanwhile, I strolled into town with Nami, Beijis, and Bartolomeo to explore leisurely. The town was shrouded in haze, filled with pirates sporting unfriendly gazes. We casually entered a tavern, which was bustling with patrons, leaving only a few seats at the bar. As we settled in and ordered 3 drinks, Nami couldn't restrain herself and asked the owner, "Do you know about Sky Island? Also, where can we find the descendants of the great liar Rolando?" The owner chuckled, "Oh, so there are still those who believe in the legends of Sky Island? What a rare occurrence." Just as he was about to engage us further, the tavern door was kicked open with a bang, and a large group entered. Leading them was Bellamy, whom I recognized instantly. His subordinate, the blue-haired Sachis, saw the lack of seating and began to clear the place, ruthlessly tossing the other patrons outside. In an instant, only the four of us remained calmly, sipping our drinks at the bar. I casually scanned the system and noted Bellamy, combat level C, spring fruit. Sachi's D level, a mere novice. Bellamy swaggered over, mocking Nami. Hey there, little girl, still believing in Sky Island? Don't be ridiculous, it's laughable. Sachi's, grinning lewdly, added the boss is right. Little girl, you should join me for a life of luxury instead of dreaming. I felt my expression darken as I replied coldly. What is so funny? A bunch of frogs in a well. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And you, blue-haired fool, dare to lay your eyes on my woman? Are you tired of living? Sachi's exploded with anger. Oh really, kid? You think you could talk to us like that? I'll show you the power of my knife. Bellamy was equally enraged. You dare speak to us like that? You must be insane. He then ordered his thugs to attack. I couldn't even be bothered to move, letting Nami and Bartolomeo handle them. Beges, feeling it beneath his dignity, continued to drink and watch the spectacle. As expected, within 2 minutes, the ground around us was littered with bodies. At that moment, a pirate burst into the tavern, clutching a stack of bounty notices, stumbling as he ran. Upon seeing me, he glanced down at the notice in his hand, his eyes widening in shock. He shouted, Bellamy, stop. You'll regret this. Do you even know who that man is? Bellamy, in a fit of rage, barked, You want to die? What are you shaking for? Who is that pretty boy? The pirate trembled as he raised my bounty notice, his voice cracking. He is Zhang Yufan, the captain of the extreme pirate crew, who defeated the 7 warlords crocodile just days ago, now with a bounty of 200 million. At this revelation, the tavern fell into a deathly silence, save for the sound of Beges and me enjoying our drinks. Bellamy gulped audibly, his face draining of color as he stammered. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't recognize your greatness. Master Zhang Yufan, we are truly sorry. He must have cursed the informant 1,000 times in his mind, wishing he had come earlier to prevent my offense. I smiled and replied, A misunderstanding? It doesn't seem that way. You just expressed a desire to kill me. Turning to Beges, I instructed, Beges, take this spring-legged fool as a prize. He has something valuable. As for the others, eliminate them. They are of no worth. Upon hearing the command to kill, Bellamy's eyes widened in terror, and he instantly sprang towards the door. However, Beges was quicker, blocking the exit with a wicked grin. Waha, shorty, where do you think you're going? This path is closed. With a single punch, Bellamy was knocked unconscious. The remaining thugs were swiftly dealt with as well. The tavern owner trembled in the corner, shaking like a leaf. I finished my drink, dragged Sachi's lifeless body over, and cheerfully said to the owner, My apologies for damaging your furniture. This fellow's head is worth 38 million. Consider it compensation. With that, we hoisted Bellamy and exited the tavern. Upon stepping outside, we encountered a feeble-looking man riding a similarly frail horse. Suddenly, he tumbled from his mount. I, with keen ears, caught the horse lamenting, Master, why do you keep falling? What a woeful fate we share. Nami, with her kind heart, rushed over to assist, helping the man back onto his horse. I casually scanned the system again and was astounded. Poison Q, Potential S. His horse, named Zhuang, was a mythical Zoan-type horse fruit. This was an unexpected stroke of fortune. Poison Q, slumped on the horse, weakly offered a basket of apples. Esteemed Zhang Yufan, thank you for your assistance. My name is Poison Q, a doctor. Might I have the honor of joining your crew? Please have an apple. Nami, astonished, asked, Do you know Yufan? And you're a doctor? You certainly don't look the part. Poison Q coughed lightly. Beautiful lady, I am only 25 years old. Given Captain Zhang Yufan's growing fame, it is only natural I would recognize him. Nami's expression was one of disbelief, as if to say, You're 25? Don't try to fool me. I eyed the basket of apples, aware of his old trick, the roulette of fate. I casually picked one up, took a hearty bite, and smiled not bad. Poison Q wore an eerie smile. Oh? I didn't expect Captain Zhang Yufan to have such good fortune. You've eaten the only good apple in the basket. Bartolomeo approached, eager to partake as well. I swiftly intercepted him, grinning mischievously. Bartolomeo, if you take a bite, you might just meet your maker. Bartolomeo froze. Captain, what kind of apple is this? I chuckled. Inside, there's either a bomb or poison. It's a blind box. Thrilling, isn't it? Bartolomeo quickly withdrew his hand. Poison Q gazed at me, his eyes filled with shock and admiration. I smiled. While the welcome gift is thrilling, I still extend a warm invitation for you and Zhuang to join us. Upon returning to the ship, my crew was bewildered to see me accompanied by an unconscious man and two frail individuals. Koby was the first to inquire, "Brother Yufan, what is going on?" I explained that the one we were facing was a user of the spring fruit ability, and I intended to strip the fruit for Sanji's use. Just imagine, with Sanji's speed combined with the power of the spring, a single kick would be quite formidable. Usopp's eyes lit up. Isn't that akin to approaching the speed of light? One kick per child. Sanji, however, appeared conflicted, but I desire the transparent fruit. I reassured him with a pat. There's no conflict. Consume the spring fruit first, and I shall procure you a device that grants transparency later. Upon hearing this, Sanji immediately brightened. All right, I will eat it. I then gestured towards the back. This is our new companion, Dr. Du Q, along with his horse, Zhuang, who has consumed a mythical zone fruit. Let's welcome them. Subsequently, before everyone, I crafted an enclosed space using Galdino's candle, resolved the situation with Bellamy, and emerged with a spring fruit in hand. Lao Sha and the newly arrived Du Q nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. A killing fruit? What kind of monster is this? Sanji took the fruit, pinched his nose, and swallowed it in one gulp, his expression more grotesque than if he had eaten excrement. After regaining his composure, he propelled himself upward like a cannonball, utilizing moonwalk to bounce through the air, moving so swiftly that he left only after images. While everyone was captivated by Sanji's display, I pulled Du Q and Zhuang aside and whispered, "Since you are sincerely joining us, allow me to present you with a gift." With a mere thought, I equipped them with various high-level attribute cards from the system. In an instant, the ailing Du Q transformed, his muscles swelling, his gaze sharp, while Zhuang appeared revitalized. Galloping joyfully on the deck, Lao Sha and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Just moments ago, he looked as if he were on the brink of ICU admission, and now, after a brief conversation, he had transformed into a muscular man. What sort of divine technique is this? Du Q and Zhuang were so elated they could hardly speak, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. I simply smiled. Do not be overly excited. This is merely the beginning. You will grow even stronger. At this moment, Robin had also inquired about the whereabouts of Rolando's descendants, and we sailed over to find a half-drawn castle on a wooden board. Nami's previously bright eyes dimmed instantly. What is this? I expected something grand. We knocked on the door, and a diamond-faced man emerged, Mont-Blanc Kilkate. Upon hearing our interest in the Sky Island, he laughed. I never anticipated that you would believe in such things as well. Nami, exasperated, replied, "Why does everyone here respond the same way?" Kilkate sighed and invited us inside, beginning to recount the tale of his ancestor, the great storyteller Rolando. He spoke of how, 400 years ago, he saved the people of Sandia and became close friends with the warrior Calgera, discovering the Golden Country, only to return to find that both the Golden Country and half the island had vanished, leading him to be executed as a fraud. After listening, I instructed Chopper and the other doctors to examine Kilkate's health, as years of diving in search of gold had taken a toll on his body. Once treated, I looked at him and asked with a smile, "Uncle Kilkate, is it possible that the Golden Country is not beneath the sea, but rather above in the sky?" Robin immediately grasped the implication. "Captain, do you mean that the Golden Country was swept away by the current into the Sky Island?" Kilkate was taken aback. After searching for so long, he had never considered such a possibility. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, prompting him to rush out, revealing that his two brothers, a monkey and an orangutan, had returned. As they re-entered, I scanned them with the system and noted that they possessed considerable potential. Kilkate was still in a quandary when Usopp asked, "Uncle, we are pirates, and we seek your guidance regarding the Sky Island." Kilkate chuckled. "I never expected so many would believe in the existence of Sky Island. I am indeed the person you seek. I am Mont-Blanc Kilkate." Nami could not help but comment, "Uncle Kilkate, why do you react like those in Magic Valley Town?" Why do you refuse to believe in the reality of the Sky Island? Kate shook his head. I am uncertain. My ancestor, the great storyteller Rolando, claimed it existed, resulting in our descendants suffering greatly. Nokigao curiously asked, Uncle, could you share the story of Rolando with us? Kate nodded and began to recount the sorrowful tale of friendship, gold, and lies from 400 years ago. Upon finishing, I must say, the entire crew fell into silence. The depth of unresolved feelings was palpable. 4 centuries of misunderstanding and obsession were truly overwhelming. However, despite the melancholy, we had matters to attend to. We formally acquainted ourselves with Kate and his 2 brothers, the monkey-like figure and the orangutan. Usopp, ever the blunt one, immediately asked, Dude, why do you look so much like a monkey? I thought a fight might ensue, but guess what? The monkey fellow was delighted, proudly asking, Do I really look that much like one? To our surprise, the entire crew nodded in unison, leaving me bewildered by his thought process. I swiftly redirected the conversation and inquired, Uncle Kate, when does the soaring current to the Sky Island arrive? Where is it? He replied not to worry. It would take 4 more days, during which he would guide us, allowing us time to prepare. Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Rubbing her hands together, she asked, Uncle, have you found any gold during these years? In the next moment, Kate had the monkey retrieve treasures he had salvaged while diving. A golden bell and a golden bird. I tell you, Nami's expression was one of pure ecstasy, as if the heavens had finally bestowed wealth upon her, nearly drooling with thoughts of more gold awaiting her on the Sky Island. Nokigao was equally astonished, remarking on the beauty of the golden bird. The uncle informed us that these were all he had accumulated over the years and reminded us that to reach the Sky Island, we must first capture a living guide bird from the southern forest. This bird is peculiar. No matter how you twist its head, it always faces south. Thus, we set off to catch the bird, while Sanji and Nokigao stayed behind to prepare a feast. Before long, Usopp returned with a bird in tow, amusingly twisting its head as if he were a fool. Fellow comrades, you must understand, the bird's head acted like a gyroscope, incredibly fascinating. The 4 days flew by. We sailed to the designated location and bid farewell to Uncle Kate, and I confidently promised, Rest assured, Uncle, once we reach the Sky Island, we will locate that grand golden bell and ring it to the heavens. Just as I finished speaking, a tremendous roar erupted beneath my feet. Boom! A massive column of water shot from the ocean floor, propelling our ship skyward. I assure you, the sensation exceeded that of any roller coaster by 1,000-fold. The feeling of weightlessness vanished, replaced by a terrifying thrust as our vessel shot upward like a rocket. Upon breaching the cloud layer, we were met with a sea of white, the air considerably thinner. Our unusual crew adapted swiftly. Chopper, ever the curious one, exclaimed, Brother, have we truly reached the sky? Kaya was equally astounded. The ship hasn't fallen. I activated my observation hotkey and pointed in a direction. Indeed, we are in the sky. Head that way. As we sailed through the sea of clouds, suddenly, an armored old knight descended onto our deck, riding an extraordinarily peculiar flying horse. He surveyed us with a discerning eye and inquired if we hailed from the blue sea. Chopper, displaying surprising bravery, asked who he was. The old knight introduced himself as Gonfor, a knight of the sky. Observing our lively demeanor, he expressed astonishment, asking how we had arrived. Little Foam, dancing a swan dance, chimed in. They are a group of overwhelmingly powerful monsters. It's perfectly normal. Gonfor, upon hearing we had come via the soaring current, commended our courage before shifting the conversation towards business. He pulled out a whistle and remarked that the sky was perilous. Should we encounter trouble, he would come to our rescue for a fee of 5 million yike. I couldn't help but chuckle at his naivety, as he seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In a flash, I appeared behind him, patted his shoulder, and laughed. The former god of the Sky Island. Do you truly believe you can defeat even a handful of my crew, let alone save us? Besides, what would we do without danger? It would be dreadfully dull. The old man froze, his face a mask of disbelief. Such speed. How do you know my identity? What is your purpose on the Sky Island? I grinned widely. We are here to seek some items and, incidentally, to drag the current lofty god down from his pedestal. His skepticism deepened as he cautioned that the current deity could summon lightning and advised us against courting death. Upon hearing of a powerful being, Beijis erupted with excitement. Nearly drooling, "Captain, don't let that god steal my chance. I want to have a proper fight with him." I readily agreed. "No problem, just don't kill him." I informed everyone that the god was named Enelu, a user of the Goro fruit, notoriously arrogant. It would be splendid to capture him for some proper reformation. Crocodile, nearby, appeared on the verge of a meltdown, likely recalling the terror of being mentally branded by us in the past, causing a chill to run down his spine. We continued onward and soon beheld a colossal cloud gate marked Heaven's Gate. By the gate stood an elderly woman with a camera, snapping photos of us. Chopper was terrified, believing he had seen angels, convinced we were doomed. I hurried to reassure him, explaining that she was a resident of the Sky Island, complete with wings. The old woman, with an impassive expression, inquired whether we were there for sightseeing or combat, then stated that entry required 10 billion yike from each person. Nami was immediately incensed. 10 billion? That's highway robbery. Robin remained composed, reminding Nami that it was yike, not berry. The old woman clarified that one berry could be exchanged for 10,000 yike. Naturally, one could also opt not to pay. Upon hearing this, I sensed a trap. Indeed, failing to pay meant illegal entry, leading to a bounty on our heads. Bartolomeo, hands in his pockets, nonchalantly declared, "Haha, old lady, we're as poor as church mice. Just let us through." Nami enthusiastically applauded him, appreciating his knack for saving her money. The old woman revealed a peculiar smile and consented. Suddenly, two enormous pincers emerged from beneath our ship, grabbing hold and swiftly lifting us upward. It turned out to be the express shrimp. Upon reaching the top, we found ourselves stepping on soft, fluffy clouds, reminiscent of cotton candy. As we wandered aimlessly, we were serenaded by the sound of a harp. Sanji's eyes sparkled. "I see a beautiful angel." Approaching closer, we discovered a golden-haired girl with twin ponytails named Cornice. She greeted us with a term we had never encountered before, which turned out to be a local greeting. Cornice's father, Pagaya, had also arrived, warmly inviting us to his home. We indulged in food and drinks there, learning about the various wondrous treasures of the Sky Island. Just as we were enjoying ourselves, a squad of individuals suddenly appeared, crawling towards us like special forces. The team leader stood up, shouting, "You are the illegal intruders, are you not? You are under arrest. Come with us peacefully." Bartolomeo, still pocketing his hands, replied nonchalantly, "Yep, that's us. You want to capture us? It won't be that easy." I must say, the scene was utterly one-sided. The so-called white beret squad crumbled like paper. Before we had even warmed up, everyone except the leader was swiftly subdued and tied up. The leader stood there dumbfounded, likely questioning his life choices. Pagaya and his daughter were also left in shock from a distance. Beiji shouted at the leader, "What? I can't wait for your god to show up," then knocked him out with a single punch. I immediately turned to Cornice. "Take us to the God Island. It's time to get serious." Cornice, alarmed, warned us that we had just attacked the white berets and were in deeper trouble, urging us to flee. Nami approached her, reassuring, "Don't worry, we are quite strong. Come with us and guide us." With no option left, Pagaya and his daughter led us toward the God Island. As we entered a vast forest, countless cannonballs rained down from either side, all effortlessly blocked by Lao Sha and Jem. Shortly after, 5 warriors donned in ghostly masks zipped around us on rollerblades. Recognizing them as the warriors of Sandia, I commanded my crew to take action. Once again, it was an overwhelming victory. The 5 were promptly captured. The leader, named Wappa, was furious, cursing us as vile pirates. I smiled and explained, "Calm down, brother. We are here to take down Enelu, just like you." Initially, they did not believe us, but Crocodile laid it all bare. He possesses a rare fruit and significant combat power, making him suitable as our crew member, so a lesson is in order. No Kehoe added, "If we were truly villains with this fighting prowess, will we still be here chatting with you?" After some contemplation, Wappa and his crew relaxed, ultimately allowing their warriors to return and summon the tribe's army, while he led 4 warriors to accompany us. Next came a series of trials set by Enilu's 4 priests. The first was the Trial of Balls, featuring a rotund figure named Sadali, who was sent flying by Jem's swift strikes. Wappa and his crew were left in astonishment. The second was the Trial of Ropes, where a knight named Shura, riding a giant bird, was thoroughly beaten by Monkey Ming, who brought both him and his bird back. Wappa and his companions glanced at our crew of animals, seemingly questioning the normalcy of our group. The third was the Trial of Marsh, where the priest named Gadaz appeared to be somewhat unhinged, unable to perceive us standing right in front of him. Sanji leaped into action, launching a series of kicks mid-air, leaving the priest no chance to introduce himself before collapsing in a battered heap. Lastly was the Trial of Iron, led by the priest named Ohm, accompanied by a large dog. Upon witnessing the first 3 priests bound on the deck, he was momentarily stunned, yet bravely charged toward us. I waved my hand, directing Zoro to engage him while Chopper tackled the dog. The outcome? A swift victory. Chopper transformed into his human form and unleashed a relentless barrage on the so-called holy dog, which yelped and ultimately surrendered. Meanwhile, Zoro, facing Ohm, found the priest attempting to duel him. It was ludicrous. With a few swift slashes, Zoro had him gasping for breath, ultimately disarming him and placing the blade of Wado Ikamanji at his throat. Task accomplished, they were bound. With all 4 priests captured, we could have played a game of mahjong with them. The Sandio warriors, once shocked, had grown accustomed to the spectacle, their expressions now numb. As we wreaked havoc, the so-called god, Enilu, finally stirred within the palace of God Island. This fellow was quite the oddity, possessing long ears reminiscent of Buddha, carrying 4 thunder drums on his back, and seemingly preparing for a bath. As he dug in his ear, 50 divine soldiers stood below as if in a meeting. The commander, resembling a goat, respectfully asked, "God, what is your command?" Enilu remained unfazed, barely lifting his eyelids. Oh. For priests were taken down by a bunch of Blue Sea dwellers. They're all tied up now. The divine soldiers erupted in chaos. What? All 4 priests defeated? They are our top-tier combatants. A deputy commander, resembling a ball, exclaimed, "Impossible. Don't Blue Sea dwellers become weakened upon arrival? How could they possibly defeat the priests?" Enilu shrugged indifferently. Who knows? They just lost. The soldiers, now eager, were dispatched to confront us as we arrived at the palace's grand entrance, with the Sandio warriors trailing behind. I turned around and exclaimed, "Uncle Fu-er, having followed the trail, come forth and witness our divine slaughter." As soon as the words left my lips, the former deity, Ganfor, emerged riding his bird, astonished. "You discovered this?" Wappa, upon seeing him, was displeased, yet Ganfor was correct. Now is not the time for internal strife. We must first unite to vanquish Ainolo. At that moment, the grand palace doors burst open, and over 50 figures surged forth. The leader, named Dashin, stood at an imposing height of 3 meters 6, resembling a small giant. Flanking him were 2 identical brothers, the younger siblings of the priest we had previously captured, here to seek revenge. Dashin pointed a finger at us, bellowing, "What audacity! Release the esteemed priest at once." The 2 brothers echoed, "Let our brother go. Otherwise, we shall leave you battered and broken." I paid them no heed, turning directly to my companions. "Friends, today you shall witness the manifestation of Haushikahaki." Meanwhile, Koby was educating the naive inhabitants of the Sky Island, the opposing warriors, incensed by our audacity to ignore them, turned a shade of green with rage and charged toward us. I deemed it time to demonstrate our strength. With a fierce glare, an invisible aura erupted, akin to unleashing a wave of silence and dizziness. The 50 warriors fell to the ground like dumplings, utterly incapacitated, leaving only the towering Dashin, who wobbled in defiance, his legs trembling. With a slight increase in pressure, he collapsed to his knees and then fell flat. Silence enveloped the scene. Usopp's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Did they just faint? "Captain, this is too overpowered." Chopper's eyes sparkled with admiration. Big Brother didn't even lay a finger on them. How impressive. Just as we reveled in our apparent victory, The sky darkened ominously above us. A thunderbolt, thicker than a barrel, descended with a deafening roar. We reacted swiftly, pulling those beside us to safety. As the lightning dissipated, Ainalu floated above, wielding a golden staff, grinning maniacally. Ha ha ha, quite impressive. You managed to evade my judgment? Kneel, ants, and welcome your thunder god. Bartolomeo burst into laughter. Hey ha ha ha, you are that god? Quite the boast. I hope you aren't a disappointment. Bages, clenching his fists with excitement, echoed. Indeed, the one above must be able to withstand a beating. Ainalu's smile twisted into something more sinister. How rare to hear such words. No one has dared speak to me like this for ages. Soon, I shall serve you a feast of thunder. He glanced at Gonfur, mocking. Oh, the former deity. Your subordinates are now serving me faithfully, quite useful. Ha ha ha. Wappa and Gonfur fumed, exchanging threats, but I realized mere words would not suffice. I raised my hand decisively. Enough, you are no match for him. Stand aside and observe. I turned to Bages. Go and bring this self-important god down from the heavens. Bages laughed heartily, ascending gracefully through the air. Ainalu, surprised, launched a bolt of lightning, which Bages deftly evaded. In an instant, he was before Ainalu, his fist enveloped in Busashoka haki, delivering a thunderous blow. Ainalu, still in his elemental form, believed himself invincible. But Bages' punch struck with a resounding thud, sending him soaring and crashing through the palace wall, creating a massive hole. All around, except for our own, were left in stunned silence. The deity had been struck? Why did the punch not pass through? Bages erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Ainalu, you shan't perish so easily, right? A god who cannot withstand a single punch. Ainalu staggered from the rubble, bloodied and incredulous. What is this technique? How could you strike me? The Busashoka haki taught by our captain. Quite the experience, isn't it? Bages charged again. Ainalu, now wise to his disadvantage, resorted to lightning to accelerate and began evading like a kite. The 30 million volt Thunderbird and 60 million volt Thunder Dragon bombarded him relentlessly. Yet all were deftly dodged by Bages' Kinbunchika haki. Seeing this stalemate, I declared, Sanji, you take over. Your speed surpasses his. Engage him and allow Bages to recuperate. Sanji nodded, his legs springing into action like coiled springs, launching into the sky. I assure you, Ainalu's pride in his speed was rendered a mere jest in Sanji's presence. Sanji darted through the air, catching Ainalu off guard and unleashing a flurry of powerful kicks. The sound of his strikes echoed, Ainalu resembling a mere punching bag, unable to retaliate. The scene was one of overwhelming dominance, a relentless display of superiority. After 2 minutes of this merciless assault, Sanji returned, dragging a bloodied, unconscious Ainalu back to us. The crowd first fell silent, then erupted into jubilant cheers. The god had truly been defeated. I instructed Sanji to guard Ainalu and smiled at Robin. Robin, come, allow me to show you something extraordinary. I led her to the pinnacle of the colossal vine, uncovering the historical text and, with a swift motion, ringing the immense golden bell beside it. The sound, crisp and resonant, reverberated throughout the sky, island, and even reached the depths of the blue sea. I aim to inform the deceitful descendant of Rolando that the golden country indeed existed in the skies. The bell's toll summoned a colossal serpent known as the Lord of the Sky, which I effortlessly subdued. Upon Robin's completion of the historical text, we descended, only to find Wappa and Gonfur reconciled due to the bell's resonance. I boldly announced before all, from this day forth, this sky island shall be my domain, and I shall reign. Gonfur, you shall serve as my proxy deity. Wappa and others acquiesced, acknowledging the strength I exhibited. Old Shah observed, likely reflecting that my methods were far superior, seizing an island without shedding blood. Next came the division of spoils. I accompanied Nami to extract 300 million berries worth of gold from the serpent's belly and discovered Ainalu's golden vessel, the Ark Maxim, which I claimed. Nami cradled the golden ship with delight. Ainalu, now conscious and bound by sea stone, raged at the loss of his vessel. Bages and the others surrounded him, mercilessly beating him, leading him to question his existence. I approached with a grin. Ainalu, cease lingering in this small pond. Join us in the blue sea for a grand upheaval. Despite his reluctance, I firmly declared, you are now a captive with no right to refuse. Your ship is my prize as well. After dealing with Ainalu and the other priests, the night culminated in a grand feast. With the war concluded, spirits soared. During the banquet, I announced plans to take Wappa and Kamachili to the Blue Sea, publicly calling out the names of Buraham, Jebao, and Lachi. The following morning, before all, I summoned my will, and lo and behold, I bestowed upon the three an electronic divine blessing. Endurance advanced, strength advanced, Busashoga Haki beginner. All cards were granted in a heartbeat. In an instant, they were bewildered, feeling a surge of power flooding their beings. Their combat prowess skyrocketed from C and B to A and even S. The tide of fortune had finally turned in their favor. Wappa and the others stood in astonishment, expressions reflecting their bewilderment. With a smile, I said, Wappa, Kamachili, you two should team up and test their current strength. They were skeptical, believing that the two of us could easily defeat their three opponents. However, once the battle commenced, they were quickly overwhelmed, reeling back from the sheer force of their adversaries' blows. At that moment, Wappa was knocked down by Bulaham, his face a mask of disbelief at the exaggerated increase in strength. He couldn't fathom being so effortlessly defeated. Kamachili also found himself easily subdued by Jiebao and Lachi, equally astonished as they realized their speed and power had dramatically escalated, rendering them unable to compete. Unexpectedly, after being empowered by Zhang Yufan's special abilities, these three individuals had transformed into formidable warriors, a fact that was truly astonishing. Wappa, rising from the ground, exclaimed, the increase in your combat prowess is rather terrifying. Even with our combined efforts, we cannot overcome you. Kamachili echoed his surprise, stating, indeed, with such immense strength, we can confidently embark on adventures in the Blue Sea alongside the Divine. Bulaham and his companions stood by, grinning foolishly. They had indeed bested the two strongest warriors of the Sandia tribe, leaving the spectators from the Sky Island in awe. Zhang Yufan, smiling, announced, Bulaham, from this moment forth, you shall serve as the captain of the Sky Island Guard. Jibao and Lachi will take on the role of vice-captains, and you may select the remaining members. After a brief pause, he continued, then teach them the two-color hockey, including the members of the Divine Weapon Squad and the four priests. I hope you can unite, for even when faced with formidable foes, you must possess the strength to fight back. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although their grievances could not be resolved immediately, over time, they would gradually diminish. Zhang Yufan continued his discussions with the chief and four regarding the topics from the previous night, selecting many capable individuals to assist four in managing the Sky Island. They spent several days on the Sky Island, during which Kamachili and Wappa's combat abilities were elevated from B rank to S rank, with several other companions also experiencing slight improvements. Zhang Yufan collected numerous shells and several Sky Island transport vehicles, the Wei Ba, to bring back for use in the Blue Sea. During these days, Ainalu had been quite restless, frequently finding himself in trouble. One morning, after Zhang Yufan had arranged everything, he and his crew boarded the ship. Zhang Yufan cheerfully stated, everyone, we must prepare to return to the Blue Sea. You shall be in charge of the Sky Island. If any significant matters arise, contact me via the Den Den Mushi. Farewell. Bulaham responded with a grin, divine, the safety of the Sky Island's people is in my hands. Rest assured. Farewell. Fueradet, divina. I will also manage the Sky Island well, ensuring no further conflict arise. Farewell. With a crowd of onlookers bidding them farewell, Zhang Yufan and his crew set sail towards the easternmost part of the White Sea below. With the assistance of the ultra-fast shrimp of the White Sea, they soon arrived, bringing out the two balloon-like octopuses they had captured earlier to equip the ship. As the vessel departed from the Sky Island, it began its gradual descent towards the Blue Sea, 7,000 meters below, while everyone marveled at the surrounding scenery and enjoyed the sensation of flying through the air. The most thrilled were the animals, who had never looked down from such a great height and were curiously observing their surroundings. Without the two octopuses, the ship would have undoubtedly been shattered upon falling from such heights. although the people aboard would likely have managed, as many could walk in the air. After a considerable time, the ship smoothly landed upon the waters of the Grand Line, where they released the two octopuses back into the sea. Wapa inquired, "Captain, is this the Blue Sea?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Indeed, prepare yourselves for new adventures." No sooner had he spoken than a massive wave surged from behind the ship, prompting everyone to spring into action to maintain control. The winds grew fierce, and heavy rain began to fall, followed shortly by snowfall. Kamachili exclaimed in astonishment, "Captain, the weather here in the Blue Sea is incredibly unpredictable." Zhang Yufan chuckled. "The climate here is notoriously chaotic, so such fluctuations are quite normal." The ship sailed on for quite some time until they finally spotted an island, quickly docking. Everyone disembarked, and Zhang Yufan stored the ship in his spatial compartment. Ainalu had become notably more subdued and no longer required restraint, especially since the ship he had created had vanished in a thin air, only for him to later learn that it was hidden in a special space accessible solely to Zhang Yufan. Even if he attempted to flee now, he would be unable to escape to the Infinite Land, especially with Sanji's speed surpassing his own and his power being greater. He would soon be caught again. If captured, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating from the others. Why was it so difficult to achieve his dreams? They had arrived at Chained Island, comprised of 10 small islets forming a circular shape, named for its overall resemblance to a long chain and inhabited by many peculiar creatures. Chopper looked around in wonder and asked, "Brother, is that a deer? Why does its body appear so elongated?" Kaya from another side exclaimed, "Everyone, come look. There's an incredibly long dog over there. It must be at least 6 meters long." Usopp approached the dog, commanding it to shake hands, sit, and respond to various commands, all of which it executed flawlessly. When Usopp instructed the dog to stand on its hind legs, its eyes brightened, and it promptly complied, much to the astonishment of the other companions. Nami remarked, "There's so many animals with elongated bodies around here. What is this island about?" Usopp speculated, "Do you think the inhabitants might also have elongated bodies like these creatures?" Koby chuckled, "Perhaps there is some truth to that. Let's proceed a bit further and see if we can find any people." As they encountered these extraordinary animals, everyone was filled with wonder. After walking for a short distance, Kaya spotted a very tall horse and joyfully exclaimed, "Everyone, look how beautiful this horse is. It's so gentle, and it even has a saddle. Its owner must be nearby." Chopper grinned and said, "It told me its name is Shueli, and it has been waiting for its owner to return for 9 years." Zhang Yufan sensed someone nearby and walked towards the sound of a distressed voice, discovering an elderly man with a white beard in need of rescue. He brought the man down, who smiled and said, "Young man, thank you so much for saving me. My name is Dongjite, and I belong to the nomadic tribe of Chained Island. Welcome to our home." Chopper curiously asked Uncle Dongjite, "What does it mean to be a nomadic tribe?" Dongjite replied with a smile, "This Chained Island is usually divided into 10 small islands by the sea, and we are a free-spirited people who migrate to a different island every 3 years for grazing and leisure." Noki, puzzled, inquired, "But Uncle Dongjite, how do you travel to the other islands? Do you take a boat?" Dongjite explained, "We do not possess sailing skills, so having a boat is useless to us. However, on one specific day each year, the tide recedes for several hours, revealing the entire island. And we take this opportunity to ride our horses to migrate to the next island." The group was fascinated. This lifestyle seemed quite intriguing, allowing them to freely enjoy life. Koby, still puzzled, asked, "Uncle Dongjite, how did you end up on those 2 bamboo poles?" Dongjitur remarked that he has cherished stilt walking since childhood. Hence, 9 years ago, he endeavored to challenge the world record in this art. He successfully ascended to great heights, but was unable to descend due to his acrophobia, compounded by the towering stature of the stilts. Ianai Luo chuckled, "Ha ha ha. Uncle, how could you be so foolish? You made me laugh to tears." Upon hearing Ianai Luo mocking Dongjite, Sanji, standing nearby, scolded, "You, the failure, dare to ridicule others?" and dragged him aside, with several companions delivering a flurry of kicks to him. Dongjite, with a sense of resignation, continued, "Thus, I remained atop the bamboo for 9 years, subsisting on fruits from heights. Over the years, the bamboo has grown taller, and standing atop, it was truly terrifying. Usopp expressed his astonishment. Uncle Dong Ji-tae, you truly possessed remarkable perseverance to remain on stilts for 9 years. The group fell into silence, acknowledging his unique talent. At that moment, Xueli, from a distance, spotted Dong Ji-tae approaching joyfully. Dong Ji-tae exclaimed, "You are Xueli. I didn't expect you to wait for me all this time. After 10 years, you must have felt quite lonely. From now on, I will never leave your side." Xueli joyfully replied, "I am overjoyed to see you again, master. This wait has been worthwhile. I knew you would return for me." Unbeknownst to everyone, Xueli had been awaiting her master on the island, standing right above her for a decade. The distance between them was indeed the most profound in the world. Xueli, the horse, proved to be a loyal companion, demonstrating her deep affection for Dong Ji-tae, for otherwise she would have departed long ago. Xueli galloped joyfully with Dong Ji-tae across the plains, and he sat atop her back, filled with elation. After a while, they returned to Zhang Yufan and the others. Dong Ji-tae invited them to his home, smiling as he said, "Now that I have Xueli, I can seek out everyone." Zhang Yufan responded with a grin, "Uncle Dong Ji-tae, do you wish to find your kin right now?" Dong Ji-tae replied helplessly, "I do wish to, but time does not permit. It's still not low tide, making passage impossible." Zhang Yufan said with a smile, "I have a plan. My companions and I will explore and locate your kin on that island. Once confirmed, we will transport you there from above." Dong Ji-tae, taken aback, questioned, "Transport me from above? Can you truly fly?" Zhang Yufan smiled slightly, offering no further explanation, and instead demonstrated the reality by taking 9 companions skilled in moonwalk and observation hockey outside, with Dong Ji-tae following. Zhang Yufan, following the system's map, assigned a direction to each of the 9 companions, and to Dong Ji-tae's astonishment, they ascended into the sky. With the aid of observation hockey, the group swiftly located Dong Ji-tae's kin and returned to share the joyous news with him. Dong Ji-tae began to gather his belongings in preparation for the reunion, while Zhang Yufan directed Beiji's and Lai Jizi to carry one each, guiding them swiftly to the dwelling of Dong Ji-tae's family. Upon reuniting with Dong Ji-tae and Xueli after 9 years, his kin expressed immense joy and gratitude towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. After bidding farewell to Dong Ji-tae and his family, Zhang Yufan and the others wandered the island for a while before returning to the ship to continue their journey across the sea. As the group dined on the deck, several cannonballs suddenly came flying towards them, intercepted harmlessly by the unscathed gem. Usopp and Oka glanced towards the direction of the cannonballs, discovering a distant naval warship. They retaliated with several improved Baki cannonballs. A man, adorned with a helmet, sporting curly black hair, his gaunt face missing a tooth, and clad in armor, draped with a cloak emblazoned with the word justice, effortlessly sliced the cannonballs in half with his sword. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check his information. Name, T. Peng In, power growth potential level, S, current power level, B, age, 50, height, 2 meters, gender, male, weapon, bamboo sword, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, known as the ship-slicing hero T. Peng In, a colonel in the Navy headquarters, capable of slicing pirate ships like steak. Though he appears fearsome, he is a person of great justice and concern for his subordinates, deeply committed to helping others, with a motto of performing good deeds daily. Bartolomeo remarked, "We have finally encountered a naval warship officially on the high seas." Zoro added with a smile, "That Navy swordsman seems formidable. I shall go play with him." Zhang Yufan replied, "Very well, let Koby join you. These Navy men are not inherently bad. Just incapacitate them without killing." The two nodded and approached the warship from the air. T. Peng In declared, "Pirates, surrender and return with me to Judicial Island for judgment." Zoro countered, "That won't do. We still have unfinished business. Since you are also a swordsman, let us duel." While Zoro conversed with T. Peng In, Koby had already dispatched the Navy soldiers and remarked, "Zoro, hurry and defeat him. We still need to return for dinner. I'll gather some supplies from the ship." T. Peng In, enraged, retorted, "You despicable pirate. How dare you harm my subordinates? Taste my sword." With that, he swung his sword at Koby, only for Zoro to intercept it with a powerful strike, sending T-Pung-In flying. Regaining his balance, T-Pung-In unleashed his signature move, the right-angle flying bird, creating a sword wave in the shape of a right angle that soared toward Zoro. Zoro executed his 360 troublesome phoenix, forcefully pushing back against T-Pung-In's attack until he ultimately knocked him unconscious. Afterward, Zoro and Koby scavenged the warship supplies, quickly organizing what they could carry back to their ship to continue their meal. Usopp and Chopper sat by the ship, savoring the fish Sanji had cooked, captured from the Sky Island. Oka, from the lookout tower, shouted, "Captain, not far ahead, there's a large frog that swims freely." Everyone knew that frogs typically only swim in the frog style, making this extraordinary. Most of the crew approached to observe. Chopper exclaimed, "Usopp, look! There truly is a fast-swimming frog. Where could it be headed?" Usopp responded in amazement, "Chopper, look! Not far ahead of the frog is a train traveling across the sea. It seems to be swimming towards it. How can a train operate on water?" The crew witnessed a train speeding across the tumultuous sea, astonishingly remaining afloat, which filled them with wonder. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check its information. Name: Hongong Combat Growth Potential Level. D Current Combat Level. F Age: 15 years. Height: 2. 74 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Introduction: a pet of Tom Studio, a sumo frog that also excels in freestyle swimming. After the tragic demise of Tom, it is taken to challenging the sea train, Smoky Tom, every day, resulting in numerous scars adorning its body. Hongong is drawing ever closer to the sea train, crouching on the tracks submerged in the ocean, preparing to launch an attack. The sea train, indifferent to the obstacles ahead, speeds forward, sending Hongong hurtling away upon collision. Karmakiri chuckled, saying, "Wappa, this blue sea is quite amusing. We have scarcely arrived and already witnessed such peculiar sights and events." Wappa replied with a smile, "Indeed, that large frog is quite the valiant warrior, boldly confronting the sea train with bare hands." Enel laughed heartily. "Yaha, is that frog foolish? Does it wish to contest strength with the sea train?" The group paid no heed to Enel as their ship approached a nearby station, where they beheld a grandmother with a smiling face, holding a bottle of liquor in her left hand, accompanied by a cheerful little girl cradling a blue rabbit. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Kekaluo Combat Growth Potential Level. D Current Combat Level. F Age: 69 years. Height: 1. 68 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Introduction: the station master of Zifut Station on Water 7. She hails from Fishman Island and belongs to the Silver Merfolk. With a plump physique, she is kind-hearted, warm, and somewhat sly, having surpassed the age of 30. Her tail has transformed into legs, allowing her to walk on land. She previously served as a secretary for Tom's shipbuilding company and now lives with her granddaughter, Kimengmi. Name: Tamuni Combat Growth Potential Level. D Current Combat Level. F Age: 9 years. Height: 1. 15 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Introduction: Kekaluo's granddaughter, known for her cleverness and agility. She possesses a quarter mermaid lineage, which grants her exceptional swimming skills, and she has a pet rabbit named Koby. Upon their pirate ship's arrival, Kekaluo greeted them warmly. "Hello, and welcome to Zifut Station. My name is Kekaluo, the station master." The adorable Tamuni chimed in. "Hello, I'm Tamuni, and this is my rabbit Koby." Zhang Yufan and the crew introduced themselves, learning that the sea train they had seen earlier was a unique existence in this world. The reason it could traverse the sea was due to tracks laid beneath the water surface. Koby inquired, "Grandma Kekaluo, on our way here, we encountered a large frog that swims freestyle and even fought with the sea train. Do you know it?" Tamuni responded, "The large frog you speak of is Hongong, a significant nuisance at our station. It insists on measuring strength against the sea train, and even if it gets knocked away, it soon returns to continue its antics. We are quite powerless against it." Zhang Yufan instructed Sanji and Noki to retrieve Hongong and provide some guidance. Thus, Hongong's inner turmoil was resolved. and it transformed into a guardian of the sea train's safety rather than an aggressor. After receiving a map to the next island and an introduction letter from Mayor Bingshan from Kekalo, they bid farewell and set forth toward the next island. En route, Zhang Yufan contacted the giant Dongli, requesting their rendezvous in Water City to prepare for the return of the two giants stationed at Judicial Island. Before long, they encountered a splendid water city with a magnificent fountain at its center, leaving everyone in awe of the breathtaking scene. This water city was home to the finest shipwrights in the world. Zhang Yufan's pirate ship boldly entered through the main gate, prompting a resident to exclaim, "Hey, are you pirates here to rob our city?" Nami replied with a smile, "No, we are here to build a new ship. Could you tell us where Mayor Bingshan resides? We need to speak with him, and also where we can find the treasure exchange." The resident responded, "If you seek the mayor, head to that largest residence. You will find him there. As for the exchange, it is near the shipyard. You can inquire further in the city." After expressing their gratitude, the residents requested that they dock their ship in the back street. They secured the ship, ensuring that most of the animals remained on board to avoid causing panic among the city's residents. Some crew members ventured off to explore, while the rest accompanied Zhang Yufan to inquire about the treasure exchange's location. Nami then began a vigorous negotiation with the exchange's manager, ultimately selling all their treasures for a staggering price of 500 million. Seeing the substantial sum before her, Nami was visibly exhilarated, her eyes sparkling as she embraced the money-filled boxes while exiting the exchange. Subsequently, Zhang Yufan proceeded to Mayor Bingshan's residence, only to be informed by the guards that he had gone to the shipyard. After learning the location, he made his way to the shipyard. Meanwhile, shortly after Zhang Yufan and his crew left their ship, a band of pirates fixated on the treasures aboard. One pirate henchman remarked, "Captain, are we really going to rob this ship? That crew has a combined bounty exceeding 1 billion. The captain, wielding a long knife, replied, "If you're afraid, then what kind of pirate are you? Let us cover our faces. After we seize their treasures, we'll leave the insignia of another pirate crew behind, and they won't suspect us." Another henchman praised, "Captain, your cleverness is remarkable. My admiration for you flows like an unending river." The pirate captain basked in his subordinates' flattery, preparing for the heist as they swiftly approached Zhang Yufan's ship. On board, Xiaobai noticed the approaching armed group and alerted, "Li Ji, a group of armed individuals is rapidly approaching our ship. They likely intend to steal our treasures." Li Ji chuckled. "Do these fools not realize how powerful our captain is? Who gave him the courage to attempt to rob us?" Xiaoqing added, Too bad they won't get anything. Their isn't a single treasure on board. I wonder what their expressions will be upon hearing this news." Beishan sported a wicked grin. "I'll treat them to a spicy feast of tiger paws. They should be grateful afterward." Niojia, incensed, declared, "Dare they attempt to rob my master's treasures? Let us go and teach them a lesson." Thus, the pirates were surrounded by the animals, who then treated them to a final feast, which turned out to be overwhelmingly spicy. As Zhang Yufan walked along, he suddenly received a reward from the system, prompting him to pause and use his Kinbunchika haki to sense his surroundings where they had anchored. Nami, filled with bewilderment, inquired, "Yufan, why have you suddenly halted?" Zhang Yufan, with a smile, replied, "There were pirates intending to assault our ship, but they have been entirely dealt with by Li Ji and the others." The group collectively acknowledged the audacity of those pirates who dared to attack their vessel, seemingly oblivious to the concept of mortality. Zhang Yufan sensed numerous individuals trailing them and, after several winding turns, arrived at a secluded location, saying, "You must be weary from following us for so long. Come forth." A peculiar man, adorned with glasses and clad in fishnet stockings, along with a group of followers, encircled Zhang Yufan and his companions. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the information of the two individuals standing before him. Name: Zombie Combat Growth Potential Level, D Current Combat Level, D Age, 28 Height, 1. 87 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Long Sword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile, Captain of the Frankie family. He once sought employment as a shipwright at Carrera Company, but faced disillusionment. Initially a small-time thug in the backstreets, he became a subordinate of Frankie, being one of the few closer to him outside the Square Sisters. Name: Danzy Combat Growth Potential Level, D Current Combat Level, D Age, 27 Height, 1. 97 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile. A subordinate of Frankie, he enjoys accompanying Zanbai, with his egg-shaped physique being his most notable feature. Nami, still perplexed, asked, "Who are you all? Why are you following us?" Zanbai chuckled and responded, "We are the fearsome members of the Frankie family, here to claim the heads of you pirates in exchange for a bounty, along with the 500 million berries you just acquired." Rageous, smiling, remarked, "I must commend your bravery, but your combat strength is far too weak. Do you not fear being killed instead?" Beijis laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you have quite the audacity. You've successfully captured my attention. Are you ready to become human punching bags?" Sanji chimed in, "Do you lot prefer to be steamed or fried?" In an instant, Zhang Yufan and his companions swiftly incapacitated all the assailants without taking their lives, compelling them to lead the way to their leader, Frankie. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a man with blue hair, clad only in black swim trunks, accompanied by the Square Sisters, recognizable by their square hairstyles. Zhang Yufan checked their details using the system. Name: Frankie Combat Growth Potential Level, S Current Combat Level, C Age, 33 Height, 2. 25 meters Gender, Male Weapon, his entire body Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile, a shipwright with exceptional construction skills. He possesses a flamboyant personality, but is fiercely loyal and easily moved to tears, often breaking into song or dance. He prefers to wear only a pair of shorts, and as a cyborg, he conceals various weapons. His dream is to build a ship from the materials of the atom tree. Name: Chiwei Combat Growth Potential Level, C Current Combat Level, D Age, 177 Height, 2. 1 meters Gender, Female Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile, known as one half of the Square Sisters with Moss. Her most distinctive feature is her square hairstyle, which can cause her to stumble if walking against the wind. She is fiercely loyal to Frankie and often mirrors his poses. Name: Moz Combat Growth Potential Level, C Current Combat Level, D Age, 21 Height, 1. 78 meters Gender, Female Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile. The other half of the Square Sisters with Chiwei. She shares the same distinctive square hairstyle. Her loyalty to Frankie is unwavering, and she frequently accompanies him, mirroring his poses. Upon seeing Frankie, Zanbai excitedly exclaimed, "Big brother Frankie, come save me. These people are pirates." Frankie, visibly angered, retorted, "Pirates, you have beaten my adorable subordinates so severely. Release them at once, or I shall not be merciful." Usopp raised his hands, saying, Hey, Frankie, it was your subordinates who provoked us first. Their weakness is not our fault. Bartolomeo, do you want to fight? Bring it on. We are busy and prefer a swift resolution. Frankie realized negotiation was futile and unleashed his purification flame, shooting fire towards Bartolomeo, who effortlessly dodged. With a powerful kick, Bartolomeo swiftly closed the distance and struck Frankie, sending him flying and rolling several times before coming to a stop. Bartolomeo, puzzled, asked, "Huh, Frankie, why does your body feel like it is made of iron?" Zhang Yufan chuckled. He is a cyborg. Nearly every part of him has been modified, with only a few areas remaining untouched. Wappa expressed amazement. "I have never seen a cyborg before." As Frankie rose, Bartolomeo unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, while Frankie could not even graze Bartolomeo's clothing before being knocked down. The members of the Frankie family stood in shock, while Maz and Chiwei attempted to assist Frankie but were restrained by Usopp and Okama, who pointed their guns at them, leaving them helplessly watching from the sidelines. Zhang Yufan approached Frankie, smiling, "Frankie, you are far too weak. Not only can you not protect your subordinates, but you cannot even protect yourself. Come aboard my ship as my shipwright. I will bestow upon you formidable strength and aid you in realizing your dream." Frankie, puzzled, asked, "You know what my dream is?" "Pray tell." Zhang Yufan replied, Is it not to construct a dream ship from the atom tree and sail the vast seas? Frankie, astonished, exclaimed, "You truly know? But even if you do, acquiring the atom tree is no easy feat." Zhang Yufan retrieved the atom tree from his storage space, and all members of the Frankie family were left in awe as the tree materialized out of thin air. Frankie forced himself to stand and approach the tree, inspecting it closely, his face lighting up with excitement. It truly is the atom tree. You can conjure this from thin air. It is incredible. Can I really use this to build a ship? Zhang Yufan assured him. Indeed, our original intention was to use this tree to construct our own vessel. You may commence building the ship while considering joining us, and all members of the Frankie family are welcome to come along. Frankie replied, "Very well, I shall start building the ship. As for joining you, we shall discuss that later." Zhang Yufan and his companions introduced themselves briefly before stowing away Baoshu Yadam and setting off with Frankie, Maz, and the two sisters, Jue, to find the shipwrights at the renowned shipyard. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the world's premier shipbuilding facility, where a cacophony of noise emanated from within. Upon entering, they witnessed a group of pirates whose ships had been repaired by the shipwrights, yet they were reluctant to pay for the services rendered. As the pirates attempted to resolve the issue with force, they found themselves encircled and subsequently beaten by the shipwrights, leaving the pirates sprawled on the ground in embarrassment. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the information of the 5 leading individuals. Name: Bali Combat Potential Growth Level. B Current Combat Level. C Age: 23 Height: 1. 95 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Rope Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Profile: Shipwright of Water City. Vice President of Carrera Company. One of the 5 foremen. Head of Dock Number 1 Assembly. Skilled in rope techniques. A kind-hearted individual who deeply cares for his friends and mentor. Takes pride in his identity as a shipwright. Enjoys gambling and often finds himself pursued by creditors due to his extensive debts, with a notably conservative view on women's attire. Name: Bipilulu Combat Potential Growth Level. B Current Combat Level. D Age: 30 Height: 2. 06 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Shipwright Nails Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Profile: Shipwright of Water City. One of the 5 foremen at Carrera Company S Dock Number 1. Adept in swinging, iron smelting, and pulley work, beloved for his impeccable skills and superior knife techniques. Suffers from a severe sleeping disorder, resulting in frequently disheveled hair. Name: Daristan Combat Potential Growth Level. B Current Combat Level. D Age: 43 Height: 2. 57 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Massive Hammer, Warship Cannons Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Profile: Shipwright of Water City. One of the 5 foremen at Carrera Company S Dock Number 1. Specializing in flags, corks, and sail sewing, a remarkably strong yet simple-minded giant. Name: Rob Lucci Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. A Age: 27 Height: 2. 12 meters Gender: Male Weapon: None Devil Fruit. Nico no Mi. Leopard Form Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Profile. A member of the world government's internal espionage organization. Cipher Pole Number 9. Abbreviated as CP9. Effectively the captain of CP9. Operating under the guise of dark justice. Regarded as the most formidable and cold-blooded weapon in CP9's history. Famously the strongest individual in Judicial Island for 9,800 years. Calm and composed, relentless in his endeavors, and a master of the Marine's 6 styles, keeping a white dove named Hadoli as a pet. Name: Kaku Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. B Age: 22 Height: 1. 93 meters Gender: Male Weapon: 2 long blades Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Profile. A member of the world government's secret spy agency CP9. Previously infiltrated Galila Company as a shipwright at Dock Number 1. Known as Mountain Wind for his ability to fly swiftly and freely through the city. Kaku is second only to Rob Lucci in combat prowess within CP9, skilled in dual wielding and the 4-sword style of combat, proficient in the Marine 6 styles. At this juncture, Bali asserted, You shall not resolve matters using the pirates' methods upon the foundation of our craftsmanship. Pay your dues and leave at once. The defeated pirates, having recovered slightly on the ground, complied and approached to settle their debts, thoroughly embarrassed by their inability to overcome such a small band of shipwrights. Koby remarked with a smile, "These shipwrights are quite formidable. It's no wonder the residents here do not fear us pirates." Usopp inquired, "Captain, shall we seek a shipwright here?" Zhang Yufan nodded, stating, "Once our new vessel is constructed, we will indeed require a dedicated shipwright, though the candidate is not among those present. You shall learn of it in due time." At this moment, Lucci and Kaku took notice of Zhang Yufan and his companions. Yet their attention was primarily drawn to Robin standing beside Zhang Yufan. The pirates, having settled their debts, scurried out of the shipyard, drenched in cold sweat upon spotting Zhang Yufan and his crew. Zhang Yufan greeted the shipwrights with a smile. "Greetings, esteemed shipwrights. I am Zhang Yufan. May I inquire about the whereabouts of Mayor Bingshan? We wish to discuss some important matters with him." Bali replied, "What business do you have with Mayor Bingshan? And Frankie, what brings you here as well?" Zhang Yufan responded, "We intend to construct a new vessel. The specifics regarding costs and other private matters are best discussed in private with Mayor Bingshan." At that moment, a man with blue-violet hair, sporting a beard and clad in a striped suit, approached, accompanied by a woman dressed in a secretary's attire. Zhang Yufan examined their information through the system. Name, Bingshan Combat Potential Growth Level, current Combat Level, F age, 37 height, 1. 99 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none profile, mayor of Water City and president of Carrera Company, held in high regard and admiration by the citizens, also one of the legendary shipwright Tom's disciples. To prevent the ancient weapon Pluton-S design from falling into the hands of the world government, he not only entrusted the design to Frankie, but also merged the 7 companies of Water City, collaborating with the world government to shield himself from their clutches. Name, Califa Combat Potential Growth Level, as current combat level, C age, 24 height, 1. 85 meters gender, female weapon, thorn whip devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none profile, a member of the world government's internal espionage organization CP9, the only female within CP9, serving as an undercover operative beside Mayor Bingshan of Water City and president of Carrera Company to acquire confidential information regarding the ancient weapon Pluton-S design. She possesses a cold demeanor, yet exhibits moments of naivety, resorting to indiscriminate kicking when angered, and is adept in the Marine 6 styles. Upon seeing Bingshan approach, Bali stated, "Mayor, these individuals wish to speak with you." Bingshan queried, "Who are you?" Caliph interjected, "Let me check. They belong to the extreme pirates, whose total bounty exceeds 1 billion. She proceeded to provide an overview of Zhang Yufan's crew, leaving the rest of the team astonished at the thoroughness of their investigation. Bingshan remarked, "I see. Welcome to our city. What brings you to me?" Zhang Yufan presented the introduction letter from Granny Kokoro and proceeded to discuss the particulars of a new ship. The negotiations were swiftly concluded. Zhang Yufan smiled and suggested, "Now that we have finalized the ship construction details, Mayor Bingshan, shall we find a quiet place to discuss matters concerning your safety?" Bingshan, with a look of confusion, inquired, "What danger could I possibly face?" "Come with me." Zhang Yufan and his companions followed Bingshan to his residence, while Robin found an excuse to leave midway. Upon entering Bingshan's usual reception room, everyone except Califa was asked to leave. After taking a seat, Zhang Yufan remarked, "Mayor Bingshan, the ancient weapon design of Pluto, which the world government has been searching for, has long since left your possession and is now in Frankie's hands. Am I correct?" Bingshan, though startled internally, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "What are you talking about? I am unaware of such matters." Both Frankie, seated nearby, and Califa, standing beside Bingshan, were astonished at how Zhang Yufan came to know this information. With a smile, Zhang Yufan continued, "Are you denying it? No matter. Let me share another piece of information. Your capable secretary is, in fact, a member of the secret intelligence organization CP9 under the world government. You should understand the reason for her being an undercover agent beside you." Maz and Kiwi, sitting next to Frankie, listened with wide eyes to the explosive dialogue. Was this something mere civilians should hear? Khalifa, feeling a bit flustered, managed a smile as she said, Mr. Zhang Yufan, please, this is all a jest. I am merely an ordinary secretary. How could I possibly be connected to the world government? Bingshan looked at Khalifa and stated, I find it hard to believe that Khalifa is affiliated with the world government. However, if she truly is an undercover agent, her sole purpose must be the design of the ancient weapon Pluto. They have never ceased their search over the years. Zhang Yufan nodded, smiling. That is because the world government has meticulously crafted her profile, making it exceedingly difficult to uncover the truth. Bartolomeo, why not capture this beautiful lady and teach her a lesson? She would make a fine wife for you. Bartolomeo chuckled. Hey, this involves me as well. However, I like it. I've had my fill of the captain and Sanji's couple dom on the ship. Now it's my turn to treat my fellow comrades. The other companions wore mischievous grins, but if Bartolomeo dared to flaunt his conquests in front of them, they would surely have to teach him a lesson. It was necessary to humiliate him in front of his girlfriend. They began to plot their little schemes. Nami laughed from the side. Yufan, you are too wicked. This is entirely a Beauty and the Beast scenario. Bartolomeo approached Khalifa, saying, Stop pretending, Beauty. Our Captain S words are never wrong. Will you confess willingly? Or shall I force you to? Realizing her identity could no longer be concealed, Khalifa unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks and finger guns, all of which Bartolomeo adeptly countered. Khalifa was taken aback. Although her strength was not on par with Lucci, it surpassed many others. Yet, Bartolomeo effortlessly absorbed her attacks, leaving her rear nearly bruised. It seemed his might and speed were indeed superior, and she could not underestimate Zhang Yufan's crew. She must inform Lucci and the others promptly. Bingshan stood in shock, wondering when his secretary had become so formidable. It appeared that Zhang Yufan's assertion of her being an undercover agent held truth. Just as Khalifa intended to escape by kicking a hole in the wall, Bartolomeo knocked her down with a series of heavy punches. Grasping both of Khalifa's wrists, he declared, You cannot escape, Khalifa. Now, will you speak, or do you wish to experience the pain of a bruised backside? Enraged, Khalifa retorted, You scoundrel. As you say, I was sent by the world government to locate the whereabouts of the ancient weapon Pluto's design. Bingshan recalled the numerous confidential documents Khalifa had perused. If this continued, the truth about the design being handed to Frankie would soon come to light. Cold sweat dripped from Bingshan's brow. This matter was far too perilous to entrust to the world government. Would it not have been easier to confess sooner rather than endure a beating? Mayorobin-san, there are 3 more CP9 agents in the city, Zhang Yufan stated. Who are they, and where can they be found? Bingshan inquired, perplexed. Zhang Yufan smiled. 2 agents are your shipyard, one named Kaku and the other Lucci, while the third runs a tavern in the city, sporting horn-like hair, named Bruno. Khalifa's heart raced. How did Zhang Yufan know their identities with such clarity? She had frequently visited that tavern with her subordinates. Frankie exclaimed in surprise. The tavern owner is a world government agent? We often go there to drink. Maz and Kiwi, overwhelmed by the shocking revelations, felt their hearts nearly stop from the weight of the information. With so many agents around me, the world government truly is insidious. Zhang Yufan, Mr. Bingshan, asked, Are you here to seize the design of the ancient weapon Pluto? Zhang Yufan chuckled. I have no interest in that. If I desired it, do you think I would be here leisurely conversing with you? I am interested in anything that displeases the world government. It seems you harbor a deep disdain for the world government. Then why is Nico Robin aboard your ship? You should be aware of her background. And that is precisely the reason. Bingshan nodded in acknowledgement. Nami earnestly stated, We are well aware of Robin's past. She is now our comrade and should not be treated unjustly by the world government or anyone else. At just 8 years old, Robin was offered a bounty of 79 million. How much danger could such a young girl pose? She is simply a survivor of O'Hara, capable of understanding the dark history the world government wishes to erase. Wherein lies her fault? Zhang Yufan continued. Moreover, those manufactured weapons possess no inherent morality. Only the wielders of such power do. We stand in protection of Robin. No one shall harm her. Meanwhile, Lucci had already contacted Bruno to bring Robin back to Judicial Island. Shortly after Robin departed from Zhang Yufan and the others, she encountered Bruno and left with him after a brief conversation. Bingshan ceased his protests and accompanied Zhang Yufan to the shipyard to apprehend the two CP9 members. Before long, they arrived at the shipyard, where Bingshan summoned Barry and several shipwrights, who quickly assembled. Barry asked, "Mayor, what do you require of us?" Bingshan replied, "Among us are undercover agents sent by the world government, namely Kaku and Lucci." Hearing Bingshan's words, Kaku and Lucci were taken aback, wondering how he had uncovered their identities. Observing Bartolomeo holding Khalifa, who bore marks of their struggle, they realized their identities had likely been exposed. Barry and the others were equally astonished. How could it be those two? They were so well concealed. "Gentlemen, will you surrender willingly, or shall we compel you to do so?" Zhang Yufan said, wearing a smile as he approached Kaku and Lucci. "It seems you pirates are quite confident in your strength. Let me test your mettle." Kaku responded with a laugh. Lucci remarked, "It appears you learned our identities from Khalifa. I too am eager to see just how strong you truly are." Zhang Yufan smiled and said, "Koby, I entrust this long-nosed fellow to you. Beijis, the other one, a master of martial arts, is yours. The rest of the companions will stand around to prevent their battle from harming anyone else." With a hearty laugh, Beijis exclaimed, "A master of martial arts. He must be formidable. Come on, let's fight in that open space." With excitement written all over his face, Beijis moved to the designated area. Koby joined Kaku on the other side, where Kaku unsheathed two hidden long knives and charged at Koby, slashing swiftly. Koby met him head-on with his own blade, their figures colliding rapidly, the clashing metal emitting sparks. Kaku occasionally unleashed a few swift kicks, but Koby adeptly evaded Kaku's assaults. With a mighty roar, Kaku flipped his wrist, thrusting the long knife toward Koby's chest, but Koby executed a perfect sidestep to avoid the strike. Koby retaliated with a powerful kick to Kaku's abdomen, sending him flying, though Kaku quickly regained his balance. "Kid, you possess remarkable strength," rivaling Lucci. "I haven't even exerted my full power yet. You won't be able to hold on for long. Will you? Watch out for my blade." Koby utilized the technique of Surtu, appear beside Kaku, slashing rapidly, his speed increasing. Combined with his swift kicks, Kaku found himself retreating under Koby's relentless assault. Koby disarmed Kaku, leaving him wounded and bleeding from several cuts. He then pressed his blade against Kaku's neck, bringing him before Zhang Yufan. "I didn't expect you to be this strong. How did you learn the Navy's techniques of Surinrinkyaku? Could there be Navy personnel among you?" Kaku expressed his surprise. "None of us are Navy. These techniques were taught to me by the captain. He knows many things," Koby responded with a grin. After tending to Kaku's wounds to prevent him from bleeding out, Beijis and Lucci were engaged in a furious exchange of punches, with Lucci employing Surinrikyaku and Shirgan. Yet he could not inflict any harm on Beijis. "You can evade all my attacks with such ease, and you cannot even breach my defenses. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Your martial skills are indeed impressive, and your punching speed is commendable, but it will not be enough to harm me. Are you planning to transform? This is getting increasingly interesting." Lucci then activated his devil fruit ability, transforming into a leopard form, and they ascended from the ground to the air, leaving large craters in what was once flat terrain. Beijis relished the visceral thrill of the combat, growing ever more exhilarated. His speed of punches and movements escalated, and every attack from Lucci either missed or was deflected by Beijis' immense strength. Beijis unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Lucci in his leopard form for a solid 5 minutes before Lucci, overwhelmed, reverted to his normal state, collapsing unconscious. The surrounding shipwrights watched in astonishment at the fierce battle, recognizing Kaku and Lucci's strength, yet they were baffled by the extent of their defeat at the hands of Beijis. They had not even displayed their full power earlier, and it was even more shocking that such powerful individuals were so thoroughly bested. They don't seem that strong. Allow them to experience the 1 million volts of electroshock I created. They will be reduced to nothing in an instant, Enel scoffed. You have no idea how potent that electricity is. There are likely few who could withstand it in this world. Without any special techniques, they might not even lose a single hair, Sanji remarked casually while smoking. Enel laughed. "Ha, I love hearing that. It means you consider me strong. Let us have another match. With a cigarette in his mouth, Sanji raised his leg and kicked in on the rear. You arrogant fool. A compliment has gone to your head. No matter how strong you are still my subordinate. Enel clutched his rear. Exasperated, my power is still too weak. Just wait. I will surpass you. The other companions shook their heads, realizing that surpassing Sanji was no simple feat, unless Zhang Yufan were to grant him a special boost, making it difficult to defeat Sanji otherwise. Zhang Yufan smiled and said, Frankie, lead us to that tavern. Sanji, Enel, Nami, join me in capturing the last CP9 member. The rest stay behind to watch over these three and protect Ice City as mayor. You all are remarkably strong. Follow me. The tavern isn't far from here, Frankie said as he headed for the door. Zhang Yufan and his companions followed Frankie through the twisting streets of the city until they arrived at the tavern, where the door was closed and, upon sensing, they found no one inside. What's going on today? Why is the door closed? And it seems like there's no one in there. Frankie leaned against the door, listening. Previously, Robin had seemed a bit out of sorts. Could it be that the CP9 member had received news from Lucci to take Robin away? Let me use my kin Bunchika Haki to locate Robin. The tavern owner likely got wind of Lucci's message and has gone to capture Robin, Zhang Yufan suggested. The group focused their minds and quickly sensed the entire town, soon spotting Robin walking alongside a masked individual. Nami, noticing the masked figure, inquired Yufan, that person beside Robin, could they be a member of CP9? Zhang Yufan checked the individual S information through the system. Name, Bruno. Potential power growth level, S. Current power level, B. Age, 29. Height, 2. 58 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Defil fruit, door fruit. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, the tavern owner in Water City, secretly a member of the CP9 undercover organization, adheres to the Navy's so-called justice, though his reactions and thoughts seem somewhat sluggish. However, he notices more details and is proficient in the Navy's 6 techniques. Zhang Yufan halted, standing atop the rooftop. Yes, this is the last undercover agent sent by the world government. The group leaped down from the rooftop, and Sanji asked curiously, Miss Robin, where are you going with Bruno, this CP9 member? Let us quickly deal with him and return for a meal at the mayor's expense. Hearing Sanji's words, the masked Bruno was startled, wondering how he had discerned his identity. Had something gone awry with Lucci and the others? Robin, aware that Zhang Yufan and the others would soon find her, hadn't anticipated their swift arrival. Though she enjoyed sailing with them, she, as a harbinger of disaster, could not endanger them. Please, do not come any closer. Let us part ways here, Robin stated earnestly. What? Nami exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend why she would say such a thing. She stepped forward, extending her right hand. What nonsense are you saying? Come back with us. You are an important member of our crew. Sanji also looked bewildered. Miss Robin, don't joke around. Come back with us. I can prepare delicious food for you. Frankie stood by, listening to their conversation, utterly confused. What's going on? ISNT Robin, one of your companions? Why does she suddenly wish to leave? Is she being threatened by Bruno? Robin remarked, I am not jesting. I am, by nature, a harbinger of calamity for those around me. Since the moment I boarded this ship, you have treated me with utmost kindness, and for that, I am grateful. Hence, I do not wish to bring misfortune upon you. We do not perceive you as a calamity. If anything, it is the world government that embodies disaster, and we harbor no fear of them, Sanji responded earnestly. Nami added, our original intention was to oppose the world government. Even if you were to bring us misfortune, we possess the capability to resolve it. So none of this is a concern. Come back. Bruno, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback by Nami's assertion of opposing the world government. He pondered how confident these pirates were in their combat prowess, unaware of the formidable strength of the world government. You have no comprehension of the world government's might. Once you witness that power, you too will regard me as a burden, betraying and abandoning me, which is my greatest fear. Robin's expression darkened. Sanji, with sincerity, declared, Miss Robin, you should understand my character. Even in death, I would never betray you, nor would I abandon you. Otherwise, my comrades would surely give me a sound thrashing. Robin, you must trust us. As Sanji said, we would never abandon or betray our comrades, even to our last breath. Nami insisted earnestly. Robin, feeling despondent, responded, I am exhausted and do not wish to harm more people by evading my fate. Therefore, you must leave this place quickly. There is no longer a place for me in this world. Perhaps death is my best refuge. Bruno, masked and with a cold smile, clapped his hands, remarking, What a touching scene! Such noble words, willing to sacrifice for the sake of comrades. Even I am moved to tears. Upon hearing Robin's words, Zhang Yufan realized she could no longer withstand the pressure imposed by the world government and was too afraid to trust anyone else, ready to resign herself to death. We have become the final straw that the world government uses to crush her. Enel, let Bruno experience your lightning. This fellow is quite deserving of a good thrashing. Do not give him a chance to retaliate, but be cautious of his devil fruit abilities, and do not kill him, Zhang Yufan commanded, his aura rising in intensity as he spoke with anger. Nami, equally furious, pointed at Bruno. Yes, Enel, strike him down. This guy is insufferable. If you fail to handle this, when you return, I will have Sanji give you a proper beating. Enel, about to speak, swallowed his words upon seeing Zhang Yufan and the others' expressions and proceeded to execute the command. Before Bruno could react, he was already receiving a deluge of lightning from Enel, his body enveloped in smoke, resembling a half-cooked roast. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan had vanished from his spot, instantly appearing before Robin, his strong arms enveloping her in a tight embrace. Robin, startled, struggled, but her feeble attempts were futile against his strength. She could only remain captive in his grasp. Robin, if you are weary, take a moment to rest. There will always be a group of comrades guarding you. From the moment I rescued you from Crocodile, your life has belonged to me. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. You have already found a refuge, which is the place of our comrades, even if you have yet to realize it. But I fear seeing you all perish because of me. Robin wept. We are pirates, and inevitably, we will confront the world government. Your departure will not alter that. As for the calamity you speak of, it is the world government that brings it upon itself. While our current strength may not match theirs, we can certainly withstand threats of that magnitude. The dark past you carry is known to our crew. They would never abandon you unless they stepped over our corpses. And no one shall take you away. I will return with you. I wish to live and venture with you all. Frankie cried out, overwhelmed with emotion. Nami and Sanji were already in tears, and after Enel dealt with Bruno, he observed Zhang Yufan and the others with an indifferent expression. In Zhang Yufan's embrace, Robin wept freely, releasing years of pent-up emotions. Zhang Yufan remained silent, cradling her with one arm while gently stroking her hair with the other, allowing her to express herself, lest her emotions fester further. After some time, Robin's emotions gradually stabilized. Zhang Yufan wiped her tears away, took her hand, and led the other comrades back to the shipyard. Before long, they arrived, and Koby noticed Robin's reddened eyes and furrowed brow. Robin, have you been crying? Who bullied you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Nami explained to the shipyard comrades the reason behind Robin's distress. After hearing this, their animosity towards the world government deepened. Iceberg inquired, Mr. Zhang Yufan, the CP9 members have been captured. It won't be long before the world government discovers this. What are your plans? We intend to stay in this city for several days, awaiting the arrival of my comrades to join us in retrieving our people from Enies lobby. You should use this time to commence shipbuilding, Zhang Yufan replied. You plan to stir trouble at the world government stronghold? They are formidable. Are you not afraid of being captured? Barry asked, astonished. Zhang Yufan explained the reasons for their mission to Enies lobby, and the group fell silent. In the following days, the shipwrights worked tirelessly to construct Zhang Yufan's new ship. With Zhang Yufan's assistance, Iceberg successfully found a new secretary. Zhang Yufan also returned to Alabasta, bringing the leader of the banana crocodiles to Water City for greater convenience in aquatic activities. Time flew by, and Zhang Yufan's new ship was nearing completion. One day, a colossal vessel appeared beside Water City, and Zhang Yufan's din-din mushy began to ring. Zhang Yufan picked up the receiver. Hello, is this Captain Yufan? This is Dongli. I have arrived in Water City with my comrades. Where are you? It's me. We are currently at the mayor's residence in the city. Please wait outside, and I will come and find you, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Thus, Dongli waited outside, while Zhang Yufan led all his comrades to welcome them, with Iceberg accompanying them. After a short time, the group rode the banana crocodile to Dongli's massive ship and climbed aboard. Iceberg, astonished, remarked, Mr. Zhang Yufan, you did not mean the giants as your comrades, did you? Zhang Yufan nodded, and the newly joined members also exhibited surprise, not expecting Zhang Yufan to have recruited so many giants as allies. Zhang Yufan glanced at the information of the new recruits via the system. Name, holding potential growth level, S current strength level, B age, 78 height, 22 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a new generation giant warrior from Elbaf, harboring grand ambitions of becoming the king of giants, and possesses a heart filled with gratitude. He is an old friend of Charlotte Linlin. Name, Satan's potential growth level, S current power level, C age, 60 height, 1. 81 meters gender, male weapon, great hammered devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, hailing from the giant tribe of Ierbafu. Satans is a shipwright possessing sufficient woodworking skills to maintain and repair vessels. Due to his towering stature, he wields formidable strength. Name, Lauda potential growth level, S current power level, C age, 60 height, 1. 85 meters gender, male weapon, great longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the giant tribe from Ierbafu. Luada is notably tall and serves as a navigator and swordsman. Name, Girdabegu potential growth level, S current power level, C age, 60 height, 1. 8 meters gender, male weapon, great hammer, shield devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, also from the giant tribe of Ierbafu. Girdabegu resembles the thundercloud Zeus created by the Yonko Big Mom, and is portly in stature, working as a chef. Name, Girtzi potential growth level, as current power level, C age, 72 height, 1. 7 meters gender, female weapon, great axe devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the giant tribe from Ierbafu. Girtzi is a ship's doctor and was a childhood companion of Charlotte Linlin and Hayerding. Dongli observed Zhang Yufan and his companions boarding the ship and approached them, greeting the captain and his mates. It has been a while. How have you all been? Baluki, with a smile, walked over and said, Captain, during our absence, I see you have gathered quite a number of new companions. It seems the upcoming days will be lively. It has been a long time. We are well. The 5 behind us are your newly recruited companions. Quite tall indeed. Nami chimed in cheerfully. Dongli nodded and introduced all the companions, while Zhang Yufan's group also introduced themselves, facilitating mutual acquaintance. At this moment, Hayerding gazed at Zhang Yufan and asked, So you are a captain? You don't look very strong. Are you sure you possess the strength to lead? Let us have a spar. Dongli approached and lightly tapped Hayerding's head, saying, You little rascal, you can't even defeat me. Yet you wish to challenge the captain? Are you sure you are not seeking punishment? Zhang Yufan waved his hand dismissively at Dongli. It's fine. Since Hayerding wishes to fight, I shall allow him to experience the terror of being dominated by a stronger opponent, and it will also help him understand the current power dynamics. Liqui shook his head nearby, thinking this was yet another troublemaker. Why choose the captain as your opponent? Just wait to be trounced. The other 4 new giants watched with great interest, curious to gauge the strength of the captain they had chosen to follow. As Dongli announced the commencement of the battle, Zhang Yufan had already vanished from his position, denying Hayerding any opportunity to strike. He appeared behind Hayerding and delivered a powerful kick to his rear, sending him soaring into the sky, then followed suit, executing a series of swift strikes. Zhang Yufan did not exert excessive force. Otherwise, he could have seriously injured Hayerding. With his last kick, he sent Hayerding back onto the ship, where Zhang Yufan was ready to catch him. Hayerding landed safely, while the 4 new giants were left in shock, mesmerized by Zhang Yufan's overwhelming power. The duel concluded in less than 20 seconds, with Hayerding swiftly defeated by Zhang Yufan. Iceberg, watching from the sidelines, was left dumbfounded pondering what manner of monsters these individuals were. Hayerding lay on the deck, bewildered. What just happened? I didn't even get a chance to strike before being defeated. Is the disparity in strength truly this vast? Baluki chuckled as he helped Hayerding up. Hayerding, wake up. You must be dazed from the defeat. There are many strong individuals in this world. Do not underestimate anyone, or you may end up like this. Hayerding snapped back to reality and bowed to Zhang Yufan, saying, Captain, I apologize for my earlier insolence. No problem. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Remember, though the giants possess physical talents that may surpass ours, those who have not yet matured into true strength are still considered weak in the eyes of other strong individuals. Hayerding nodded. It was already noon, and the group enjoyed a hearty feast aboard the giant ship before escorting Iceberg back and preparing to head towards Judicial Island. Zhang Yufan had familiarized himself with the route to Judicial Island in the preceding days, and following the direction indicated by the system map, the ship sailed swiftly. After a long while, they finally sighted Judicial Island, where the guards at the front gate noticed a massive ship approaching rapidly. They all readied themselves, and as the ship reached the shore, they raised their guns and shouted, You pirates are not allowed to move. Do you know where this is? Surrender immediately and accept divine retribution. You are too loud. Perhaps you should be unconscious for a while. Zhang Yufan declared, utilizing his conqueror's haki to incapacitate them. Usopp looked around and remarked, I don't see any giants here. Do we need to venture further and to find them? Leaving the animals to guard Lu Chi and the ship, the other companions disembarked and proceeded inward. The front gate had been utterly destroyed by Baegis, and the Navy inside was already making phone calls. One Marine answered the phone, saying, Commander, this is the front gate of the island. There's trouble. Several giants and members of the extreme pirate crew have invaded. The commander responded, How could you allow them to breach? What are you all doing? Where are Oimo and Keisai? Have they also been defeated? They are still eating. I've already notified them, and they are on their way here, replied the Marine. Quickly notify the other Marines to come and provide reinforcements. We must stop them. The commander shouted in anger. More and more Marines rushed toward the front gate, where Dongli and Baluki stood, calling out the names of Oimo and Keisai. Meanwhile, Oimo and Keisai, hurrying towards the sound of the familiar voices, quickened their pace and spotted their captain standing at the front gate. How did our captain end up here? Didn't the world government say they had captured him? Did he escape from prison to find us? Zhang Yufan checked their information via the system. Name, Keisai potential growth level. S current power level. B age, 143 height. 1. 6 meters gender. Male weapon. Great axe devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A giant warrior from Ierbafu. Keisai set out to find information about his two leaders after 50 years of concern for their safety. Deceived by the government into believing Dongli and Baluki had been captured by the Navy, he was told they would be released if they guarded Judicial Island for 100 years. A century ago, he was a subordinate of Dongli and Baluki, but after they decided to duel at Little Garden, he returned home with the remaining crew. Name, Outlaw combat potential growth level. S current combat level. B age, 145 years height, 16 meters gender. Male weapon, giant hammered devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none profile, a giant warrior hailing from Ibabu. He served under Dong Li and Buluaji a century ago. When the two leaders decided to duel at the Little Garden, he returned to his homeland with the remaining crew. 50 years later, concerned for the safety of the two leaders, he set sail to gather information about them, only to be deceived by the government, who claimed that Dong Li and Buluaji had been captured by the Navy. They would be released after guarding Judicial Island for a century. Soon, he found himself face to face with Dong Li and Buluaji. Bewildered, he inquired, Captain, weren't you captured? How did you end up here? Dong Li explained, You have been misled by the world government. We have been dueling on an island for nearly a century without capture. We came to bring you back for an adventure. Buluaji added, We have now joined the extreme pirates. This individual here is our captain, who informed us of your deception regarding guarding Judicial Island. Upon hearing that their captains had been duped, Aoi Ma and Kai Shi felt an unusual rage, wielding their weapons and sending nearby Marines flying. The surrounding Marines were also incapacitated by Enel's electric attacks. One Marine, hiding away, took out a Din Din Mushi to dial, soon connecting with Admiral Spandam. Commander, it's bad. Ima and Kaishi have turned against us, and the reinforcements have all been defeated. Requesting backup. Spandam, infuriated, bellowed, "How could this happen? You worthless fools. I will send assistance." He dispatched the remaining members of CP9 and contacted more Marines. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his crew had already eliminated all the Marines, including the special forces who came to reinforce them, now lying in a heap. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared from the heavens. Zhang Yufan checked their information through the system. Name: Jabala Combat Potential Growth Level, S Current Combat Level, B Age, 34 years Height, 212 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, Inu no Mi, Wolf Form Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile, a member of the World Government's Intelligence Organization CP9, ranked 3rd within CP9. He believes his strength rivals that of Kaku, has a penchant for deceit, a volatile temper, and harbors a strong dislike for Lu Qi, with a strained relationship with Kaku. He is well-versed in the Navy S6 styles. Name: Waitsu Combat Potential Growth Level, S Current Combat Level, B Age, 33 years Height, 338 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Metal Staff Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile, a member of the World Government's Special Agency CP9. He often pretends to commit seppuku, but always activates the 6 styles iron block in advance, preventing his demise. He possesses the skill of life return, allowing him to control any part of his body freely after infusing consciousness into it, and is proficient in the Navy S6 styles. Name: Maoto in Combat Potential Growth Level, S Current Combat Level, B Age, 28 years Height, 331 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Profile, a member of the World Government's Special Agency CP9. He excels in the use of shave among CP9 members and also masters the 6 styles techniques, capable of measuring the level of physical techniques. He can fix his body to the corners of ceilings, but is not adept at secrecy, as he has a zipper on his mouth, rendering him nearly incapable of participating in undercover operations. The newly arrived Marines noticed the 3 CP9 members in the sky, feeling somewhat reassured. They were significantly stronger than us, which should enable them to thwart these pirates. You are the pirates invading Judicial Island. Watch as I dispose of you all, Jabala declared, glaring at Zhang Yufan and his crew. Batua Lomi Yao displayed a disdainful expression, hands tucked into his pockets, boasting, "You think you could defeat us? Neither Lu Qi nor Kaku possess such ability. Do you truly believe you can? I'm even stronger than them. How do you know Lu Qi and Kaku? Have you already defeated them?" Jabala retorted angrily. Mao Toing unzipped the zipper on his mouth and remarked, "Jabula, your combat prowess is inherently inferior to theirs. Do not speak with such bravado." "Oh dear, I'll let it slip." He hastily zipped up his mouth again. Jabula, incensed by Mao Toing's undermining, shouted, "Which side are you on? Can you not speak?" Nami and the other women burst into laughter, amused by the comical situation where one of their own was so easily undermined. Since you claim to be stronger than Lu Qi, let's have a duel. If you emerge victorious, then you truly surpass him, Ba Jiesi said with a grin, approaching Jabula. Jabula scrutinized Ba Jiesi, noting his towering height and muscular physique. It seemed that Lu Qi had indeed been bested by him. He then descended from the sky, declaring, "Very well, I shall send you flying, proving my superiority over Lu Qi." Zhang Yufan directed Jiemu and Mi Qita to confront Mao Toing and Wei Xiu, for they had significantly improved their combat strength through training. Utilizing their Haki and Devil Fruit abilities, they pressured Mao Toing and Wei Xiu, causing the once flat ground to be riddled with deep craters, some formed by explosions, others from massive impacts. Returning to Ba Jiesi's side, Jabala immediately transformed into his wolf form, launching a rapid barrage of claw strikes at Ba Jiesi, yet none found their mark. Seizing the opportunity, Ba Jiesi clenched his right fist and delivered a powerful blow to Jabula's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. However, Jabula quickly regained his footing and charged at Ba Jiesi, unleashing a series of attacks, known as the Gale Wolf, using his feet to execute slashing kicks, approaching him in a leaping manner rather than a direct assault. Unexpectedly, you possess considerable strength. No wonder you claim to have defeated Lu Qi. Surely, you cannot be this weak. But Jesse skillfully dodged the slashing kicks, positioning himself behind Jiabula and delivering a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of blows. Realizing he could not evade, Jiabula could only fortify his defense using the iron block technique. You are far too weak. In comparison to Lu Qi, you are pathetically inferior. Coughing, Jiabula exclaimed, "How could your strength be so immense? What manner of monster are you? Do not dare claim I am weaker. I will surely defeat you." He bellowed, straining to rise from the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. As he adjusted his stance and launched another punch at Jesse, channeling all his strength, Jiabula executed the Iron Block Heavy Step Wolf and Iron Block Demon Wolf, channeling the power of Iron Block into his limbs to enhance his attacks. Taste the might of my two moves. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Your power still lacks the required might. Do you possess anything stronger? Without further ado, our duel should come to an end. Since you and Lu Qi belong to the same organization, let us bring this to a fitting conclusion. Beijis intensified his strength and met Gabra's strikes, the immense force causing Gabra's limbs to tingle. At this point, Beijis had had enough fun and swiftly knocked Gabra unconscious, lifting him before Zhang Yufan. Meanwhile, Jim and his team had already concluded their battle, and the newly arrived Marines stared in disbelief as they were toppled by the giants. The Marines' communicators stood frozen, astonished that they had all been defeated, including members of CP9, without a single injury on the opposing side. What a group of monsters. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yufan and his companions, not far from Judicial Island, a man leisurely rode a bicycle across the sea, having been drawn by the loud commotion from the island. The formidable CP9 members had already been apprehended, and the two giants had made their appearance. Their mission was accomplished, and it was time to prepare for departure. The rewards from the battle concluded had been received, and it was indeed exhilarating, a bountiful harvest. They had experienced the thrill of defeating foes in rapid succession. In his office, Spandam received reports from the Marines, indicating that all reinforcements and CP9 members had been defeated by Zhang Yufan and his crew. However, they showed no intention of advancing further, but were instead preparing to leave with the two gatekeeping giants. Spandam fumed, as the Marines on the island had mostly been dispatched. Yet they had failed to capture Zhang Yufan, which infuriated him further, leaving him powerless to pursue them. The group swaggered back onto the giant's ship, leaving behind a sea of fallen Marines. Upon boarding, the vessel set sail towards Water City. Soon, Oka was astonished to witness a peculiar scene on the surface of the sea, exclaiming, "Friends, there's a man riding a bicycle on the water without falling." Chopper, taken aback by such an oddity, curiously climbed to the bow, asking where? All aboard turned their gaze towards the sea, and indeed, there was a man pedaling leisurely, gradually approaching their ship. Zhang Yufan checked the man's information through the system. Name, Kazan. Combat power growth potential level. Assess, current combat power level. Assess, age, 46. Height, 298 centimeters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. Hi no Mi. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, codename Akiji. Known as one of the three admirals alongside Akainu and Kizu, possessing formidable power and a former student of Admiral Zephyr, who is characterized by his laid-back demeanor and strong sense of loyalty. He believes that justice is perceived differently depending on one's standpoint and will change accordingly. Hence, he does not question others' interpretations of justice. However, he will not hesitate to retaliate against anyone who obstructs his own sense of justice. At that moment, Robin's expression shifted dramatically, her body trembling uncontrollably, for she was all too familiar with this man. Sanji, perplexed, inquired, "Miss Robin, are you afraid of that man?" Nami noticed Robin's unease and grasped her hand, asking, "Robin, what's wrong? Do you know that man?" That man is one of the current Navy admirals, Kazan, codename Akiji, and he possesses immense power, Robin replied, her face filled with fear. Beiji's, brimming with excitement, laughed. Wah. So he is the admiral the captain mentioned before? Are we going to fight him? Usopp, puzzled, wondered why such a strong individual suddenly appeared here. Jean Yufan reassured Robin, take a deep breath and relax. Let us assess the situation first. It may not lead to a confrontation. Thus, Jean Yufan retrieved a table and a few simple chairs from his storage space, setting out fruits and snacks, comfortably sitting as he awaited Kazan's arrival. Soon, Kazan hopped onto the giant's ship with his bicycle, set it down, and approached Robin lazily. Greeting, hello there. Oh my, isn't this Nico Robin? It's been ages since we last met, and you've grown so lovely. Jean Yufan smiled. Greetings, Kazan. Please take a seat. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Kazan sat down, scrutinizing Jean Yufan, scratching his head. You are the one who defeated and captured Crocodile. The one making waves lately. What was your name again? I seem to have forgotten. For a moment, everyone was speechless. Could it be that this admiral was too lazy to remember the captain's name? Given his personality, it was indeed plausible. Crocodile sighed nearby. Can we not discuss this? It's not my fault. My strength fell short, and I had no choice but to submit. It's a painful story. Sanji interjected, Hey, you must be too lazy if you can forget this. That is our captain, Jean Yufan, of the Extreme Pirates. Kazan nonchalantly replied, I've always adhered to the principle of lazy justice. I happened to ride my bike past here and did not receive any orders to apprehend you. The crew internally scoffed, noting that his principles matched his demeanor perfectly. Unbelievably lazy. Kazan casually grabbed some fruit from the table and continued. I never expected your ship to have so many giants. It seems you've grown even stronger. Indeed, our captain is quite formidable, and we will continue to grow stronger. Usopp proclaimed proudly. Suddenly, Kazan's demeanor shifted as he straightened up, stating, I have come here to seek Nico Robin and meet her. I did not expect to find you as her refuge. I have changed my mind. You all should perish here. The crew exchanged glances, bemused by how quickly his mood had shifted from cordial to confrontational. Are you sure you want to take on all of us? If we were to overpower you, it would be quite the spectacle, Jean Yufan remarked with a smile. What prompted this sudden decision? Is it because of Robin? Do you have such confidence in your abilities that you fear no retaliation from us? Not at all, Kazan replied earnestly, partly because, while the world government may not yet regard you as a serious threat, given your current rate of growth, you will undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future. It is best to resolve this swiftly. Regardless of your intentions toward Robin, rest assured, we will protect her. No matter who the enemy may be, even if it is the entire world, Inaru, come and demonstrate your prowess to Kazan. Jean Yufan declared earnestly. Inaru, grasping his golden staff, instantly appeared beside Jean Yufan, enveloped in crackling lightning. Kazan's heart raced at the sight of him, realizing he was facing a devil fruit user of lightning. While the crew did not believe Inaru could defeat Kazan, they figured that if it came down to a battle of devil fruit abilities, he might have a chance. After all, if he were to lose, fleeing would still be an option. At this moment, Rajazi pointed to a spot further away from the ship, instructing the two to engage in their battle there. Otherwise, given that both were wielding the powers of natural-type devil fruits, a skirmish aboard the vessel would surely result in its destruction. Analu, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Kazan, since you possess the ability of the ice fruit, create an icy arena on the sea. As you can see, should we fight here and damage the ship, I would likely be slain by the monstrous entities behind us. Kazan leaped from the ship, fashioning an arena of ice upon the water. Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of your devil fruit abilities. With that, he unleashed 5 ice pillars from his palm, aiming to encase Analu within a colossal ice sphere. In an instant, Analu vanished from Kazan's sight, reappearing behind him and unleashing a linear bolt of lightning from his wrist. Kazan sensed Analu's presence and swiftly evaded, employing his freezing technique to rapidly emit cold air in an effort to immobilize him. Analu, however, countered with a surge of electricity, simultaneously striking a drum on his right shoulder, invoking a 30 million volt Thunderbird. Kazan retaliated with an ice bird, gathering cold air in his right arm and releasing it. resulting in an explosive clash that nullified Analu's attack. The icy arena cracked under the force of their powers as Kuzan shaped ice spears and hurled them at Analu. Analu struck his shoulders drums again, unleashing a 60 million-volt thunder dragon that obliterated the ice spears, sending the lightning dragon hurtling towards Kazan. Your lightning abilities are indeed formidable, Kazan acknowledged. Of course, for I am the thunder god. Taste my divine retribution. Kuzan deftly evaded the assault, and thus they exchanged a multitude of skills derived from their respective devil fruits, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. They fought tirelessly, neither able to gain the upper hand. My speed surpasses yours by a great margin. Your strength and combat skills may exceed mine, yet you shall never defeat me, especially with the formidable beings behind me. Anila declared, even if I cannot vanquish you alone, should those formidable beings join forces, the outcome would surely differ. Stand down. It seemed Anilu had underestimated these pirates. Your combat prowess is indeed impressive. It suffices. Let's return to the ship. In a flash, Anilu teleported back aboard, while Kazan leisurely followed suit. Chopper, seated at the bow, marveled at the extraordinary duel, acknowledging their prowess. Crocodile, with a sigh of resignation, mused, Kazan, now you comprehend my sentiments from before, do you not? Unless I wish for my demise, I have no choice but to join them. These individuals are as powerful as monsters, defying all conventional understanding. Ha ha ha. Kazan, do you now recognize our strength? If your thirst for battle remains unquenched, I shall gladly engage you once more, Buggy jested. Kazan approached Robin, expressing his lack of desire to continue fighting, for he had obtained the answers he sought. Nico, Robin, you have finally discovered a place of belonging. Zhang Yufan and his companions shielded Robin, wary of Kuzan's proximity. Should he strike unexpectedly, Robin's fate would be uncertain. Kazan, I will no longer evade my fate. I intend to live fully and grow stronger to protect them, Robin boldly declared. Kuzan lazily replied, they are indeed remarkable. So persevere and strengthen yourself. Until we meet again. With that, he mounted his bicycle and sauntered away across the sea. Following Kuzan's departure, the group continued their journey towards Water City. Along the way, Lucci and the others awoke, puzzled by Zhang Yufan's intentions in capturing them without resorting to violence. What do you intend by bringing us here? Kaku inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion. To invite you to join my pirate crew, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Lucci, infuriated, retorted, do not harbor such delusions. We will never join you. Zhang Yufan's piercing gaze fixed upon them. You are now failures. Are you unaware of how the world government will deal with you? Endless pursuit or death. Your choices are limited. You have no right to refuse. Your lives depend on my whim. Should you remain aboard my ship, you must adhere to my rules. Should you defy me, your days aboard will be most arduous. Silence enveloped Lucci and his comrades. They had been defeated and captured by Zhang Yufan's crew, leaving them no alternatives, their fates resting in Zhang Yufan's hands. He released them from their confines. Yet these individuals would not acquiesce easily. At the first opportunity, they sought to escape, but were met with Analu's wrath of lightning. After a brief celebration for the return of Keki and Oimo, the following morning, the giant ship arrived at Water City. The giants and animals remained aboard while the rest of the crew ventured to the shipyard, where Iceberg was overseeing operations. Upon spotting Zhang Yufan's return, Iceberg and Frankie approached. Iceberg remarked, Zhang Yufan, I did not expect you to return safely from Eni's lobby. Your combat prowess is indeed formidable. Did you manage to rescue the two giant allies? Also, I hear your new ship is complete, Frankie added with enthusiasm. Zhang Yufan replied, all have been rescued, and I even acquired some interest. I captured the remaining 3 members of CP9 at the island, and shall have them undergo extensive modifications aboard before they join us. Where's our new ship? Frankie, lead us to it, Chopper exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. The majority of the crew felt a surge of exhilaration. Their long-awaited vessel was finally complete, and they followed Frankie eagerly. Soon, they arrived at their destination, where Iceberg and Frankie unveiled the grand ship, revealing a lion's head at the prow. Akin to the original design, but considerably larger. This magnificent beast of a ship is named Qinli Yangwang, Iceberg proclaimed with a grin. As the crew boarded, Usopp exclaimed, "Wow, what a massive ship. This is incredible. We finally have our own vessel." Chopper, eyes sparkling, dashed about the deck, rolling joyfully across the grassy surface, reveling in the moment. The crew explored every nook and cranny of the ship, marveling at the plethora of equipment available. Zhang Yufan disembarked and approached Frankie. "Frankie, this ship is remarkable. We are thoroughly impressed. However, it requires your expertise. Join us as we embark on our adventures at sea. Regrettably, I cannot accept your offer. I sincerely appreciate your invitation, but I must remain here. I cannot abandon my beloved subordinates," Frankie replied apologetically. At that moment, Frankie's family, having heard of Zhang Yufan's return, arrived at the shipyard and overheard the conversation. They understood the depth of Frankie's loyalty and resolved not to become a burden to their brother. Zanbai, with a serious demeanor, approached Frankie. "Brother, you desire to join them on their adventures, do you not? Do not worry about us. We have Mayor Iceberg to support us." The Iceberg spoke up, saying, "Frankie, do not worry about them. Once you leave, I will ensure he has tasks to attend to." The members of Frankie's family had never seen him display such joy while engaged in shipbuilding. It is evident that this pursuit holds profound significance for him. "What nonsense are you all talking about? My staying here is not solely for you. I have obligations that require my presence. Therefore, Zhang Yufan, I bestow upon you this ship of dreams," Frankie declared with indignation. The Iceberg replied earnestly, "Frankie, this vessel has yet to sail the seas, has not faced any adversities, nor reached the ocean's end. Thus, it does not yet embody your dream." Frankie recalled the conditions he had mentioned in his childhood, realizing that none had been fulfilled, and this was not yet the ship of his dreams. Observing Frankie lost in thought, the Iceberg continued, "For years, you have suppressed your passion for shipbuilding, organizing these ruffians to protect the water city that Teacher Tom cherished. That is sufficient. If he were still here, he would forgive you. I have forgiven you, and now it is time for you to forgive yourself." After the Iceberg spoke, the others began to understand Frankie's reluctance to leave, undoubtedly tied to the death of someone named Tom, as tears streamed down Frankie's face. Join Zhang Yufan and the others in pursuing your dreams. From this day forth, you can live for your aspirations, the Iceberg continued. Frankie, now weeping profusely, covered his face with his right hand, saying, "Iceberg, I entrust my beloved subordinates to you. Please take good care of them." The Iceberg reassured him, "Do not worry. I will look after them. You leave me no choice, Zhang Yufan. I will take the position of shipwright on your vessel. After all, how could such a magnificent ship be without a skilled craftsman?" Frankie wiped away his tears. Zhang Yufan and the others welcomed Frankie's addition, while the entire Frankie family was in tears. Kiwi and Maz looked at each other, then approached Frankie. "Brother, we cannot let you venture alone. We must accompany you on this maritime adventure." Frankie firmly refused, saying, "No, the perils of the ocean are too great for you. It is better for you to remain here." However, Kiwi and Maz were resolute in their decision to follow him. Unable to dissuade them, Frankie turned to Zhang Yufan for assistance. Zhang Yufan approached. "All right, Frankie, since they wish to accompany you, let them join. However, they must first change that unconventional hairstyle. As for their safety, leave that to me. Once aboard, you will understand." Frankie, recognizing Zhang Yufan's capabilities, relented and agreed to Kiwi and Ma's request. He was curious how Zhang Yufan intended to ensure their safety, wondering if he would assign a guard to each of them. The three of them returned to gather their belongings, and shortly thereafter, they bid farewell to the people of Water City and set sail on the new ship to seek the giants in the next island. Zanbai waved goodbye to Frankie and approached the Iceberg, asking, "New brother, what shall we do next?" Frankie's family called out in unison, "Brother," eagerly anticipating how they would be arranged. "Do not call me brother. It makes me sound like a gang leader. Follow me. I have already devised a plan for you." The Iceberg replied, exuding a sense of resignation. Frankie's family erupted in laughter, trailing behind the Iceberg, exuding an air reminiscent of a gang leader's entourage. Once aboard, they introduced themselves, while Nami looked on, puzzled by the pointer indicating downwards. Nami approached Zhang Yufan and inquired, "Yufan, what is the meaning of this recording pointer? Are we to venture beneath the sea?" The other companions gathered around, eager to hear Zhang Yufan's explanation, wondering if they were indeed to descend into the depths or if there was a malfunction with the pointer. We must indeed go underwater to reach Fishman Island. However, this revelation may not sit well with Nami and Nojiko, given their village's history under the tyrannical rule of fishmen. Zhang Yufan chuckled. The new companions and giants expressed their confusion, and upon learning of the sisters' past, their faces reflected anger and concern. Nami waved her hand, smiling softly. It is all right. Since my sister and I were rescued by you, we have gradually come to terms with it. Do not worry. Upon hearing Nami's words, Sanji breathed a sigh of relief, only for his long-suppressed wolfish nature to resurface, dancing with exuberance. We are finally heading to Fishman Island, where many beautiful mermaids reside. It is a dreamland for many. Sanji exclaimed. Zoro stood up from the deck, remarking, Cook, your old habits are resurfacing. Would you like me to help you with that again? Are you looking for a fight, Mosshead? I'm stronger than ever, Sanji replied, regaining his composure. Zoro was already prepared for a brawl, and the two glared at each other, sparks flying, until their companions pulled them apart. These two seemed to engage in combat every few days. Meanwhile, Chopper fantasized about the scene of beautiful mermaids frolicking together. Sanji, I have some news about mermaids. One good and one bad. Which would you like to hear first? Zhang Yufan said with a mischievous smile. Sanji broke free from his companions, rushing to Zhang Yufan. Captain, what is the news? Hurry, tell me the good one first. The others gathered around again, curious about Zhang Yufan's news, all ears. The good news is, you have already met a mermaid, Zhang Yufan announced. Sanji was bewildered. When did I meet one? That cannot be right. How could I forget such a beautiful mermaid? Zhang Yufan would not deceive him. He searched his memories for the answer. Sanji racked his brain, but came up empty, asking in confusion, where did I meet her? And what is the bad news? The bad news is, the old woman you encountered at Swift Station, Kokoro, belongs to the mermaid clan, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Aside from the giants, all the companions had encountered Kokoro and were surprised to learn she was of the mermaid tribe, having never seen her with a tail. Sanji suddenly imagined Kokoro's appearance paired with a fish tail as if struck by lightning. He knelt on the deck, pounding the floor with his fist. Despair etched on his face, his dreams of mermaids shattered. After a long pause, Zhang Yufan sat down in a chair, stating before we reach Fishman Island, we must pass through the Devil's Triangle. What kind of place is that? Koby asked, puzzled. Robin explained, it is a crucial route on the Grand Line, where hundreds of ships disappear each year, and the vessels that are found are always devoid of crew, with witnesses claiming to see ghost ships carrying the dead. Usopp and Chopper huddled together in fear, while Kaya displayed remarkable curiosity, wondering what those ghosts looked like. Although Nami's combat abilities had improved, she still feared encountering ghosts. Clinging tightly to Zhang Yufan's arm. Would there really be ghosts there? What a terrifying place! Chopper exclaimed, his face etched with fear. In the realm of Qiaoba, phantoms and zombies truly manifest, and one might even encounter living skeletons. Zhang Yufan grinned mischievously. Nami clutched Zhang Yufan tighter, her face etched with terror. That place seemed dreadfully frightening. I absolutely do not wish to encounter such horrors. The group was astonished, their curiosity piqued about what these entities might be like. Zhang Yufan's words suggested that the existence of living skeletons was indeed a reality. Several companions, fearful of spirits, began preparing exorcism equipment, while others busied themselves with their own tasks. Standing at the bow of the ship, Zhang Yufan summoned the system's spirit, Xiaoming, with a mere thought. Upon her arrival, she announced, Congratulations, Master. This time we have amassed over 1,000 items, including 180 million berries, 31 bananas, 26 pineapples, 44 peaches, 17 mangoes, 26 grapes, 28 fish, 35 pieces of meat, and 30 small bottles of fresh water. After organizing the bounty, Zhang Yufan sought out those aboard who had not yet been enhanced by his unique abilities. With a flick of his mind, he bestowed upon Frankie the powers of strength, top tier, stamina, top tier, speed, top tier, defense, top tier, moonwalk, advanced, Sub advanced, and Gale Kick, advanced, elevating his combat prowess from C rank to SSS rank. For Kiwi, he equipped strength, top tier, stamina, top tier, speed, top tier. Defense, top tier. Swordsmanship, advanced. Accuracy, top tier. Suru, advanced. Gale kick, advanced. Moonwalk, advanced. Kenbunchika haki, advanced. And Busashoka haki, advanced, boosting her combat strength from D rank to S rank. For Maz, he granted similar enhancements, raising her power from D rank to S rank as well. Finally, he equipped Hayarding with strength, top tier, stamina, top tier, speed, top tier, defense, top tier, Suru, advanced, Gale kick, advanced, Moonwalk, advanced. Martial arts, advanced, kicking techniques, advanced, punching techniques, advanced, Kenbunchika haki, advanced, and Busashoka haki, advanced, promoting his combat level from B rank to SSS rank. The companion stood before Zhang Yufan, puzzled by his intentions, but soon felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through them. Despite having heard tales from others, experiencing it firsthand was astonishing, and they realized Zhang Yufan was utilizing his special ability to amplify their combat capabilities instantaneously. The remaining equipment cards were distributed among other companions who lacked sufficient strength. Frankie was left in a state of shock, unable to articulate his thoughts. With a playful grin, Zhang Yufan patted his arm. "How do you feel now? I have fulfilled my promise to you, and Kiwi and Maz are now capable of self-defense. The captain, your unique ability is truly remarkable. I feel incredibly powerful now. I reckon Kiwi and Ma's strength is not far behind mine, which gives me a sense of security," Frankie exclaimed. The other companions shared in his excitement, marveling at Zhang Yufan's extraordinary talent to cultivate formidable allies. With a flicker of thought, Zhang Yufan retrieved a devil fruit from his storage space and presented it to Frankie, elaborating on its capabilities. "This Gura Gura no Mi is exceptionally suited for you. Transforming your body will soon become remarkably convenient, and whether you can invent that special form of memory alloy rests with you. This devil fruit, valued over 100 million, possesses such abilities? I shall not hesitate to accept it. The ensuing research is now entrusted to me." With that, Frankie bit into the Gura Gura no Mi, savoring its flesh as he felt the transformation within his body. He then attempted to consume the dagger Zhang Yufan had handed him, experimenting with the fusion of two blades. Thus, Frankie, the mobile armory, was born. Zhang Yufan also produced various weapons from his storage for Frankie to devour at his leisure. Some companions observed in astonishment as Frankie nibbled on a buggy cannonball from Usopp on his left and a long sword from Koby on his right, relishing every bite. With their newfound strength, the crew began to develop their unique techniques. Luffy and a few others stood by, utterly dumbfounded. The rate of their power enhancement was astonishingly rapid. At this juncture, any random individual aboard the ship could easily subdue them, and the prospect of escape was rendered impossible. For the time being, they could only comply. As the ship sailed the seas for several days, they encountered a drifting barrel that, upon opening, released a signal flare. One fateful morning, the winds and waves grew tumultuous, and the once azure sky was shrouded by ominous clouds, compelling the crew to steer the ship with caution. "What on earth is this weather? The skies have darkened so swiftly, and the fog has thickened," Zoro remarked, surveying the surroundings. Zhang Yufan glanced at the map within the system and chuckled. "We have now entered the Devil's Triangle. Those among us who fear ghosts should brace themselves." Usopp and his companions had fully armed themselves with exorcism gear when, shortly thereafter, a dilapidated vessel approached. Zhang Yufan and several allies leapt aboard the other ship, inspecting it thoroughly. Not a single living soul remained, only an abundance of cobwebs. Finding no valuable items, they returned to their own ship and informed Usopp that no ghost had been discovered, prompting a collective sigh of relief. After sailing a while longer, just as Zhang Yufan and the others presumed they had evaded any spectral encounters, an eerie laughter echoed from ahead, followed by a man's voice singing a song titled Bink Sake. Gradually, a tattered ship came into view, and upon it, a moving skull leaned against the side, holding a teacup and donning a gentleman's hat atop its explosive hair. Zhang Yufan consulted the system to reveal the being's information. Name, Brook Combat Potential Level, S Current Combat Level, C Age, 87 years Height, 2. 66 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Cane Sword Devil Fruit, Yomi Yomi Nomi bounty. 33 million berries equipment cards. None description. A musician and swordsman, humorous and lecherous. Capable of walking on water. Formerly the captain of a National Guard unit, he joined the Rum Bar Pirates. Subsequently, he encountered enemies in the Devil's Triangle and fell victim to their treachery. Thanks to the Yomi Yomi no Mi, his soul emerged from the underworld. But after losing his way for a year, he found his body had transformed into a skeleton, retaining only his explosive hair. He now exists solely in skeletal form, dreaming of sailing around the world to reunite with Laboon at Twin Capes in the Grand Line. Frankie exclaimed in wonder, "Did you all see that? A singing, moving skeleton. This world is truly fascinating." Donley also looked on in amazement. Jean Yufan, thrilled at the swift encounter with Brooke, instructed his companions to turn the ship towards the skeletal musician, swiftly drawing alongside the mysterious vessel. Jean Yufan, accompanied by Nami, who clung tightly to his arm, leaped aboard the derelict vessel, where Brooke was observing them with great joy. After spending decades on this battered ship, he was finally greeted by the presence of so many living souls, including several giants. Over the years, do you know how I have endured? To recount it is to invite tears. I must remain composed, lest I scare them away. For who knows how long I would have to wait to encounter such lively company again. Brooke turned and approached Jean Yufan and his companions, astonished that they could descend from the heavens, causing his heart to race, even though he was a skeleton devoid of one. "Yo-ho-ho-ho!" he exclaimed. Did the skeleton truly just speak? Nami gasped in horror. Brooke chuckled. "Yo-ho-ho-ho! My dear lady, might I have the pleasure of seeing your undergarments?" Angered, Nami kicked Brooke away. Scolding, "Dream on, you lecherous skeleton." "Godi!" Brooke, lying on the deck, feigned terror, then stood up, dusting himself off before approaching Jean Yufan once more. "You are quite amusing. I am Jean Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. Join me as my companion." Jean Yufan laughed. To Nami's astonishment, Brooke readily accepted, and they brought him aboard their ship. Removing his gentleman's hat, Brooke bowed, greeting everyone. "Good day. I am Brooke, the skeleton who has passed from this world. My sincerest apologies for not greeting you sooner. I look forward to your kind guidance henceforth." The crew gathered around him, encircling him as if he were a rare creature. "What on earth is this skeleton?" Usopp pondered, wide-eyed in disbelief, while clad in his exorcism gear. "Surely, I must be dreaming. How can there exist a talking, singing skeleton with an explosive hairstyle?" Chopper, similarly adorned in exorcist attire, sighed in relief, closed his eyes, and lay on the deck's grass, thinking, "So this is but a dream. I shall take a nap." Brooke stepped out of the circle of crew members and approached Chopper, leaning down to gently pat him. "Awake now, little raccoon. The sun has risen." Chopper's eyes flew open, only to be met with a skeletal visage, which sent him screaming, "Why are you still here? This is no dream." After amusing Chopper, Brooke turned his attention to Robin and the other two women, much to the crew's bewilderment about his intentions. "Three lovely ladies. A pleasure to meet you. May I see your undergarments?" Brooke grinned. Usopp, infuriated, retorted, "This Brooke has just boarded and is already harassing Kaya. I don't care what you are, you deserve a beating." Sanji, too, could not hold back, thinking that anyone daring to flirt with the ship's beautiful ladies deserved a thrashing. Thus, Brooke, amidst the crew's sympathetic glances, was mercilessly pummeled by Usopp and Sanji, with several lumps rising on his head. Seeing that the beating had subsided, Jean Yufan chuckled. "Enough, Usopp and Sanji. Brooke shall henceforth be our comrade, albeit a tad lascivious, and he is the one who has long awaited the whale Laboon." The familiar name reached Brooke's ears, and disregarding his pain, he rose excitedly to face Jean Yufan. "Do you truly know Laboon? Is he well?" Jean Yufan recounted their encounter with the whale Laboon at Twin Cape, and the crew finally grasped the connection between Laboon and Brooke. Nami, gazing at the skeletal form of Brooke, was no longer as fearful as before. She wondered if Laboon would also be startled and if he would recognize Brooke. Brooke, aware of Laboon's agreement with Jean Yufan, understood that these companions were quite formidable and wished to accompany them to meet Laboon. However, he needed to resolve his shadow issue first. Otherwise, he would be unable to leave this place. "Laboon, wait for me. I shall return to you shortly." Jean Yufan then treated Brooke to a lavish meal prepared by Sanji. During the feast, Nami inquired about the circumstances that led Brooke to his current state. Brooke recounted how he had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and the events that transpired thereafter, resulting in his present form. Usopp, glancing down at the ground, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Brooke, how can you have no shadow? Are you certain you're not a ghost or a monster?" Brooke shook his head. "No, I'm terrified of ghosts. If one were to see me, they would surely scream." The crew regarded Brooke, skeptical of his claim of having no shadow. "Did your shadow simply sprout legs and run away?" They held a mirror to him, finding nothing reflected, yet he insisted he was not a ghost. "Isn't this evidence?" They mused, though they found him rather amusing. Sitting calmly, Brooke sipped tea, stating, "Becoming a skeleton and losing my shadow are two distinct matters. And I was just about to explain this." Jean Yufan interjected, "Brooke, are you implying that your shadow was taken away by one of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria? Decades ago, if exposed to sunlight, your body would be reduced to ash." Brooke gazed at Jean Yufan in disbelief, as if to say, "How do you know this so well?" The other companions, unfazed, had grown accustomed to Jean Yufan's insights. "I had no intention of revealing the identity of this foe. But now that you are aware, I shall be frank. Gecko Moria is indeed formidable. It would be wise to avoid a confrontation." Brooke expressed with resignation. The crew erupted in laughter, recalling their past encounters with Crocodile and the warlords, having even faced admirals. Brooke remained puzzled by their amusement, believing Moria to be a genuine threat. Jean Yufan raised his hand, pointing at Crocodile. "Brooke, allow me to introduce you to this former warlord, Sir Crocodile, who is now my companion." Brooke finally comprehended the source of their laughter, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are all so powerful that my eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Even though I'm a skeleton without eyeballs. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brooke, you must join Zoro and Chopper in locating the zombie that holds your shadow and reclaim it. You are aware of its whereabouts, while we shall confront Moria," Jean Yufan instructed, gesturing toward the two. Brooke was taken aback, impressed by Jean Yufan's knowledge, as he handed them some salt to deal with the zombies. Brooke queried, "How will you two get there? Row a small boat?" Zoro and Chopper shook their heads in unison, effortlessly stepping into the air. Brooke said nothing more and ascended once more, leaping off the ship and utilizing his light-footed technique to glide over the sea without sinking. Zoro and Chopper followed closely behind. At that moment, a tremor resonated through the thick fog, revealing a massive maw-like gate closing behind their ship. They were consumed, while ahead loomed a colossal castle. Yet, aside from those fearful of ghosts, the rest of the crew displayed no trepidation. Meanwhile, an unexpected guest had boarded Jean Yufan's ship, only to be promptly surrounded by his comrades. Jean Yufan clapped his hands sharply. "Hey, it's rather impolite to board my vessel without permission." In the shadows, a voice urged, "Reveal your true form at once." A chilling scream pierced the air, and a man adorned in opulent attire, yet bearing the visage of a lion, materialized before them. Jean Yufan consulted his system for the man's details. Name, Absalom, potential combat growth level. B, current combat level. C, age, 33, height, 195 meters, gender, male. Weapon, rocket launcher, devil fruit, transparent fruit, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Description, a subordinate of Moria, commander of zombie soldiers and zombie generals. A perverse voyeur who exploits his powers to spy on women, preferring the delicate over the robust, often ridiculing Perona and Sindori. Yet, when confronted with genuine adversity, he exhibits reliability and seriousness, remaining fiercely loyal to his master, Moria, with the ambition of becoming the king of graves worldwide. Absalom lay on the ground, his mind swirling with confusion. How had they discovered his presence? Had his transparent fruit's abilities failed him? This should not be. Enraged, he shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you strike me? Do you know where you are? This is the territory of Lord Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Prepare to face the consequences." Jean Yufan disregarded Absalom, moving towards Sanji, who possessed the very devil fruit ability he coveted. The others regarded Absalom with pity. He was doomed to suffer for having taken the devil fruit that Sanji so desperately desired. Sanji, momentarily stunned, soon erupted with fury, realizing that the power he had longed for had been seized by this man. As Absalom noticed their indifference to his plight, his anger intensified. However, outnumbered, he hesitated to act. He contemplated vanishing to seek reinforcements. Yet, Sanji's fiery kick struck Absalom in the abdomen, sending him soaring into the sky. Treated like a mere ball by Sanji's relentless strikes. Before losing consciousness, Absalom's face reflected shock as he pondered. Do you not fear Lord Moria's wrath? I merely boarded this ship without a proper greeting. I have neither slain your family nor stolen your wealth. Why such fury? This is our first encounter, is it not? There exists no grudge between us. Zhang Yufan shackled Absalom with sea prism stone handcuffs, sealing his invisibility, and imprisoned him within a candlelit dungeon. They continued towards the Grand Castle, soon discovering a suitable docking spot. The group disembarked, and Zhang Yufan stowed the ship in his storage space. He then distributed some salt, explaining its purpose to combat the zombies, liberating the shadows trapped within their bodies. With a smile, Zhang Yufan remarked, "Next, we shall encounter those ethereal white phantoms drifting through the skies. We cannot touch them, nor they us. While their harm is minimal, their insults are profoundly humiliating." Just as he finished speaking, Nami clutched Zhang Yufan with one hand, pointing at the sky with the other, her face etched with terror. "Why, Yufan? Is that what you meant?" The group followed Nami's gaze to see a smiling white phantom observing them, before it turned and flew towards the castle. Zhang Yufan nodded, embracing Nami. "Indeed, Nami. Do not be afraid. That is a ghost conjured by a devil fruit." Frankie chuckled. These bizarre devil fruit abilities are truly terrifying. They could frighten one to death. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging Frankie's insight. A sudden appearance of a ghost could indeed terrify the faint-hearted, and they were curious about how these spirits would insult them. Meanwhile, the ghost returned to report to its master that Absalom had been defeated and captured, and that Zhang Yufan and his companions had successfully landed. A woman with pink twin tails, adorned with a crown and wielding a wine-red umbrella, belonged to the extreme pirate crew whose total bounty exceeded 1.5 billion, quite a terrifying prospect. Urgent news for Lord Moria was imperative. Zhang Yufan and his crew pressed onward, soon arriving at a graveyard. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the earth, and a bandaged zombie crawled forth. Zhang Yufan promptly tossed a pinch of salt into its mouth, causing the shadow within the zombie's body to escape. Other zombies began to surface from the ground, witnessing the demise of their comrade. One zombie, filled with rage, pointed at Zhang Yufan. "You scoundrel, you have slain our companion. Brothers, arise and show him the strength of our kind." With that, all the zombies emerged, raising their hands and charging towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. "Bartolomeo bold zombies. They appear weak, yet I shall mercifully send you to meet your maker." He lunged at the zombies, tossing salt into their open mouths, while nearby allies assisted him. Before long, all the zombies were dispatched, and Nami and her companions found themselves less fearful, gradually adapting to the situation. The previously encountered white ghosts reappeared before Zhang Yufan and his group, and not just one, but multiple soared towards them. The group easily evaded them as several zombies approached from distance. Bagus and Regius seized them and hurled them towards the ghosts. The ghosts passed through the zombies' bodies, and one kneeled on the ground, looking despondent. "I am but a worm, unworthy of life." Another zombie followed suit, lamenting, "I am merely a useless failure. I might as well die." A third zombie knelt, sighing, "I wish to be a pig, eating and sleeping." The group stood in astonishment at this display, realizing that this was precisely what Zhang Yufan had described. The deeply humiliating nature of their taunts posed a significant challenge. The ghosts could not penetrate Zhang Yufan's companions, and soon they all departed. Zhang Yufan instructed his partners to disperse and purify all the zombies on the island with salt, forming teams to set forth. Soon, sounds of battle and shadows flitted around the castle. In no time, they reached the castle entrance, where Zhang Yufan directed the giants to wait outside, as the interior was too cramped for them. Inside, the castle was eerily quiet. Upon entering a room, tranquility shattered as the animal specimens on the walls. The figures in the paintings and the animal fur rugs on the floor sprang to life, launching an attack. Zhang Yufan, sensing the impending danger, swiftly fed a pinch of salt to the zombies, sparing the preserved pig to guide them. As they approached the trembling specimen pig, it shrank into a corner, terrified. In the blink of an eye, its companions had been purified. The specimen pig, eyes wide with fear, questioned, "What do you intend to do? Will you purify me as well?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "Not yet. First, lead us to Perona." The specimen pig thought to itself, "This is splendid. You audacious beings dare to purify my companions. Soon, you shall experience the formidable power of Perona's negative spirits. It appears that I am temporarily safe, and so I cautiously tread towards the abode of the ghostly Perona, where my salvation awaits." Along the way, I purged numerous zombies when suddenly, a woman with pink twin ponytails and a crown materialized from the wall, accompanied by two ethereal white spirits. Zhang Yufan accessed her information through the system. Name: Perona Combat Potential Level. B Current Combat Level. C Age: 22 years. Height: 1.6 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil Fruit. Ghost Fruit Bounty. None. Equipment Card. None. Description: an officer under Moria, one of the three freaks of the thriller bark, and the commander of animal zombies and scary zombies. Perona has regarded Moria as a father figure since he took her in, holding deep admiration for him. You are Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirate Crew. I didn't expect you to arrive here so soon. Let me show you the power of my negative spirits." Perona laughed. She then conjured several white spirits, all drifting toward Zhang Yufan alone, yet none could penetrate his form. Zhang Yufan appeared at ease, dodging effortlessly as these spirits lacked the speed to even graze his hair. Is there nothing stronger? If not, I shall seek out your true form for some amusement. A chill ran down Perona's spine. How did Zhang Yufan know of her true form? She needed to remain calm, concealing any trace of her panic. What are you talking about? There is no true form. If that is the case, then experience my mini ghost bomb, Perona exclaimed, feigning confusion. She minimized countless white spirits, and with a snap of her fingers, unleashed a powerful shockwave directed at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan enveloped himself in the aura of armament hockey, blocking all the shockwaves while simultaneously activating observation hockey to sense the location of Perona's true form. At that moment, many zombies rushed from the side, only to be intercepted by Nami and her companions, who purified them with salt. As the dust settled around Zhang Yufan, Perona stared in disbelief. "How could you be unscathed?" "Then taste this, the Great Spirit Kamikaze Bomb." A massive white spirit floated toward the advancing Zhang Yufan, exploding upon contact and sending a torrent of dust swirling around him. The specimen pig standing nearby gawked at Zhang Yufan, astonished by his strength, as even Perona could not best him. Zhang Yufan continued his advance without faltering, leaving Perona bewildered, questioning why his body remained untouched. Perona relentlessly conjured more shockwaves, but Zhang Yufan paid them no mind, swiftly reaching the location of her true form. Panic seized Perona as her true form had been discovered. Zhang Yufan retrieved a large black sphere filled with cockroaches and caterpillars that he had previously requested from Usopp, tossing it playfully in his hands. Perona eyed Zhang Yufan warily. "What do you intend to do with my true form? And what is that in your hand?" Zhang Yufan smiled. "Submit to me now, or you shall weep in despair." "Not a chance," Perona shouted angrily. Zhang Yufan hurled the black sphere toward her, which burst open, causing Perona's soul to return to her true form. Perona opened her eyes in a panic, flailing her arms wildly. "How can there be so many caterpillars and cockroaches? This is terrifying. Help!" Nami and her companions, purifying zombies in the distant room, heard her cries, bewildered by what Zhang Yufan had done to the ghostly woman. Seizing the moment of Perona's confusion, Zhang Yufan retrieved a wolf-tooth iron rod from his storage space and struck the ground, creating a deep pit. "What now? Will you submit or perish?" He grinned wickedly, tears and snot streaming down her face. Perona gazed at the pit in horror, exclaiming, "I do not wish to die. I submit. Please, get these caterpillars and cockroaches off me. It's so disgusting. They're crawling inside my clothes." Zhang Yufan approached and cleared away the pests. In Perona's previously taut, nerves relaxed, causing her to faint. He instructed Nami to carry her away, as all the approaching zombies had been purified, and continued to follow the specimen pig in search of Moria. Meanwhile, in an upper room of the castle, Brooke was engaged in combat with a male zombie named Longma, who donned a kimono and wielded a black-purple blade. The two exchanged powerful and rapid thrusts. You have indeed grown stronger over the years, but I have also improved. Your shadow remains within me, ensuring our thought processes are aligned. You will never defeat me. Even if I cannot defeat you, I shall fight on. I must reclaim my precious shadow to fulfill my promise to Laboon. However, Brooke's combat prowess was evidently inferior, and he was ultimately sent flying by a powerful thrust from Longma. He shielded his explosive hairstyle, determined not to let it be ruined. You're still the same, clinging to your fatal weakness, always eager to protect that ridiculous hairstyle. Allow me to help you eliminate this flaw. Please know, what is wrong with desperately protecting it? All my other companions have perished, and I remain a mere skeleton. This hairstyle is my only link to Laboon. Brooke lay on the ground in terror, shielding his hair, just as Longma prepared to destroy it when Zoro's powerful strike sent him reeling. Longma, I am quite curious about your strength in life, but alas, there is no opportunity for that now. If you wish to continue this contest, I shall oblige, but you must not destroy Brooke's dream. Oh. From that blow, it is evident your power is formidable as well. Let's have a duel. Brooke was lifted by the nearby Koby, astonished by Zoro's strength that had repelled Longma. That sword of yours looks impressive, Zoro remarked, his gaze fixed on the blade in Longma's possession. Ho. Young man, you have a keen eye. It is one of the 21 great blades, a black sword known as Chioshe. Longma grinned, introducing it. Zoro replied with a smile, indeed. It is a rare and exquisite sword. I quite fancy it, so I shall claim it as my own. Longma, somewhat taken aback by Zoro's confidence, pondered if this fellow truly believed in his own strength. Then I shall strike with all my might against you. Brooke was astonished. Was it wise to demand Longma's sword so soon? Did Zoro truly possess strength surpassing Longma? Koby remained unfazed, fully aware of Zoro's might. Oh. Young man, you are quite audacious. If you wish to seize my sword, you will have to prove your worth. Longma chuckled. Not seize, to be precise. I intend to retrieve that Chioshui from your lifeless body, Zoro replied with a wicked grin. Longma left? Ho. That is quite a chilling proposition. Let us engage. I find myself filled with fervor, despite being a zombie devoid of blood. Brooke stands nearby, trembling with trepidation. Although, as a skeleton, he lacks both heart and flesh. Zoro's bold provocation of Longma upon his arrival leaves one wondering if it truly is wise. Zoro unsheathes 3 blades and swiftly advances towards Longma, striking with fervor. Longma deflects the blow with his sword. He is forced to slide backward a distance. Regaining his balance, Longma charges at Zoro, unleashing a series of rapid thrusts known as the wine barrel dance. Each attack met with Zoro's adept parries. Longma then executes a continuous series of piercing assaults, creating several large holes in the wall, while Zoro retaliates with a powerful slash that cleaves the wall in twain, intensifying his speed and force. Zoro ultimately brings his blades down upon Longma's arms, infusing a touch of salt into the wound, causing the shadow within Longma to escape and return to Brooke. He retrieves the blade Chioshui, replacing his snow walk, preparing to bring it back for Zhang Yufan's use. Brooke muses internally that Longma had not previously fought with full strength and wonders at Zoro's incredible prowess, having truly defeated Longma in such a thrilling confrontation. Overjoyed, Brooke dances with elation, exclaiming, "Hooray! My shadow has finally returned. Zoro, I am truly grateful to you." Zoro smiles in response. No need for such formality. We are now comrades. Let's find Captain and the others. Koby activates his Kin Bunchigahaki to locate Zhang Yufan and the others, trailing behind Zoro to guide him, lest he inadvertently wander into some obscure corner of the island. Meanwhile, Regis arrives at a door, accompanied by a kung fu manatee, when a robust man in a fishing net attire emerges. This man is none other than Dr. Hogback. With a broad smile, Hogback raises his hand. inquiring about their purpose for visiting. On the captain's orders, I am here to purify all zombies on this island. I wish to inspect your premises, Regis replies cheerfully. A pang of anxiety strikes Hogback. If these members of the extreme pirates discover that Sindori is a zombie, it would spell trouble. He must devise a means to divert their attention. Suddenly, a woman with golden hair, balancing a stack of plates, appears behind Hogback, only for Regis to recognize her as a zombie and promptly instruct the Kung Fu manatee to purify her. Hogback watches in despair as this unfolds before him, powerless, before being knocked to the ground by Regis and ultimately taken away to meet Zhang Yufan. The commotion at the castle has drawn the attention of those on the island who have had their shadows stolen. They gather at the Victims' Association in the forest for a meeting. A serious man with a sword on his back clenches his fists, addressing Captain Lola and the assembly, stating that a group has surrounded the castle, including several giants, and all zombies have been purified, now advancing towards the castle. Another slender man, filled with excitement, exclaims, "Captain Lola, I have discovered that this is the extreme pirates, whose total bounty exceeds 1.5 billion berries, with their assistance. Now is the perfect time to strike down Moria." A robust woman with full lips, missing a front tooth and a rosy complexion, sits among them. She is Captain Lola. After a moment of contemplation, Lola raises her hand, suggesting, "Let us proceed to assess the situation together. Should they indeed aim to defeat Moria, we shall join them. If not, we will withdraw." The group nods in agreement, stealthily making their way toward the castle, hoping fervently that these pirates truly seek to vanquish Moria, lest they remain in this cursed place indefinitely. As Zhang Yufan and his companions journey to confront Moria, they gradually reunite with their allies. Zoro also hands the snow walk to Zhang Yufan, recounting the events that transpired on their end. Regis places the unconscious Hogback before Zhang Yufan, stating, "Captain, while I was purifying zombies, I discovered a living person, though I do not know who he is, so I brought him here." Zhang Yufan checks Hogback's information through the system. Name, Hogback, strength growth potential level, D, current strength level, E, age, 44, height, 2.23 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment cards, none, synopsis. One of the three oddities, though not a commander, he can freely select zombies to command from his master Moria. Often referred to as a genius surgeon, he has miraculously saved many patients through surgery, gaining the reputation and status befitting a doctor. However, he is, in fact, a dismal doctor who believes that money surpasses the value of saving lives. 10 years ago, the death of Sindori left him despondent, leading him to become Moria's companion under the condition of resurrecting Sindori. Zhang Yufan smiles, saying, "This is Moria's subordinate, the doctor named Hogback. Chopper should be quite familiar with him." Chopper's face lights up with joy. He is the infamous Dr. Hogback. I've longed to meet him to discuss medical matters. Zhang Yufan chuckles. "Chopper, this fellow is indeed a dismal doctor who believes that money surpasses saving lives. Once we return to the ship, you, Poison Q, and Kaya must teach him the proper ways of being a doctor." "What? He is such a person? Then we must certainly teach him," Chopper replies, incredulous. Poison Q grins wickedly at Zhang Yufan, as if to say he understands his intent, while Kaya nods in agreement, affirming that he must be corrected in his misguided beliefs. Meanwhile, Moria has awakened the zombies from their slumber, leading them towards Zhang Yufan and the others. Soon, the two parties converge in the courtyard of the castle. And Zhang Yufan checks the information on the leader of the opposing group. Name, Moonlight Moria, strength growth potential level, S, current strength level, A, age, 47, height, 6.92 meters, gender, male, weapon, large scissors, long sword, devil fruit, shadow fruit, bounty, 320 million berries, equipment cards, none. Synopsis. Captain of the horrifying three-masted pirate ship and one of the Shichibukai, he prefers to rely on others to accomplish tasks. He suffered a significant setback in Wano when defeated by one of the four emperors, Kaido of the Beasts, losing all his comrades in the process, leading him to believe that living entails loss. At this moment, Moria glances at Crocodile, chuckling. Sand Crocodile, I never expected you to submit to this little brat. How embarrassing. Moria, instead of mocking me, perhaps you should be concerned for your own well-being. You won't fare much better. Soon you'll understand how I felt battling them. Crocodile retorts, unfazed and wearing a wicked grin. Moria wonders what has befallen Crocodile. Why is he not angered by such taunts? Could this little brat truly possess such strength? The group scrutinizes Moria, noting his considerable height and somewhat gloomy demeanor, pondering whether his strength rivals that of Crocodile. Moria, from behind Jean Yufan and his companions, spots Perona, unconscious in Nami's arms, along with two allies slung over Regis's shoulders. Enraged, Moria points at them, demanding, "What have you done to Perona and the others? Hasten to release them, or I shall sever your shadows and transform them into zombies. They have merely fainted. If you can defeat me, I shall spare them. Do you wish to engage in a group assault, or prefer a one-on-one duel?" Zhang Yufan chuckled. Moria, visibly enraged, pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Yufan, declaring, "You insolent brat, this is my territory. I have hundreds of zombies at my command. Do you dare to challenge me so brazenly?" The onlookers scoffed at the zombies behind Moria, deeming them insufficient even for a mere snack. Should you summon an additional 10 or 20,000, we might consider the sport. Do you truly believe we need to gang up on you? Such confidence in your own prowess is both amusing and misguided. I hope you do not weep for mercy once the tide turns against you. Since the confrontation at Judicial Island, the combat capabilities of my comrades have significantly enhanced, save for those yet unblessed by Zhang Yufan's unique abilities. We could dispatch a mere individual or creature to effortlessly purify those zombies. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. No, Moria, you misunderstand. A group assault implies your minions against just me, while a duel denotes my challenge to your entire cohort. Veins bulged on Moria's forehead as he clenched his fists. You insolent child, are you jesting with me? This is not the same meaning. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Minions, seize him. With that, the zombies surged toward Zhang Yufan, who swiftly produced a pouch of salt and began purifying them. In mere moments, a vast expanse of incapacitated zombies lay scattered around Moria, their numbers falling faster than he could comprehend. Employing his technique, Moria unleashed a flurry of bat-shaped shadows to pursue Zhang Yufan, yet he evaded them with ease. With all the zombies purified, Zhang Yufan swiftly approached Moria, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Moria was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the wall behind him. At that moment, all members of the Victims' Association, having conversed with the giants guarding the castle entrance, arrived in the courtyard, astonished to witness Zhang Yufan's might. They had not anticipated his prowess and felt a surge of hope. Perhaps they could defeat Moria and reclaim their shadows, finally escaping this cursed place. Noticing their arrival, Koby approached first, inquiring, "Are you also Moria's subordinates?" "No, our shadows have been seized by Moria. Upon discovering that you two aim to defeat him, we came to see how we might assist," Lola replied. Bartolomeo added, "You need only observe. Our captain is currently battling Moria, and it will soon conclude, after which your shadows shall return." Lola and the others fell silent, watching intently. Moria emerged from the room, blood trickling from his mouth. A pained expression etched upon his face, clutching his abdomen. "It seems I underestimated you. Your strength is indeed formidable. You find me strong so soon? I have yet to unleash my full potential, lest I strike you down with a single blow," Zhang Yufan retorted with a grin. Moria, alarmed, realized that Zhang Yufan's demeanor was not deceptive. Only he knew the true magnitude of the power behind that punch. Should he endure several more blows of greater intensity, his body might well be rendered useless. He understood the need for caution. Even if your power exceeds mine, when you encounter the true monsters of the new world, you will crumble. Your companions will perish. Do you understand why? It is because your strength is too feeble to protect those around you. What do you know? They live. Thus they risk losing their lives. My zombies are immortal. Even if they are purified, I do not lose them. With merely another shadow, they can be revived. This, Moria concluded, was the solution he devised after being defeated by the 4 Emperor Kaido, relying on external means instead of honing his own abilities to seek vengeance. Presently, you resemble a lost dog. The crowd shook their heads in dismay, realizing that Moria, akin to Crocodile, had succumbed to despair after his defeat, leaning solely on external assistance. It seemed that Moria's strength had waned further, his energies consumed by the study of zombies, neglecting his own training. Moria's expression twisted with rage. You, who have never lost a companion, cannot fathom my anguish. To witness one by one, my comrades slain before my eyes, is a torment I refuse to endure again. I shall lead this undead army to reclaim what I have lost. What is wrong with that? Moria summoned his most potent technique, Shadow Merge, preparing to absorb all the shadows he controlled on the island to augment his power. Jean Yufan would not grant Moria the time to gather shadows. A barrage of powerful punches and kicks rained upon him. The immense force propelled Moria backward, expelling the shadows he had just absorbed. Kerst Brat, how can your power be so overwhelming? Indeed, it is formidable. The combat strength of my crew matches my own. Should you submit to me, I can make you stronger, and then you may seek vengeance against Kaido. I shall never submit. Abandon that hope. Jean Yufan mused. As expected, a spirited reaction. We shall soon see whether your bones are as resilient as my fists. He intensified his strikes, sending Moria crashing through several walls once more. The three captured by Perona gazed in disbelief as the once mighty Moria was easily dispatched by Jean Yufan. Moria emerged slowly from the rubble, blood on his brow, gasping for breath as he unleashed Shadow Sorcerer, conjuring a shadow clone. He prepared to advance once more toward Jean Yufan, who had already activated his Busashoka Haki, closing in rapidly. Before Moria could react, both he and his shadow were thoroughly pummeled, resulting in Moria being rendered unconscious and unable to rise. The shadows returned to their master, and all who had lost their shadows were overcome with tears of joy. Crocodile stood aside, sighing as if he had anticipated this outcome. Now you understand my words. The black mist enveloping the island began to dissipate, a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, while Lola and her companions, having regained their shadows, danced and cheered in exhilaration. Fantastic! We can finally bask in the sunlight. We have our shadows back. We can escape this dark forest at last. Seizing the moment, Jean Yufan consulted the system to review Lola's information. Name: Xiaoyuo Luala Combat Growth Potential Level. See current combat level. D. Age: 23 years. Height: 215 centimeters. Gender: female. Weapons: 2 long swords. Devil fruit. None bounty. 24 million berries. Equipment cards. None description. Captain of the Rolling Pirates. She is an optimistic and somewhat naive individual, yearning for the freedom to pursue her own happiness. She does not wish for her marriage and life to be dictated by her parents. As the chocolate minister of Cocoa Island, she is the daughter of the Yonko Charlotte Linlin and Pound, the 23rd daughter of the Charlotte family, and the twin sister of Charlotte Chiefing. Absalom and his companions were left in disbelief, pondering whether Lord Moria had truly been defeated by this group of pirates. At the moment Moria fell, Nami was already brimming with excitement, embarking on a treasure hunt with several companions. Lola and her crew rushed over, kneeling before Jean Yufan, expressing their profound gratitude. Mr. Jean Yufan, thank you for saving the lives of all the members of the Victim Association. Your kindness will be etched in our memories for eternity. Due to Lola's peculiar habit of proposing to men upon meeting them, she publicly extended her gratitude by proposing to all the men present, with predictable outcomes. They all declined without hesitation. Lola's companions were not surprised at their captain's rejection, as she had previously faced over 4,000 refusals, rendering the 10 or so men inconsequential. The crowd rummaged through the castle for supplies in preparation for a grand banquet to celebrate their victory over Moria and the retrieval of shadows. Jean Yufan also discovered the frozen corpse of the demon Oz and stored it in his dimensional space. After a considerable time, Sanji and the other chefs had prepared a delectable feast, and everyone gathered joyfully to dine. The members of the Victim Association, having long been deprived of such delightful cuisine, indulged as if to compensate for their previous losses. Brooke, with a joyful expression, wielded his knife and fork, exclaiming that Sanji's dishes were so exquisite he nearly bit his tongue off, despite being a skeleton without one. One member of the victim association laughed heartily. I never thought I would witness a living skeleton in my lifetime, and one so amusing. Another inquired, Brooke, how can you speak and move so freely? A third added, none of that matters now. What is most important is enjoying the food. Cheers! After a while, Brooke finished his meal and entertained the crowd by playing the violin and singing, revealing his mastery of various musical instruments. He shared tales of his journey from the new world of the Grand Line, while Octopus Xiaoba recounted stories of Fishman Island. After spending 2 more days on the island, Brooke requested Frankie to construct a grave for the Rumbar pirates, and upon reclaiming his shadow, he officially joined Zhang Yufan's crew. Frankie, along with Kiwi and Maz, repaired Brooke's pirate ship and gifted it to Lola and her companions. Zhang Yufan reviewed the spoils of their adventure, finding an abundance of valuable items, and equipped Brooke with the finest, elevating his combat level from C to SSS. Brooke was astonished by Zhang Yufan's extraordinary ability, his eyes nearly popping out. Despite being a skeleton without them, the remaining equipment was stored for future use when new companions would join. That morning, as they bid each other farewell, Lola wished to prolong the festivities, but Zhang Yufan and his crew were eager to encounter a mermaid and prepared to continue their adventure. Lola approached Zhang Yufan with a smile, producing a piece of paper from her belongings and tearing off a portion to hand to him. This is my mother's life card. A gift for you. Should you encounter any troubles, you may seek her assistance, Lola explained. Was a life card? Nami inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing Nami's question, Lola recalled that life cards were a novelty of the New World, and it was understandable that Zhang Yufan and his crew were unfamiliar with them. It is a special paper crafted from one's fingernails and other materials, impervious to water and fire. Once torn, no matter the distance, they will attract each other, indicating direction to find one another while displaying the owner's vitality. This paper is remarkably magical, Chopper exclaimed, gazing at the life card in astonishment. The crew boarded their respective ships, waving goodbye as Zhang Yufan stored the terrifying 3-masted ship in his dimensional space. Moria and his remaining crew gaped in astonishment at Zhang Yufan's miraculous feat, bewildered at how such a large vessel could vanish in the blink of an eye. Questioning if Zhang Yufan was also a devil fruit user. This spectacle also astonished Lola and her companions, who, after prolonged interaction, increasingly regarded Zhang Yufan as an enigmatic individual. Meanwhile, Chopper stood on the ship, staring blankly at the bounty notice in his hand. Now only 100 berries higher than before, his expression one of dismay and disappointment. Sanji, too, was disheartened by his hand-drawn portrait, squatting on the deck and drawing circles, exuding a sense of despair. The other comrades burst into laughter, while Sanji harbored suspicions that someone was conspiring against him, as everyone else's portraits appeared normal. Why was his the exception, destined to be ridiculed by women worldwide? Perhaps a single mishap could be excused, but a second occurrence was simply unacceptable. He vowed to uncover the culprit and deliver a sound thrashing. Usopp, curious, examined his bounty notice and exclaimed, Captain, our bounty has increased. Once we navigate through this dense fog, will we encounter the Navy pursuing us? Bartolomeo chuckled, that would be quite the coincidence. However, even if the Navy does arrive, with our current strength, they pose no threat to us. Kaya pondered Usopp's tales spun outside her villa, recalling how several had come to fruition during their adventures. Would this time prove to be true as well? The ship continued its voyage across the sea, while Moria, bound by Seastone, slumped weakly in defeat. He had lost nearly everything, his ship and treasure seized by Zhang Yufan. His zombie subordinates were gone, and the 3 remaining loyal subordinates had been taken for extensive modifications. Once again, he faced a devastating defeat, this time at the hands of such youthful upstarts, staring vacantly at the sky. He began to doubt whether his previous notions had been misguided. Had he devoted more time to physical training and further developed his Fruit-S abilities, would the outcome have been different? As Moria remained lost in thought, the ship had already departed the fog-laden area. Not long after, the once clear sky began to pour with rain, the winds picked up, and the currents grew turbulent. Suddenly, a massive wave surged from behind the ship, crashing towards Zhang Yufan and his crew. Several companions steadied the vessel, while Zoro and the swordsmen unsheathed their swords, shattering the colossal wave. In the depths of the sea, several sea rabbits were either launched by the banana crocodile or devoured, and Zhang Yufan collected them as reserve provisions. Soon, the weather returned to normal, and the sea became calm again as the ship continued its voyage. Suddenly, numerous cannonballs soared toward them, and 3 warships emerged from the side, drawing closer. The cannonballs were intercepted by Oka and Usopp, exploding mid-air, and they retaliated with their own formidable Baki cannonballs. However, all were cleaved in 2 by the 3 leading Navy officers aboard the warships, detonating on either side of the ship. Zhang Yufan accessed information on the 3 Navy officers using his system. Name: Stolo Bailey Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age: 43. Height: 3. 53 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: twin swords. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None biography. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. One of the disciples of the former Admiral Zephyr, proficient in dual swordsmanship, and previously ambushed and severely injured Fisher Tiger. The captain of the Sun Pirates who was escorting Kella back to her hometown. Name: Gue Jiju. Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age: 40. Height: 2. 43 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: 8 swords. Pistol. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None biography. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, another disciple of the former Admiral Zephyr. Known for his cruelty, indifferent to harming his own subordinates while executing tasks, a hawkish figure within the Navy. Name: Shaoshan. Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age: 40. Height: 2. 45 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: katana. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None biography. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, a Navy officer with a strong sense of justice. Deeply respects his elders, is shocked when defeated, enjoys smoking, and embodies both strength and gentleness, serving as a role model for the Navy. The crew aboard the ship was astonished that Usopp's prediction had come true, and the seer Usopp was once again in action. Hua Shaoshan, puffing on a cigar, shouted from the warship, "Pirates, surrender quickly, or we will not be kind to you. Moreover, why is Moria aboard your ship?" Gue Jiju, with a fierce expression, retorted, "Hua Shaoshan, what is there to discuss with these pirates? Let us seize them directly." Bartolomeo, with a dismissive look, replied, "With just a few of you, you think you can capture us?" Even Admiral Kazan would not dare to say such a thing. Moria was captured by us. Friends, let us all attack and kick them into the sea to cool off. Those 3 warships are mine. Don't damage them, and bring all the supplies back to me. Zhang Yufan chuckled. The crew exchanged mischievous smiles, their eyes gleaming with excitement at the prospect of plundering all the enemy supplies. Shortly after Brook boarded Zhang Yufan's ship, they encountered the Navy, causing him to feel a bit anxious. The subsequent scene left the Navy officers dumbfounded as most of Zhang Yufan's crew and animals descended from the air. Wasn't this the moonwalk? One of the Navy's 6 forms? Why could these pirates utilize it? Had they acquired training methods from CP9 members? Rumors had circulated that some CP9 members had been captured by the extreme pirates, and it seemed plausible now, as those CP9 members were currently toiling away in the ship's cabin. The crew had already boarded the warships, taking care not to cause excessive damage. Zoro and the other swordsmen surrounded the 3 Navy vice admirals. The 3 attempted to retaliate, but Zoro and his companions were too swift and powerful with their strikes. Gue Jiju, astonished, struggled to defend himself with his sword, exclaiming, "How can you be so strong?" Zoro and his comrades were not foolish enough to reveal the secret that Zhang Yufan could enhance their strength in an instant. Zoro smirked and said, "It's because you're too weak. It's time to end this. You need to take a dip." With that, he left no opportunity for the vice admirals to resist, placing his sword directly against their necks. Their weapons and equipment, save for their clothes, were seized, and they were unceremoniously kicked into the sea. The other Marines followed suit, their brutal actions leaving the captured officers in shock. Were they to rob so thoroughly? Now, all they could do was curse in the water, powerless against these pirates. Guizhu's face contorted with rage as he leaped from the water using moonwalk, shouting, "You wretched pirates, return my ship and weapons." Beiji's delivered a powerful kick, sending Guizhu back into the sea while laughing. Your combat strength is truly pathetic. Now these weapons and ships belong to us. Come and take them back if you dare. The other two vice admirals in the water also realized they could not defeat their opponents and ceased their attempts. After a while, once all the comrades had finished plundering and returned with the supplies, Zhang Yufan directly stored the 3 warships and their cargo in his spatial storage. This scene once again astonished the Navy, as the 3 warships vanished into thin air. After tidying up, Zhang Yufan and his crew ignored the Navy in the water and continued their journey forward. At this moment, the system reward arrived, granting them 32 million berries, along with various ingredients and equipment cards. Meanwhile, a man riding a flying fish observed the battle from a distance and quickly departed. On the other side, in the eastern part of Sabeti Archipelago, a tall man wearing an iron mask sat in a chair, listening to his subordinate's report. "Lord Dibaloo, the extreme pirates have arrived near Sabeti Archipelago. What are your instructions? Has he finally come? I have been waiting impatiently. Bring them to our base. I want to kill that man." "Lord Dibaloo, do you really want to proceed with this? They are a notorious pirate crew with a total bounty exceeding 1.5 billion berries. Can we truly defeat them? Even if we cannot win, we must fight. How did I fall to this state? Do you not understand? Lure them here. I will be prepared to deal with them." The man riding the flying fish could only helplessly agree, leading his companions toward Zhang Yufan's ship. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan continued sailing on the sea, and he could already see the location of Sabeti Archipelago on his system map. The crew adjusted the ship according to Zhang Yufan's direction when suddenly, numerous harpoons descended from the sky, swiftly targeting their vessel. Zoro unsheathed his sword, executing several precise slashes to sever all the harpoons, sending them plummeting into the sea. Brook, startled, clutched his chest, exclaiming, "Those harpoons almost startled my heart out. Even though I'm a skeleton without a heart, ho ho ho." Chopper, filled with wonder, pointed at the sky. "Wow. Everyone, look over there. There are fish flying in the air, and there are people sitting on them." Given the direction from which the harpoons had come, it seemed they were responsible. But why? Did they desire our bounty? Usopp questioned in confusion. Amidst the confusion, Zhang Yufan commanded his companions to steer the vessel towards the flying fish. Observing this, the individuals atop the flying fish, realizing they had been hooked, altered their course towards Zhang Yufan and his crew. In no time, they arrived at their base. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the profile of a man adorned with an iron mask. Name: Dibaloo. Combat potential level. See current combat level. D. Age: 22. Height: 4.7 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: handgun. Devil fruit. None. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: the leader of the Flying Fish Knights, mounted on a large, clumsy, yet adorable cow named Motobaro. He was originally a local thug living in a small village, surviving by intimidating the villagers. Due to his striking resemblance to the wanted poster of Sanji, he was pursued by the Navy, which ignited his resolve to venture out to sea and eliminate Sanji, seeking retribution for his disrupted, peaceful existence. Seated upon his chair, Dibaloo glared at the approaching pirate ship, his anger boiling over as he shouted, "Welcome to the base of my Flying Fish Knights. Prepare to die. Everyone attack." Behind Zhang Yufan and his crew, several Flying Fish Knights launched harpoons towards them. Meanwhile, numerous individuals from the base emerged, firing their guns and cannons at Zhang Yufan's party. However, Zhang Yufan's companions effortlessly thwarted the onslaught, causing explosions in the sky while ensuring no harm befell them or their ship. Regis, puzzled, pointed at Dibaloo, the man in the iron mask, and questioned, "Why does he seem so furious upon seeing us? Do you have a grudge against him? Does anyone know him?" The group scrutinized Dibaloo, reminiscing, yet none recognized him and shook their heads in unison. The knights on the flying fish, witnessing that Zhang Yufan and his crew remained unscathed, realized their adversaries were simply too formidable to defeat. Nevertheless, they persisted with their assault, launching a barrage of cannonballs and harpoons towards Zhang Yufan's ship. Yet their efforts proved futile. Their relentless attacks could not even approach without being intercepted. Ultimately, the Knights of the Flying Fish dropped a massive anchor from directly above Zhang Yufan's vessel, which Sanji swiftly kicked away. With their ammunition nearly depleted, the onslaught ceased. Dibaloo, tears streaming down his face beneath the mask, stood up and proclaimed, "You truly are impressive. Today is a joyous occasion. The man I have longed to kill has finally appeared before me. Sanji, what unspeakable act have you committed against him to incite such murderous intent?" Usopp inquired, placing a hand on Sanji's shoulder. The group pondered, recalling that Sanji was merely a notorious flirt, known for his attempts to woo various beauties. But they could not recall any unforgivable actions against others. Sanji himself was at a loss, shaking his head in confusion. "Could it be something from your time at the floating restaurant?" Nami suggested. Sanji scratched his head, counting on his fingers. "I've done many detestable things at the floating restaurant, but I have no idea which one could lead him to want to kill me." Dibaloo shouted in anger, "Stop feigning ignorance. This is about something that occurred recently." He then aimed his handgun at Sanji, firing a volley of poison harpoons intended to eliminate him. However, Zhang Yufan intervened, urging Sanji to approach and remove Dibaloo's mask to uncover the reason behind his hatred. Sanji seemed to recall something, though uncertain, before vanishing from sight and reappearing before Dibaloo, removing his iron mask. The members of the Flying Fish Knights looked on with worry, while Zhang Yufan's companions were left in shock, even those who had heard about the situation beforehand. Brook, still unaware of the circumstances, gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "I can't believe such a coincidence exists in this world. I truly sympathize with this fellow's plight," while Frankie wept. Dibaloo, now weeping profusely, held up Sanji's bounty poster. "Do you see this? This scarred face that you have caused?" Dibaloo reminisced, recalling how his peaceful life in the village was shattered the moment Sanji's bounty was issued. His life underwent a tumultuous transformation as numerous Navy personnel and bounty hunters sought him, leading him to a life on the run. Sanji lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled. "Did you never consider altering your hairstyle or donning a false beard? A change in appearance could prevent you from being recognized as a wanted man." Dibaloo appeared enlightened, clenching his right fist against his left palm. "How could I not have thought of that?" Sanji shook his head, bemused by Dibaloo's simplicity in not realizing such an easy solution. All the members of the Flying Fish Knights were subsequently apprehended by Zhang Yufan's crew. One cow, intimidated by Zhang Yufan's presence, remained still, leaving Dibaloo alone to face Sanji. With a mischievous grin, Sanji tossed aside his cigarette butt and stepped forward. "Since you are so averse to your face, allow me to assist you, so you won't attract any further trouble." Dibaloo launched a poison harpoon at Sanji, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do? Stay away from me." Sanji effortlessly dodged and swiftly approached Dibaloo, unleashing a flurry of kicks to reshape his face. Dibaloo's cries of distress echoed. The Flying Fish Knights could only watch in helpless frustration, unable to assist due to their capture. Soon, Sanji ceased his assault. Dibaloo, frowning and covering his face with his hands, lamented, "What have you done to my face?" "Nothing much, just gave you a little makeover." "Take a look and see if you're satisfied," Sanji waved dismissively. Zhang Yufan retrieved a mirror from his storage space and presented it to Dibaloo. As Dibaloo held the mirror, he slowly lowered his hand from his face, revealing a handsome visage. Initially startled, he soon beamed with joy, admiring his new appearance, relieved that he would no longer be pursued by the Navy and bounty hunters. "Dibaloo, it seems you're quite pleased with your new face. From now on, refrain from engaging in any more abductions and return to your village to live a good life," Zhang Yufan remarked with a smile. Dibaloo, beaming, replied, "Brother Yufan, are you complimenting my handsomeness? I had no choice before, but I won't engage in such deeds again. If you believe that, then so be it," Zhang Yufan responded, slightly exasperated at Dibaloo's newfound vanity. "Sanji, thank you immensely for helping me attain this handsome face. From this day forth, our grievances are resolved. I shall no longer seek to harm you." Dibaloo bowed his head. "As long as you're happy," Sanji replied nonchalantly. The other companions gathered around, and Zhang Yufan released the captured members of the Flying Fish Knights. They gazed in awe at Dibalu's transformed face, left speechless. He appeared to be an entirely different person, unrecognizable even to his own comrades. Who would have thought that Sanji possessed such a remarkable talent? His skills in cosmetic transformation are indeed impressive. If he were to open a cosmetic surgery clinic, he would surely prosper. As the crowd observed Dibalu, who was preoccupied with admiring his reflection, he incessantly inquired of the mirror whether he was indeed the most handsome man in the world. It seemed that even with a new handsome visage, his intellect remained as lacking as ever. The members of the Flying Fish Riders stared at Dibalu in bewilderment. Moments ago, they were ready to engage in a life-or-death struggle, yet now, having undergone a transformation in appearance, they had swiftly resolved their conflicts. With fervor, Dibalu patted his chest and declared, "You all intend to journey to the Sabati archipelago, correct? To express my gratitude, allow me to guide you." Zhang Yufan informed him that Octopus Xiaoba was also familiar with the route. However, Dibalu insisted on leading the way, and Zhang Yufan and the others had no choice but to acquiesce. Although Dibalu might be somewhat foolish, he was not malevolent, making him a suitable guide. Thus, Dibalu mounted his steed, the motorcycle Baloo, leading his subordinates as they escorted Zhang Yufan and his companions. Soon, they arrived at an island adorned with floating bubbles in the sky. Octopus Xiaoba elaborated that nearby the Navy headquarters stood the world's largest red tree, the Yaoqi Manhong tree, whose roots were perpetually exposed above the water, giving rise to the Sabati archipelago. The most distinctive feature of the Sabati archipelago was the secretion of a special natural resin by the roots of the Yaoqi Manhong tree through respiration. This resin expanded in the air, forming bubbles that ascended skyward. Unfortunately, the bubbles could only thrive within the climatic confines of the Sabati archipelago. Should they stray beyond this realm, the resin would not be able to exert its full potential and would explode. The entire island comprised 79 numbered trees, each housing towns and facilities. Moreover, bubble culture permeated every corner of the Sabati archipelago, featuring bubble vehicles, bubble Ferris wheels, and houses constructed upon bubbles. Upon docking, Zhang Yufan instructed most of the animals to remain aboard the vessel, while a few giants stayed behind as well. With a delighted expression, Dibalu handed Zhang Yufan a piece of paper inscribed with a series of numbers, stating, "This is my telephone worm number. You are welcome to summon me anytime. And should you encounter any troubles, I will wholeheartedly assist you." Zhang Yufan pocketed the number, deeming it possibly unnecessary, yet not entirely dismissing its potential use. "I know a reliable and formidable coding craftsman. Follow me," he urged, prompting a gleeful response from Octopus Xiaoba. Dibalu and his companions accompanied them to meet this craftsman, and the group wandered about, intrigued by the peculiar bubbles. Suddenly, Octopus Xiaoba halted, adopting a serious demeanor. "I almost forgot to mention, remember that here. Regardless of any grievances or if you witness someone being killed, myself included, do not engage with the celestial dragons, who are considered nobles of the world." Xiaoba's words provoked confusion among the group. "What nonsense are you speaking? You are now our ally. How could we allow you to be harmed?" Nami questioned, perplexed. "Why must we avoid conflict with the celestial dragons? Are they so powerful?" "Kaya inquiret," Dibalu replied earnestly. "I am aware that if we were to clash with the celestial dragons, the world government and marine admirals would swiftly arrive with numerous sailors." The group remained indifferent, asserting that if they found the celestial dragons intolerable, they would not hesitate to act. Their current combat capabilities surpassed many marine admirals, and the threat posed by the marines had significantly diminished. "I have faced marine admirals before. Last time, it ended in a draw, but my strength has since increased, and I can surely crush them now," Enel scoffed. "Waha, Xiaoba, do not forget our captain's ambition. If we are provoked, the celestial dragons will meet the same fate." Beijis chimed in. The others nodded in agreement. If their formidable power could not protect their companions from being easily slain, then what purpose did their strength serve other than to highlight their incompetence? Dibalu and his companions were astonished. Zhang Yufan and his crew could defeat even the marine admirals. And they did not appear to be lying. Their strength was indeed fearsome. It was evident that should the celestial dragons provoke Zhang Yufan and his crew, they would face dire consequences. Meanwhile, some individuals concealed in the shadows held bounty notices, scrutinizing Zhang Yufan and his companions. Many, upon seeing the considerable bounty attached to them, shook their heads and departed, deeming them too formidable to confront. Yet, there remained a number of audacious souls undeterred by danger, lingering in hopes of the substantial reward. Zhang Yufan and his companions sensed the scrutiny from the crowd, but remained unconcerned as long as they were not troubled. Following Octopus Xiaoba, they ambled along, indulging in food and drink, and fortunately, they did not encounter any celestial dragons. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Shaki S Bar, an establishment that, judging by its sign, likely housed formidable patrons. "No worries, I know everyone inside. They are quite amicable," Xiaoba assured, with a cheerful demeanor. He opened the bar door and called out, "Rayleigh, Shaki, are you both here?" Inside the bar stood a tall, slender woman with short black hair, clad in a spider-patterned top, leisurely smoking a cigarette while pummeling a man who appeared to be on the brink of death. Upon noticing the newcomers, she paused her assault, turned, and greeted them with a calm demeanor. "Welcome. What would you like to order?" Zhang Yufan consulted the system to check her information. Name, Shaki Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 61 Height, 186 centimeters Gender. Female Weapon, None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Overview. Former Empress of the Amazon Lily and Captain of the Kuja Pirates. Now the proprietor of Shaki S Bar in the Sabati Archipelago, lives with Silver's Rayleigh, enjoys smoking, possesses a particularly acute sixth sense, and delights in playing pranks on visitors. Huh? Shaki paused, her expression brightening as she dropped the man she had been beating. "Xiaoba, is that really you? It has been so many years since we last met. I feel you have become quite imposing." Xiaoba replied, "Indeed. It has been a long time, Shaki, and it is all thanks to our captain's assistance." Shaki then urged Xiaoba and the others to find a place to sit, as she intended to deal thoroughly with the pirates. Before long, the pirates received a thorough thrashing and were unceremoniously ejected from the bar, while Shaki brought Zhang Yufan and his companion some drinks. Observing Xiaoba seated at the table, she pinched a cigarette between her fingers and inquired, "I did not expect you to join the extreme pirates. What transpired in the interim?" Xiaoba recounted their encounter with Zhang Yufan in Nami's hometown, Cacao West Village. Shaki appeared to understand, and then curiously regarded Brooke, who was drinking nearby. Brooke, with a jovial expression, removed his hat and performed a gentlemanly bow, asking, "May I be so bold as to request a glimpse of your undergarments, beautiful lady?" Chopper, alarmed, wondered why Brooke would pose such a question to Shaki, considering the potential repercussions. However, Shaki did not chastise Brooke nor display anger. Instead, she casually mentioned her choice of black underwear for the day. Brooke, astonished, realized he had succeeded in his endeavor without incurring any punishment. "I had no idea your ship housed a living skeleton. This is quite a surprise," Shaki remarked with intrigue. As the crowd pondered, "It was entirely reasonable for you not to know. After all, Brooke had only recently joined us. If you were aware of that, it would indeed be remarkable. If we were to tell you that another Shichibukai has been captured and brought aboard, you would likely be even more astonished." Summer Chi handed a delightful cotton candy to the adorable Chopper, whose eyes sparkled with joy as he accepted it and began to savor it. Koby, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Sister Summer Chi, how did you know that Chopper likes cotton candy?" "I am an intelligence expert," Summer Chi explained. "You all are now celebrities, having not only subdued a Shichibukai, but also caused quite the ruckus on Judicial Island. As for the reports in the newspapers, their authenticity is questionable at best." Zhang Yufan informed Summer Chi that much of what was reported in those papers was inaccurate. Summer Chi shared her skepticism about the newspaper content, noting that it was a common tactic employed by the world government, which selectively highlights favorable events while concealing or shifting blame for unfavorable ones. "Xiaoba, you brought them here hoping for Rayleigh's assistance with the coding, didn't you?" Summer Chi smiled. Xiaoba nodded and glanced around, perplexed by Rayleigh's absence. Since their arrival, they had not seen him. Perhaps he was not on the island. Summer Chi, pinching a cigarette between her fingers, took a puff and remarked, "He just stepped out to buy something for me. He will return shortly." At that moment, Rayleigh had indeed finished his shopping and was contemplating the sight of several giants outside the bar. As soon as Summer Chee's words left her lips, the bar door swung open, and a man with a head of white hair, glasses, and a prominent scar running down his right eye entered. Jean Yufan utilized the system to view his information. Name: Silver's Rayleigh Potential Combat Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 75 years. Height: 188 centimeters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Longsword. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: None. Equipment card: None. Description: Vice Captain of the Roger Pirates. Known for his calm demeanor and the epithet Dark King, hailed as the right arm of the Pirate King. After the crew's disbandment, he remained in Sabadi Archipelago as a coding craftsman. He was once saved by the fisherman Xiao Ba during a maritime disaster, and thus he would not tolerate anyone bullying him. Indeed, it is Rayleigh. His timing is impeccable, Summer Chi remarked. Rayleigh, the bar is quite lively today. Oh, Xiao Ba, what brings you here as well? Rayleigh smiled. Summer Chi stood up to receive the items Rayleigh had purchased, stating, "They have come to seek your assistance with the coding." Zhang Yufan approached Rayleigh, extending his hand. "Hello, Uncle Rayleigh. It is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to introduce my companions. He is the Vice Captain of the Pirate King Roger, known as the Dark King." The companions were astonished, never expecting to encounter the Vice Captain of the Pirate King Roger, who had taken on the role of a coding craftsman. Both Rayleigh and Summer Chi were equally surprised, their expressions reflecting curiosity about how Zhang Yufan had discerned Rayleigh's true identity, suspecting he possessed some unique source of information. At this point, Rayleigh extended his hand to grasp Zhang Yufan's, his presence gradually intensifying. The grip tightened, and a formidable aura surged toward Zhang Yufan. Yet, Zhang Yufan stood unfazed, maintaining a smile, as if nothing unusual was occurring. Rayleigh released his grip, astonished. "Yufan, I did not expect you to be aware of my identity, and your haki has grown remarkably strong. Now I need not worry excessively about Xiao Ba's safety." Zhang Yufan smiled, retracting his hand. "Uncle Rayleigh, Xiao Ba is indeed quite powerful now. As long as he does not encounter a being of monstrous proportions, he is generally safe." Rayleigh appeared skeptical. He was aware of Xiao Ba's capabilities. While he could sense Xiao Ba's growth, he doubted it had reached such heights. Chopper approached, eyes gleaming with admiration. "Uncle Rayleigh, so you are this formidable." Rayleigh smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "That is all in the past. I have grown old. Now is the era of you young people." Zhang Yufan then explained their purpose for seeking Rayleigh's coding services, to which Rayleigh readily agreed. However, due to the giant's ship size, the task would require 6 days. After bidding farewell to Dibaloo and the others, who departed to attend to their own matters, Zhang Yufan escorted Rayleigh to their docked ship, conversing along the way until they arrived. Upon boarding Zhang Yufan's vessel, Rayleigh noticed the Shichibukai Moria was also present. He chuckled. "Yufan, are you planning to capture all the Shichibukai?" Zhang Yufan smiled and nodded. "That is indeed my intention. I suspect it would give a navy and world government quite a headache." Rayleigh was aware of Zhang Yufan's grand ambitions, recognizing his determination to confront the world government head-on. As they were to remain in Sabadi Archipelago for 6 days, Zhang Yufan allowed his companions to explore freely. Under Xiao Ba's guidance, they spent a joyful day at the amusement park. After leaving the park, the group dispersed, with Zhang Yufan taking Nami and Robin to shop and enjoy local delicacies. While meandering through a less populated area of the island, they were unexpectedly surrounded by a group emerging from behind the large trees. Leading them were 2 figures. One was a robust man with prominent brow bones and a tuft of wild hair, clad in a purple hoodie. The other was a stout man with long brown hair and stubble around his lips. Zhang Yufan accessed their information through the system. Name: Minoru Ba. Potential Combat Growth Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age: 32 years. Height: 175 centimeters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Longsword. Devil Fruit. None. Bounty: None. Equipment card: None. Description: a bounty hunter surviving on the Sabadi Archipelago through bounty hunting. He aspires to defeat at least one formidable pirate and sometimes collaborates with Kelly Kin in hunting pirates. Name: Kelly Kin. Potential Combat Growth Level. B. Current Combat Level. C. Age: 34 years. Height: 197 centimeters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Great sword, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A bounty hunter surviving on the Sabaody archipelago. Known for his strength, he occasionally partners with Minoru Ba in hunting pirates. Minoru Ba wore a wicked grin, brandishing his long sword. 3 pirates. This path is blocked. Surrender your heads to us. Zhang Yufan and his companions ignored the bounty hunters, and suddenly, their aura surged dramatically. Utilizing Conqueror's Haki, they incapacitated the hunters before they could react, continuing their conversation as they walked onward. As the 6 days on the island swiftly passed, Zhang Yufan's ship was nearing the completion of its coating. Accompanied by Nami and Robin, he wandered through the human trafficking market, secretly rescuing many enslaved individuals. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed behind them, leaving a man charred and blackened. 3 elegantly dressed individuals approached, riding on the back of a man, slowly crawling on the ground. Accompanying them was a dog and several bodyguards clad in black suits. One of the individuals was dragging along a robust and tall man bound by iron chains. In the midst of the road, not a single soul dared to obstruct the passage. All had lowered their heads and knelt trembling on either side. Zhang Yufan, utilizing the system, scrutinized their information. Name, Changpa potential growth level, as current combat level, B age, 38 height, 3, 85 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, once a renowned pirate captain. He was subsequently captured by the Navy and chosen by the Celestial Dragon, Roswade Shung, thus becoming a slave. A behemoth endowed with immense physical strength and remarkable defense. Name, Roswade Shung potential growth level, F current combat level, F age, 52 height, 2, 26 meters gender, male weapon, cane gun devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a world noble and a member of the Celestial Dragons. He is the father of Charleroi Shung and Shalalia Gong. With an arrogant and cruel demeanor, he regards commoners as mere slaves and enjoys collecting captives, occasionally lending them to his offspring. Name, Charleroi Shung potential growth level, F current combat level, F age, 21 height, 2, 3 meters gender, male weapon, handgun devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a world noble and member of the Celestial Dragons. He is the son of Roswade Shung and brother to Shalalia Gong. With 8 wives, he is lecherous and often forcibly marries women he desires. He has a penchant for riding on the backs of slow-moving human slaves, displaying a lack of responsibility and severe violent tendencies. Name, Shalalia Gong potential growth level, F current combat level, F age, 14 height, 1, 78 meters gender, female weapon, handgun devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a world noble and member of the Celestial Dragons. The eldest daughter of Roswade Shung and sister to Charleroi Shung. She harbors an inflated sense of self-worth and disdain for ordinary individuals, often wearing a bubble helmet to avoid their air. She treats other races as slaves, enjoying all privileges and keeping a pug named Salu. Shalalia Gong descended from the back of a slave and approached the charred figure of a man, producing a pistol from her person. Without hesitation, she fired a shot into his head, extinguishing his life. Nami, astonished, pointed at the trio, exclaiming, Yufan, could those be the Celestial Dragons that Xiao Ba spoke of? Zhang Yufan confirmed, stating, indeed, only they could command such an audacious display while remaining unrestrained. Charleroi Shung descended from his slave's back and approached a beautiful woman he had set his eyes upon, instructing his bodyguards to take her home as his wife. A robust man, frowning and gritting his teeth, rose to protest, Sir, please wait, you cannot take my sister. In a fit of rage, Charleroi Shung drew his gun and shot the sturdy man, exclaiming, How dare you stand against me, lowly peasant? Women nearby screamed in horror, while many closed their eyes, fearing the gruesome fate that awaited the man. Yet, the bullet did not strike him. Zhang Yufan had swiftly intercepted it with his hand. As he opened his palm, the bullet fell to the ground, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Nami and Robin, emboldened by the astonishment surrounding them, approached Zhang Yufan. Robin, Do you think Yufan intends to confront those 3 celestial dragons? Nami speculated. Given his character, I suspect the outcome may not favor them. A diminutive man hiding behind a building questioned, "Who are those 3? Why are they so brazenly striding down the main road? Are they ignorant country bumpkins? You fool. Those are members of the extreme pirate crew, with a bounty exceeding 1.5 billion berries. The one who caught the bullet is their captain, Zhang Yufan." A menacing pirate replied. The hidden pirates understood the gravity of the situation. The members of the extreme pirate crew were notorious for their madness. They recalled the chaos caused on Judicial Island and resolved to keep their distance. Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned upon them. Could the captain of the extreme pirate crew be contemplating an attack on the celestial dragons? Charla Rose Sheng, seething with fury, his forehead veins bulging, lamented, "What is happening today? Why are there so many peasants daring to obstruct me?" In a fit of rage, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, sending bullets hurtling toward Zhang Yufan. You wretched scum. Yet, Zhang Yufan, effortlessly evading the onslaught, approached Charla Rose Sheng, severing his limbs and ultimately snapping his neck. The crowd was paralyzed with terror, witnessing the once untouchable celestial dragon fall so easily. The hidden pirates, now speechless, realized their worst fears had materialized, cursing Zhang Yufan for his recklessness. Now the Navy will come with an admiral and a legion of Marines. We must flee this island at once. Roswade Sheng, weeping, bellowed. CP0, you useless fools, have you all perished? Do you not see my son has been slain? Attack him at once. Shalalia Gong, in tears, cried out, "You demon! How dare you kill my brother? Avenge him!" The CP0 members, caught off guard by Zhang Yufan's swift actions, charged at him, only to meet the same fate as the others, their necks broken and discarded. Roswade Sheng and Shalalia Gong continued to fire upon Zhang Yufan, yet their bullets ricocheted harmlessly off him. Zhang Yufan approached them, delivering the same brutal treatment, severing their limbs and ultimately ending their lives. In the aftermath, the crowd regained their senses and began to flee in panic. 3 celestial dragons had been slain. The strong man and his beautiful sister expressed their gratitude to Zhang Yufan before hastily departing. "Yufan, Uncle Rayleigh just informed me that the ship is ready. We should meet him at the bar in Shachi," Nami relayed through her phone. "Then please contact Robin and gather our companions. I will handle the remaining matters." Zhang Yufan nodded in agreement. Then Nami and Robin began to reach out to their companions. After slaying 3 Tenryubito, Zhang Yufan felt that the world had become significantly quieter. With a smile on his face, he approached Strong Pal, exclaiming his surprise at encountering the former pirate captain here. Strong Pal lowered his head, astonished, and remarked that it had been a long time since anyone had called him by that name. He also acknowledged Zhang Yufan's audacity in daring to kill the Tenryubito. "Forget those scoundrels," Zhang Yufan said with a grin. "Are you willing to join me in turning this world upside down?" "Intriguing," Strong Pal replied. "As long as I am no longer a slave to those wretches, I would be delighted to serve as your subordinate." Just as Strong Pal was about to inquire how to remove the explosive collar around his neck, Zhang Yufan swiftly detached it and hurled it into the sky, where it exploded before Strong Pal could comprehend what had transpired. With a look of shock, Strong Pal gazed upward, his hand instinctively touching his neck. Is it truly gone? Was that just a second? It seemed evident that the captain he had chosen to follow was extraordinary. Zhang Yufan smiled and patted Strong Pal's arm, welcoming him aboard. "Koby, let me introduce you to the other companions." Nodding in agreement, Strong Pal followed Zhang Yufan as they walked and made calls, swiftly notifying everyone. After a brief while, they arrived at Shaki S-Bar, greeting the giants at the entrance before stepping inside. "Yufan, you have indeed accomplished something monumental by killing 3 Tenryubito," Shaki remarked with a smile. Zhang Yufan waved dismissively, stating, "It's nothing, merely 3 trash. Come, let me introduce a new comrade." As they made introductions, Strong Pal was once again astounded. Not only were there giants aboard, but even warlords of the sea. More than one. What an extraordinary assembly. Meanwhile, the world government and the Navy headquarters were in shock upon receiving reports from their subordinates, as the news of 3 Tenryubito being brutally slain by pirates spread. In his office, Sengoku slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in frustration, Once again, it's that notorious pirate Jean Yufan. He seems intent on creating chaos. Kizaru, with a lecherous grin, commented on the fearsome nature of this pirate. Having killed 3 Tenryubito, this fellow is indeed terrifying. Given the gravity of the situation, we cannot remain idle, Sengoku stated sternly. Kizaru, you need to go and take Akiji with you. Understood, Fleet Admiral. I will depart at once, Kizaru replied calmly. After notifying Akiji, Kizaru sped toward their destination at light speed. Back at Shaki's bar, Rayleigh had returned and set down his toolbox. Yufan, you've certainly made quite a stir on the island. The admirals are likely already en route. Are you heading to Fishman Island next? Rayleigh chuckled. Jean Yufan, unfazed, took a seat and sipped his drink. 3 admirals? That won't be enough to pose a threat. I intend to visit Shaki's homeland, Amazon Lily. Shaki was taken aback, realizing that Jean Yufan seemed to be aware of his own identity. However, she wondered what his purpose was for going to Amazon Lily, especially given that the ship's coating was already complete. Was he not concerned about damage? Rayleigh smiled and took a sip of his drink. I wanted to recruit Hancock, who recently became a warlord of the sea. But why didn't you go earlier? Defeating her isn't difficult, but truly winning her heart requires a catalyst. As for the coated ship, I will stow it away and use it when we return, Jean Yufan explained. Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he meant by stowing it away. Did Jean Yufan possess the ability to make the ship vanish? Gradually, Shaki and Rayleigh began to understand Jean Yufan's true motive for slaying the Tenryubito. It appeared he was aware of Hancock's past experiences, as there was no other explanation. His intelligence-gathering capabilities were indeed impressive. Through their recent interactions, Shaki and Rayleigh recognized Jean Yufan's character and disposition as commendable. Perhaps he truly could help heal Hancock's emotional wounds. They then informed Jean Yufan of the most recent route to Amazon Lily. Rayleigh led Jean Yufan and the others to the docking area. With a wave of his hand, the ship that had been present vanished into thin air. Rayleigh gazed in astonishment and exclaimed, Yufan, you possess such abilities. The more I interact with you, the more mysterious you become. How will you travel to Amazon Lily? Just wait and see, Uncle Rayleigh. You will be quite surprised, Jean Yufan replied with a smile. Suddenly, a multitude of light points converged into a figure before Jean Yufan and his companions. It was a man with a rather lecherous face, short black hair, sunglasses, and a stubbly beard, tall and slender in stature. Jean Yufan checked the system for his information. Name, Borsalino Combat Potential Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 55 Height, 3.02 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Amitsukami Sword Devil Fruit, Pika Pika no Mi Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, Naval Code Name Kizaru. One of the 3 highest combat powers of the Navy headquarters, possesses formidable swordsmanship, kicking techniques, and shooting abilities. He adheres to the principle of justice that helps neither side, believing that the crimes of pirates are unforgivable. In battle, he enjoys taunting his opponents, often feigning weakness against most enemies. His speech is notably slow, and he frequently misuses a black snail intended for espionage, leading the Navy's scientific unit under the command of the battleship Pacifista. Kizaru, hovering in the air, looked down at Jean Yufan and the others with a calm demeanor. You are quite hard to find. Even the pirate King Rayleigh is here. How terrifying. Rayleigh smiled and raised his head. It has been a while, Kizaru. I am merely a humble craftsman now. Feel free to apprehend them if you wish. Kizaru, you arrived quite swiftly, but is it just you and Admiral? That will hardly suffice. Jean Yufan chuckled. The group regarded Kizaru, whose lecherous demeanor made him seem anything but a naval officer. Without his cloak emblazoned with the word justice, few would suspect his true identity. With a lecherous grin, Kizaru suddenly transformed into a beam of light and appeared before Jean Yufan, delivering a swift kick. Have you ever been kicked by light? He taunted. Jean Yufan, having blocked the attack with Enel's lightning kick, retorted with a laugh. Have you ever been kicked by lightning? Today, I shall let you experience it. Kizaru managed to evade the lightning kick, but was still forced back several steps to regain his balance, astonished by Jean Yufan's strength. It seemed this fellow was indeed on par with Akiji. Enel, your speed is impressive, and your strength is formidable. How frightening. Kizaru remarked, gathering light in his hands. He unleashed beams of light toward Enel, who effortlessly dodged them. The beams detonated upon hitting the ground, and Enel retaliated with bolts of lightning aimed at Kizaru. The two exchanged powerful attacks, with Enel launching several 30-million-volt lightning birds. Kizaru continued to evade while channeling photons into his hands to craft his weapon, the Amatsukami sword. Anilu unsheathed the golden blade at his waist and swiftly slashed towards Huang Yuan. With a serious expression, Huang Yuan rapidly wielded the Tenku Yunjian to defend himself. Surprised to discover that his opponent was indeed a swordsman of remarkable skill. As Anilu circled around Huang Yuan, the speed of his strikes increased, complemented by his mastery of the Gale Step. Unbeknownst to you, there are myriad secrets yet to be unveiled. Now, experience the divine thunderous slashes of this god. An array of powerful, lightning-infused strikes relentlessly surged towards Huang Yuan. The more they clashed, the more alarmed Huang Yuan became. Speed, strength, and stamina were formidable. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. His overwhelming power continued to pressure Huang Yuan. After a while, a massive figure appeared, resembling a girl with a distinctive hairstyle and a scar running from the eye to the corner of the mouth on his left cheek. Dressed in a red belly band and wielding an axe upon his shoulder. This man was accompanied by a troop of sailors as he charged towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. Zhang Yufan quickly surveyed the man's information through the system. Name: Zhan Taoan Power Growth Potential Level. Assess current power level. Age: 31. Height: 2. 79 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: axe devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile. Captain of the Navy Headquarters Scientific Division, bodyguard of Vegapunk, subordinate of Huang Yuan Polysolino. He claims to be the world's strongest man with a tight mouth, yet he responds respectfully to valuable opponents. Zhan Taoan, noticing Huang Yuan being suppressed, shouted, "Old man, we're here to assist you. Everyone, let us join forces." Huang Yuan anxiously called out, "Zhan Taoan, don't come here. These pirates are too powerful. You cannot defeat them." Anilu reinforced his blade with haki and delivered a powerful strike, sending Huang Yuan crashing down from the sky. The ground was left cratered. Anilu unleashed a barrage of electric skills towards the pit. "Yahaha! You dare to be distracted while fighting against me? Now you understand my might." Anilu laughed. Chong Pao stood astounded, gazing at the scorched Huang Yuan in the crater. When did a Marine Admiral become so easily defeated? His companions were indeed terrifyingly strong. Zhang Yufan instructed Beijis to engage Zhan Taoan while the animals dealt with the sailors. Seeing Huang Yuan in such a dire state ignited an intense rage within Zhan Taoan. Just as he intended to confront Anilu, Beijis delivered a powerful punch that sent him flying. "Wahaha! Axe bearer, who are you? Don't rush off. Let's have some fun together. Move aside, don't block the way. And don't call me axe bearer. I want to tell you my name, for my lips are sealed tight. Is your name too unpleasant to say? Speak it, and let me have a laugh. I have no obligation to answer you. I am Zhan Taoan, the strongest defensive man in the world. You've unwittingly revealed your identity. Let me see how strong your defense truly is." That was a voluntary statement. It doesn't count as an answer to your question. Beiji said no more and swiftly approached Zhan Taoan, launching a series of powerful punches. Zhan Taoan entered a defensive stance, but with each of Beiji's strikes, the force intensified, causing him to stagger backward until he was once again sent flying. Beijis chased after him, grabbing one of Zhan Taoan's legs and spinning him around several times before slamming him against the ground. Realizing he could not escape Beiji's grasp, Zhan Taoan activated his haki for protection. Beijis likewise enveloped his hands in haki and pounded Zhan Taoan into the ground, delivering a relentless beating. Before long, Zhan Taoan succumbed to unconsciousness, having left a large crater beneath him. As for the sailors, they had already been defeated by the animals. Chong Pao was rendered speechless, astonished at the strength of even the animals aboard the ship. Surely, he could not be the weakest among them. What kind of monsters were these? Riley smiled, patting Zhang Yufan on the shoulder. "Young Yufan, your companions are truly formidable. They have opened my eyes. Such powerful combat strength is essential. Otherwise, How can we realize that dream? Riley, we should take our leave from here. Take care of yourselves, and await the day of our return, Zhang Yufan replied, calling over his companions, who had finished cleaning the battlefield. After bidding farewell to Riley, they prepared to depart. Riley observed the scene, pondering how these individuals were indeed cut out to be pirates. The naval supplies had been thoroughly plundered. He was also curious to see how they intended to leave this place. Suddenly, the sea was frozen as Akiji arrived with a contingent of Marines. Akiji surveyed the surroundings, taking note of the fallen sailors and Huang Yuan. It seemed that Zhang Yufan and his group had grown even stronger. With a sigh, he thought it unlikely they could prevent their departure. You may go. Spare these Marines, he said. I can let them go, but you must accompany me. The last time I spared you was due to your past favor towards her. This time, your life must be exchanged for theirs, a most profitable trade. Zhang Yufan replied with a mischievous grin. An enraged major shouted, Despicable pirate, you must be dreaming. Akiji, let us fight them. The Marines behind Akiji hurled insults at Zhang Yufan. However, Akiji understood full well that given their current combat capabilities, they stood no chance against Zhang Yufan. Such a senseless sacrifice should not occur, and he held back the Marines behind him. Enough of this meaningless sacrifice. Take Huang Yuan back to recover. I will go with them, Akiji stated firmly. Thus, Zhang Yufan and his companions ascended into the sky with Akiji, leaving the furious gaze of the Marines behind. Their mouths agape, the Marines were clearly stunned. Aren't you supposed to leave by ship? Why are you all flying in the air? They were not following the usual script. Riley was equally astonished. This was indeed the method Zhang Yufan described, confirming that they possessed enough stamina to endure until they reached Amazon Lily. The Marines hurriedly began to evacuate the injured. Riley returned to the bar. Akiji sat upon the shoulder of a giant, turning to Zhang Yufan. Your method of departure is rather peculiar. Why do you want to take me along? I intend for you to join us. Is the Navy still the kind of Navy you wish to be part of? I find this languid lifestyle rather pleasant, Akiji responded. Stop pretending. You are clearly lost. The current world government has decayed. Joining me to dismantle it and rebuild anew is the most effective solution. I will help you rekindle the fervor you once had for the Navy's future, rather than being a mere lapdog for those despicable celestial dragons. There is no rush to answer. Take your time to consider. Akiji fell silent, gazing ahead, lost in thought. Zhang Yufan and his companion spent over half a day finally reaching the forest near Amazon Lily, where they encountered 3 female warriors patrolling the woods. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name, Aphelenalala Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age, 20 years height, 4.05 meters gender. Female weapon. Great Sword Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A warrior born on the island of Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt. She possesses a timid and kind disposition. Serving as a guardian warrior in Amazon Lily, her tall stature belies her agility, granting her formidable combat prowess. Name, Seduabi Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age, 21 years height. 2.15 meters gender. Female weapon. Striped snake bout devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A warrior hailing from the island of Amazon Lily in the Calm Belt. She is kind-hearted, values her comrades, and reveres the strong, serving as a guardian warrior in Amazon Lily. Name, Magulite Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age, 15 years height. 1.78 meters gender. Female weapon. Striped snake bout devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. One of the guardian warriors of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. She has never encountered men due to her upbringing on the island. Strong-willed and kind-hearted, she holds a deep regard for friends, believing that true beauty lies in strength, and idolizes the mightiest warrior of the island, Boa Hancock. Magulite, with a vigilant expression, drew her striped snake bow and demanded, Who are you? We are pirates who have just arrived here. May I inquire if your Empress, Boa Hancock, is in the city? Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Seduabi observed Zhang Yufan and his companions closely, uncertain of their intentions towards the Empress. Noticing their distinct physical features, she pondered a possibility. They cannot possibly be men. Can they? We cannot allow them into the city. I must quickly inform the other warriors. Snake has gone out to sea and has yet to return. They are quite tall. Afolandalala remarked with curiosity as she gazed at Zhang Yufan and his companions. Zhang Yufan smiled and vanished from sight, appearing behind Magulite, gently tapping her shoulder. There is no need for such tension. If I truly wish to harm you, it will be quite effortless. Lower your bows, he continued. Given your earlier speed, we would have collapsed before we even noticed. However, as guardian warriors, we will not permit your entry into the city so easily. Upon saying this, he swiftly retreated a distance, prompting Magulite and Seduabi to knock their arrows. With arrows infused with haki, they launched them swiftly at Zhang Yufan, while Afolandalala swung her massive sword towards him. Zhang Yufan did not flinch, enveloping himself in haki. He blocked the massive sword with his left hand and deflected all arrows aimed at his upper body with his right. The sound of steel clashing echoed, and no matter how hard Afolandalala exerted herself, she could not budge the sword from his grip. The three women were astonished. Zhang Yufan exhibited remarkable skill with haki, far surpassing their own strength. With their current combat levels, they could not harm him, and, considering the multitude of onlookers and beasts around, retreat was not an option, leading them to lower their weapons. Zhang Yufan smiled, releasing the massive sword. Relax. We will not enter the city until your empress returns. Magulite and her companions remained on guard, and Zhang Yufan chose not to speak further. As night approached, he produced provisions for Sanji and the others to prepare a meal. Subsequently, Robin and the other women intentionally approached them. After a meal, Magulite and her companions soon relaxed their vigilance, sitting together and engaging in conversation. They were puzzled about how Zhang Yufan and his crew had traversed the Calm Belt and evaded the Sea Kings to arrive here. Nami explained that they had run from the sky. Magulite and her companions displayed expressions of astonishment, and after a brief farewell to Nami and the others, they prepared to return to the city. They reported Zhang Yufan's presence to the captain of the Guardian Warriors, Jekko. After some contemplation, Jekko concluded that since Zhang Yufan and his party had shown friendly intentions, it would be wise not to provoke them. She decided to strengthen the city's defenses and wait for Ant Snake's return to address the matter. Meanwhile, in the forest, Zhang Yufan recounted the tragic past of the Hancock sisters to his companions. At the age of 12, Hancock, alongside her sisters Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold, was abducted by human traffickers from the ship of the Kuja pirates and sold to the Celestial Dragons. Thus, she bore the mark of a slave, a cruel reminder of her past. During her enslavement, she endured immense humiliation, and at one point was coerced into consuming a devil fruit, the sweet fruit. At 16, a merman named Fisher Tiger ascended the Red Line and liberated the enslaved individuals residing in Mariewa, allowing the Hancock sisters to escape. With the assistance of Gold, Roger, Rayleigh, and Shaki, they returned to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. By 18, Hancock ascended to the throne of Amazon Lily and became captain of the Kuja pirates. The sisters, wishing to conceal their past markings, declared that they had defeated the monster Gorgon in the Central Sea during an adventure. However, they were cursed by Gorgon, causing them to develop petrifying eyes. Exposing them would turn those nearby to stone. To safeguard her privacy, Hancock barred anyone from entering Kuja Castle during her baths. To protect Amazon Lily from invasion, Hancock accepted an invitation from the world government to join the Shichibukai. Upon hearing the tragic tale of the Hancock sisters, Nami and the others were moved to tears. The emotional Frankie wiped his eyes, expressing his disdain for the despicable traffickers and the Celestial Dragons, lamenting the sisters' horrific childhood. Who would have thought their childhood was more tragic than mine? At least I had some freedom, while they endured inhumane treatment daily, Nami remarked as she wiped her tears. Thus, Zhang Yufan's act of slaying the Celestial Dragons was not only a means to an end, but also a path to approach Hancock. Robin dried her tears, expressing uncertainty about whether she could penetrate the icy exterior of Hancock's heart, considering her current disdain for men. Zhang Yufan nodded in understanding. Nami and Robin did not display any jealousy or rivalry, as Zhang Yufan had always treated them well, having saved both of their lives. Recognizing they could not prevent his actions, They instead chose to support him, especially given their shared tragic pasts. Consequently, the other companions voiced no objections. The group rested in the forest, and Zhang Yufan organized the rewards obtained from the system. The next morning, two enormous serpents pulled the pirate ship into the port of Amazon Lily. Surrounding the port, numerous female warriors stood ready, all joyfully cheering. Welcome, welcome back. Esteemed members of the She pirate crew. It is the Gorgon sisters. Lady Snake, you are utterly breathtaking. I feel as though I might faint. Lord Marigold and Lady Sandersonia exude such authority. The little girls standing on the shore gaze with shining eyes, thinking how magnificent Lady Snake and her companions truly are. When we grow up, we shall also join the She pirate crew. The Hancock sisters, accompanied by their female warriors, made their way towards the residence in Jiushi City. Before long, they arrived, and Hancock turned to the warrior beside her, inquiring, Ainita, where are the defending warriors? Why have I not seen them come to greet me? Ainita stood frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. They're currently in the forest, keeping watch over a group of formidable male pirates who wish to meet you. Hancock, expressionless, sat upon her bed, declaring, I detest men and shall not meet them. No matter their intentions, drive them away. Relieved, Ainita answered a few more of Hancock's questions before returning to her duties. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions in the forest had sensed a ship entering Amazon Lily. Zhang Yufan informed his friends and set off alone towards Jiushi City. The defending female warriors received the news that Hancock intended to drive Zhang Yufan and the others away, swiftly moving through the forest to their location. They sought to inform Zhang Yufan, but inadvertently missed him, who was traversing the sky above. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yufan reached the city walls, pondering Hancock's whereabouts. With keen eyesight, he observed the bustling streets below, hoping to spot Margaret and her companions, yet found nothing. If Hancock has indeed returned, he thought, perhaps creating a disturbance would capture her attention. Zhang Yufan leaped down, landing gracefully upon the street, and called out, Greetings! Could you direct me to the execution platform? Is Hancock in the city? A tall female warrior pointed in a direction, displeased, and said, She has only just returned. The execution platform is over there. And who are you to address Lady Snake so casually? I am a man and a pirate. Inform Hancock that I wish to meet her at the execution platform. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. The female warriors paused, realizing he was a man. They began to shoot arrows imbued with haki towards Zhang Yufan. This nation does not permit the presence of men. Otherwise, Lady Snake would be most displeased. Zhang Yufan enveloped himself in haki and strolled leisurely down the street. The arrows were deflected, leaving Zhang Yufan unharmed. Seeing their attacks ineffective, the female warriors hastily ran to inform Hancock. Zhang Yufan quickly vanished from sight, appearing outside a second-floor window where he spotted a familiar figure. He accessed her information through the system. Name, Gu Liliosa, power growth potential level. SS, current power level. Age, 80, height, 148 centimeters, gender, female, weapon, serpent staff, devil fruit. None, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Description, the former emperor of Amazon Lily, who rescued the Gorgon sisters from peril. The current emperor is the eldest sister of the Gorgon sisters, Hancock, possessing the wisdom, strategy, and foresight of her predecessors. Despite her advanced age, she remains agile and retains the physique of a Jiushi warrior. Zhang Yufan quietly took a seat next to Gu Liliosa, holding a newspaper in her left hand and a fork in her right. Gu Liliosa read while eating. Zhang Yufan smiled and tapped the table, greeting, Hello, Granny Nyo. Gu Liliosa looked at him quizzically, then glanced at her newspaper. How did you, a man, end up here? Wait, you are Zhang Yufan from the Extreme Pirate crew. Granny Nyo, I shall explain later. My current objective is to thaw Hancock's frozen heart. I will wait for her at the execution platform, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. With that, he leaped to the roof opposite and proceeded towards the execution platform. The female warriors searching for Zhang Yufan below soon spotted him and began to pursue him. Granny Nyo sighed, setting down her newspaper, pondering how challenging it would be to melt that iceberg, and made her way to the execution platform. Hancock also received word from a female warrior and, accompanied by her comrades, hurried towards the execution platform. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan sat at the center of the execution platform on a chair he had brought, munching on an apple while waiting. Soon, the execution platform was surrounded. A tall, imposing woman dressed in a qipao took her place upon the throne above. Zhang Yufan accessed her information through the system. Name, Boa Hancock. Power growth potential level, SS. Current power level, SS. Age, 28. Height, 191 centimeters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. Sweet fruit. Bounty, 80 million berries. Equipment card, none. Description: the reigning empress of the pirate nation Amazon Lily, located in the Calm Belt, as well as the current captain of the Jiushi pirate crew. Her unparalleled beauty is often hailed as the world's most stunning. Abducted and enslaved by the celestial dragons during her youth, she endured great humiliation and was forced to consume a devil fruit for their amusement. She was rescued during Fisher Tiger's raid on Marie Joyce. Typically, she is proud, willful, and harbors a deep disdain for others, particularly men. Name, Boa Sandersonia. Power growth potential level, S. Current power level, S. Age, 27. Height, 453 centimeters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, snake fruit. Anaconda form. Bounty, 40 million berries. Equipment card, none. Description: a cadre member of the Jiushi pirate crew and a younger sister of Boa Hancock, the second of the Gorgon sisters. She was also abducted by the celestial dragons in her youth and bears the mark of slavery on her back. She was forced to consume a devil fruit during a celestial dragon entertainment event, later rescued by Fisher Tiger's raid on Marie Joyce. Name, Boa Marigold. Power growth potential level, S. Current power level, S. Age, 25. Height, 432 centimeters. Gender, female. Weapon, scimitar. Devil fruit, snake fruit. King cobra form. Bounty, 40 million berries. Equipment card, none. Description: a cadre member of the Jiushi pirate crew and the youngest of the Gorgon sisters. She was abducted from the Jiushi pirate cruise ship by human traffickers and sold to the celestial dragons, resulting in a mark of slavery on her back. She was forced to consume a devil fruit during a celestial dragon entertainment event, later rescued by Fisher Tiger's raid on Marie Joyce. Marigold, visibly furious, pointed at Zhang Yufan, exclaiming, "You insolent man, how dare you sit there? Come and pay your respects to the Empress." Hancock, with a frosty demeanor, inquired, "Man, how did you arrive on this island? What is your purpose in invading Jiushi City?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, "I descended from the heavens, seeking to make you my woman." The female warriors surrounding them had already begun to shout threats at Zhang Yufan. They thought to themselves, "How could our beautiful Lady Sheiji ever wish to become your woman? You might as well wash up and go to sleep, for dreams can hold anything." It was utter nonsense. "Man, reveal your true intentions," Hancock scoffed. Zhang Yufan frowned and covered his ears, exclaiming, "You are far too loud. Perhaps you should take a rest." With that, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, intensifying the aura around him, which caused most of the female warriors near the execution platform to faint. One of the female warriors cried out, glancing around in alarm. "This is bad. Many of our comrades have lost consciousness." Hancock wore a shocked expression, realizing that this man possessed the same conqueror's haki as she did. He was no ordinary man. He had the potential to become a king. Who exactly was he? The remaining female warriors who had not succumbed to his aura were left in a state of stunned disbelief, pondering whether all men were this powerful. Sandersonia, astonished. "Clench your fists. I have never seen anyone other than my sister use Conqueror's haki, let alone with such control. This man is remarkable." Marigold, equally astonished, gripped her sword tightly, never expecting this man to possess the qualities of one who stands above millions. Hancock instructed Marigold and Sandersonia to test Zhang Yufan's combat strength. The surrounding female warriors felt a surge of excitement as they watched Hancock send the two sisters to engage him, anticipating the commencement of a fierce battle. However, Zhang Yufan did not allow them the opportunity to strike. With a powerful push, he vanished from his spot and swiftly appeared before Marigold. He unleashed a series of forceful punches, and Marigold, unable to evade, was knocked to the ground. Sandersonia attempted to activate her devil fruit powers, but was also quickly brought down by Zhang Yufan. The onlooking female warriors were left with expressions akin to seeing a ghost. The scene was utterly shocking. Just as they had finished cheering, two formidable warriors lay defeated, and the battle concluded as abruptly as it began. Elder Nyan was equally stunned, pondering how Zhang Yufan dared to confront the celestial dragons, attributing his confidence to his formidable strength and overwhelming presence. Hancock's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing this man had become extraordinarily powerful. Margaret and her companions, who had just arrived, were taken aback upon seeing the fallen Sandersonia sisters. They knew Zhang Yufan was strong, but they never anticipated such might. Zhang Yufan's figure vanished once more, reappearing behind Hancock. He placed his hands on her shoulders, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Relax. Even if you were to strike, you would not prevail against me. I have not harmed your sisters, for I would rather die than expose my back to others. You should understand the reason." Hancock, shocked, felt a shiver run down her spine, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. "Man, you are still so unreasonable. Remove your hands. What do you know?" Zhang Yufan smiled and lifted his hands. "I am Zhang Yufan. This is not the place for such discussions. Let's find a quiet spot to converse properly. Of course, if you still wish to fight, I am open to that as well." Hancock, realizing she had no intention of continuing the fight with Zhang Yufan, declared the execution of Zhang Yufan to be over. The surrounding female warriors were incredulous. Just moments ago, Hancock had contemplated executing Zhang Yufan, and now she was inviting him to the palace. Zhang Yufan hoisted the unconscious Sandersonia sisters, one under each arm, and followed Hancock toward the palace. Before long, they arrived, and the Sandersonia sisters awoke, lowering their heads apologetically. "Sorry, sister, we were defeated, utterly defeated." Hancock, maintaining her aloof demeanor, waved her hand dismissively. "This is not your fault. It is simply that this man, Zhang Yufan, is too powerful. I suspect even I would not be able to best him." The Sandersonia sisters widened their eyes in surprise, realizing the weight of Hancock's words. They thought to themselves that this man was indeed astonishingly strong. They were puzzled as to why their sister had brought him to the palace. Hancock's expression turned serious as she sat on the bed, turning to Zhang Yufan. "Now can we speak? What do you know?" Zhang Yufan, his expression devoid of emotion, replied, "You three sisters were once slaves of the celestial dragons, marked with the brand of their tyranny. Except for Elder Nyan, the other warriors are unaware of this." Hancock and her sisters grew increasingly alarmed, their faces reflecting terror as they trembled. They thought, "Zhang Yufan truly knows our past, and with such clarity. He does not intend to use this to threaten us, does he, like the celestial dragons did? This detestable man, is this truly his ulterior motive for being here? No. Even if it means death, we will not allow him to achieve his desires." Hancock and her sisters exchanged glances and nodded, their auras intensifying as they glared at Zhang Yufan, ready to face death. Zhang Yufan, perplexed, wondered why Hancock and her sisters bore such expressions of defiance. Had they misinterpreted his words and concocted some strange narrative in their minds? The atmosphere in the room became heavy with tension. Suddenly, Elder Nyan entered, breaking the oppressive silence. "Hancock, why do you three look as though you are ready to meet your end? It is not yet that dire," she inquired with curiosity. Hancock furrowed her brow, coldly retorting, "Where did this traitor to our nation spring from?" "Silence. You have no place to speak here." Elder Nyan, visibly upset, engaged in a heated exchange with Hancock. Elder Nyan believed that had she not brought Hancock and her sisters back from the outside seas, they would still be lost on some island after escaping from the celestial dragons. She had taken them under her wing as if they were her own children. Hancock, however, appeared indifferent, dismissing Nyan's sentiments as trivialities that need not be reiterated. Elder Nyan's temper flared, preparing to reprimand Hancock, but was restrained by the Sandersonia sisters. After a moment, Elder Nyan raised her head, gazing at Zhang Yufan with curiosity. "Young man, how can you remain so calm after causing such a colossal upheaval? Truly worthy of your royal potential. What catastrophe has this man caused?" Sandersonia asked, bewildered. Elder Nyan, her demeanor serious, tossed a newspaper towards them. "A day ago, Someone killed 3 celestial dragons on the Sabeti archipelago. The perpetrator stands before you. Marigold's mouth fell agape in shock. To commit such a grave act and still escape the clutches of the world government's formidable forces. Sandersonia echoed her disbelief. It has only been a day since that incident. And you have traveled such a distance. Unbelievable. After killing the celestial dragons, my companions and I brazenly abducted Admiral Akiji using one of the Navy's 6 powers, moonwalk, to traverse the skies for over half a day. Zhang Yufan grinned. The gathered individuals were once again left in astonishment, their expressions questioning the veracity of his words. If we were to take Zhang Yufan's words to heart, then the Naval Admiral Qingji is also present on the island. Just how formidable are their combat abilities? And what level of physical prowess must they possess to accomplish such feats? Hancock, with a look of astonishment, covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open. She could hardly believe that there existed another fool in this world, like herself, who would dare to challenge the celestial dragons at the cost of their life. He must be the deceased Fisher Tiger. I have a fisherman aboard my ship who was once his crew member. As long as one possesses great strength, even the gods can be vanquished. Zhang Yufan remained composed. The 4 individuals were taken aback, not expecting Zhang Yufan to be aware of such details. What else could he possibly not know? Zhang Yufan stood up and swiftly approached, embracing Hancock. Hancock, you have suppressed your feelings for too long. Both your mind and body will suffer. Let out, cry freely. From now on, I shall protect you. The 3 bystanders were startled by Zhang Yufan's boldness. Was he truly confident that Hancock would not retaliate? Initially, Hancock froze, struggling against him, but gradually she ceased her resistance and began to weep. Woo woo woo, Hancock cried, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to Zhang Yufan. The constant fear of being discovered by others and having their secrets unveiled was suffocating. I am truly exhausted. Her sorrowful outpouring of emotion also affected Sandersonia and Marigold, who joined in the weeping. Nyan stood by, watching in disbelief as the Ice Queen, Hancock, was genuinely moved by Zhang Yufan. This scene was indeed a rare sight. It had been long since anyone had shown such vulnerability in front of others. After a considerable time, the 3 sisters of Hancock regained their composure, and Zhang Yufan released her. Hancock, with a serious expression, wiped her tears and asked, Zhang Yufan, will you truly not disdain me for having once been a slave? Will you genuinely protect me? Zhang Yufan smiled, shaking his head and then nodding. I detest the celestial dragons. How could I possibly disdain you? I will certainly protect you. You truly are endearing. Now tell me your true purpose for being here. Let me see if I can assist you. Hancock revealed a hint of a smile. With a mischievous grin, Zhang Yufan extended his right hand toward Hancock. I stated from the beginning that I came for you, to melt that heart you have encased in ice. Become my woman, and together we shall conquer this world. Hancock was touched. For the first time, someone dared to stand against the celestial dragons for her sake. Shyly, she extended her right hand, which Zhang Yufan grasped, pulling her once more into his embrace. After a moment, he released the bashful Hancock, saying, Hancock, today is a splendid day. I shall summon my comrades. You prepare for a feast. Remember to find a particularly spacious venue. Otherwise, the giants and animals will have nowhere to stand. Absolutely, Yufan. Go swiftly and return promptly. Hancock replied with a gleeful smile. The trio of Nyan, Sandersonia, and Marigold were astonished that Hancock, who typically harbored disdain for men, so readily acquiesced to Zhang Yufan's request. Sandersonia, puzzled, inquired, Nyan, what has come over the Empress? Nyan, with excitement, exclaimed, the Ice Queen, Snake Princess, has truly been melted by Zhang Yufan. Such is the magic of love. As the saying goes, love arrives swiftly, like a whirlwind. Sandersonia and Marigold, upon hearing Nyan's words, were left puzzled. As they had never experienced such emotions themselves, they decided it was best to be content as long as Hancock was happy. Hancock, with a radiant smile, touched her slightly flushed cheeks, pondering, what is happening to me? I cannot refuse Yufan's requests. Even the thought of meeting those men does not seem so unbearable. Nyan sighed. This is love, especially that kind which strikes at first sight, making it hard to refuse, always considering the other's feelings. Hancock gleefully mused. Is this what it feels like to be in love? How wonderful. So, am I now Yufan's fiancé? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I want to be a supportive partner, helping Yufan navigate various challenges. She realized she could not dwell on such thoughts and needed to hasten preparations for the feast. Otherwise, Yufan would be displeased. Thus, she instructed Sandersonia and Marigold to notify all the warriors in Nine Snake City to prepare for the banquet. Upon hearing that Hancock was hosting Zhang Yufan and his companions, the warriors were astonished. Hancock had always prohibited men from entering Nine Snake City. Why had she suddenly changed her mind? Zhang Yufan exited Nine Snake City, hurrying into the forest to reunite with his companions. Nami was overjoyed to see Zhang Yufan return and eagerly took his hand, eager to learn the outcome. Zhang Yufan informed them that he had successfully won over Hancock. The group erupted in cheers, celebrating the addition of another warlord to their ranks, further enhancing their overall combat strength. Curiosity also arose regarding whether Nine Snake City was truly composed entirely of women. Some of the single companions began to speculate if they might find suitable partners within. The most delighted among them was Sanji, apart from Fishman Island. Nine Snake City was his next desired destination. Previously, men had been forbidden entry, but now he finally had the opportunity to feast his eyes. Moria and the others were somewhat taken aback. It had only been a short time since yet another warlord had joined. They speculated that an entire nation's populace might soon follow. Zhang Yufan instructed them to pack their belongings and accompany him into the city to prepare for the feast. Before long, Zhang Yufan and his entire entourage had scaled the city wall and entered the city. Due to their large numbers, augmented by animals and giants, there was insufficient seating within the houses. Hancock found a particularly spacious square where numerous tables and chairs were set up and an array of delicacies began to arrive. Most of the female warriors, having never encountered men before, were astonished to see Zhang Yufan and his companions. Hancock, beaming with joy, held Zhang Yufan's hand and announced to the warriors, "This is Zhang Yufan, my fiancé from this day forth. You are to honor him as you honor me." The warriors were taken aback, finally understanding the reason behind the banquet. A wave of cheers erupted as they offered their blessings to Hancock and Zhang Yufan. The warriors expressed their curiosity about men, and with Hancock's and Zhang Yufan's consent, they approached, curiously examining their bodies. Sanji found himself blissfully surrounded, nearly overwhelmed as he struggled to contain his excitement. The enthusiasm of the female warriors frightened Chopper, causing him to run about in a panic. Zhang Yufan introduced Nami and Robin to Hancock, expecting a clash, but instead, they shared their childhood experiences, finding a shared sense of empathy and becoming fast friends. When Hancock and her sisters first encountered Zhang Yufan's companions, they were astonished and taken aback. The naval admiral Qingji was indeed present, along with 2 former warlords and intelligence personnel from the world government. How could such a diverse group coexist so harmoniously? Yet, Zhang Yufan had achieved this through his formidable strength. At the banquet, Hancock joyfully fed Zhang Yufan, and nearly everyone present was enjoying their shared affection. Concurrently, news was shared that Shaki had opened a bar in Sabeti Archipelago, and Rayleigh was working as a ship's coating mechanic, living quite well. The banquet continued late into the night, and Hancock had arranged accommodations for everyone. Shyly, she took Zhang Yufan by the hand and led him to her private chamber to sleep together. The group enjoyed a peaceful slumber, and before they knew it, the night had passed. The next morning, Zhang Yufan showed no urgency to depart, instead encouraging his companions to revel in the delights of Jiushi City for a few days. To the northwest of Daughter Island lies an uninhabited isle known as Ruskena, also referred to as the Island of 48 Seasons. It is said that in ancient times, a kingdom once thrived there, but humanity ultimately succumbed to the forces of nature. The island is now home to enormous and ferocious beasts, many of which possess a commanding presence. It is indeed a wondrous place. Even the battle-hardened Jiushi clan holds a certain trepidation towards these creatures. Zhang Yufan instructed Hancock to lead the way to Ruskena Island, with the animals accompanying them. As they sailed, Hancock, puzzled, clutched Zhang Yufan's hand and inquired, "Yufan, what is our purpose for venturing to the somewhat perilous Ruskena Island?" Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Hancock, the island is inhabited by formidable creatures. Our aim is to recruit them, thereby augmenting our overall combat strength in preparation for future confrontations with the world government. He continued, Indeed, they are powerful, and the warriors here regard them with respect. If we can recruit them all, it will be a tremendous boon for us. Hancock nodded obediently. Before long, the ship arrived at their destination, and the entire party disembarked onto the island. As they ventured forward, a dozen black silhouettes suddenly darted from the nearby underbrush. Zhang Yufan utilized his system to glean information about the leading creature. Name, Stubborn Rabbit. Combat Potential Level, S. Current Combat Level, S. Age, 18 years. Height, 3, 14 meters. Gender, Male. Weapon, None. Devil Fruit, None. Bounty, None. Equipment Card, None. Description, the king among rabbits, residing on Ruskana Island near Daughter Kingdom. It is one of many powerful and violent beasts. With remarkable speed, formidable attack power, and high defense, it is exceedingly resilient. The stubborn rabbits trailing behind it possess combat levels ranging from A to A. In no time, they charged toward Zhang Yufan, but were intercepted by Ho Ming. Hancock, concerned for Ho Ming's safety, asked Yufan, Can Ho Ming handle this? Why aren't the other animals helping? Zhang Yufan, still smiling, reassured her, Do not worry. Ho Ming is quite strong. You cannot even defeat him, so there is no need for assistance from the other animals. As Ho Ming knocked one stubborn rabbit to the ground, Hancock's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that according to Zhang Yufan's words, her own combat prowess had diminished to such an extent that she could not even best a small monkey. It seems I must enhance my training. I cannot hinder Yufan, she thought. Observing Hancock's pensive expression, Zhang Yufan playfully brushed her nose, saying, They are all empowered by my special abilities, which is why they are so strong. I will bestow similar enhancements upon you once we return to the city. Hancock, delighted by the gesture, nodded and embraced Zhang Yufan's arm. Noticing the impressive strength of the stubborn rabbits, Zhang Yufan speculated that the other creatures would likely be even more formidable. Li Ji, shielding his eyes with his paws, grinned and remarked, Hancock is so clingy. Will I have a beautiful lion by my side? The sight is almost blindingly beautiful. Batian, wearing a mischievous smile, suggested, Why don't we explore the forest together and see if we can find suitable candidates for wives? Zhang Yufan chuckled at Li Ji's response, sensing he had indulged too much in romantic fantasies. Leaving Ho Ming and the Kung Fu manatees behind, Zhang Yufan allowed Li Ji and the others to roam freely. After sustaining a few beatings, the stubborn rabbits obediently followed behind Zhang Yufan and his companions. Along the way, they encountered a variety of other animals, all of which were swiftly subdued without incident. Their group continued to grow as they ventured deeper into the forest. Before long, they heard the sounds of a fierce battle ahead, revealing 3 creatures locked in combat. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to gather information on them. Name, King Gorilla. Combat Potential Level, SS. Current Combat Level, S. Age, 35 years. Height, 1, 74 meters. Gender, Male. Weapon, None. Devil Fruit, None. Bounty, None. Equipment Card, None. Description, the king among gorillas, possessing incredibly powerful fists. He resides on Ruskana Island, home to many strong and violent beasts. Name, King Lion. Combat Potential Level, SS. Current Combat Level, S. Age, 34 years. Height, 6, 21 meters. Gender, Male. Weapon, None. Devil Fruit, None. Bounty, None. Equipment Card, None. Description, the king among lions with extraordinary combat strength. He too inhabits Ruskana Island. Name, King Crocodile. Combat Potential Level, SS. Current Combat Level, S. Age, 36 years. Height, 4, 26 meters. Gender, Male. Weapon, None. Devil Fruit, None. Bounty, None. Equipment Card, None. Description, the king among crocodiles, known for its formidable bite force, feared by sea kings. Measuring 17 meters in length, it resides among the powerful and violent beasts of Ruskana Island. The arrival of Zhang Yufan and his party caught the attention of the 3 animals, who ceased their fighting. The king gorilla lowered his head curiously and called out, Little ones, this is our territory. Are you here to meet your demise? The king crocodile, grinning wickedly, taunted with so many animals in tow. Are you here to offer us a feast? The king lion, with a menacing roar, declared, "Stop the chatter. Let us defeat them all and feast together afterward." All but Hancock understood the exchanges, as Zhang Yufan, Ho Ming, and Niu Jie recognized the arrogance of the three creatures. Without hesitation, they each selected one and charged forward to deliver a resounding thrashing. The three animals were momentarily stunned, having been taken down before they could react. They thought to themselves, "Are these little ones really this strong? We cannot allow them to reign unchecked." Just as they attempted to rise, they were forcefully pinned to the ground by Zhang Yufan and his companions, enduring repeated beatings. Eventually, the three creatures were compelled to raise the white flag in surrender, tears streaming down their faces. "This isn't fair. We were attacked without warning. Are we meant to lie here as corpses?" The king gorilla lamented, sprawled on the ground. The king crocodile and king lion begged for mercy, realizing their adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. Niojia, furious, clenched his fists, exclaiming, "You were so arrogant. Yet you sought to devour my master, mistress, and elder brother. Consider yourselves fortunate to still be alive." Koby smiled as he patted the face of the gorilla king, declaring, "This serves as a lesson for you all. From now on, you shall obediently serve as my subordinates. This esteemed individual beside me is my elder brother, whom you shall refer to as Captain." The three animals dared not protest, and they were astonished to discover that Zhang Yufan could understand their conversation, his expression reflecting their surprise. Hancock was equally taken aback, realizing that Zhang Yufan possessed such remarkable abilities. Truly impressive, and he continued to grow more enigmatic, akin to an inexhaustible treasure trove, which only deepened my fondness for him. Thus, he subdued all the formidable creatures on the island, simultaneously assuring them that he could swiftly enhance their strength. The group, filled with enthusiasm, found suitable partners and eagerly brought them to Zhang Yufan. The subdued animals remained behind, while the others returned to Jiushi City by boat. The system's rewards were promptly credited following the defeat of those creatures. In the royal palace's reception hall, Zhang Yufan summoned Hancock and also called for Chong Pao. With a mere thought, he equipped Hancock with peak levels of strength, speed, stamina, defense, moonwalk, shave, tempest kick, observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, and advanced recovery, elevating her combat power from SS to SSS. He similarly outfitted Chong Pao with exceptional levels of strength, speed, defense, stamina, and advanced skills, enhancing his combat power from B to SSS. Both Chong Pao and Hancock gazed at Zhang Yufan in astonishment. This was the special ability he had previously mentioned. It was indeed a fearsome power. In an instant, they had transformed into formidable warriors. As their excitement subsided, Chong Pao sought out his companions to test their newfound strength. Meanwhile, Hancock remained closely attached to Zhang Yufan, hardly leaving his side. During their days on Newer Island, Zhang Yufan explored the surrounding islands. In a concealed location, he discovered a historical manuscript, which he meticulously copied and brought back. Robin was overjoyed upon seeing the copy. Next, they planned to visit the residence of Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, at Kurikina Island, the exact location of which was determined that very day. Zhang Yufan did not bring many companions, opting to take only Hancock, her two companions, a few animals, and several renowned swordsmen, including Zoro. Kurikina Island, a foreboding place in the Grand Line, was once the site of the now-defunct West Kyer Kingdom. The island was perpetually shrouded in gloom, with desolate ruins surrounding the undeveloped forests, and the mountains bore unique shapes. Years prior, a horrific war had occurred there, during which the baboons in the forest, having observed human conflicts, learned to mimic human behaviors and became increasingly violent. Zhang Yufan and his companions traversed the air, reaching their destination in nearly 2 days. Upon arriving on the island, Nami frowned and clutched Zhang Yufan's arm, exclaiming, "Yufan, this island feels exceedingly eerie." Zhang Yufan replied calmly, "This is simply the nature of this place. We shall not linger for long." After sensing the location of the baboons that could mimic human behavior, they proceeded towards that direction. Shortly thereafter, they were confronted by a group of baboons wielding various weapons. The baboons did not utter a word and charged at Zhang Yufan and his group, only to be effortlessly sent flying by Koby. Waves of baboons followed, relentlessly attacking Koby, who dispatched them with ease. Suddenly, a larger and more formidable baboon emerged from the forest. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine the leading baboon's information. Name, Baboon King. Combat potential level, TheSSS. Current combat level, S. Age, 26 years. Height, 3.52 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, enormous sword. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, residing on Kuraikina Island, capable of imitating or learning any human behavior. If raised among polite individuals, it becomes courteous. Conversely, if among violent ones, it becomes exceedingly fierce and learns to wield weapons. A regular baboon frowned and turned to the Baboon King, saying, "Boss, that human seems quite strong. We cannot defeat him." The Baboon King, with a fierce expression, tightened his grip on the sword and commanded the others to retreat, declaring, "I shall confront that human and show him the might of my imitative swordsmanship." With that, he charged towards Koby, swinging his massive sword. Koby countered effortlessly, his speed surpassing that of the Baboon King, and with greater power, he pushed him back. These baboons are intriguing, especially this Baboon King. His swordsmanship is quite impressive, Zoro remarked with interest. Indeed, it was fascinating. Having animals wield weapons could be more terrifying than humans, Zhang Yufan mused with a smile. As the Baboon King was gradually overwhelmed, his enormous sword was knocked away, and Koby delivered a powerful kick that sent the Baboon King sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, in a castle on the island, a man with short black hair, sharp yellow eyes resembling those of an eagle, and a short beard, adorned with a small cross knife, held a glass of wine and frowned, realizing that formidable guests had arrived on the island and that he needed to extend a proper welcome. On the other side, after enduring a few thorough beatings from the monkeys, the baboons finally obediently complied. The Baboon King, perplexed, turned to his shoulder, asking Monkey Ming, "How did your combat strength become so formidable?" Monkey Ming smiled and looked up at the bruised Baboon King, replying, "That is my elder brother's special ability. He can instantly transform a frail baboon into someone as strong as me. As long as you remain loyal, you too can attain such power." The Baboon King stared at Monkey Ming in disbelief, as if questioning whether he was jesting. Humans were indeed powerful, but when had they become this strong? Regardless, the truth of the matter was inconsequential. They had no choice but to comply, as they could not contend with these beings. Monkey Ming noticed the Baboon King's skepticism, but paid it no mind, as such reactions were common during initial encounters. When the time came for realization, surprise would surely follow. Zhang Yufan and his companions continued towards the castle, and the closer they drew, the more the baboons trembled, as if they had encountered some terrifying monster. Monkey Ming and the others reassured them. Otherwise, the baboons would have scattered in fear. At that moment, a man with piercing eyes approached them, carrying a sword. Zhang Yufan used the system to check their information. Name, Chalaku Ermi Hoa Ku potential growth level, SSS current power level, SS age, 40 height, 198 centimeters gender, male weapons, Yi sword, cross-shaped dagger devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none introduction, known as the marine hunter, Eagle Imihoku. He is revered as the world's foremost swordsman and one of the warlords of the sea. He is the lifelong goal of Roronoa Zoro. For years, he has roamed the vast seas alone on a small boat, embodying a calm and composed demeanor, exhibiting almost no emotional fluctuations during battle. He follows his own path, and, upon being awakened from slumber, annihilates the pirates responsible without mercy. Despite occupying the throne of the strongest, he never shuns the challenges posed by others. To his surprise, it was you, the Godslayer Zhang Yufan, and the Pirate Empress is also present. Even these raucous individuals have been subdued by you. Miwaku remarked with slight astonishment. Hello, Mihuoke. I quite like this moniker bestowed upon you by the Navy. Hancock is now my woman. Zhang Yufan replied with a beaming smile. Mihuoku, intrigued, inquired, the world government is frantically searching for you, yet you have come to my abode. What brings you here? Zoro, brimming with excitement, grasped his sword with his left hand, exclaiming at last, "I have found you, Eagle-Eye Mihuaku. I intend to defeat you and claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. I am here to invite a defeated challenger aboard, to embark with me on the path to kingship." Zhang Yufan responded with a smile. A hint of amusement graced Mihuaku's face as he unsheathed the black sword from his back. Such audacity and ambition. Let us see if you possess the capability to back it up. Mihuaku, sensing the formidable aura surrounding Zoro, became slightly more serious. If one lacks sufficient strength, who would be foolish enough to challenge the celestial dragons? You have only just set sail, yet you aspire to defeat me. Return and train further. Zoro, undeterred, removed the deep green bandana from his arm and tied it around his head. He drew 3 swords from his waist, enveloping them in the haki of armament. Mihuaku casually swung his sword towards Zoro, unleashing a powerful slash. Zoro responded with a casual strike, the 2 slashes colliding and neutralizing each other. Mihuaku unleashed a series of powerful slashes, all of which were met with Zoro's counterattacks, leaving cracks upon the ground. Mihuaku, astonished, gripped his black sword tightly. "How long have you been at sea, and yet you have already reached the realm of the great swordsman?" Zoro laughed with excitement, pushing off the ground and charging at Mihuaku. "Unleash all your might, or you shall soon find yourself defeated." With swift and powerful strikes from all angles, Mihuaku found himself defending continuously, gradually being pushed back. The more he fought, the more astonished he became. The speed, the strength, and the mastery of swordsmanship displayed by Zoro were extraordinary. How could he be so strong? It seemed implausible for someone to reach such heights without a lifetime of sword training. Was it possible that his talent in swordsmanship was unparalleled? Suddenly, Zoro delivered a forceful blow, sending Mihuaku flying. Mihuaku's shoes skidded across the ground for a distance before he stabilized himself. This is exhilarating. It has been long since I faced a swordsman who could push me this far. In response, I shall unleash my full power. Koby, this is exactly what I have been waiting for. Zoro replied, equally exhilarated. Mihuaku unleashed an even stronger slash than before, but Zoro shattered it effortlessly. Concurrently, Zoro circled around Mihuaku, moving rapidly like a perpetual motion machine, delivering increasingly powerful strikes. Initially, Mihuaku managed to fend off these attacks. Yet as time passed, his stamina began to wane. Despite the protection of his haki, the strength of the slashes resulted in an increasing number of wounds upon his body. Suddenly, Mihuaku's aura intensified, shattering Zoro's final strike. Gripping his black sword, he stood his ground, breathing heavily. What formidable swordsmanship you possess, and is your stamina inexhaustible? Let us settle this with one final move. Zoro smiled, holding his sword firmly. Indeed, you are the world's greatest swordsman. To have fought for so long without faltering, your stamina is truly remarkable. Let us conclude with a decisive strike. Both warriors poured every ounce of their strength into their swords, surging towards each other. Zoro's speed surpassed Mihuaku's, and at the moment their blades clashed, Mihuaku's black sword was deflected by the immense force, leaving cross scars upon Mihuaku's chest. The onlookers were left in awe, marveling at the extraordinary prowess displayed by these 2 warriors. This might very well bring the island to ruin, had it not been for Zhang Yufan and the others intercepting those powerful slashes. This island would likely have been obliterated. As Mihuaku's strength waned and he was about to collapse, Zoro supported him. Zhang Yufan rushed over to tend his wounds. Mihuaku, this battle has been truly exhilarating. Your swordsmanship is remarkable, Roronoa Zoro. From this moment forth, you shall be recognized as the world's greatest swordsman. My dream has finally come to fruition. However, my swordsmanship has yet to reach its zenith. Mihuaku, join us in the pursuit of ultimate swordsmanship, Zoro proclaimed with excitement. Zhang Yufan smiled as he bandaged Mihuaku's wounds. Mihuaku, your swordsmanship has stagnated for quite some time, has it not? Become my ally, and I shall help you refine your skills. Thus, the battle concluded, leaving a significant portion of the island in ruins. Simultaneously, the system rewards were all credited. Mihuaku sat on the ground, pondering, and sighed. Zhang Yufan. It seems you are determined to have me. Even if I refuse, you would forcibly take me, wouldn't you? Zhang Yufan grinned. Ha, you figured it out. At this point, you lack the ability to decline. Welcome aboard. Mi Huaku had no choice but to concede, finding himself bound to another pirate ship. Yet, it seemed there was little loss for him. Perhaps his swordsmanship could indeed become even stronger. Once Mi Huaku was forcibly taken aboard, everyone rejoiced, welcoming yet another formidable force. The baboons, empowered by Zhang Yufan, transformed into exceptional warriors, making this venture incredibly fruitful. They proceeded to Mi Huaku's castle, plundering all valuables within. Mi Huaku observed as those treasures vanished before his eyes, astonished by Zhang Yufan's unexpected abilities. Afterward, he summoned the Baboon King and, with a mere thought, equipped him with supreme power, stamina, defense, speed, swordsmanship, recovery, precision, Kinbunchikahaki, Haushikahaki, and Busashokahaki, elevating his power from Grade S to Grade SSS. The other baboons were similarly equipped, raising their power to Grade SS or Grade SSS. The Baboon King, astounded, reveled in his newfound strength, bouncing with excitement, while the other baboons mirrored his exuberance. They then visited the baboons' camp, shared a meal, and ultimately carried away all the weaponry and gear from the camp. Upon reaching the coastline, Mi Huaku initially assumed Zhang Yufan would produce a ship for their voyage. The scene before them left everyone in stunned disbelief as Soren effortlessly carried Mihawk on his back, traversing the air with ease. The others followed suit, including the baboons. What was happening? Mihawk, perplexed, inquired from Soren, why are those baboons suddenly walking in the moonwalk style? And why aren't we taking a boat? Won't you tire yourselves out? Soren smiled, his feet moving swiftly, replying, our stamina is exceptionally robust. As for the baboons, it's due to the captain's unique ability. Taking a boat back to New Erdao would be far too slow. This extraordinary method of travel was likely exclusive to the members of the extreme pirate crew. Furthermore, it seemed that Zhang Yufan harbored many secrets, making him a truly enigmatic figure. After nearly 2 days of travel, Zhang Yufan and his crew returned to New Erdao. The warriors on the island warmly welcomed Hancock upon her return. When the crewmates spotted Mihawk accompanying them, they were not surprised. It would have been odd if he hadn't returned. However, they were quite intrigued by the baboons brandishing various weapons. Mihawk dismounted from Soren's back, astonished to see Akiji. The newspapers had failed to mention Akiji's affiliation with the extreme pirate crew. Had he joined? That seemed unlikely. Mihawk approached Akiji, asking, how did you end up here? Were you also forcibly recruited by Zhang Yufan? Akiji replied calmly, indeed, I had no choice. They are incredibly formidable, akin to monsters. There was no escape, and I too was defeated. Mihawk nodded, reflecting on his own dismal failure, having barely grazed Soren's fur. Words were futile in expressing his sorrow. As a few kindred spirits gathered to converse, Zhang Yufan hosted another banquet to celebrate the inclusion of Mihawk and the baboons. After the festivities, he summoned all the warriors on New Erdao one by one to enhance their combat abilities. It took considerable time to complete the upgrades, and the warriors regarded Zhang Yufan as a divine figure. Who else could possibly augment a person's strength so instantaneously? They then made a trip to Rusikai Island to boost the abilities of the animals they had tamed. Selecting the most powerful among them, they assigned them to follow homing. A portion of the animals was relocated to the forest outside Nusha City to reinforce its defenses. Hancock and her sisters decided to accompany Zhang Yufan, prompting the selection of a proxy queen from among the warriors. A number of female warriors also joined them, leaving the remaining fighters to continue developing New Erdao. It was now confirmed that the captain of the 3rd Division was Crocodile, the 4th Division was led by Moria, and Hancock commanded the 5th. With all matters arranged, the group enjoyed a restful night's sleep. Brooke and Sanji, who had lingered in Nusha City, were reluctant to depart. Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's plan to visit Fishman Island, they immediately prepared their belongings for the journey the following day. On the morning of their departure, after tidying up and bidding farewell to the warriors and animals on the island, they set off for Fishman Island. Brooke, with a gleeful expression, asked, I wonder if those beautiful mermaids would be willing to show me their undergarments? Sanji, brimming with excitement, retorted, they want to show you because they aren't wearing any. Brooke nearly burst with excitement, dancing alongside Sanji and exclaiming about the mermaids. It's impossible to wear them when they have fishtails. Usopp replied with exasperation. The crew continued their ethereal journey, leaving behind the island. After a half-day's travel, they reached the vicinity of the Sabiti archipelago and prepared to unveil their ship. No sooner had they anchored than two warships opened fire on them. Jean Yufan instructed his companions to deal with the Navy in their usual manner while he returned to Shaki's Rip-Off Bar with Hancock and a few others. Upon arrival, the exuberant Shaki welcomed them. Are you all here? We're off to Fishman Island. She noticed Hancock clinging to Jean Yufan's arm and exclaimed, I see you've truly made an impression, Jean Yufan. That may be partly due to luck, Jean Yufan replied with a smile. Hancock, come express your gratitude to your benefactor. Hancock obediently released Jean Yufan's arm, thanking Shaki for her initial assistance. Without you, I would never have met someone as wonderful as Jean Yufan. Shaki observed Hancock's infatuation, realizing the significant charm Jean Yufan possessed. After exchanging farewells, they returned to the ship, ready to journey to Fishman Island. Upon their return, the crew had already dealt with the Navy, tossing them into the sea, while the naval personnel yelled in protest. Jean Yufan ignored their outcries. They salvaged the supplies from the warships and stored everything in their inventory. The Navy had unwittingly become a source of fortune for them. After injuring Kizaru, abducting Akiji, and commandeering a warship, they had evaded capture. Now, with two more warships seized, the Marine Admiral Sengoku would surely be furious upon receiving the reports. Once the supplies were secured, the ship's exterior membrane swelled into a large bubble as it began to descend. Fishman Island lay 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Mariewa, serving as a crucial passage to the New World and the birthplace of many fishmen and merfolk, often referred to as the Undersea Paradise, a dreamlike haven. As the vessels submerged, they beheld various species of fish. Frankie, astounded, gazed upwards, marveling at the breathtaking underwater scenery, while Chopper excitedly scurried about the ship, exclaiming, wow, we're really sinking. Big brother, will this bubble leak? Jean Yufan, smiling as he surveyed their surroundings, reassured him, generally, it won't, unless it is punctured by the fangs of sea kings or sea monsters. Or if we were to create a few holes ourselves. Chopper felt relieved and continued to admire the splendid views. As the ship descended deeper, they occasionally encountered massive sea kings and monsters, which were quickly driven away by a few crocodiles. Brooke, aboard the ship, played his violin and sang. After some time, they had submerged to a considerable depth, and the surroundings grew darker. They activated the prepared lights, and suddenly, a colossal creature opened its eyes on a flat expanse of the ocean floor, fixating its gaze on Jean Yufan's ship. As it drew nearer, it extended numerous tentacles, forcefully striking toward the vessel. Fortunately, the crocodiles intervened. Otherwise, the entire ship would have been obliterated. Jean Yufan accessed the system to check the creature's information. Name: Kalaking Battle Power Growth Potential Level. B Current Battle Power Level. C Age: 40 Height, 300 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Introduction: A member of the new Fishman Pirates. Kalaking possesses an appearance reminiscent of an octopus and a squid, with an immense stature, often regarded as a legendary sea monster. He is infamously dubbed the unrelenting harbinger of death, prowling the vast oceans in pursuit of ships. Upon the vessel's approach, all on board are astounded by the sight of the colossal Kalaking. Kia gazes up in disbelief, exclaiming, "This sea monster is far too enormous." Indeed, at this height, even giants appear diminutive in comparison. Waswap shares her astonishment, while Name beams with joy, pointing at Kalaking, declaring, "Yufan, let us tame this magnificent creature as our companion." With this intention in mind, Neogia is instructed to subdue the beast, for it represents a formidable force in the ocean, destined to safeguard Fishman Island. Jean Yufan nods in agreement. Neogia, smiling, affirms, "I shall return promptly, master," and leaps forward, approaching Kalaking. While only Rubin surmises Zhang Yufan's true motives, the rest of the crew remains oblivious. Mihak reflects on Zhang Yufan's uncanny ability to tame any creature, further enhancing their ship's formidable power, earning him the title of Supermonster Creator. At this moment, Kalaking, displaying a fierce countenance, fixes his gaze upon Nyojia and lashes out with a tentacle, taunting, "Little one, are you here to serve as my snack? You are far too small to satiate me." Nyojia responds with a grin, effortlessly swatting the tentacle aside. "Fear not. I am here to take you back to meet my master. Will you accompany me willingly, or shall I have to subdue you first?" Kalaking, seething with rage of being underestimated, unleashes multiple tentacles in a furious assault on Nyojia. However, Nyojia dodges with ease, nonchalantly remarking, "Your attacks are rather sluggish. Allow me to demonstrate my rapid fists." He closes the distance and unleashes a flurry of powerful punches, leaving Kalaking dazed and retreating, bewildered by the strength of this diminutive opponent. Ultimately, the once mighty Kalaking, bruised and battered, surrenders and is brought before the ship's bow, where he is introduced to Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan approaches the colossal Kalaking, stating, "As long as you obey, I can assist in rescuing your family." Initially, Kalaking, fearful after his defeat, worries about the repercussions from Hody Janzu. What if my inability to defeat a mere child endangers my family? Upon hearing Zhang Yufan's words, Kalaking is astonished, questioning how he could possibly know of his plight. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope ignites within him. If this small one is so powerful, surely others must be as well. Perhaps they can defeat Hody Janzu and secure the safety of his loved ones. Does this human understand my words? If not, communication will be difficult. Should I gesture with my tentacles to ascertain his comprehension? Kalaking ponders seriously, bowing his head. "If you can help me rescue my family, I will do anything, even sacrifice my life." Zhang Yufan smiles reassuringly, waving his hand. "Rest assured, it is not so dire. I will not demand your life. You will grow stronger in time." Kalaking is taken aback, realizing he comprehends Zhang Yufan's words, facilitating their communication. After reaching an agreement, Zhang Yufan instructs Kalaking to carry the ship forward. As the vessel sails on, a sudden eruption echoes from beneath the sea, a volcano belching forth a colossal column of lava, scattering rocks in all directions. Many stones hurtle toward Zhang Yufan's ship, only to be shattered by the surrounding crocodiles. The lava begins to flow and spread, raising the ambient temperature. Kalaking, bearing the ship, swiftly distances them from the perilous area, for contact with the molten rock would spell disaster. Shortly thereafter, Kalaking successfully navigates away from the lava zone and resumes their journey. Suddenly, a massive figure emerges, a fishman with a black beard, dense hair covering his chest and abdomen, and his upper body bared. Trailing behind him is a pirate crew, their flag depicting a skull with crossed swords, while the ship's bow features a fearsome skull with sharp teeth, atop which stands a man. Zhang Yufan scans their information through the system. Name: Mayan Jimian Battle Power Growth Potential Level. See Current Battle Power Level. See Age, 33 Height, 80 meters Gender. Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. A member of the Flying Pirate Crew. He serves under Vandy Dyken, a redfin pufferfish fishman resembling a sea monk, possessing traits of both fishmen and giants but lacking intelligence. He is kind-hearted and fiercely loyal to his captain. Name: Vandy Dyken 9 Battle Power Growth Potential Level. See Current Battle Power Level. See Age, 27 Height, 341 meters Gender. Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit. Target Fruit Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. The captain of the Flying Pirate Crew and descendant of the original Vandy Dyken. He is a tiger shark fishman who claims to be cursed by the target fruit, which has rendered him unable to swim. He must apply a protective layer to navigate water, exhibiting intense possessiveness and jealousy, particularly regarding the Fishman Island princess, Bai Xing, whom he refuses to share with anyone. Upon discovering Zhang Yufan's vessel, Vandy Dyken 9 commands Mayan Jimian, "See God, destroy their ship. I desire the treasures aboard." With that, he activates the abilities of the target fruit, hurling weapons and large stones toward Zhang Yufan's ship. Mayan Jimian, maintaining composure, responds, "As you wish, Lord Vandy Dyken 9, and proceeds to strike Zhang Yufan's ship with a clenched fist. Zhang Yufan calmly directs, "Kalaking, subdue him. Niojia, take a few companions and incapacitate the fishman at the bow, while the rest of the crew eliminates the others." Kalaking swiftly extends his tentacles, binding Myanjimian's hands and delivering a barrage of blows to his face. The incoming weapons and stones are deftly intercepted by the crocodiles, which collect them for Zhang Yufan's safekeeping. Niojia, accompanied by several skilled sea cows, quickly boards the dilapidated ship. Vandy Dyken 9 attempts to protest, but Niojia strikes decisively, knocking him unconscious before he can utter a word. The remaining crew members swiftly eliminate the other pirates aboard. After rummaging through the supplies on the ship, they soon returned. Molia couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of having creatures that could move freely in the sea. Simultaneously, he pondered Zhang Yufan's motive for capturing the merman. Hancock looked at Dakin the Ninth with disdain, clutching Zhang Yufan's arm. "Yufan, why did you bring back this hideous merman?" "Hancock, he is a devil fruit user, and I intend to strip him of his powers," Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Confused, Hancock turned to Zhang Yufan and asked, "How do you plan to do that?" Some of their companions were unaware of Zhang Yufan's method. He explained it once more and then led Dakin the Ninth to the candle room. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yufan emerged from the candle room, having collected Dakin the Ninth's corpse and holding a devil fruit in his hand. The companions who had not witnessed the event were astonished. It had truly succeeded. Zhang Yufan stored the devil fruit away for future use with the others. Kurakin, using his tentacles, bound Mian Jin Jian and approached Zhang Yufan. "Mian Jin Jian, Dakin the Ninth is dead now. From this point onward, Kurakin, who has bound you, will ensure you are no longer bullied by powerful beings or creatures," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Upon hearing that Dakin the Ninth was dead, Mian Jin Jian felt abandoned and sadness welled up in his eyes. However, when he heard Zhang Yufan mention following the giant behind him and that he would no longer be bullied, he wiped away his tears. "All right, I shall follow Lord Kurakin from now on," Mian Jin Jian exclaimed joyfully. Kurakin was delighted, unexpectedly gaining a subordinate. He assured Mian Jin Jian that he would not be bullied again. After being released by Kurakin, Mian Jin Jian led the way back to Dakin the Ninth's stronghold to scavenge. After a considerable time, Kurakin lifted the ship, nearing their destination. Oka, with excitement, pointed toward the northwest. "Look, everyone, there's a gigantic bubble over there." The crew was awestruck by the spectacular sight of a colossal double-layered, semicircular bubble dome enveloping the entire island, with an air layer in between. "This must be Fishman Island. The beautiful mermaids are inside, and I can hardly wait to enter," Sanji exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, at last, I shall behold the mermaids. My heart is racing, though as a skeleton, I have no heart," Brooke added joyfully. Zhang Yufan instructed Kurakin and Mian Jin Jian to wait outside Fishman Island to prevent causing panic among the island's inhabitants. He then had the crocodiles pull the ship when suddenly a multitude of sea beasts appeared ahead. The leading sea beast bore a rider with slightly curled hair and a small patch of beard on his chin, adorned with a tattoo of Arlong's crew on his left neck, followed by several fishmen. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name: Hammond, combat potential level, C. Current combat level, C. Age, 27, height, 3, 87 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a seal fishman. Combatant of a new fishman pirate crew, treats human pirates as slaves, using them as mounts. Hammond coldly commanded, "Stop right there, humans. Do you wish to join our new fishman pirate crew?" Nami gazed at the all-too-familiar emblem and remarked, "Yufan, are these remnants of Arlong's crew?" "You could say they are remnants, but they have been reformed," Zhang Yufan replied calmly. Bagus, with a wicked grin, raised his right hand and challenged, "If you want us to join, you must withstand a punch from me. Do you dare?" Everyone awaited Hammond's response, but he foolishly agreed, turning the situation into a spectacle. Enraged, Hammond thought, "Do they truly believe I am a fool?" It was clear he had absolute confidence in his victory, hence his boldness. "Your answer is evident. You intend to refuse. Prepare to meet your demise at the bottom of the sea. Hammond raged, prompting the sea beast to charge at Zhang Yufan's ship. King Crocodile swam to the front of the vessel and unleashed a wave of conqueror's hockey. A powerful aura surged towards the sea beasts, causing them to break into a cold sweat. King Crocodile commanded, "Sea beasts, do not move. Otherwise, you shall perish." The sea beasts, now paralyzed with fear, stood frozen like statues. Hammond and his pirate crew were bewildered. When did the sea beasts become so obedient? They were terrified of a creature smaller than themselves. King Crocodile approached Hammond, delivering a powerful blow that sent him crashing down from the sea beast he rode, then brought him before Zhang Yufan, forcing him to kneel. The other fishmen were swiftly subdued by the nearby crocodiles. Pathetic. Return to your captain and tell him to clean his neck, for I shall come to sever his head. Now leave. Zhang Yufan stated disdainfully. Hammond, filled with rage and hatred, seethed at having to kneel before these humans. When I return with my captain and many others, I shall settle the score with you. He said nothing more and left in disgrace. After dismissing the sea beasts, they prepared to enter Fishman Island under the guidance of Xiao Ba. Following a thorough inspection by the Sea King army, they arrived shortly after. Led by Xiao Ba, Zhang Yufan and the crew arrived at Mermaid Bay, where mermaids were abundant. They marveled at their beauty. Wow, so many beautiful mermaids. This truly is paradise. Hey, lovely ladies over there. Let's play a game together. Sanji exclaimed excitedly. Yo-ho-ho-ho, they're truly magnificent. This is my first time seeing so many mermaids. My eyes are about to pop out, even though I have no eyeballs. Brooke said, equally thrilled. All were exhilarated and rushed towards the water, with most of the crew seeking to frolic with the mermaids. Initially, the mermaids were somewhat fearful upon their arrival, but after a while, without witnessing any harm, they gradually lowered their guard and joyfully played in the water with Zhang Yufan and his companions. Suddenly, a man adorned with a crown, possessing water-blue eyes and a red nose, and larger than the average mermaid, rode a whale towards them, accompanied by a shark. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name, Nipton Battle Growth Potential Level. See Current Battle Level. See Age, 67 years height, 122 meters gender. Male weapon, Trident Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile. The king of the Ryugu Kingdom on Fishman Island. Known as the Great Knight of the Sea, Nipton is a courageous, responsible, and devoted ruler, beloved by his subjects. He is also a caring father who, after the tragic loss of his wife Otoheim, raised his 4 children into exemplary royals of the Ryugu Kingdom. He has a particular affection for his daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, and is an old acquaintance of the pirate king Gold, Roger. Name, Ho AI Battle Growth Potential Level. E Current Battle Level. E Age, 25 years height, 914 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none profile. Nipton S most cherished whale and steed. Ho AI measures 40 meters in length and possesses an endearing appearance. Name, Mycaro Battle Growth Potential Level. E Current Battle Level. E Age, 17 years height, 0. 5 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none profile. The pet shark of Shirahoshi. Mycaro is the sole witness to the truth behind Otoheim's assassination 7 years ago, and he served as Shirahoshi's confidant during her time in the Hardshell Tower. Upon hearing the celestial sounds, all the mermaids gazed upward in astonishment, pondering the intentions of the great figure above. One mermaid, wide-eyed, wondered how King Nipton had emerged from the Ryugu Palace. Another, equally astonished, marveled at seeing the king up close for the first time. A third mermaid, surveying her surroundings, questioned the purpose of the king's solitary visit, noting the absence of the royal army. At that moment, Nipton, riding on his whale, descended before Zhang Yufan. The mermaids realized he sought out Zhang Yufan and his companions. However, Zhang Yufan and his group were perplexed, wondering what business the king could have with them, since this was their first encounter. With a serious expression and trident in hand, Nipton addressed Mycaro, asking if they were the ones he had been searching for. Mycaro joyfully affirmed, stating that he had searched long and hard to find them. Hey, Humans of the extreme pirates, I invite you to a banquet at Ryugu Palace. Follow me, Nipton declared earnestly. Zhang Yufan and his companions, though bewildered, felt no fear of the king and decided to follow him. Due to the large number of people, only a few could ride on Maikaro's back, while the rest walked alongside, ascending into the sky. As Nipton led the way, they began to understand the reason for the banquet invitation, realizing that the shark was the princess's favorite pet. Unbeknownst to them, a fortunate coincidence had occurred when Maikaro and his companions were captured by the Kraken, who intended to make a meal of them. Fortunately, Zhang Yufan and his group defeated the Kraken, allowing them to escape. Maikaro and his friends had intended to express their gratitude to Zhang Yufan, but hesitated upon encountering fierce crocodiles nearby. They assumed Zhang Yufan would visit Fishman Island and chose to wait on the island to thank him. Meanwhile, on Noah in Fishman Street, Hammond exaggeratedly relayed Zhang Yufan's words to Captain Hody Jones. Enraged, Jones clenched his fists, declaring, "The captain of the extreme pirates, Zhang Yufan, very well. We shall see whose head will fall. Captain, we have just received word that Zhang Yufan has accompanied Nipton to Ryugu Palace. What shall we do next?" asked Jiao. "Our plan must be expedited. While Jinbei is away from the island, we shall seize Ryugu Palace and capture the king. Then, we will consolidate the forces of Fishman Island to confront Zhang Yufan's group. Are we prepared?" Jones replied with a cold smirk. One of the fishmen under his command confidently patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Captain, we are ready. Keep a close watch. Once Zhang Yufan and his group leave Ryugu Palace, we can commence our operation," Jones said with a cruel smile. Thus, a grand scheme was set in motion, unbeknownst to Zhang Yufan and his companions. After a considerable time, Zhang Yufan and his group finally arrived at the magnificent Ryugu Palace. Upon Nipton's return, the guards opened the gates, and they entered, only to be met by two furious men approaching them. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name, Right Minister Battle Growth Potential Level. See current battle level. D. Age, 47 years. Height, 313 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, trident. Long sword. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile. A seahorse fishman and one of the two ministers of Ryugu Kingdom. He is diligent and punctual. The only minister who can speak frankly to Nipton and offer counsel. He knows how to set traps and commands Nipton's army. Responsible for guarding Princess Shirahoshi in the Hardshell Tower. Name, Left Minister Battle Growth Potential Level. D. Current battle level. D. Age, 59 years. Height, 435 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None profile. A catfish fishman and one of the two ministers of Ryugu Kingdom. He holds some influence in decision-making and possesses limited command over the military. Though his judgment is poor, he is a man of his word. The left minister, leaning on his cane, exclaimed in frustration, "Oh dear, I cannot tolerate this any longer. You cannot just leave the city without permission." The right minister, gripping his trident, added indignantly, "You may leave the city, but to do so without even a single guard is reckless. What would happen if something were to occur?" The two ministers criticized Nipton for quite some time. With an apologetic demeanor, Nipton bowed his head, assuring them he would be more cautious in the future. As for whether he would sneak away again, only he knew. Zhang Yufan and his group suspected Nipton would likely repeat his transgressions, as the thrill of sneaking out seemed to have become an addiction for him. At that moment, Nipton regained his serious demeanor and pointed toward Zhang Yufan, asking, "Where is Princess Shirahoshi? I have brought back the savior of Maikaro." The princess remained fearful, hiding within the Hardshell Tower. "If only we could capture Vander Decken 9 sooner, things would not be this way," the right minister lamented. At the mention of Vander Decken 9, Nipton and the others displayed expressions of intense anger. Had it not been for this madman, Princess Shirahoshi would surely be living a life of happiness, free from the confines of fear and isolation. Zhang Yufan approached Neptune and his companions with a warm smile, declaring, "Your Majesty, the Vanderdecken 9 you seek is right here with me." Neptune and his companions scrutinized Zhang Yufan's allies and the surrounding crowd. Puzzled, they inquired, "Where? We cannot see him." With a mere thought, Jean Yufan summoned the lifeless body of Vanderdecken 9 from his storage space and let it fall to the ground. Neptune and the others were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide and mouths agape. The unexpected revelation left them momentarily speechless. Once they confirmed the identity of Vanderdecken 9, their expressions transformed into sheer elation. Grasping Jean Yufan's hand, Neptune exclaimed with fervor, "Thank you, Jean Yufan. I'm incredibly grateful. Not only have you saved Michaelu, but you have also rescued my daughter. Now, Princess Baixing can live a normal life." With a smile, Jean Yufan replied, "The most important task now is to accompany me to bring out Princess Baixing." Almost forgetting the urgency of the matter in his joy, Neptune instructed his ministers to properly welcome Jean Yufan's companions. He then hurriedly led Jean Yufan to the hardshell tower. Shortly thereafter, they arrived, and Neptune commanded the guards to open the doors. Upon seeing the visitors, Baixing joyfully exclaimed, "Father Michaelu, what brings you all here? And who is he?" Beaming with happiness, Neptune embraced Baixing, saying, "This is Jean Yufan. He is the one who defeated Vanderdecken 9, and from today onwards, you need not remain here any longer." Jean Yufan held up the body of Vanderdecken 9 for Baixing to confirm, then handed it over to the guards. Overcome with joy, Baixing clung to Neptune, crying, "I can finally go out and play. I no longer need to fear weapons suddenly flying to end my life." This outpouring of emotion was a release for Baixing, who had endured so much for so long. It took a considerable time for her to calm down, during which Jean Yufan utilized the system to review her information. Name, Baixing growth potential level, SSS current power level, age, 13 years height, 187 meters gender, female weapons, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment cards, none description, giant koi mermaid. She is the mermaid princess of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island. Gentle and kind-hearted, she is timid and often cries. Her beauty is renowned, said to rival even that of the Pirate Empress. She is a unique mermaid princess who can communicate with sea kings, appearing only once every 800 years. Baixing possesses the immense power of Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons, capable of saving countless lives or destroying the world, although she currently lacks the ability to control this power. Afterward, Neptune joyfully led Baixing and Jean Yufan to the banquet venue. Holding Jean Yufan's hand, Baixing excitedly asked, "Brother Yufan, if you are a pirate, does that mean you can adventure anywhere? Have you ever seen a scorching sun? Have you encountered various flowers and animals covered in fur?" "Indeed, Baixing, I have seen all that you mention. Soon, you shall meet many furry creatures." Jean Yufan smiled. "Really? I will see them so soon." Baixing's face lit up with excitement. Jean Yufan nodded with a beaming smile, assuring her, "Yes, after the banquet, I will take you to explore the forest." Baixing, filled with joy, nodded enthusiastically, feeling that today was truly a splendid day. Not only would she attend the banquet, but she would also venture out to explore. Eagerly, she wondered what kind of animals she would encounter. Once Neptune departed, the ministers warmly welcomed Jean Yufan's companions. After arranging the banquet, they informed the 3 princes outside the Dragon Palace about Baixing. The princes, filled with delight, hastily made their way to the Dragon Palace. Baixing had already arrived at the banquet hall, where everyone laid eyes on the mermaid princess. Sanji rushed to Baixing, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Ah, the beautiful mermaid princess! From this moment forth, I shall be your devoted knight. Command me as you wish." Brook, equally thrilled, removed his hat and bowed elegantly, asking, "Might I have the honor of seeing your undergarments, dear mermaid princess?" Startled, Baixing let out a shriek, burying her face in Jean Yufan's back. "How can there be a living skeleton here? How terrifying! Brother Yufan, please protect me." Jean Yufan gently caressed Baixing's face to soothe her, while Sanji and Brook could only watch in envy, filled with jealousy. Soon, Baixing regained her composure, and Jean Yufan led her to play with animals such as baboons and lions for a while. Before long, they became familiar, with Baixing laughing heartily at the antics of the monkeys. Tears glistened in the eyes of Neptune and the ministers, having not witnessed Baixing's genuine happiness in many years. They had previously worried about her living in constant fear and whether she could withstand the pressure over time without succumbing to despair. Now, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief, as the burden weighing on their hearts had been lifted. The banquet was prepared, and everyone took their seats. Just then, the door swung open, and 3 men entered. Upon seeing Bai Xing had truly emerged, they rushed forward in excitement, bombarding her with questions. Zhang Yufan checked their information through the system. Name: Shark Xing growth potential level. See current power level. See age: 21 years height. 6.04 meters gender. Male weapons: trident devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment cards. None description. The eldest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island and the leader of the Neptune brothers. He's a shark mermaid, serious and responsible, often representing his brothers in discussions with others. Among the brothers, he bears the closest resemblance to a human. Name: Huang Xing growth potential level. See current power level. See age: 20 years height. 5.44 meters gender. Male weapons: 2 long swords devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment cards. None description. The second prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island and the middle child of the Neptune brothers. He enjoys singing and often ends his sentences with musical notes. This habit began 10 years ago when Queen Otoheim was assassinated, and he sang to comfort the distraught Bai Xing. Name: Fanche Xing growth potential level. See current power level. See age: 17 years height. 4.73 meters gender. Male weapons: long sword devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment cards. None description. The youngest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island and the youngest of the Neptune brothers. He loves to dance and often sings Red Snapper while performing. This behavior began 10 years ago as a means to soothe Bai Xing during her distress. The 3 princes approached Zhang Yufan, sincerely expressing their gratitude for the rare sight of Bai Xing's joy. The gathering enjoyed delectable food, exchanging cups of wine amidst their merriment. After a considerable amount of time, the banquet finally concluded, leaving everyone with full and contented bellies. Zhang Yufan stood up with a beaming smile, addressing the Right Minister. Do you recall the jade box from the treasury that you installed the bomb in many years ago? It remains untouched. The Right Minister fell into deep contemplation, and suddenly cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He sprang to his feet and hurried towards the treasury. The onlookers recognized, from the Right Minister's reaction, that indeed, a bomb was concealed within the treasury, and he had forgotten to retrieve it. How reckless it was, not fearing the day when it might explode, which would result in a substantial loss. Before long, the Right Minister returned, clutching a jade box. Neptune looked on in confusion, glancing down at the Right Minister. What is the meaning of this? How did a bomb end up in the treasury? This dates back 7 years, the Right Minister explained. At that time, treasures were stolen from the jade box. To ensure that the thief would face dire consequences, I installed a bomb within the box. It would explode upon opening. After that incident, the thief never resurfaced, and I completely forgot about it. Neptune felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had Zhang Yufan not disclosed this? Who knew what calamity might have befallen someone in the future? If it had been presented to some esteemed figure, and upon opening it, it exploded, that would have been an overt provocation, transforming what was meant to be a surprise into sheer terror, with the entire Fishman Island potentially suffering the consequences. Simultaneously, Neptune and the others were puzzled about how Zhang Yufan knew of this matter. When they voiced their curiosity, Zhang Yufan merely smiled and replied that it was a secret. Neptune and the others chose not to press further and express their gratitude once more. Shirahoshi looked at Zhang Yufan with admiration, thinking to herself how incredible it was that he even knew about such matters. Zhang Yufan then spoke, "Your Majesty, shortly, I and a few companions shall take Shirahoshi to the sea forest, a place she longs to visit. With my presence, there shall be no danger." Shirahoshi gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide open. Not only does Brother Yufan know where I wish to go, but that's truly remarkable. Neptune and the others were aware of Zhang Yufan's formidable strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to defeat the sea monsters. After consulting Shirahoshi, who initially wished for guards to accompany her, but ultimately declined, Neptune had no choice but to acquiesce. Neptune arranged for 3 princes to serve as guides for Jean Yufan's companions, ensuring they could thoroughly explore Fishman Island. Jean Yufan, accompanied by Hancock and the others, along with Shirahoshi and Megalo, followed the lead of the octopus, Little 8. Shirahoshi clung to Megalo's back, while Jean Yufan and the others stood upon her shoulders, proceeding towards the sea forest. Although Shirahoshi knew that no weapons would be hurled at them anymore, the long-standing fear she harbored was not easily dispelled. She still bore a look of trepidation and anxiety, tightly embracing Megalo. After soaring through the sky for a while, the fishman below glanced up. A tall fishman, astonished, pointed toward the sky, exclaiming, "Look, isn't that Princess Shirahoshi flying? How did she emerge from the Dragon Palace?" Another fishman observed, "Princess Shirahoshi appears to be somewhat fearful and anxious. Moreover, there are several humans upon her back, including one who was previously a rogue." A robust fishman remarked. A diminutive fishman speculated, "I recall these humans. They accompanied the king back to the Dragon Palace. Is it possible that Princess Shirahoshi has been abducted by them?" The fishmen continued to discuss, and as they pieced together the situation, it increasingly seemed plausible. They realized the gravity of the matter, pondering that this was indeed a case of the mermaid princess's abduction, which was an audacious act, prompting them to quickly inform the king. A few fishmen dashed to notify the king, while the rest armed themselves with brooms and brushes, charging towards Jean Yufan and the others with formidable intent. Nami, hearing the commotion, glanced down, perplexed, and said, "Yufan, those aggressive fishmen seem to be coming for us. What is happening?" Robin, equally puzzled, suggested, "Yufan, let us descend and investigate the situation." Jean Yufan nodded, instructing Megalo to land. One fishman, his face contorted with rage, clutched a wooden stick, shouting, "Princess Shirahoshi, fear not. We have come to rescue you." Another fishman, wielding a broom, declared, "These vile abductors shall be captured and executed." Jean Yufan and the others realized they had been mistaken for kidnappers. After Shirahoshi's earnest explanations, the fishmen learned that the 9th King Daikin had been slain by Jean Yufan. Recognizing him as Princess Shirahoshi's benefactor, they promptly apologized and expressed their gratitude for saving the princess. Jean Yufan waved his hand dismissively, bidding farewell to the fishmen before continuing towards their destination. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the sea forest, a place of breathtaking beauty. In one part of the sea forest, Frankie encountered a fishman adorned with a dark hat, thick-framed glasses, and earrings, characterized by a wild mane of hair and a sharply angled face with a slightly hooked nose. He sported a beard and wore a tunic patterned with seaweed. Through introductions, they discovered that this fishman was named Dan, the brother of Tom, and they engaged in conversation. "Mr. Dan, you bear no resemblance to Master Tom. I assumed there would be some familial resemblance," Frankie remarked, scrutinizing Dan. Dan smiled broadly, crossing his arms over his chest. "Unlike the humans who dwell on land, where family members often share features, it is quite common for us to look different." Frankie found this difficult to grasp, his expression one of confusion. "I was informed by Granny Kokoro about your dealings with Iceberg and my brother. Until the end, my brother lived in the belief that he had a worthy apprentice," Dan stated with a smile. Frankie, feeling slightly embarrassed, noticed Jean Yufan and the others approaching and led them over for introductions. Jean Yufan and the others observed Frankie bringing over an unfamiliar fishman. Jean Yufan used the system to check his information. Name, Dan. Combat potential level. See current combat level. D. Age, 57 years. Height, 187 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Profile, wolf fishman, shipwright and scholar of the sea forest, brother of the world's foremost shipwright, Tom. Upon receiving a letter from Granny Kokoro, he learned of Tom's execution many years prior. Frankie introduced everyone, and then, guided by Megalo, they found a graveyard. Shirahoshi approached a tombstone, tears streaming down her face as she said, "This is the grave of my mother. Thank you, Brother Yufan, for bringing me here. I wish to be alone for a while." Jean Yufan and the others nodded in understanding, choosing not to disturb her as they sat on a nearby stone. Zhang Yufan smiled and turned to Robin, saying, "There's a piece of historical text here. Hancock and Nami, why don't you join me in searching for it? I will keep watch over Shirahoshi." Robin beamed with joy, exclaiming, "There's a piece of historical text here." The three women eagerly set off to search within the forest. Before long, they found it, and Robin diligently began to decipher it. Meanwhile, on Noah and Fishman Street, Jones was aware that Zhang Yufan and the others had departed from the royal palace not long ago, riding atop a sea beast and leading a formidable army. They advanced towards Longgongcheng. The trader hidden within Longgongcheng, upon receiving the signal, unexpectedly opened the gates at a designated time. Neptune and his companions, engaged in joyful discussions, remained oblivious to the impending danger when Jones and his subordinates stormed in, catching them completely off guard. "Hody Jones, how did you come to be here? How did you gain entry?" asked the right minister, astonished. With a cold smirk, Jones brandished his trident, responding, "I entered openly and without fear. This place brings back fond memories, but it will soon belong to me." The right minister, furious, thrust his trident towards Jones, declaring, "You are indeed a disgrace to the Sea King's army. You shall not leave here alive. I will execute you on the spot." Jones, unfazed, deftly parried the attack with his trident, stating, "My purpose in joining the Sea King's army was merely to acquire combat skills." With that, Jones signaled his men to attack, encircling the right minister and his companions. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, Jones charged towards Neptune, their tridents clashing and sparking. In a moment of carelessness, Neptune's trident was knocked away. Jones's trident was now poised against Neptune's throat, compelling the entire Sea King's army to halt, lest he slay Neptune. Shortly thereafter, Longgongcheng fell under their control. Various regions of Fishman Island began to suffer violent repression at the hands of Jones's followers, who avoided the vicinity of Zhang Yufan and his companions. Unfortunately, despite their caution, they were sensed by Zoro and his allies, who informed the three princes, prompting them to prepare to investigate the situation. Meanwhile, Jones, binding Neptune, proceeded to Jelongcode Square, intending to execute him publicly. Subsequently, images of Jones appeared on large screens throughout Fishman Island. "Residents of Fishman Island," he proclaimed with a sardonic grin, "I have an announcement. This nation has rotted and must be overthrown and rebuilt, with me as the new king." The residents watching the live broadcast murmured among themselves, speculating about a coup. Could the king be in trouble? Is he broadcasting live from Longgongcheng? Is this nation on the brink of chaos? The three princes paused, watching the broadcast, fearing that this man had truly captured their father. If that were the case, it would spell disaster. Jones continued, "Soon, many residents migrating from Fishman Street, who share my disdain for humans, will arrive. Anyone wishing to coexist peacefully with humans will be eliminated." One fishman pondered the implications of lawless individuals from Fishman Street arriving. "How are we to live then? Is this nation truly doomed? Do you still not understand?" Jones pressed on. "No matter how much you trust humans, they will eventually betray you. The beloved Princess Odoheim's death is the best proof of this." Upon hearing Jones's words, the three princes clenched their fists in anger. In the sea forest, Shirahoshi furrowed her brow, glaring at Jones on the screen, filled with righteous fury. "This is the one who killed my mother, and now he seeks to destroy our nation. I will not allow him to succeed. I will uphold my mother's legacy and protect our people. However, I currently lack the strength to do so. I wonder if Yufan would be willing to help me? I shall find out shortly." Jones sneered, tugging at the chain binding Neptune, saying, "Look at this. Neptune has grown old. Follow me, and you may have a chance at survival. Otherwise, there's only death awaiting you." The residents of Fishman Island appeared terrified, contemplating their king's capture and what to do next. The three princes were equally alarmed, facing their worst fears. Shirahoshi, in the sea forest, was also consumed by dread, tears streaming down her face as panic gripped her heart. "What shall we do now that even father has been captured? I cannot bear to lose my family again. I do not wish to experience that pain once more. It is time to bid farewell to the old kingdom. In 2 hours, I shall behead this useless king in Jelongcode Square. You are all welcome to witness it," Jones declared with a cruel smile. The residents of Fishman Island were engulfed in panic, wondering who could possibly save their king. Jones then produced a box of treasures discovered in Longgong Chong, displaying them with a sinister grin. "This," he said, holding a letter, "is a missive that Princess Odoheim desperately obtained from the celestial dragons. What do you think will happen if it is destroyed?" After a pause, he continued, "And within this box are signatures from over half the residents of Fishman Island, all agreeing to coexist peacefully with humans. These individuals are traitors to the new kingdom, and I will punish each one of them." Neptune, bloodied and furious, glared at Jones, exclaiming, "Hody Jones, do you wish to destroy this nation? This is utter madness." Jones laughed heartily, dropping the letter, exclaiming, "Isn't a king free to do as he pleases?" With that, the broadcast abruptly ended, prompting the crowd to rush towards Jelangkot Square. In the sea forest, Shirahoshi's heart raced with anxiety as she yearned to rush forth to rescue her father, yet felt powerless due to her lack of strength. With tears in her eyes, she swam to Jean Yufan, pleading, "Yufan, please help me save my father and save the people of this nation." Jean Yufan smiled as he stood, replying, "Of course. However, before we go, I must inform all our companions. Do not worry, the king will not be killed." He then called upon Nami and the others to notify their allies to gather at Jelangkot Square. Shirahoshi was taken aback, realizing that Yufan had agreed without hesitation, and she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Meanwhile, the companions, upon receiving the news, hurried towards their destination alongside the three princes. As they approached Jelangkot Square, they discovered that all the traps set by Jones to capture Shirahoshi had been thoroughly dismantled by Jean Yufan. At this moment, in Jelangkot Square, Neptune was bound to the execution platform. Jo stood nearby, grinning as he spun the chains in his hands, while the crowd of onlookers grew larger. Damo bounced excitedly in place, reveling in the rare spectacle. An excited fishman underling exclaimed, "Captain, let us begin the execution of the king. A fiery execution would be splendid." Others joined in, eagerly debating the best methods to execute the king. Meanwhile, Maekaluo had brought Shirahoshi and Jean Yufan down to a short distance in front of Jones. Jean Yufan examined the information of the leading individuals through the system. Name: Hody Jones. Potential growth level: B. Current combat level: C. Age: 27. Height: 3. 31 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: trident, shark slayer, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description: a member of the Great White Shark Fishman tribe. Captain of the new Fishman pirate crew, an extreme Fishman supremacist born in Fishman Street of Longgong Kingdom. A monster born of the environment, harboring the ancestors' hatred towards humans. Viewing human life as inconsequential, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. Name: Dwis. Combat growth potential level: C. Current combat level: C. Age: 27. Height: 4. 55 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: war hammer, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the new Fishman pirate crew of the double ponytail shark species. Name: Geo. Combat growth potential level: C. Current combat level: C. Age: 27. Height: 3. 42 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: chains, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the new Fishman pirate crew of the Japanese sawshark species. He possesses a strong sense of pride, referring to himself as the aristocrat of Fishman Street. He maintains a facade of indifference even when injured or trampled, and due to his species traits, he can blend his body color with the surrounding environment. Name: Damo. Combat growth potential level: C. Current combat level: C. Age: 27. Height: 1. 24 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the new Fishman pirate crew of the cigar shark species. He is adept at digging traps, with a jaw strength capable of easily breaching the walls of a confectionery factory. He is the smallest in stature among all the crew members. Name: Yakaluosi Mushi. Combat growth potential level: C. Current combat level: C. Age: 27. Height: 4. 99 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: S. Squid spear, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of a new Fishman pirate crew of the giant squid species. He resembles a human the most among the crew. His relative, Deadless, was sunburned to a crisp due to proximity to the sun, instilling a fear of fire in him. Those pierced by the Squid Spear will have all their moisture drained. Name, Bouts on Combat Growth Potential Level, B Current Combat Level, C Age, 27 Height, 1. 67 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Katana Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, a blue-ringed octopus fishman, appearing as a drunken swordsman. He seems to value money above all else and has a long-standing rivalry with Xiao Ba, having never been defeated by him. Bao Tsong is recognized as the foremost swordsman of Fishman Island. Jones was somewhat taken aback that none of the traps I had set previously managed to capture Hashihoshi. This complicates matters. I shall threaten her with the king's life to ensure her surrender. Even Zhang Yufan has arrived. We shall deal with them together. Hashihoshi, with a worried expression and tears in her eyes, asked about her father's injury. Do not fret, Hashihoshi. The injury is not severe and will heal shortly. Stay calm and protect yourself, Neptune reassured her with a smile. Hashihoshi nodded and patiently awaited Zhang Yufan's rescue of her father. Jones sneered, sitting in his chair. The bond between father and daughter is indeed profound. Prepare to pay with your lives, members of the Extreme Pirate crew. Before that, enjoy the festivities. Zhang Yufan replied with a grin. Jones, you boast greatly. Let us see if your strength matches your bravado. At this moment, reinforcements from Fishman Street began to arrive, all armed and cheering with excitement. Jones smiled, pointing behind him. These are my combat troops, 70,000 armed fishmen and 10,000 human slaves, totaling 80,000. Pausing for effect, Jones continued, to the traitors above, decide now. Stay and await death, or flee immediately. Panic swept over the crowd in Geelong Code Square upon realizing the size of Jones's forces. Hancock looked disdainfully at the crowd. You are not enough for me to bother with. Who gave you the confidence to think you could kill Yufan? I shall turn you all to stone. Suddenly, a woman with short black hair obscuring her right face, striking blue eyes, and dressed in a deep purple hooded jacket stepped forward. With a cold demeanor, she held a pipe and said, Hody Jones, you truly are a fool. Do not let your pride blind you. Zhang Yufan checked her information through the system. Name, Shally Combat Growth Potential Level, D Current Combat Level, E Age, 29 Height, 5. 2 meters Gender, Female Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Introduction, a member of the Great Blue Shark Fishman Tribe. She is the manager of the Fishman Island Mermaid Cafe and the half-sister of the dragon. She is also a fortune teller with a 100 accuracy rate, respected as Madame Shally. Her usual demeanor is calm and dignified, disliking vulgar topics, but when angered, she becomes quite fearsome. As her prophecies often predict misfortune, she views her gift as a burden. Jones, emotionless, looked up. What brings you here? Are you here to predict the fate of your future king? You are mistaken. I have already foretold your future. You shall never rule or destroy Fishman Island, Shally replied coldly. Jones, filled with rage, had veins bulging on his forehead. If I cannot rule and destroy Fishman Island, then who can? Shally, trembling slightly, replied, He stands before you, the one who dares to slay celestial dragons. Known as the God Slayer, Zhang Yufan. He is far too dangerous. Jones, furious, exclaimed, This is a blatant attack on me in front of my enemies. He then unleashed a torrent of water, swiftly casting droplets towards Shally. Before she could react, Sanji intervened, kicking the water away. Sanji, filled with anger, shouted, Hey, you despicable white-haired fishman! How dare you attack such a beautiful mermaid? Shally, startled, realized how swift the attack had been and quickly thanked Sanji. Zhang Yufan's other companions had all arrived. A bold fishman child shouted, Zhang Yufan, are you here to destroy our home? Are you good people or bad people? Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, Little one, had I intended to destroy this place, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me. As for whether I am good or bad, that is for you to decide. Sanji was about to deliver a severe beating to Jones for daring to harm such a lovely mermaid, when suddenly, two figures descended from the sky, landing in the space between Zhang Yufan and Jones, stirring up a cloud of smoke. Zhang Yufan exchanged glances with Robin, and he subtly directed his eyes toward Neptune while Robin blinked in understanding. Then, Zhang Yufan checked the information of the two individuals on the battlefield through the system. Name: Jinbei Combat Growth Potential Level. SSS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 43 Height: 3.01 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: 250,000. Berries. Equipment Card: None. Introduction: A whale shark fishman. Jinbei is known for his chivalrous demeanor, profound sense of responsibility, and remarkable courage. He is referred to as the Sea Knight and is one of the Shichibukai. After the demise of Fisher Tiger, he ascended to the position of captain of the Sun Pirates, possessing formidable strength and expertise in fishman karate and fishman jiu-jitsu. His powers are maximized in the water. Due to Whitebeard's declaration that this island is my territory, no one dared to threaten Fishman Island thereafter, restoring peace to the land, for which Jinbei harbors deep gratitude toward Whitebeard. Name: Aladdin. Combat Growth Potential Level. A current combat level. B. Age: 43 Height: 6.27 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Trident. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Introduction: Aladdin serves as the ship's doctor and vice captain of the Sun Pirates. A former soldier of the Neptune army, he was once a slave of the celestial dragons. Thus, he empathizes deeply with the psychological trauma faced by the young girl, Kara, who was also enslaved by the celestial dragons. Recognizing the rarity of Tiger's blood type, he had offered to donate blood to save him, which was declined. Upon Jinbei's arrival at Jalanko Square, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, believing that their king was now saved. Captain, who are these two individuals? Bartolomeo inquired, bewildered. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile, pointing at one figure. The shorter one is Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai, and the taller one is his vice-captain, Aladdin. The gazes directed at Jinbei were akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Jinbei felt a chill run down his spine. What was the meaning of such looks? As he scrutinized the individuals behind Zhang Yufan, his mouth dropped open in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could there be four Shichibukai on Zhang Yufan's side? Moreover, there was a Marine admiral present. This information was incorrect. There had only been 2 Shichibukai previously. How could he have gained 2 more Shichibukai and an admiral in such a short time? What kind of strength and charisma did Zhang Yufan possess to attract such powerful allies? With such a formidable assembly, preventing conflict would be a formidable challenge. He would have to give it a try. Jones and his group were taken aback by Jinbei's sudden appearance, making their situation even more precarious. Yet, there was no turning back. They could only forge ahead. Jinbei approached Zhang Yufan and extended his hand, saying, "Brother Zhang Yufan, please cease hostilities. I have heard all that has transpired. You must not engage in battle with Jones. Allow me to resolve this matter." "Why can't we engage in battle? Provide us with a reason first," Sanji replied, perplexed. Jinbei, with a serious expression, lowered his hand and stated, "To this day, whenever the Fishman tribe attempts to integrate with humans, there are always some humans who obstruct this endeavor. If a fight breaks out here, they will believe that humans are indeed vicious and harbor disdain for us." Zhang Yufan contemplated Jinbei's dedication to the peace of Fishman Island throughout his life. In truth, many individuals were unaware of the virtues and vices of the Fishman race or were entirely oblivious to their existence, having never interacted with them. Most were kind and amiable. Even if the Fishmen were to suddenly appear before them, as long as there were no significant conflicts, a relatively peaceful coexistence could be achieved. However, ever since the arrival of the dragon, various acts of brutality led people to subconsciously regard Fishmen as malevolent beings. This resulted in a cycle of violence, where humans harmed fishmen, and vice versa, compounded by issues of racial discrimination. Achieving peaceful coexistence between these two races seemed an insurmountable task. To resolve this major issue, a thorough cleansing of both races was essential. Professions such as human trafficking and piracy must be eradicated, alongside many other elements that exist in this world as mere detritus, requiring decisive and ruthless action. Unfortunately, Jinbei's combat prowess was insufficient, and he was somewhat lenient. Despite his efforts, achieving universal harmony remained elusive. Zhang Yufan and Jinbei stood in place, engaging in discussion. The obstacles are not solely human. The fishmen themselves are significant impediments, having aided in numerous ways from the shadows. You refer to the dragon and Jones, I presume? Jinbei countered. Not just them. Anyone who does not wish for peaceful coexistence is an obstruction. Why did the dragon appear in the East Blue? You know better than anyone. We will address this later. Let's talk about Jones. You are truly foolish. Dancing in his palms without realizing it. What do you mean? Clarify your words, Jinbei insisted. The true killer of Princess Otoheim is someone else, Zhang Yufan asserted. Shiro Hoshi. Do not be afraid. Boldly speak the truth. Jinbei gazed at Zhang Yufan in disbelief, as if questioning whether he was jesting. The onlookers were equally perplexed, realizing that Princess Otoheim was not slain by a human, and Shiro Hoshi seemed to know the identity of the killer. Encouraged by Zhang Yufan, Shiro Hoshi, tears streaming down her face, pointed at Jones and declared, "The true murderer of my mother is Hody Jones. I have known for a long time." Jones, taken aback, could hardly believe it, and asked, "How do you know I killed your mother? What is the meaning of this?" Shiro Hoshi, weeping, touched the back of Megalo, who had once been a pet of the Neptune army. "It was you who bribed a human sniper to assassinate my mother. Years later, it revealed the truth to me." Jones' expression darkened as he clutched his trident. "I see. It was Megalo. You were right. I did kill Princess Otoheim." Megalo glared fiercely at Jones, baring his teeth in rage. The small henchman from Fishman Street looked on in shock at Jones, realizing their captain had indeed killed Princess Otoheim, showcasing immense audacity. The crowd at Jalanko Square was equally enraged, realizing they had been played for fools by Jones. The human they had previously seen was merely a scapegoat arranged by Jones. Who was the true mastermind behind it all? Regret washed over them as they wondered why they had so easily believed the deception. Everyone was rendered speechless by Shiro Hoshi's resilience. She had been but a child when Princess Otoheim was murdered. Jinbei, astonished, looked up at Shiro Hoshi and asked Princess Shiro Hoshi, "Why did you not tell us the truth?" "Because my mother said that no matter who the killer was, we should not harbor hatred towards him. This was the last promise I made with my mother," Shiro Hoshi replied, tears cascading down her cheeks. The three princes were also in tears, lamenting, "Our foolish sister. You endured all this pain alone, adhering to the promise made with our mother 7 years ago." Jinbei stood there, trembling, grappling with the notion of not hating the one who murdered his mother, even if it was a vow made with his own mother. It is indeed a remarkable feat, one that is challenging even for adults, yet a mere child manages to achieve it. The actions of Bai Xing are nothing short of astonishing. Who could possibly emulate her conduct? She embodies such innocence, and her resolve is immensely unwavering. As the collective gaze of the crowd is fixated upon Bai Xing, Lo Bean swiftly severs the chains binding Niputan. Amidst the astonished stares of the fishmen minions, he brings Niputan back down from the heavens to the side of Zhang Yufan. A fishman lackey, wide-eyed, exclaims, "Captain, it's bad news. The king has been rescued by that woman." Jean S., astonished, gazes at the suddenly reappeared Niputan. "Wasn't he bound by me? How could he have been rescued so quickly by Zhang Yufan's companion? When did that woman even manage to do this? I didn't notice. Well, it seems I can only go all in now. At worst, I shall meet my demise." The crowd gathered at Jilung KO'd Square erupts into joyous cheers, marveling at how effortlessly their king was liberated by Zhang Yufan's ally. Yet confusion brews among them. Is it truly possible that Zhang Yufan would destroy Fishman Island? However, to this point, he has not taken any action to threaten their home. Niputan, tears streaming down his face, approaches Bai Xing and embraces her tightly. "As a father, I have failed to protect my daughter, allowing her to endure years of suffering alone. Ha ha ha. Bai Xing, I never anticipated you to be so foolish. Had you informed others, my plans would have crumbled long ago." John S. laughs heartily. "You scoundrel, what is there to laugh about? Bai Xing is simply too kind." Niputan retorts angrily. John S., still chuckling, points at Bai Xing, stating, "Your foolishness in not wanting to despise me has led to the demise of many residents here." nearly costing your father's life. Princess Baixing, do not let his words sway you. You have done nothing wrong, Jinbi earnestly explains. With little else to say, John S. signals for his 80,000 troops to advance. The army raises their weapons, roaring as they charge towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. Zhang Yufan, calm and collected, pushes Jinbi aside, proclaiming, "I am now the hero destined to save this nation, and I have reclaimed what is important. Are you satisfied? You will not obstruct my war efforts any longer, will you?" Jinbi smiles and nods. "Of course not. I shall assist as well." Zhang Yufan dismissively waves his hand. "No need. Simply observe. With this meager force, they're not even worth my time." He then exchanges a glance with his comrades before striding toward the army, quickly becoming surrounded. The onlookers at Jilung Kaod Square watch anxiously as Zhang Yufan finds himself encircled by 80,000 troops. Concern etched on their faces, they murmur among themselves. "Oh dear, why has our hero ventured forth alone? Can he truly prevail against such a formidable force? Why does Jinbi not intervene? Why do his companions remain idle? I am beside myself. If only my strength were greater, I would rush in a fight by his side." Suddenly, Zhang Yufan's aura intensifies, unleashing his conqueror's haki, incapacitating the entire 80,000 strong army. In an instant, they all collapse, eyes rolled back, as the fishmen stand agape in disbelief, questioning how they all fell without any visible action from him. What manner of power is this? Cheers erupt as they realize only John S. and a few remain. Baixing, astonished, covers her mouth with her hand, contemplating, "Brother Yufan, how incredibly powerful you are." Zoro and the others remain composed, acknowledging the strength of their captain's conqueror's haki. Jinbi is equally taken aback, realizing that this is indeed a formidable form of conqueror's haki. No wonder he dares to challenge the celestial dragons and inspires such powerful allies to rally around him. He possesses the potential to become a true ruler. "Get up, you lot. Pull yourselves together," John S. exclaims in shock. Damon mirrors his astonishment, mouth agape, as he witnesses the entire army losing their combat capabilities in an instant. What an extraordinary ability this is. At that moment, Kulaka-in slowly crawls into Jilung Kaod Square, followed closely by Mianjinjian, who leaps into the square alongside him. John S., fuming, furrows his brow. "Kulaka-in, you have finally arrived, and you brought the sea god with you. Excellent. Together, you shall trample the opposition, and this shall come to an end." The spectators at Jilung Kaod Square again cast anxious glances at Zhang Yufan and his companions. This is dire. John S. has summoned the legendary sea monster, Kulaka-in, and he has brought an ally. Even if Zhang Yufan and his comrades are formidable, can they truly prevail? Are they destined for defeat? Baixing, terrified by the immense presence of Kulaka-in, hides behind Niputan. He and the three princes are prepared to fight to the death to protect her. Nami and her friends stifle their laughter. John S. remains oblivious that Kulaka-in has already defected to their side, intending to aid them against him. It would be fortunate if they do not turn on him. He is likely to suffer a crushing blow soon. Jinbi, puzzled, wonders what Nami and her companions find so amusing. Zhang Yufan smiles, beckoning Kulaka-in and Mianjinjian, "Come here quickly. Watch how I deal with John S." Mianjinjian, excited, points at Zhang Yufan, exclaiming, "Ah, Lord Kulaka-in, we have found a captain." Kulaka-in nods eagerly, casting a fierce glare at John S. before turning to crawl toward Zhang Yufan. At last, Jinbi comprehends that Kulaka-in has indeed switched allegiances. Zhang Yufan's ability to tame any creature is astounding. He could easily be a beastmaster. The crowd at Jilung Kaod Square is once again left in shock. Even a legendary sea monster, Kulaka-in, has been subdued by Zhang Yufan. This is utterly remarkable. John S., seething with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, shouts, "Kulaka-in, are you truly betraying me? We can easily kill your brother living in the Arctic." Kulaka-in halts, turning to regard John S. with disdain. "You know nothing of the strength of the captain and his crew. Whether you leave here alive today is uncertain, and you dare to threaten my brother?" Ignoring John S., Kulaka-in resumes his advance. John S. had previously used the life of Kulaka N's brother as leverage to ensure compliance. But that tactic has now failed. Jinbe scoffs at the thought. At that moment, Zhang Yufan vanishes from sight, only to reappear instantaneously, delivering a powerful kick that sends John S.'s head spinning 720 degrees. He is then flung backward, crashing into the wall and buried beneath the rubble. The other members of the new Fishman Pirates, witnessing this, quickly retrieve several pills and toss them into their mouths. Zhang Yufan inspects the pills, noting that the system identifies them as Xiong Yao Es. Their purpose is to double the strength of the consumer, but at the cost of diminishing their lifespan. Overconsumption of these potent pills can lead to severe bodily mutations. The consumption of certain substances can inflict excruciating pain upon users, ultimately accelerating their aging process. Several officers of the new Fishman Pirates, their eyes transformed into a striking red with white pupils, charged violently at Zhang Yufan. However, Zhang Yufan met their challenge with equal fervor, swiftly dispatching one of them, Jones, with a single kick. Sherry, astonished, marveled at the formidable strength Zhang Yufan displayed, continuously surprising them. The onlookers at Geelong Code Square were left speechless as the battle concluded in under 2 minutes, leaving Zhang Yufan and his companions unscathed, followed by an eruption of fervent cheers. After a brief moment, calmness returned to the crowd as Zhang Yufan proclaimed loudly that from this moment forth, the island would prohibit human trafficking, infighting, and any disturbances detrimental to the peace of Fishman Island. Any violations will be met with severe consequences, applicable to both residents and outsiders. He announced that he would assign some of his allies to remain on the island long-term to ensure its safety. He warned the troublemakers among the residents to tread carefully, while assuring those who cherished a tranquil life that they would not interfere with the monarchy. The inhabitants of Fishman Island were left stunned by Zhang Yufan's words. After processing the implications, they speculated whether he intended to assert dominion over them. Yet, if it meant preventing further turmoil, perhaps life would indeed improve. There seemed to be no downside to allowing Zhang Yufan to govern. However, doubts lingered in their hearts, and silence ensued as they awaited the responses from their king and Jinbe. Jinbe, taken aback, recognized that Fishman Island was currently under the domain of Whitebeard. Realizing that Zhang Yufan was brazenly attempting to usurp territory, even before entering the New World, he dared to challenge one of the 4 emperors. With a serious demeanor, Jinbe approached Zhang Yufan and inquired, "Brother Zhang Yufan, do you truly wish to seize control of Fishman Island? This is the territory of Whitebeard, and you should be wary of his wrath." "I fear not," Zhang Yufan replied confidently. "My ultimate ambition is to become the king of this world, and Whitebeard must be defeated. Your ambition is indeed extraordinary, but Whitebeard is a formidable opponent, one you cannot overcome. Our strength is not to be underestimated. Any one of my companions could easily defeat you. Should you doubt this, feel free to test it. Whitebeard's reputation may instill fear, but my actions will significantly contribute to the future coexistence of fishmen and humans." Jinbe regarded Zhang Yufan, pondering if he truly surpassed Whitebeard in strength. This was a matter that required verification. He could sense that Zhang Yufan's companions were indeed powerful. Testing their might would reveal the truth. At that moment, Octopus Xiaoba returned with several creatures, having completed his tasks. Spotting Jinbe, he exclaimed joyfully, "Ha! Brother Jinbe, long time no see. What brings you here?" "Ah, Xiaoba, you have grown stronger. I was just about to challenge the group behind me," Jinbe replied with a smile. Xiaoba's eyes widened in surprise. "Those guys are monsters, Brother Jinbe. You might end up getting hurt. I doubt you can even defeat me now." Jinbe nodded in agreement, intrigued. Knowing Xiaoba's character, he trusted that he would not deceive him. "Let me see just how strong you have become. You want to monopolize our prey, Xiaoba? If that's the case, I'll have to spar with you," Beijis said with a mischievous grin. Xiaoba sighed, realizing this was the inevitable outcome. To spare his captain from further punishment, he would have to endure it himself. They moved to an open area, both sides prepared for the bout. Xiaoba, opting to fight barehanded, did not draw his weapon. Beijis served as the referee, and in an instant, Xiaoba vanished from sight. He reappeared before Jinbe, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his abdomen. Jinbe sensed the attack and crossed his arms to block, Yet Xiaoba's strength proved overwhelming, pushing him back several feet before he could regain his footing. Jinbei looked at Xiaoba in bewilderment. When did you become this strong? Brother, this is all thanks to our captain. I wasn't even using my full strength earlier. Consider this a warm-up, Xiaoba warned, intensifying his speed and power. The clash of Xiaoba's 6 fists against Jinbei's Fishman karate became increasingly fierce. Jinbei struggled to evade the onslaught, as Xiaoba anticipated his every move. After enduring several blows, Jinbei activated his armament haki, prompting Xiaoba to do the same. Before long, Jinbei found himself on the ground, panting heavily, staring incredulously at Xiaoba. Is this really the Xiaoba I once knew? His power is astounding. What has transpired since he joined Zhang Yufan? Feeling a bit sheepish, Xiaoba scratched his head and helped Jinbei to his feet. Brother, are you all right? This is precisely why I wanted to prevent you from clashing with them. Xiaoba, you have truly surpassed me. You are as formidable as a monster. Are all your companions as strong as you? Jinbei asked with a laugh. Xiaoba nodded. There are many even stronger than I. He pondered how Jinbei would react if he revealed that he could not defeat a mere monkey now. The onlookers at Jelongcode Square were wide-eyed. Jinbei, their esteemed leader, had been defeated so easily. Neptune, having previously shown interest, now watched in shock as Jinbei was bested. If all of them were this strong, perhaps Zhang Yufan's vision was indeed attainable. Soon after, Neptune, having been treated by several doctors, approached Zhang Yufan and agreed to his prior proposals. Zhang Yufan urged Neptune to abolish unreasonable laws, such as prohibiting blood transfusions to humans. The 80,000 soldiers had awakened and, upon witnessing the vanishing Jones, pleaded for mercy from Jinbei, hoping to be allowed to leave. Jinbei halted them, instructing them to wait for Neptune's directives. Neptune released the pirates, while the fishmen were incorporated into the army. Once all matters were arranged, everyone followed Neptune to Ryugu Palace. As they settled, Zhang Yufan sensed the opportune moment and pointed at Jinbei. Jinbei, with matters nearly resolved, it is time to discuss the dragon's misdeeds. Please, speak your mind. I extend my gratitude to all for thwarting the rampaging dragon in the East Sea and offer this opportunity to express my contrition. 8 years ago, I was the one who released that dragon into the East Sea. Most of the companions looked astonished and filled with rage. They could hardly believe that Jinbei had unleashed the dragon, and it seemed he would soon face their wrath. Jinbei, what is the meaning of this? Why did you place the evil dragon in the East Sea? Nami asked, her expression one of perplexity. Sanji, with a stern visage and a cigarette perched between his lips, remarked to Jinbei, we shall grant you the opportunity to explain, but be mindful of your words. After a brief pause, Sanji turned and pointed at Nami and Nojiko. Miss Nami and Miss Nojiko hail from a homeland that has been ruled by the evil dragon, and they have endured unimaginable suffering to survive. Elder Jinbei, this is indeed true. We have inflicted upon Nami and her companions a pain so profound that even our apologies cannot absolve it, lamented Chopper. Jinbei looked at Nami and Nojiko in horror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his body trembling slightly. It appeared he had endured treatment beyond comprehension, a situation partly of his own making. Chopper, with a look of resignation, lowered his head and addressed the group. In our youth, we longed for the world of humans. However, after experiencing the era of the great pirates, we found ourselves in the darkest of times. Pirates ran rampant on our islands, fostering a deep-seated hatred and disdain for humanity. Yet, even so, I shall never forgive the evil dragon, Nami stated with an impassive expression. Jinbei furrowed his brow and replied, even now, Fishman Island, as a member of the world government, under the protection of Whitebeard, still faces discrimination from humanity. The others nodded in agreement, as evidenced by the circumstances on Sabeti Archipelago. Jinbei informed them that throughout the history of Fishman Island, there had been 2 individuals who sought to change this reality. One was Princess Otoheim of Ryugu Kingdom, who wished for peaceful coexistence with all humans. The other was the hero Fisher Tiger, who aimed to confront the world government. We are all crew members of Tiger. After his demise, the evil dragon was captured by the Navy. To protect the residents of Fishman Island, I agreed to become a warlord of the sea and the evil dragon was granted amnesty. The evil dragon believed I had become a pawn of humanity, departing with a band of followers, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humans. I could not bring myself to slay the evil dragon, so I let them go. I had intended to intervene should the evil dragon commit any egregious acts against humanity, but he bribed the Navy there, preventing any news of his misdeeds from reaching the naval headquarters, leaving me in ignorance. Thus, the Fishman Pirates were formed, and the evil dragon, who has caused your homeland such suffering, is my subordinate, a truth that fills me with guilt. Jinbei spoke earnestly. Sanji, filled with rage, pointed at Jinbei, exclaiming, "It is because of you that Miss Nami and her companions have suffered so greatly. You should commit seppuku as atonement." Jinbei, filled with remorse, lowered his head, saying, "Nami, Nojiko, you may punish me as you see fit." Nami and Nojiko exchanged glances and nodded, contemplating that killing Jinbei now would serve little purpose. After all, he was a formidable ally, and it would be wiser to recruit him for their fight against the world government. While all the suffering was wrought by the evil dragon, you are also an accomplice. Therefore, from this day forth, you shall join our pirate crew and serve us. We shall not harbor hatred towards the Fishman race," Nami declared with a stoic demeanor. Tears streaming down his face, Jinbei replied, "Very well, I am deeply grateful." Frankie and the other emotional members of the crew were already in tears. "Jinbei, I suspect that if you join us, you will worry about the safety of Fishman Island. Before we depart, I will ensure that Aladdin's strength surpasses your current capabilities," Zhang Yufan stated with a calm expression. As Jinbei was about to inquire how this would be accomplished, Chopper whispered a few words in his ear. The more he listened, the wider Jinbei's eyes grew. Disbelief etched across his face. "You can truly achieve such feats. You must possess many secrets," he thought. Jinbei nodded, refraining from further comment, eager to witness Zhang Yufan's abilities. Night fell swiftly, and the island's residents learned that Neptune was to host a celebratory feast. They hurried to prepare ingredients for Ryugu Kingdom, and soon the banquet was ready. The merfolk joyously played music, sang, and danced. Everyone raised their cups in a toast, and the festivities continued late into the night. Zhang Yufan, accompanied by several companions, followed Neptune to the reception room. "Your Majesty, I presume you have already discovered the ancient weapon, Poseidon, is actually Shirahoshi. I recall Shirahoshi never displayed this before you. How did you come to know?" Zhang Yufan asked. "That is a secret. Rest assured, I will not harm Shirahoshi. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, given Fishman Island's strength, we could not ensure Shirahoshi's safety. I will arrange for several allies to protect her, and anyone who seeks to covet this power will be dealt with by me." He added, "That is indeed deeply appreciated." Subsequently, everyone enjoyed a restful night's sleep within Ryugu Kingdom. Zhang Yufan and his companions spent several more days on Fishman Island, leaving behind some animals to ensure the island's safety. They explored every corner of the island and encountered two familiar figures at a clothing company. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name: Papagu Power Growth Potential Level. F Current Power Level. F Age: 30 years. Height: 0. 5 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Description: A talking starfish who is terrified of ghosts. The designer and president of the popular clothing brand on Fishman Island, Prisoner Brand, and the master and pet of Kemi. He has little presence, having believed himself to be human since childhood. By the time he realized he was a starfish, he was already capable of human speech. Name: Kemi Power Growth Potential Level. E Current Power Level. F Age: 15 years. Height: 1. 97 meters. Gender: Female. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment Card: None. Description: A kissing fishman, aspiring to be a designer, currently Papagu's apprentice and master. Aside from her remarkable swimming speed, she can converse with fish. She has a scatterbrained personality and is easily deceived. Having been swallowed by sea beasts at least 11 times and captured by Marco at least 18 times. Observing their joyful expressions, it was evident that they were living well. On this day, Zhang Yufan summoned Aladdin to explain the situation. With a mere thought, he equipped Aladdin with top-tier abilities in strength, defense, stamina, speed, observation hockey, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, medical skills, swordsmanship, accuracy, marksmanship, recovery, martial arts, kicking techniques, and punching techniques, elevating his power from B rank to SSS rank. Aladdin was astonished to discover his newfound strength. He sparred with Jinbei, and without question, Jinbei was once again defeated. Subsequently, Zhang Yufan enhanced the strength of Jinbei and Neptune's family. The gains from this time on the island were indeed monumental. All of the crew's equipment cards had been upgraded to the highest tier. Next, they were to venture into the new world, where chaos would surely ensue. Before setting sail, Minister Zhou gifted Nami a record pointer for navigating the new world. Shirahoshi, filled with reluctance, tearfully bid farewell to Zhang Yufan and the others. The residents of Yuran Island gathered to bid farewell to Zhang Yufan and his companions as they embarked on their voyage. The group boarded their vessel, navigating towards the exit of Yuran Island. The marine scenery, regardless of how many times one beheld it, remained breathtakingly beautiful. Gradually, the ship ascended, surrounded by a myriad of fish. After a considerable duration, the vessel finally emerged above the ocean surface. The waters were anything but tranquil. Tumultuous waves crashed against the ship. The crew, accustomed to such sights, deftly maneuvered the vessel without haste. Following the guidance of the navigational pointer, they arbitrarily selected one of 3 directions to proceed. After sailing for quite some time, Oka, stationed at the lookout, called out, "Captain, a stormy island looms ahead, and there is a large ship anchored before it." The crew paused their tasks and gazed towards the island. Perhaps due to years of being struck by lightning, the rocks on the island were a deep purple-black, devoid of visible plant life. The sight indeed appeared somewhat ominous. Dark clouds perpetually loomed above the island, while the skies surrounding it remained relatively clear. Continuous lightning cascaded from the clouds onto the island. Most would hesitate to approach without any protective measures, as it was likely that anyone who set foot on the island would soon be scorched by the descending bolts. The island, not particularly vast, was named Laishan Island. "Yufan, how do we land on this island that is perpetually struck by lightning?" Nami inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. Is this truly the new world? Encountering such an island right at the outset? Kaya echoet equali surpriset. Jinbei chuckled. In the future, we shall encounter many more peculiar islands. To land on such a place, one requires a special umbrella. As Zhang Yufan's ship approached, they observed that the vessel ahead sported a bear's head at its bow, adorned with a pirate flag. At the front stood a muscular man with a fierce countenance, wielding a massive iron hammer, directing his crew to prepare for landing. Suddenly, an elderly woman in a black robe appeared, her face resembling the bark of an ancient tree. Holding a rain umbrella, she stood on the island, surrounded by many similar umbrellas. In the light of the lightning, she appeared even more terrifying. The old woman grinned, lifting her gaze towards the pirates. "Do you require an umbrella?" A few timid pirates, startled, huddled together, closing their eyes in fear. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name, CASA potential growth level, as current combat level. Age, 85 years height. 1. 46 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a longtime vendor of special umbrellas near Laishan Island. She provides for those preparing to land. Despite her age, her combat prowess remains formidable. Name, Luo Xiong potential growth level, a current combat level, B age, 27 years height, 2. 58 meters gender, male weapon, large iron hammer devil fruit, none bounty, 45 million berries equipment card, none description, captain of the Mad Bear Pirates. Known for his brutal nature and penchant for tormenting enemies, possessing great strength and high defense, he is also quite lecherous, often seizing beautiful women. One bold pirate, having discerned the identity of the woman, scoffed, "Why are you all so cowardly? She's merely an ordinary old lady." The timid pirates slowly turned to gaze at the figure on the island. Illuminated by the lightning, they confirmed she was indeed an elderly woman, albeit somewhat intimidating. Sighs of relief escaped them as they released their grips on one another. They felt a surge of indignation, thinking, "We are pirates, yet we were intimidated by an old woman. How embarrassing. Soon after, the frightened pirates roared in anger. You old hag. What are you doing here, selling umbrellas in this dreadful weather? You nearly scared us to death. Are you tired of living? Unfazed by their furious shouts, Casa calmly replied. It seems you do not require umbrellas. With that, she turned her gaze towards Jean Yufan and his crew. They could hear their exchange, even from a distance. Jean Yufan leaped from the ship, gliding silently to Luo Xiong's vessel. Quite the lively scene. You pirates ought to show some respect to the elderly. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Ignoring the counsel of the elderly leads to misfortune. Who are you, brat? Daring to reprimand my crew? Do you wish to die? Luo Xiong, the notorious pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries, glared fiercely at Jean Yufan. Should I label you as naive or merely unacquainted with the world? A tall pirate, upon recognizing Jean Yufan's face, broke into a cold sweat and began to tremble. A shorter pirate, equally terrified, tugged at Luo Xiong. Captain, this man is the infamous god slayer, Jean Yufan, with a bounty of 600 million berries. We are doomed. Luo Xiong's eyes widened in terror as he fell to his knees. Lord Jean Yufan, we were blind to your greatness. Please spare us. Not a chance. You shall all descend into hell. Jean Yufan replied with a cruel smile. Following his command, he obliterated the pirates aboard the ship. At that moment, Nami and the others arrived, casting disdainful glances at Luo Xiong and his crew before beginning to plunder the treasure aboard the ship. Soon, they had gathered all the riches, which Jean Yufan stored in his dimensional space. Casa, wearing a smile, looked up at Jean Yufan. Dear guest from afar, do you wish to land on the island? Koby cheerfully asked. Indeed. Old lady, are these umbrellas meant to shield us from the lightning? Yes, they cost 200,000 berries each. Casa replied, casting a peculiar glance at Koby. Nami's eyes widened as she looked down from the ship. Old lady, are you certain you're not robbing us? Casa did not dispute this. Smiling, without umbrellas, one is likely to be struck by lightning. Nami paused, contemplating the logic, pondering how to save money. Suddenly, she gently slapped her forehead, realizing she had overlooked a solution. It was not necessary for the entire crew to disembark. Sending a single companion would suffice. She promptly summoned Enel, instructing him to scout the island's conditions, thus saving a considerable sum. Enel soared into the sky, flying towards the lightning amidst Casa's astonished gaze. The violent bolts struck him repeatedly, yet they had no effect, and he continued his leisurely flight. Given the island's modest size, Enel would quickly survey it. The crew had no objections. The foreboding place appeared uninhabited, let alone a source of gourmet food or fine wine. Thus, whether they set foot on the island or not was inconsequential. Sending Enel was sufficient. Jean Yufan, exasperated, playfully tapped Nami on the nose. You truly know how to save money. We are quite wealthy now and can afford to spend this little. Hee, having money does not mean one should squander it. There will be many future needs for funds, Nami replied, her face adorned with a smile. Koby chuckled. Dear old lady, as you can see, our companions harbor no fear of thunder and lightning. We truly appreciate your kindness, but we shall forego the umbrella. Casa remained silent, tidying up the umbrella by his side. Preparing to depart, he mused that yet another source of income had vanished. Yet this group was indeed remarkable. It appeared that the forthcoming new world would not remain tranquil for long. After some time had passed since Ka's departure, a sudden tiger's roar echoed from the island. The group sensed the unusual circumstances on the island and discovered that a tiger was still alive. Their interest piqued, they began to discuss this surprising revelation. It was astonishing that even amidst such a thunderstorm, a tiger could survive. This tiger must possess extraordinary qualities. Could it be that this creature had the ability to defy thunder and lightning? They would soon ascertain the truth once Nilu captured it. Meanwhile, Nilu, who was leisurely wandering the island, inadvertently stumbled into the tiger's territory. The tiger bared its teeth menacingly, crackling with electricity, and charged at Nilu with great speed. However, Nilu effortlessly evaded the attack and unleashed a small-scale divine retribution upon the tiger. He did not exert his full strength to obliterate it. For a tiger that could endure such weather was surely exceptional. Yet, to his astonishment, the tiger remained unharmed by the divine strike. Intrigued, Ai Nilu intensified his electrical assault. Surprisingly, the tiger not only remained unscathed but grew increasingly exhilarated, continuing its advance toward Nilu. Realizing that lightning was ineffective against this tiger, Ai Nilu resorted to physical confrontation and subdued the beast. Laughing, he patted the tiger's head, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful! You can consume my lightning, little tiger. Henceforth, you shall be my steed." The tiger nodded, its eyes twinkling with joy. It thought to itself, "I have grown weary of this island. There are no living creatures to converse with. I am suffocating from solitude. I yearn to depart, yet outside, I cannot replenish my lightning energy. And the tumultuous sea makes escape impossible. At last, I have encountered a being who can provide me with the energy I crave." Thus, I mounted the tiger and began to explore the remaining areas of the island. After half a day of exploration, he returned to the ship with the tiger. Zhang Yurfan utilized the system to examine its information. Name, Li Tinghu, potential growth level, as current combat level, B age, 20 height, 1. 84 meters, gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The last surviving mutated tiger on Leishandao. Possessing a modicum of intelligence, but plagued by loneliness, yearning to escape but unable to do so. It feeds on lightning, remains unafraid of it, and harbors immense lightning power within, granting it exceptional speed and strength on land. It will not attack unless its territory is invaded. Name gazed at the tiger in amazement. Approaching it. "Wow, a purple tiger, how rare. Ai Nilu, have you tamed it?" "Aha, indeed. It shall be my mount, and can consume my lightning," replied with a grin. The others gathered around, curiously examining Leitingu. Ai Nilu was the most fitting master for Leitingu, serving as its mobile power source. Zhang Yufan informed Ai Nilu that Leitingu required lightning for sustenance. According to Nilu's report, Leitingu was the only valuable entity on the island. The crew prepared to set sail towards the next island. After spending a day at sea, the following morning, Userwith spotted a new island. This island was named Pangkehasa Dedao, a territory of the world government that once served as a research base for naval scientists and housed certain prisoners of the world government. However, over a year ago, a dreadful accident occurred. A plethora of corrosive substances was released from the island, transforming it into a deserted land. Only a few prisoners managed to survive, but they were rendered unable to feel their lower limbs due to poisoning. As Zhang Yurfan and his companion ship slowly approached the island, they anchored at a coastal area. The crew disembarked, and Zhang Yurfan stored the ship within his spatial storage. After walking for a while, they discovered that they were surrounded by heavy iron walls. Wu Suopu, astonished, pointed at the emblem on the iron gate. "Captain, look, there are the symbols of the world government and the Navy. It seems this is also their territory. This was once a naval research base, now abandoned. Let's enter." Zhang Yufan smiled. With a determined push, Wu opened the iron gate, and the group continued onward. Surrounding them were numerous skeletal remains, both large and small, including those of giants. Suddenly, a fire-red dragon emerged from behind a tall building, lowering its head, drooling, and fixating its gaze on Zhang Yurfan and his crew. Zhang Yurfan accessed the system to gather information about the creature. Name, Huolong, potential growth level, as current combat level, B age, 30 height, 1. 84 meters, gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a colossal red dragon residing in Pankur Hasada, capable of breathing fire. Originally created by Dr. Boika Paku as a guardian of the island, this artificial being can adapt to any environment. The Tianlongren were quite fond of it and named it Dabanlong. The fire dragon chuckled, exhaling a gust of breath. "Ah, so much delicious food. Is today my lucky day?" The crew stared at the fire dragon with curiosity, mostly encountering such a creature for the first time. Its size was impressive, but they were unsure of its resilience in battle. Name gazed up at the dragon in astonishment. "Yurfan, there is a dragon here." Chaoba widened his eyes, also looking up at the dragon. "Is this really a dragon? It's enormous. I've never seen one before, and it seems it wants to eat us." Zhang Yufan laughed. Gesturing to Dong Li and Bu Luoji, two captains, come stretch your muscles and subdue this fire dragon until it obeys. Qiao Ba will serve as our translator. Dong Li and Bu Luoji nodded, smirking as they cracked their necks. They sheathed their weapons, for striking it down immediately would spoil the fun, and approached the fire dragon with bare hands. The fire dragon, facing two giants taller than itself, displayed no fear. It took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Dong Li and Bu Luoji. Qiao Ba observed with wide eyes, astonished that the dragon could breathe fire. The two giants effortlessly dodged the flames and swiftly approached the fire dragon. They executed a coordinated attack, launching arrows with both hands. The fire dragon had considerable defense, but could not withstand the might of Dong Li and Li's powerful punches. It roared in protest, attempting to retaliate, yet found itself outmatched. Before long, the fire dragon fell to the ground with a cry of anguish, and Chopper translated that it had surrendered. Several companions were eager to experience the thrill of flying on the dragon. Once the fire dragon had rested sufficiently, it carried those companions into the sky for a few exhilarating laps. After their amusement, they continued their journey. Not long after, they arrived beside a vast river. The opposite bank blanketed in a thick layer of snow. On the snow-capped mountains, someone was observing Zhang Yufan and the others through a telescope, subsequently making a call to their leader to report the situation. Upon receiving orders to eliminate Zhang Yufan and the others, they all sprang into action. Having crossed the river, Zhang Yufan and his companions pressed on towards the snowy peaks. When they had traversed nearly half the distance, two massive cannonballs suddenly hurtled toward them. One of the cannonballs was sliced in half by Zoro, exploding harmlessly, while another was kicked into the sky by Sanji, where it detonated. Immediately after, a barrage of bullets rained down from all directions, but Zhang Yufan and his group successfully blocked them. Hancock, along with the three women, decided to pursue the two assailants, while the others dispersed to deal with the surrounding foes, planning to regroup on the mountains. Zhang Yufan, with a smile, instructed Hancock to lead Robin and Nami in their search. Utilizing their exceptional perception abilities, they quickly spotted a giant far taller than Dong Li. Name: Lock Combat Growth Potential Level. As current combat level. Age: 25 height, 425 meters gender. Male weapon: Enormous Sniper Rifle Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A unique giant under Caesar clown. Proficient in sniping. Hailing from the Beastman duo of the Snow Country. Capable of silently appearing and eliminating foes. Earning rewards through contracted assassinations while efficiently completing each task. Notably powerful and exceedingly swift, nicknamed the Snow Mountain Killer, despite having fur, he is remarkably sensitive to cold. Zhang Yufan and Nami stealthily approached Locke's shoulders. Nami, astonished, exclaimed, "You are indeed a towering figure, much taller than our giant companions aboard the ship." Locke, equally surprised, remarked, "You managed to appear before me without a sound. Your speed is truly extraordinary. You can even block my bullets." Zhang Yufan smiled, gazing up at Locke. "Will you surrender now, or shall we compel you to capitulate?" Locke, puzzled, replied, "How do you know my name? Surrendering will not be so simple." With that, he vanished from sight, prompting Zhang Yufan and Nami to pursue him. In swift succession, they each delivered a kick from either side, sending the unprepared Locke skyward. They played with him like a ball, their kicks swift and forceful. Locke found himself utterly defenseless against Zhang Yufan and Nami's relentless assault, quickly yielding. Lying on the ground, Locke lamented his plight, wishing he had at least been given a second chance. How could they treat me like a ball? What sort of monsters are these? Their strength is overwhelming. Zhang Yufan approached Locke, patting his head. "Get up, no more playing dead. It's time to find your other brother. He is likely receiving a thorough beating as well." In pain, Locke begrudgingly stood and moved in the direction indicated by Zhang Yufan. Meanwhile, Hancock and Robin had also located the other giant who had fired upon them. Hancock bent backward, facing the sky, and confronted the giant. "You there, the one who fired at us just now. How dare you?" Robin gasped in astonishment. "He seems to be at least twice the height of the giant Hilding." The giant, taken aback, questioned, "So what? How could you find me so easily and move so quickly?" Hancock, with disdain, delivered a flurry of flying kicks. This will be easy. I wouldn't allow you, Fawn, to lose a single hair. You scoundrel, daring to bombard us. Robin silently mourned the giant's fate, thinking how reckless it was to target you, Fawn. A surefire path to disaster. The giant, battered and bruised from Hancock's relentless assault, cried out in pain. Had Zhang Yufan not ordered for him to be captured alive, he likely would have been knocked out by Hancock's fury. After surrendering, he was taken to reunite with Zhang Yufan and Nami. Soon, they encountered each other. Zhang Yufan checked the information on the giant Hancock had brought back. Name, Skaki combat growth potential level, as current combat level. Age, 25 height, 425 meters gender. Male weapon, enormous sniper rifle devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none description. A unique giant underseaser clown. One of the Beastman duo of the Snow Country, nicknamed the Snow Mountain Killer, skilled in sniping. Though he has fur, he is highly sensitive to cold, often appearing silently to eliminate foes, possessing formidable strength and speed, earning rewards through contracted assassinations while efficiently completing each task. Locke looked at Skaki with concern. Skaki, are you all right? Skaki, with a swollen face obscuring his expression, waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, just my face is particularly sore. Nami, glancing at the defeated Skaki, couldn't help but chuckle. How could you not be in pain after such a beating? Around the snowy mountains, explosions intermittently echoed. Atop the summit stood a man clad in a high-tech protective suit, equipped with an oxygen tank and wielding a gun. Hearing the commotion below, he peered through his binoculars to assess the situation. Alarmed, he dialed a number. We have a problem. The pirates are almost at the summit. What should we do? Fear not. They come swiftly. Release my pet slime to entertain them. M replied with amusement. After hanging up, the man was drenched in cold sweat, trembling at the thought of unleashing such a terrifying creature, knowing it would likely lead to many casualties. Sighing, he resigned himself to M's orders, moving toward where the pet slime was kept and releasing it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and the others had gathered at the mountaintop, all eyes filled with curiosity as they examined Locke and Skaki. They were indeed colossal figures, and their sniper rifles resembled massive cannons rather than guns. Suddenly, a gigantic red slime emerged from a building. Usopp, hearing the commotion, turned in astonishment. Mouth agape, Captain, what is that? It's dozens of times taller than the giant Dongli. We wouldn't even be able to fill its gaps. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check its information. Name, Shalemu combat potential level, a current combat level. B age, 2 years height, 150 meters gender. None weapon, none devil fruit. Ronyan fruit, hexagonal salamander form. Bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. The H2S gas that invaded Ponca Hassad was compressed by Kaisa, who, through advanced technology, enabled it to consume a devil fruit, creating the toxic gas creature known as Shalemu, also referred to as the Death Realm. This creature serves as Kaise's pet. Composed entirely of gas, it is highly volatile. Any contact with flames or extreme heat can lead to an explosion. It possesses the ability to both split and merge, while bullets and knives cannot harm it. If a person comes into contact with it, they will suffer from toxic burns and injury. The scientists here crafted this creature using advanced technology to feed the gas a devil fruit, naming it Shalemu. Zhang Yufan smiled broadly. The crowd was filled with astonishment, having previously only witnessed a gun consuming a devil fruit. Now, witnessing gas consuming a devil fruit was truly remarkable. This technology is indeed impressive. Nami furrowed her brow, pointing at Shalemu, noting the difficulty in capturing it. If its toxic gas were to leak, it would create serious problems. Zhang Yufan chuckled, reassuring Nami, suggesting they could simply freeze it entirely and then shatter it. Qingji, it's your turn. Only you can accomplish this task. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging the efficacy of this approach. Qingji, appearing somewhat resigned, stretched his hands, no longer exuding his previous lethargy. Zhang Yufan, you truly know how to delegate, he remarked. With that, he slowly approached Shalemu and unleashed the power of the Ice Age, encasing the entire creature in ice. Those hiding nearby, observing the spectacle, were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping, their eyes wide with disbelief. They were left wondering how Admiral Qingji had come to be in this place, and even more so, how he had assisted Zhang Yufan and his crew in freezing Shalemu. Could it be that Qingji had joined Zhang Yufan's pirate crew? This explanation seemed to be the only plausible one. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable. This was indeed big news, and they hastened to inform Lord M. Zhang Yufan, with a smile, approached Shalemu, complimenting Qingji on his formidable fruit abilities. Galdanu, it's your time to shine. This construction project is rather grand. Qingji smiled faintly, saying nothing further as he returned to his spot. Captain, for me now, these tasks are trivial. It won't take long, Galdanu remarked cheerfully. He then utilized the powers of the wax fruit to swiftly construct a vast room. Before long, it was complete, and Zhang Yufan entered, retrieving an assortment of fruits he had prepared. After dispatching Shalemu, he stored the acquired devil fruit in his storage space and exited the room. Following this matter, the group ventured to a large research facility. Due to the cramped conditions inside, Zhang Yufan, along with the giants and large animals, remained outside. He then punched through the thick iron door, leading his remaining companions onward. Along the way, they encountered a wave of enemies, effortlessly dispatching them all. Meanwhile, within the research facility, Lord M was seething with rage upon receiving reports from his subordinates. He was incredulous that Zhang Yufan and his crew had killed his pet Shalemu and were now invading his research base. Thus, he gathered all his subordinates and charged towards Zhang Yufan's location. After Zhang Yufan broke down another door, he discovered a man bound in iron chains, barely clinging to life. He had black hair tied in a bun and a goatee, dressed in a half-black, half-white kimono on one side and orange on the other. Zhang Yufan checked his information using the system. Name: Gene Wayman Combat Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age: 33 years. Height: 295 meters. Gender: Male. Weapons: Assist Saber, Sword. Horn Saber, Sword, Devil Fruit. Fufu Fruit Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Introduction. Known as Foxfire Gene Wayman, he was born in the land of Wano, Korizumi family retainer. Leader of the Red Scabbards, husband to Akiko, a dual-wielding samurai skilled in the Foxfire style, capable of severing flames. He harbors a deep disdain for pirates. Following the execution of Kazuki Oden, he was transported 17 years into the future using Kazuki Toki's time fruit ability to protect Kazuki Momonosuke and fulfill the wishes of opening the country. He is quite lecherous and fiercely loyal to his lord, yet holds rigid and traditional views, subscribing to a male-dominated ideology, believing that striking a woman is a disgrace and that a warrior can kill but cannot insult. Chopper rushed over to check Gene Wayman's condition, along with several other doctors. They hurried to snap the chains, binding him. Upon discovering he was poisoned, they sought equipment from Zhang Yufan. The group of exceptional doctors then convened to develop an antidote for the toxin. Before long, the antidote was ready, and they administered it to Gene Wayman. Gradually, his complexion improved, and he opened his eyes. Confused, Gene Wayman lay on the ground, attempting to rise. "Who are you? Why have you saved me?" Chopper pressed it back down, cautioning, "Stay still. You've just regained consciousness, and Haven T fully recovered. I am a doctor. How could I stand by and let you perish?" Tookie smiled, standing up. "We are all pirates. Who are you? Had we arrived any later, you would have met your maker. You are quite fortunate. You are all pirates? I loathe pirates above all else, yet I must express my gratitude for your rescue. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Gene Wayman said disdainfully. He then stood, retrieved two sword from the room, and dashed out the door, disappearing from sight. The group exchanged glances, perplexed. They had saved his life and received little in return, yet he exhibited such an attitude. He must have suffered greatly at the hands of pirates. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat them so dismissively. Zhang Yufan chose not to dwell on Gene Wayman, knowing they would meet again soon. They continued exploring several rooms, finding nothing of note. Before long, they arrived at the biscuit room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a multitude of children, both big and small. The children, engaged in games, looked on with a mixture of fear and surprise as they beheld Zhang Yufan and his companions. "Who are you? We don't recognize you. Look at all the little animals. There's even a cool robot over there. The children's eyes sparkled with excitement as they surrounded them. The group was left bewildered by the situation. Suddenly, a dreadful thought crossed their minds. Could these children be subjects of experiments? Alternatively, they might be here for medical treatment. Among other possibilities, how could there be small giants and ordinary children here? Frankie pondered aloud. A small boy with light curly hair timidly asked, "My name is Shinda." "Robot uncle, did you come from outside the island?" Frankie grinned, pointing to himself. "Yes, I am Frankie, little Shinda. I am a cyborg, not a robot." The children's faces lit up with hope. We might have a chance to leave this island. We can finally see our long-missed mom and dad. Tears welled in their eyes as they began pleading for rescue from Jean Yufan and his crew. "Uncle Frankie, I implore you, save us. Big sister, please take us away from this island. Our ailments have long been cured. We have been confined here for far too long. We yearn to see our father and mother." At this moment, the others had also surmised the dire situation. Jean Yufan readily agreed to escort the children home. First, he instructed Chopper and the other doctors to examine their physical conditions and asked a few questions, allowing everyone to get acquainted. After a considerable time, Chopper, with a face of fury, declared, "Brother, these children have ingested an excessive amount of stimulants and are now poisoned. The cessation of their use will bring them immense suffering." Du Q, having spent ample time with the kind-hearted Chopper and his companions, found his temperament gradually aligning with theirs. He understood the profound pain of illness, especially the agony stemming from poisoning. Adults might barely withstand it, let alone children. Filled with indignation, Du Q rose, exclaiming that if he caught the perpetrator, he would not hesitate to exact vengeance. "Chopper, please formulate an antidote. If they were to suffer a sudden episode, it would be catastrophic." The team of super doctors commenced a new round of antidote development. Meng Cha, with tear-filled eyes, looked down at Nami. "Big sister, are we going to die?" "Do not worry. With those super doctors around, it is not so easy for you to perish." "Meng Cha, are you a child of the giant race? Do your parents know you are here?" When they first arrived, they were of ordinary size, but the longer they remained, the larger they grew. "Have we contracted a disease that causes us to grow? Before our arrival, we did not see our parents. Several uncles claimed we had serious illnesses, needed to be isolated from our parents, and brought us here for treatment." The group was filled with outrage. Was this not abduction? Coupled with human experimentation, they were ready to take action. It seemed necessary to let the individual in charge here understand the meaning of suffering. Jean Yufan retrieved the Den Den Mushi and contacted Aladdin on Fishman Island, instructing him to sail to Punk Hazard and return these abducted children home. Of course, they could not rely solely on Aladdin, as the conflict between the fishmen and humans had yet to be resolved. Furthermore, with limited intelligence, he reached out to several others to coordinate their efforts. However, before the antidote could be developed, an unforeseen incident occurred. Shinda knelt on the ground, cradling his head, his complexion exceedingly grim. Just as Jean Yufan approached, Shinda suddenly lashed out, throwing a powerful punch. It was effortlessly intercepted, startling Meng Cha and the others. Chopper hurried over to administer a sedative to Shinda. His emotions finally stabilized, but soon after, several other children began to exhibit symptoms. Chopper was there to manage the children's emotions while Kaya and the others continued their antidote research. Suddenly, the sound of explosions erupted from outside the room. The occupants furrowed their brows in unison. Who could disturb the critical moment of antidote development? Jean Yufan instructed the animals to stay behind while he and the others ventured out to assess the situation. Utilizing the system, Jean Yufan examined the information of the two individuals before him. Name: Caesar Clown Potential Power Growth Level. S Current Power Level. Age: 52. Height: 3.09 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: None. Devil Fruit. Gas Fruit Bounty: 300 million berries. Equipment card. None. Description: A scientist. Regarded as the foremost authority on weapons of mass destruction, he is a cruel, arrogant, cunning, insidious, and cowardly scoundrel. A member of the former research team MADS and the World Government Scientific Class, previously collaborated with Vegapunk, ranking second in the scientific class. Later apprehended due to an explosion incident, He escaped and came to Punk Hazard to secretly collaborate with Don Quixote da Flamingo in developing the artificial devil fruit smiles base ingredient, SAD. Name, Monet potential power growth level. A current power level. B. Age, 27 height. 2. 27 meters gender. Female weapon. None devil fruit. Snow fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description. On the surface, she is Caesar Clown's secretary, but in reality, she is a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In battle, her demeanor becomes exceedingly brutal and cold. She refers to da Flamingo as master and is utterly devoted to him, believing he will undoubtedly become the pirate king. Caesar, filled with rage, pointed at Jean Yufan and his companions, accusing them, "You bastards killed my beloved pet." Jean Yufan grinned wickedly, beckoning to Caesar, "Indeed. We froze the slime and smashed its body to pieces. Are you furious? Come bite me." The others nearly erupted in laughter, treating Caesar as if he were a mere pet. It seemed he was indeed one of the individuals in charge here, and thus there was no need for courtesy. They had to entertain him properly. Caesar's face turned pale with anger at the audacity of his pet's murder. "You dare speak so arrogantly? Do you think I'm a docile dog? Behind me stands one of the 4 emperors. Do you dare to strike me?" Jean Yufan refused to indulge Caesar's bravado. Given the circumstances of their first encounter, it was only proper to show him some respect. Otherwise, it would be quite discourteous. Thus, he complied with Caesar's challenge, enveloping his right hand with haki and delivering a merciless punch to his face, sending him flying. Reacting quickly, Caesar transformed into gas, crashing against the wall. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. The world truly was vast, filled with all manner of individuals. They had encountered many lowly beings, but none quite like this. Caesar, now dazed, felt blood streaming from his mouth and nose. The pain on his face was excruciating as he touched it, realizing it had caved in. Likely, the bones were fractured from the brutal strike. This Jean Yufan truly dared to strike me. He is indeed challenging the 4 emperors. He is a madman, having previously killed a celestial dragon. Monet, astonished, stood by, her eyes wide in disbelief at the swiftness of Jean Yufan's attack, which was utterly imperceptible to her. Subsequently, she utilized the powers of her snow fruit to generate snow, quickly engulfing the surroundings in a white blanket. Jean Yufan smiled as he returned to Nami's side, instructing, "Old Sand, take care of Caesar over there. He is a devil fruit user. Be cautious of the surrounding gas. Inaru, you handle Monet, who is currently generating snow." The usual protocol. The 2 nodded in understanding and sought their respective adversaries, while the subordinates of Caesar and Monet were left to be dealt with by the other companions. Sanji refrained from interrupting Inaru from attacking Monet. However, the distance to strike a woman was still considerable for him. Inaru chuckled, riding on his thunder tiger, "Yah, snow woman. Prepare to face the judgment of this thunder god." Divine judgment. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, not too large, yet powerful enough to create a gaping hole in the rooftop, aimed directly at Monet. With a deft maneuver, Monet evaded the strike and prepared to launch an attack on Enel. Not quite, but do savor the taste of my snow bunny technique," Monet declared with a chilling smile. In response, numerous rabbits crafted from snow surged forth rapidly towards Enel. However, Enel effortlessly obliterated them with a thunderous strike of 30 million volts. What followed was Enel's spectacle, as he unleashed a barrage of various lightning techniques towards Monet. Despite her attempts to counter with her own snow abilities, Enel's swiftness was overwhelming, and the ferocity of his lightning rendered Monet defenseless, leaving her scorched. Monet cried out, smoke billowing from her mouth, realizing the overwhelming strength of her opponent. "My apologies, young master, my mission has failed." Enel laughed heartily, floating towards her. "Now you recognize the might of this thunder god. I have played enough. It is time to conclude." With that, he delivered a swift chop, rendering Monet unconscious, then carried her back to Jean Yufan. Meanwhile, Kalong, his face distorted from a previous blow, floated out from a pile of stones, seething with rage. "You bastard. I will not let this slide. Prepare to experience my continuous gas soundboard technique." This technique involved storing the gas he produced in specially crafted soundboards, which he hurled towards Lao Sha, releasing a cloud of gas upon impact. However, Lao Sha merely smirked, swiftly evading the attack. Too slow. You cannot touch me. Prepare for my flurry of punches. He inhaled deeply, enveloped in the hockey of armed color, and charged at Kalong, delivering a series of savage blows. Kalong attempted to utilize the Void World technique, aiming to create a vacuum around him that would suffocate Lao Sha. But Lao Sha, holding his breath, was unaffected and continued his assault. Kalong then unleashed a gas blaster, shooting a linear jet of gas towards Lao Sha in an effort to disrupt his attack, but proved futile. Save your efforts. You cannot escape my grasp. This ends now. With that, he knocked Kalong out and dragged him before Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan placed sea prism stone handcuffs on both Kalong and Monet, then entrusted them to Robin to extract any information they possessed. Once these matters were resolved, everyone returned to the biscuit room, where Chopper and the other super doctors had developed the antidote, administering it to the children, restoring them to their normal states. Zhang Yufan smiled, addressing Monsha and his companions. Rest here for a moment while I finish my tasks. Once I am done, I will ensure your complete recovery and arrange for your return home. Monsha and the others nodded with joy, eagerly anticipating their reunion with their parents. Zhang Yufan instructed Chopper to investigate the reason behind Monsha and the others transforming into giants, as well as potential solutions, before setting off to explore the entire research facility with a few companions. Along the way, they collected numerous useful items into their storage space, while also scanning for any remaining enemies within the facility. The enemies on the ground had been entirely vanquished, leaving only one beneath the earth. This, however, was not an enemy, but rather the person Kinnaman sought. Not long after, they encountered Kinnaman once more. Zhang Yufan approached with a smile, patting Kinnaman on the shoulder. We meet again, the warrior from Wano, Kinnaman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirate Crew. Kinnaman gazed at Zhang Yufan in astonishment, his eyes wide. How do you know my name? Never mind. I must find my son. I have no time to converse with you. He turned to continue his search for his target. Do you wish to know the whereabouts of Momonosuk? Zhang Yufan inquired with a smile. Kinnaman, filled with excitement, turned back. Bending slightly, Zhang Yufan, I beseech you to tell me where Momonosuk is. I will be eternally grateful. Zhang Yufan nodded and led Kinnaman in the direction he sensed. Before long, they arrived at the junkyard beneath the research facility, where a small pink dragon lay languidly, appearing quite weak. Kinnaman looked around in confusion. Aside from the pink dragon, he saw no sign of Momonosuk. Zhang Yufan, why have you brought me here? Wait, could this dragon be Momonosuk transformed? At that moment, Zhang Yufan, noticing Kinnaman's bewilderment, accessed the system to check the dragon's information. Name, Kazuki Momonosuk. Potential growth level, SS current power level, F age, 6 years height, 1 meter gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, artificial devil fruit. Pink dragon form bounty, none equipment card, none description. After fleeing, he assumed the role of son alongside his retainer, the samurai Kinnaman. He aspires to become the shogun of Wano, is quite lecherous, and has become a devil fruit user due to accidentally consuming an artificial fruit. He harbors a strong disdain for pirates, and his stubbornness and traditionalism surpass even Kinnaman's. He detests being compared to an eel and often uses his status as a child to charm women for special treatment. Hearing a commotion, the dragon opened its eyes. Huh? Am I fainting from hunger? How could I see my father? After saying this, it closed its eyes again. Zhang Yufan gestured to Kinnaman. This is the one you seek. Kinnaman hurriedly approached to confirm the identity, gently patting Momonosuk's face. Wake up. Are you Momonosuk? Upon hearing his name called, Momonosuk opened his eyes again, excitement radiating from him. Father, I am Momonosuk. You have finally come. Kinnaman beamed with joy, embracing Momonosuk. I am so relieved to see you safe. Father, I never expected you to find me here, Momonosuk replied, but his stomach growled audibly, causing him to blush. Thanks to this esteemed Zhang Yufan, though he is a pirate. He is a good person and saved my life, Kinnaman said with a smile. Both Momonosuk and Kinnaman sincerely expressed their gratitude. Momonosuk, attempting to maintain his composure, recounted his situation. I accidentally boarded a ship that abducted children and was brought here. However, I identified myself as a samurai and refused any offered food. Eventually, I became too hungry and snuck out of my room. I stumbled into a special chamber and found a fruit, which I couldn't resist eating. After that, I transformed into a dragon and was pursued by the people here, ultimately falling into this place. I have been unable to revert to human form and have been stuck here for several days without a drop to drink. Everyone admired Momonosuke's resilience. Zhang Yufan first helped him out of the junkyard. Tao Zhu, should I call you unfortunate or fortunate? Zhang Yufan chuckled. With a puzzled expression, Tao Zhu looked up and asked, What do you mean, Sir Zhang Yufan? Smiling, Zhang Yufan placed Tao Zhu on the ground, explaining, You consumed a synthetic devil fruit, known as Smile. It is not genuine. Out of 10 who partake, only one may gain the power of a beast. If unsuccessful, one loses all expressions except for laughter and becomes akin to a landlocked duck. The crowd gasped in surprise. The side effects of this synthetic devil fruit were indeed severe. The probability of acquiring such abilities was exceedingly low, and Tao Zhu was truly fortunate. Though he had previously encountered misfortune aboard a child-abducting vessel and nearly consumed toxic candy, he ultimately turned his misfortune into a blessing, likely consolidating all his luck into obtaining the devil fruit's powers. Jin Wyman, looking perplexed, wondered how Sir Zhang Yufan knew of such matters. It seemed plausible. After all, there was little reason to deceive them. The thought of the potential side effects sent a chill down his spine. What if Tao Zhu had truly become that way? In death, he would have no face to confront his father and the surviving brothers. Fortunately, Tao Zhu's luck was exceedingly good, having acquired the fruit's powers. Zhang Yufan smiled, directing the group aside. Sanji, please escort them to Chopper, then we can start preparing food. And these two warriors are quite lecherous. Do not let them near the women. After speaking, he retrieved tools and food from his storage space. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances at the father and son reminiscing over there. It was widely believed that Jin Wyman had spoiled Tao Zhu. Indeed, like father, like son. Such poor habits at such a tender age would only worsen as they grew. They had already prepared to keep them away from Nami and the other women. With few women aboard, they had nearly allocated everyone, and they would not allow them to act inappropriately. They left a few companions to assist Sanji in preparing the food, while continuing to explore the remaining rooms. Before long, they had thoroughly explored the entire research facility, scavenging numerous items and destroying the sad factory, which was the source of Smile's raw materials. Upon returning to the biscuit room, Robin had already extracted all available information from Kulong and Monet. Thus, these two became of no further value and were dragged to the adjacent confinement room. After securing the door, they retrieved candles from storage space and entered, instructing Galadino to seal the entrance. Soon, the devil fruits from Kulong and Monet were in hand and stored away. The group emerged outside the research facility, where Sanji had prepared a variety of exquisite dishes. Jin Wyman and Tao Zhu were already seated, devouring the delicious food. Initially, Tao Zhu stubbornly resisted Sanji's offerings, but under Jin Wyman's persuasion, he relented. Upon seeing Zhang Yufan, Jin Wyman knelt down, prostrating himself on the ground. Sir Zhang Yufan, this food is truly delectable. I am grateful for your kindness and shall repay you in due time. Zhang Yufan smiled, helping Jin Wyman to his feet. Now, the most pressing matter is to fill our bellies. We can address other concerns later. The affairs within the research facility were largely settled, leaving only the ailments of the children. Chopper and his fellow doctors had gathered sufficient information from Kulong, yet they required additional time for in-depth research to cure the children's remaining afflictions. The group sat together, relishing the culinary delights prepared by Sanji. The children, in particular, were overjoyed, having not tasted such delicious food in quite some time. Suddenly, they noticed a multitude of individuals approaching the research facility. Leading them was a tall, robust man clad in a white checkered coat, wearing sunglasses, with short black hair and lightning-shaped sideburns. Behind him trailed a group of fierce-looking Marines, resembling a band of thugs rather than soldiers. The two leading figures raised their hands, signaling those behind a halt. Zhang Yufan checked the information on the two foremost individuals using the system. Name, Virgo, potential growth level, S, current power level, S, age, 38, height, 2, 47 meters. Gender, male, weapon, bamboo stick, devil fruit. None, bounty, none, equipment card. None, description, senior officer of the Don Quixote family, known as Ghost Bamboo. Infiltrated the Navy as an undercover agent, rising to the rank of Rear Admiral and also serving as the G5 base commander, skilled in physical combat, ruthless and unyielding, willing to kill his subordinates without hesitation, places great importance on respect from others, somewhat forgetful, and fiercely loyal to the Don Quixote family, treating comrades as family. Name, overhead, potential growth level, B, current power level, B, age, 40, height, 1, 79 meters, gender, male, weapon, handgun, long knife, devil fruit. None, bounty, none, equipment card. None. Description, member of the G5 fortress in the New World, serving under Virgo. Like other Marines at G5, they are savage and violent thugs, known for their outrageous behavior, falsifying military reports, covering up the truth, and treating the abduction of children as mere accidents, deceiving the parents of the children. Zhang Yufan and his companions merely glanced up briefly before returning to their meal, paying little mind to the group of Marines. With their current strength, any one of their companions could easily annihilate them. As for any escape attempts, those were mere fantasies. Even if they allowed the Marines a head start of 1,000 meters, they could effortlessly catch up. The giants watched the Marines with mockery, relishing the prospect of easy prey. Upon recognizing Zhang Yufan's group, the G5 Marines felt as though they had stumbled into a den of tigers, their pupils dilating in fear. Cold sweat trickling down their foreheads as they exchanged wary glances. It seemed they had ventured into a place they should not have, sensing an overwhelming danger. Virgo, astonished, gripped his bamboo stick tightly, realizing that the captain of the extreme pirates, the Godslayer Zhang Yufan, and the 5 warlords of the sea, including the Navy Admiral Akiji, were present when had such formidable figures appeared. Zhang Yufan chuckled, tossing the corpses of Kalong and Monet towards Virgo. Virgo, as a senior officer of the Don Quixote family, I presume you came here looking for them? Alas, you are too late. The Marines behind Virgo stood in shock, their minds blank. How could the base commander possibly be a pirate? Surely, this pirate was deceiving them. Otherwise, how could the Navy's high command remain unaware? Virgo was aghast, realizing that Zhang Yufan knew his true identity. Even the higher-ups in the Navy were oblivious to this fact. Nevertheless, even if Zhang Yufan revealed his true identity without evidence, those behind him and others within the Navy would not believe it. Both Courong and Monet have passed away. Should this news reach the young master, he would undoubtedly be consumed by rage. The 4 emperors behind this incident would be even more incensed. One cannot help but wonder if their ire might be redirected towards the young master himself. Furthermore, Zhang Yufan and his companions have grown so formidable that they no longer fear even the 4 emperors. Given my current combat prowess, I stand no chance against Zhang Yufan and his allies. I can only resort to a desperate gamble, hoping to eliminate a few of them. I then envelop my entire body and weapon with Busashoka Haki. Zhang Yufan, with a calm demeanor, pats Nami's hand and says, "Nami, go stretch a bit and show Virgo how to wield a stick." As for the others, they can decide for themselves who wishes to partake in the slaughter. The entire G5 branch of the Navy here are not good people, and there is no need for them to remain. Akiji at this point will not intervene to stop Zhang Yufan, as he lacks the capability to do so, and through the time spent understanding him, he recognizes that Zhang Yufan does not indiscriminately kill innocents. A few companions rise and walk towards the back of Virgo. Nami, smiling and wielding an iron rod, assures, "No problem, it will be over quickly." Virgo, seeing Nami approach with the iron rod, does not underestimate her. Zhang Yufan is no fool. Anyone he dispatches to confront him must be exceptionally strong. Virgo's nerves are taut as he charges forward, exclaiming, "Spirit bamboo!" With that, he rapidly spins the bamboo stick covered in Busashoka Haki, accumulating centrifugal force. Coupled with the hardness of his haki, he strikes at Nami. Should Nami make contact with the bamboo stick, she would suffer a tremendous impact. However, Nami does not take the hit directly. With a powerful push, she appears behind Virgo. Seizing the moment before he can react, she strikes him forcefully, sending him flying. In midair, Virgo stabilizes himself, but before his feet touch the ground, Nami reappears before him, thrusting the iron rod toward his abdomen. In a critical moment, Virgo deflects the blow with his bamboo stick, but Nami's strength is overwhelming, propelling him away once more. Nami swiftly pursues, unleashing a flurry of strikes with her iron rod, horizontal sweeps, upward thrusts, downward slashes, and various other techniques. Virgo desperately defends himself, but Nami's speed and power are too much for him. He has already endured dozens of blows, and his arms are slowly becoming numb from the impact. Furrowing his brow and gritting his teeth, he struggles to hold his ground, but his body is forced backward, and soon he can no longer withstand her onslaught. Nami knocks him unconscious and brings him to Zhang Yufan's side. Keeping Virgo alive serves no purpose. Zhang Yufan swiftly breaks his neck. After cleaning up the battlefield, they return to their meal. After spending another day on the island, Aladdin and his group arrive from Fishman Island. Zhang Yufan entrusts the children to Aladdin while also briefing him on several matters. Chopper and the other superb doctors have successfully cured the ailments of the children. After bidding them farewell, Zhang Yufan prepares to set sail. Qin Yimin, upon hearing Zhang Yufan's intended destination, realizes it aligns with his own, so he joins the voyage. The group sails for a considerable time, during which they make a significant discovery. Deep within an uninhabited island, they unexpectedly find a shield fruit. The shield fruit is given to Bartolomeo, the gas fruit to Poison Q, and the snow fruit to Noki Gao, unbeknownst to Zhang Yufan. Shortly after their departure from Punk Hazard Island, a woman adorned with weapons stands beside a man who is soaring through the sky. They arrive at the research facility on Punk Hazard Island to assess the situation, only to be astonished to find it completely deserted. Moreover, signs of a struggle are evident, and even the sad factory has been destroyed. The two search the research facility and its surroundings meticulously, yet they uncover no useful clues, leaving them baffled as to who could have committed such an act. The woman, frowning, retrieves a din mushy and dials a number. "Hello, young master. Something terrible has occurred. Our sad factory has been destroyed, and everyone in the research facility has vanished." The man on the other end, referred to as the young master, seethes with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "What did you say? Do you know who did this?" The woman, exhaling smoke with a resigned expression, replies, "We have scoured this area and found no useful leads. We have no idea who is responsible." The man, now furious, instructs, "Continue to widen your search. Kurong is vital. He must be found." The woman acknowledges and boards the flying man. Meanwhile, the young master, having hung up the phone, dials Virgo's number, but it rings for an extended period without answer. After a while, he tries again, but still no response. Could it be that even Virgo is in trouble? What on earth has transpired? How could so many people simply vanish? Unable to wait any longer, he swiftly makes his way to Punk Hazard Island from the sky. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan continues his pleasant voyage across the sea, blissfully unaware of the events that have unfolded since leaving Punk Hazard Island. Koby smiles as he sits in a chair. "Qin Yimin, are you and your son returning to Wano?" Qin Yimin furrows his brow, responding, "We escaped from Wano. The specifics are not for discussion. Initially, we samurai intended to go to Zou, but we encountered danger along the way and became separated. We drifted to Dressrosa, while the other samurai are missing." Zhang Yufan replies, "Then you should travel with us to Dressrosa. Once we finish our business here, we will head to Zou and look for those samurai." Qin Yimin beams with joy. Standing up, "Can we truly travel together? You can help us find the whereabouts of the other samurai." Zhang Yufan nods. "With your connections, Qin Yimin, communication will be easier in Zou. Otherwise, we might have to fight first." Qin Yimin feels elated, grateful for Zhang Yufan's assistance, as it will expedite their search for the other samurai and alleviate concerns for their safety. Usopp sketches portraits of a samurai based on Qin Yimin's descriptions, as Qin Yimin's drawings are too crude to be of any use. After another day at sea, Zhang Yufan's ship finally arrives in Dressrosa. The group disembarks, leaving most of the animals and giants behind. Each individual holds a portrait as they explore the island while searching for the samurai. They also disguise themselves, otherwise, enjoying their time would be quite difficult. The group then disperses, allowing a few companions to accompany Kin'eman. Upon entering the city, they notice that the streets are filled with living toys that coexist peacefully with humans. However, the residents of the city remain oblivious to the blood and tears that these toys have endured. They were once living beings, transformed into their current state by a devil fruit user. With their memories erased, no one remembers who they once were. Zhang Yufan strolls through the city with Nami and Hancock. At noon, while dining in a restaurant, I learned that the residents living here still believe in the legends of fairies. Nami discovered a casino in the city. She eagerly pulled Zhang Yufan and Hancock to the entrance of the casino, where a lively crowd gathered around various gaming tables. The air was filled with joyous cheers and lamenting cries, accompanied by the cacophony of excitement. Nami scanned the room with her keen eyes and pointed towards a particular gaming table, exclaiming, "Yufan, let us try our luck over there." With that, she led Zhang Yufan towards the table, where she unleashed her observation haki and triumphed effortlessly. Hancock, however, showed little interest, resting her head on Zhang Yufan's shoulder, eyes closed. Relishing the moment, Zhang Yufan, disinterested, surveyed the surroundings until his gaze was drawn to a crowded table where he recognized a familiar figure, a blind man with short black hair and a circle of stubble around his mouth. An X-shaped scar adorned the left side of his forehead, extending to his eyes. He wore a light purple kimono and had a tall stature. Zhang Yufan checked the man's information through the system. Name, Yixiao, combat power growth potential level. SS, current combat power level. SS, age, 51, height, 2.7 meters. Gender, male, weapon, staff sword, devil fruit, Jinjin fruit, bounty, none, equipment card. None, description, extremely calm, fond of gambling, very polite even to foes, possesses formidable combat skills. Proficient in swordsmanship, gentle and straightforward in character, has a strong sense of justice, values the safety of the common people, despises injustice, and often acts according to his principles. His blindness is a choice made to avoid witnessing the world's evils. Zhang Yufan was puzzled as to why Yixiao, one of the future admirals of the Navy, was present in such a place. Regardless of the reason, having encountered such a formidable expert, he felt compelled to recruit him, reducing the Navy's strength while bolstering his own. What incredible luck to run into him. Nami, her face beaming with joy from winning a considerable amount of money, turned to share her excitement with Zhang Yufan, only to find him fixated on someone at the gaming table. She followed his gaze and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a blind uncle gambling over there. And it seems he is quite skilled, winning again. Yufan, do you know him?" Zhang Yufan smiled and nodded. "I know him. He doesn't know me. That blind uncle possesses great strength. We should go check on the situation." Nami nodded and followed Zhang Yufan and Hancock over to the table. A surprised gambler approached Yixiao and exclaimed, "Uncle, you're incredible. You've won 15 times in a row, even if the amounts are modest." Yixiao smiled, sitting calmly in a chair. "Just good luck. I'm no expert." The surrounding gamblers silently scoffed, thinking, if you're not an expert, what does that make us who haven't won even once? Hancock and Nami sensed the formidable aura emanating from the seated blind man, confirming his strength. Zhang Yufan approached with a smile, gently patting Yixiao's shoulder. "Hello, Mr. Yixiao. I didn't expect to find you here." Yixiao expressed surprise. "Oh, young brother, you know me? This is our first meeting, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is our first encounter, but I'm aware of your reputation. You're quite formidable. How about joining us for a drink at a tavern? If you keep winning like this, the casino's owner might come after you with a knife." Zhang Yufan replied with a chuckle. The surrounding gamblers looked at Zhang Yufan with confusion, unsure of his intentions. Yixiao was their golden goose, and they hadn't won enough yet for anyone to disrupt their good fortune. One might say that cutting off someone's financial prospects is akin to killing their parents. If they believed it, they would surely beat him until he couldn't recognize his own family. However, they knew that if Yixiao continued winning, trouble would surely follow, affecting them as well. Yixiao smiled. Interesting, young brother. You're not ordinary yourselves. Let us go. He then led them to a quieter tavern where each ordered a drink. Yixiao sipped his drink calmly and said, Now, young brother, tell me your purpose for seeking me. Zhang Yufan, setting down his glass, introduced himself. I am Zhang Yufan, captain of the extreme pirate crew. To my left is Nami, and to my right is Hancock. We wish to invite you to join us. Yixiao remained composed as he placed his glass down. Ah, the infamous Zhang Yufan. I have long heard of your deeds. Since you know me, you should also be aware of my disdain for wicked individuals. Of course, but are we truly wicked? You may think the Navy and the world government embody justice. But let me reveal to you the corruption within, Zhang Yufan stated calmly. He elaborated on the O'Hara incident, the Judicial Island incident, and the assassination of the Celestial Dragons, among others, painting a vision of how to reshape the world as structure. Yixiao's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, realizing that the crimes committed were no less severe than those of the most heinous pirates. His expression transitioned from grave to astonished. Could such a beautiful vision truly be realized? Nami and Hancock stood by, equally stunned, captivated by his words. You may doubt the veracity of these matters, but I welcome your inquiries. If you detest evil, then join us in changing this world. Zhang Yufan urged with a smile. I believe in the truth of your claims. I can sense that your anger is genuine. I didn't expect it to be like this, Yixiao stated, regaining his composure. After a pause, he continued, As for the future you've painted, it seems too beautiful. I would indeed like to witness it, but it requires formidable strength. Show me your true power. Zhang Yufan smiled. No problem. Let us find a suitable place for you to witness it. According to the system map, there was an island to the west, covered in dense forest, known as Greenbit Island. It was sparsely populated, making it ideal for combat. Zhang Yufan and his companions led Yixiao towards the island. Along the way, they encountered many crew members who, hearing about the challenge to their captain, decided to join them. Greenbit Island was connected to Dressrosa Island by a bridge. Shortly after they crossed the bridge, a group of horned fighting fish charged towards them. Zhang Yufan unleashed his conqueror's haki, stunning the surrounding fish. Yixiao, sensing the situation, was taken aback. Indeed, Zhang Yufan was no ordinary individual. He could wield conqueror's haki. Soon, they arrived at Jellingbit Island, where they found an open area. Zhang Yufan and Yixiao stood facing each other at a distance, while Beiji shouted begin. Yixiao slowly drew his knife, utilizing the powers of the heavy fruit, and declared, Meteorite fall. He then manipulated a massive rock, sending it plummeting from the sky towards Zhang Yufan. In response, Zhang Yufan unsheathed his shuizhou knife and unleashed powerful slashes at the descending meteorite, shattering it into countless fragments before it could reach the ground, thereby dissipating its tremendous force. Zhang Yufan exclaimed, I never anticipated your slashes to be so formidable. You've already reached the realm of a swordmaster. Yixiao smiled and replied, Your fruit ability is impressive. Are you ready? Take this. Zhang Yufan laughed and began to unleash powerful slashes at Yixiao. Utilizing the heavy fruit, Yixiao attempted to deflect those strikes. The initial slashes were repelled, but the subsequent ones struck with compounded force, creating an even more powerful blow that relentlessly advanced toward Yixiao. In response, Yixiao invoked Hell Traveler, maximizing the gravitational force around him, causing the slashes to be pressed down to the ground. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Zhang Yufan charged toward Yixiao, his armed haki enveloping his blade as he relentlessly struck. Zhang Yufan's vigorous attacks forced Yixiao to retreat step by step. Zhang Yufan, your swordsmanship is truly exceptional, both in speed and power. Yixiao acknowledged. And you, Mr. Yixiao, are quite formidable as well. It is time to conclude this battle. Zhang Yufan intensified his speed and strength, disarming Yixiao and sending his knife flying. The shuizhou was then poised against Yixiao's neck, signaling the end of the duel. The onlookers applauded, marveling at the thrilling confrontation. I concede, you are truly powerful. You must have some strength left, right? Zhang Yufan responded, Indeed, what are your thoughts? Join us in changing this world. Very well. I agree to join. For that promising future, let me contribute my humble strength with the remainder of my life. Zhang Yufan then picked up Yixiao's knife and returned it, while their companions warmly welcomed Yixiao's inclusion. Yet another powerful ally had joined, and with their captain's unique abilities, their strength would only grow. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from the underbrush, prompting Zhang Yufan and his companions to turn, yet they saw no one passing through the thicket. Upon closer inspection, they noticed numerous small figures darting about among the foliage. The individuals who had been concealed in the grass were astonished by the battle between Zhang Yufan and Yixiao and had remained hidden for quite some time. Realizing their exposure, they fled in haste. A man's startled voice rang out from the thicket. "Oh no, those giant humans have spotted us. Everyone run. Robin, bring those little fellows out from the bushes so we can meet them," Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Robin nodded, sensing the presence of the small beings, and activated her fruit ability. Soon, numerous arms emerged from the ground, each grasping a tiny member of the little people. They struggled and shouted, desperate to escape. "Help! Who will save us? I'm so foolish for being discovered by the giant humans. Let me go, you ruffians." Zhang Yufan checked the information of the first 3 little people using the system. Name, Waika, growth potential level, B, current combat level, B, age, 20, height, 0, 2 meters, gender, female, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, introduction, a member of the Dongtata reconnaissance team, possessing immense strength yet plagued by extreme insecurity, with a simple-minded nature that leads her to believe everything she hears, aiming to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule. Name, Inhai, growth potential level, B, current combat level, B, age, 21, height, 0, 22 meters, gender, male, weapon, knight's lance, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, introduction, a member of the reconnaissance unit of the Huadian Uprising headquarters. Known for his great strength and speed, a warrior of the Dongtata tribe, with the same aim of overthrowing Don Quixote Doflamingo's reign, easily swayed by others' words. Name, Falapa, growth potential level, B, current combat level, B, age, 22, height, 0, 21 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Introduction, a warrior of the Dongtata tribe, strong and swift, particularly gullible, seeking to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's rule. The crowd gazed curiously at the little beings, remarking on their diminutive stature. Zhang Yufan smiled and squatted in front of them, saying, "No need to be so agitated. We do not intend to harm you." Falapa frowned, raising his head. "Stop lying. Do you think we will believe you?" Nami smiled and crouched down as well. "It's true." Inhai smiled, relieved if that's the case. "We can relax." The group exchanged glances, bemused at how easily they accepted this. Perhaps they had been deceived before, yet still remained blissfully unaware. Should one label these little beings as foolish or simply innocent? Zhang Yufan smiled and waved his hand, instructing Robin to release them. "We are friends of the great hero Roland's descendants. Lead us to meet your king." Waika gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. "You are friends of the great hero Roland's descendants. Then follow me." The other little beings were equally astonished, and they happily guided Zhang Yufan and his companions to their kingdom. The group pondered how these little beings had managed to survive thus far, so carelessly revealing the location of their kingdom. As Zhang Yufan and the little people made their way to their kingdom, a towering man soared through the skies above Dressrosa. On his back stood 2 individuals with grim expressions, their moods exceedingly foul, consumed by anger. To this point, they had yet to uncover the whereabouts of Kuran and the others. Whether alive or dead remained a mystery. They had also failed to locate the group responsible for the destruction of the Sad Factory, and even 2 members of their own family were missing. Unbeknownst to them, the true culprit was already beneath their very noses. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan's group was soon led deep into the forest, where a concealed entrance awaited them. They descended further, arriving underground in the forest. Upon surveying their surroundings, they found numerous little people and miniature buildings. The little beings ceased their activities, watching with vigilance as Zhang Yufan and his companions were brought in by Weika and the others. Suddenly, a diminutive man adorned with a crown-shaped hat and protective goggles appeared. Beside him were two slender needles, standing nearly as tall as he was, and he wielded a pistol in his hand. Two others emerged from behind him. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to inspect their information. Name: Leo Combat Potential Growth Level. A current combat level. B age. 22 height. 0. 23 meters gender. Male weapons. Pistol, needles, devil fruit. Sowing fruit bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the small folk. Captain of the Dong Tata pirate crew and the Dong Tata tribe sergeant. Possessing a simple and trusting nature, often naive and easily confused. He moves with great swiftness and belongs to a race renowned for cultivating any plant. Said to have deep ties with the legendary Mont Blanc family and the Liku royal family of the North Sea. Name: Bangba Combat Potential Growth Level. B current combat level. B age. 22 height. 0. 24 meters gender. Male weapons. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the small folk. Vice Sergeant of the Dong Tata tribe. Robust and strong. Excelling in throwing tranquilizer darts. Always standing beside Leo. He has a brother named Bo Bang Ba and is particularly gullible, aiming to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo's reign. Name: Lombo Combat Potential Growth Level. B current combat level. B age. 22 height. 0. 23 meters gender. Male weapons. Knight S Lance Devil Fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the small folk. Vice Sergeant of the Dong Tata tribe. Possessing a ceiling synergy Wi-Fi Li. They share a combined technique, are strong and swift, and share the goal of overthrowing Don Quixote da Flamingo's dominance. Also easily believing what others say. Leo, visibly agitated, furrowed his brow, brandishing his pistol. Floppa, what is the meaning of this? How did these enormous humans end up here? Floppa smiled, gesturing towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. Lord Leo, do not be angry. They're friends of the great hero Roland's descendants who wish to meet the king. So he brought them here. Leo's expression softened, and he lowered his gun. Oh, I see. Then there is no problem. I thought they were all villains. The initially wary small folk surrounding them, upon hearing that Zhang Yufan and his companions were friends of the great hero Roland, immediately changed their demeanor, smiling as they gathered around, gazing up at them as if they had not seen anyone like them in ages. They were accustomed to such occurrences, revealing their inherent gullibility. Everyone introduced themselves and got acquainted. Then, an elderly man with a white beard, wearing a crown and holding a cane, emerged from a nearby house upon hearing the commotion. Zhang Yufan checked his information. Name: Gan Xiao Combat Potential Growth Level. B current combat level. C age. 80 height. 0. 23 meters gender. Male weapons. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. A member of the small folk, king of the Dong Tata kingdom. Known for his gullibility, residing in the underground forest of Greenbit Island. He is aware of the enmity between the small folk and the Don Quixote family, dating back 900 years, and aims to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo's rule. Referred to as the fairy on Dressrosa Island, he is a green manager, receiving various offerings from the inhabitants of Dressrosa. Gan Xiao frowned, leaning on his cane. Leo, what are you doing? What is the situation with these gigantic humans? Lei Oshuklad, pointing to Zhang Yufan and his companions. Your Majesty, these gigantic humans are friends of the great hero Roland's descendants. They are good people. Gan Xiao, suspicious, raised his head. What a joke. How could that be? They're merely claiming so. Lei Oriplai Juifegrin, Ganjios Miled Etling Depli. Oh, then there is no issue. Greetings. I am Gan Xiao, the king of the Dong Tata kingdom. We have not closely observed large humans in quite some time. Most of the companions wore puzzled expressions, wondering what he meant. Isn't it rather simple to observe such large beings? Aren't there plenty of them outside? Could there be some special reason unknown to us that prevents them from interacting with us for long? Everyone introduced themselves to King Gan Xiao. Zhang Yufan smiled and squatted down. Your Majesty, you wish to overthrow Don Quixote da Flamingo's reign, correct? Gan Xiao looked astonished, raising his head. Indeed, I dream of it. How do you know? How I know is unimportant. What matters is our shared goal. We intend to depart shortly to his location and rescue those toys. Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Lei O, brimming with excitement, rushed to Zhang Yufan. Really? But time is tight. We are not yet prepared. Zhang Yufan and his companions nodded in agreement. It's merely a matter of facing one of the 7 warlords. We do not require extensive preparation. We already have 5 on our ship. This merely indicated that Lei O's side lacked sufficient combat strength. Nami, with a puzzled expression, grasped Zhang Yufan's hand. Yufan, what does rescuing toys mean? Upon entering the city, everyone must have wondered why there were living toys everywhere. Indeed, that was the case, but what were they really? They were once humans, transformed into toys by Doflamingo's subordinates using the powers of the devil fruit, with the memories of those around them erased. Isn't it a torment to live like that? Anger surged within the group, realizing that if their mental resilience was not strong enough over time, they might resort to self-harm or madness. This also validated a saying, the greatest distance in the world is when I am right beside you, yet you remain unaware. Leo, you are responsible for guiding and rescuing. Leave the fighting to us, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Lei nodded, assuring no problemi. But we still need to contact the others and prepare for battle. Zhang Yufan and Lei O began to reach out to their respective companions to rendezvous at the designated location. Through Lei O's intelligence network, they confirmed that Doflamingo and his subordinates were indeed on the island. They then assigned tasks and prepared to head to the surface. After waiting for a while on Greenbit Island, many companions arrived one after another. Lei O and the others were astonished to see so many giants. Once the newcomers arrived, they assigned tasks and began to act separately. Thus, the group advanced with determination toward Doflamingo's lair. As they approached the city of Dressrosa, the surrounding residents, stricken with fear, hastily retreated. Near the bullfighting arena, Haier spotted acquaintances and urged Zhang Yufan and his companions to come over. Then, over there, he spotted a toy soldier clad in a cloak, missing a leg. Beside him stood a woman with long pink hair, styled in braids, carrying a long sword on her back. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name, Jalousie potential growth level, a current combat level, B age, 41 height, 2. 98 meters gender, female weapon, longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, former commander of the Dressrosa army, a legendary hero of the arena, possessing an astonishing undefeated record of 3,000 battles. His true identity is the husband of Princess Sycolite of the Liku royal family and the father of Libika. Skilled in swordsmanship, 7 years ago, when Doflamingo overthrew the Liku regime. He sacrificed his left leg to save the king of Liku, but was inadvertently touched by sugar and transformed into a one-legged toy soldier, resulting in the loss of memories for his wife and daughter. To protect his daughter Libika from being abducted by human traffickers, he was subsequently wanted for attacking humans. Name, Libika potential growth level, a current combat level, B age, unknown height, unknown gender, female weapon, longsword devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, princess of the Liku royal family in Dressrosa, granddaughter of the former king of Liku, daughter of the arena hero Jalousie and Princess Sycolite. She was affected when Doflamingo usurped the throne, leading to the death of Sycolite at the hands of Diamante, after which she was raised by Jalousie. Jalousie, astonished, looked up and said, Inhai, what brings you here? And who are these people? Inhai smiled and bowed his head. Captain, did you not receive news? We are preparing to assault Doflamingo. They are friends of the great hero Roland, and our goals align. Jalousie, in disbelief, gaped, No. Are you all insane? Do not seek death. With our current strength, we cannot possibly contend with Doflamingo. At that moment, a small member of the little people hurriedly approached to inform Jalousie about the impending full-scale war against Doflamingo. Noticing Inhai's presence and realizing he was late, he returned to the base. Zhang Yufan bent down and whispered a few words into Jalousie's ear. Jalousie, astonished, ceased to deter Inhai and decided to join them. Libika, filled with excitement at the prospect of finally confronting Doflamingo, insisted on accompanying them. Despite LootSystem's attempts to dissuade her, he ultimately relented. Zhang Yufan dispatched 2 animals to ensure their safety and instructed Lao Sha to lead several companions beneath the bullfighting arena to eliminate anyone except the members of the Don Quixote family and those with devil fruit abilities. Simultaneously, he activated a live broadcast using the Din Din Mushi and, once arrangements were made, the group proceeded onward. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, Doflamingo, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, felt veins bulging on his forehead, radiating extreme fury. That bastard Zhang Yufan dares to be so audacious. This is an outright declaration of war. Allow me to show you my might. Indeed, just as one wave subsided, another arose, prompting him to assemble all his subordinates to prepare for the hunt of Zhang Yufan and his companions. Not long after, Zhang Yufan encountered the enemies of the Don Quixote family. The surrounding objects had transformed into art pieces, yet their style resembled that of Picasso, characterized by abstraction. A robust woman, adorned with a pair of triangular glasses and strikingly prominent features, stood at the forefront, accompanied by a dozen others, awaiting Zhang Yufan's arrival. Zhang Yufan checked her information using the system. Name, Chala potential growth level, B current combat level, B age, 58 height, 1. 98 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, art fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote family, part of the Torobur's special abilities unit. Outwardly, she exhibits an extreme penchant for noise and self-admiration. However, she is also a nurturing figure, having raised a ringe as a girl. She enjoys playing cards and is a companion of Lao Ji, but she employs violence to punish enemies or those who mistreat family members. Chala smiled as she stood her ground. Oh ho ho ho! Welcome to my art section. Soon, you too shall become a part of my artistry. The crowd was taken aback, with some exclaiming, "Hey, this lady, is she really calling herself Miss at her age? Does she have no self-awareness?" Nami frowned, glancing around, "Madam, I cannot appreciate your abstract artistic style. What on earth is all this? You are truly rude. This is art. Do you not understand the essence of art, ignorant girl? Prepare to experience my destructive art," Chala retorted angrily. With that, she unleashed a torrent of transparent smoke resembling bubble clouds from her palm, spraying it towards Nami and her companions as if using a fire extinguisher, aiming to transform them into her imagined artworks. Nami and the others swiftly evaded, ensuring that none of the smoke touched them. They had no desire to become grotesque art pieces of Chala's abstract style, as being seen in such a state would lead to a lifetime of ridicule. Chala rapidly deployed her destructive art, directing more smoke towards Zhang Yufan and his group. But they deftly evaded all attempts. You truly have a knack for dodging. Why not stand still and embrace your transformation into art? Chala exclaimed in frustration. Brooke shook his head and stepped forward. That art of yours is terrifying. It nearly made my eyes pop out, and though I'm a skeleton without eyes. Oha ho ho. Without uttering a word, Zhang Yufan unleashed his conqueror's haki, incapacitating Chala and her companions. He placed sea prism stone handcuffs on her and took her away while eliminating the others. After advancing for a considerable time, they arrived at a flower field, where a vast expanse of sunflowers bloomed. Beneath the flower field lay the base of the Liku Royal Army's intelligence department, allowing them to monitor the movements of the Don Quixote family accurately. The flying unit of the little people had been waiting here for some time. Zhang Yufan checked the information of the 2 individuals standing at the forefront. Name, Koby combat potential level, a current combat level, B age, 24 years height, 2. 1 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit. Insect fruit, rhinoceros beetle form bounty, none equipment card, none description, known as a fairy on Dressrosa Island. A warrior of the Little People and the Dongdada tribe, the leader of the Yellow Koby Brigade, swift and strong, innocent and kind-hearted, easily deceived by the lies of others. His goal is to overthrow Don Quixote Doflamingo's reign. Name, Bien combat potential level, a current combat level, B age, 21 years height, 2. 4 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit. Insect fruit, wasp form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the Little People and the Dongdada tribe. The leader of the Pink Bien Brigade, strong and fast, with the same goal of toppling Don Quixote Doflamingo. On Dressrosa Island, she is also referred to as a fairy, pure and kind, easily believing in the lies of others. Koby stood upright, seriousness etched on his face, raising his hand in salute. Captain, you have finally arrived. The team is assembled. Jairus, with a grave expression, waved his hand forward. I shall not say much. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. Everyone prepare to depart. The little people mounted their flying steeds, ready to journey to their designated location. Meanwhile, Frankie, accompanied by several companions, had arrived at the entrance of the toy house. A rotund man, adorned with a pink baby hat and gnawing on a pacifier, sat on a chair, clad in a yellow diaper patterned with stars, consuming fruit. This man was a member of the Don Quixote family, named Senor Pink. With a look of confusion, Frankie stood tall. Hey, you pervert, waiting for me here? Pink remained unperturbed, but his subordinates began to murmur nearby. Who is this pervert in just shorts? What audacity to call others perverts. He is Frankie of the Extreme Pirates. Prepare for battle. A member of the Don Quixote family contacted other officers to report the presence of several extreme pirates at the toy house. Frankie unleashed his devil fruit ability, transforming his hands into cannons, firing a shot at Pink and his crew. The powerful blast sent Pink's henchmen flying, obliterating the toy house. Yet Pink's figure remained unseen. Frankie sensed the surroundings and noticed someone emerging from the ground behind him. The sisters Kiwi and Maz had already engaged the surrounding foes, leaving Frankie alone. Suddenly, Pink burst forth from the ground, attempting to catch Frankie from behind for a suplex. While formidable against an ordinary person, this maneuver posed little threat to Frankie, whose body consisted of a special alloy with memory properties, coupled with the protection of armament hockey, rendering him nearly impervious to harm. Moreover, with the acute perception granted by observation hockey, it was uncertain whether Pink could even grasp Frankie. At that moment, Frankie swiftly lifted his right foot and landed a kick directly to Pink's abdomen, sending him flying. Suddenly, a robust man with long, curly hair, wearing a black hat and a revealing bodysuit, descended rapidly from the sky, attempting to crush Frankie with a body slam. This man was also a member of the Don Quixote family, named Mahabais. Frankie deftly dodged, causing Mahabais to crash heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Mahabais grimaced in pain, clutching his stomach. Ouch, my stomach hurts. I missed again. You dodged too quickly. Frankie smiled and approached. No worries, my speed is super quick. You came right to my door, saving me the trouble of searching for you. Prepare for my iron fist. With that, he vanished from sight and delivered a powerful punch that sent Mahabais sprawling. Frankie pursued him, unleashing a series of rapid punches. With immense strength and speed, Frankie overwhelmed Mahabais, lifting him off the ground until he was ultimately knocked unconscious, leaving him for Kiwi to monitor. Pink, having risen from the ground, retaliated with a diaper bomb. He unleashed several spherical bombs, patterned with stars, from the edge of his starry diaper, hurling them towards Frankie. Undaunted, Frankie enveloped himself in armament hockey and advanced towards the incoming bombs. The explosions echoed, smoke billowing forth, yet Frankie emerged unscathed. Pink, astonished, noted the remarkable defensive capabilities of this opponent. Just as he contemplated burrowing underground for an attack, Frankie seized him, denying any opportunity for a counterstrike, proceeding to deliver a brutal beating. Ultimately, he subdued Pink and handed him over to Maz, continuing onward towards their destination. Elsewhere, Law had arrived at the refuse site beneath the bullfighting arena. This place was not only filled with toys, but also housed many individuals trapped within. The despondent captives sat among the toys, gazing upward with sighs of despair. Another has been discarded, soon to be transformed into a toy and forced into servitude. When will this end? Will anyone come to rescue us? Bansam held a din-din mushy, while Crocodile, adhering to Zhang Yufan's instructions, initiated a live broadcast. Crocodile, smirking with a cigar in his mouth, addressed the foolish residents of Dressrosa. Now, let us unveil the crimes of your new king, Don Quixote Doflamingo. The residents of Dressrosa, bewildered, paused in place, staring up at the large screen. The king is a great hero who saves this country. Who is this man? What nonsense is he spouting? I know he was once a warlord of the sea. Now he is a member of the extreme pirates. What is happening? How could the king be guilty? As the crowd debated, disbelief spread regarding any accusations against Doflamingo. Bansam, surveying the refuse site, slowly scanned the area with the den mushy. Crocodile, still with a cigar in his mouth, pointed behind him. First, look here. Not only are there various toys, but also residents imprisoned, along with soldiers and others. These toys were once the people of Dressrosa, transformed by your king's subordinates using devil fruit abilities. Moreover, they have erased all memories of these individuals from your minds. The toys around you could be relatives, lovers, or friends. The captives in the refuse site were struck by this revelation, recognizing the significance of Crocodile's words. It was impossible to explain their calm demeanor while broadcasting live from this dire situation. A flicker of hope for escape began to spark within them. Crocodile encouraged them to share their experiences, broadcasting their plight to the world. All the inhabitants of Dressrosa, standing frozen in disbelief as they listened to the experiences recounted from the abandoned grounds, could scarcely comprehend the reality before them. This cannot be true. This pirate must be deceiving us. How could a king commit such an act? We refuse to believe it. We shall not be so easily tricked. Crocodile inhaled deeply from his cigar, exhaling slowly, continuing to hold it between his lips. Regardless of the opinions of these foolish residents of Dressrosa, they would have no choice but to accept the truth once it was laid bare before them. Furthermore, do these simple-minded citizens genuinely think that Doflamingo is the one who saved this nation? 7 years ago, Doflamingo appeared before King Riku, accompanied by his subordinates, threatening him to gather an astronomical sum of 10 billion berries within a day, or he would lead his forces to conquer Dressrosa. In a bid to protect his people, King Riku implored the citizens to surrender all their cash to him, thus falling into Doflamingo's trap. Utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, Doflamingo controlled King Riku's actions, leading to the slaughter of his soldiers and civilians, even igniting fires throughout the towns. The people of a nation were left appalled by his tyrannical actions, and ultimately, Doflamingo seized the opportunity to overthrow King Riku's regime and ascend to the throne. The Riku family was deposed and met with disdain, while their army and those opposing the Don Quixote family were transformed into toys by Doflamingo's subordinates. The members of the Riku clan were hunted down and placed on wanted lists. How could this be so? Have we all been deceived? Various doubts swirled in their minds. A seed of skepticism took root in their hearts. Despite the weight of his words, Crocodile did not believe that these foolish residents of Dressrosa would so readily accept the truth. At most, they would harbor doubts. But that was of no consequence. The most crucial matters lay ahead. He decided to keep the individuals from the abandoned grounds here, lest they impede his plans. Once he dealt with the foes above, he could take them out later. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the crowd below, Crocodile and his companions ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, within the Smile Factory, hundreds of little people tirelessly toiled away, cultivating artificial devil fruits. Having spent so long in this place, they had begun to sense something amiss. However, their innocence rendered them gullible to the words of others, and they cast aside their concerns to continue their labor. On that day, a lackey from the Don Quixote family, tasked with overseeing the little people, wielded a whip to chastise two little ones who had momentarily paused to catch their breath. You are slacking off. Feel the sting of my beloved whip and get back to work. We are not slacking. We are simply exhausted. Please let us rest for a moment. The overseer, with a disdainful expression, dismissed their plea. Rest? Not a chance. He then picked up an artificial devil fruit from a nearby cart, examining it only to find that half of it bore no patterns, rendering it useless. Enraged, he overturned the cart, spilling the half-finished fruits before the two little people. These are not true smiles. Aren't you the Don Quixote family, the ones who claim to cultivate everything perfectly? What's going on? Indeed, that is the case. But Smile is unlike any other fruit. Oh, you seem to have developed a sharp tongue. Do you still wish to cure your princess's ailment? Yes. Can we meet Princess Mancheri now? Not yet. The princess's illness is quite peculiar. If it were to infect you, we would be heartbroken. You are currently our most valuable partners. The medicine for Princess Mancheri is exorbitantly priced and requires continuous administration. Therefore, you must cultivate more and produce genuine smiles, so we can earn money to buy the medicine. Do you understand? We understand. We will work diligently to cultivate more. Please take good care of Princess Mancheri. The overseer nodded, convinced of their gullibility. You believe such nonsense? Keep working until you drop. The thought of meeting Princess Mancheri was merely a dream. If they were truly allowed to meet her, it would only lead to their discovery. How could they afford to let go of such free labor? Crocodile and his companions soon arrived at the interior of the Cadre Tower, where two individuals stood, one clad in a cloak adorned with circles, holding a scepter marked with a plum blossom emblem, sporting a pair of small sunglasses, a runny nose, unkempt facial hair, sparse teeth, and shackled feet. The other, a young girl dressed in a spotted gown, crowned with a bear-themed cape, wearing a monocle over her left eye and sporting a bobbed haircut. Crocodile laughed heartily, puffing on his cigar. Ha! There you are. Pay attention, foolish residents of Dressrosa. If we knock out that little girl, the toys will revert to their human forms. The residents of Dressrosa exchanged astonished glances, wide-eyed in disbelief. Surely, they were not being jested with. This little girl was the source of their misfortune, and how had they failed to recognize it sooner? Hearing the laughter, Jean Yufan lifted his gaze to the large screen above and checked their information via the system. Name, Torpol potential growth level, a current power level, a age, 46 height, 3, 49 meters gender, male weapon, scepter, devil fruit, sticky fruit bounty, 99 million berries equipment card, none description, a member of the Don Quixote family. The highest-ranking officer of the Torpol army, responsible for the protection of the family's special officers, Sugar, a user of the toy fruit. In all matters pertaining to the underground factory, he sticks those who fall into the garbage dump to the Cadre Tower, turning them into toys. A chatterbox who loves to dominate conversations and repeat himself. Name, Sugar potential growth level, B current power level, B age, 19 height, 1 meters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, toy fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description, an officer of the Don Quixote family. Affiliated with the Plum Blossom Army of Torpol. Regarded as a vital officer by the family, Doflamingo specifically assigned the family's top officer, Torpol, to act as her personal bodyguard. Upon consuming the devil fruit, her body ceases to grow, maintaining her age, height, and appearance at the moment of consumption, rendering her unable to withstand significant fright. Outside the Cadre Tower, the guards heard the sounds of laughter from within and hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. They were met with a swift kick from Jem, who emerged from the tower, sending them flying. The guards stood in confusion, unable to comprehend what had just transpired before they even had a chance to speak. Torpol, astonished and wiping his nose, exclaimed, "I say, Crocodile, how did you discover this place?" Crocodile sneered, stepping closer. "That is of little importance. What truly matters is that you are finished. If all the toys revert to their original forms, I wonder what expression Doflamingo will wear." Upon finishing his words, he swiftly wielded the desert treasure blade, striking towards Torbol and Sugar. Torbol barely managed to evade with Sugar, simultaneously launching a powerful adhesive attack towards Crocodile. Unfortunately, it proved futile, as the attack was intercepted by the sand. Crocodile began to conjure a localized sandstorm. Torbol, still intent on escaping with Sugar, aimed to breach the walls of the Cadre Tower using his adhesive, but alas, they were surrounded by Galdino and his allies. All the adhesive projectiles were intercepted. Crocodile then hurled several sand blasts into the sandstorm, where Torbol and Sugar were ensnared. The sheer force obliterated the walls of the Cadre Tower. Unable to withstand the weight above, the tower began to tilt and collapse. Crocodile unleashed the desert treasure blade once more, forcibly separating Torbol from Sugar. Sugar let out a piercing scream as her body was swept up by the sand blasts, spinning rapidly. "It's so dizzying. How terrifying. Torbol, come save me." Torbol, filled with urgency, activated his sticky chains, striving to pull Sugar back. "Don't be afraid, Sugar. I will secure you and bring you back." Crocodile, with a cold smirk, transformed his right hand into a sword and severed the sticky chains with powerful strikes. He then ventured into the sandstorm and dispelled the sand blasts that trapped Sugar. Concurrently, he fashioned numerous sharp spikes from the sand on the ground. Thus, Sugar plummeted from a great height towards the spikes below. She cried out in despair. Tears streaming down her face, her fists clenched tightly. It's so high. There are so many spikes below. I don't want to be pierced. Help! Is anyone there to save me? Torbull desperately unleashed various fruit abilities, attempting to rush forward to stop her, but Galdino obstructed his path with the Wax fruit powers, rendering him unable to advance. The diminutive allies accompanying Crocodile were left in stunned silence. Their formidable allies were indeed overwhelming. The mission was nearing completion at an alarming pace. The toys surrounding the Cadre Tower ceased their activities, gazing upwards in astonishment and excitement, as Sugar was on the verge of defeat. We can finally revert to humans and live anew. As Sugar realized her body was about to be pierced and no one came to her aid, she screamed in panic. The moment she touched the spikes formed of sand, her terror peaked, and she fainted, only to be caught by Crocodile. In truth, the spikes made of sand were soft and dispersed upon contact. Crocodile had no intention of killing Sugar just yet. Losing such a powerful fruit would leave him unable to explain to Zhang Yufan, likely inciting the wrath of those aboard the ship. Crocodile's live stream concluded at this point. Simultaneously, throughout Dressrosa, all the toys transformed back into humans. Memories that had been erased were restored, leading to joyous embraces. Upon hearing the testimonies of the transformed toys, the populace finally believed in the heinous deeds of Doflamingo. We have been deceived like fools. Anger swelled within them, igniting a fierce rage. Many of the toys were large animals that began to riot on the island. Torbull's pupils dilated in shock, his mouth agape, cold sweat trickling down his back. A grave situation was unfolding. Sugar had fainted from fright. He hastily retrieved his communication snail and dialed a number. Sore Doflamingo. Sugar has been frightened into unconsciousness by Crocodile. I cannot defeat them. Doflamingo's face contorted with rage, veins bulging on his forehead. What nonsense are you speaking? How did the sand alligator discover your location? Not a jest. They must have received assistance for the little people. Our family has spent 7 years accumulating these toy slaves, and they are all reverting to humans one by one, Torbull lamented. Crocodile, with a wicked grin, seized Torbull's communication snail. Laughing, Joker, how is this surprise? Exciting? ISNT it? Clean your neck, and wait for us to come and cut you down. With that, he hung up without affording Doflamingo a chance to respond. In the palace, Doflamingo was furious, shattering the cup in his hand. Meanwhile, Crocodile ceased playing with Torbull, unleashing various fruit abilities that Torbull was utterly unable to withstand, ultimately rendering him unconscious. At this juncture, Frankie and his companions burst onto the scene. Frankie laughed heartily. Old Sam, this is it. Your speed is truly astonishing. Crocodile, unfazed, puffed on his cigar. This is merely insufficient. Let us postpone our chat. There remains a task to fulfill. With that, he continued onward with Sugar. Meanwhile, in the Smile Factory, several minions of the Don Quixote family were discussing in a state of panic. This is bad. The toys have returned to humans. We're in trouble. Look, a group is charging towards us. What do we do? Fear not. This place is constructed from sea prism stone. As long as they lack the key, they cannot break in. But I saw Lord Torbull and Lady Sugar being captured. Impossible. How could that be? The minions widened their eyes in disbelief, mouths agape. 4 of our masters have been captured. How could this happen? They're getting closer. Are we doomed? Just as Crocodile and his allies prepared to dismantle the Smile Factory to rescue the hundreds of little people, the ground began to tremble violently. The previously flat surface contorted into disarray. The Smile Factory rapidly ascended from below, continuing to shift. Crocodile and Frankie exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? The duck we were about to catch has flown away, leaving a few companions behind to rescue the captives. The rest hastened to follow the moving Smile Factory. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yufan's side, Rebecca watched as the toy soldier transformed back into a man, memories restored. She gasped, her hand covering her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. This toy soldier, who has been with me for 7 years, was my father. Curious also wept profusely, and the father and daughter embraced joyously. Suddenly, a troop rushed in from behind, led by a man wearing an iron helmet and carrying a long sword on his back. Beside him stood a beautiful woman with long brown hair, light brown eyes adorned with a red flower, dressed in a flamenco costume. Zhang Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: Liku Dord 3 potential combat growth level. B current combat level. B age, height. Gender: male weapon, longsword devil fruit. None bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. The former king of Dressrosa. He was a descendant of the Liku family, who, 800 years ago, journeyed to the Holy Land, married Geos with the Don Quixote family, and 18 other kings to establish the world government. 7 years ago, the last descendant of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote da Flamingo, cunningly usurped the throne, forcing King Liku to abdicate. He is the grandfather of Rebecca, known for his benevolence and frequently assisting nations embroiled in war, earning the trust of the citizens of Dressrosa. Name: Violetta potential combat growth level. B current combat level. C age, 26 height, 176 centimeters gender, female weapon, none devil fruit. Dengeki no Mi bounty, none equipment card, none introduction. A dancer from Dressrosa. She is an assassin of the treble army of the Don Quixote family. Her true identity is that of a princess of the Dressrosa kingdom. 7 years ago, when the Don Quixote family invaded the Dressrosa palace, she was captured. Due to Doflamingo's interest in her devil fruit ability, she begged him to spare her father's life, agreeing to serve the Don Quixote family under the alias Violetta. As Rebecca's family gathered, joy filled the air. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. The palace atop the royal hill was rising steadily, while the Smile Factory emerged from the earth, moving towards the palace. The crowd was bewildered, questioning the purpose of this upheaval. Inside the palace, Doflamingo wore a sinister smile. Those who dared to disrupt his plans would face annihilation. He unleashed his devil fruit powers, releasing thousands of transparent threads into the air, which fell like a meteor shower. These threads, extending from a single point in the sky to the ground, formed a massive birdcage that arched from the air to the earth. Simultaneously, he employed parasitic threads to compel the citizens of Dressrosa to turn against each other. Meanwhile, 2 warships approached the island of Dressrosa, only to be ensnared by the colossal birdcage moments after docking. The bewildered sailors drew their swords, attempting to sever the threads, but their blades shattered against the unyielding strands. One sailor exclaimed in shock, "Admiral Kizaru, we are trapped. These threads are too strong." Kizaru furrowed his brow, gazing at the sky, suspecting Doflamingo's involvement. The situation in the city appeared dire, and without hesitation, he led his men towards the chaos within. Back in the palace, Doflamingo addressed the residents of Dressrosa and the guests, aware that many would wish to see him dead upon learning the truth. "Let us play a game where you may kill me. I shall remain in the palace. No one can save you, and no one will escape this birdcage. The game concludes when you either kill me or all members of the extreme pirates, each with a bounty on their heads. Your fate is in your hands, as the cage will constrict over time. Let the game begin." The crowd tested their communication devices, confirming that they were indeed cut off from the outside world. Doflamingo projected images of most of the Extreme Pirates members onto a large screen, their bounties ranging from 100 million to 600 million berries. Some audacious pirates grinned maliciously at the sight of so many bounties, envisioning the fortune they could amass, enough to indulge in a lifetime of revelry. Despite their gratitude for being saved, the allure of wealth was too enticing to refuse. Chaos erupted in the city, filled with cries of terror. Kazan observed the devastation, reflecting on the dangers left behind by the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea. Zhang Yufan frowned, while Kazan remained silent, taking in the grim scene. Standing in a flower field, Yixiao urged, "Captain, let me and my comrades help rescue these innocent residents." Zhang Yufan replied earnestly, "No problem. We will handle Doflamingo and his crew." With that, Yixiao led most of their comrades swiftly towards the city. The family of Jiru also joined with their army. As Zhang Yufan's group made their way to the transformed Royal Hill, a massive boulder suddenly plummeted towards them. Beijis and the others leaped into action, shattering the rock with a series of powerful punches to prevent it from crushing the unsuspecting citizens below. Zhang Yufan scanned the information on the massive stone giant. Name: Pika. Potential combat growth level: S. Current combat level: S. Age: 37. Height: 47 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: Ishinomi bounty: 99 million berries. Equipment card: none. Introduction: a member of the Don Quixote family. He is a high-ranking officer in the Pika Army's Special Operations Unit. Pika is taciturn and serious, his voice unexpectedly high-pitched for his size, a fact he is sensitive about. If mocked, he becomes enraged. Pika, maintaining his calm demeanor, declared with his unexpectedly high-pitched voice, "I have found you, little pests of the extreme pirates. Prepare to meet your demise." Usopp chuckled, glancing up at the giant. That voice is so odd. But this rock giant is truly massive. The others joined in laughter at the absurdity of the situation. The minions of the Don Quixote family, panicked, shouted, "Stop laughing. The extreme pirates are in grave danger." Lord Pika is very sensitive about his voice. If he gets angry, it will be disastrous. Everyone, run for your lives. Pika, infuriated by the laughter, repaired his damaged arm and swung his colossal fist towards Zhang Yufan and his companions. If it struck the city, it would devastate a large area. Zhang Yufan and his team were determined not to allow such a catastrophe to unfold. In a swift motion, they obliterated Pika's rocky arm, thwarting the impending disaster. Expressions of shock adorned their faces as they stood there, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment. The colossal fists were effortlessly shattered, leaving one to ponder the immense strength of the Jishin Heizetsuan. If it were to be struck by such might, the consequences would be dire. Subsequently, they raised their firearms, aiming at Zhang Yufan and his companions, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Not long after acquiring the shield fruit, Bartolomeo conjured a barrier that deflected all the bullets. He then propelled the barrier forward, swiftly colliding with the henchmen and dispatching them in quick succession. Beijis, laughing heartily, looked up and declared, "Hee Captain. Leave this hefty opponent to me. It's perfect for my training. You all may continue your ascent." Zhang Yufan nodded and briefed Beijis on the abilities of Pika's fruit. He also left a knife-wielding baboon behind to assist Beijis in clearing the fallen debris. After Zhang Yufan departed, Beijis stepped forward, approaching Pika's massive form. He unleashed a series of punches, cleaving the stone body in two. Pika chuckled, swatting at Beijis. Futile. No matter how many stones you shatter, you cannot harm me." Beiji smiled, effortlessly blocking the attack. "You certainly know how to evade. Let us see how I can force you out." Observing Pika's remaining upper body, Beiji swiftly delivered a barrage of punches, reducing it to mere fragments, leaving only the head and right arm intact. Sensing the stone's movements, he noted that only the head remained active. With another punch, he obliterated it, finally forcing Pika out. Pika, emerging with a large blade in hand, mocked, "Even if you manage to force me out, what can you do? Can you defeat someone with my formidable Busashoku haki?" Upon finishing his statement, he enveloped himself and his blade in Busashoku haki and charged at Beijis. In a moment, you shall understand true strength. Beijis, with a look of disdain, effortlessly dodged Pika's attacks. He charged forward, enveloped in Busashoku haki, delivering a powerful punch. Pika, unable to evade, had no choice but to absorb the blow with his left hand. However, the sheer force sent him and his blade hurtling backward. Beijis swiftly followed, delivering a fierce kick that sent Pika soaring into the air, followed by a relentless flurry of punches and kicks. Even with Busashoku haki protecting his exterior, it proved ineffective against the onslaught, rendering him utterly defenseless. The intensity of Beijis Busashoku haki was capable of inflicting internal damage. How can your strength be so overwhelming? Even your Busashoku haki is formidable. Pika grimaced in pain. Beijis, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly knocked him unconscious. Meanwhile, the baboon on the ground executed powerful slashes to shatter the larger stones that had fallen, quickly clearing the area and preparing to carry Pika to join Zhang Yufan and the others. In the city of Dressrosa, Yixiao had already arrived. The residents and pirates were engaged in fierce combat, and upon sensing their surroundings, they identified the transparent threads controlling the populace. Xiao instructed Enel to deal with the rebellious pirates while the other allies were dispersed to sever these threads, thus liberating the citizens from Doflamingo's control. Just then, a contingent of Navy soldiers approached, heading toward Xiao's direction. Among them was none other than his former adversary, riding on the Thunder Tiger. Yaha Kizuru, long time no see. Are you here to capture me today? Shall we engage in another battle? Enel jested. Oh, how frightening. I didn't expect to encounter you here. This is not the time for capturing. We must continue saving people. Kizaru's Navy companions looked puzzled, questioning why a pirate would be involved in rescue efforts. They attempted to advance toward Enel, but Kizaru halted them, saying, "These fools are truly stubborn. I couldn't defeat him, let alone you. Are you planning to hand in your heads? Even a collective assault is insufficient. He can handle it with one hand." Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his group ascended another level. The three leaders awaited them with their subordinates not far off. One was an elderly bald man with bulging veins and a tight-fitting outfit adorned with lightning patterns. Another had a hairstyle reminiscent of a Super Saiyan, wearing a mask with round lenses and scars sewn into the sides of his eyes, clad in a deep blue long coat. The last had horns resembling those of the fishmen of Dressrosa, sporting fins on his back, a duckbill cap, an earring on his left ear, and dressed in a long-sleeve garment patterned like a giraffe with hot pants and white stockings, complemented by 10-centimeter deep red high heels. Zhang Yufan accessed their information through the system. Name, Raoji Combat Growth Potential Level, a current combat level, B. Age, 67 height, 1. 57 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, 61 million berries equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote pirates, a member of Diamante's fighting squad, speaks with honorifics, possesses a calm demeanor, and is highly obedient to Doflamingo's commands. He reports failures, but occasionally makes G gestures while uttering related puns, enjoys playing cards, and is a card partner of Jorah. Name, Gladiolus Combat Growth Potential Level, a current combat level, B. Age, 30 height, 2. 6 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, Bomu no Mi bounty, 31 million berries equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote pirates. Part of the Spade Pika army, alongside Baby 5 and Buffalo, is a special operations unit. He is fiercely loyal to Doflamingo, with a fiery temper and intolerance for those who betray the Don Quixote family, disliking those who deviate from plans and are tardy, displaying considerable cunning. Name, Durinji Combat Growth Potential Level, a current combat level, B. Age, 13 height, 1. 84 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, 15 million berries equipment card, none description, a cadre of the Don Quixote pirates, a half-fishman, possesses physical abilities surpassing those of ordinary humans. As the child of a human and a fishman, he is reviled by both groups, leading to his adoption by the family. He enjoys mocking and teasing enemies, displaying extreme ferocity in battle. Gladiolus, filled with rage, declared, "This area is off limits. I am Gladiolus, and I shall obliterate you. Regis, deal with that old man. Bartolomeo, confront this one who wishes to blow us up. Jinbei, handle that half-fishman." Zhang Yufan remained composed. The three companions nodded and advanced toward their respective opponents. Zhang Yufan, accompanied by the remaining allies, continued their ascent to the next level. Bartolomeo laughed heartily as he approached, exclaiming in bravado that if his opponent wished to annihilate them, he would welcome the attempt. Gladiolus, with a cold smirk, resolved to reward this reckless fool with a grand explosive display. He activated his projectile weapon, which featured a gear mechanism on his left arm, launching several gray stones resembling boulders. As these stones traveled a distance, he enhanced their size through his abilities. Just as the stones were about to collide with Bartolomeo, they were intercepted by a protective barrier, thwarting the explosion. Observing this, Gladiolus unleashed a barrage of explosive techniques, yet Bartolomeo's barrier successfully absorbed every blast. "Is that all you've got, Gladiolus? Your explosions lack potency. They couldn't even mar my shield. Perhaps you are too impoverished to eat well? Here, S1 belly for your meal. You insolent brat, it is you who lacks sustenance. Your entire family is starving." Prepare for a full-body detonation. Gladiolus charged at Bartolomeo, his form swelling before he erupted in an explosion. Bartolomeo, however, conjured a spherical barrier to encase himself, emerging unscathed. Having had his fun, he enveloped himself in haki and dispelled the abilities of his devil fruit, swiftly confronting Gladiolus. What followed was a flurry of strikes that rendered Gladiolus unconscious. To Bartolomeo's left, Regis and Rao Ji had commenced their own battle on a separate field. Rao Ji initiated the fight with a move resembling a bowing stance, mimicking the letter G with his hands. He regulated his breath, his body trembling as he executed rapid movements beyond human perception, striking Regis's eyes while spinning. Regis easily countered, and Rao Ji followed up with successive techniques, employing swift motions to attack Regis's shoulders and joints. Nonetheless, Regis absorbed these blows, retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Rao Ji flying. Old man, your techniques are quite amusing, but alas, they possess little strength and are ineffective against me. You little brat, feel the weight of age. The more it hurts, the harder I strike with my gongchen. After striking a pose again resembling the letter G, he unleashed an array of martial arts attacks on Regis. Regis, employing his own martial prowess, countered with incredible speed and force, repelling Rao Ji once more. Struggling to rise, Rao Ji's physique expanded dramatically, muscles erupting with power as he roared. This is the ultimate technique of gongchen, a method that allows me to conserve my strength for battle, even in sickness or age. I have regained my peak power and honed my skills to perfection. Can you still contend with me? Prepare yourself. He executed his strongest move, the Jing, charging towards Regis with a palm poised to deliver a rapid energy strike to the abdomen. Unfortunately, Regis was swifter, interrupting the attack and unleashing a series of strikes that left Rao Ji incapacitated. On Bartolomeo's right, Jinbei and Dorinji were engaged in their own struggle. As a fellow fishman, I advise you to surrender. You cannot hope to defeat me. What nonsense! Do not underestimate me. I carry the blood of the fighting fish within me. Surrender is out of the question. With that, Dorinji unleashed his headless high heels, accelerating towards Jinbei with the sharp fins of the fighting fish extending from his back, aiming a devastating kick at Jinbei's neck. However, Jinbei effortlessly dodged, countering with a punch that sent Dorinji flying. No need for fishman karate. A simple fist sufficed. Regaining his footing, Dorinji propelled himself forward, leaving an afterimage as he dashed towards Jinbei, delivering a rapid succession of kicks. Jinbei, enveloped in haki, stood firm, effortlessly blocking Dorinji's relentless assault without budging an inch. How can this be? Why is there such a disparity in our strengths? Nothing is impossible. Reality is simply harsh. Your efforts are futile. You cannot harm me. I refuse to believe it. Fall. With renewed determination, Dorinji intensified his kicks, yet the result was the same. He attempted his gun heel, drawing his right leg back to kick at Jinbei's head with gun-like speed. Once executed, this move was difficult to retract, leaving him vulnerable. Jinbei evaded with ease, swiftly advancing behind Dorinji and delivering a powerful chop that rendered him unconscious. Carrying Dorinji, Jinbei sought out Bartolomeo and Regis. The remaining henchmen had also been dealt with, and they regrouped to ascend further. In the city of Dressrosa, Mihawk and the Baboon King, both armed with swords, moved forward. Enhanced by Zhang Yufan's unique abilities, the Baboon King, after numerous encounters with formidable opponents aboard the ship, no longer feared Mihawk as he once did. They advanced side by side toward the edge of the birdcage. Mihawk, astonished, patted the Baboon King's arm, remarking on how Zhang Yufan's peculiar powers had remarkably improved his swordsmanship in such a short time. The Baboon King agreed, deeming it a divine ability, while Mihawk remained composed, stating, "Joker is truly a master of chaos. Baboon King, prepare to showcase your skills." The Baboon King nodded, grinning as he thumped his chest, seemingly declaring his commitment to the task ahead. Suddenly, the birdcage began to rapidly constrict towards the center, its speed alarming as everything that touched its rigid threads was mercilessly severed. The inhabitants of Dressrosa panicked, fleeing towards the center of the cage. Mihawk and the Baboon King drew their swords, channeling all their strength into their blades. The baboon king vaulted into the air, vigorously slashing at the encroaching threads, while Mihawk, on the ground, similarly cleaved through them. In unison, they severed the perilous threads, while other baboons with blades joined in, ensuring the safety of those around them. The sound of the silk thread cutting came to an abrupt halt, and the residents of Dreas Rosa Island believed the shrinking had ceased. They stood frozen in place, gazing skyward, their faces adorned with astonishment. Such a formidable birdcage had been so effortlessly dismantled. The naval officers, equally bewildered, could hardly comprehend the strength of the baboons. Previously, they had attempted to sever those resilient silk threads, yet their blades had nearly snapped without yielding any results. Even swords imbued with haki proved ineffective. Their current combat prowess was inferior to that of the baboons. How could they possibly apprehend the remaining members of the extreme pirates? It was no wonder that Admiral Kazuru had previously intervened to prevent them from engaging. Meanwhile, within the palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo sat in his chair, sensing the disturbance in the silk threads. With an air of indifference, he strode out of the palace, confronted by an unbelievable sight. Doflamingo's fury boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead. Who had dared to disrupt his birdcage? He demanded an inquiry. The minions within the palace seized the opportunity presented by the vanishing birdcage to contact the remaining subordinates of the Don Quixote family scattered throughout the city. Doflamingo stood resolute, raising his hands, summoning an abundance of silk threads that surged skyward once more. Not only did he restore the birdcage, but he fortified it, rendering it even more unyielding. One frightened subordinate approached Doflamingo, reporting that they had discovered the birdcage had been dismantled by the extreme pirates and the baboons. Doflamingo furrowed his brow in disbelief. When had the baboons become so formidable? Another subordinate emerged from a room, announcing that someone had spotted Dracul Mihawk in the company of the baboons. This revelation made sense. Mihawk, that scoundrel, had come to disrupt his game. Doflamingo seethed with rage. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions had ascended to the upper level, where 3 individuals awaited them, accompanied by a throng of minions. One man, adorned with a fringed hat and bearing 2 facial scars, draped in a crimson cloak and wielding a longsword, stood among them. Another figure, a woman with long black hair clad in a maid's outfit, casually smoking a cigarette, was also present. The final individual possessed a peculiar hairstyle resembling a propeller, his body entwined in thick chains and clad in a heavy long coat. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their profiles. Name: Diamante Combat, Potential Growth Level, a Current Combat Level, Age, 42 Height, 5. 25 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, Flap Flap Fruit Bounty, 99 million berries Equipment Card. None Overview. One of the 4 highest-ranking executives of the Don Quixote family, codenamed Square. He leads the family's combat group. He entered Dreas Rosa with the family 7 years ago and murdered Rebecca's mother, Scarlet. He relishes in mockery and becomes irate whenever Doflamingo is harmed, enforcing absolute loyalty among family executives without tolerance for hesitation or dissent. Name: Baby 5 Combat, Potential Growth Level, B Current Combat Level, B Age, 21 Height, 1. 81 meters Gender, Female Weapon, her entire body Devil Fruit, Weapon Fruit Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Overview, a maid and assassin of the Don Quixote family. She enjoys smoking and yearns to be needed. Unable to refuse anyone's requests, whether for loans, proposals, or for sales, she often finds herself deceived, leading many unscrupulous men to propose to her. Her fiancé has become a target for Doflamingo's purges. Name: Buffalo Combat, Potential Growth Level, B Current Combat Level, B Age, 27 Height, 6. 96 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, Spin Fruit Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Overview. A fighter of the Don Quixote family, he is particularly fond of gambling. Blessed with exceptional luck. When he finds himself short on funds, he often borrows money from Baby E5 to gamble, lacking intelligence and easily falling prey to deception. Diamante sneered, glancing down below, where a lively scene unfolded. Halt! You shall not ascend to trouble the young master. Zoro remained composed, donning a bandana, drawing 3 swords. Our captain is rather occupied at the moment, so allow me to entertain you. From the moment Zhang Yufan and his companions had arrived, Baby 5 had trained her weapon on Oka. Zhang Yufan smiled and patted Oka's arm. Oka, it seems that from the moment we arrived, Baby 5 has focused solely on you. Wouldn't you say this is a fateful encounter? Oka smiled back, gun in hand. If you say so, Captain, I suppose it could be. She suffers from an acute neediness, unable to refuse anyone's requests. It wouldn't be so bad to have her as your wife, Zhang Yufan said with a mischievous grin. Such a condition exists. I must go and test it. Oka deployed, astonished. Sanji stayed behind to deal with Buffalo, while Nokigo confronted the minions trailing behind. Zhang Yufan led the remaining companions toward the final level, the Royal Plateau. Oka, intrude, approached Baby Yurt. Indeed, this is a fateful encounter. I need you to shoot yourself. Baby 5 beamed, squinting her eyes, lifting her gun. If this helps you, I shall gladly oblige. Oka was taken aback. She truly would not refuse and appeared to be overjoyed. Why was this so? What had prompted such a condition? Had she endured some special treatment in the past? Standing still, Baby 5 raised her weapon to her own head. A blissful smile gracing her features as she closed her eyes, lost in memories. In her impoverished childhood, she had faced disdain upon her birth. Many believed her mother should not have given birth to her, deeming her a burden that wasted food. One day, a proposal arose to abandon her in the mountains, thus saving a meal. Her mother had indeed cast her away, forbidding her from following. As she departed, her mother had told her that she was useless and that no one would ever need her. Heartbroken, Baby 5 lamented the fact that even her mother did not want her. Yet now she was needed. The surrounding minions exchanged glances, resigned. Oh no, not again. Baby 5 has fallen in her old habit. As soon as she feels needed, this happens. We are now trapped by the enemy, and rescuing anyone seems increasingly difficult. Little brat, I refuse to let Baby 5 die. As long as she is needed, she would sacrifice her own life. Such a useful woman is hard to come by, Diamante sneered. Upon hearing these words, Baby 5 felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Was she merely a tool of utility? Tears streamed down her face. If that were the case, then perhaps dying would be acceptable. If she could assist others one last time before her demise, she would have no regrets. Just as Baby 5 prepared to pull the trigger, Oka dashed forward, firmly grasping her hand and redirecting the gun away. Baby 5, from this moment forth, you shall be my wife. With me by your side, no one shall ever harm you. Our meeting is truly fated. Really? Is it true? I can be your wife, and you will protect me? No one has ever spoken such words to me. As Baby 5's hand was grasped, her eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of hope igniting within her heart. Oka enveloped Baby 5 in his arms, casting a disdainful glance at the right side, where Diamante stood. You shall be disappointed. Baby 5 will not perish, nor will she ever be treated as a mere tool again. I shall protect her for life. Sanji and the others wore maternal smiles, acknowledging Oka as an unconventional hero in his quest to save the damsel. Baby 5 gazed adoringly, her body pressed against Oka. Who would have thought that one day she would encounter someone who genuinely needed her? Overwhelmed with joy, she felt as though she might just burst. Diamante was infuriated, feeling as though his prize cabbage was being snatched away by a pig. I haven't even had my fill yet, and you wish to take her? Dream on. Watch as I cleave you in two. Just as he drew his sword to charge forward, he was intercepted. Zoro, calm and composed, gripped his blade. Diamante, your opponent is me. Do not treat me as mere air. With that, he lunged at Diamante, wielding 3 blades with precision. Diamante, caught off guard, raised his steel cloak for defense, only to be effortlessly sliced through by Zoro, sending him flying. Stabilizing himself, Diamante was taken aback, quickly unleashing his half-moon funeral technique. He raised his longsword, directing it at Zoro, and unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, effortlessly cleaving the earth in two. Zoro, with a casual flick of his blade, countered with a colossal slash, dissipating the formidable sword wave while simultaneously pushing it back. Diamante, increasingly astonished, realized this adversary possessed remarkable strength. He activated his army flag technique, transforming the ground around him into a light, billowing fabric. The ground swayed like a flag in the wind, aimed at unbalancing Zoro and causing him to lose his footing, thus hindering his ability to counterattack. While it did impact Zoro slightly, it was hardly a significant obstacle. He could resolve it. Diamante laughed heartily, sword in hand. How about that? Isn't this billowing terrain splendid? You must be feeling quite unstable. Zoro, unfazed, responded, just a little trick, but it's rather entertaining. Yet it cannot impede me. With a cold smirk, Diamante retorted, keep pretending. You can barely stand. How do you intend to attack me? He then employed his sword serpent technique, transforming his long sword into a light, airy form, whipping it towards Zoro while restoring its original hardness for an assault. The sword moved like a serpent, launching unpredictable and irregular thrusts at him. Zoro stepped into the air, his feet leaving the ground, unaffected by the instability below. He deftly evaded all attacks and charged once more at Diamante. Now fully aware of his combat prowess and no longer holding back, he swung his sword, knocking Diamante unconscious without delivering a fatal blow. Meanwhile, Sanji and Buffalo had already engaged in battle. Buffalo grinned widely, soaring into the air like a helicopter. Little one, allow me to halt your advance with my Gale Strike. He spun his head, transformed into a propeller, and unleashed a powerful windstorm towards Sanji. Sanji swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Buffalo unleashed his rotating projectile, hurling several bombs at Sanji, enhanced by the centrifugal force of his spinning body, increasing their speed and impact. I refuse to believe such rapid speed won't hit that little guy. However, reality proved harsh. Compared to Sanji, Buffalo was merely a jester before a warrior. Sanji exerted his legs and vanished from sight, effortlessly dodging the attack and appearing beside Buffalo, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring higher. Big fellow, prepare to witness a speed so quick it defies visibility. Spring sniper. Sanji smiled, bouncing in air with lightning speed in all directions. Buffalo, wide-eyed, could not grasp Sanji's fleeting form, unaware of being struck numerous times before he was knocked unconscious. After clearing the battlefield, Zoro and the others continued their ascent. Meanwhile, within the Smile Factory, the minions of the Don Quixote family were commanding the little folk to work. Quickly, prop up the sad storage tanks. Do you not wish to earn money to buy medicine for Princess Manchuri's ailment? What was that tremor just now? This is none of your concern. Hurry and work. Is Greenbit all right? And what of our comrades in Dressrosa? Silence. Your task is to cultivate genuine smile. Move faster. The little folk looked puzzled, glancing up at the minions. They noticed two aerial squads outside the Smile Factory, one led by Bien with the Pink Brigade and another led by Koby with the Yellow Koby Brigade. They bore two lines of text declaring, Princess Manchuri is not ill. We have been deceived by Don Quixote Doflamingo. While the little folk were bewildered by the situation, one thing was clear, their comrades would never lie to them. The minions attempted to reward the little folk with a sense of gratitude, but unexpectedly, the little folk retaliated, knocking them down, then giving a thumbs up to their comrades outside the Smile Factory. Koby and the others rejoiced, realizing that their comrades within had received the message and begun to resist. However, a significant problem loomed. The walls here were exceedingly sturdy. With their strength, they could not breach them. What should they do? Nearby stood a closed door, yet without a key, it remained locked. Who possessed the key? This was a grave predicament. Crocodile and Frankie, accompanied by several comrades, had arrived at the Smile Factory entrance. This Smile Factory is quite elevated, old sand. Who will dismantle it? Frankie grinned. Crocodile, unfazed, a cigar in his mouth, replied, Allow me. The stone door posed no challenge to him. Erosion rebirth. He extended his right hand to press against the stone door, preparing to reduce it to sand. However, just as his hand made contact, he felt a sudden weakness, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ha ha ha, old sand, what's wrong? Why have you suddenly gone soft? Can you even manage this? Frankie laughed heartily. Crocodile's expression darkened. He was inadvertently mocking himself. He had not anticipated that this place was constructed from hockey-infused stone. He withdrew his right hand from the door and stood upright. Frankie, you are capable. Then you take the lead. I will do it, just watch closely. This is how we dismantle the stone door. Frankie approached, his right hand clenched into a fist. and he struck the stone door with great force. He aimed to shatter it, but as soon as he made contact with the stone, much like Crocodile, felt his body weaken and nearly collapsed. Crocodile chuckled nearby. "See, you dare to mock me? Now you understand the severity of the situation." It was at this moment that Frankie realized why Old Sand had reacted the way he did. His face flushed with embarrassment, yet due to his modifications. It was not apparent. He awkwardly laughed. He then instructed Maz and Kiwi, the two sisters, to exert their full strength to break the stone door. These sea stone materials are precious and must not go to waste. Once we rescue the little people, we will have all the sea stone here cut into small pieces for the captain to take. They can be used to train those with devil fruit abilities in their capacity to endure sea stone or to fabricate weapons, as they are excellent materials. After the stone door was cleaved open, a woman emerged from within, her face adorned with numerous freckles, her hair golden, her figure imposing, and in her hands she wielded a massive vacuum cleaner. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" "I am Chioin, the director of the Smile Factory. We are pirates. We have come to rescue people. As for you, may you descend into hell," Frankie declared, then charged forward, dispatching all enemies with haste. He sensed the positions of others within the Smile Factory and continued toward his target, only to be obstructed once again by another stone door. Maz and Kiwi were called upon once more to cleave it open, revealing yet another stone door. After it was severed, they finally laid eyes on hundreds of little people. Koby and the others followed closely behind Frankie as they flew in. The little people cheered joyfully. Frankie instructed them to salvage any useful equipment from the Smile Factory and to destroy everything else. After the parasitic threads and bird cages created by Doflamingo in the city of Dressrosa were dismantled, the Navy and Chopper were working tirelessly to tend to the wounded. The residents were exceedingly delighted, finally free from the threat of being sliced by those rigid threads. "Ha ha ha! Those threads are severed. We can live. The baboons truly are formidable. We owe our gratitude to the extreme pirates." Yes, indeed. Had it not been for them, we would still be killing each other. However, soon the residents looked up at the sky, their expressions turning grim. Their emotions were akin to a roller coaster, oscillating between joy and despair. Doflamingo had restored the birdcage and reinforced it, rendering it even more impenetrable. It felt as though they were truly deprived of life. They hoped the birdcage might be destroyed once again. Mihawk and the baboons wielded their blades and once more shattered the birdcage, standing atop the king's heights. Doflamingo seethed with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging. "You wretches, one after another, disrupting my plans. I shall remember this debt and settle it in due time." The newly constructed birdcage was obliterated again, rendering further construction unnecessary. It could no longer serve its purpose. The Smile Factory had also been demolished, though it could be rebuilt. He then proceeded to the rooftop of the palace, awaiting Zhang Yufan's arrival. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions had already reached the palace atop the king's heights. Lao, with a serious demeanor, perched on Zhang Yufan's shoulder. "Zhang Yufan, Princess Mangxueli is undoubtedly imprisoned in a certain location within the palace by Doflamingo. I will sense the positions of everyone inside the palace shortly." Zhang Yufan smiled and pointed in a specific direction, leading them onward. Along the way, they encountered a few lowly minions, all of whom were swiftly dealt with. After navigating the palace's labyrinthine halls, they soon found themselves in front of a confinement room. To their astonishment, a figure stood within. Zhang Yufan was taken aback. How did Doflamingo appear here? The system indicated that it was not a person, but rather a clone created by Doflamingo using threads. Zhang Yufan informed his companions of the situation. He then drew his blade, Shuezhou, enveloping it in armament haki, denying Doflamingo's clone even a moment to retaliate. He dashed forward, delivering a powerful strike that severed the head of the Doflamingo clone, revealing the true form of the threads. He then entered the confinement room, where he beheld a small person with a pointed nose, red streaks on her cheeks, and two braids adorned with flowers in her long, yellow hair, surrounded by several lowly minions, weeping sorrowfully. Zhang Yufan checked the information on the little person using the system. Name, Mangxueli, combat potential level, B, current combat level, C, age, 22 years, height, 0. 2 meters, gender, female, weapon, none, devil fruit. Healing fruit, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Description, a little person, princess of Dongdadak Kingdom. Daughter of the Dongdadak chief. She only displays her capriciousness in front of Leo, is willful and has a bad temper, yet is gentle towards others. She harbors affection for Leo, who remains oblivious due to his dullness. She becomes angry when Leo comments on her weight. For 7 years, she has been imprisoned deep within the palace chapel, shedding tears daily. Leo leapt down from Zhang Yufan's shoulder, dispatching the lowly minions. Do not fear, princess. I have come to rescue you. Meng Shuili, tearful, leaped into Leo's embrace. Leo, I was so scared. I thought I would never see you again. Leo smiled, catching Meng Shuili. Princess, it has been a long time. You have grown heavier. Meng Shuili, indignant, swatted at Leo. You scoundrel, calling me fat again. Zhang Yufan could only shake his head in disbelief. Leo was truly oblivious. Who would comment on a woman's weight upon their first meeting? Zhang Yufan instructed Leo and the others to escort Meng Shuili out of there. Leo gently set Meng Shuili down, and just as they were about to leave, she said, Leo, my foot is injured. Will you carry me? Otherwise, you can hold me. Here we go again. Princess, do not be so willful. You can heal your foot yourself. Humph. Then I shall not leave. I did not ask you to rescue me. Do not throw a tantrum here. Your attitude is quite problematic. Lanbois, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Leo's rear and exclaimed, Captain, the princess requests that you carry her. Just do it without all this nonsense. Hurry up and carry her away. The other little people nodded in agreement, believing Lanbois was correct. The princess has spoken, yet the captain still hesitates. Leo, covering his rear, begrudgingly hoisted Meng Shuili onto his back and ran out, thinking what a troublesome princess she was, always willful and prone to tantrums. Did I owe her from a past life, leading to such torment in this one? Lanbois glanced at Leo with exasperation. The princess was gentle towards everyone else, yet treated the captain with such special consideration. How dull could the captain be to not even realize the princess's affections for him? It seems I must have a word with the captain upon my return. Otherwise, enlightenment may prove elusive. Zhang Yufan has already vanquished all enemies within the palace, save for Don Quixote Doflamingo. Alone, he strides towards the rooftop of the palace, prepared to bring an end to Doflamingo's reign. Soon, he encounters a man with a head of golden hair, donning sunglasses, clad in a pink feather coat and cropped pants, complemented by a pair of pointed shoes, seated there. Zhang Yufan utilizes the system to inspect his information. Name, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Power growth potential level. SS, current power level. SS. Age, 38. Height, 3.05 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. String fruit. Bounty, 340 million berries. Equipment card, none. Synopsis, nicknamed Heavenly Knight Demon. Born of celestial dragon lineage, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, concurrently the king of Dressrosa, known as Joker in the underworld. Feared by the celestial dragons for his knowledge of the secrets of Mariehua's treasures. He is known for his rebellious nature, brutality, and cold-bloodedness, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his objectives, even at the expense of comrades and kin. However, he possesses a regal demeanor and secretly nurtures the evil scientist Caesar Clown, producing artificial Zoan-type devil fruits known as Smile, selling them clandestinely to the Yonko Kaido. Evading the Navy government. Doflamingo rises from his chair, fury etched upon his face. Zhang Yufan, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. You, the scoundrel, have led the destruction of my meticulously crafted plan. Indeed, Doflamingo, your era has come to an end. Behold the state of Dressrosa under your rule. I have even brought a gift for our meeting. Do not become too excited upon seeing it. Zhang Yufan replies with a smile. With that, he retrieves the corpses of Clown, Virgo, and Monet from his storage space and tosses them forward. Doflamingo, puzzled as to what gift Zhang Yufan has prepared, is soon confronted with the sight of the 3 lifeless bodies, erupting into a fit of rage. You bastard! I will slay you for killing Clown and the others. Prepare for retribution from the Yonko. With that, he propels himself towards Zhang Yufan with great force, his aura intensifying as he raises his right foot, aiming a kick at Zhang Yufan's head. Zhang Yufan's aura similarly surges as he retaliates with a kick. Thus, the two conquerors' haki collide, producing a resounding crackle. The surrounding objects cannot withstand the tremendous shockwave, either toppling over or being sent flying, and the rooftop of the palace begins to fracture. The inhabitants of Dressrosa Island are startled by the commotion. The residents of the city look up towards the palace, discussing the situation. What is happening? It seems a fierce battle is underway atop the palace. This terrifying aura nearly scared me to death. We must defeat Doflamingo, or my life may be forfeit. Zhang Yufan's companions scattered throughout the city exhibit little reaction, continuing with their tasks, having surmised that this must be the work of their captain. However, the magnitude of this commotion is rather significant. It appears Doflamingo is indeed formidable. On the palace rooftop, Zhang Yufan amplifies his strength and sends Doflamingo flying. Now, do not get too agitated. This gift is rather delightful, is it not? You need not thank me excessively. Do you have any form of reciprocation in mind? He teases. You little brat. You wish for reciprocation? Very well. I have prepared the fan package with an all-you-can-eat service, the 5-colored strings. Doflamingo, having regained his footing, furrows his brow in fury as veins bulge on his forehead. He conjures nearly transparent, thin strings from each of his 5 fingers, adopting a claw-like stance as the 5 strings lunge towards Zhang Yufan. The strings, sharp as piano wires, threaten to slice Zhang Yufan's body. Yet, they are effortlessly parried by Zhang Yufan's Shuezo knife. Doflamingo then unleashes a thicker line, employing it like a whip, swinging it relentlessly at Zhang Yufan, who easily evades the attacks. Zhang Yufan, wielding his knife, swiftly delivers slashes towards Doflamingo. In response, Doflamingo activates his Devil Fruit Awakening skill, White Shield Line, causing enormous lines to erupt from the ground to defend against the slashes, barely holding them at bay. He follows up with another awakening skill, Raging White Line, arranging thousands of transparent white strings horizontally to form a wave-like assault, surging upwards towards Zhang Yufan, ultimately coiling to ensnare him in a twisting mass of white lines. Zhang Yufan remains composed, executing powerful slashes that sever Doflamingo's white lines with ease. Doflamingo, even with your awakened devil fruit skills, you remain woefully inadequate. You cannot harm me. He asserts, you little brat, your swordsmanship is impressive. You even comprehend the awakening of devil fruits. Prepare to meet your end. Devil Fruit Awakening Skill, 1,000 Arrows Piercing Heart Feather Strike. Doflamingo declares, summoning thousands of lines imbued with haki, resembling flamingo wings, surrounding Zhang Yufan in a deadly barrage. Zhang Yufan, enveloped in haki, including on his knife, slices through the approaching lines, causing them to drop to the ground. Doflamingo, astonished, wonders how this little brat possesses such formidable haki. How can he withstand this? He is barely in his teens. Could it be due to his exceptional talent? Zhang Yufan stands unperturbed, gripping his knife, gazing at Doflamingo. Is this all you have? Doflamingo, do you possess any other more powerful skills? If not, this battle ought to conclude. You underestimate me. Experience my ultimate skill, the 16 divine bullets of sacred punishment. I refuse to believe I cannot injure you. Doflamingo exclaims, summoning 16 colossal waves of white lines, each enveloped in high-density haki, hurtling towards Zhang Yufan at blinding speed, intent on piercing his body completely. Zhang Yufan channels all his strength into his knife, wielding it with incredible speed, once again shredding Doflamingo's strings into fragments. Doflamingo is left in utter disbelief. Even his strongest move cannot harm this brat. How can he continue fighting? Zhang Yufan sheathes his knife, mindful not to inflict fatal damage on Doflamingo. With a sudden burst of speed, he closes the distance, delivering a series of powerful punches, each strike devastating Doflamingo's body from within. Despite Doflamingo's attempts to resist, he finds himself unable to escape Zhang Yufan's relentless assault. Before long, Doflamingo is left battered and breathless, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The palace has suffered significant damage due to Doflamingo's abilities, but Jean Yufan will not grant him the chance to recover or resurrect. From the storage space, Jean Yufan retrieved the candle room crafted by Giardino, dragging Doflamingo inside. He closed the door, preparing to strip him of his devil fruit powers. Before long, the operation was complete and everything was returned to the storage space. Approaching the palace in trance, most of the companions had already gathered. Maz and Jouet, the two sisters, were accompanied by two individuals previously unknown to them. Jean Yufan utilized the system to inspect their information. Name, Mahabai's potential growth level, a current combat level, B age, 49 height, 3, 28 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, Tanya fruit bounty, 11 million berries equipment card, none description, a member of a martial artist corps under the Don Quixote pirates, part of the Bloc Diamante army, serving as one of the final guards at the bullfighting arena. Name, Senior Pike potential growth level, a current combat level, B age, 43 height, 2, 44 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, water fruit bounty, 58 million berries equipment card, none description, an officer of the Don Quixote family, part of the block fighting group, capable of traversing objects as if swimming. He is loyal and empathetic towards the weak, a man of unwavering integrity, disliking interference in his duels, and possessing the noble spirit of ancient times, with a kind disposition towards those in need, showing no interest in immature young women. Subsequently, he eliminated Diamante, Toribol, and Pica, the three most loyal followers of Doflamingo, stripping them of their devil fruit abilities and simultaneously instilling fear in the remaining members of the Don Quixote family. Jean Yufan and his companions, carrying Doflamingo's lifeless body, swiftly made their way into the city, reuniting with the Cyrus family. The surrounding residents, witnessing the scene, were overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears and cheering. Concurrently, Jean Yufan and the Navy broadcasted the devastation of Dressrosa Island and many of Doflamingo's heinous crimes live. Kizaru smiled as he approached Akiji. Akiji, it has truly been a long time. You seem to be doing well. You have changed significantly, your eyes devoid of confusion. Akiji smiled and nodded, expressing that aside from being unable to venture out alone, everything else was quite pleasant. Being with Jean Yufan and the others was remarkably easy, rekindling the enthusiasm he had when he first joined the Navy. From your words, it seems you do not intend to return to the Navy. Kizaru remarked with a serious expression. This is not a matter for us to decide. Frankly, what Jean Yufan and his group are doing resembles the true essence of the Navy more than our own actions, Akiji replied with a sense of helplessness. Kizaru also felt a sense of resignation, acknowledging the situation as it stood, unable to refute it. Given the current combat strength of Jean Yufan and his companions, even Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp might struggle to take Akiji away. The pace of their growth was astonishingly rapid. The journalists watching the live broadcast began to write their reports, recognizing this as a significant news event. Nearby nations still embroiled in conflict, especially the rebels, upon hearing of Doflamingo's demise, ceased their supply of weapons, stopped the fighting, and announced their surrender, simultaneously denouncing Doflamingo. This news rapidly spread across the globe, eliciting varied reactions from different factions. Meanwhile, the residents of Dressrosa surrounded Dold III. Your Majesty, please refrain from addressing me in such a manner. Even though all misunderstandings have been resolved, I can no longer be king. No, only you are worthy of being the king here. We have endured enough oppression and violence. The entire populace wholeheartedly supports your ideals. Everyone, do not be too agitated. This incident has demonstrated the significant flaws in the Liku family's philosophy. We hope your Majesty leads us to reject war. Even if it results in the destruction of our nation, we have no regrets. Your Majesty, return. Let us together rebuild a peaceful nation. Very well, since this is the desire of the people, let us strive together for the development of our country. Observing the live broadcast from Dressrosa Island, neighboring nations began to dial in. Dold III, informed by his soldiers, returned to the palace to take calls from various countries. Before heading back, he arranged housing for the residents and invited Jean Yufan and the little people to the palace. As night fell, A grand banquet was held to celebrate the liberation of the Dressrosa Kingdom from Doflamingo's 7-year rule. The attendees expressed profound gratitude towards Zhang Yufan and his comrades, acknowledging that without them, they would have remained in ignorance for much longer. After the banquet concluded, Zhang Yufan and Dold III found a secluded spot to converse. Your Majesty Li Ku, may I pose a rather harsh question? Do you truly possess the ability to protect the residents here? To be honest, no. If only I could become a king like a deity, effortlessly resolving every challenge. Desire for power? I can bestow upon you formidable strength, but it requires your loyalty to me. Are you serious? Zhang Yufan, what is your true objective? To achieve genuine peace in the world. The current world government is decayed and must be uprooted. Furthermore, professions such as pirates and human traffickers should not exist. This is my mission. Additionally, let me inform you that Doflamingo held another identity. He was a celestial dragon. I need not elaborate further. Zhang Yufan recounted some of the atrocious deeds committed by the world government. Dold III was engulfed in profound shock, realizing the enormity of Zhang Yufan's ambition. If he were to attain formidable strength, such incidents of usurpation would not reoccur. Yet, if he remained as weak as before, the ultimate outcome could very well be national destruction. Moreover, Zhang Yufan appeared to be someone capable of indiscriminately slaughtering innocents. Otherwise, they would likely have perished long ago. If he could truly achieve such a vision, it might not be entirely unfavorable. Besides, it seems I have no right to refuse nor any power to do so. I can agree to your terms, but I will not lead my people into your wars. That is acceptable. You need only safeguard Dressrosa Island and its surrounding areas. I will ensure the little people assist you, and our relationship shall remain confidential. Welcome aboard. Dold III nodded. Only a fool would divulge such matters. If they announced it now, Dressrosa Island would likely face imminent destruction. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yufan and the others, the Navy Hero Garp was already on a warship, heading towards Dressrosa Island. Even if they were aware of the approaching Navy, Zhang Yufan and his companions would not be overly concerned. Even if all the Navy's combat power were summoned, it would not suffice to prevail. Kizaru and the others were also unhurried in capturing Zhang Yufan. Given their own insufficient strength, they awaited the arrival of Navy Hero Garp, uncertain if they could contend with Zhang Yufan's group. Within the palace, Dold III summoned Cyrus and the others. Upon hearing the news of joining Zhang Yufan and his companions, everyone stood in stunned silence. However, they quickly regained their composure, realizing that with their current combat capabilities, they could never withstand formidable foes like Doflamingo. This was the harsh reality they faced. Yet, if their strength could ascend to that of Doflamingo, they would be better equipped to protect the residents here. Thus, the prospect of joining seemed rather appealing. After the battle on Dressrosa Island concluded, Zhang Yufan also received rewards from the system, although these rewards paled in comparison to those obtained at Fishman Island. Who would ever despise an abundance of rewards? With tens of thousands of equipment cards still at hand, the few individuals present would scarcely utilize a fraction of them. Consequently, he elevated the combat power of Dold III and his companions to the SSS level, causing them to suddenly feel an overwhelming surge of strength. They were astounded, gazing at Zhang Yufan in disbelief. This power was truly extraordinary. Now, they could better safeguard the people. This ability was astonishing. They expressed their heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, Zhang Yufan, are you certain you are not a deity descended from the heavens? A deity? From a certain perspective, perhaps so. Moving forward, you must enhance your military strength to foster the nation's development. Dold III and his companions nodded in agreement. Without formidable military power, it was futile to reject war. Merely avoiding being crushed by the enemy was already a significant achievement, let alone achieving peace, which was nothing more than a fanciful dream. The residents of Dressrosa Island fell asleep with smiles on their faces that night. Having endured the harrowing events of Doflamingo's usurpation, they were utterly exhausted, but now, with the resolution of their plight, they felt a great sense of relief. After a restful night, the morning arrived swiftly. Leo, accompanied by the little people, sought out Zhang Yufan early in the day. Zhang Yufan, we are immensely grateful for your rescue of my kin. Please allow all members of the Dong Tata Pirates to join you. Our king has also consented. We shall undoubtedly be of assistance. Certainly, we welcome your addition. First, let's enhance your combat capabilities, and then select 50 individuals to set sail with me tomorrow. Now, you will remain here with the rest and collaborate closely with King Liku to secretly protect the island's inhabitants. With that, he focused his thoughts and elevated the combat power of Leo and his group to the SSS level. Initially puzzled about how Zhang Yufan would assist in enhancing their strength, they were astonished when, without any warning, their power surged. All the little people were taken aback. What was happening? Could their new captain truly be a god? Otherwise, how could he possess such miraculous abilities? After arranging matters for Leo and his companions, Zhang Yufan spent a day clearing out debris from the city. Soon, another day passed, and that morning, they prepared to set sail. After bidding farewell to everyone, they boarded the ship and departed. Kizuru, along with his marine soldiers, could only watch Zhang Yufan and his crew leave, utterly unable to intervene, and following them stealthily was simply unrealistic. After sailing for a considerable time, Oka called from the lookout, "Captain, there are several hundred individuals approaching us on jet skis." Everyone paused their activities and gazed into the distance. Leading the pack was a woman with a mix of red and yellow hair, with a transponder snail perched on her right ear, riding a jet ski and guiding the following group forward. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine her information. Name, Desire Combat Potential Level. See Current Combat Level. See Age, 21 Height, 2.01 meters Gender, Female Weapon. Iron Rod Devil Fruit. None Bounty. 8 million berries equipment cards. None description. Former captain of the East Blue Candy Pirates. Childhood companions with Bartolomeo. Often engaging in mischief together. She led her pirate crew into the New World, but tragically, her swift jet ski fleet became lost in the New World and fell victim to attacks from the Navy or unidentified fleets, resulting in the crew's disastrous defeat and heavy casualties. She was rescued by Bairu and subsequently joined the Silver Pirate Alliance. Zhang Yufan wore a mischievous grin, playfully tapping Bartolomeo's arm. "Isn't that Beauty your childhood friend? If there's any misunderstanding, clarify it and invite her aboard." The other companions cheered, whistling and urging him to hurry. Bartolomeo nodded, perplexed as to why Desire had come here. He leaped into the air, gracefully making his way towards her. Desire and her crew were taken aback, mistaking him for an enemy, and halted their jet skis, raising their guns to fire at the sky. Bartolomeo conjured a barrier, deflecting the bullets. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, he descended onto Desire's jet ski. "Desire, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you don't recognize me? You come at me with guns blazing," Bartolomeo exclaimed, his face a mask of confusion. Desire pouted and turned her face away. "Bartolomeo, you've grown stronger. But we're not close. What is the meaning of this? Why have you come to the New World?" Bartolomeo inquired, bewildered. "Have you forgotten our promise? We agreed to reach the summit together, yet you ran off alone, leaving me to ascend on my own." Desire replied, her face flushed with indignation. "I didn't forget. I merely wanted you to stay ashore. I didn't want you to encounter danger. We were too weak. Why wouldn't you heed my words?" Bartolomeo slapped his forehead in exasperation. The individuals behind Desire realized that their captain had a connection with this spiky-haired fellow. However, the man was indeed remarkable, capable of walking in the air. With such a high bounty, how could they capture him? Through their conversations, Bartolomeo learned of Desire's plight. Fortunately, she had been rescued. Otherwise, she would have regretted it for a lifetime. The two settled their misunderstandings and embraced, their relationship deepening. They then expressed their gratitude towards the one who had saved her, prompting Desire to lead him to Zhang Yufan. The individuals following Desire perked up. A rare opportunity had presented itself to capture this band of pirates. Bartolomeo escorted Desire to Zhang Yufan to explain the situation. Behind Desire, a man secretly contacted the base using a transponder snail. Soon, they arrived before Zhang Yufan, introducing Desire and seeking out her savior. On the way, Bartolomeo, seated on Desire's jet ski, wore a puzzled expression. "Desire, what is the goal of your Silver Pirate Alliance?" "Our aim is to reach the pinnacle of the pirate era. As long as we unite our efforts, we believe we can overcome even the four emperors. Ah, huh. You are naively optimistic. How can you believe such nonsense? Bartolomeo retorted. What do you mean by that? Given your experience and the strength of this crew, you cannot even contend with the 7 warlords, let alone the 4 emperors. It is not merely about numbers. Clearly, he is deceiving you. Impossible. The captain would never lie to me. I trust him. Baba Yag ceased to speak, clearly understanding that whatever was said now would not sway Daizea's beliefs. However, it mattered not, for the truth would soon be unveiled. Those who dare deceive Daizea had better not be found by me, or I would ensure they face dire consequences. Before long, they arrived at an island near Dressrosa, aptly named Inji Yaosai due to its numerous silver mines. This island served as the base for the Inji Hai Zholianming, reputed to be the mightiest armed group. The leader here had gathered a cadre of failures from the New World as his subordinates, exploiting their gratitude for clandestine dealings. Among them was a notorious figure from the New World, the lord of the largest entertainment city, Gulen Taizwa, with whom he was in cahoots. Each month, a substantial tribute of silver bricks was paid to Jailan Taizwa. Joining Jailan's faction promised protection from the world government and the marine headquarters. Captured bounty criminals were also handed over to Jailan Taizwa, destined for the Tangjai family's auction house, where they would be sold as slaves. On the island stood a man with a robust physique, yellow hair, and bare torso, equipped with 2 cannon-like arms. Zhang Yufan checked his information via the system. Name, Pesida. Potential power level, C. Current power level, C. Age, 31. Height, 2 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, 2 cannon arms, devil fruit. None. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Summary, a cadre of the Inji Hai Zhituan, devoted to Bairu. He served as Bairu's loyal aide during negotiations with Mr. Kinjo. A subordinate of the Golden Emperor Jailan Taizwa. Where's the leader? Daizea inquired as he disembarked from the motorboat. The leader is inside the base. You can go directly there, Pesida indicated toward the distant structure. As Daizea and Zhang Yufan prepared to traverse the valley, Haiding jumped down from a rock, only for the ground to suddenly collapse beneath him. He quickly regained his footing, though a frown crossed his face as he sensed the situation below. Captain, there are many people down there, and they are suffering greatly. Daizea, come with us. Let me show you your leader's true intentions, Zhang Yufan said calmly. Daizea, puzzled, questioned, what true intentions? Could the previously stated goals be mere fabrications? Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Have the giants guard outside. The rest of you follow Zhang Yufan and jump down the pit. The depth of the pit was considerable, and they descended slowly. Soon, they reached the bottom where a miner, tool in hand, continued his work upon noticing their arrival. Koby scrutinized the miner, asking, Sir, who are you? You appear quite fatigued. Why not take a break? I have no time for rest. I was once a pirate, but after failing to find treasure for too long, Bairu cast me here to mine. Initially, I believed Bairu to be a worthy leader, but upon arriving here, I realized that his lofty aspirations of reaching the pinnacle of the pirate era and defeating the 4 emperors were all lies. He merely views us as free labor, or rather, slaves, to toil endlessly in these silver mines for his transactions. Daizea's eyes widened in disbelief, cradling his head in his hands. How can this be? I must confront Bairu for clarity. Suddenly, a peculiar humanoid cart with wheels for hands and feet sped toward Zhang Yufan and the others along the mine's tracks. The miner, frightened by the approaching cart, quickly sought refuge. Zhang Yufan checked the cart's information through the system. Name, Ablong, potential power level, C. Current power level, C. Age, 36. Height, 178 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit. Rolling fruit. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Summary, an assassin of the Inji Hai Zhituan, responsible for managing the underground labyrinth and silver mining, while overseeing the abandoned members of the Inji Hai Zholianming, forcing them to extract silver ore and refine it for the Golden Emperor Jailan Taizwa in exchange for survival space in the New World. Daizea, filled with fury, approached Ablong. Did the leader send you to eliminate us? Of course, Daizea, you truly are a fool. With that, Ablong retrieved a bomb from a box on his back and hurled it at Diazea in a frenzied attempt to kill her. However, Bartolomeo would not let Ablong succeed. Utilizing his fruit ability, he conjured a barrier that absorbed all explosive damage. Calling Diazea a fool? Let me show you what true strength is. He charged at Ablong, delivering a series of brutal blows, eventually pinning him to the ground until he succumbed to unconsciousness. The surrounding miners, drawn by the commotion, gathered to witness the spectacle, astonished to see the once mighty Ablong rendered powerless. There had been others among them who attempted rebellion, but they were all slain, making escape seem impossible. However, upon witnessing Ablong's defeat, hope flickered in their hearts. Does this mean we no longer need to toil so relentlessly in the mines? We can bask in the sunlight once more, they cheered. Yet, caution prevailed as Bairu and his remaining subordinates were still a threat. The singular path to freedom lay in requesting the aid of those before them. Yet, some timid miners, paralyzed by fear, doubted Zhang Yufan's group's ability to confront Bairu, believing that even if they could defeat Ablong, they may not prevail against Bairu. After a stern reprimand from Diazea, they lowered their heads, ultimately resolving to act. Thus, the miners encircled Zhang Yufan and his companions, kneeling before them. Please save us. We wish to return to the surface. We want to go home. If you can defeat Bairu, we will be free. Very well. Gather your belongings, call everyone, and I will lead you out of here. The miners joyously rushed off to rally everyone together. In no time, they had assembled, though a single exit remained. For Zhang Yufan and his group, any direction could lead to freedom. They simply needed to ascend and break through the surface. There was no urgency. They strode forward, curious to see what further tricks their adversaries might employ. The miners energetically followed the tracks within the mine, determined to rise alongside Zhang Yufan. As they neared the halfway point, a cannonball suddenly soared toward them, only to be enveloped by Bartolomeo's barrier before it detonated. Then, with his right hand cradling the immense barrier sphere, he hurled it directly towards the trajectory of the incoming cannonball. The force was considerable, sending several individuals flying back. As the dust settled, Pesita clapped his hands and appeared before Diazea. The power of the barrier fruit was truly remarkable. Pesita, is this also the leader's intention? Of course it is, you foolish woman. Do you intend to kill us after using us? Now that you know our secret, what purpose do we serve? After uttering these words, the surrounding enemies incessantly fired artillery, obliterating the bridge that supported their path. The miners were thrown into a panic, fearing they would plummet to their deaths. However, just as the bridge was about to collapse, Akiji froze it solid, turning it into an ice sculpture. Zhang Yufan felt somewhat helpless, wishing to grant them more time to prepare, but it was not to be. Thus, he instructed Bartolomeo to create a barrier staircase leading to the ground. The nearby gunners were soon dealt with. Meanwhile, Pesita had vanished without a trace, and the group continued their ascent. The sturdy barrier staircase was not to be destroyed by the enemies. Before long, they spotted the exit. However, several foes above were pouring lava onto the staircase, while simultaneously unleashing torrents of fire towards Zhang Yufan and his companions using their flamethrowers. Zoro unsheathed his sword and executed the 360 troublesome phoenix technique, amplifying the flames and sending them back. The collision with the enemy's flamethrowers resulted in a devastating explosion, scattering them all. After clearing the lava from the staircase, the group finally reached the ground. Breathing in the fresh air outside, Pesita reappeared, this time having kidnapped several of Diazea's close companions. Sanji frowned at the sight, thinking it intolerable to treat those young ladies in such a manner. He felt compelled to deliver a swift kick, vanishing from sight in an instant. Following that, he delivered a powerful kick that knocked Pesita unconscious, rescuing the captives. The surrounding enemies were left dumbfounded. Was this man a ghost? How could he move with such incredible speed? They could not even perceive how he attacked. Coming to their senses, they frantically opened fire on Zhang Yufan and his companions, only to be cut down by Zoro and the others, who swiftly cleared the area of enemies. Diazea instructed her few companions to gather the rescued individuals at the port. Once she dealt with Bairu, she would join Bartolomeo in their adventures. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Yufan, the miners departed the island. Zhang Yufan directed the remaining companions to disperse and eliminate all enemies on the island, leaving only Bartolomeo to continue towards the base. Meanwhile, at the port where Zhang Yufan's pirate ship was docked, fierce battles raged on. Enemies riding jet skis attempted to approach the ship, but were swiftly ambushed by lurking crocodiles beneath the water, their jaws snapping with a satisfying crunch. On land, the enemies were dispatched one by Li Qi and his crew. Zhang Yufan and his companions sought to find Bairu, but had barely taken a few steps when a deluge of lava cascaded down from above. Bartolomeo conjured a semicircular barrier to shield them. Looking up, they saw a towering man with brown hair, adorned with a red bandana emblazoned with a 5-pointed star. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check his information. Name, Bairu power growth potential level, a current power level, B age, 34 height, 2. 1 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, melting fruit bounty, none equipment card, none description, leader of the Silver Pirate Alliance. Unlike typical pirates, Bairu's alliance does not rob merchant ships, but captures pirates worldwide based on their bounty amounts. He has gathered many loyal followers. To better control his subordinate pirates, Bairu instills the concept of dreams, believing that with unity, they can even overcome the 4 emperors. Aiming to reach the pinnacle of the pirate era and conduct trade with the Golden Emperor, Guild Tesoro. Bairu sneered, looking down at Zhang Yufan and his companions. No need to rush away. Slayer of gods, Zhang Yufan, I originally intended to capture you all at once, but unfortunately, those fools are utterly useless. Desire, filled with rage, looked up at Zhang Yufan. I need to settle this with him. Do not interfere. Bairu laughed heartily, pulling out some ore and stuffing it into his mouth. Ha ha! With your power level, how could you settle this? Once I deal with you, I will claim all the bounties. Now, I shall melt this mine down. What? Your subordinates will perish without purpose. Those worthless fools, I can recruit more later. How could they compare to the bounties of Zhang Yufan and his crew? However, for the sake of my dream, they still serve a purpose. Isn't your dream to reach the pinnacle of the pirate era? You said so when you saved me. I believe that, but I merely saw your strategic capabilities as somewhat useful, which is why I said it. Will my ship sunk by you? Indeed. Only now do you realize how foolish you are. My acting skills are quite good, aren't they? Ha ha, you scoundrel. To manipulate those of us who were loyal to you. Desia's heart was pierced, tears streaming down her face. Zhang Yufan patted Bartolomeo on the back, signaling him to take action. Bartolomeo's patience had reached its limit. Approaching Desire, he gently wiped away her tears. Bairu chuckled derisively, squatting down. You're crying? You pirates are truly naively terrifying, still believing in dreams like children. It is precisely because of this that I fabricated a dream to better exploit you, forcing you to work tirelessly. All the treasures and bounties you collected have been used to indulge my luxurious lifestyle. Ha ha, I offer you a chance to challenge me. Come at me. Observing Desire hesitating to attack, Bairu mockingly beckoned. Hurry up and attack. I will melt you down. I've been waiting for ages. As Desire gripped the iron rod tightly, preparing to charge at Bairu, Bartolomeo intervened, using his strength to vanish from sight. He swiftly appeared before Bairu and delivered a punch to his face. Bairu had yet to register what happened before he was sent flying, crashing into the wall behind him, blood spilling from his mouth. Bartolomeo, seething with rage, approached him. You have pushed me to my limits. Now I will teach you how to behave. Wait, Bartolomeo, I need to settle this with him, Desire exclaimed in astonishment. Bartolomeo turned his head, smiling. Desire, leave it to me. Not just anyone can make you cry. Desire said nothing further, remaining obediently in place. Contemplating the significant changes in Bartolomeo, Bairu, filled with fury, extended his hands into his abdomen, forging 2 blades, and charged at Bartolomeo, swinging the knives with ferocity. Bartolomeo coated his right hand with armed color hockey and swung a punch, shattering the blades and sending Bairu flying. Bilu once again spat out blood, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped over his abdomen. Is this the fighting prowess that comes with a bounty exceeding 100 million? Truly formidable. He swiftly conjured a massive cannon from his gut and aimed it at Bartolomeo, but alas, the projectile was intercepted by a barrier. Another punch rendered the cannon useless, and the ground beneath him was shattered, causing Bailu to plummet down. Desire looked on, dumbfounded. Bartolomeo had become so powerful that Bailu stood no chance of retaliation. How long had it been since they set sail? Could it be due to his extraordinary talent? Lying despondently at the bottom of the mine, Bailu lamented his defeat at the hands of this pirate. If a monster from some corner of the New World were to witness his current state, how disappointed they would surely be. If the Golden Emperor were to abandon him, it would spell the end. No, he could not be forsaken. He still had the strength to fight. He had not yet failed. Grasping nearby oars, he began to consume them frantically. The energy within him accumulated, and his temperature gradually began to rise. All foes on the island had been thoroughly vanquished by Zoro and his companions. They even looted the island of its treasures. All comrades were heading toward the port to dock the ship. Just as Bartolomeo was preparing to descend and capture Bailu, the temperature around him suddenly surged. A torrent of magma erupted from the depths. Bailu's muscles swelled grotesquely, transforming him into a monstrous figure that was nearly unrecognizable. He advanced toward Zhang Yufan and his crew, exuding molten rock. Bartolomeo conjured a barrier to intercept the magma. Zhang Yufan and Desire leaped onto a massive rock behind them. Desire, filled with concern, gazed below, worried for Bartolomeo's safety. Zhang Yufan, the magma is spreading. Shouldn't we flee? Fear not. He possesses the strongest defense with his barrier fruit. There is no rush. We can wait until we capture Bailu before leaving, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. Bartolomeo forcefully pushed the barrier, redirecting the magma back down, engulfing Bailu. However, Bailu remained unscathed, his entire form transforming into silver ore. Damn it, to be pushed to this extent. I know full well that in the New World, those with dreams are merely naive fools who will never reach the pinnacle of the world. Allow me to shatter your dreams. With that, he harnessed his energy to create a colossal magma sphere and hurled it toward Zhang Yufan and his companions. Bartolomeo erected an even larger barrier to block it, shattering the sphere upon impact. He swiftly approached Bailu, enveloping him with the barrier, and unleashed a flurry of left and right hooks until Bailu could no longer maintain his powers and fell unconscious. Bartolomeo then lifted Bailu and joined Zhang Yufan and the others. The surrounding magma did not dissipate despite Bailu's defeat. It continued to surge from below, melting the nearby stones. The area where Zhang Yufan and his crew stood was now surrounded by magma. Bartolomeo carried Desire, while Zhang Yufan held Bailu, and they ascended from above. Captain, Bailu's melt fruit is quite intriguing. He is unafraid of magma and can produce it along with weapons. We can bring it back for in-depth modification. It will prove useful. Bartolomeo remarked with a grin. Indeed, the capabilities of the melt fruit are akin to those of Admiral Akanu's magma fruit. Its nemesis, Zhang Yufan responded with a smile. Before long, they returned to their ship and continued their journey toward the next island. The system rewards had already been received, and Desire, along with her subordinates, officially joined the extreme pirate crew. After sailing for several more days, they managed to elevate Desire and her crew's combat prowess to SSS level. On an uninhabited island, they encountered one of Kineman's estranged companions. Zhang Yufan checked his information via the system. Name, Heightened Kanjiro. Combat growth potential, level S. Current combat level, S. Age, 36. Height, 347 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, Suji Shimi. Devil Fruit, BB Fruit. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, also known as Sudden Rain Kanjuro, a samurai from Wano country. He is an undercover agent planted by Heightened Orochi within the Kazuki family. Within the Kazuki family, he became a retainer of Kazuki Odin and one of the 9 Red Scabbards, possessing exceptional artistic skills and acting prowess, while his personality is calm, yet exceedingly twisted and cruel. Kineman, Momonosuke, and Heightened Kanjuro were recounting their experiences during this time. However, Kineman remained unaware that this trusted companion would one day betray him. Fortunately, with Zhang Yufan present, Such a fate was rendered impossible. As for Bailu and his companions, they spent the following days aboard Zhang Yufan's ship, engaging in friendly exchanges with most of the crew. Their previously arrogant demeanor had vanished without a trace. Now, they behaved as docile as lambs, tidying up the surroundings. Bailu and the others pondered. How could each of these individuals be as powerful as monsters? Was there not a single ordinary person among them? It was truly terrifying. While they wished to resist, the sheer strength of their adversaries left them with no choice but to comply. One day, Zhang Yufan instructed Bailu to lead them to the world's largest entertainment city. After sailing for an extended period, they finally reached their destination. The crew stood in awe before the grand spectacle of the world's largest entertainment city, which was constructed upon a colossal ship named Gulan Taizua, measuring 10,000 meters in length and entirely fashioned from gold. This city, complete with its own towns, was recognized as an independent nation and a demilitarized zone by the government, an absolute sanctuary where the world government could not act lightly, wielding authority comparable to that of the celestial dragons. No wonder it was dubbed the Golden City. Even the entrance was adorned entirely in gold. After sailing for so long and witnessing numerous opulent locales, they now realized that compared to this place, all previous encounters paled in insignificance. This place was an epitome of extravagance, a true embodiment of luxury beyond comprehension. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement, reflecting the golden allure as she danced with joy. Due to the entrance's low height, the giants were unable to enter and were left outside. Of course, they could also enter from above, but doing so would likely cause quite a stir. Whether or not to proceed was left to the giants' discretion. The animals were also left outside to watch over those crew members who were still hesitant to commit. The remaining companions boarded the ship, preparing to pass through the golden gates. Zhang Yufan smiled, clapping his hands, cautioning them not to celebrate too soon, for the creators of this city were no ordinary folk. Bartolomeo now conjured a massive barrier to cover the ship from above. Captain, what is the intention behind this? Could it be that upon entering, there will be perilous objects falling from the sky? Bartolomeo wore a perplexed expression. Indeed, you will soon discover. Zhang Yufan smiled enigmatically. The crowd was filled with curiosity about what could possibly warrant such attention from the captain. With our current combat prowess, ordinary threats pose no danger to us. However, if it were a type of toxic substance, that might be a different story. As for others, various possibilities cross my mind. I wonder if any of them are among those. The ship was prepared with a barrier as it sailed through the golden gates. Looking up, the crowd was suddenly showered with shimmering golden powder cascading down from above the tunnel, accumulating atop the barrier. This spectacle was quite magnificent, a rare sight to behold. The onlookers felt the inhabitants here were quite extravagant, as even the rain was made of gold. There were no guards in sight, leaving them unconcerned about someone collecting the golden powder for sale. Upon inspecting the waters below, they discovered it was also a golden hue. The ship continued its voyage. Aside from the golden powder rain, there was nothing else to be seen. Nami, brimming with excitement, gazed intently at the powder. Yufan, I don't see any dangerous objects, she exclaimed. There is plenty of gold dust. Let's hurry and grab a bag to collect some. Zhang Yufan smiled, taking Nami's hand. Nami, the most perilous aspect is indeed this golden powder. If you wish to avoid becoming a golden statue, it would be wise not to touch it. This golden powder is so formidable. Could it be the work of a devil fruit user? Nami took a moment to compose herself. Indeed, if this golden powder lands on us, it will enter our bodies. Once the adversary activates their power, we would be transformed into golden statues. However, we can wash it off with seawater. Zhang Yufan smiled reassuringly. The group felt a tremor of fear. Had it not been for the captain's warning, they would have all fallen victim, completely unaware. No one would have considered the dangers posed by the golden powder. After being drenched in it, they would have been rendered powerless. It was indeed a clever and devious scheme, akin to being poisoned under threat. Nami looked despondently at the abundant golden powder, wishing she could collect it, feeling as though she had missed out on a fortune worth millions of berries. Soon, the ship exited the tunnel, and the golden rain ceased. Bartolomeo lowered the barrier, and the golden powder spilled away. Before them loomed a grand golden stage, surrounded by an audience. On stage stood a beautiful singer with purple hair, radiating charm and popularity. Jean Yufan checked her information through the system. Name, Karina. Combat potential growth level, D. Current combat level, E. Age, 17. Height, 162 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, she is the enchanting songstress of the world's largest entertainment city, Gulen Taizolo. Possessing a remarkably agile mind, compassion, kindness, exceptional thieving skills, and outstanding intelligence-gathering abilities. Previously, she was a companion and friend of Nami, but during a treasure hunt, she was captured, ultimately leaving Nami behind to serve as bait for their escape. Jean Yufan smiled, pointing at Karina on stage. Nami, do you recognize that singer? Nami turned excitedly towards Jean Yufan's gesture. Isn't that my old friend Karina? What's she doing here singing? Your friend seems intriguing. Perhaps you could consider recruiting her for our ship, Jean Yufan suggested with a smile. Suddenly, several cannonballs flew from the surroundings, directed towards Jean Yufan and his companions. They were swiftly intercepted and detonated midair by Jim and his crew. A few pirate ships approached, attempting to board Jean Yufan's vessel to seize their treasures. However, the crew remained unfazed. Jean Yufan instructed Jim and the others to deal with these pirates, while also searching for any treasures to loot. The remaining companions on the ship watched the scene unfold, and soon, the pirates were vanquished. The surrounding audience exhibited no fear, instead cheering with excitement. When Jem returned, he bore no valuable spoils, as the pirates were merely a group of impoverished scoundrels who had likely lost all their money here and sought to rob them to recover. Meanwhile, the leader of Gulen Taizolo received reports from his subordinates and maliciously sent an underling to welcome Jean Yufan and his crew. Upon landing, Jean Yufan and his companions stowed away their ship, allowing their comrades to explore freely and providing them with ample funds as they ventured into the city. They had scarcely taken a few steps when a strikingly sleek sports car came to a halt before them. A woman with long red hair, tall stature, clad in a revealing gown, black gloves, and sunglasses stepped out of the vehicle. Jean Yufan checked her information through the system. Name, Bakara. Combat potential growth level, B. Current combat level, B. Age, 26. Height, 19 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, luck fruit. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, she's a receptionist and a cadre member of Gulen Taizolo, whose touch alters the fortunes of those she encounters. She possesses a keen memory, easily recalling the faces and bounties of renowned pirates, and harbors a fondness for Taizolo. Bakara smiled, removing her sunglasses. Welcome, esteemed members of the Extreme Pirate crew. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Bakara, the receptionist here. Nami smiled, holding Jean Yufan's hand. Bakara, do you know us? Bakara smiled, flipping open her notebook. Of course, I keep a record of all prominent figures. Please, feel free to express any requests. Then please take us to purchase outfits suitable for this place. Jean Yufan replied with a smile. Bakara nodded, opening the car door. Certainly, it is indeed time for a change. Please get in. As they settled into the vehicle, Bakara drove them to a clothing store. Remarkably, the car was powered by several special turtles assisting in its operation. Nami, noticing the surrounding gold, felt her past thieving instincts stirring once more. She contemplated pilfering a few pieces, only to be thwarted by Bakara's warning. Given the presence of surveillance devices everywhere, stealing would be quite challenging. She was informed that any acts of theft or vandalism were illegal, and offenders would find themselves imprisoned in an underground dungeon. Nami temporarily shelved her intentions of stealing the gold. Before long, they arrived at the clothing store, and all four donned splendid attire. While trying on clothes, Jean Yufan discreetly informed the three women beside him about Bakara's abilities, advising them to exercise caution. Following this, Bakara led Jean Yufan and his crew toward the casino, while Nami remained entranced by the surrounding gold. Jean Yufan and his companions keenly sensed that the atmosphere among the patrons was devoid of the joy and relaxation typically associated with entertainment. Instead, A palpable tension and a flicker of despair were evident in their eyes, particularly among those who had just emerged from the casino. Soon, they arrived at the casino, teeming with various games. Baccarat departed first, entering a clandestine chamber. Before long, a man burst through the door, approaching Baccarat. "Baccarat, how did the mission fare?" he inquired. "We were fortunate. By the time I arrived, Jean Yuffan's associates had already dispersed, leaving only 4 individuals still engrossed in gambling." "Excellent. Fortune seems to favor us." Had they gathered together, their overwhelming strength would have posed a significant challenge. Given the situation, I kindly request you to lure them to that location so we may proceed with our next phase of the plan. Understood. I shall do so at once. Jean Yuffan and his companions triumphed in the casino, amassing 2 billion berries, then took a moment to relax in their seats. Baccarat approached with a smile, remarking, "You four are indeed formidable. Would you care to engage in a more exhilarating game?" Nami, brimming with excitement and clutching her chips, eagerly asked, "What could be more thrilling?" "It is a high-risk, high-reward game, where winning could elevate you to billionaire status. Would you like to give a try?" Baccarat smiled. With a gleeful grin, Nami settled into her chair, exclaiming, "Such a game exists? I must participate." Baccarat turned towards the elevator, beckoning, "Follow me. This place is reserved for individuals of your renown, the VIP room." Nami was ecstatic, envisioning her ascent to immense wealth. "No one shall impede my path to becoming a wealthy woman." They ascended to the VIP section. Baccarat knocked on the door, which was answered by a short man clad in security attire. Jean Yuffan used the system to inspect his details. "Name, Mr. Tianzhong, potential growth level. B current combat level. C age, 32 height. 1. 36 meters gender. Male weapon. Handgun, devil fruit. Ponsu no Mi bounty. None equipment card. None summary. A guard in the world's largest entertainment city, Gulong Taizolo. And a trusted member of the cadre. He is responsible for collecting tribute from outsiders for the Golden Emperor, Jir Taizolo. He manages the interactions with various pirate factions, ensuring the delivery of substantial amounts of silver bars and bounties to the Golden Emperor." Mr. Tianzhong gestured for Jean Yuffan and the 3 women to follow him through the door into the VIP room. Inside stood a muscular man, his head wrapped in a black scarf adorned with a purple star. Jean Yuffan checked his information. "Name, this potential growth level. S current combat level. S age, 35 height, 3. 25 meters gender. Male weapon. 2 long swords, devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None summary. Tough as nails and incredibly resilient. He was once an undefeated champion in death matches. Despite his tough exterior, he possesses a peculiar penchant for pain, relishing the sensation when struck, and is skilled in dual wielding, though not particularly adept in swordsmanship. This encouraged the onlookers to place bets on odd or even, tossing a metal die into the air, then catching it in a metal cup before smashing it against the ground with his head, leaving his forehead bruised, but his expression one of sheer delight. Nami realized that the path to becoming a billionaire involved playing dice. Although she had seen many dice games, this method was entirely new to her and quite intriguing. To her surprise, the brawny disc displayed a masochistic inclination. "Exciting, isn't it?" Baccarat smiled. Jean Yuffan grinned and, holding Hancock's hand, remarked, "It's merely average. Perhaps I should lend you all 500 million berries and chips, allowing you to win even more. What do you think?" Baccarat offered with an awkward smile. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of such a substantial loan, realizing it could indeed lead to greater winnings. Internally, Jean Yuffan scoffed, recognizing the opportunity presented to him, and thought, "If they wish to con me, I shall not hold back. I will win everything they possess." Jean Yuffan turned to Baccarat, confirming, "You're certain you wish to lend us this amount?" "No regrets." Baccarat nodded, smiling as she instructed her aides to bring forth the chips. With the chips in hand, Jean Yuffan and his companions found a suitable spot to sit. Utilizing Kinbunchika hockey, he glimpsed a fleeting vision of the future, placing all his bets on odd. This executed his moves, resulting in an odd outcome. Nami, ecstatic, leaned against Jean Yuffan, exclaiming, "Yuffan, we've struck it rich. We're one step closer to becoming wealthy." Jean Yuffan smiled, patting Nami's shoulder. This is just the beginning. Remain composed. He then foresaw another brief glimpse of the future, this time betting on even. Diz performed his actions again, and to their delight, the result was even. Nami, witnessing the growing pile of chips, was nearly delirious with joy. Truly, Lord Zhang Yufan, your luck is unparalleled. Baccarat smiled in agreement. Suddenly, the crowd buzzed with excitement at the mention of the name Jir Taizolo. Turning towards the commotion, Zhang Yufan spotted a man with gray-green hair, dressed in pink attire, sporting purple sunglasses and adorned with 9 golden rings, descending the stairs, followed closely by Karina. Zhang Yufan accessed his information. Name, Jir Taizolo. Potential growth level, SS current combat level, SS age, 38 height, 3. 14 meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit. Kinkinkin no Mi bounty, none equipment card, none summary. Known as the Golden Emperor, he is the master of Gulong Taizolo, the world's largest entertainment city, controlling numerous enterprises globally. Once a slave of the celestial dragons, Taizolo possesses 20 of the world's berries, wielding his wealth to manipulate the celestial dragons and even the world government. In the underworld, he reigns as the Golden Emperor, commanding the dark world with financial power, his influence extending worldwide. With a warm smile, Taizolo approached, welcoming them. Welcome to Gulong Taizolo. Are you enjoying yourselves? We are having a delightful time. And who might you be? Nami asked, puzzled. Taizolo smiled broadly, spreading his arms. I am the owner of this vessel, Jir Taizolo. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Hello. What brings you to us? Zhang Yufan regarded Taizolo with a playful expression. Taizolo, smiling, approached Zhang Yufan and stood still before him. An exceptional opportunity has presented itself. Shall we engage in a wager? Certainly. What are the rules? If you emerge victorious, you shall receive 5 times the amount wagered. If you lose, there is no need to repay 5-fold. I am not lacking in funds. I simply seek the thrill of high stakes, which may elicit a modicum of excitement from me. What say you? Then let us proceed. My fortune is currently quite favorable. Zhang Yufan wore a mischievous grin, perceiving this as a straightforward means of acquiring wealth. Though winning would not require monetary remuneration from him, it sufficed that defeating Taizolo would grant him all of Taizolo's wealth, while his own remained intact. Nami was both astonished and exhilarated at the thought of wagering her 20 billion berries. Should fortune favor her, she could win over 100 billion berries, a staggering profit. Taizolo, indeed, was a true magnate, gambling with such audacity without a flicker of hesitation. Zhang Yufan glimpsed a fleeting vision of the future and placed all his chips on even numbers. Baccara rose, removing her right glove. As expected of Lord Zhang Yufan, your decisiveness in betting is truly admirable. She advanced towards him, intending to touch him with her right hand. Hancock, seated beside Zhang Yufan, coldly turned her head. Baccara, it would be prudent to retract that hand. Otherwise, you risk losing it. My man is not to be trifled with. The atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of tension. All sounds ceased, and every eye turned towards them. A foreboding sensation welled up within Taizolo. Had Zhang Yufan and his companions discerned Bacara's devil fruit ability, it would be troublesome if they were privy to my plans as well. However, this is my domain. I fear no confrontation here. Nami, realizing the implications, understood this was an attempt to thwart her ascent to wealth. Her previously jubilant expression darkened as she turned to glare at Baccara. Baccara, do you intend to cheat using your devil fruit ability to ensure our loss? Miss Nami, what are you insinuating? I cannot comprehend your accusations. If you have grievances, speak them plainly. There is no need for such theatrics. Baccara felt as though a menacing beast had fixed its gaze upon her, causing her scalp to prickle in apprehension. Undoubtedly, should I make physical contact with Zhang Yufan, dire consequences would ensue. A sense of panic and confusion enveloped her. How could they possibly know of my abilities? Nevertheless, she maintained her smile, her years of professional experience allowing her to regain composure swiftly. Taizolo laughed heartily, turning to them. What is the meaning of this? Are you here to disrupt the game? Let's finish this round first. Diz, proceed with the reveal. Zhang Yufan smiled. Diz hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shattered the container with his head. The revealed numbers were, as luck would have it, even, securing yet another victory. Nami was unfazed, considering this merely a standard occurrence. Joy surged within her as she reveled in her newfound wealth. I am now a wealthy woman. I scarcely know how to spend it. Zhang Yufan extended his right hand. I have one. Where's my payment? Taizolo, your scheme to lure me into your trap is commendable, but alas, it proves futile against me. Taizolo feigned ignorance, sitting on the ground. Oh? What plan are you referring to? I am unaware. Zhang Yufan, seated beside Taizolo, smiled knowingly. Upon our arrival, we were met with overwhelming hospitality, loans, and increased profits. A discerning individual would recognize the underlying issues. Coupled with Bakara's devil fruit ability, you aim to ensnare us in debt, culminating in the gold dust scattered in the tunnel, which would adhere to us, allowing you to manipulate us into transforming into gold. Truly, you are remarkable. Few outside your circle would discern this secret. While I hold a certain admiration for you, you have severed my financial avenues by eliminating Doflamingo, necessitating compensation through your bounties. With circumstances having escalated to this juncture, the charade could not continue. Taizolo ceased his pretense, recognizing its futility. Mr. Tanaka emerged from beneath the ground, approaching Taizolo. The eyes of Taizolo's subordinates glinted coldly as they prepared for battle, unwilling to let Zhang Yufan and his allies wreak havoc in their territory. Bakara, with a sneer, joined Taizolo, as expected of Lord Zhang Yufan. Your observations are astutely detailed. I commend you. However, even if you have uncovered the truth, it will not alter the outcome. Zhang Yufan rose, smiling. No more pretense. Your swiftness in turning against us is remarkable. But do you truly believe you can best us for? Taizolo smirked, extending his right hand with a flourish. Mr. Tanaka vanished underground only to reappear behind Zhang Yufan and his companions, brandishing a firearm and firing incessantly. Yet, not a single bullet found its mark. All evaded with finesse as Robin employed her devil fruit ability. A hand sprouted from Mr. Tanaka's back, delivering a gravity-infused punch that rendered him unconscious. Subsequently, she utilized her ability to eliminate all of Taizolo's henchmen with precision. Karina, aware of her own inadequacy, prepared to escape quietly, only to be intercepted. Robin smiled, extending her hand. Karina, our captain wishes to see you shortly. Remain here and do not wander. Karina nodded obediently, sighing, realizing her escape was futile. Taizolo, utilizing his devil fruit ability, clad Bakara and Dees in golden armor. Nami's eyes sparkled as she regarded Taizolo, akin to a wolf eyeing a lamb. Taizolo, is this your ability? How splendid. You can conjure endless gold. Indeed, I am the Golden Man, having consumed the gold fruit, capable of transforming anything into gold. With that, Taizolo commanded the surrounding gold to attack Zhang Yufan and his allies, yet they effortlessly evaded the onslaught. Bakara, brimming with confidence, produced a coin. Nami, this will suffice to deal with you. Nami smiled, beckoning Bakara. Kulme, allow me to demonstrate that in the face of absolute power, luck is of no consequence. Bakara was not easily swayed by Nami's words and tossed the coin. A series of chain reactions ensued, sending several bombs hurtling towards Nami. Yet, she stood her ground, enveloped in haki, bracing herself against the explosions. Boom! 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 Bakara smiled, retrieving the coin, believing it would be a simple matter to eliminate Nami. You underestimated my luck, didn't you? Now you shall pay. However, the next moment left her astounded as Nami emerged unscathed from the smoke, striding confidently towards Bakara, her path littered with banana peels. Suddenly, an object fell from above, simultaneously deflecting other attacks. Unfortunately, it inflicted no harm upon Nami whatsoever. Bakara was taken aback, her mouth agape, unable to comprehend how such a thing could occur. Why was there no damage at all? Nami smiled, channeling power into her right hand, and delivered a powerful punch, proclaiming, Did I not tell you? Everything you do is futile. Now, take a nap. The golden armor encasing Bakara's abdomen shattered upon impact. Her body was sent flying, rendering her unconscious. Nami caught her and carried her towards Robin. Karina stood nearby, her eyes wide and mouth agape. Is this truly the Nami I know? Her combat prowess is akin to that of a monster. What transpired after our separation to bring about such a transformation? Though she still harbors an affinity for those small coins. At that moment, Dees, clad in golden armor, swung a golden axe towards Hancock, but she effortlessly dodged it. Impressive. You managed to evade them all. Truly remarkable. She taunted. Your speed is so sluggish that even a turtle could surpass you. Do you really think you can strike me? Koby, unleash all your techniques and let me witness your strength. Hancock then utilized her devil fruit abilities, executing a fragrant kick. Upon striking the golden armor and axe, they turned to stone before shattering into pieces. Thus, the golden armor was dismantled. Dees enveloped himself in Busashoka Haki and relentlessly threw punches at Hancock, only to be evaded once more. Hancock, her legs coated in Busashoka Haki, unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks towards Dees. Yet, he wore a look of enjoyment as he was knocked unconscious, after which he was dragged towards Robin. Tai Solo stood atop the staircase, controlling gold that relentlessly attacked Zhang Yufan. Yet, Zhang effortlessly dodged every assault, remaining unscathed by the gold. With a smile, he remained rooted in place, addressing Tai Solo, "You lost the gamble, and now your subordinates have been defeated. Your plan has failed. You are but a loser." "A loser, you say? I have yet to fall. I still stand." Tai Solo bellowed with laughter. He then unleashed a shower of golden powder, spraying it throughout the room via the apparatus, intending to infiltrate Zhang's body for control. However, Zhang retrieved an umbrella from his storage space, unfurling it to shield himself. Robin used her devil fruit powers to create a large umbrella composed of numerous hands to provide additional cover. Tai Solo then employed a golden bomb, transforming his fists into armor while enveloping them in haki, delivering a strike that emitted the effects of a molten gold cannon. Utilizing the explosive force and thermal radiation from the shattered gold shards, he aimed to inflict substantial damage upon Zhang. With his right hand, Zhang unsheathed his sword, executing powerful slashes that neutralized the shockwave while cleaving through the golden wall behind Tai Solo. Holding the umbrella with his left hand and the sword with his right, he approached Tai Solo, exclaiming, "Ha ha, Tai Solo, you have no hope of victory. Feel the despair of failure." "What is hope? What is despair?" Tai Solo pondered, drifting into memories of his impoverished childhood. Born into destitution, he was ostracized by friends and found solace in singing. He dreamed of the entertainment performances he saw from afar. His father, a gambler, fell ill and passed away. By the age of 12, his family had sunk deeper into poverty, and his mother loathed his singing, abandoning him to escape alone. In desperation for food, he resorted to theft, forging friendships through money. At 16, after a disastrous day at the casino, he was captured by human traffickers. The friends he'd made fled at the sight, leaving him severely beaten. In the human trafficking market, he encountered a woman named Stella, who found his voice enchanting, and they connected deeply. He vowed to secure her freedom and vowed never to commit wrongdoings again. Thus, he toiled relentlessly, saving to rescue her. At 19, just as he was about to gather enough to purchase Stella's freedom, the celestial dragons appeared and effortlessly bought her. In a fit of rage, Tai Solo confronted them but was captured. Stella expressed that his existence brought her happiness. The wealthy celestial dragons could acquire anything they desired. Consequently, Tai Solo became a notorious criminal, enslaved by the celestial dragons. Even laughter required permission, and he believed that Stella, who had also been captured, was at Mariehua. At 21, he received news of Stella's death, which filled him with profound sorrow. He felt that had he possessed wealth, things would be different, leading to an obsession with money. At 26, Fisher Tiger orchestrated the slave liberation incident at Mariehua. Tai Solo escaped and developed a deep-seated hatred for nobles and the affluent. At 29, during the auction of the Gomu fruit held by the Don Quixote family, he stirred chaos, acquiring the fruit and subsequently ascending to become the wealthiest individual in the world. His ambition was to one day force the celestial dragons to kneel before his monetary might. Tai Solo, consumed by fury, struck the ground with his fist, declaring, "Do not mock me with your laughter. He began to absorb the surrounding gold, transforming into a colossal golden entity. The casino erupted as his massive form shattered it into countless fragments. All within fled in a panic. Zhang Yufan and his companions, accompanied by TheSSS subordinates, ascended into the sky. They instructed Nami to notify all their comrades to gather at the casino while explaining the current situation. Shortly thereafter, all their allies converged upon their location. On the opposite side of the city, a celestial dragon adorned with a square helmet marched, flanked by several CP0 bodyguards and a contingent of marines. Initially arriving to collect gold from TheSSS, they intended to indulge in leisure. However, shortly after entering Golden City, the casino exploded. They narrowly avoided being struck by falling debris, thanks to the bodyguards. The enraged celestial dragon quickly departed, fuming, "These despicable commoners nearly harmed me. Were it not for the regulations here, I would have slain them all." The bodyguards and marines maintained a silent vigil as they followed. Meanwhile, Regius and his group, arriving from the opposite side, encountered the celestial dragon and his sycophants. Bias burst into laughter as they approached the casino, exclaiming, "What is our captain up to? This has been quite the entertainment." Regius chuckled, pointing in a particular direction. "Hurry, Bias, or you may miss the show. Look, there appears to be a celestial dragon." Bias, grinning, turned to see the figure adorned in distinctive attire, surrounded by numerous bodyguards and marines, confirming the presence of a celestial dragon. "Let us capture him and present him to the captain." Bias and his companions exchanged mischievous smiles, seizing the opportunity to stir trouble as they approached the celestial dragon. Blocking his path, the celestial dragon's mood had soured significantly. As I beheld Beijis and his companions, they suddenly obstructed my path. My mood soured further. What on earth was transpiring today? The celestial being wore a furious expression, standing firm as he demanded, "Who are you two wretches? Make haste and remove yourselves before my wrath unfolds." A solemn naval officer stepped forward, declaring they are members of the extreme pirate crew, known for their formidable strength. "Exercise caution, everyone." Beijis, with a hearty laugh, stood at a distance, proclaiming, "It seems our reputation has grown quite considerable. Enough idle chatter. Let's engage in battle." With that, he charged forth alongside Regis. As for the established order here, it had already been shattered by the captain's brawl. What reservations could we possibly have left? The CP0 guards and the Navy attempted to intervene, but they were no match for the iron fists of Beijis and his crew, swiftly incapacitating their foes one by one. When they encountered a worthy opponent, they toyed with them for a moment before sending them crashing to the ground. Soon, several companions joined Beijis, and together they hoisted their adversaries, merrily setting off to locate their captain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan was engaged in fierce combat with a golden giant created by TheSSS. TheSSS chuckled heartily from within the giant's form, exclaiming, "Now you understand, Zhang Yufan. This is the visage of the god of gold. Prepare to meet your demise." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan stood calmly, a smile gracing his lips as he gathered strength in his right hand and retaliated with a punch that shattered the giant's left arm, sending fragments of gold raining down. TheSSS' expression shifted to one of astonishment. This adversary was undeniably formidable, capable of dismantling the golden giant's limb with a single strike. In response, TheSSS activated the awakened abilities of his devil fruit, channeling the golden giant's fists into a fiery onslaught of molten gold aimed at Zhang Yufan. The explosive heat radiated throughout the city, possessing the power to incinerate all in its path, intent on inflicting grievous harm or rendering Zhang Yufan unconscious. Yet once again, Zhang Yufan intercepted the attack with a powerful punch to TheSSS' right hand. TheSSS then unleashed the ultimate awakened skill of his devil fruit, summoning several golden pillars and amalgamating them into a missile-like form infused with potent haki. Standing triumphantly upon this missile, he taunted Zhang Yufan, "Behold, such splendid gold. I shall devour everything here. With this gold, I will bring happiness to the people, who will cheer for joy, only to find themselves imprisoned in despair. This is the nature of this world. Everything shall be dominated by gold. I am the god of gold. Prepare to perish." Zhang Yufan retorted, I take great pleasure in toppling those who proclaim themselves as gods. This ends now. With that, he concentrated all his might into his right hand, leaping to confront the colossal golden pillar descending from Taizolo. With a tremendous punch, he shattered the pillar before approaching Taizolo and delivering a blow that sent him sprawling to the ground, unconscious. The golden torrent dissipated, and the citizens of the city transformed from golden statues back into their human forms, erupting into genuine cheers of liberation. The surrounding residents flocked to express their gratitude to Zhang Yufan, who, along with his companions, swiftly departed the vessel. Beijis approached with a hearty laugh, declaring, "Captain, what a fortunate turn of events. Look who I brought back." Zhang Yufan examined the information of the three individuals before him. Name: Char Ma Ku Sheng potential growth level, F current power level, F age, 41 height, 21 meters gender, male weapon, handgun devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, celestial dragon. Exceedingly cruel. Once aboard a world government vessel, he obliterated a small fishing boat carrying the young Sabo with cannon fire, perceiving it as an obstruction. Name: Spandam potential growth level, E current power level, F age, 28 height, 178 centimeters gender, male weapon, Van Gogh fried, sword, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The commander of the world government's secret agency, CP9. Known for his vile nature, he previously led CP5 and is the son of former CP9 Commander Spandine. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Having inherited his father's position in CP9 and is now a member of CP0. Name: Wushu potential growth level, S current power level, A age, 45 height, 251 centimeters gender, male weapon, katana devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, a rear admiral in Navy. Characterized by a serious demeanor and strictness toward his subordinates. He excels in swordsmanship and is a disciple of the former Navy Admiral Zifa, known as the Black Arm. Zhang Yufan smiled, addressing Beijis. "Your luck is remarkable. You even captured a celestial dragon. Let's awaken them. It is time for their reckoning. Have some of the crew head to the port to seize the warship. Once we conclude our business here, we shall proceed to claim it." After a brief interval, all those who had been unconscious regained their senses. Zhang Yufan approached Taizolo, who sat dejectedly on the ground. "Taizolo, you must realize that money is not omnipotent. It cannot buy back love lost. Yet, one cannot thrive without it. How did you come to know of this?" Taizolo inquired, astonished. "I am aware of your past as a slave to the celestial dragons, your subsequent escape, and your fervent pursuit of wealth to seek revenge against them. However, mere riches are insufficient. One requires unmatched strength. Observe over there." After Zhang Yufan gestured toward the Tenryubito nearby, Taizolo appeared astonished, for not only were there Tenryubito present, but also members of the Navy and CP0. Had they been captured so easily due to the overwhelming confidence derived from their formidable strength? No longer did they fear such powers. Wushu, filled with rage, sat on the ground and confronted Zhang Yufan, demanding to know his intentions. "Is it merely because I have eliminated some remnants and pests of this world that I have become a villain?" Zhang Yufan replied solemnly. "Reflect upon your conscience. Do you believe they deserve to live?" Wushu fell silent, torn between his thoughts. He wished to argue against it, yet the words eluded him. He was somewhat aware of the atrocities committed by the Tenryubito. In truth, they deserved their fate, even though he was now part of the Navy. He felt powerless to intervene, forced to follow orders. Zhang Yufan approached Spandam, who was now reduced to tears, pleading desperately on his knees. Yet, his pleas were of no consequence. Without hesitation, Zhang Yufan swung his blade, severing Spandam's head. Charlemagne, filled with terror, knelt and exclaimed, "You wretched creature! What do you intend to do? How dare you force me to kneel? Release me at once, or the world government will hunt you to the ends of the earth." Zhang Yufan smirked. "Do I appear to be intimidated by them? I have slain Tenryubito before. I do not fear your demise. Off to hell with you." With that, he delivered another strike, decapitating Charlemagne as well. Charlemagne's eyes widened in shock, his gaze frozen in death. He then eliminated the remaining members of CP0 and freed Wushu and the Marines, for they had committed no heinous acts. Jean Yufan smiled as he approached Taizolo once more. Do you wish for revenge? Do you desire to eradicate the evil Tenryubito? Then join us. Taizolo, feeling helpless, replied, Why should I agree? I can make the Tenryubito kneel before me through my own strength. Jean Yufan retorted, As a loser, you have no right to refuse. You will accompany us. I will arrange for someone to take over this ship. Taizolo pondered, was this the fate of a defeated man? Ultimately, the outcome was not so dire. He could neither fight nor flee, so he acquiesced. Jean Yufan then engaged in amicable conversation with Kalina, who ultimately decided to join as well. He contacted others to prepare for the acquisition of the Golden Ship, along with several naval vessels, which he stored in his dimensional space. The remaining Marines were abandoned on an uninhabited island, equipped with transponder snails to ensure help would arrive shortly. After a few days aboard the Golden Ship, the others arrived. Meanwhile, Taizolo began to grasp the immense power of Jean Yufan and his crew. Their strength was astonishing. He could not even best a mere monkey, having been easily subdued. Jean Yufan briefed them on all matters before they set sail for new adventures. Not long after departing, they encountered a warship adorned with a dog's head at the forefront. Standing at the bow was a tall, muscular man with a scar over his left eye, his blue eyes piercing, and his hair a short, grayish-white. Wearing a dog-headed hat and draped in a Navy Justice cloak, he commanded attention. 6 ordinary warships followed closely behind, swiftly approaching Jean Yufan's vessel. Jean Yufan utilized his system to examine the man's information. Name, Monkey D. GARP, Combat Potential. SSS, Current Combat Level. SS, Age, 75. Height, 2. 87 meters. Gender, Male. Weapon, none. Devil Fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment Card, none. Biography, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, known for his fiery temperament, humor, and straightforwardness. He cares deeply for his subordinates and possesses both intelligence and courage, maintaining a keen insight into global affairs. He is a legendary figure within the Navy, often consulted by Admiral Sengoku on various situations. Renowned as Iron Fist GARP, he single-handedly thwarted the Rocks Pirates' advance at God Valley 37 years ago, alongside Roger, leading to the annihilation of the entire crew and earning him the title of Naval Hero. It is said that GARP has cornered the Pirate King, Roger, on numerous occasions. As the ships converged, they halted in the sea. Jean Yufan smiled, standing at the bow, addressing GARP. Greetings, Old Man GARP. Is this grand display an attempt to apprehend us? GARP responded, Young Yufan, your recent feats have resonated across the globe. You even managed to abduct Akiji. I must take you back. It is merely the extermination of some pests and filth. Is it not what you believe too? Jean Yufan chuckled. Yet I am now part of the Navy, and I must bring you in, comply, and return with me to prison. That is aiding tyranny. The actions of the Navy and world government have shattered countless families. I hope you keep that in mind. Perhaps you have attempted to intervene, but without sufficient power or authority, you remain powerless. What you dare not do, we shall accomplish. Since you are incapable, do not obstruct our efforts to reshape the world. GARP exclaimed, You speak boldly, but first defeat me. With that, GARP commanded his subordinates to bring forth cannonballs. He unleashed his Fist of the Earth technique, hurling the cannonballs towards Jean Yufan's ship with the force of a baseball pitch. The speed and power of these projectiles surpassed that of the main cannon of a warship. Jean Yufan drew his sword and executed a slash, cleaving the cannonballs mid-flight, causing them to explode. GARP continued his assault with Fist of the Meteor Shower, relentlessly bombarding Jean Yufan's ship with cannonballs, akin to meteors striking an enemy, their impact tremendous. Jean Yufan retaliated with a continuous flurry of slashes, cutting through each cannonball. He then leapt onto GARP's ship, engaging him in a fierce exchange of blows. Jean Yufan's overwhelming strength forced GARP to stagger back with each collision, eventually sending him crashing onto another warship. The surrounding Marines stood dumbfounded, witnessing GARP, the Vice Admiral, unable to prevail against this pirate. The scene unfolded like a surreal dream. Jean Yufan, smiling, jumped back to his own ship. Old Man GARP, Are you still eager to fight? You are no match for me. Garp laughed heartily, stepping to the bow. You are indeed a remarkable young man. Allow me to unleash my final technique, Fist of Impact. He leapt into the air, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with hockey toward Zhang Yufan's ship, capable of obliterating a town from a distance. Zhang Yufan channeled his strength into his fist and retaliated with a mighty blow. The collision of their fists sent shockwaves through the air. However, Garp could not withstand Zhang Yufan's immense force and was sent flying. Zhang Yufan pursued him into the sky, delivering another punch that sent Garp crashing into the sea. Zhang Yufan smiled as he descended back onto his ship, addressing Kazu. Kazu, convey a message to Old Man Garp. If he can no longer remain in the Navy, he is always welcome to join us. Do not wait until his grandson is killed by his own people to regret it. It will be too late. Today, I will refrain from seizing your warship, so do not pursue us any further, or you shall bear the consequences. How terrifying! Zhang Yufan, I shall carry your words with me. Thereafter, Zhang Yufan departed on his vessel. After a day's voyage, he spotted an island in the distance. An elderly woman was directing a tall man in battle. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name, Adwa Wyber Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age, 32 Height, 2.08 meters Gender. Male Weapon, Great Sword Devil Fruit. None Bounty, 300 million berries Equipment Card. None Description, one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. He possesses a rather naive disposition, always heeding his mother's commands. It appears that all his actions are dictated by her. Despite his low intelligence, his combat prowess is exceptionally formidable. He bears 3 alarming scars, suggesting he has endured severe injuries, including the loss of his left hand and potentially fatal wounds to his head. Name, Badging Gomez 2C Combat Potential Growth Level. SS Current Combat Level. S Age, 73 Height, 1.68 meters Gender. Female Weapon, Cane Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description. A former member of the Rocks Pirates, also known as Miss Bayang. She is the mother of Adwa Wyber, characterized by her arrogant and ambitious nature, mercilessly slaughtering civilians. She is exceedingly avaricious and often manipulates Wyber through affection, compelling him to act on her behalf. In her youth, she was the prototype for the first clone created by an illegal scientific research team led by Vegapunk. Zhang Yufan pondered how these two individuals came to be in this place. However, having encountered them, they cannot escape. He must first eliminate Tussi without her realizing it. Following that, he would recruit the exceedingly naive Wyber. After all, Tussi merely exploited Wyber's prodigious combat skills for profit. This arrangement could only lead to Wyber's demise at Tussi's hands in due course. Fortunately, Wyber and his companions were engaged in combat with a throng of enemies, oblivious to their arrival. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhang Yufan briefed his comrades. They expressed sympathy for Wyber, refraining from stopping their captain. Thus, Zhang Yufan instructed Robin to utilize her devil fruit abilities. Numerous hands sprouted from Tussi, covering her mouth and restraining her limbs, rendering her immobile, culminating in a swift snap of her neck. As the enemies attempted to strike Wyber, Robin discarded Tussi's lifeless body toward them. The ensuing blow cleaved her in two, blood splattering across the scene. Zhang Yufan and his crew could remain in the shadows, but they could not leave without a trace. That would render their efforts futile. They hastened their ship towards the island. Wyber, his expression twisted in rage, swung his sword in fury. How dare you kill my mother? I shall slay you to avenge her. The adversaries were left speechless, unable to articulate that it was his mother who had impaled herself on their blades. Yet, this large brute was not inclined to comprehend, and the battle raged on. At this moment, Zhang Yufan's vessel had anchored by the shore. He assessed Wyber's foes, all notorious pirates whose demise would evoke no sympathy. He instructed his comrades to explore the island for any discoveries while he approached Wyber to eliminate the pirates. Wyber, perplexed and wielding his great sword, queried, "Who are you, little one? Why do you wish to slay them?" With a serious demeanor, Zhang Yufan leaped onto Wyber's shoulder. "I am Zhang Yufan, a friend of your mother, come to assist you." Wyber's face brightened. "So you are a friend of my mother? Let us give her a proper burial. Zhang Yufan nodded, locating a suitable spot, reflecting, Tussie, you shall rest here. I shall care for your son. Do not worry. Wyber, tears streaming down his face, buried Tussie. Zhang Yufan gently patted Wyber's cheek, asking, what will you do next? Confused, Wyber sat on the ground. I do not know. I have always done as my mother instructed. Then come with me. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, and you will heed my guidance. Zhang Yufan smiled. Wyber beamed with joy, rising to his feet. Yes, I have an elder brother now. I shall be obedient. Zhang Yufan smiled down at him now. Take your sword and follow me to meet the others. Wyber, elated, had completely forgotten the sorrow of losing Tussie. He grasped the great sword and followed the direction Zhang Yufan indicated. As for the treasures around them, Zhang Yufan had already pilfered them, storing them in his dimensional space. Before long, they returned to the ship. The companions dispatched to explore the island also returned, as the island was not vast. Zhang Yufan introduced Wyber to the crew. Despite his lack of intellect, he bore no ill intentions, and soon he integrated well with them, who took great care of him. After a shared meal, they resumed their adventurous voyage. After several days at sea, they finally located Zhou Island on the system's map. Zhou Island's true form was that of a colossal elephant that had survived for a millennium. The homeland of the mink tribe, the Fur Kingdom, was constructed upon its back. This land was inhabited by a tribe that despised humans and resolutely barred them from approaching their territory. However, the island's peculiar nature allowed it to move autonomously. Thus, reaching this island could not rely solely on navigational records. They would need guidance from a life card. Following Zhang Yufan's directions, the crew soon approached the giant elephant. Standing atop the lookout, Oka shouted, Captain, we have spotted 6 pirate ships ahead, belonging to the Beast Pirates, which have surrounded Zhou Island. Everyone paused their tasks and looked ahead. Among the vessels, one featured a tall woman with 2 horns atop her head, striking blue eyes, distinctive lower eyelashes, and a punk aesthetic. She stood at the bow, reprimanding those below. Zhang Yufan examined her information through the system. Name, Jean Lamy. Combat potential growth level, B current combat level, B age, 26 height, 1, 83 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, artificial devil fruit. Antelope form bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a member of the Beast Pirates, serving as a giver of life to the mammoth ship. She possesses a calm demeanor and sufficient authority to issue commands. A subordinate of Jack the Drought. She has been persistently searching for warriors from Wano country within the Fur Kingdom on Zhou Island. Zhang Yufan stood at the bow of the ship, smiling. Comrades, let us unite and vanquish those pirates, collecting all the treasures to bring back, but take care not to damage the ship. The crew nodded in agreement, and most of them leaped into the air, making their way forward. Jean Lamy, astonished, looked up at the sky and exclaimed, Who are you? Do you not see that this is a pirate ship under the command of the 4 emperors, Kaido? Leave at once. A tall subordinate gazed upward and recognized the figures. Lord Jean Lamy, that is a member of the limitless pirate crew. Be cautious, they are formidable. Beijis laughed heartily as he descended from the sky. Ha ha, even if the 4 emperors were here, I would not hesitate to fight. Prepare to meet your end. With that, he swiftly approached Jean Lamy and delivered a powerful punch, eliminating her cleanly. Soon after, Zhang Yufan heard a series of anguished cries from the opposing ship. The battle concluded swiftly. There were no formidable foes aboard the enemy vessel. Before long, his comrades returned, carrying a modest amount of plunder. Zhang Yufan then stored both the ship and the treasures in his storage space. Nami looked on in amazement at the enormous elephant. This elephant is truly colossal. Koya echoed her astonishment, moving closer. Indeed, and it can move as well. Zhang Yufan smiled, taking Nami's hand. Not only that, but there is a town upon its back. You will soon see it. Now let us board. He instructed his companions to ascend the island, and then stored the ship in his storage space. Everyone stepped forward, guiding those unfamiliar with the moonwalk towards the elephant's back. The island was suffused with toxic gases, but Poison Q utilized his devil fruit abilities to clear the air. The group frowned, realizing the dire state of the city. I hope we're not too late. I wonder if anyone is still alive. From the city emerged a tall, muscular man with golden hair, styled in a ponytail and 2 braids, adorned with a metallic jaw. He wore ivory-like decorations on his head and shoulders, draped in a fur coat. Accompanied by a group of subordinates, Zhang Yufan checked the system for information on the 2 leading figures. Name: Jack. Growth potential level: SS. Current combat level: SS. Age: 25. Height: 8, 3 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: 2 shottle knives. Devil fruit: ancient zone type. Mammoth fruit bounty: 1 billion berries. Equipment card: none. Description: captain of the mammoth and one of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates, known as the drought. He is the local governor of the Ninely region in Wano country, demonstrating unwavering loyalty and diligence to Governor Kaido with a ruthless and uncompromising nature. He resolves conflicts through force and is audaciously reckless, yet possesses remarkable leadership skills and a cool-headed ability to assess the benefits of action. Name: TheSSS. Head. Growth potential level: a current combat level. B. Age: 28. Height: 1, 94 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: none. Devil fruit: artificial zone type. Sheep form bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a subordinate of Jack, the Drought, known for his ruthless actions alongside Jack, including the devastation of the Fur Kingdom during their raid on Zou. With an expression of fury, TheSSS head removed his gas mask and pointed accusingly at Zhang Yufan. You are the captain of the limitless pirate crew, Zhang Yufan, are you not? Did you disperse the toxic gas in this city? And where are Jean Lamy and the others? Indeed, the air was far too polluted, so it had to be cleaned. Look how fresh it is now. Jean Lamy is dead. Do you have a problem with that? I have significant issues with it. The man beside me is none other than Lord Jack, a key subordinate of the 4 Emperors Kaido, who has been searching for you. You killed our important collaborator, Doflamingo, which disrupted our trade of artificial Zoan devil fruits. And now you must die. Since you already know, prepare to meet your demise. Enough of your noise. You should descend into hell. With that, Zhang Yufan exerted force beneath his feet and vanished from sight, suddenly appearing behind TheSSS head, delivering a devastating punch that obliterated him. Having no use for the artificial Zoan devil fruit he possessed, Zhang Yufan moved on. Jack, realizing too late, was left astonished. The subordinates of the beast pirates were utterly shocked. A single punch had dispatched TheSSS head, instilling a deep-seated fear among them. Is our end approaching? Perhaps not. We still have Lord Jack. Surely, they cannot defeat him. Lord Jack, you must prevail. You must kill them. However, upon closer inspection, they noted Zhang Yufan's companions, including several naval admirals and numerous former and current Shichibukai, all exuding immense strength. What a bewildering assembly. How are we to contend with this? Can we truly prevail? Or are we merely walking to our doom? Jack's fury surged as he recalled the death of his important ally and the loss of his subordinate. Zhang Yufan dares to disregard my existence. He charged forward, undeterred by the powerful figures behind Zhang Yufan. In a furious attempt, he swung a mighty punch, but Zhang Yufan effortlessly evaded it. He, along with most of his crew and several skilled doctors like Chopper, ventured into the city to assess the situation and attend to any injured. Meanwhile, a few comrades remained behind, intending to capture Jack alive, while the lesser subordinates were deemed expendable due to their previous misdeeds. Zhang Yufan, oblivious to the chaos, strolled past Jack and his crew without a second thought. Jack, infuriated, clenched his fists. You little brat, daring to ignore my presence. You shall perish. He swung a powerful punch toward Zhang Yufan and his crew. Beijis, laughing heartily, countered, Big guy, if at a fight you seek, I'll gladly oblige. But our captain has matters to attend to. Their fists collided, sending Jack staggering back several paces. Jack, astonished, rubbed his knuckles. Interesting, you possess considerable strength. He ordered his men to advance and eliminate Zhang Yufan's crew. Utilizing his devil fruit ability, he transformed into a colossal mammoth, swinging his trunk fiercely at Beijis to knock him away. Yet Beijis did not flinch. He stood his ground, effortlessly blocking the attack and wrapping his arms around the long trunk, spinning Jack in the air at a dizzying speed. Jack became disoriented, his eyes swirling like a spiral. Abandoned on the ground, he remained incapacitated for an extended period. Beijis, standing firm, erupta into la exclama. You big, foolish elephant. Is your performance truly this poor? You were dizzy in no time. He then lingered by Jack's side, awaiting his revival, eager for another round of play. As for those assigned to assist, they were merely inconsequential figures to Jean Bay and his companions, insufficient even for a warm-up. Thus, in moments, they were all dispatched, biding time for Bayjees to conclude his task. Once Jack regained his strength, he enveloped his elongated nose with hockey and attempted to strike Bayjees repeatedly. Yet each effort was effortlessly evaded. Bayjees swiftly approached Jack's side and unleashed a barrage of iron-fisted blows, causing Jack to cry out in agony. The sheer size of the big elephant, while imposing, proved detrimental, significantly increasing the likelihood of being struck. How can you possess such formidable strength? The captain shall surely avenge me, he proclaimed, only to be rendered unconscious by Bayjees, reverting to his human form. Subsequently, the others tidied the battlefield, gathering the spoils of victory before carrying the unconscious Jack into the city to locate Jean Yufan and his companions. Uncertainty loomed regarding the conditions within. Meanwhile, Jean Yufan and his group had already entered the city, utterly shocked by the scene before them, filled with intense fury. A lowly member of the Beast Pirates was mercilessly whipping a member of the Mink tribe, demanding, "Hurry and tell me, where are the warriors of Wano?" The Mink, covered in blood and in excruciating pain, replied, "I do not know. We have no such person here," before collapsing. Jean Yufan and his allies charged in, swiftly dispatching all the ruffians. Surveying their surroundings revealed a scene of utter devastation. All structures lay in ruins, and the ground could only be described with 4 words: a sea of corpses. The brutality of this conflict was staggering. The gallows still held many minks, tortured yet not dismembered. However, those lying on the ground were far less fortunate. Most were unrecognizable, surrounded by pools of blood. It was truly a sight of horror, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Suddenly, a figure emerged, blood streaming from his head, his body marred with wounds, bearing a face reminiscent of a jaguar. With a brown nose and yellow fur adorned with black spots, he had long, wavy golden hair and donned a green jacket with a deep green cloak. Despite his frail state, upon hearing numerous footsteps, he slowly opened his eyes to gaze at Jean Yufan, gasping and shedding tears, raising his hand with all his might. "I am Pedlo. Can you please help us? I beg you. Please, treat Lord Cat Viper and Duke Inu Erishur, who are bound to the gallows. If not, they will perish. We cannot allow them to die here. Rest assured, I shall save you. Chopper, come here and attend to Pedluo," Jean Yufan instructed. At that moment, Pedluo succumbed to unconsciousness. Jean Yufan checked his information using the system. Name: Pedluo Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 29 Height, 2, 33 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, 382 million berries Equipment Card, None Description, known as the Tree's Pedluo, former captain of the Nox Pirates. Now the leader of the White Whale Forest Hero Group, a capable aide to Cat Viper, revered for his righteousness and deeply trusted by the populace. He is remarkably loyal to those he respects, possessing astounding endurance and exceptional jumping ability. He can generate immense static electricity through his fur. 2 years ago, he attempted to steal Big Mom's historical text and was punished by losing 50 years of his life and his left eye. He can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Jean Yufan rose and turned to see 2 individuals bound to the gallows. One was tall with canine features, predominantly brown fur, a deep-stitched scar on his left cheek, blood streaming from his head, and a large, bushy tail. He wore a deep blue European-style noble outfit with a wine-red cloak. The other, a massive figure with predominantly golden fur and brown stripes, bore a fierce countenance with sharp teeth and numerous wounds, dressed in a red garment adorned with circular patterns, flaunting a thick mane around his neck, and a pronounced scar near his left eye. Jean Yufan examined their information via the system. Name: Inu Erishur Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 37 Height, 5, 11 meters Gender, Male Weapon, Longsword Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, known as Duke Inu Arashur, a canine mink. One of the two kings of Zou's mink kingdom, the King of Daylight. He governs the realm of daylight and is renowned alongside Cat Viper. Also a retainer of Kazuki Odin and a member of the Red Scabbards. He once sailed with the Whitebeard and Roger pirates, characterized as a kind, humble leader deeply respected and beloved by the Mink Kingdom's inhabitants, known for his politeness and aversion to violence, valuing loyalty and camaraderie, and never betraying his allies. He can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Name: Cat Viper. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, SS age 37, height 5, 23 meters, gender male, weapon none, devil fruit none, bounty none, equipment card none, description: known as Cat Viper, a feline mink. One of the two kings of Zou's mink kingdom, the King of Night. He governs the realm of night and is renowned alongside Inu Arashur. Also a retainer of Kazuki Odin and a member of the Red Scabbards. His temperament is notably fierce and self-centered, yet he values loyalty and camaraderie, never betraying his companions. He can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Zhang Yufan carefully lowered them, urging the others to hasten their healing efforts to prevent them from slipping away into eternal darkness. The entire group commenced their actions. Chopper and several skilled doctors began concocting antidotes while the remaining companions scattered to search for survivors. Meanwhile, Beijis and his crew also brought Jack, unconscious, to join in the extensive search. After a lengthy period of thorough exploration across the island, the surviving minks were gathered together. Zhang Yufan assigned some companions to clean up the battlefield and then instructed Gardino to create an enormous wax chamber, placing Jack inside to swiftly acquire his devil fruit, securing it in the storage space. After tidying up, I stepped out of the candlelit room, casually discarding Jack's lifeless body aside. At that moment, Peiduo regained consciousness once more. Sitting on the ground, his eyes fixed on Zhang Yufan. "I am truly grateful for your life-saving grace. I shall remember this kindness and repay it when the opportunity arises," he proclaimed. "I am Zhang Yufan, and these are my companions surrounding us." "Peiduo, how do you feel now?" "I feel quite well. At least I'm not dead." "How did you manage to get in? Has Jack departed?" "He hasn't left. That great, clumsy beast has been slain by my hand, and its body lies not far behind you." Peiduo turned his head in shock, staring blankly. Zhang Yufan, quite formidable, seemed unharmed. Fortunately, they had encountered each other today. Had they arrived even a few days later, they might have already turned into corpses, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. Choba and the other skilled doctors had administered antidotes to all the fur tribe members and bandaged their wounds. Those with lighter injuries had already regained consciousness. Eventually, under Peiduo's guidance, they escorted the leaders of the Cat Viper and Duke of Dogstorm back to their respective residences for recuperation. After spending 2 more days on the island, with the care of those exceptional doctors, the wounded fur tribe members began to show signs of improvement, except for a few with grave injuries. The rest were able to rise from their beds and move about. Full recovery would still require some time, but the emotional scars would not heal so swiftly. On this day, 2 individuals approached Zhang Yufan's temporary dwelling. One, a woman with vibrant orange hair wrapped in a white scarf and adorned with yellow fur, bore canine features and carried a sword. The other resembled a white rabbit, with short golden hair and fluffy white fur, long tubular ears, a round, fluffy tail, and sharp claws. Zhang Yufan accessed their information through the system. Name: Wanda. Potential growth level: SS current power level, S age 25, height 1, 94 meters, gender female, weapon longsword, devil fruit none, bounty none, equipment card none, description: a member of the fur tribe from Zhao Island. She is composed and sensible. During Jack's invasion of Zhao, she bravely fought alongside other members of the musket team, but succumbed to the toxic gas he unleashed after several days of battle. She is the royal bird of the fur tribe and a member of the musket team, capable of generating powerful static electricity through her fur, and can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Name: Galope. Potential growth level: SS current power level, S age 12, height 1, 61 meters, gender female, weapon none, devil fruit none, bounty none, equipment card none, description: A rabbit-type member of the fur tribe, she is a natural warrior, able to generate electric shocks through friction of her fur. Agile and innocent, she serves as the royal bird of the fur tribe and a messenger for the musket team, embodying a pure-hearted spirit, cleverness, and high vigilance. She yearns for adventurous freedom, yet fears rebuke for mistakes. She enjoys nipping the cheeks of those she likes and relishes having her head petted, and can also transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Galot approached joyfully, greeting Zhang Yufan with a friendly nuzzle. Wanda smiled as she approached and gave Zhang Yufan a playful lick on the cheek. Karichu, we are immensely grateful to you. When we all believed we were destined to perish in despair, you offered us hope for life. Even without knowing us, you extended your hand to save us. You avenged us by defeating Jack, and we shall undoubtedly seek to repay this kindness. We shall never forget it. For us, it was merely a trifling effort. Wanda, is there a particular reason you have come to visit us today? Duke of Dogstorm has awakened and wishes to see you. We have also organized a celebratory feast. Very well, I shall inform my companions and join you shortly. With that, Zhang Yufan gathered all his comrades, and they proceeded towards the Duke of Dogstorm's residence. As they advanced halfway, they suddenly witnessed a giant elephant extend its long trunk skyward, spraying copious amounts of seawater into the air. It appears that the daily shower is commencing. The giant elephant refreshes itself twice daily. The seawater would flow through the city's waterways, providing the inhabitants with essential water and often bringing down a bounty of fish, thus rendering the residents well-fed. This phenomenon was known as the blessing rain. Such a deluge of seawater could easily incite flooding, and a moment's inattention could sweep one away. Moreover, many among Zhang Yufan's group possessed devil fruit abilities and were particularly wary of the sea's encroachment. With no nearby structures for refuge, they had no choice but to ascend to higher ground. Zhang Yufan retrieved numerous umbrellas from his storage space, distributing one to each of his companions. Preparations made long ago for such extraordinary circumstances were now put to good use. All gathered atop the high ground, and soon the rain ceased, allowing them to continue their journey. Before long, they arrived at their destination, where they encountered a man adorned in splendid attire, exhibiting lion-like features and dressed as a French musketeer. His long, spiral mustaches and sword at his waist gave him an imposing presence as he reprimanded others. Zhang Yufan accessed the system to check his information. Name: Sicilian potential growth level. SS current power level. SS age, 31 height, 1. 96 meters gender. Male weapon. Long sword devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A lion-type member of the fur tribe. Sicilian is one of the 3 musketeers of the Dogstorm and the captain of the Dogstorm Musketeers. He is fiercely strict with his subordinates and punishes those who utter naive phrases about love and tenderness in his presence by casting them into a deep abyss for growth through hardship. He can generate powerful static electricity through his fur and can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Wanda, looking puzzled, hurried over. Your Highness Sicilian, what has transpired? Sicilian, visibly irate, turned to her. Ah, it is you, Wanda? These fools were uttering naive phrases about love and affection before me, so I sent them into the abyss for some much-needed discipline. A member of the fur tribe, leaning against the wall, looked up and said, We apologize. We will refrain from such phrases in the future. Wanda smiled and extended her hand. Your Highness Sicilian, our benefactors have all arrived. With utmost seriousness, Sicilian knelt, bowing his head. I am profoundly grateful to all of you for rescuing us from the depths of despair. Your immense kindness shall remain etched in my memory for eternity. Your Highness Sicilian, we shall give our all in every endeavor. Wanda replied with a smile. Indeed, a truly diligent lion, Usopp remarked with a grin. With a stern demeanor, Sicilian opened the door. Please come in. The Duke has been awaiting you for quite some time. A select few from Zhang Yufan's group stepped into the room, while the remaining companions stayed outside to prevent overcrowding. Duke Inuarashi had regained consciousness, seated upon the grand bed. His injuries had stabilized, and his spirits appeared quite buoyant. Poison Q and several nurses from the fur tribe were present, observing and attending to him. He was swathed in bandages, resembling a mummy, with only his face visible. Upon seeing the awakened Duke, Wanda joyfully rushed over to embrace him. Duke Inuarashi, with a serious expression, held a newspaper and a glass of water. Turning to gaze at Jean Yufan, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the members of the extreme pirate crew for their timely intervention, acknowledging that without their aid, the fur tribe on the island would likely have faced annihilation. Indeed, it seems you have made a remarkable recovery, Duke Inuarashi, Jean Yufan remarked. The Duke affirmed this, crediting his recovery to their ship's doctor. At that moment, Brooke entered, accompanied by several members of the canine fur tribe. Duke Inuarashi and Wanda regarded Brooke with sparkling eyes, their mouths watering as they stared. Though he was indeed their savior, their primal urges were becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The Duke's eyes gleamed with desire. This benefactor appeared exceptionally delectable. Wanda, with a smile and similar salivation, understood the Duke's sentiments but cautioned him about his current condition, suggesting they postpone such thoughts for later. Brooke, aghast, widened his mouth in horror, pleading that such ideas be abandoned entirely. To be frank, we were utterly astonished to discover that such an irresistibly alluring race existed in this world. Wanda smiled. Our canine fur tribe possesses no resistance to bones. The feast outside is ready to commence, and we shall begin our celebrations. Duke Inuarashi smiled in agreement. Meanwhile, Brooke felt a chill run down his spine, internally lamenting that he had rescued these fur tribe members only to be considered food. How cursedly charming he must be. Zazillion led everyone to the banquet venue, where the surrounding fur tribe members cheered in gratitude towards Jean Yufan and his companions. Everyone enjoyed the feast, although the fur tribe members proved somewhat clingy. During the festivities, Zazillion introduced the other two sharpshooters aside from himself. Jean Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name: Giovanni Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 27 Height: 2. 26 meters Gender: Male Weapon: Longsword Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description: a member of the Zebra Fur Tribe and one of the sharpshooters in Duke Inuarashi's entourage. Capable of generating intense static electricity through his fur and can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Name: Constellat Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 26 Height: 2. 4 meters Gender: Male Weapon: 2 short swords Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description: a member of the Fox Fur Tribe and one of the sharpshooters in Duke Inuarashi's entourage. Tasked with ensuring the safety of Duke Inuarashi, capable of generating intense static electricity through his fur, and can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. After the banquet concluded, they remained at that location until 6 o'clock in the evening. Duke Inuarashi and his companions retired for the night, leaving everyone puzzled by their unusually early bedtime. Wanda explained the reasoning behind this. The relationship between the two kings was exceedingly poor, often resulting in conflicts upon their meetings. The cause of their disputes remained a mystery, as they had once shared a close bond. Their powers were evenly matched, yet over time their relationship deteriorated, leading them to avoid each other. Consequently, their schedules were divided into two halves, with 6 o'clock as the boundary, allowing both factions to guard the island for half the day. This inverted lifestyle significantly impacted them, contributing to their defeat against Jack's forces. As for the second primary factor behind their defeat, it was the relentless reinforcements sent by Jack's side, engaging them in a war of attrition. The third factor was Jack's deployment of poison within the city, which they were utterly ill-equipped to counter, leading to their near-total annihilation. At that moment, a cat's meow resonated from the forest, heralding the awakening of the Night King. Wanda led Jean Yufan and the others to the residence of the Cat Viper leader. Along the way, they encountered two members of the Hero Guild, who happened to be inviting Jean Yufan and his companions to their base. Jean Yufan checked their information using the system. Name: BB Highbuck Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 29 Height: 2. 66 meters Gender: Male Weapon: None Devil Fruit. None Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description: a member of the Gorilla Fur Tribe and part of the Whalefish Forest Hero Guild. Ever vigilant in protecting that territory. Any intruders into the whalefish forest would receive a thorough beating from the guild. He can generate intense static electricity through his fur and possesses remarkable combat prowess, transforming into a moon lion during a full moon. Name: Roddy Combat Growth Potential Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 29 Height, 3, 51 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a member of the Buffalo Fur Tribe, endowed with formidable combat strength. He can generate intense static electricity through his fur and is a member of the Whalefish Forest Hero Guild, always guarding that territory, ensuring that any intruders receive a severe reprimand. He can transform into a moon lion during a full moon. Before long, they arrived at their base, where numerous fur tribe members erupted in joyous cheers. Pedro and Chopper had been waiting there for some time. They escorted Jean Yufan and his companions to meet the cat viper leader. Upon entering the room, everyone was taken aback to find the leader indulging in food and drink while playing with a ball, showing no signs of restraint. Was he afflicted with hyperactivity? Cat viper leader, how long have I been gone? And you're already causing chaos? Were you not instructed to manage your diet? And please refrain from excessive movement. You risk reopening your wounds. Chopper exclaimed, visibly irritated. The cat viper leader laughed heartily, bouncing the ball. Oh, it's all right. I am a man who cherishes freedom. Apologies, but the doctor's words are mere whispers to me. With a joyful demeanor, he embraced Jean Yufan and his companions, expressing his gratitude for their salvation. I am a man who values gratitude. I shall repay this kindness tenfold. He then dashed off to play with a cat toy, causing his wounds to reopen. Jean Yufan and the others had to lift him onto the bed, just as Chopper prepared to administer an injection. The formidable leader of the Mao Fu Shi, with a furrowed brow, instructed Nami to fetch the cat toy, exclaiming to Chopper, while I indulge in play, come and give me an injection. Chopper, visibly agitated and holding a syringe, retorted, did I not instruct you to remain still? It then dawned upon the group that this colossal creature harbored a fear of injections, requiring distractions to divert its attention. Reluctant to recline on the bed, it attempted to rise immediately after receiving the shot, only to be chastised by an irate Chopper. They conversed for a while longer with the leader of the Mao Fu Shi before assuring him to stay still, after which Jean Yufan and the others returned to their temporary abode. On their way back, they learned from Sanji that Chopper, experiencing the stirrings of young love, had become infatuated with a beautiful member of the reindeer fur tribe named Milky. She was both a warrior and a nurse, a being of deer-like appearance, while Chopper possessed a human form resembling a deer. Their contrasts rendered them a perfect match, and most importantly, they harbored mutual affection. Milky admired Chopper's exceptional medical skills and kind heart, while Chopper was smitten by Milky, displaying various shy and coy behaviors. This budding romance was a development worth wholeheartedly supporting, as finding a companion for Chopper was no simple task. Ordinary humans were unlikely to suffice, but a member of the fur tribe was the most fitting choice. In this world, discovering someone who truly loves you, and whom you also love in return, is a rare treasure. Given Chopper's less-than-ideal childhood experiences, there was an earnest hope for his future happiness. However, a veil still lingered between Chopper and Milky, yet Jean Yufan and the others endeavored to facilitate their union. Before long, they naturally found themselves together, to the delight of all. Chopper was now elated, to the extent of waking from dreams with laughter. That night, everyone enjoyed a blissful slumber, and the following morning continued mingling with the members of the fur tribe. On this day, two unexpected guests arrived on the island. One was a man with lion-like features, clad in a pink suit and sporting sunglasses, exuding an intimidating presence, his sword sheathed at his waist. The other bore a scar over his left eye, sporting a handlebar mustache, also wearing sunglasses and a pink suit, balancing a steaming cup of red tea atop his head, his legs exceedingly long and wielding a cane. Originally, this lion member of the fur tribe, accompanied by his partner, had completed their mission and intended to return to their station, making a brief stop at Zo to visit family. However, upon entering the city, they were taken aback by the devastation before them. The lion's expression turned to one of confusion, beads of cold sweat forming as he turned to his companion. What has transpired? Why is the city in ruins? And where are the people of this nation? Observing the surrounding evidence of fierce battles, they were left to ponder the identity of the miscreant responsible for such an atrocity. What on earth has occurred here? Where can my family be? Let us venture towards the forest, suggested the lion. There are giants there. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. With that, the two prepared to delve deeper into the woods. Just as Zhang Yufan and his companions emerged from the forest, resulting in their paths crossing, Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name, Bok Mushy potential power level. Assess current power level. Assess age. 34 height. 2. 32 meters gender. Male weapon. Short sword devil fruit. Came fruit bounty. 330 000 000 berries equipment card. None description. A member of the lion fur tribe. Notorious among Zhou's residents as the bad kid, he left his hometown to become a pirate. Initially a member of the Nox pirate crew, later joining the Big Mom pirate crew as a combatant. Known for his quick temper and sense of gratitude, he can generate powerful static electricity through his fur and transform into a moon lion form during a full moon. He frequently partners with Baron Egg, and the two often act in unison. Name, Baron Egg potential power level. Assess current power level. Assess age, 43 height, 3. 01 meters gender. Male weapon. Cane sword devil fruit. Egg fruit bounty. 429 000 000 berries equipment card. None description. A member of the Footlong tribe. A combatant in the Big Mom pirate crew. Ranked as a knight and proficient in kicking techniques, he partners with Bok Mushy, often acting in tandem. He upholds a sense of decorum, prioritizing the interests of Big Mom while negotiating with a gentlemanly demeanor, considering the greater good of the crew. 2 years prior, he battled Pedro, ultimately losing his left eye, which also resulted in Pedro losing his left eye. Bok Mushy, astonished, pointed at Zhang Yufan, exclaiming, "You are the captain of the extreme pirate crew, Zhang Yufan. What brings you here? Is this your doing?" "No, we bear no blame for such a grave matter." Zhang Yufan replied, "It was the beast pirates Jack who caused this destruction. The ones we saved can attest to that. I must seek my family. If it turns out you are responsible, I will not let you off lightly." Bok Mushy declared, setting off towards his home, with Zhang Yufan and the others accompanying him, assured of their safety. Along the way, members of the fur tribe greeted Zhang Yufan cheerfully, seemingly validating his words. They soon arrived at Bok Mushy's home, which had suffered severe damage. Family members had returned, and the surrounding fur tribe quickly gathered. Bok Mushy rushed forward, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Father, mother, beloved friends, thank goodness you are all safe." My heart nearly leapt from my chest upon witnessing the devastation in the city. His mother smiled warmly as friends greeted him. Hands on their hips, Bok Mushy, you finally returned after so long without a word. They recounted the events of Jack's destructive actions and how Zhang Yufan had arrived just in time to rescue them. Bok Mushy was engulfed in fury, kneeling on the ground, fists pounding the earth. How could such a thing happen? Cursed beast pirates, I will not forget this grievance. Rising, tears still streaming, he recalled the horrifying scene. A cold sweat enveloping him as he realized how close he had come to losing his entire family. He then turned to Zhang Yufan, expressing deep gratitude. "I never imagined my hometown could face such a terrifying calamity. I am eternally grateful. You are all my saviors. Therefore, why not join my pirate crew?" Zhang Yufan replied earnestly, "Bok Mushy do not jest. Mind your tongue, young one. I am a subordinate of the four emperors. Beware, lest I extinguish you. I am not jesting. I am not here to negotiate with you, but to inform you that once you set foot on Zhuwu, there is no turning back." Zhang Yufan smiled. Baron Dandan maintained a stoic expression, gripping his cane. "Little brat, you speak boldly. Do you truly believe you can stand against Mother? You know nothing of the terror of the four emperors." Beijis laughed heartily, striding over. "You are oblivious to our formidable strength, which is why you feel this way. Let us settle this in combat, and you shall see." Baron Dandan nodded, recognizing that given Zhang Yufan's current attitude, losing was not an option if they wished to leave this place. It would also serve to showcase their own might. The group found an open area to commence their duel, drawing the attention of the surrounding Maopi clan, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Since Zhang Yufan and his companions were the saviors of their kin, Bok Mushi refrained from intervening, allowing Baron Dandan to fight alone. Both Beijis and Baron Dandan were ready, and Zhang Yufan announced the commencement of battle. He then retrieved tables, chairs, and fruit from his storage space, setting them aside. Everyone took a seat, enjoying the fruit while watching the unfolding duel. Baron Dandan, however, did not dare to underestimate his opponent. The audacity to say he was unafraid of such a formidable foe indicated that if Zhang Yufan and his companions were not fools, they possessed considerable strength and confidence. He swiftly drew his cane sword, enveloping it in armed color hockey, and charged at Beijis with a powerful strike. Beijis simply stood his ground. His hands and protective gear also enveloped in armed color hockey, effortlessly deflecting the mighty blow with his right hand. Baron Dandan continued to strike with his sword, but every attack was countered by Beijis, who did not budge an inch, moving in a circular motion as if practicing Tai Chi. Baron Dandan swiftly swung his sword before executing a Benny D kick, covering his legs with armed color hockey. Centered on his upper body, he spun rapidly on his feet, attempting to deliver a gravity-infused kick to Beiji's face. Yet his power fell short, and once again it was blocked. Baron Dandan persisted, unleashing a series of Benny D kicks. But still, he inflicted not a single wound, nor did he force Beiji's back. Shocked, Baron Dandan exclaimed, "How can your hockey be so potent? Your strength is immense, and your speed is remarkable." Beijis laughed heartily, extending his hand to block. "Indeed, it is this strong. Now you understand how formidable I am. I have yet to exert myself fully. You are simply too weak. This should come to an end." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch that shattered Baron Dandan's shell, causing the yolk within to fly out and gradually evolve into the little chicken Viscount. The onlooking Maopi clan cheered, marveling at Beiji's strength, astonished that Baron Dandan's body could be ruptured, yet still remain alive. Furthermore, he had transformed into a new form, which was truly remarkable. Beiji smiled with curiosity. "Interesting. Just as the captain said, it seems you evolve after sustaining sufficient damage." The little chicken Viscount, now serious, held two short swords in his hands. "I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Come at me." He then enveloped the two swords in armed color hockey and charged at Beijis, relentlessly attacking. Beijis, no longer holding back, rushed forward, effortlessly deflecting the two swords and delivering a powerful punch that incapacitated the little chicken Viscount. The yolk once again flew out, slowly beginning to evolve into the rooster count. Beijis laughed heartily, clenching his fist. "This is becoming increasingly entertaining. You are evolving yet again. What a splendid human punching bag you make." The rooster count, now grave, charged at Beijis with remarkable speed and strength, his body spinning like a tornado. Beijis extended his right hand, channeling power, and with a mighty punch, sent the rooster count flying. The yolk once again flew out, slowly regressing into Baron Dandan. Bok Mushi stood by, dumbfounded, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Is Beijis truly this powerful? Baron Dandan was utterly incapable of retaliating, even with full force. His attacks seemed futile against Beijis. It seemed that even in collaboration, they could not outmatch him. This fellow is indeed a monstrous being of immense strength. Beijis laughed heartily. Standing firm, this is quite amusing. We are caught in an infinite cycle of chicken and egg. Baron Dandan smiled faintly. Is that so? What if I were to destroy the yolk that escapes your body, or cast it into the sea? What do you think would happen? Beijis grinned wickedly. Baron Dandan broke into a cold sweat. That goes without saying. I would be doomed. It's obvious. Beiji's strength was indeed absurdly overwhelming. No wonder he was unafraid of even such a powerful mother. If he were to act on that, Baron Dandan would have no chance to escape. There were several other Shichibukai gathering nearby, alongside a Marine Admiral. This assembly was truly formidable. Moreover, Zhang Yufan had yet to make a move, and his strength must be comparable to Beiji's if he commanded such loyalty. Beiji smiled, watching Baron Dandan. Do you yield? If you do not, I shall have my companions take turns entertaining you. Their strength is on par with mine. Even if you can reincarnate, with your stamina and endurance, we will exhaust you. You shall be our human punching bag. Yield. Is that not enough? Baron Dandan sighed. If others were as strong as Beiji's, there was no point in continuing the fight. He would truly become a mere punching bag, with no chance of resistance. He was not a masochist and would not engage in such foolishness. Thus, Baron Dandan and Bok Mushi were detained. Their ship was also cleared and stored away. Zhang Yufan, aware of the rivalry between Pedro and Baron Dandan, did not allow them to meet. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly clash, and given Pedro's current condition, he was not fit for vigorous activity for fear of reopening his wounds. Furthermore, Baron Dandan was still quite formidable. An injured Pedro would likely not stand a chance unless it was a life-or-death struggle or during a full moon when he could transform into his lunar lion form. There would be opportunities later for them to battle. The group remained on Zhuwu Island for several more days. The leaders of the Cat Viper and Dogstorm had also recovered enough to walk. One morning, Zhang Yufan summoned both kings, as well as Kin'iman and the others, to reveal their identities publicly. Days prior, Kin'iman and his companions had learned that the swordsman Reizo from Wano was not present, and due to Reizo's involvement, the nation had nearly faced annihilation, thus very rarely making an appearance. It was only when the members of the Mao Pai Zoo had nearly recovered that I intended to inquire about Lei Zhang's whereabouts on the island, wishing to express my gratitude and apologies in person. Otherwise, in a moment of excitement, I might reopen my wounds, which would be quite unfortunate. Upon hearing that the two kings were to meet, the expressions of all the Mao Pai Zoo turned grave, filled with concern. They feared that an altercation would ensue between the two kings, which would create quite a predicament. Before long, the chief of the Mao Fu Shi and Duke Quanlan arrived at the designated location. Upon their meeting, the two men glared at each other with fierce intensity, as if ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle. They commenced exchanging blows and uttering various scornful remarks towards one another. Ultimately, they revealed their weapons, preparing for a fierce battle. Aside from Zhang Yufan, the other companions were oblivious to the enmity between the two. The surrounding members of the Mao Pai Zoo were drenched in cold sweat, their faces reflecting sheer terror as they whispered among themselves. Alas, trouble is brewing. Another fight is about to break out. O two kings, please cease this. What shall we do? Benefactors, come quickly to stop them. As the weapons of the two kings were about to collide, Zhang Yufan leaped into the air and caught both weapons with a swift motion. You are both equally responsible for the death of Guan Yue Yutian. Blaming one another is futile. This conflict is meaningless. How could you possibly know the reason for our fight? Duca Guanlan et Glim Astonitz. I am aware of many matters. Do you wish to endure once more the suffering that Jack brought upon you? Stand down. You must cooperate. Zhang Yufan insisted, his expression stern. The chief of the Mao Fu Shi and Duke Quanlan fell silent, realizing they could not continue the fight. Otherwise, this nation would indeed fall to ruin because of us. Coming to this understanding, they shook hands in reconciliation. Jin Weimen, with a serious demeanor, approached. I am Jin Weimen, a retainer of the Guangyue clan from the land of Hua. Please observe my family crest. He then removed his kimono to reveal a tattoo on his back. The surrounding members of the Mao Pai Zoo confirmed this with joy, as it matched perfectly with the tattoos of the chief of the Mao Fu Shi and Duke Quanlan. With a serious expression, Jin Weimen donned his kimono once more. Addressing them, I have come to ascertain whether Lei Zong is here and safe. Tears streamed down the faces of the chief of the Mao Fu Shi and Duke Quanlan as they sat on the ground, their heads bowed. Lord Lei Zong is safe. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time, and Lord Lei Zong is indeed on this island. Aside from Zhang Yufan, the other companions were utterly astonished. What is the meaning of this? Can someone explain? It turned out they were allies, and Lei Zong was truly on the island. All the members of the Mao Pai Zoo were now aware of this fact. Jin Weimen stood in place, overjoyed that Lei Zong was unharmed. The members of the Mao Pai Zoo laughed joyfully. Many companions moved to tears. They truly valued loyalty and honored their promises. Even in death, they would not reveal Lei Zhang's whereabouts. Usopp, with tears streaming down his face, stepped forward. Yulot, do you know how close you came to death? This city was nearly destroyed. The chief of the Mao Fu Shi smiled, rising to his feet and patting Usopp on the head. I sincerely apologize for deceiving you. We have long regarded the Guanyue clan of the land of Hua as brothers. Duke Quanlan also smiled as he stood. Regardless of what Jack and his crew have done here, we will never betray our comrades. Jean Weimin bowed his head. I am deeply sorry for placing you all in such a perilous situation, and I'm also immensely grateful for your protection of Leizong. The members of the Mao Pai Zoo did not mind, urging Jean Weimin to raise his head, as it was their duty, even at the cost of their lives, to protect their comrades. With a serious demeanor, Jean Weimin grasped hold of Mamano Suk. This is Mamano Suk, the son of Guanyue Yutian, the lord of Kuri in the land of Hua. He continued, I sincerely apologize. Jean Weimin is not my father. My status is noble, and I did not intend to deceive. Zhang Yufan and the others remained calm, not surprised in the least. Why is no one surprised? Jean Weimin asked, puzzled. Since we met you, the captain has informed us of your true identities, Koby replied with a smile. Zhang Yufan introduced the Guanyue family, a powerful lineage that had ruled the land of Hua for centuries. The Guanyue clan was originally a family of stonemasons, possessing superior skills that surpassed even modern techniques. Having carved the historical texts, the current plight of the clan arose from the attacks of the current shogun Kuroten Orochi and the Yonko Kaido. 17 years ago, Guanyue Yutian's wife, Guanyue Shi, utilized the powers of the time fruit to transport her son, Guanyue Mamano Suk, along with his retainers Jean Weimin, Leizong, Kiku, and Kanjuro, to the present time of the land of Hua. Jean Weimin and the members of the Mao Pai Zoo were astonished and filled with questions. How'd you come to know this? They inquired. Zhang Yufan merely smiled lightly, refraining from elaborating. With a serious expression, Zhang Yufan stood firm. Do not rejoice too soon. Among you lies an enemy's infiltrator, one who has been concealed for quite some time. The members of the Mao Pai Zoo looked at one another in confusion. What is the meaning of this? We nearly sacrificed our lives. How could there be an enemy infiltrator? Naturally, Zhang Yufan's companions trusted their captain's words. They could not fathom who the infiltrator could be. Mamano Suk and Jean Weimin had been following Zhang Yufan during this time, knowing he would not speak without reason, and he possessed knowledge of many matters. Jean Weimin, with a grave expression, turned to Zhang Yufan. Sir Zhang Yufan, who is this infiltrator? It is Kuroten Kanjuro. He has been an underling of the current shogun, Kuroten Orochi, assuming the role of an infiltrator since the time of Guanyue Yutian, Zhang Yufan explained. You may find it hard to believe. Allow me to provide some background on Kuroten Kanjuro. Kuroten Kanjuro was born into a troupe of public theater performers. His parents were killed by the citizens of the land of Hua during a performance. Consequently, he lost his sense of self, surviving by impersonating others. One day, Kuroten Orochi approached Kanjuro, claiming to have eliminated those responsible for his parents' deaths. He then bestowed upon Kanjuro the abilities of the pen fruit, instructing him to infiltrate the Guanyue clan until his death. Zhang Yufan then detailed the past of Jean Weimin and Mamano Suk, ultimately analyzing why Jack was aware of Lei Zhang's presence on the island. Kuroten Kanjuro stood by, drenched in cold sweat, utterly shocked as his secrets were laid bare. Initially reluctant to confess, he ultimately divulged everything after being interrogated by Robin and the others through special means. The group finally believed Zhang Yufan's claims. Jean Weimin and his companions were heartbroken, having never anticipated that Kuroten Kanjuro could be such an adept actor, deceiving them completely. They had regarded him as their most trusted brother, only to be met with this betrayal, a reality that was difficult to accept. Subsequently, Zhang Yufan took him away to execute him, stripping Kuroten Kanjuro of his devil fruit abilities. After handling matters here, the esteemed leader of the Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi led the way to seek out Reizo. Before long, they arrived at the depths of the White Whale Forest. Ascending the great white whale tree, they made their way toward the summit. Chopper and his companions, particularly intrigued by ninjas, were eagerly anticipating their encounter with Reizo. Soon, they reached the top, where the Cat Viper leader revealed a concealed door. Reizo was hidden within, a place that ordinary individuals would struggle to discover. As the group descended the stairs, they heard loud shouts from below. Zhang Yufan smiled and took Robin's hand, saying, Robin, soon you will behold a remarkable piece of historical text. Robin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Zhang Yufan's hand, exclaiming, "Another historical text? It can't be the Red Road sign historical text, can it?" Zhang Yufan paused, smiled, and gave Robin a gentle kiss, remarking, "You are truly clever. Consider this your reward." Flushed with shyness, Robin playfully pounded her small fist against her chest. "Yufan, really there are so many people watching." The companions behind Zhang Yufan exchanged looks of exasperation. Their captain was once again displaying affection, dazzling their eyes like 24K gold. Those with partners began to indulge in their own displays of affection, creating a grand spectacle of lovey-dovey antics. The unaccompanied companions glared at the ostentatious displays before them, their eyes ablaze, barely resisting the urge to confront them. However, they refrained, muttering, "You think you're so impressive, huh? Just wait until we have our own moment. We shall outshine you. There's a saying that goes, 'You may torment me 1,000 times, yet I shall still regard you as my first love.'" Soon, they arrived at their destination, where they encountered a man with a large face and lightning-like eyebrows, a yellow crescent-shaped scar on his forehead, and a crab-like hairstyle. He bore large fangs and donned a traditional blue kimono, bound by numerous iron chains, with massive purple Shimenawa ropes strapped to his shoulders. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to inspect his information. Name: Reizo, combat potential growth level. SS, current combat level. SS age, 32, height, 3, 11 meters, gender, male, weapon, none. Devil fruit, cake no mi, bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Summary: known as the Mist Ninja Reizo, a ninja from Wano country and a retainer of Kazuki Oden, one of the 9 red scabbards. Once a prodigious ninja of the Yantamabin, after Oden's demise, he was transported 17 years into the future by Kazuki Sukiyaki. He is capable of absorbing others' attacks using scrolls and releasing them, believing that true ninjutsu entails the cultivation of a calm and resilient spirit. He lives in the shadows, disliking public demonstrations of ninjutsu, and finds the external perceptions and fantasies surrounding ninjas incomprehensible. He is particularly troubled by his appearance, which fails to attract the admiration of women. Reizo, tears streaming down his face, struggled against the iron chains, addressing the Cat Viper leader. "Cat Viper, you have finally arrived. The ones who brought me food have all been injured. Is this country truly safe? Why not just hand me over? Then no one would be hurt." "Reizo, what nonsense are you speaking? We could never betray our comrades, even if it costs us our lives." Chopper and his companions, now brimming with excitement, rushed to see Ninja Reizo. Their astonishment was palpable as they beheld him, their eyes nearly popping out. His face is enormous, and he is quite unattractive. He looks nothing like the ninjas we imagined. Kinemon, carrying Momonosuke, joyfully approached Reizo. Reizo, tears in his eyes, laughed heartily. "Ha, Prince Momonosuke, Kinemon. It is wonderful to see you both well. Where's Kinemon's brother, Kanjuro?" Kinemon and Momonosuke exchanged somber glances, their expressions filled with anger. As they freed Reizo from his chains and recounted the betrayal of Kanjuro, the undercover agent, Reizo's face contorted with rage. How dare he betray us? If he were still alive, I would rush over to slay him. Kinemon smiled and extended his hand. "These individuals behind us are all the inhabitants of the island and our saviors. They're also pirates. Thank you very much. But why do you all keep staring at me?" Reizo asked, bewildered. Chopper and his companions' eyes gleamed with excitement as they voiced their various requests. "Reizo, show us a ninjutsu. Throw some shuriken. I want to see the water release technique. How about the fire release technique? Or perform the shadow clone technique?" Reizo, sniffling and frowning, replied, "You are all being quite unreasonable. Cease your clamoring. These are merely your fanciful illusions of ninjas." Disappointed, Chopper and the others squatted down, hugging their knees. They were left with doubts about how someone of Reizo's size could possibly be a ninja. Had Reizo known their thoughts, he might have wanted to retaliate. "I became a ninja precisely because of my size. Come at me if you disagree. No one understands the struggles I face. This is a deep-seated pain of mine. It is precisely because of this physique that female ninjas dismiss me entirely." Seeing the disheartened expressions of Chopper and his friends, Reizo sighed, unable to bear it any longer, and ultimately relented. He began to demonstrate the various ninjutsu he had mastered, which were truly spectacular. Chopper and the others were instantly revived, filled with exuberance. Their eyes sparkled once more as they stood frozen in awe. Everyone was astonished, realizing that Reizo was indeed quite formidable. Robin, wide-eyed with surprise, looked up at the wall, exclaiming, "The family crest of the Kazuki clan is so grand, and the red road sign historical text is over there." Duke Inuyarashi smiled, standing still. "That crest has existed for over a century." "Oh, Nico Robin, you are aware of the road sign? You should be able to decipher these texts." Robin smiled, her gaze fixed intently on the historical text. "Yes, the road sign was something Yufan told me about. May I have a go at deciphering it?" "Of course. Your captain is quite knowledgeable," Duke Inuyarashi replied with a grin. Before long, Robin completed her deciphering and made a rubbing of the contents to take with her. The group erupted in excitement, cheering as they had finally discovered a piece of the road sign historical text. They were one step closer to their captain becoming the Pirate King. However, the journey to becoming the king of the world remained distant. The path of revolution was still long, and they needed to strive diligently. The Cat Viper leader, with a serious expression and a pipe in his mouth, regarded Robin, saying, "Nico Robin, currently, those interested in the blank century's history possess some rubbings of historical texts. Yet, none can decipher their contents. Should they uncover the significance, many powerful figures will come seeking you. Thus you must exercise utmost caution for your personal safety." "Cat Viper, I am not worried in the slightest. Just look at these companions behind me, and you will understand." Zhang Yufan's group exhibited fierce expressions, ready for a fight. "We are professionals when it comes to combat. No one would dare to take us on. If they could, we would write our names backward." They radiated an aura that suggested they would not merely incapacitate anyone who dared to snatch Robin from them, but would ensure their defeat. We're a reliable group of companions." The leader of the Cat Viper laughed heartily. "We have 3 red markers historical texts in our hands, and we must seize them from the 4 emperors. Jin Wyman, what are your plans moving forward?" Zhang Yufan smiled. With tears streaming down his face, Jin Wyman sat on the ground, declaring, "We must fulfill Lord Odin's last wishes." After receiving affirmation from Momonosuke, Jin Wyman began to recount the circumstances surrounding Kazuki Odin. He had been slain by the current shogun of Wano, Kaido of the Beast Pirates, who is also one of the 4 emperors. As for the reason behind his demise, he was once a crew member of the Pirate King Joel D. Roger, having reached the final island, Raftel. He knew the secrets of this world, but did not intend for us to bear this burden. Thus, we have remained unaware of this secret until now. His courageous sacrifice was to protect the lives of his retainers. The 4 emperors, Kaido and his crew, have long sought to extract this secret from us. Rai Zhang and the others listened solemnly, seated on the ground, recounting the tale. Therefore, we aspire to overthrow the rulers of Wano. We seek to establish a new Wano, free from isolation, for this is our ambition. Although there are many warriors within Wano who wish to rebel, they stand no chance against Kaido and his forces. Despite this, we must prevail, which is why we set sail to rally like-minded individuals to collectively oppose Kaido and his crew. Our first destination is Zou. Little did we expect so many events to unfold in between. The group nodded, finally comprehending the sequence of events. However, even with the addition of the Mink tribe, our strength may still prove insufficient to confront Kaido. Duke Inuyarashi and the leader of the Cat Viper stood solemnly in place. We indeed had an agreement. If one tribe encounters hardship, both must cooperate to repel the enemy. Moreover, I and the Dead Dog were originally Lord Odin's retainers, so we have no reason to abstain from participation. Since Rizang arrived here, warriors across the nation have resolutely resolved to fight. Duke Inuyarashi and the leader of the Cat Viper sighed. Yet, when the time for battle came, we were nearly obliterated by Kaido's subordinate, Jack, who led a large force and unleashed poison gas. Having endured this experience, we shall not fall into the same trap again. They can no longer succeed with the same methods, and we still possess strategies yet to be utilized. When we encounter Kaido next time, we shall demonstrate the true might of the Mink tribe. Jin Wyman sat solemnly on the ground, raising his head to look at Zhang Yufan. My lord Zhang Yufan, we have a favor to ask. You are all formidable warriors and share our ideals. Please lend us your strength to vanquish Kaido and the Shogun of Wano. It is possible, but Jin Wyman, such words should not come from you. The rightful master is over there, Momonosuke, despite being just a child with many flaws, such as being overly emotional and often hiding behind his retainers. Do you wish to remain a useless lord forever? If you do not want to become that, then cast aside these bad habits starting now. Otherwise, one day, your retainers may perish because of you. Momonosuke trembled, tears streaming down his face, brows furrowed, biting his lip. He looked up at Zhang Yufan, recalling the tragic events of the past. Everyone understood that these were the harsh realities Momonosuke needed to confront. Although this was too cruel for a mere 6-year-old, if he could overcome these flaws, he could become more independent and resilient, which is not without merit. No one stopped Zhang Yufan. They quietly awaited Momonosuke's decision. With tears flowing, Momonosuke approached Zhang Yufan, kneeling before him, bowing his head. My lord Zhang Yufan, I will certainly rectify those flaws. I implore you to assist me, for I wish to defeat Kaido. Kaido holds a deep-seated grudge against me, and I yearn to grow stronger to protect my retainers and seek revenge. However, this requires time, and being so young, I am currently powerless in this matter. Thus, I hope you can help. Jin Wyman and the others were moved to tears. They never expected Prince Momonosuke to possess such resolve. This alone is sufficient. The goal has been achieved. Although Momonosuke has many faults, his current performance shows promise for redemption. Zhang Yufan crouched down, extending his right hand. Although my pirate crew could easily eliminate Kaido, having you alongside us is also acceptable. Thus, our alliance is officially established. Momonosuke beamed with joy, tears and snot streaming down his face as he grasped Zhang Yufan's hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Zhang Yufan and the others were equally elated, as formidable forces were about to join them. Once you board our ship, there is no turning back. The group escorted Rising outside, gazing down at the scene below. Their hearts were filled with sorrow, for the once prosperous nation had become a desolate ruin. Rising, are you crying? Chopper looked up. Jin Wyman and Rising were already in tears, standing still as they looked down. Do not utter foolish words. We, the warriors of Wano, do not weep. It is simply not yet the time for sorrow. Foolish Mink tribe, what if you all perish in such chaos? Had it not been for my arrival, things would not have turned out this way. I shall repay this kindness, so please forgive me. The leader of the Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi naturally forgave Rising, for this was a decision made by all the warriors of the nation. Upon returning to the residence of the leader of the Cat Viper, the Mink tribe prepared to hold a banquet to celebrate the reconciliation of the two kings. After quite some time, the banquet was ready and everyone gathered. The leader of the Cat Viper and Duke Inuarashi announced the formation of an alliance to defeat Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Zhang Yufan smiled, seated comfortably, observing Jin Wyman. Before we confront Kaido, we must first eliminate the Big Mom pirates. My lord Zhang Yufan, is this sudden? Will our strength suffice? It will. I just heard from Brook that the tea party is about to begin in a few days, and we will take them all out at once. During this time, you should rest and recruit allies, so that when we return, we can strike Kaido. Duke Inuarashi looked worried, sitting in his chair. Are you certain there will be no issues? Perhaps you should take the gunmen along as well. All the Mink tribe members wore anxious expressions. Although they knew their benefactors were strong, they were uncertain about the situation if they were to confront the 4 emperors. Thus, they expressed their desire to join the expedition. Zhang Yufan smiled and shook his head, saying, there is no need. We are quite formidable. The Mink tribe should focus primarily on recuperation, preparing for the battles ahead. Jin Wyman, with a serious demeanor, seated himself. In that case, let us split into teams, but how shall we communicate? Utilizing the telephone bugs, which abound in the forest, we can capture and modify them for our purposes, Robin remarked with a smile. After all matters were settled, Zhang Yufan extended an invitation to Gerald, who wished to embark on an adventure at sea. After Wanda and the others briefed Gerald on certain matters, they consented to his participation. Gerald was exceptionally elated, eager to witness the world beyond, and began whispering enthusiastically into Zhang Yufan's ear. Pedro expressed his desire to join as well, and Zhang Yufan discerned his intentions. Consequently, he briefed Pedro about Baron Egg on the island, advising him that while revenge was acceptable, it would be prudent to wait until he had fully recovered. A baboon was left to observe them, ensuring they encountered no issues. After spending a day on the island, the following morning, Zhang Yufan and his companions packed their belongings and prepared for departure, with Bakhmus leading the way. Along the journey, they encountered a fleet adorned with the flag of Germa 66, the military of the North Sea Germa Kingdom, renowned as experts in warfare and an evil army. For ages, they had suppressed and ruled the North Sea through force, wielding a formidable scientific combat force to dominate the region. The Scientific Combat Unit, commanded by Vince Smoke Judge, operated as mercenaries across the globe. Yet, many regarded Germa 66 as merely a fictional evil army, unaware of its genuine existence. Zhang Yufan, utilizing the system, examined the information of several individuals aboard the opposing ship. Name: Vince Smoke Judge. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, SS age 53, height 2, 72 meters, gender male, weapon spear, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. Known as a strange bird, he is power-hungry, vain, arrogant, hypocritical, selfish, and unscrupulous in pursuit of his goals. He is a man of his word and deeply indebted, the patriarch of the Vince Smoke family, king of the Germa Kingdom, commander of Germa 66, and the father of Sanji. He is also a scientist and the founder of the research team in Neo-MADS, formerly part of the research team, MADS, whose dream is to restore the Germa Kingdom's dominance over the North Sea, equipped with special combat attire. Name: Vince Smoke Reiju. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, S age 21, height 1, 73 meters, gender female, weapon none, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The eldest daughter of the Vince Smoke family, princess of the Germa Kingdom. Known for her grace and elegance, adept in social interactions, thoughtful, helpful, kind, and polite. Through genetic modification of her father's Vince Smoke Judge lineage, she possesses superhuman abilities and a unique resistance to toxins, able to absorb and release poison while retaining her emotions, though unable to defy her father's orders. She has an exoskeleton, resilient skin, remarkable recovery abilities, and exceptional strength, complemented by special combat attire. Name: Vince Smoke Ichiji. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, S age 18, height 1, 86 meters, gender male, weapon none, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. Known as Spark Red. He is the prince of the Germa Kingdom and the eldest son of the Vince Smoke family, Sanji's older brother, a member of the evil Germa 66. Through genetic modification of his father's Vince Smoke Judge lineage, he possesses superhuman abilities and the power of fire, having had his emotions stripped away by his father. He is proud, cold-blooded, and views human life as insignificant, exhibiting calmness and caution, with resilient skin and extraordinary physical strength and speed, clad in special combat attire. Name: Vince Smoke Niji. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, S age 18, height 1, 85 meters, gender male, weapon none, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The second son of the Vince Smoke family, Sanji's second brother, possessing the power of electricity and nicknamed Electric Blue. He is cold, arrogant, impulsive, and lacks respect for women, often exhibiting extreme cruelty. Through genetic modification of his father's Vince Smoke Judge lineage, he possesses superhuman physical abilities and speed, along with advanced survival skills and combat techniques. With resilient skin and extraordinary recovery capabilities, clad in special combat attire, devoid of emotions due to his father's influence. Name: Vince Smoke Yanji. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, S age 18, height 1, 94 meters, gender male, weapon none, devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The fourth son of the Vince Smoke family and a prince of the Germa Kingdom. Nicknamed Winch Green, a member of the Scientific Combat Unit Germa 66, Sanji's younger brother, He is proud, impulsive, somewhat mischievous, and lacks the habit of saving lives. He is also lecherous, having had his emotions taken by his father, and through genetic modification of his father's Vince Smoke Judge lineage, he possesses superhuman abilities, with powerful arm strength and an exoskeleton of remarkable hardness. Zhang Yufan first went to the kitchen and summoned Sanji. Sanji emerged, puzzled, asking, "Captain, what do you want me to see? You seem mysterious." Zhang Yufan, smiling, continued forward, saying, "The equipment I mentioned to you earlier that grants invisibility has arrived. Though I suspect you will detest the one who delivered it." Sanji's face lit up with excitement. The long-awaited invisibility gear had finally arrived. "Is today my lucky day? Someone is delivering it right to my door. I've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted. Now I can engage in many delightful activities that might leave me breathless, envisioning that beautiful scene." Thus, Sanji was on the verge of awakening the traits of a flower thief, traits that had long been suppressed, while simultaneously questioning who he would find so detestable. Nami stood pensively at the bow of the ship, pondering, "I feel as though I have seen that emblem somewhere before. Who are they?" Bachmus furrowed his brow and approached the bow, stating, "Nami, that is the fleet of Germa 66. Do you not recognize it?" Nami turned in astonishment, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you talking? Isn't that the evil army of people's fantasies?" Bachmus replied earnestly, "You are mistaken. This is not a fantasy, but a tangible reality standing before you." Just then, Sanji arrived on deck, finally comprehending Zhang Yufan's intentions. "Those individuals are responsible for my dark childhood. It is certain I despise them." The crew gathered around, curious about Zhang Yufan's purpose in bringing Sanji out. Zhang Yufan smiled and stood firm, saying, "Friends, today I wish to formally introduce Sanji's unique identity." "Captain, what other identity does Sanji possess?" "I am unaware," Noki exclaimed, perplexed. The others, equally baffled, remarked, "We only know Sanji as the chef of the floating restaurant. Could he possibly be a prince of some nation? Or the offspring of a notable figure? Perhaps he is merely experiencing the common life of the people at the floating restaurant, or has run away from home. In light of the current circumstances, it is likely that they are related to the previous events involving Germa 66. Before revealing Sanji's unique identity, Zhang Yufan first introduced the kingdom of Germa. This is a nation steeped in scientific advancement, boasting exceptional technology as its robust foundation. It is also a singular maritime nation, lacking fixed territory, which typically operates via numerous ships that function independently, only to unite as a kingdom. Its military, composed of formidable soldiers, is known as Germa 66, instilling fear across the globe. At the pinnacle of this nation and its army stands the Vinsmoke family, a venerable lineage with a history spanning approximately 300 years, renowned in the underworld as a notorious family of assassins. The Vinsmoke family, as royalty, once exerted control over the entirety of the North Sea. Despite lacking territory, they are permitted to partake in world conferences and possess the authority to pressure the navy. Zhang Yufan smiled, standing firmly while holding Robin's hand. "Sanji is a prince of the Vinsmoke family. You may have wondered why his bounty differs from ours." The hand-drawn illustration had left Sanji disheartened for quite some time, as it seemed unreasonable that he could not capture a photograph for so long, and the bounty note specified he should be captured alive. This is because Sanji is, in full, Vinsmoke Sanji, a prince of the Vinsmoke family, though he harbors a deep disdain for this lineage. "Sanji, would you care to share your past with everyone? You have likely been holding it in for a long time. Speaking it might bring you some relief." With a bittersweet smile, Sanji realized that nothing could remain concealed from his captain. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and began to recount his story. "I am the third son of the Vinsmoke family, with 2 elder brothers, an elder sister, and a younger brother. Through my father, Vinsmoke Judge's genetic modification, I was bestowed with superhuman abilities, yet simultaneously stripped of human emotions. Fortunately, I retained all my human feelings. Unlike my siblings, who dedicated themselves from childhood to becoming Germa officers, I lacked the ambition for power. My passion for cooking was immense, driven by a desire to care for my mother. After her passing due to illness, I was further burdened by the notion that a royal should not serve others, becoming a target of bullying from my siblings. Save for my sister. As we siblings grew, we each exhibited the extraordinary physical capabilities granted by our modified genes, except for me, who remained in a state akin to an ordinary person. This disappointment led my father, Vinsmoke Judge, to harbor immense disdain for me, culminating in years of humiliation and bullying. Ultimately, in a fit of disillusionment, my father placed an iron mask upon me and imprisoned me in a dungeon for 6 months, publicly declaring me dead. While in confinement, I stumbled upon a servant's book that revealed the existence of a mythical sea known as All Blue, where all culinary ingredients from the 4 oceans converge. This revelation ignited my desire to escape my home and refine my culinary skills. Eventually, when Jeremiah 66 sought to conquer the East Blue, I managed to escape the prison with my sister's assistance. At that moment, my father chanced upon me as I fled, and rather than attempting to retain me, he mocked me as a disgrace to the Vinsmoke family, insisting that I could no longer refer to myself as his son. With Reju's blessing, I formally departed from the family. Later, I encountered a shipwreck and was rescued by the pirate Redleg Zeph, who ultimately helped me establish a floating restaurant. Sanji was overwhelmed with emotion, his pain too profound for many to comprehend. At that moment, most of his companions were in tears, shocked to learn of the tragic nature of Sanji's childhood. Nami, already in tears, embraced Sanji tightly. Anger surged among the group, realizing that Sanji had been treated as a mere tool, valued only for his utility. His well-being was of no concern to them. It seemed imperative to instill a sense of morality in those who had wronged him. The old Sanji, once beaten and scorned, was now someone they could not hope to reach. After a brief pause, the group's emotions began to stabilize. Zhang Yufan approached with a serious demeanor, gently patting Sanji on the back. Sanji, let us go meet them. Your talents surpass theirs, and we shall confront them together. Furthermore, it is time to reclaim your rightful equipment. Do not resist. After all, weapons and unique powers possess no inherent good or evil. We shall harness this dark power for righteousness, bringing closure to your past. Understood, Captain. Let us proceed. Zhang Yufan and Sanji, accompanied by a few comrades, ascended into the sky. In a short while, they arrived atop a building, surveying the scene below. What a fierce struggle. Their combat prowess is rather lacking, Sanji mused. At that moment, a figure with left spiraling eyebrows and green, pointed hair appeared. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Sanji, adorned with headphones and sunglasses, an orange scarf, and a black cloak emblazoned with the number 4, dressed in a green combat uniform. He gazed up at Zhang Yufan and the others with excitement. This person was none other than Sanji's brother, Vinsmoke Yanji. Wow, is that really Sanji? It seems you've come back to enjoy life after struggling outside, Yanji remarked, frowning. Sanji remained expressionless, standing atop the building with a cigarette in hand, glancing at Yanji with disdain, judging his combat capability to be trivial. Yanji's anger flared. It appeared that time spent outside had inflated his ego. How dare you disregard me, you underachiever? It seems a reminder of your painful past is in order. With that, he leapt onto the rooftop, ready to deliver a kick to Sanji. But Sanji was swifter, propelling himself with force and landing a powerful kick that sent Yanji crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. The resounding impact drew the attention of those nearby, and the soldiers were astounded. They could hardly believe that Prince Yanji had been defeated. Upon recognizing Sanji's face, their astonishment only deepened. Who is this? Why does he resemble Prince Yanji so closely? They murmured. Too slow and weak. You thought you could strike me? Sanji scoffed. At that moment, a woman with pink, shoulder-length hair covering her right eye approached the large hole. Her left eyebrow formed a counterclockwise spiral, her eyes a striking purple, adorned with pale pink lipstick, and clad in a pink combat outfit. She wore black earmuffs marked with the number 6 and a blue scarf, her cloak shaped like butterfly wings. This individual is none other than Sanji's sister, Vinsmoke Reju. Reju, with a look of astonishment, gazed down at Sanji, surprised to encounter him here. Seemingly transformed into a formidable warrior. Why has he returned to this place? Sanji, with an impassive expression and a cigarette in hand. Remarked that this fellow is simply too weak. They merely happened to pass by to settle some previous scores. Reiju smiled and looked up, exclaiming, "Ah, your captain is quite remarkable. His news has been circulating widely of late." Sanji smiled back, lifting his gaze and responding, "If he were anything less than extraordinary, I would not follow him, nor would my strength have surged to such heights." Reiju noted, "It seems he has had a profound influence on you. You have changed. You exude more confidence and charisma." Sanji nodded with a smile, acknowledging that his captain's impact on him is indeed significant. His newfound strength is largely attributed to him, even providing him with a companion and honing his culinary skills. It can be said that he has transformed the latter half of his life. At that moment, a man with blue, wavy hair and a distinctive hairstyle, adorned with black sunglasses and ear protectors, emerged from a house. He wore a black cloak emblazoned with a number 2 and a blue combat outfit, complete with yellow metallic gloves and a belt featuring a lightning symbol. This man is Sanji's second brother, Vinsmoke Niji. Niji approached with a puzzled expression, recognizing Sanji, the long-lost brother. "Is this not the Sanji who vanished years ago? From which corner of the world have you crawled out? Your disappearance startled us. My brothers and I often discussed your fate, wagering on how you would perish out there. Alas, here you are, alive and well. Quite infuriating, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps you should join the comrades in the pit." Niji's face was filled with anger at Sanji, the perceived underachiever, now seemingly arrogant. Did he truly believe that a slight increase in strength would enable him to defeat Niji? With that, Niji rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick. Sanji remained calm, lifting a foot covered in armament hockey, countering with a kick of his own. The immense force sent Niji flying. Seizing the opportunity, Sanji pursued him, delivering several kicks that propelled Niji into the sky. Niji attempted to retaliate, but could barely graze Sanji's clothing. Confusion clouded Niji's face as he wondered if Sanji had consumed some strength-enhancing elixir, given his extraordinary power and speed that rendered him untouchable. Sanji then leaped into the air, executing a shadowless kick that sent Niji crashing into the pit. The surrounding soldiers were astonished. Even Prince Niji had been defeated, and Sanji remained unscathed, a truly remarkable feat. At this juncture, a man with long, fiery red hair, cascading over one eye and adorned with a leftward curl approached. He donned a red combat outfit, sunglasses, and a white cloak marked with the number 1. He wore specially crafted white gloves and a belt, and this man is none other than Sanji's elder brother, Vinsmoke Ichi. "Sanji, you failure. It seems you have grown considerably. You have defeated both Niji and Yanji," Ichi remarked with a furrowed brow. Sanji smirked, puffing on his cigarette. "Whether I am a failure is of little consequence. What matters is that you too shall be defeated." Ichi, filled with rage, questioned where this underachiever had found such confidence. Did he genuinely believe that besting his brothers would enable him to triumph over Ichi? It was time for a lesson in reality, and so he charged forward, unleashing a fiery spiral attack. Flames erupted from his hands, prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Sanji. Sanji exerted force beneath his feet, evading the attack and maneuvering behind Ichi, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling. Ichi quickly regained his footing, astonished at the strength Sanji had displayed. Alone, he realized he could not hope to win. As he contemplated attacking Sanji, he decided to enlist Reiju's assistance. However, Sanji had already advanced towards Ichi, delivering another powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. After enduring several kicks, Ichi was once again launched into the pit. Sanji smirked, brushing off the dust from his trousers, remarking on the weakness of his opponents. None could stand against him. The surrounding soldiers were left in awe, as even the formidable Ichi had fallen. This was a resounding defeat. From a distant ship, a tall man with a metallic helmet and flowing golden hair approached. His expression serious and a prominent jawline adorned with a small beard and pointed black mustache. He wielded a spear and wore an orange cloak over a light gray combat outfit emblazoned with the Germa 66 emblem, complemented by white gloves and a golden belt. This man is Sanji's father, Vinsmoke Judge. Reiju, with a grave expression, turned to him. "Father, you have come as well." Judge, with a stern demeanor, cast a glance towards the pit, looking down at Sanji. Is this not my worthless son? What brings you back here? Those above are surely your companions. Sanji retorted. Of course, we have come to settle scores. And do not call me that. Since I fled this place, we have severed ties. I acknowledge the existence of a father in my heart, but it will never be you. What have you done to Ichi and the others? Their strength is formidable. Sanji continued, I am simply stronger than them. Soon, you will find yourself in the same predicament. Judge, still serious, exchanged a few words with the soldiers nearby before moving to join Sanji in an adjacent clearing. He pondered what events might have transpired to allow his seemingly worthless son to grow so rapidly in strength. Previous investigations indicated that this remarkable transformation began after being taken by Zhang Yufan. He had not exhibited such formidable power at that seaside restaurant. What new technology or training methods could account for this? Whatever it is, I am determined to acquire it, as it could make us even stronger. A large crowd of soldiers gathered in excitement, discussing the unfolding events in the clearing before the castle. Who is this individual? They had gleaned a rough understanding of his background, hearing whispers that he is the exiled son of the commander-in-chief. Quickly, let us approach. The commander is engaged in battle with Prince Sanji. This is a rare spectacle. Their relationship appeared to be quite fraught, and it seemed that a thrilling confrontation was imminent. Meanwhile, Reiju had arranged for the soldiers to carry Ichi and the others for medical attention. Sanji stood calmly, smoking a cigarette. Judge lunged forward, thrusting his spear at Sanji, only to be met with a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Undeterred, Judge continued his relentless assault, executing a series of rapid thrusts. Sanji effortlessly blocked or dodged each attack. Judge persisted, his speed unmatched as he executed slashes, sweeps, and thrusts, causing the rocks on the ground to shatter and scatter. Sanji, with a simple lift of his leg, deflected every attack without sustaining any injuries. The surrounding soldiers erupted in fervent cheers, their spirits ignited by the spectacle before them. Is that Prince Sanji? Indeed, he is of a different caliber than us. Even without his battle attire, his strength is formidable, truly deserving of a bounty exceeding 100 million. Sanji and Judge have created a distance between them. Judge beckoned to a soldier he had dispatched earlier. The soldier approached, handing Judge a rolled-up piece of parchment. With a sinister grin, Judge accepted it. Sanji, perplexed, wondered what that scoundrel was holding. Why was he smiling in such a disconcerting manner? What trickery was he planning? Judge, with an expression of cold indifference, unfurled the paper before Sanji. Since you left here, you have been living with this person, correct? We have thoroughly investigated his exact whereabouts. This is a recent photograph. Now that you have grown stronger, it would be wise for you to obey my commands, and I might spare him. Sanji's expression darkened. Did you hear my words? Make your decisions swiftly. Judge laughed. You think this flimsy evidence can intimidate me? How naive. Surely, you do not believe I would venture out without adequate preparation. If you wish to send someone to their doom, be my guest. Sanji laughed heartily, regarding Judge as a fool. Such despicable tactics would not compel his submission. Their captain had long arranged for several powerful allies to protect their family before entering the New World. Their combat abilities were not far behind their own. If a confrontation were to ensue, there would be no escape for Judge. Those who ventured forth would find themselves facing certain death. To dare threaten their family was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Judge's countenance darkened, filled with rage, feeling insulted by the very suggestion. After his laughter subsided, Sanji's expression turned grave. To threaten me with my family, you shall not go unpunished. Had he not been adequately prepared, he might have fallen into Judge's trap. With a swift kick, he aimed a powerful strike at Judge. Judge raised his left hand, attempting to block the blow, but he was unprepared for its sheer force and was sent flying. His legs skidded against the ground until he regained his footing. Infuriated, Judge clutched his spear. How dare you strike your own father? Sanji roared, standing firm. Be silent. Do not call me father. We are no longer related. Judge shouted, brandishing his spear. Now that you have returned, you are indeed my son. Are you willing to forsake your family? Sanji shouted back, kicking fiercely, I have no family like you. Judge charged forward, unleashing an electromagnetic strike, generating high-voltage currents within his high-tech boots. He directed a powerful kick aimed at Sanji's vital points, but Sanji deflected it with ease, evading the electric surge. Judge, furious, unleashed an electromagnetic thrust, channeling high-voltage energy through his spear, attempting to launch Sanji away. Unfortunately, Sanji sidestepped the attack with remarkable agility. Judge, serious in demeanor, instructed a nearby soldier to throw him a sword. Sanji, do you only know how to use your legs? Pick up a sword and fight. Sanji, with a sullen expression, replied, these hands are meant for cooking, not combat. For you, my legs suffice. Judge looked down with disdain. You, still scrounging for scraps meant for rats, utterly disgraceful for a royal to serve others. What do you know? Truly, you are playing a tune for the unworthy. It is time to end this. Sanji's expression darkened. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanished from sight. Before Judge could react, he was struck multiple times, sent soaring into the air, only to be met with a series of fierce kicks from Sanji. Ultimately, a powerful kick sent Judge crashing into the pit. Reiju, nearby, wore a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had not anticipated her brother's strength to reach such heights. The surrounding soldiers stood in stunned silence. Their powerful commander had been defeated by Prince Sanji. Zhang Yufan and his companions descended from the rooftops. Reiju instructed the soldiers to clear the battlefield and take Judge for treatment. Zhang Yufan, smiling, approached Reiju. Hello, Reiju. It is a pleasure to meet you. Thanks to you, young Sanji was able to escape this place. Reiju smiled back, standing her ground. It was the least I could do. After all, Sanji is my beloved brother. Zhang Yufan, still smiling, said, Reiju, please lead us to the conference room. Once Judge is treated, we must have a serious discussion. Reiju nodded in agreement, knowing there was no point in resisting Zhang Yufan. Could anyone truly oppose him, especially after witnessing her brother's strength that had already defeated their father without sustaining any injuries? It seemed that Sanji alone could obliterate this kingdom. Not to mention Zhang Yufan, Captain Sanji's strength was certainly formidable, bolstered by the formidable crew of the Extreme Pirate Alliance. What chance did they truly have? It would be akin to delivering themselves to their own demise. Reiju escorted Zhang Yufan and his companions to the conference room. After some time, Judge was brought in, a grave expression on his face. What do you want, brat? That seat is not for you. Zhang Yufan smiled, seated comfortably. Bagus, show him the reality of the situation. Bagus grinned wickedly, rising from his chair, swiftly approaching Judge. He seized Judge's face, controlling the pressure as he forcefully pressed back. With a resounding thud, Judge's head struck the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Bagus smiled, patting Judge's face. Speak respectfully to our captain. Consider this a mere warning. Next time, I will twist your head off. You are all defeated warriors now. After brushing off the dust from his clothes, he returned to his seat. Sanji grimaced with distaste, showing no concern for Judge's treatment. Judge, having regained his footing, stood tall. Zhang Yufan, still smiling, fixed his gaze on Judge as he sat. Considering that Sanji is your creation, I offer you two choices. Oh, were these choices? The first choice is for all citizens of the Germa Kingdom to submit to me. The second choice is for me to annihilate the entire Germa Kingdom. You have 5 minutes to decide. You are fond of resolving matters through force, and now I shall treat you in kind. How does that feel? Judge and his companions fell silent. They could hardly defeat Sanji, who was already at the bottom of their hierarchy. Furthermore, Bagus, who had just intervened, seemed equally powerful. Even if the entire kingdom united, they would likely fall short. There was no fight to be had. It would be akin to walking to their own deaths. Escape was also impossible. Sanji and his allies were faster than them. Moreover, Zhang Yufan's fleet was right behind the Germa Kingdom. As for those two choices, there were actually none to be made. As long as one wished to live, the only option was to submit. Perhaps this was not entirely a negative outcome. Jiaji let out a sigh, his expression reflecting dissatisfaction. Yet he recognized the lack of alternatives and ultimately chose to acquiesce. Very well, go fetch Sanji's exclusive equipment, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. Jiaji nodded and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a black cylindrical canister in hand. Sanji was somewhat exhilarated, for this was equipment endowed with invisibility capabilities. Upon learning how to operate it, he promptly put it to the test. Soon, clad in black, Sanji materialized before everyone. He then activated the invisibility function and truly vanished from sight. However, this was not imperceptible to the keen senses of Ken Bunchikohaki. Thus, in his invisible mode, Sanji returned to his ship, intending to surprise his comrades aboard. Yet, as soon as he boarded, he found himself confronted by Zoro and several other formidable swordsmen, blades poised at his throat. This created an awkward situation where he had failed to scare anyone and nearly faced a deadly strike. With a resigned expression, Sanji deactivated the invisibility mode and stood still, announcing, "It's me. Everyone lower your weapons." Chopper, eyes sparkling with wonder, dashed over, exclaiming, "Wow. Sanji, is this your equipment? It looks so cool, and it can make you invisible." The others gathered around, equally intrigued, inspecting the set of equipment. It appeared rather ordinary, yet after hearing Sanji's description, they found it quite impressive. Sanji then led everyone aboard the Germa Kingdom's ship. They exchanged introductions with the crew, coincidentally learning that the Germa Kingdom had received an invitation to the tea party hosted by the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. After enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by Sanji and the others, the group continued their journey. Jean Yufan took the opportunity to introduce his companions to the kingdom ruled by the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. Tato Land is a region within the New World where the Yonko Charlotte Linlin established her kingdom. This is a formidable nation, and Charlotte Linlin is its queen. As queen, Charlotte Linlin wields the highest authority in Tato Land. The kingdom comprises 35 islands, with one central main island that Charlotte Linlin personally governs. Surrounding this main island are 34 subsidiary islands, each managed by a member of the Charlotte family who serves as a minister. The goal of the Tato Land Kingdom is to create a harmonious home for nearly all races and tribes to coexist peacefully. Charlotte Linlin yearns for a utopia where all races and species can live in harmony. Despite the diversity of races within the archipelago, giants do not inhabit it. This is due to the devastation caused by Charlotte Linlin's food-related illness, which has led every giant to harbor animosity towards her. Moreover, after her failed attempts at reconciliation, the giant's hostility towards Charlotte Linlin only deepened. Consequently, Charlotte Linlin abandoned her efforts to bring giants to Tato Land and instead decided to employ scientists like Caesar to create her own giants. According to the laws of the Tato Land Kingdom, all citizens must surrender 1 month of their life every 6 months as a fee for Charlotte Linlin's protection. Otherwise, they must leave. However, Charlotte Linlin would never permit anyone to depart from Tato Land. Any attempts to leave would result in a death sentence. Pakamus, visibly astonished, approached Zhang Yufan, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to be so well informed about the situation in Tato Land. I know many things. You'll learn more in due time." "It seems an island has appeared ahead," Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. The group turned their heads to gaze forward. The island was named Foreign Island, home to a massive base, the naval station. "Should we detour?" Pakamus inquired seriously. The other's eyes lit up, thinking, "Isn't this a treasure trove? We can acquire abundant supplies. And we're already at their doorstep. How can we not pay a visit?" Zhang Yufan smiled and stood firm. "We cannot take a detour. Those supplies are invaluable. Prepare to disembark, Akiji. There should be some of your former subordinates on the island." Akiji, puzzled, approached. "I have many subordinates. Which one is up there?" "You'll find out shortly," Zhang Yufan responded, glancing towards the island. Several ships began to swiftly approach Foreign Island. Suddenly, a deafening alarm rang out from the naval fortress, followed by a barrage of cannonballs heading towards their vessel. Fortunately, they were intercepted, and the animals were instructed to remain aboard. Consequently, the rest of the crew took to the air, incapacitating the soldiers stationed above. As for the towering walls of the base, they were mere decorations to them, easily breached with a single punch. The group scaled the high walls, entering the base to gather supplies. A swarm of naval soldiers emerged, weapons drawn, aiming at them. An elderly man with gray hair, shouldering a massive rocket launcher and draped in a navy coat inscribed with justice, emerged from the base, leveling the cannon at them. Zhang Yufan utilized his system to assess the man's information. Name, Prodi, combat power growth potential level, A, current combat power level, A, age, 70, height, 236 centimeters. Gender, male. Weapon, rocket launcher. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description: he is a commander of the Naval Forward Base on Foreign Island and a Vice Admiral in the Navy, contemporaneous with Garp and Sengoku, an old friend of Garp. Responsible for monitoring one of the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. He embodies a balanced sense of justice and cannot conceal his true thoughts. Prody, perplexed, gazed at Zhang Yufan while shouldering the rocket launcher. Slayer Zhang Yufan, what brings you to this place? This is not a venue for your recklessness. Do not be alarmed. We merely passed by and decided to gather some supplies, Zhang Yufan replied. This is a frontline base against the Yonko, Charlotte Linlin. If I allow you pirates to run amok and headquarters finds out, I will surely face demotion or retirement. If that happens, my leisurely retirement plans will be dashed. The crew exchanged glances, bemused by the naval commander, who seemed rather foolish, openly expressing his concerns. He was unafraid of being reported to headquarters, likely realizing that such reports would be inconsequential. Prody smiled, shouldering the rocket launcher. My cannonballs, infused with Busashoka Haki, possess considerable power. You shall all fall. With that, he pulled the trigger of the rocket launcher, and a projectile hurtled toward them. Zhang Yufan and his companions, enveloped in Busashoka Haki, crossed their arms in front of them, showing no intent to evade, bracing themselves for impact. Upon contact, the cannonball detonated upon Zhang Yufan's body. As the smoke and flames dissipated, Zhang Yufan and his companions stood unscathed in their original positions. Zhang Yufan smiled, lowering his arms. The power is rather modest, akin to a mere tickle. Puladi and his companions were taken aback, their mouths agape. They never anticipated that Zhang Yufan and his comrades could cultivate their armed color hockey to such formidable levels. This time, they were in trouble. It was likely that even if they banded together, they would be unable to defeat them. Zhang Yufan and his group charged forward, swiftly incapacitating all the Navy soldiers in mere moments. They continued towards the house ahead when suddenly, two figures emerged from within. One had a dark complexion, a robust physique, and was clad in a yellow shirt, deep gray trousers, and black shoes, draped in a navy coat emblazoned with the word justice. The other had silvery gray hair, was tall and slender, also wearing a navy coat inscribed with justice, and carried two crossed swords on his back. Zhang Yufan utilized his system to check their information. Name, Burnham combat potential level. SS current combat level. Age, 22 height, 3. 25 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A member of the Longhand tribe, formerly a subordinate of Admiral Akiji. Train alongside Gulant and Zipa under Akiji. Currently a lieutenant in the Navy, he claims to be a genius of the six powers, possessing extraordinary talent, meticulous thinking, and immense strength. He created a unique technique called Shichigong, which allows him to alter his form by absorbing copious amounts of oxygen. Name, Zipa combat potential level. SS current combat level. Age, 20 height 2. 89 meters gender. Male weapon, 2 long swords devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. Formerly a subordinate of Admiral Akiji. Trained in swordsmanship alongside Gulant and Burnham. He possesses exceptional skill, but is timid and has a penchant for women, marked by a greedy nature and a slight masochistic tendency. He is infatuated with beautiful women, losing all sense of self and desiring immediate marriage. If his proposals fail, he sinks into despair, entirely forgetting his mission. Zipa approached with excitement, his eyes transforming into hearts. Wow, so many beautiful ladies. Would you marry me? Nami, with a look of disdain, kicked him aside, exclaiming, Who would want you? Dream on. You think you're that charming? Thus, Zipa was sent flying. Zhang Yufan informed Nami and her companions that this fellow was Akiji's subordinate and needed to be captured. They then proceeded to surround Zipa, who, despite enduring the beating, appeared to relish the experience. Burnham smiled and approached. Godslayer Zhang Yufan, allow me to engage you in combat. First segment of Shichigong. With that, he breathed deeply, causing his muscles to swell rapidly, enhancing his strength, though at the cost of his speed, and he swung a punch at Zhang Yufan. The strike was effortlessly caught, and Burnham continued to throw punches. Zhang Yufan, smiling, lowered his hands. Your strength is commendable, but alas, your speed is lacking. Do you possess any other techniques? Burnham, looking serious, remained stationary. Then how about this? Second segment of Shichi Gong. He inhaled again, causing his muscles to contract, diminishing his strength while augmenting his speed. Charging at Zhang Yufan. Yet once more his punch was caught. With a forceful push, Zhang Yufan vanished from sight, appearing behind Burnham. This technique has merit. Your speed has improved, but you still cannot blend speed with strength. Burnham quickened his pace, but Zhang Yufan remained in close pursuit. No matter how hard he tried to shake him off, with a single punch, Zhang Yufan sent him crashing to the ground. Burnham was astonished, realizing that Zhang Yufan's speed exceeded his own, and his strength was formidable. How did he know my name? This is a pirate with a combat level so exceptional that even the Admiral cannot capture him. Based on the earlier skirmish, it seemed utterly hopeless. Zhang Yufan smiled, stepping lightly in the air. You cannot escape nor defeat me. Come along quietly to meet Akiji. Burnham, now astonished, rose from the ground. Such immense power. Is Admiral Akiji here as well? Where is he? Zhang Yufan replied. First, let me handle this situation. Follow me, and you shall soon meet him. Burnham had no choice but to comply, and Zipa, bruised and battered, was brought along. Nami and Hancock each held onto one of Zhang Yufan's arms. Zipa, filled with rage and bound hand and foot, lamented, I envy you so much. Damn Zhang Yufan. I wish I could go on adventures at sea with so many lovely ladies. Zhang Yufan, with a mischievous grin, replied, Envy is futile. You cannot attain this. You might as well dream about it. Everything exists in dreams. Zipa, in a fit of frustration, attempted to bite Zhang Yufan, but was restrained by Robin, who had a red rooster hairstyle, a metallic brace on his left arm, and bore the scars of battle, clad in a navy coat. From the house emerged another figure. Zhang Yufan checked his information. Name, Gulant Combat Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. Age, 17 Height, 1. 94 meters Gender. Male Weapon, 2 daggers Devil Fruit. Beast Fruit, 1 Armed Form Bounty. None Equipment Card. None Description, a Navy Captain who, as a child, accidentally consumed a Devil Fruit, transforming his left arm into a monster he could not control, causing destruction to an entire island city. He was discovered by Akiji, who froze his left arm. Later, he joined the Navy, receiving a metal brace that restricts his left arm's power while allowing him to control it. He trained alongside Burnham and Zipa under Akiji, possessing great confidence in his combat abilities, idolizing Akiji, and exhibiting a somewhat reckless and arrogant personality, filled with grand ambitions. Gulant approached Zhang Yufan with a confident smile. Godslayer Zhang Yufan, my name is Gulant. Remember it well, and release Burnham and Zipa at once. Oh, why should I remember? I have no intention of letting them go, Zhang Yufan replied. I have yet to be defeated by anyone, so your journey ends here. I shall vanquish you. His tone was quite bold. It remained to be seen if his power was sufficient to match such bravado. Just as Zhang Yufan finished speaking, Gulant charged forward swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that was effortlessly blocked. After a series of punches were parried, Zhang Yufan retaliated, sending Gulant flying. Too weak. Your strength pales in comparison to Burnham's, barely enough to tickle. Zhang Yufan smiled. Gulant, rising to his feet and clenching his left hand, declared, I will personally defeat both pirates and the 4 emperors. With that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, his speed significantly increased compared to before. Zhang Yufan dodged to the side, only to strike Gulant once again, sending him crashing down. Lying on the ground, Gulant gazed at the sky in disbelief. I was defeated so easily. Is the disparity in power truly so vast? After a brief pause, I regained my senses. Am I truly conceding defeat? No, I have not yet lost. I still possess hidden strength yet to be unleashed. Burnham and Zipa approached with concern, rushing to assess the situation. Thankfully, there was no serious harm, merely a moment of shock. Gulant rose from the ground, clenching his left hand, his gaze more resolute than ever as he faced Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan, let us duel once more. Thank you for revealing my own weaknesses. Thus, I will vanquish you with this left arm. It was finally time to unveil my true capabilities. Allow me to witness them. A surge of hot air erupted from the metallic brace affixed to Gulen T's left arm. With a mighty roar, the brace was crushed, revealing a robust arm adorned with crimson fur and sharp claws. It hung heavily, emanating steam as he breathed heavily. Nami and the others were astonished. It turned out he was a devil fruit user. Was the metal brace meant to restrain his power? Burnham and Zifa wore smiles, realizing that Gulen T was finally ready to unleash his ultimate move. However, would it truly be enough to overcome Zhang Yufan? That remained uncertain. Gulen T once again displayed his confident grin. He swung his left fist at Zhang Yufan, who reciprocated with equal vigor, their fists colliding with a tremendous impact. The force radiated outward, shattering ordinary stones and damaging nearby structures. The surrounding Marine soldiers were also hurled away by the overwhelming shockwave. No, Prody cried in panic, swept off his feet by the blast. My peaceful twilight years have been ruined by you. This strike exhibited considerable power, yet it was still insufficient. Zhang Yufan smiled, then intensified the force behind his punch, sending Gulen T's beastly left hand crashing back. Gulen T moved swiftly, launching a series of punches. Each met with Zhang Yufan's immense strength, deflected with ease. Gulen T stood in shock. How could this be? Your power is astonishingly strong. How have you trained to achieve such speed and strength? Your strength has indeed increased significantly, but it pales in comparison to the monsters among the four emperors. It is time to end this, Zhang Yufan said with a smile. With a sudden burst of energy, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Gulen T, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Gulen T was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall. After a moment, he struggled to free himself from the wall, falling to the ground, one hand clutching his stomach as he coughed violently. Zhang Yufan approached with a grin, stating, I have shown you mercy. Otherwise, you would be meeting your maker now. Burnham and Zifa looked on, dumbfounded. We were well aware of the strength of Gulen T's left arm, yet Zhang Yufan's might surpassed it. What manner of monster is he? Gulen T lay on the ground, a look of despair on his face. He had truly lost, and it was a humiliating defeat. He gazed up at Zhang Yufan and asked, Aren't you a pirate? Why do you not kill me? Zhang Yufan replied, You three are talented individuals. I cannot slay you. Besides, I am not a bloodthirsty killer. Understand this. Not all pirates are villains, nor are all Marines virtuous. My comrades are returning, and you three shall accompany us to meet Aokiji aboard our ship. With heads hung low, Gulen T and his companion sighed and followed Zhang Yufan. Resistance was futile. Their strength was insufficient to oppose him. Was this the fate that befell those with inadequate combat prowess? They were bound for the pirate ship. It seemed unlikely they would escape. Our marine careers have come to an end. Yet, the prospect of meeting Admiral Aokiji again filled them with excitement. Before long, they returned to the ship, laden with supplies. However, they did not take everything, lest the remaining Marines perish as a consequence. Galluo, for the first time, brazenly visited a Marine base, brimming with excitement as he bounced back with numerous provisions. The system had already distributed the rewards garnered from this battle, entrusting Gulen T and his companions to Aokiji for management, while sending Chopper to study Gulen T's arm, seeking ways to better control and amplify its power. The crew aboard the ship were filled with curiosity, surrounding Gulen T to observe him. The power of this devil fruit was indeed peculiar, enabling only his left hand to transform into a beast's claw. The captain mentioned that its attack strength was quite formidable, which piqued their interest. After organizing their supplies, they prepared to set sail once more. Days passed at sea, and the waters were anything but calm. Storms, thunder, and lightning raged without respite. On one fateful day, Zhang Yufan and his crew entered the territory of the Totland Kingdom. Snow began to fall from the sky, yet these flakes were made of cotton candy, delightfully sweet. Chopper was overjoyed, for cotton candy was his favorite treat. Not far ahead, the crew spotted a ship shaped like a candy pie. Brooke furrowed his brow, pointing at the vessel. That ship is the Kingdom's reconnaissance vessel. Any unauthorized ships that pass will be shot down. Zhang Yufan smiled and waved his hand. Jem, take a few companions and incapacitate everyone aboard. I will come shortly to commandeer the ship. Jem nodded and swiftly led his companions toward the vessel. Before long, they returned with a report. Jean Yufan proceeded to investigate. The guards were ordinary, and they swiftly subdued them, seizing the ship without drawing much attention. Before entering the Totland Kingdom, in the town of Chocolate on Cocoa Island, Brooke provided introductions. The entire town was constructed from chocolate, and the chocolate within the town was free for consumption. However, the use of chocolate tiles for roofing was prohibited by law, as consuming them would leave one unable to shelter from rain or snow. Galluo gazed in astonishment, his head swiveling as he exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many different races here, and so much chocolate. I must indulge." Zhang Yufan smiled and disembarked, leaving a few animals to guard the ship while the rest of the crew ventured ashore, ready to demolish houses for chocolate. Thus, they marched grandly into Chocolate Town. The local residents hastily moved aside as the crew began to dismantle buildings. The giants devoured the chocolate structures with ease. As for the items marked as forbidden, it was absurd to expect compliance. The commotion attracted the attention of the town's patrol. A patrol captain, bewildered, rushed over. "What is the meaning of this? You've devoured cotton candy, almonds, jelly beans, and chocolate-filled biscuits." Usopp, unbothered, bit into a piece of chocolate and replied, "Who could resist such deliciousness? I inadvertently became addicted." The patrol captain, fuming, took out a notebook and pen. "You lot have committed the crime of food theft. Come with me to receive your punishment." Boniak smiled and threw a powerful punch, declaring that it was not possible as they had not yet satisfied their hunger. Thus he could only allow them to rest for a while. After speaking, he knocked out the several patrol officers. The surrounding guards quickly gathered, only to be swiftly dealt with by Zhang Yufan and his companions. In the distance stood a petite girl with light brown wavy hair tied into twin ponytails. Her bangs swept to the side, holding a bamboo basket. Accompanying her was another woman, tall and slender, with an exceedingly pale complexion and light blue hair, smoking a cigarette and wearing an oversized hat. They approached with a group of followers. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name: Charlotte Bryn. Potential growth level: B. Current combat level: C. Age: 13. Height: 1.66 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: walker, pistol, devil fruit. Memory: fruit bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: a member of the Charlotte family, the 35th daughter of the Charlotte clan, and a member of the Big MOM Pirates. She serves as the Deputy Minister of Chocolate and the manager of the Café Caramel. Due to her 3 eyes, she has faced unfair treatment and perceives herself as a monster. She excels at disguising her true self with a kind exterior, possessing remarkable acting skills. Her nature is not evil, but she harbors deep-seated insecurities and is capable of discerning the essence of things. Name: Charlotte Ammon. Potential growth level: SS. Current combat level: S. Age: 44. Height: 2.57 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: white fish, sword, devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: of the Snakehead tribe, the 3rd daughter of Charlotte Lingling. Nicknamed the Lady of Ghosts, she is a formidable warrior overseeing Nut Island as the Nut Minister. A ruthless female swordswoman, she is a full sister to Charlemont, Charlotte Yushu, and Charlotte Afiel. Charlotte Ammon looked down with a puzzled expression, exclaiming, "You are Zhang Yufan, captain of the Extreme Pirates. How did you suddenly appear here?" Zhang Yufan smiled and replied, "Of course, I am here to stir up trouble. Weeble, bring her over and restrain her, but do not kill her." Weeble, filled with excitement, tossed a piece of chocolate into his mouth, cheerfully saying, "Okay, brother, this chocolate is delicious. Can I eat more after the fight?" Zhang Yufan nodded, noting Weeble's eagerness to enjoy more chocolate. Thus, he unleashed a powerful slash towards Ammon with remarkable speed. The townsfolk hastily fled to the sides, narrowly escaping being cleaved in half. Ammon's pupils constricted as she swiftly dodged the attack. The tremendous force of Weeble's strike cleaved through Chocolate Town. Weeble scratched his head apologetically. "Oops. Brother, I exerted too much force and split the chocolate. Stop using slashes, Weeble. If you sink the island, the chocolate will be lost. Just use a direct slash," Zhang Yufan said, facepalming. Since taking Weeble under his wing, Zhang Yufan had been observing him closely. After confirming there were no issues, he equipped Weeble with an equipment card from his storage space. Now, Weeble became exceptionally powerful, his combat prowess vastly improved. The island's inhabitants were astonished, wondering where this clumsy giant had come from, as his swordsmanship was formidable enough to split the town in half, nearly scaring them to death. Weeble frowned. I cannot miss out on chocolate. That is unacceptable. I have not had enough of that delicious chocolate, so I must be cautious. He gripped his knife and charged at Amond, swinging it fiercely. Amond drew her sword and forcefully parried, yet Weeble intensified both his speed and strength. Amond struggled to defend herself, continuously retreating, her focus taut, knowing that a moment's lapse could lead to disaster. Growing increasingly alarmed by his speed and strength, she leaped back, her mind racing. This Weeble seemed rather simple-minded. Perhaps she could deceive him into helping her. If she could stall for time, perhaps her other siblings would arrive. Therefore, she initiated her plan. Amond, with a stern expression, gripped her sword. Weeble, do you wish to enjoy chocolate every day? Weeble, salivating with excitement, halted. Ah, this is too good. Will you really give it to me? Amond smirked, taking a drag from her cigarette. I can give it to you, but you must help me capture Zhang Yufan behind you. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Weeble's expression darkened. Ever since his mother passed away, it had been his brother who brought him home, showering him with gifts and companions to play with. Life on the ship was filled with joy, far surpassing the happiness he had known with his mother. Previously, he was always fighting or on the way to a fight. He had never realized life could be so joyful without conflict. You may call me foolish, for I am aware of my simplicity. However, you should not harm my brother. Otherwise, I will fight you with all my might. He is my only family left, and you wish to take him from me. Weeble glared fiercely, tightening his grip on the knife. What did you say? You wanted to capture my brother? You wicked woman, see if I don't cleave you in two. Usopp and the others nearly burst into laughter, recalling a previous encounter on an island where another pirate had attempted to manipulate Weeble due to his perceived simplicity, aiming to eliminate their captain. Unfortunately for him, Weeble's loyalty to his brother was unwavering, leading to the pirate meeting a gruesome fate. Now, the same scenario seemed to be unfolding again. The woman before him was perilously close to death. Amon sensed a shift in the atmosphere, feeling a chilling aura of murderous intent that raised the hair on her skin. Weeble charged forward with incredible speed, wildly swinging his knife. The tremendous force of his blows left Amon's arms numb. In no time, her sword was knocked from her grasp, only to be caught by Zoro as he dashed past. Just as Weeble prepared to strike Amon in half, Zhang Yufan smiled and leaped onto Weeble's shoulder, saying, "Stop, Weeble. You may go back to enjoying chocolate now." "Charlotte Amon, do not move." Weeble positioned his knife against Amon's throat, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. This clumsy giant was terrifying. Zhang Yufan floated gently down to the ground, retrieving the white fish sword sheath from Amon, noting its status as a fine blade. He then approached Charlotte Bryn, who appeared frightened and feigned frailty, retreating further while gazing at Zhang Yufan. "What do you intend to do to me, the delicate girl?" Zhang Yufan replied, "Do not pretend, Charlotte Bryn. Your dual nature is far from weak. Come with me willingly, and do not utilize your memory fruit abilities, or I shall lift your bangs." On the surface, Bulin continued to feign fragility, obediently trailing behind Zhang Yufan. The prospect of escape was impossible now, and as for engaging in a confrontation, that was utterly futile. She could only await the arrival of others for rescue, planning to settle scores with Zhang Yufan later. Internally, she cursed Zhang Yufan's ancestors to the 18th generation for daring to threaten her. Once the opportunity presented itself, she would surely extract his memories for her amusement. The surrounding soldiers had already been dealt with by Sanji and his companions. After a while, as everyone finished their meal, they packed some to take along. Just as they were about to leave the island, suddenly, a tall and slender woman with a square head and long wavy blue hair appeared, clad in an open, deep purple jacket and a bandolier crossing her chest. She wore a deep purple top hat and had an ammunition belt around her waist, brandishing a firearm. Another woman, with long wavy teal hair, donned a yellow button dress and a wide-brimmed black hat adorned with pink flowers, her lips painted with striking lipstick as she wielded a long sword. They charged swiftly towards Zhang Yufan and his group, accompanied by a battalion of soldiers. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to gather information about them. Name: Charlotte Effery. Potential growth level: a current combat level. B. Age: 44. Height: 2. 5 meters. Gender: female. Weapons: 2 handguns. Devil fruit. None. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: member of the Snakehead clan, 5th daughter of the Charlotte family. Sibling to Charlotte Mond and Charlotte Amante, a prominent officer in the Big MOM pirate crew, renowned for her exceptional marksmanship. Name: Charlotte Mond. Potential growth level: a current combat level. B. Age: 44. Height: 2. 47 meters. Gender: female. Weapons: long sword. Devil fruit. None. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: 2nd daughter of the Charlotte family, 6th child of Big Mom. Possessing immense strength, capable of cleaving buildings in half, with advanced swordsmanship, a sister to Charlotte Amante, Charlotte Effery, and Charlotte Yeshu. Effery, her face aflame with anger, brandished her gun, declaring, "Zhang Yufan, you are surrounded. Release Amante and Bulin at once." Mond, smirking and gripping her long sword, retorted, "You possess quite the audacity to stir trouble on our mother's territory. Do you wish for death?" Zhang Yufan smiled and turned his head, stating, "You lack the capability to bring about my demise. You might as well prepare to sacrifice yourselves. Friends, let us engage and swiftly resolve this." With that, they charged forth, dispatching the chess soldiers. As for Effery and Mond, they were treated as trophies and bound for capture. After clearing the battlefield, the group made their way to the port, embarking on a vessel toward the next island. Meanwhile, on Totland's Cake Island, within the heart of the kingdom, numerous individuals were playing music, singing, and dancing. The surroundings were alive with talking and moving flora, as well as tables, chairs, and tea sets. Everyone was joyously preparing for the impending tea party. Big Thumb laughed heartily. Seated in her chair, "Mama, how many days remain until my tea party begins?" A nearby flower, exuberant, swayed. "Only 2 days left, Mama." Big Thumb smiled and turned her attention, inquiring, "Are all the ingredients for the food ready?" A group of chefs cheered, brandishing their cleavers. "All set. Leave the cooking and seasoning to us." "Rest assured, Mama." After confirming the arrangements for the tea party, Big MOM prepared to return to her chamber. At that moment, a chess soldier hurried over, exclaiming, "Mama, trouble arises. The extreme pirate crew is causing a ruckus in our territory and has captured several of your daughters." Big Mom's expression darkened as she halted. "What did you say? That little brat, Zhang Yufan, dares to stir trouble at this time? I demand a chiffon cake." The faces of those present changed dramatically as they rushed to check the island for any available chiffon cakes. Unfortunately, the chefs reported that they had just finished the last one. They contacted chefs from other islands, but none had any ready. The chefs could only begin to prepare a new one, yet they were short on 2 essential ingredients. The materials were en route and would require some time to arrive. Due to Big Mom's prolonged absence from chiffon cake, her hunger pangs triggered her hunger-induced madness, leading her into a frenzy. As she advanced, she began to wreak havoc, smashing and destroying everything in her path. A living cloud, filled with urgency, grasped at Big Mama. "Please stop. Do not continue this destruction." Big MOM, filled with rage, swung her fist, demanding, "Bring me the chiffon cake." With that, a building fell victim to her wrath. She pressed onward, chaos ensuing around her. Those within the palace were drenched in cold sweat as they deliberated. "Mama is nearly at the city. Quickly issue a warning for residents to take shelter." Oh, Mama's hunger-induced madness is truly vexing. It strikes without warning. If she does not consume the food that occupies her thoughts, the destruction will persist, and no one can halt it. How long until the chiffon cake ingredients arrive? Approximately 15 more minutes. That is far too long. We must find a way to delay Mama. Before long, Big MOM had already stormed into the city, resuming her unrestrained rampage. The residents, having just received the warning, began to flee desperately, yet a portion of them still fell victim to her wrath, their lives snuffed out or reduced to mere fragments. The casualties were devastating and continued to escalate. In her rampaging state, Big MOM was truly terrifying. Even a collective effort from the island's inhabitants was insufficient to counter her. At that moment, a tall man adorned with several antlers, wearing a fluffy light blue hooded coat, named Charlotte Bassangs, caught Big Mom's attention and was struck down with a powerful blow. Big Mom's eyes spun, saliva dripping from her lips. Life or cake? Choose one. Bassangs, trembling with terror, stammered, but the cake is not ready. Big Mom, cold and indifferent, insisted, I want cake. Get out of my way. Onlookers urged Bassangs to remain calm, for fear would snatch away his life. Yet, Bassangs was nearing the brink of death, his spirit beginning to ascend. In a panic, Bassangs turned to flee. Ah, help! How terrifying! Mama, do not kill me. Big Mom, cold and unyielding, continued to spin her eyes, drooling incessantly. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand, seizing the soul and forcibly extracting it. Bassang's face was etched with terror, his mouth agape, tears streaming down as his eyes rolled back. Gradually, he came to a halt, his body leaning forward, unable to rise again. The onlookers stood in disbelief, trembling in every limb. How could this happen? That was the son of your mother. Just like that, he was slain. Moreover, the method employed was the soul incantation, a technique that had claimed countless lives. It was unimaginable that it would be used against us, her sons, at this moment. Were we, in your eyes, no different from those whose lifespans were siphoned away? It felt as though something had lodged itself in their hearts, creating a sense of suffocation. The enraged mother truly showed no mercy. Even her own son was not spared. The crowd's fear escalated, and chaos ensued as they desperately fled. If she continued her rampage, the entire island would descend into ruin. Who could come to our rescue? This place was too terrifying. At that moment, one of Big Mom's sons rushed over, holding a chieftain cake. He cut a large piece and stuffed it into Big Mom's mouth. After a few chews, she swallowed it. A look of bliss washed over her as she sat on the ground, savoring the taste, exclaiming how delightful it was. The crowd erupted in cheers, at last. Her craving was temporarily satiated. Meanwhile, Jean Yufan and his companions remained oblivious to the events transpiring on Cake Island. Shortly after landing in Neuter Town on Jam Island, a man with brown skin, hairstyled in upright curls, a cigarette in his mouth, clad in a deep blue suit adorned with purple winged embellishments, approached swiftly with a group of subordinates. Jean Yufan accessed his information through the system. Name, Charlotte de Koby. Potential growth level, B. Current combat level, B. Age, 29. Height, 253 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, handgun, devil fruit. None. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, the 24th son of the Charlotte family. The Jam Minister among the 34 ministers of Totland Kingdom, stationed in Neuter Town on Jam Island. The group swiftly subdued him and captured another of Big Mom's sons, seizing some jam from the island before continuing their journey to the next island, unaware of who they would encounter next. After sailing for quite some time, Jean Yufan and his crew arrived at an island primarily composed of cheese structures. Upon docking, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of people. Among them stood a tall, robust man clad in deep blue attire with yellow shoulder guards, a hat atop his head, wielding a massive sword. Beside him was another man in a white suit and blue cape, adorned with earrings, shorter in stature, brandishing a katana while riding a talking sheep. Another individual, lanky above and stout below, with golden hair resembling straw, a round chin, a long, pointed nose, and a pale face, wore an open chest, dark jumpsuit, with a long spear slung across his back. His limbs and ribs bore a skeletal motif, and he wore a deep-colored top hat, hovering above a book. Jean Yufan utilized the system to examine their details. Name, Charlotte High FAT, potential growth level, A, current combat level, B, age, 33, height, 8, 6 meters, gender, male, weapon, great sword, devil fruit, none, bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, the 20th son of the Charlotte family, possessing exceptional swordsmanship, and is a biological brother to Charlotte Taburet. Name, Charlotte Taburet, potential growth level, A, current combat level, B, age, 36, height, 14, 3 meters, gender, male, weapon, katana, devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, the 21st son of the Charlotte family, the ingredient minister among the 34 ministers, renowned for his swordsmanship, and a biological brother to Charlotte High Fat, rides a talking sheep, stationed in Ingredient Island's decoration town. Name: Charlotte Meng Duo Air. Potential growth level: SS. Current combat level: S. Age: 35. Height: 2.6 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: flame gun, devil fruit, book fruit, bounty, 120 million berries. Equipment card: none. Description: the 19th son of the Charlotte family. The cheese minister among the 34 ministers, nicknamed the document officer, possessing sharp strategic acumen and adept at commanding in battle, stationed in Milk Island's Cheese Town. Meng Duo, with a furious expression, hovered above the book, looking down upon Zhang Yufan. Zhang Yufan, you are surrounded. Release Amanda and the others at once, or I shall turn you into specimens. The last person who claimed to be surrounded now found himself bound behind me. You are next. Let us see if you possess the capability to resist. Chess soldiers, advance. Upon his command, the chess soldiers charged forward. As they approached Nami, fear overtook their faces, and their movements slowed. Consequently, these feeble adversaries were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Yufan and his allies, their heads shattered without a hint of challenge. Zhang Yufan smiled, gazing skyward, wondering if anyone dared to bring down Meng Duo Air, who floated above. Jimu, brimming with confidence, stepped forward. Captain, allow me to blast those books down. His fruit abilities are no trifling matter. Be wary of misfortune befalling you. Zhang Yufan responded with a smile. Jimu leaped into action, swiftly making his way toward Meng Duo Air. As he reached him, he aimed a kick to knock him down. However, at that moment, Meng Duo Air summoned a book before him, not only blocking Jimu's kick, but also drawing him into the world within the book. Although his body remained outside, his consciousness was trapped inside. Jimu looked around in confusion, pondering where he was within this peculiar realm. Meng Duo sneezed, emerging from the wall while wielding a gun that spewed flames. Welcome to the world of the book I created. Enjoy. Jimu deftly evaded as numerous animals suddenly appeared, rushing toward him, only to be obliterated by his fists. However, upon their destruction, they multiplied, continuously increasing in number. As long as the captain and the others were present, he felt no concern. He had ample stamina to outlast them. Though confined, capturing or harming him would not be an easy feat. The weather around them continued to shift, becoming increasingly harsh. This place was remarkably intriguing, ideal for various forms of training. Thus, the journey commenced within the realm of books, a training ground of sorts. Outside, the companions were filled with confusion, pondering how Jimu appeared to be kicking at thin air. Zhang Yufan maintained a serene demeanor, wearing an expression that suggested he had anticipated this peculiar behavior. At that moment, the Taburet and High-Fat brothers rushed over. Zoro, with an air of calm, secured his headband and unsheathed the two blades at his waist. He charged forward, swiftly wielding his swords, forcing their adversaries to retreat in disarray, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. High-Fat, visibly astonished, continued to fend off Zoro's relentless strikes, exclaiming that not only was his swordsmanship formidable, but his strength was also absurdly overwhelming. A veritable monster. Zoro, maintaining his composure, corrected him, stating that it was not just him alone. The combat prowess of everyone aboard their ship was akin to that of monsters. The Taburet and High-Fat brothers felt their arms growing numb from the impact. As the battle intensified, fear crept into their hearts. They were disconcerted at being unable to defeat a single swordsman, with a multitude of enemies still looming behind them. How could they possibly prevail? Their only hope lay in relying on Mondor's fruit abilities. Ultimately, Zoro disarmed them, sending their swords flying as they succumbed to defeat. Nami, puzzled, turned to Zhang Yufan, grasping his hand. Yufan, could this be Mondor's fruit ability? Ever since Jimu encountered the book, he has transformed in this manner. Indeed, Zhang Yufan replied. Jimu's consciousness is trapped within the world created by Mondor's book, Enduring Torment. It is even possible to imprison living beings within it. Unless the fruit ability is nullified or the book incinerated, they shall never escape. This is nothing short of a perfect mobile prison, capable of driving one to madness. Such fruit abilities are exceedingly potent. The arrival of the four emperors would spell doom if they fell victim to this trick. Just as they were lamenting the overwhelming number of captured enemies, which would be difficult to manage, a solution presented itself. It seemed Jianmu was enjoying himself inside, and Zhang Yufan resolved to rescue him. With a powerful push, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind Mondor. He swiftly struck with a powerful hand chop, rendering Mondor unconscious. The ability of the book fruit dissipated, freeing Jianmu's consciousness, while his body ceased all movement. The group gathered around, checking Jianmu's physical and mental state for any issues. Once reassured of his well-being, they were filled with curiosity about the nature of the world within the book. Jianmu, brimming with excitement, began to describe the scenes from the book. Zhang Yufan, carrying Mondor, returned to the ground. The Taburet and High-Fat brothers were astonished, witnessing Mondor being so effortlessly defeated. Taburet, perplexed and with his hands bound, questioned Zhang Yufan as to why the chess pieces ceased to fight properly upon nearing them. Zhang Yufan smiled, retrieving a life card from Nami. It was this life card that instilled fear in their adversaries as they approached. High-Fat, astonished, sat down, recognizing it as his mother's life card. How did it end up in your possession? Nami smiled and replied, "This was given to us by Lola. Who would have thought it belonged to the four emperors? Big MOM. Given? Surely you must have taken it. Lola couldn't possibly have been killed." Taburet's expression darkened. Nami shook her head, smiling. "Lola, and we are good friends. How can we harm her?" Taburet and High-Fat exchanged skeptical glances, questioning the truth of her words. They needed to inform their mother quickly, but they were currently restrained. They would have to wait for an opportunity. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, where Big MOM resided, she had already assembled a team to capture Zhang Yufan. In the palace's library, all the animals trapped within the books were liberated the moment Mondor lost consciousness. The walls surrounding them were damaged as they erupted in joyous chaos, celebrating their newfound freedom by running amok in the palace. Big MOM, with a grim expression, stood up, demanding to know what was happening amidst the cacophony of animal roars. The room fell silent, filled with trepidation, as no one could explain the commotion. Big MOM was terrifying, especially after her earlier rage over Zhang Yufan. An alarmed chess piece rushed in, exclaiming, "Mother, it's a disaster. The rare beasts from the library have escaped from books. Those wretches, my precious animals." Big MOM fumed. It must be Mondor's doing, otherwise such a situation would not arise. Could that wretched boy Zhang Yufan be behind this? Enraged, Big MOM issued orders for everyone to pursue Zhang Yufan and his companions at full force. She personally led the charge, determined to recapture the escaped animals. A few managed to elude capture, but ultimately they were rounded up and confined to a secure location under watch. The animals were distraught at their misfortune. Once Mondor was found, they would be returned to their confinement within the books as collections. Meanwhile, Zhang Yufan and his companions had completed their cleanup of the battlefield. After exploring the entire island and dispatching the remaining guards, they collected an abundance of cheese, preparing to set sail for the next island. Suddenly, two ships appeared on the horizon, with several figures standing at the bow. One was a woman with pink hair and yellow eyes, adorned with lipstick, fair skin, red gloves, a red skirt, and red high heels, draped in a purple cloak and wearing a brown decorative headpiece. Alongside her was a massive figure, thick-set with cream covering his head and arms, sporting a large beard with a bow tie. A man in a high-collared cloak, accented with wristbands, accompanied four tall, similarly featured men as they disembarked from the ship. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to check their information. Name: Charlotte Katakuri. Potential growth level: S. Current combat level: A. Age: 28. Height: 2.3 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: yummy fruit bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: the 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, butter minister of Tato land. Caring towards her family, greatly fears Big MOM, and is deeply loyal to the Big MOM pirates, Tato land, and the Charlotte family. Possessing a strong belief in Big Mom's strength, while fearing enemies more powerful than herself, with commendable work skills, adept at reaping benefits. Name: Charlotte Opera potential growth level. As current combat level. Age, 43 height, 4. 61 meters gender. Male weapon. Crossbow devil fruit. Cream fruit bounty. None equipment card. None description. The fifth son of the Charlotte family. Cream minister. Skilled in analysis and caring for his family. Yet timid, and shares a close sibling bond with Charlotte Candy, Charlotte Cadance, Charlotte Cavalet, and Charlotte Gala. Name. Xiaoluo Kanta potential growth level. A current combat level. Age. 43 height. 4. 53 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. The sixth son of the Xiaoluo family. He is a robust man skilled in physical techniques, possessing a resilient and supple physique. He is the biological brother of Xiaoluo Opela. Xiaoluo Kadansi, Xiaoluo Kavalaite, Anxialuo Yala. Name. Xiaoluo Ka Walaite potential growth level. A current combat level. Age. 43 height. 4. 56 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. The eighth son of the Xiaoluo family. He is a sturdy man adept in physical techniques, noted for his remarkable agility. He is the biological brother of Xiaoluo Opela, Xiaoluo Kanta, Xiaoluo Kadan Ci, and Xiaoluo Jialanim. Xiaoluo Kadan Ci potential growth level, a current combat level. Age, 43 height, 4. 59 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. The seventh son of the Xiaoluo family. He is a powerful man proficient in physical techniques, known for his brute strength. He is the biological brother of Xiaoluo Opela, Xiaoluo Kanta, Xiaoluo Ka Walaite, and Xiaoluo Jialanim. Xiaoluo Jiala potential growth level, a current combat level. Age, 43 height, 4. 6 meters gender. Male weapon. None devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None introduction. The ninth son of the Xiaoluo family. He is a formidable figure renowned for his agility and swift movement. He is the biological brother of Xiaoluo Opela, Xiaoluo Kanta, Xiaoluo Kadansi, Anxialuo Kavalaite. Opela, filled with fury, descended from the ship, exclaiming, Zhang Yufan, you shall not escape. Remain here, cream monster. Upon finishing his words, he conjured a massive amount of whipped cream that formed into a gigantic monster, charging towards Zhang Yufan and his companions, aiming to ensnare them. Prolonged exposure to the whipped cream would lead to burns. Jia le testetili utilise Wang Yu Fui behind Upeila, binding and controlling Zhang Yufan and his companions. The four robust men, with their hands enveloped in armed color hockey, also hurled powerful punches towards Zhang Yufan and his group. Bartolomeo erected a barrier to shield against the whipped cream monster's assault. Enelu unleashed a series of electric attacks, incapacitating them all. After clearing the battlefield, they continued their journey by boat to the next island. After sailing for quite some time, they arrived at Biscuit Island, where the structures were predominantly constructed from biscuits. The group docked their ship, leaving some animals to guard it. The island's sentinels quickly noticed their presence and surrounded them, but they were swiftly dealt with. The group dispersed to eliminate the enemies on the island. As Zhang Yufan and his companions strolled through the island, a towering figure emerged from a biscuit house. This man, sporting a long beard and a menacing grin, bore a scar over his right eye and was clad in garments made of biscuits, draped in a crimson cape. He wielded a biscuit shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right, gradually approaching them. Zhang Yufan checked his information through the system. Name, Xiaoluo Kuli Jia potential growth level, SS current combat level, SS age, 42 height, 3.07 meters gender, male weapon, pretzel, long sword, devil fruit, biscuit fruit bounty, 860 million berries equipment card, none introduction. The 10th son of the Xiaoluo family. He is a fraternal twin to Xiaoluo Ka Sitada and Xiaoluo and Jielu. As one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, he serves as the biscuit minister of Tado land, often hiding among the biscuit soldiers he creates, referring to himself as the Biscuit Knight. He is deeply loyal to his mother and family, harboring contempt for traitors. Confident in his strength, he prefers to confront enemies alone and dislikes interference. However, he has a low tolerance for pain, even dreading injections. Koby Jia, with a cold demeanor, gripped his pretzel, long sword, and gazed down at Zhang Yufan. Slayer Zhang Yufan, I was just about to seek you out, yet here you are, walking into your own demise. Perfect, let's engage directly. It will save us much time. Zoro, this one is yours. Do not think you can defeat me. With me here, you shall not disrupt the tea party meticulously prepared by Mother. With such confidence in his combat prowess, Zhang Yufan responded, signaling Zoro with a glance. Zoro understood and calmly tied his headband, drawing his 3 swords. Koby Jia's aura intensified, exuding a formidable pressure toward Zoro, creating a powerful wind. Though not a manifestation of Conqueror's haki, it was strikingly close. Zoro, undeterred, retaliated with his own Conqueror's haki. Your aura is commendable, yet it is somewhat lacking. It has no effect on us. The surrounding structures crumbled under the overwhelming pressure. Koby Jia swung his long sword toward Zoro. Zoro extended his left hand, parrying with his sword. Koby Jia then tapped his body, activating his devil fruit ability, sprouting additional arms and legs. The onlookers were intrigued by his peculiar abilities. Look, Chopper, that guy can grow extra limbs. How fascinating, Garrote exclaimed in astonishment. Chopper, equally thrilled, replied, indeed. I wonder if he can produce even more limbs? Zoro, curious, stood firm, gripping his 3 swords, observing Koby Jia. This is your devil fruit ability? It appears quite entertaining. I am Koby Jia, the Biscuit Knight and one of the Sweet Commanders. I can grow numerous limbs, hence the name Thousand-Armed Koby Jia. After declaring this, Koby Jia swiftly wielded his 6 long swords, relentlessly lunging at Zoro. Each attack was deftly deflected by Zoro. Zoro unleashed his 3-sword style, 108 Calamity Phoenix. Sendin a colossal sword veif towards Kelia. Koby Jia raised his biscuit shield and long sword to block. Zoro followed up with his 3-sword style, Purgatory Demon Slash. Obliterating Kelia's biscuit atayu. The crowd gasped in surprise. It became clear that Koby Jia's previous appearance was merely a facade crafted for biscuits. His true form had been concealed within the biscuit exterior. Once the biscuit shell fell away, a robust figure emerged, adorned with purple hair shaped like elongated loaves of bread, with sparks at the tips of 2 clusters of hair at the back of his head. He bore a scar over his right eye and wore brown gloves, with only a shoulder guard on his right shoulder. Clad in a pink cloak adorned with white spots and wearing loose trousers paired with brown boots, Koby Jia stood before Zoro, a cold smirk gracing his face as he bore a long sword upon his shoulder. He seemed somewhat impressed, exclaiming that Zoro had managed to damage his cookie armor, but dismissed it as inconsequential. He urged Zoro to reveal all his tricks. If this was his full power, it would be rather unexciting. Koby Jia boasted of his abilities as a cookie human, having consumed the cookie fruit, enabling him to endlessly create and command cookie warriors. He challenged Zoro to showcase his prowess. With a clap of his hands, Koby Jia began to conjure cookies and subsequently synthesized cookie warriors. In no time, he had produced over a dozen cookie warriors. However, Zoro's defeat of one of them hardly impressed him. Koby Jia taunted Zoro, revealing the cookie he had long desired, claiming it granted him virtually limitless power. He expressed delight in the astonishment of Zoro and his companions, bidding them to descend into despair as he summoned his cookie warriors to attack. Zoro, however, remained composed, wielding his sword with terrifying strikes that effortlessly cleaved through the cookie warriors as if they were mere tofu. He even tossed some cookie remnants for Weevil and his companions to taste. Koby Jia, stunned, observed Zoro, recognizing him as a formidable swordsman. Even if Zoro defeated his cookie warriors, Koby Jia could simply recreate them. He questioned whether his stamina would suffice for endless creation and whether his production speed could rival Zoro's strike speed, signaling the onset of despair. Zoro, undeterred, unleashed powerful slashes towards Koby Jia, whose creation speed could not keep pace with the destruction wrought by Zoro's strikes. Koby Jia was forced to utilize his haki to cover his sword, desperately defending and dodging, aware that a single misstep could be fatal. After prolonged exchange, Zoro continued his relentless assault, while Kelly Gia's tension mounted and beads of sweat formed on his brow. What manner of monster was Zoro, he wondered, questioning if he ever tired. When Zoro halted his strikes and rushed forward, his furious blows proved too much for Kelly Gia, who staggered backward, unable to retaliate. Even if he attempted to counter, the disparity in their strengths left him in despair. Soon, Zoro landed 3 cuts on Kelly Gia, which, while not fatal, rendered him unconscious, thus concluding the battle. After clearing the battlefield, night fell, and the crew had eliminated all foes on the island. They rested overnight and set sail at dawn, navigating the sea for an extended period until they reached their destination, Cake Island, the domain of Big Mom. The island was a marvel, composed of towering cakes and whipped cream, resembling a multi-layered millefeuille. Zhang Yufan instructed Pakamus to lead the giants to other islands for a sweep against their enemies, leaving most animals aboard to guard Big Mom's children. The remaining crew members disembarked, swiftly dispatching the surrounding guards. As they indulged in desserts, they ventured into a forest known as the Temptation Forest, where everything was composed of food and homies. The flora and fauna were alive and would shift their paths, making it easy for intruders to become lost. Upon entering the forest, they encountered several individuals who bore striking resemblances to Bias. Gallet looked puzzled, licking a lollipop, and remarked on the uncanny likeness. Zhang Yufan smiled, pausing to explain that these were copies created through devil fruit powers, possessing the same strength as their originals, and encouraged them to engage in friendly combat. Bias laughed heartily, intrigued by the prospect of battling himself, and quickly dashed off to confront his replica. Their encounters proved equally matched, with the copies employing identical techniques. Meanwhile, the flora of the forest animated, revealing faces and voices, expressing excitement at the arrival of intruders. Zhang Yufan and his unreplicated companions pressed deeper into the forest, soon encountering a colossal tree. Suddenly, numerous roots emerged from the ground, attempting to ambush them from behind, but they deftly evaded the attack. Zhang Yufan examined the tree's information through his system. Name: King Bam Combat Growth Potential Level. A current combat level. B. Age: 80 height, 234 centimeters gender. Male weapon: none devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A homie created from the souls of humans attached to a tree by Big Mom's soul fruit ability. He is the leader of the Temptation Forest and one of the homies in Big Mom's pirate crew, exhibiting absolute loyalty to her. King Bam furrowed his brow and extended his tongue, surprised at their evasion. Robin, astonished, looked up and remarked on the rarity of a talking, moving tree, inquiring about his identity. King Bam, with a serious demeanor, declared that he was the leader of the Temptation Forest and warned that they would not escape once they entered. Zhang Yufan, smiling, retorted that escaping was not an option, and if there was no path, he would create one. With that, he charged forward and struck King Bam with a powerful punch, sending the massive tree crashing to the ground. King Bam, bewildered, pondered the swift and overwhelming force of the attack, questioning how he would impede their advance. The surrounding flora would likely be devastated with each strike. At that moment, a knightly rabbit clad in armor, riding a comical crane and wielding a spear, descended from above. Zhang Yufan examined its information. Name: Randolph Combat Growth Potential Level. A current combat level. Age: 26 height, 184 centimeters gender. Male weapon: spear devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description. A warrior formed by injecting human souls into a rabbit through Big Mom's soul fruit ability. He possesses formidable combat capabilities, agility, intelligence, and calmness, capable of standing alone in battle, albeit occasionally taking liberties and shifting blame to his crane mount. He exhibits unwavering loyalty to Big Mom and is known as the Crane Knight. Zhang Yufan drew his blade, sending a powerful strike upward, which deflected the incoming force, sending Randolph and his companions flying. Nami, with an expression of astonishment, stood still, observing a night rabbit riding a comically adorable crane. Indeed, this place was quite fascinating. Zhang Yufan smiled as he sheathed his sword and took Nami's hand. There is more excitement to come, Nami. Would you like to try your hand at being a tamer? Yufan, do you expect me to subdue them by force? Nami replied, no need for such trouble. Just bring out Big Mom's life card and issue commands directly. The revelation of the life card's capabilities was indeed remarkable. With a mischievous grin, Nami produced Big Mom's life card, causing the surrounding homies to sense its powerful soul aura, their faces contorting with fear as they retreated. ISNT this mama's life card? How did it end up in the hands of this young girl? They realized that they could no longer harm Zhang Yufan and his group, as they would have to obey the orders of the girl with the life card. As Nami prepared to command the homies with the life card, Randolph discreetly nudged the nearby adorable crane. The crane, understanding the cue, prepared to escape quietly with Randolph. However, Nami turned around with a serious expression. Stop right there. Are you planning to flee? Startled, Randolph pointed at the crane. Sorry. But it was this fellow who wanted to escape. The crane, indignant, retorted, what nonsense. It was clearly you who wanted to run. Nami, with a sly smile, declared, from now on, you are my subordinates. Let us out of here to the palace for a fight. Who do you think you are to command me? Randolph replied, visibly displeased. Nami furrowed her brow, asking, do you intend to resist me? Randolph remained calm, pointing at the crane once more. Sorry. But it's this creature that wishes to rebel. The crane, arms crossed in indignation, protested. Who are you trying to fool? You said it first. The onlookers were left speechless, barely suppressing laughter at Randolph's betrayal of his comrade. The poor crane found itself with such a treacherous ally. Truly, it had fallen into a long streak of misfortune, likely wishing for a swift end. Meanwhile, Baegis and his companions continued to battle the replicants, each choosing a distinct combat zone. Zhang Yufan, disguised, approached Baegis with a smile. How are you feeling? It's about time we leave. Baegis frowned and threw a powerful punch. Who are you? You put on quite the act, but our captain doesn't possess such a weak aura. Zhang Yufan, disguised, was taken aback, surprised that Baegis noticed something amiss so quickly. With swift movements, he conjured a massive mirror, and as Baegis made contact, he was absorbed into it. Zhang Yufan, disguised, scoffed. What does it matter if you perceive it? You're still trapped within the realm of mirrors. Subsequently, he ensnared the others in the same manner. He anticipated it would be so effortless. Things would become more complicated from there, as their numbers were still overwhelming. Inside the mirror world, Baegis and his companions found themselves shackled with iron cuffs and balls, yet these restraints were insufficient to contain them, easily broken apart. They wandered curiously within the mirror, unable to escape, waiting for their captain to defeat the fruit user outside and release them. Before long, Baegis, disguised, returned to Zhang Yufan. Captain, I'm back. What are you all doing? Reveal your true form. Your aura is too weak to compare with Baegis. You noticed that, as he spoke, a woman appeared with a prominent hawk-like nose and a long scar across her face, her light purple hair and long nails adorned with purple lipstick and nail polish. Tall and draped in a long white dress embellished with roses, she wore a green fur coat and wielded a long scythe, resembling a witch. Zhang Yufan checked her information through the system. Name, Charlotte Brûlé, power growth potential level. SS, current power level. S, age, 40, height, 3, 5 meters, gender, female, weapon, scythe, devil fruit, mirror fruit, bounty, none, equipment card, none. Profile, the 8th daughter of the Charlotte family, twin sister of Charlotte Katakuri, a member of the Big Mom Pirates. As a child, she was scarred by a delinquent seeking revenge on Katakuri, but bears no ill will towards him. Loyal to her mother and family, she is often careless and fearful, inadvertently providing enemies with leverage and intelligence. Despite her innocence and sensitivity, she understands Katakuri's struggles and secrets, but has never exposed them to protect her brother's dignity. Brûlé smirked, brandishing a mirror. Don't move, or I shall not be merciful. Let us see who is trapped inside. Koby gasped in surprise, turning to ask how Baegis and the others ended up in the mirror. Is this the result of a devil fruit power? And who exactly are you? I am Brûlé, the mirror person who consumed the mirror fruit. Don't even think about disrupting Mama's tea party, she cackled. Galette, seeing Chopper and the others imprisoned in the mirror, felt a surge of rage. They were benefactors to the mink tribe. Enraged by their treatment, He charged forward, extending his hand to unleash electric claws against Brule. Zhang Yufan and the others did not intervene, knowing Galette needed more combat experience. If he were to be defeated or captured, it was not a major concern. They would ensure his rescue. At that moment, Brule activated her fruit ability, Reflection, conjuring a massive mirror from her hands. As Galette attacked, it absorbed the blow and reflected his electric claws back at him. Startled, Galette quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding his own attack. He hastened to launch another strike at Brule, only to be drawn into the mirror's world. Brule was exhilarated, having captured another, and stood watching Zhang Yufan. You all are quite weak. Now, stay obediently in the mirror world. Who else wishes to join? After capturing a few of his companions through stealth, she flaunted her success. Your moment of glory has ended. Robin, take her down. Robin smiled, crossing her arms and using her fruit ability to sprout 10 hands from Brule's body, rendering her immobile. Brule, filled with terror, struggled against her restraints, calling out for help. Snag, come quickly. Approaching was a stout figure with a long nose, black hair secured in a bun, resembling a gourd, and clad in a woolen coat, clad in a red and white striped scarf, and adorned with armor on his arms. A man with a colossal katana slung across his back approached. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to peruse his information. Name, Charlotte Snag. Potential battle power growth level, SS. Current battle power level, SS. Age, 27 years. Height, 3, 52 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, katana. Devil fruit, fried fruit. Bounty, 600 million berries. Equipment card, none. Description: the 25th son of the Charlotte family, one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, and one of the 34 ministers known as the Fried Minister. He is a twin brother to Charlotte Babaluya and possesses formidable swordsmanship. Snag furrowed his brow and approached Zhang Yufan, declaring, You are Zhang Yufan. Today, I shall certainly defeat you. Really, what are you up to? You're quite confident, Bilialu. This fellow's temperature is rather elevated. I leave him to you. Bilialu laughed heartily, stepping forward. Ha ha ha, Captain, no matter how high his temperature, it cannot surpass that of magma. Snag, filled with rage, realized that Zhang Yufan and his companions were utterly dismissing him. I am, after all, one of the sweet commanders. How dare you send someone so casually to fight me? He then activated his devil fruit ability, raising his body temperature while flames enveloped him as he charged at Bilialu, unleashing a flurry of punches. Bilialu transformed his body into stone, cloaking himself in haki, and stood unyielding against the strikes before retaliating with a single punch that sent Snag flying. Not a single burn marked Bilialu's hands. Snag, astonished, climbed back to his feet. I never imagined this fellow possessed such strength. My devil fruit ability had no effect on him. Drawing his immense katana once more, he lunged at Bilialu, swinging his blade with utmost fervor. Bilialu remained calm, thrusting his hands into his abdomen to forge 2 blades, enshrouding them in haki. He crossed the blades before him, successfully blocking Snag's assault, utilizing his dual-wielding technique. He struck at Snag with incredible speed and force, landing blows from both sides. Snag desperately attempted to fend off the attacks. Snag, this is futile. You think you can contend with our captain? You might as well be offering your head. Bilialu exclaimed. How can there be such a disparity? Snag queried, bewildered. Bilialu, how have you grown so powerful? All thanks to the captain's training, I have become such a formidable force. After exchanging blows for a while, Bilialu seized an opportunity when Snag was distracted, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying once again, crushing the homies behind him. The surrounding homies recoiled in terror, astonished that even Snag could not best Zhang Yufan and his companions. Once more, Snag rose from the ground, gripping his katana, and charged at Bilialu with renewed vigor. He poured all his energy into his strikes, yet Bilialu effortlessly parried each attack, untouched and unscathed. Snag, it's futile. You cannot harm me. This must come to an end. Are you a monster? After such a prolonged battle, your stamina remains unyielding. Indeed, without such formidable strength, how could one dare to challenge the 4 emperors? Upon finishing his statement, Bilialu amplified the force of his strikes, repelling Snag's katana. The crossing of blades resulted in Snag collapsing to the ground, and Bilialu placed his sword against Snag's neck, disarming him and summoning Chopper to tend to his wounds. Bruley stood nearby, trembling with fear. If even Snag had been defeated, what were they to do now? Zhang Yufan approached Bruley and instructed him to release Bejas and the others. The group gathered around, curious about the world within the mirrors. After clearing the battlefield, the king of the Bam kingdom advanced toward the palace, encountering no further opposition along the way. Before long, they arrived at the forest's exit, where a tall and robust man with elongated limbs, sporting short yellow hair, a mustache, earrings, and clad in a blue cotton coat with a yellow cape and a belt featuring a genie lamp insignia, awaited them. Accompanying him was another imposing figure, muscular with tri-sectioned orange hair, bushy eyebrows, and an orange beard. His upper body was bare, draped only in an orange cape, and he wore brown gloves with red trousers. Wielding a long-handled naginata, flanked by a group of followers as if they had been anticipating their arrival for some time. Zhang Yufan utilized the system to examine their information. Name: Charlotte Daifuku, potential battle power growth level. SS, current battle power level. SS, age, 45 years, height, 4'89 meters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, steaming fruit. Bounty: 300 million berries, equipment card, none. Description: the third son of the Charlotte family, one of the 34 ministers of Tato land. He is a triplet with his younger brothers Katakuri and Oven, valuing mission above all, cold and ruthless in demeanor, and decisively brutal in action. Name: Charlotte Oven. Potential battle power growth level. SS, current battle power level. SS, age, 45 years, height, 4'92 meters, gender, male, weapon, naginata, devil fruit, heat fruit. Bounty: 300 million berries, equipment card, none. Description: the fourth son of the Charlotte family and one of the triplets alongside Katakuri and Daifuku. He is a cadre of the big MOM pirates and the baking minister of Whole Cake Island, known for his fiery temperament and extreme loyalty to his family. He engages in battle even when injured, fiercely supportive of Katakuri and respectful of his siblings, yet clear in his moral stance. Oven stood stoically, gazing at Zhang Yufan. You are the God Slayer, Zhang Yufan. We have awaited your arrival for quite some time. I never anticipated you would defeat even Snag. There is nothing to be surprised about. Soon, you too shall fall to us as well. Bililu, I entrust Oven to you. His temperature is quite high. As for Daifuku, Koby, he is yours. The rest of our companions will handle the remaining minions. We shall not permit you to disrupt the tea party our mother is hosting. Perish. With that, Oven gripped his long-handled naginata, harnessing the power of the heat fruit to ignite the blade before launching a fiery strike towards Zhang Yufan. Bililu enveloped his hands in haki and swiftly countered Oven's attack. Ha ha ha. Today truly is a day brimming with fervor. What? You are not burned. A devil fruit user? Prepare for a flurry of fiery strikes. As he declared this, Oven unleashed a barrage of attacks with his flame-wreathed naginata, all of which were effortlessly deflected by Bililu. Bililu surged forward, unleashing powerful punches that clashed violently with Oven's naginata. As the battle raged on, Oven found himself increasingly astonished. I was utterly astonished by the sheer might of Bililu, who exhibited an unexpected strength. My arms grew increasingly numb, and my power diminished, causing the naginata to be forcefully dislodged from my grasp. Zhang Yufan hurried over, catching it and stowing it away. At that moment, Owen had no time to attend to the naginata that had been sent flying, for Bililu's fist was already hurtling towards him. Owen narrowly evaded the blow, his eyes blazing with fury. Channeling his powers of remote heating, he transmitted intense heat towards Bililu, igniting flames upon contact. Yet, Bililu appeared unfazed, allowing the fire to scorch his body as he advanced, step by step, with a demonic gait. Owen was once again struck with shock, his eyes widening as he clenched his fists, staring at Bililu in disbelief. What devilish fruit power do you possess to remain unscathed by flames? You may guess, but I can bathe in magma. Your flames are far too feeble. I refuse to believe I cannot bring you down. Heat wave fist. With that declaration, Owen harnessed the power of the heat fruit, heating his fists and the surrounding air, transforming it into a gust of scorching wind that he unleashed upon Bailu. In response, Bailu amplified the strength in his arm and retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided, sending Owen flying from the overwhelming force. Seizing the opportunity, Bailu swiftly closed the distance to Owen, delivering a relentless barrage of blows, pinning him to the ground and rubbing him against it. Even the coating of haki on Owen's body proved futile as Bailu wreaked havoc from within, rendering him incapable of rising to retaliate. Despite the rising temperature surrounding him, he could do nothing to harm Bailu. Ultimately, Owen was rendered unconscious and brought before me. Meanwhile, Koby and Dafu found an open space to engage in combat. Dafu, with a disdainful expression, stood his ground, gazing at Koby. "Little brat, did your captain send you here to meet your demise? Oh, a big fellow like you is so confident. We shall see who meets their end first." Daringly, the little brat exclaimed, "Prepare yourself. Lamp demon, unleash demon hunt." With that, Dafu summoned a lamp demon wielding a long-handled sword, commanding it to strike down upon Koby with a powerful cleave. Koby, maintaining his composure, drew his sword, enveloping it in haki, and effortlessly blocked the attack. He then unleashed a series of swift strikes, causing the lamp demon to dissipate into a cloud of smoke. Dafu, taken aback, had not anticipated Koby to possess such formidable swordsmanship. "Little brat, you are rather impressive for defeating the lamp demon. Do not get too cocky. Even if defeated, I can summon another. Big fellow, I hope your summoning speed can outpace my sword strikes. If your combat prowess is merely this, it would be wise to surrender sooner rather than later to avoid further suffering." Dafu, filled with rage of being looked down upon by this young boy, prepared to unleash Demon Slash, summoning the previous lamp demon once more. He directed the demon to attack Koby with a slashing strike. Koby, with a slight smile, casually executed several powerful slashes, once again turning the lamp demon into smoke. With a burst of speed, Koby charged towards Dafu, delivering a fierce blow. Dafu's lamp demon had yet to be summoned when he was sent flying. Fortunately, he had coated himself with haki just before the blade could make contact, preventing injury. Steadying himself, he attempted to summon the lamp demon again to attack Koby. However, Koby relentlessly unleashed devastating slashes. The lamp demon could barely withstand a few strikes before being vanquished once more. Dafu found himself in a constant battle of defense and evasion, gradually becoming overwhelmed. How much stamina does this little brat possess? He continues to strike without showing signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Koby's figure vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was already before Dafu, slashing with his sword, leaving a long gash from Dafu's chest to abdomen, blood gushing forth. Koby then positioned his sword against Dafu's neck, knock him out, and summon Poison Q to provide treatment. The other minions had also been dealt with. After tidying the battlefield, we prepare to move on. After traversing for some time, we encountered a woman with brown skin, tall stature, blue eyes, thick lips adorned with silver lipstick, and cascading silver wavy hair that partially concealed her right eye. She wore a white round hood, a yellow scarf, a pink striped bodysuit, and gloves. A rose tattoo adorned her right leg, and she carried a long sword on her back. Seated upon a chair, she held a giant goblet before her, using both hands to wring a female prisoner like a wet towel, extracting liquid into the goblet before raising it to drink. All present gaped in astonishment. What kind of fruit ability is this? Clearly, she is a human juicer. To her left stood a tall, voluptuous woman dressed in a green skirt with long hair, while to her right stood another woman with red hair tied in a high ponytail, fair-skinned and statuesque, adorned with tattoos on her legs. Draped in a white shawl and clad in a blue low-cut short dress, a dagger secured her waist. A crowd of prisoners followed closely behind, accompanied by a throng of minions. I utilized the system to check their information. Name: Charlotte Smoothie. Potential growth level: SS current combat level, SS age 32, height 4, 64 meters, gender female, weapon longsword, devil fruit, Sherblik Anomi bounty 932 million berries, equipment card, none, description: the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, a triplet with Charlotte Strogan and Charlotte Snakeman, a hybrid of the long-leg tribe, one of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirates, and the juice minister of Whole Cake Island, known for her cold demeanor and strong sense of responsibility. She is fiercely loyal to the big MOM pirates and her family, often concealing her true thoughts during missions and ruthlessly punishing traitors. However, she exhibits strong social skills, welcoming guests with humility during parties and utilizing her abilities for such occasions. Name: Charlotte Strogan. Potential growth level: a current combat level. Age: 32. Height: 3. 36 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: none. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: a member of the Long-Leg tribe and the 15th daughter of the Charlotte family. The Egg Minister, and a biological sister to Charlotte Smoothie and Charlotte Snakeman. Name: Xyaluote Cinnamon. Combat growth potential level: a current combat level. Age: 32. Height: 3. 87 meters. Gender: female. Weapon: dagger, handgun. Devil fruit: none. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Introduction: a member of the Duchengdu, the 16th daughter of the Xyaluote family. Sibling to Xyaluote Samuji and Xyaluote Ciderlong, an officer of the big MOM pirate crew. Samuji, expressionless, sat in a chair, swirling a goblet of wine while observing me. The Godslayer, Zhang Yu Fan, has arrived rather swiftly. Even Owen and the others have been captured. Quite impressive. Samuji, as a human juice extractor. Will you not invite us for a drink? Perfect. After extracting all of you, each of us can have a cup. Lao Sha, this fellow is yours to handle. She cannot extract you, nor can you drain her essence. The crowd silently criticized the captain's overly succinct remarks, which left much to the imagination. Keluokiter, with a calm demeanor, nodded while puffing on a cigar. I am covered in sand. Would I find water for you to extract? He then conjured a knife from the sand. Enveloped in hockey, Samuji also rose, employing her juice giant technique. Drawing a long sword from her back, she lunged towards the nearby prisoners, using her fruit's ability to extract their moisture and store it within her body, thus enlarging herself and her weapon to near giant-like proportions. She unleashed a powerful slash towards Keluokiter. In response, Keluokiter executed a powerful slash of his own. The two strikes collided, nullifying each other and resulting in an explosion. Keluokiter, uninterested in prolonging the encounter with Samuji, ascended into the air, vigorously swinging his blade with relentless ferocity. Each time Samuji swung her sword, the tremendous force of Keluokiter's strikes sent her reeling, devoid of any capacity for counterattack. Furthermore, with Samuji's enlarged form, she became an easy target. Consequently, Keluokiter inflicted numerous minor wounds upon her. Samuji was deeply astonished. No wonder Owen and the others were captured. If I cannot withstand Keluokiter, the others are surely beyond hope. Before long, she succumbed to unconsciousness, her fruit ability nullified. As for the remaining foes, they were swiftly dispatched. After clearing the battlefield, they prepared to advance towards the palace when suddenly, a trident descended from the heavens, hurtling towards us. I swiftly sidestepped, grasping the trident's long handle and yanking it back to halt its descent. At that moment, a towering figure appeared before us, a man with crimson short hair, a muscular build, and long legs bearing stitch scars on both cheeks. A skull tattoo adorned his left arm, while a white scarf resembling a flower draped around his neck. His overall attire exuded a heavy metallic aesthetic. I accessed the system to check his information. Name: Xyaluote Katakali. Combat growth potential level: SSS. Current combat level: SS. Age: 45. Height: 5.09 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: Tulong trident. Sugar bean bullets. Devil fruit: Nua fruit. Bounty: 1-057-000-000. Berries. Equipment card: none. Introduction: the second son of the Yonko Big MOM, Xyaluote Lingling, twin brother to Xyaluote Dafu and Xyaluote Owen, Minister of Flower in Totland, and the foremost of the sweet commanders of the big MOM pirate crew. He appears aloof and stern, yet possesses a profound care for his family and subordinates, exhibiting both intelligence and valor. With remarkable composure under duress and an exceptionally high battle IQ, he abhors interference in his conflicts and boasts unparalleled strength, having never tasted defeat. Katakali was startled to learn of Owen's capture, regarding me with fierce determination. The God Slayer, Zhang Yufan, truly lives up to the tales. I sense your immense power. Katakali, it is a pleasure to meet you. Today, your undefeated record shall be shattered. Such confidence. Let us engage in combat and test our mettle. Let us find a more tranquil battlefield, perhaps within Brule's mirror world. As for the safety of Owen and the others, fret not. They are not yet at death's door. Very well, let us proceed. Should I fail to best you, I doubt I can rescue Owen and the others. Thus, Zhang Yufan instructed Brule to create an entrance to the mirror world. He relinquished the trident to Katakali, leaving several companions to deal with the remaining enemies while the rest escorted Owen into the mirror realm. Brule and her companions rejoiced. The invincible war god Katakali had finally arrived. We are saved. Now Zhang Yufan and his allies are bound to meet defeat. Katakali and I stood face to face, while the onlookers prudently maintained their distance. I drew my sword, enveloping in haki, and struck forward. Katakali grasped the trident, also enveloped in haki, and retaliated. The clash of our weapons escalated the tension exponentially. A cacophony of sounds erupted, and the immense shockwave radiated outward. Had it not been for Nami and the others shielding Brule, they might have been rendered unconscious or blown away. The ground around us fractured and splintered. I maintained a steady pressure over Katakali. Soon, our weapons separated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Katakali, astonished, gripped his trident, staring incredulously at me. Zhang Yufan, how old are you? The prowess of your conqueror's haki is even greater than mine. Do not be overly astonished. This is merely the beginning. Unleash all your techniques. Then come forth. He launched a series of thrusts with his trident. I parried each assault with my sword. Katakali then employed his Nuwa Tuan thrust, utilizing the abilities of the Nuwa fruit. His arm transformed into a sticky mass, enveloping the trident, which he spun and thrust towards me. I retaliated with a powerful slash. Katakali was forced back several steps, his battle spirit ignited, and he appeared rather exhilarated. It had been long since he encountered such a formidable adversary. Today, he could finally unleash his full strength and engage in a proper battle. Blood coursed through his veins, and Katakali retracted his trident, executing a barrage of machi blade bullets, raising his index and thumb while retracting the other fingers, transforming his hand into machi. He then fired the haki-infused machi from his index finger like bullets aimed at me. I also sheathed my sword covering my hands in haki, and swatted away the machi bullets as if swatting flies. Subsequently, Katakali intensified his assault, unleashing the unmatched machi blade bullets. Transforming his arm into the shape of a machine gun, he enveloped it in the formidable haki of armament. He then unleashed a barrage of glutinous projectiles, each coated in the same powerful haki, towards Zhang Yufan. Yet, I effortlessly swatted them aside with my outstretched hand. With a powerful push from my legs, I charged at Katakuri. Utilizing the Machi no Mi, Katakuri morphed his hand into a long machi-like form, shrouded in armament haki. In an instant, he unleashed a multitude of these haki-imbued, elongated machi projectiles, launching them at me with remarkable precision and speed. Fully enveloped in my own armament haki, I braced myself and charged headlong towards Katakuri, delivering a powerful punch. His observation haki flared as his eyes turned crimson, foreseeing my attack. However, I anticipated his foresight and struck him down with a forceful blow. Buell and the others stood nearby, utterly astonished. Our invincible war god was thus sent flying. Katakuri swiftly regained his composure, pushing off the wall with his legs to confront me once more. Zhang Yufan, I did not expect you to see the future as well. Your armament haki is remarkably potent, he exclaimed. Then taste this move, the awakened technique of the devil fruit, the unmatched donut. Of course, Katakuri lacked the true substance to contend with one of the four emperors. With that, he summoned machi from the ground, shaping it into donuts. Instantly, he produced multiple donuts, from which he launched extendable punches towards me. Utilizing my observation haki, I deftly evaded his strikes. Katakuri then executed the awakened technique of his devil fruit, mighty machi, swinging his fist to manipulate a colossal, reinforced arm emerging from the unmatched donuts, which he directed towards me with tremendous force. Concentrating my strength into my fists, I countered and pushed the massive arm away. In a flash, I vanished from my position and appeared behind Katakuri. Once again, he activated his observation haki, his eyes flashing red as he anticipated my next move. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. I struck him down once more. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a flurry of iron fists upon him. Katakuri attempted to create distance, but I would not grant him any respite. I pulled him back and continued my relentless assault. Ultimately, blood flowed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Buell and the others stared in shock from a distance. The war god we revered had been brought down. Tears streamed down Buell's face as she rushed to Katakuri's side, followed closely by Owen and Dafu. They crouched down to assess his injuries. Fortunately, there were no fatal wounds, and a sigh of relief escaped their lips. Nami did not deter Buell, joining her in concern. Buell, tears still flowing, looked down and asked, "Brother, are you all right? I truly cannot bear to see you lying on the ground like this. Why did you fall on your back?" Raising her head, Buell glared fiercely at me. "It is all because of this guy that my brother has been hurt like this. If only my own strength were not so feeble, I would have rushed in to avenge him long ago." Lying on the ground, Katakuri appeared contemplative. "Why indeed, Buell? The notion that I never touched the ground is a myth." Buell chuckled softly, wiping her tears. "I have long known that. I glimpsed it in the mirror. Brother, in order to protect us, you have always played the role of the perfect man." Katakuri's face flushed as he turned away, surprised that his secret had been uncovered. I summoned Chopper and the others to treat Katakuri's wounds. Bringing Buell before a mirror, I encouraged her to use her devil fruit ability. She pulled 3 enemies from the palace, where they had been discussing matters. One was a tall man with a sharp face, heavily made up, sporting a long nose and a tongue that reached his chest, with deep blue hair adorned with light blue spots. He wore a top hat decorated with lollipops and a light yellow long coat, wielding a candy cane. Another had pale skin, with scars over each eye. He had a brown pompadour and a thick beard, dressed in a black shirt with green feathers on the chest, draped in a blue cape with a yellow feather collar. Holding a spear, the last was stout with thin arms and legs, a long face, and a beard, his hair a puffy combination of pink and blue. He wore a deep blue jacket featuring ice cream-shaped rings and a thick belt with an SM insignia, along with a striped suit adorned with buttons. I checked their information through the system. Name: Charlotte Perispero. Potential growth level: SS current combat level. SS age: 47. Height: 3. 33 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: candy cane devil fruit. Suckle fruit bounty: 700 million Burry equipment card. None description: the eldest son of Big M.O.M. Charlotte Linlin, a member of the Big M.O.M. Pirates and the Minister of Candy in Tato Land, overseeing Candy Island. He claims to be a perfectionist but often delays executing tasks due to his loquacious nature, which can reverse the tide of battle. He enjoys teasing others, yet possesses an optimistic spirit, along with a sense of responsibility and mission as the eldest of the Charlotte family. He has a clear mind and impressive tactical skills, believing only the Big M.O.M. Pirates can ultimately prevail and only Big M.O.M. can become the Pirate King. Name: Charlotte Noseret. Potential growth level: a current combat level. B. Age: 38. Height: 4. 62 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: speared devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description: the 15th son of the Charlotte family. The Minister of Finance among the 34 ministers of Tato Land, based in a treasury island of no savings town. Name: Charlotte Moscato. Potential growth level: a current combat level. B. Age: 37. Height: 2. 71 meters. Gender: male. Weapon: long sword devil fruit. None bounty. None equipment card. None description: the 16th son of the Charlotte family. The Minister of Ice Cream among the 34 ministers of Tato Land, a man of strong justice, sibling to Charlotte Mash and Charlotte Custard, based in the Ice Island ice cream town. Perispero looked bewildered, gripping his candy cane as he gazed at Buell. "Buell, how could you be with the invaders? You even brought us into the mirror world. Are you betraying Mother?" No. I would never dare betray Mother. It was Zhang Yufan who forced me to do this. or else he would have killed me. So you compromised. What are the others? They have all been captured. Even Brother Katakuri has been defeated. Perispero and the others were incredulous, their mouths agape. What jest is this? Katakuri is so strong. How could he possibly be defeated? As I retraced my steps with Bulei, I had no intention of taking matters into my own hands. As for Perispero and his companions, they dared not act against me lightly. After all, I had numerous of their siblings in my grasp, and they were unable to escape, compelled to follow my lead. I summoned Jim and found 2 additional allies, ensuring each of us faced an adversary with designated battlegrounds for our confrontations. Jim, with an impassive demeanor and hands tucked into his pockets, gazed at Perispero. Captain mentioned you can conjure confectionery. Why not demonstrate? Perispero retorted, what do you take me for? Very well, I shall turn you into a candy figure. With that, Perispero employed his fruit ability, attempting to encase Jim in syrup to create a candy figure. In response, Jim shattered the syrup with a blast of his own powers. Perispero unleashed a candy wave, forming a marsh-like trap of syrup, aiming to immobilize Jim. However, Jim ascended into the sky, charging towards Perispero and delivering a powerful punch. Perispero countered with a candy wall, erecting a thick barrier for defense, which absorbed the force of Jim's explosive strike. Impressive, Perispero. Your candy wall is quite resilient. With your explosive might, you cannot breach it. Yield and allow me to turn you into a candy figure. He then conjured a rain of candy, crafting a bow and generating a flurry of arrows aimed at Jim. Covered in armament hockey, Jim deflected every arrow and obliterated the candy wall with a single punch. Perispero summoned a colossal golden Iron Maiden from his candy arsenal, attempting to ensnare Jim within its confines while donning candy armor for enhanced defense. Yet, a single strike from Jim rendered the Iron Maiden useless, followed by a kick that sent Perispero flying, shattering even his candy armor. Seizing the advantage, Jim swiftly pursued, seizing Perispero and delivering a barrage of blows upon him. Despite Perispero's protective hockey and candy armor, he could not withstand the might of Jim's iron fists and succumbed into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Nozid and Moscato had also been vanquished. I instructed Bulei to use her mirror to locate the positions of other foes. Shortly thereafter, we identified a gathering of numerous enemies. How long do you think the extreme pirates can withstand the might of the sweet commanders? Those who are oblivious to their fate will undoubtedly be swiftly dealt with. Everyone is aware of Katakuri's strength. I cannot fathom a scenario in which he is defeated. Over the years, no pirate has successfully challenged Mama, and this time shall be no exception. Everyone nodded in agreement, fully endorsing this sentiment. Even if Zhang Yufan and his crew were able to defeat the sweet commanders, they would still have to contend with Mama, whom they could never hope to surpass. They were merely here to offer their heads or serve as labor. Thus, the notion of defeat was utterly inconceivable. I listened quietly within the mirror world, smirking to myself, ready to shatter your blissful illusions and reveal the harshness of reality. I then instructed Bulei to transport my comrades from the outside world into the mirror realm. Through Bulei, I led the majority of our allies to the enemy's gathering site. The enemies were startled by the sudden emergence of Rajizi and his companions from the mirror, their expressions filled with confusion as they debated among themselves. Aren't you members of the Extreme Pirates? Don't move, you are surrounded. Release Bulei immediately. How did you end up here? Have the Sweet Commanders been defeated? It seemed they had utilized Bulei to bypass the Sweet Commander's watch. Regardless, they resolved to capture us first. Upon hearing this, Rajizi and the others found it rather amusing. You're partially correct. We did indeed utilize Bulei. Instantaneous movement proves exceedingly convenient, and it serves as an excellent prison as well. With our current strength, do we need to evade the Sweet Commanders? What a joke. At that moment, I had already returned with Bulei to the mirror realm. Beijis chuckled heartily, exclaiming, the Sweet Commanders have all been defeated and captured. Surprised? A towering man, fists clenched, replied, That's a scare tactic. We shan't believe your nonsense. Charge at them. With that, everyone surged towards Rajizi and his crew. Koby unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, incapacitating the surrounding minions. With only a dozen foes remaining, Rajizi and his companions each took one on. In no time, they had brought every enemy to the ground. These adversaries were simply too weak to contend with us. The enemies looked astonished, unable to comprehend why we were so formidable. We were utterly incapable of resisting. Could it be that the sweet commanders had truly been bested? This was not a favorable development. Now, we could only rely on Mama. This was the first time in years we had been cornered to such an extent. Rajizi and his allies quickly cleared the battlefield, leaving a few comrades to guard. The remaining members dispersed to eliminate other foes on the island. Meanwhile, in the mirror world, I had located Big Mom's position. I instructed Bulei to guide us through. Subsequently, Bulei was escorted back to the mirror realm by another ally. Soon, we encountered a large woman with cascading pink curls, bold red lipstick, and light purple eyeshadow, wearing a pirate hat and a voluminous pink dress, seated and relishing delectable desserts. I check her information through the system. Name, Charlotte Linlin. Potential power growth level, SSS. Current power level, SS. Age, 65 years. Height, 88 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil Furut, Soru Soru Nomi. Bounty, 4, 388, 000 barriers. Equipment card, none. Description, known as Big MOM. She is the captain of the Big MOM Pirates, Queen of Tato Land, and one of the 4 emperors of the New World, possessing monstrous strength and exceptional talent. She has an incredibly resilient physique with formidable defense. Often referred to as a natural destroyer. Notoriously cruel, she suffers from a hunger pain condition that can trigger violent rampages, during which she wreaks havoc. Her dream is to establish a realm where all races and entities coexist without hierarchy. If her reputation is tarnished, she becomes exceedingly wrathful. Name, Zeus potential growth level, SS current power level, SS age, and A height, 232 meters gender, male weapon, NA devil fruit, NA bounty, NA equipment card, NA introduction. The special homie summoned by Big MOM. Charlotte Linlin is composed of her own soul. It is fiercely loyal to Big MOM and is always at her beck and call. However, despite its unwavering fidelity, it is quite gluttonous, particularly fond of consuming thunderclouds. It cherishes its own life and exhibits cowardice. It possesses the ability to manipulate lightning attacks, can fly, and is immune to typical physical assaults. As a fragment of Big Mom's soul, it is powerful enough to withstand the Yomi Yomi no Mi, although it can still be harmed. Name, Napoleon potential growth level, SS current power level, SS age, NA height, 135 meters gender, male weapon, NA devil fruit, NA bounty, NA equipment card, NA introduction. Napoleon's hat resembles that of Charlotte Linlin and also serves as a retractable sword. It is a unique homie, created from Charlotte Linlin's own soul, and is potent enough to resist the Yomi Yomi no Mi. It exhibits profound loyalty to Charlotte Linlin and is deeply concerned about the well-being of Sweet City. Name, Prometheus potential growth level, SS current power level, SS age, and A height, 245 meters gender, male weapon, NA devil fruit, NA bounty, NA equipment card, NA introduction, the brother of Zeus. Summoned by Big Mom's right hand, Prometheus is a special homie created by a nun. After Big MOM consumed the nun, she acquired the powers of the soul fruit. And thus, Prometheus accepted her soul fragment and followed her with unwavering loyalty. He is also concerned for the safety of the citizens of the land and requires fire to regain strength, possessing the ability to manipulate flames. As we suddenly appeared in the palace, the surrounding enemies were taken aback, feeling as though they were facing a formidable threat. They feared the worst outcome, namely that the station guards outside had all been defeated. Another possibility was to utilize Brule's abilities to evade the guards and directly enter the palace, preparing for battle. I smiled and looked up, greeting, "Hello, Big Mo. Did you ever expect us to appear here so suddenly? Surprised, are we?" This woman, the only female among the 4 emperors, has held the throne for so long without being usurped by anyone else, which speaks volumes about her immense power. However, encountering me, an extraordinary variable, means misfortune for you all. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, You must bend to my will, and the throne shall cease to exist. Rendered obsolete. Big M, with an expression of indifference, sat in her chair, her sharp gaze fixed upon me. You little brat, you have quite the audacity to intrude upon my territory and cause trouble. That is a given. Do you have any objections? Feel free to voice them. But I shall not change my course. With arrogance, I continued, since Burley has already been captured, what of Katakuri and the others? They have been defeated and are joyously reunited in the mirror world. Little brat, I offer you a chance to join my pirate crew, and I may overlook today's events. Have you been indulging in daydreams? I have come here to either defeat all of you or be defeated by you. You insolent child, you are courting death. Big Om erupted in fury, revealing a fearsome visage. It had been many years since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. I have encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. Today was indeed an eye-opener, and you shall witness the terrifying might of the four emperors. Not everyone can provoke me. The surrounding enemies were shaken, their emotions fluctuating wildly, akin to a roller coaster. How could Zhang Yufan dare to speak in such a manner? He was in for a beating. Big Om unleashed her formidable power, commanding Zeus to direct lightning toward me. I swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Though the wall behind me was obliterated, I then exerted force beneath my feet, vanishing and reappearing before Big Mo. Clenching my fist, I enveloped it in haki and delivered a powerful blow. Big Mo also coated her fist in haki, and our punches collided, intensifying the atmosphere as a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. The walls and floor of the room began to crack, and the surrounding enemies could not endure such overwhelming force. Their eyes rolling back as they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. The power was so immense that the sky itself seemed to split in two. With a deafening roar, the palace collapsed. Everyone on Cake Island felt the tremendous force, with the weak-willed fainting while the strong-hearted were invigorated. This power is truly terrifying. Over at Regius, they remained remarkably calm, seated upon stones enjoying desserts, while a fierce battle raged on. The clash of the two hockey users was indeed formidable. After all, it was a confrontation with one of the four emperors, and one must possess such power to contend. The commotion stirred by our captain was no ordinary affair. The very heavens seemed to shatter. I too longed for a confrontation with the four emperor. In the mirror world, Katakuri and the others were equally astonished. Such a powerful clash of hockey is a rare spectacle. No wonder Zhang Yufan dared to challenge the four emperor. His strength is truly deserving of respect. Amidst the ruins of the palace, I increased the strength in my arm, sending Big reeling backward. Her feet scraped against the ground before she regained her footing. Big M, with a grim expression, approached. I underestimated you, little brat. This is your confidence. No wonder you dare to speak so boldly. I smiled, standing my ground, beckoning her with my fingers. Are you displeased? Come and strike me. Big M, seething with rage, felt provoked once more. She then summoned thunder, commanding Zeus to unleash a massive bolt of lightning upon me from the heavens. Simultaneously, she wielded fire from the sky, directing Prometheus to spew fireballs in my direction. Employing Kinbunchika Haki, I foresaw the imminent danger and leaped into the air, swiftly dodging their attacks. The might of Zeus and Prometheus was no trivial matter. It would be foolish to absorb their blows directly. As the fireballs and lightning struck the ground, a grand explosion ensued, enveloping the area in a mushroom cloud of black smoke. Once the dust settled, a massive crater was left in the ground. I descended back to the earth, only to find Big MOM unleashing her heavenly flames, directing Prometheus to hurl them at me. Once again, I evaded the onslaught as Pyroximus crashed to the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion and the emergence of a vast crater. Big MOM removed the Napoleon hat atop her head, transforming it into an imperial sword. Her gaze fixed menacingly upon me. Little brat, you are quite adept at dodging. None of my strikes can land on you. Unleash whatever abilities you possess, for you shall have no more opportunities after this. Subsequently, Big MOM unleashed the Elbaf spear, striking at me with a massive wave of sword energy. The attack's reach was extensive and its speed blinding, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. I drew my blade, Shuezo, infusing it with formidable strength. I executed several terrifying slashes, dispersing the shockwave, and the remaining strikes surged towards Big Mom. She sensed a fleeting aura of danger, gripping her imperial sword tightly, summoning all her strength to parry my assault. With a fiery blaze from her sword, imbued with the flames of Pyroximus, Big launched several fiery slashes at me. I retaliated with powerful strikes of my own, which directly countered hers. At that moment, Big Mom stood upon Zeus, soaring into the air, charging towards me with her imperial sword, now cloaked in the flames of Pyroximus. She descended upon me with tremendous force, yet I stood my ground, parrying each blow, even deflecting the imperial sword. The growing trepidation within Big Mom was palpable. Thus far, none of my attacks had inflicted any harm upon Zhang Yufan. His haki and swordsmanship were exceedingly powerful, and even his strength surpassed mine by a considerable margin. What manner of monster was he? Big Mom executed a mommy rush, channeling Zeus's lightning into her imperial sword. She leapt into the air, performing a somersault before striking down upon me with lightning speed. Utilizing Kinbunchika haki, I glimpsed a fragment of the future, gripping my blade and delivering a decisive strike that severed Big Mom's entire left arm. She cried out in agony, clutching her left shoulder with her right hand. You dare to sever my left hand? You shall pay for this. She invoked the 10,000 Great Freedom celestial deity, summoning Zeus to the heavens, unleashing indiscriminate lightning strikes upon the surroundings. Each bolt possessed a consciousness, capable of altering its trajectory to target me. I dodged continuously, ascending into the sky, and with another strike, I severed Big Mom's entire right arm. With a powerful kick, I sent her plummeting from the sky. Zeus and the others were filled with rage, realizing how weak we appeared. Their mother had been grievously injured before their very eyes. This was our failure, Zhang Yufan. You shall pay for this. Zeus plummeted from the heavens, intent on catching Big Mom, while Napoleon and Pyroximus unleashed a relentless barrage upon me. I gestured to Zoro and the others, then charged toward Big Mom. Enel laughed heartily, suddenly appearing in the sky. Zeus, your lightning is impressive, but can it truly strike down a god like me? Zeus, seething with anger, crackled with electricity. Do not obstruct me. If you wish to die, I shall gladly escort you to the afterlife. With that, a massive bolt of lightning descended towards Enel. Enel, suspended in midair, spread his arms in welcome of the lightning, basking in its electrifying embrace, seemingly unfazed. He reappeared before Zeus, not employing any of his lightning abilities, having heard from the captain that Zeus could absorb lightning energy to grow stronger. Therefore, he cloaked his hands with Busashoka haki and struck at Zeus' body. Though such attacks could not slay Zeus, they could impede his advance. Bartolomeo, with a mischievous grin, ascended into the air. Pyroximus, I shall be your opponent. Let's see if you can escape my barrier sphere. Pyroximus, filled with fury, spat flames. What barrier sphere? Stammt Azide. I shall turn Zhang Yufan into ashes and avenge Mother. Bartolomeo created a barrier to block the flames. Not so fast. You will remain inside the barrier sphere. He shaped the barrier to envelop Pyroximus, who unleashed all his fiery skills, yet none could breach the barrier. Thus, he was confined, and Bartolomeo descended with the barrier sphere, landing on the ground. Zoro, filled with curiosity, ascended into the air. Napoleon, you truly are unique. I shall entertain you for a while. This is my first time battling a living sword. Napoleon, furious, brandished in the sky. Stand aside. I intend to slice Zhang Yufan into pieces in retribution for Mother. Zoro, calm and collected, brandished his blade. As long as I stand, you shall not pass. The captain currently has no time for you. Thus, Napoleon found himself thwarted by Zoro, unable to advance an inch, as they engaged in a fervent exchange of strikes, Zoro seemingly enjoying the duel. At this point, Big Mom had created a massive crater in the ground. I stood atop her form, my blade poised at her throat. Do not move, or your head shall find a new home in an instant. You wretched brat, you have rendered both my arms useless. I will surely kill you. With your current state, you dare to threaten me? Dream on. Anything is possible within this realm. In the mirror world, Owen and the others looked on in disbelief, while some of Big Mom's children expressed concern for her injuries. Their mother had truly been defeated by Zhang Yufan, and it was a devastating loss. Furthermore, Zhang Yufan appeared unscathed, as if the battle had been entirely one-sided. Why was he so formidable? What kind of creature was he? As for avenging their mother, given the current circumstances, it was utterly impossible. Even collectively, we would likely be no match for Zhang Yufan. Not to mention, there was still a group of Zhang Yufan's companions waiting in the wings. I instructed Nami to bring Broly and gather the remaining allies and enemies through the mirror. I also summoned Chopper and several doctors to assist in staunching Big Mom's wounds. If her blood continued to flow, she might perish, and the imminent devil fruit would vanish, making it exceedingly difficult to locate. After a considerable time, all of our companions on the island, alongside Big Mom's children, had gathered. Some of Big Mom's offspring glared at me with malice, while others bore faint, inscrutable smiles. At this juncture, Zoro and the others had had their fun, and it was time to conclude. Consequently, Bartolomeo had confined Zeus and the others within his barrier. Brook approached with a smile, standing before Zeus. Yo-ho-ho-ho, dear homies, I bid you farewell with a melody. May you find peace. Skeleton, what are you plotting? Let's out at once. Brook, holding a violin, began to play a beautiful tune. Moments later, the music ceased, and he charged at Zeus and the others, employing the abilities of the Yomi Yomi no Mi to entirely suppress them. With his sword in hand, he swiftly dispatched Zeus and his companions. The soul returned to its vessel, revealing a fierce expression on Big Mom's face. She lay on the ground, struggling to rise and attack me. I delivered a thorough beating, rendering her unconscious. Consequently, Big Mom's fruit abilities were nullified, liberating all the homies on the island. In that instant, the lifespans returned to their original owners, prompting an uproar of joy from the island's inhabitants. I remained composed, seated upon a high platform, surveying the adversaries below. Do not look at me with such expressions. Eliminating Big Mom is a boon for you. To her, you are merely subordinates, devoid of any familial affection. The reason she bore so many children was solely to acquire powerful allies to enhance her pirate crew's overall strength. From the very beginning, you were nothing more than tools she cultivated for her dominion over this world. Even in death, she felt no sorrow, wielding her power to instill fear, mercilessly punishing any who displeased her. When the hunger pangs struck, she would not hesitate to turn on her own children. Are you truly willing to follow such a profoundly selfish individual into the abyss? Or will you submit to me and contemplate your options? At that moment, the children of Big Mom, standing beneath the platform, fell into deep contemplation, staring vacantly ahead. I descended from the platform and instructed Galdino to create a candle room. I dragged Big Mom inside, preparing to extract her devil fruit. Some particularly loyal children of Big Mom attempted to rush in to stop me. It was no surprise, considering she was their mother. However, they were swiftly kicked back by Sanji and subsequently apprehended and beaten. All of Big Mom's children realized that no matter what, they could not save their mother. They could only watch helplessly from outside the candle room, perplexed as to why Zhang Yufan would lead their mother into the room before her demise. Once inside the candle room, I secured the door and arranged various fruits. I then snapped Big Mom's neck, and before long, I acquired the Soul fruit. After tidying up the room, I exited and stored the items in my spatial storage. The children of Big Mom stared wide-eyed in astonishment. How had their mother suddenly vanished? And what happened to the candle room? Could this be the manifestation of Zhang Yufan's devil fruit powers? Meanwhile, the giants were clearing the enemies on another island and, upon receiving the notification, swiftly made their way to Cake Island, following the directions indicated by the life cards. I had already bestowed the Soul fruit upon Nami, so she could familiarize herself with its capabilities. This fruit is extraordinarily powerful. Once various elements of nature are used to create homies, it would yield formidable combat strength. I then confined most of Big Mom's children in the mirror world. leaving those with weaker combat abilities and more peaceful dispositions outside. The group tidied up the remnants on the island, and soon several of Big Mom's children returned to Cake Island, successfully capturing all of Big Mom's offspring. Simultaneously, I received all the system rewards. Subsequently, I used a Din Mushy to inform all residents of the Tato Land Kingdom that Big Mom's reign had ended. Their choice to stay or leave was entirely theirs. After spending a day on Cake Island, the following morning, many residents of the Tato Land Kingdom came to seek refuge. Their loyalty remained to be ascertained. As the island was currently short on manpower, it was prudent to keep them for the time being. One more day would pass before the previously contacted management personnel arrived at Cake Island. Today was also the day the tea party commenced, with invited guests gradually arriving. As for those who had arrived days earlier, they had long since vanished without a trace. At that moment, a bird donned in a black hat and cloak approached, walking upright. I checked its information through the system. Name Morgan's. Potential growth level, SS. Current combat level, SS. Age, 50. Height, 305 centimeters. Gender, male. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, bird fruit, albatross form. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, President of the World Economic News Agency, known as Big News Morgans. A professional journalist who revels in the spectacle. Also one of the underground world's emperors, known for sensationalizing events to create explosive news. Slayer of gods, Zhang Yufan. What brings you here? And what are these traces of intense battle? Morgans inquired, astonished. Greetings, Morgans. Once I finish explaining, you'll understand. Here's a big scoop for you. I replied with a smile. What big scoop? Could it be related to Big MOM? Morgans questioned, intrigued. Indeed, I have eliminated Big MOM and captured the others, I answered, beaming. Morgans was taken aback, realizing the strength of Zhang Yufan's pirate crew. The growth rate was astonishing, and it was no wonder that there had been no guards on the way to Cake Island. He had found it quite peculiar at the time, but finally understood the reason. As for whether Zhang Yufan was deceiving him, a mere glance around the island would provide clarity. Such a facade would not hold, especially given that to this day, not a single child of Big MOM had been sighted. The palace lay in ruins, the ground pockmarked. His excitement surged. This was undoubtedly a major news story. The guests attending the tea party on Cake Island were shocked upon seeing Big Mom's corpse. Simultaneously, they felt a wave of relief, no longer having to fear Big MOM. Yet, questions arose. How would Zhang Yufan treat them? Would he be even more brutal than Big MOM? If so, their good days would be over. After a while, ensuring no one else would come, I gathered representatives from various factions to discuss their fates, addressing necessary eliminations, recruitments, and collaborations. After a sumptuous feast, everyone departed to attend to their respective matters. Robin and I reorganized the affairs of the Tato Land Kingdom. After another day on Cake Island, the management personnel finally arrived. After handing over responsibilities, I prepared to proceed in the direction indicated by Ray's life card. The ship sailed upon the sea for several days, during which hailstorms and violent winds occasionally struck. One night, dark clouds obscured the moonlight. Birds adorned with green rings flew overhead from my ships, scattering a cloud of hypnotic powder. All of my companions outside the cabin fell victim to the enchantment. Dozens of silhouettes swiftly boarded the ship. Upon the necks of my slumbering companions rested green rings. Those resting within the ship's cabin sensed the arrival of an intruder. They promptly donned their attire and emerged from the cabin, only to witness the dispersing clouds revealing the moonlight. There stood a man atop the lookout, donning a hat and sporting a distinctive inverted mustache, with notably large earlobes adorned by golden earrings. In his hand, he wielded a whip while a throng of sea beasts gathered before him. I accessed the system to examine the man's details. His name was Buride, with a battle potential level of SS and a current combat level also at SS. At the age of 45, he stood 59 meters tall and identified as male. His weapon was a whip, and he possessed the devil fruit known as the pet fruit. He bore no bounty nor equipment cards. His biography revealed him to be a profoundly selfish individual, treating his crew as mere tools, which led to his abandonment by them. Subsequently, he utilized the powers of the devil fruit to transform all sea beasts into his pet slaves, establishing the Sea Beast Pirate crew. while often resorting to violence against these creatures and harboring a disdain for humanity, with dreams of creating a kingdom of docile animals. I furrow my brow. This character's strength in the original narrative was not so formidable. Aside from his fruit's abilities, his combat prowess was rather average, and he should not have appeared in this location at this time. The earlier arrivals of Kinneman and others, as well as many before them, were also out of place. Perhaps my crossing into this realm triggered a butterfly effect, sowing chaos within this world, or perhaps it had always been this disordered. Bartolomeo narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Who are you? What brings you here? And you're the one responsible for the green rings around my companion's necks, aren't you? Buride smirked maliciously, looking down upon us. I am Buride, a wielder of the pet fruit. They have all become my obedient pets. Koby, filled with rage, looked up defiantly. What nonsense! My companions would never obey you. Just as he uttered this, those unencumbered by the green rings gazed in astonishment. Buride issued a command, and the eyes of all those under his control turned crimson. Bound by the green rings, they were drawn to stand in 2 neat rows before Buride. He then commanded the throng of controlled beings and animals to charge at us with fists raised. We retaliated in kind, yet we refrained from exerting our full strength, resulting in a stalemate. During this tumult, the ensnared companions began to awaken from their slumber, bewildered as they swung their fists, their bodies wholly ungoverned, desperately attempting to remove the green rings from their necks. However, no matter their efforts, the rings would not budge. Buride, perched above, nodded in satisfaction, riding a sea beast as he led the throng of controlled individuals and animals away. Suddenly, a colossal ship loomed ahead. Kaya exclaimed in wonder from the bow, "Everyone look! This pirate ship is even taller than a giant." I seethed with anger, raising my gaze. Let us go forth and confront that scoundrel, while simultaneously rescuing our companions. The group shared my fury, preparing for action. How dare he so brazenly abduct our comrades, treating them as slaves who could not defy orders? Should we capture Buride, he would meet a most ignoble end. Ahead, the sea surface erupted with numerous whirlpools, and the waves grew tumultuous. However, with the presence of the banana crocodiles, the ship remained relatively steady. Jimby leaped into the water to assess the situation, surfacing to meet my gaze. "Captain, these whirlpools are the creations of the controlled sea rabbits below. Jinbi, take the kung fu dugongs and incapacitate them. Then plug their ears so they can no longer hear commands." Understood, the kung fu dugongs are ready. With that, Jinbi and the kung fu dugongs dove beneath the waves. Despite their fear and desire to resist, the controlled sea rabbits followed their orders without hesitation, executing their tasks with single-minded determination, oblivious to their own terror. Thus, even in the presence of the enormous crocodiles, they did not flee. Next, I instructed Frankie and the others to create numerous earplugs. Leaving a few companions to guard the ship, I led the remaining crew to the immense pirate vessel across the way. It resembled a small island, replete with flora and fauna. Suddenly, animals lying in ambush sprang forth, including penguins, octopuses, sea rabbits, and squids. After we dispatched them, as I prepared to plug their ears, we were ensnared by the green rings, lifted from the ground, and then lowered again, forming 2 orderly rows. Those who had been captured appeared, standing behind us, their hearts brimming with rage at being treated as slaves. They yearned to move but found it utterly impossible, forced to endure in silence. Buride emerged from a nearby cave, flanked by Jim and others, regarding us with a sinister grin. "Greetings, foul humans, and you, my pets. Your assembly is rather tardy. Listen closely, for a pet must obey without question. Any command issued by me, the Beastmaster, must be fulfilled within 4 seconds. Do you comprehend? Buride, you are treating them as slaves, not pets. Release my companions at once. Silence, foul human. How remarkable that you have followed me here. You too shall become my pets, bait puppets." With that, Buride's hands transformed into a verdant hue, conjuring green rings which he hurled toward us. We effortlessly dodged them. His attack speed was insufficient to pose a threat. I remained indifferent, moving steadily, for such feeble attempts could never reach us. Buride, with a cunning smile, remained fixed in place. Your combat strength is indeed remarkable, perhaps even surpassing mine. Do you genuinely believe such a display can defeat me?" He then cracked his whip upon the ground, commanding all controlled beings and animals to attack. Their eyes turned red, and they unleashed a relentless barrage upon us, striking mercilessly. We defended ourselves, mindful that they were our companions, refraining from using lethal force. Nonetheless, it had been ages since we had engaged in such an all-out battle. The ground was left scarred with fissures and deep craters. Buride laughed heartily, launching surprise attacks against me while continuing to cast green rings. "Ha ha ha, impressive, isn't it? I can manipulate any creature at will, extracting their full potential for my use. Koby, experience this firsthand. Buride, do not celebrate too soon. You may soon find yourself in unbearable pain." Bulidoa was utterly indifferent to my threats, having already fallen under my control. What could you possibly do? Meanwhile, I was filled with ecstatic joy. Each of these individuals possessed an almost absurd level of combat prowess. If I could gain control over them all, the realization of my dream to construct an animal empire would be within reach. Bajiesu wore a sinister grin as he threw a punch at me, warning me to be careful not to get knocked away. I remained unperturbed, countering with my own fist. Bajitho, are you itching for fight? Your abilities were granted by me, and if you wish to strike me, you must first retract most of your powers. With a mere thought, I summoned the system's spirit, Shimong, to assist in dismantling the equipment cards. The controlled companions suddenly felt their strength significantly diminished. A shock coursed through Bisu and the others. It was indeed a godlike ability. Our powers had truly been reduced by more than half, leading to a drastic decline in our overall combat effectiveness. Consequently, we were fitted with earplugs. The world fell into a profound silence, granting us the freedom to move unrestrained. I turned to Belida, revealing a devilish smile. The defeated animals, lacking suitable earplugs, were temporarily confined within a barrier-crafted baboyao, unable to escape, regardless of their efforts. Belida stood atop a high platform, wearing a vicious expression as he looked down at me. Whether animal or human, they were all despicable, each one a mere waste. They believed they could vanquish me this way. I would show them the mightiest ability of the animal fruit. Belida prepared to transform, instructing Sanjur to teach them a lesson in humanity. "Let me eliminate you, vile humans." With that, Belida suddenly donned a green, circular ring around his neck, which shifted from green to red. His muscles swelled exponentially, tearing his clothes to shreds. His aura surged, and his hair stood on end, reminiscent of a super scion, though he was still destined to face defeat. Belida laughed maniacally, veins bulging from his forehead, filled with newfound strength, calling forth the animals. Upon his command, the rings around the animals' necks turned red, and they began to charge wildly against the barrier's walls. Batolo Miao chuckled coldly, fingers interlaced, declaring to Belida that it was futile. Even if they could hear his orders, they could not escape. Belida, enraged, cursed these detestable humans who obstructed his path, since they wished to oppose me. Let them all vanish from this world. He leaped off the platform with force, while Sanjur, filled with fury, took a deep drag of his cigarette before exhaling. His legs transformed into springs, crouching to gather momentum before launching himself skyward. He extended a leg, sending the plummeting Belida soaring back into the air. Following this, Sanjur unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks at an unseen speed. Even though Belida was enveloped in the armor of hockey, he could not withstand TheSSS assault, crying out in pain. However, Sanjur chose not to strike TheSSS vital points, showing restraint. Otherwise, if he perished, the precious pet fruit would vanish before my eyes. Then, Belida fell from the sky, experiencing the exquisite agony of fire and lightning. He was in excruciating pain, tears streaming down his face, pleading for mercy from these demons. I smirked, standing my ground, having warned him that he would suffer greatly, but he had remained unconcerned. Now, I would fulfill his request. With that, I retrieved the candle room from the pet space, dragging Belida inside. Moments later, I emerged, and all the individuals and animals found their green rings shattered. The animals rejoiced, embracing one another in celebration, roaring with delight. They approached us, bowing their heads in gratitude, gazing at Ming with admiration. They were astounded by his strength, pondering whether they too could become as formidable by following him. After inquiring with Ming, they received an affirmative response. To express their gratitude and a desire to grow stronger, they resolved to join Koming's crew. The others welcomed them warmly. With 70 sea beasts joining, it would soon transform into a formidable force. At this moment, the system rewards were fully distributed. Everyone scoured the ship, packing all usable items before returning to my vessel, storing a ship within the storage space. The hour was late, and they all retired for the night. The following morning, to celebrate the inclusion of the sea beasts, a banquet was held before we set sail once more. That afternoon, Jalotura jumped down from the lookout after purchasing a newspaper from the newsbird. Dear friends, I have acquired the newspaper. Yurfangura graces the front page, having replaced Big Mom as one of the new 4 emperors, along with a new bounty. Yurfangura's bounty has risen to 3 billion berries, while the rest. You can check yourselves. The crew gathered to inspect their bounties, followed by a chorus of cheers as the captain became one of the 4 emperors. Curiosity shimmered in their eyes as they observed Sanjur and Sanjur appeared dejected, cradling his head in his hands, lamenting, a loss to the seaweed head again. Does the Navy even know how to set bounties? Sloane smiled, tending to his sword, asserting that even the Navy recognized his superiority over Sanjur. Infuriated, Sanjur, cigarette in his mouth, challenged him, seaweed head, you want to fight? The Navy must be blind. Let's see who is stronger. Sloane, filled with fighting spirit, gripped his sword, declaring, bring it on. Who's afraid? Thus, the two began to spar, exchanging blows as the onlookers observed with expressions that indicated this was an expected outcome. This spectacle occurred every few days, and they were well aware of their limits. Chaoba, too, appeared disheartened, having only received a meager increase of 1,000 berries in his bounty. Recent exploits due to Vincent's actions had sent news reverberating around the globe. In the palace of De Le Suluasa, Dor de Sanshur and Leo gazed at the newspaper in astonishment. The combat strength of Zhang Yurfan and his crew was indeed terrifying. They had swiftly dispatched a 4 emperor. Truly, my captain is remarkable, Leo remarked. We cannot fall behind. We must continue to develop our nation. Are there any remaining rebels nearby? None. They have either been frightened off or captured. Threesor nodded before they each returned to their respective duties. In the palace of Fishman Island, Nipodun and his companions marveled at the newspaper in their hands, utterly astonished. It was indeed shocking. Zhang Yurfan had truly defeated a 4 emperor. Wow, Yurfangura is incredible. He has become one of the 4 emperors. I must make a call. It seemed the decision made long ago was indeed correct, as Fishman Island was now genuinely peaceful. Bai Xing, filled with excitement, rushed to make a call. Nipton, with a beaming smile and abundant vigor, continued to attend to the affairs of the nation. On the island of Onigashima, within Wano country, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, sat leisurely in a chair, sipping his drink while perusing a newspaper. The scoundrel who disrupted my business has appeared on Cake Island and even killed the old hag. What a formidable little demon. However, should he venture onto my territory, his demise is assured. On a secluded island, the Revolutionary Army's stronghold, a group was engaged in fervent discussion. Everyone come quickly. The Slayer of Gods, Zhang Yufan, has astonishing news. One exclaimed, could it be that he has vanquished yet another warlord of the sea? Lately, his exploits have been the talk of the town. No, this time he has eliminated one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. What did you say? One of the 4 emperors has been defeated? They have grown so powerful. Their leader remarked as he arrived. As of now, they have liberated several nations. We should reach out and explore potential alliances. After further deliberation, they began to arrange for operatives to make contact. Meanwhile, the reactions of the other 2 emperors in the New World varied greatly. In various locales of the East Blue, laughter and joy echoed as the populace, shielded from pirate incursions, could now live more peacefully. Overall, people around the world were left astounded by this news. As the crew sailed the seas for several days, they attempted to contact Kinnaman multiple times, yet to no avail. Leaving them perplexed as to what might have caused the disruption, they decided to postpone their concerns until they reached Wano country. I also reached out to Duke Inuarashi on Zo Island. Hello, is this Duke Inuarashi? I am Zhang Yufan. Greetings, Zhang Yufan. I am Inuarashi. Have you truly defeated the 4 Emperor Big MOM? Not just defeated, but killed. We shall arrive in Wano in a few days. How are your injuries? You are indeed terrifyingly strong. Rest assured, our wounds have healed completely. Chopper's special medicine works wonders. You may set sail. I cannot reach Kinniman. I am also unable to contact him. We shall discuss it upon our reunion in Wano. Consequently, Duke Inuarashi confirmed a rendezvous point. This would be my first journey to Wano, and I was entirely unfamiliar with the locale. However, upon arrival, I could simply inquire with the locals. After ending the call, the ship continued its course towards Wano. Wano country is a unique region, devoid of coastal shores, surrounded only by towering cliffs and waterfalls. With its main island and Onigashima nestled within an inland sea, it lies in the latter half of the Grand Line in the New World and is a secluded nation that does not welcome outsiders. It does not join the world government, and even naval vessels cannot enter its waters. The inhabitants of Wano are accustomed to wearing traditional Japanese-style kimonos and engage in conversation with a more formal tone, referring to skilled swordsmen as samurai. The supreme leader of Wano is addressed as the shogun, while regional leaders are known as daimyo. Wano is the homeland of the dragon-slaying samurai, Ryuma, who is revered as a hero here. His treasured sword, Shusui, is regarded as a national treasure. Many years ago, Ryuma's grave was plundered and desecrated by the Moria pirates, resulting in his remains being lost, along with the famed sword. This incited national outrage among the people of Wano. Thus, the residents remained steadfast in their quest to retrieve Shusui and restore it to its rightful homeland. As time passed, our ship drew nearer to Wano. Suddenly, the wind shifted and the sky grew ominous. In an instant, dark clouds enveloped the horizon. The heavens unleashed a tempest, while turbulent waters and whirlpools roiled below. This presented a significant challenge before entering Wano. For us, however, it posed little difficulty. Faced with such inclement weather and treacherous currents, the crew was undeterred. Wow, the weather here is truly dreadful. This is my first encounter with such conditions. I can smell adventure in the air, exclaimed Galette, brimming with excitement. Galette, you certainly have a penchant for adventure. Are you not afraid of falling into the sea? Nami smiled. Galette grinned, holding Nami's hand. I fear nothing, especially with all of you being so formidable. As the ship pressed onward, the waters grew increasingly swift. Suddenly, a multitude of koi fish, unusually large and agile, leapt alongside our vessel. This sparked the imaginations of several food enthusiasts aboard, pondering how best to prepare the koi for a feast. Sanji would undoubtedly concoct something delectable. As thoughts of the koi made their mouths water, they resolved to prioritize finding the entrance to Wano before considering fishing. Yet, the crew was puzzled, given the surrounding seawater. How could freshwater fish appear here? 2 possibilities arose. Either the water itself was fresh, allowing the koi to thrive, or these koi had mutated to adapt to life in salt water. Regardless, neither scenario affected us significantly. As the number of koi increased, our ship began to navigate a narrowing waterway, resembling a freshwater river more than an ocean passage. At the river's end, a magnificent waterfall emerged, presenting a rare and awe-inspiring sight. The koi swam against the current, leaping upwards towards the waterfall, embodying the legend of koi leaping over the Dragon Gate. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he gazed up. Wow, this is truly magnificent. These koi possess incredible leaping abilities, even scaling such a high waterfall. Nami smiled down. Indeed, it is spectacular. The water below is crystal clear. The life card indicates an upward direction, meaning Wano is above us. If these koi can reach the top, so can our ship. Let the koi guide us upwards, suggested Koya with a smile. We need not employ that method. I shall retract the ship and ascend using moonwalk to witness the unprecedented spectacle of crocodiles and sea beasts leaping the Dragon Gate, Zhang Yufan replied with a smile. The crew, intrigued, bore witness to this remarkable scene. Should others see us, they might think us mad. With their short legs, crocodiles would take centuries to scale such a waterfall. The notion of crocodiles leaping the Dragon Gate was absurd, but for common crocodiles, it might be possible. Yet, our crocodiles were anything but ordinary. They could effortlessly accomplish this dreamlike feat soon. A colossal banana crocodile utilized moonwalk to ascend, leisurely frolicking atop the waterfall. In short order, it leapt to the waterfall's summit. Achieving this grand feat, the crew disembarked with those yet to master moonwalk, swiftly moving towards the waterfall's apex. I remained below, securing the ship within the storage space, before following suit. Before long, I too reached the summit. As the crowd surveyed their surroundings, they found no signs of life. Suddenly, a baboon, covered in white fur and bearing a fierce expression, approached from the distance. Towering at approximately 7 meters, it wielded an extraordinarily long katana. This was the pet of the 100 Beast pirates, known as Baboon Maru, patrolling the island. Upon noticing the multitude of people ahead, it sensed the danger of their illegal incursion into Wano country, especially with the presence of numerous giants. Realizing it stood no chance against such numbers, it decided to retreat and summon reinforcements. Turning swiftly, it fled. Hey, that white baboon is a pet of the 100 Beast pirates, Baboon King. It's one of your kin. Bring it back. I smiled. Captain, leave it to me. It appears to be quite weak. This will be a piece of cake, Baboon King grinned. With that, he sheathed his sword and dashed towards Baboon Maru, swiftly delivering a blow that knocked it to the ground, before returning with it in tow. After posing a few inquiries, he entrusted it to Baboon King's care. Once again, I contacted Jinwei Min, and this time, the connection was established. Hello, is this Jinwei Min? We have arrived in Wano country and will soon reach the designated location. Ha ha ha. Greetings, Lord Zhang Yufan. I am Jinwei Min. Inuarashi and the others have also arrived. There is no need for an elaborate plan. Just follow us, and we will push through. No problem. I didn't expect you to actually defeat the Yonko Big Mom. That's impressive. After a brief exchange, we prepared for our next operation. I instructed the aquatic creatures to remain behind and equipped a few of them with medical skills and culinary expertise. As for the food supply, there was no cause for concern. Although the island lacked ingredients, the depths below did not. I also had Galdino set up a camp using candles. With the remaining companions, we made our way toward the mountain where people were present. Suddenly, a group of armed individuals charged towards us. I checked through the system and confirmed they were members of the 100 Beast pirates. A tall man brandished his gun, declaring, "Don't move. You newcomers just arrived on this island. Haven to you?" Koby, perplexed, stepped forward. "Yes, we just got here." "What is the issue? Who are you?" "And put down the guns. Otherwise, you will regret it." A shorter man with a gun retorted, "Well, I didn't expect anyone to dare speak to us. Members of the 100 Beast pirates, in such a manner." A masked man, also armed, exclaimed, "This is serious. You're illegally entering our territory and have captured Baboon Maru. Everyone, open fire. Let us take them out." Thus, the assailants began shooting at us. However, they were met with a barrier crafted by Bartolomeo, which absorbed the bullets. Subsequently, the barrier charged forward like a raging bull, sending the enemies flying. Soon after, they were all dispatched. These foes were indeed ruthless, resorting to violence without provocation. It was evident that the residents of Wano country had suffered under their tyranny for far too long, and any thoughts of resistance were futile. With the Yonko Kaido around, who could possibly stand against them? This was the lament of the weak, forced to endure the oppression of the powerful. After clearing the battlefield, I stored the weapons in my inventory and continued towards our destination, entering a dense forest. Not long after, a massive quadruped creature came into view, exhibiting features of a lion, pig, and dog, its yellow fur resembling flames. It rushed down the mountain with great speed, known as Komichio. Upon its back sat a small girl with a cute demeanor, possessing large round purple eyes and a purplish complexion. Her deep purple hair was usually styled in a bun, adorned with a yellow comb and a pink hairpin, and she wore a short green kimono patched in various places, cinched with a light orange obi. I accessed the system to check the girl's information. Name, Heighten U, Power Growth Potential, SS, Current Power Level, F, Age, 7, Height, 108 meters, Gender, Female, Weapon None, Devil Fruit, Dango Fruit, Bounty, None, Equipment Card, None, Description, a girl from Kuri's Kenizumi village in Wano country, disciple of Tengu Mountain Fei-che, orphaned at a young age. She weaves straw hats for a living, aspiring to become a dazzling kunoichi. She is kind-hearted, clever, brave, eager to help others, sociable, grateful, optimistic, and polite, accompanied by a pet and guardian named Komichio. Komichio, visibly anxious, halted and cried out, "Can you understand me? Please, save Xiaoyu." She drank contaminated river water. Furrowing my brow, I leaped onto Komichio's back. "I understand you. Don't worry. She will be fine. Kuya, come quick with the treatment." After saying this, I cradled Haitenyu and brought her to the ground. I laid out a cloth from my inventory and gently placed Haitenyu upon it. Kuya swiftly arrived, assessed the situation, and began concocting an antidote. I set up the necessary equipment. Soon after drinking the antidote, Haitenyu awakened. Komichio beamed with relief, grateful that she had encountered good-hearted individuals. She was astonished that someone could understand her speech, even more so that the raccoon could converse and comprehend as well. Haitenyu opened her eyes and asked, "What happened? Who are you?" I smiled and knelt beside her. "You were poisoned. We rescued you. We are pirates who have just arrived in Wano country." Haitenyu, frightened, raised her hands. "Pirates? I surrender. Please don't harm me." Kuya smiled and crouched down. "We are not bad people. Otherwise, we wouldn't have saved you." Haitenyu smiled and sat up, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. I will certainly repay your kindness. My name is Haitenyu, but you can call me Xiaoyu." We introduced ourselves to one another, getting acquainted. Haitenyu marveled at the well-behaved baboon Maru, astonished that such a fierce creature had been tamed by Zhang Yufan and his companions. She also noticed the presence of many giants among them, all looking quite formidable. As a gesture of hospitality, Haitenyu invited us to her home, leading the way atop Komichio. We followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to gather more information. Along the way, we came across the polluted river. Soon after, we reached a small, dilapidated house that could barely accommodate a few people, leaving the majority outside. Haitenyu smiled as she entered. "Please don't mind the humble abode." Nami smiled and stood still. "Not at all, Xiaoyu. Is it just you living here?" Haitenyu smiled and turned her head, saying that the young girl and her master lived here, but the rice at home was running low, so she went to buy some. I remained calm and reached out to grasp Haiteyu's hand, saying, "Little you must not have much money left to buy rice. You can hardly feed yourself." Haiteyu was taken aback and quickly shook her head as her stomach growled, denying the matter. Observing the patches on her clothes and her frail figure, coupled with the dilapidated house, it was evident that she was in dire straits. Asking her to treat us to a meal would leave her with nothing but the wind to sustain her. Furthermore, with so many of us, she could not possibly afford the food. Besides, the captain had prepared an abundance of ingredients, perfect for a hearty meal for Haiteyu and her master. I smiled and released her hand, reassuring her not to be so anxious, and offered them a filling meal, starting with some fruit to stave off hunger. After retrieving a variety of ingredients from my storage space and handing a few fruits to Haiteyu to ease her hunger, I noticed her astonishment at my unexpected generosity. Staring at the fruits, she nearly drooled, having not tasted fresh fruit in ages. Zhang Yufan and the others had treated her with utmost kindness, not only saving her life, but also preparing meals for her. Tears of gratitude welled in her eyes as she thanked us sincerely, no longer refusing my goodwill. She took a fruit for herself and saved the rest for her master. After receiving Haiteyu's consent, we explored the house, suddenly sensing a powerful aura emanating from one of the rooms. I approached the source, looking up to see a sword hanging on the wall, its scabbard and hilt adorned in purple, radiating a formidable and sinister energy. I leaped up to retrieve it, and as I drew the sword, the malevolent energy enveloped my body, rushing toward my head as if to possess me. I countered it with my formidable conqueror's haki, forcing it back. The sword trembled, gradually settling into calmness. Zoro, the sword enthusiast, sensed the sinister presence and dashed in from outside. "Captain, this sword's aura resembles my Sandai Kitetsu. It is also a cursed blade. Indeed, this is the Nidai Kitetsu, one of the great blades of the 21. Wano truly is a land rich in fine swords. I stumbled upon one right upon my arrival. Captain, you're in need of such a fine blade. It is just right for you. Though the snow walk is good, it still lacks a certain something. The others have returned. Let us go meet them. He then brandished the Nidai Kitetsu and stepped outside. Meanwhile, a commotion ensued outside the house. A man donned in a red mask with a long nose, sporting a pair of large white wings and walking on stilts. Mimicking a Tengu, wielded a fan knife and was engaged in combat with a figure named Ishao. I checked his information through the system. Name, Kazuki Shokiaki. Combat power growth potential level, SS. Current combat power level, S. Age, 78 years. Height, 214 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, fan knife. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, former general of Wano, father of Kazuki Odin, and grandfather of Kazuki Momonosuke and Kazuki Hiyori. He had a strained relationship with his son Odin, consistently opposing his decision to go to sea. During Odin's voyage, Shokiaki fell ill and was usurped by Haida Musin, who announced that the position of shogun had been passed to Kaido. Subsequently, news of Shokiaki's death circulated, but he was actually imprisoned beneath Onigashima, managing to escape and adopting the name Tengu Mountain Feiching. He places great importance on the laws and order of Wano, possessing extraordinary patience and a sense of samurai honor, along with the ability to inscribe historical records and exceptional sword-making skills. Kazuki Shokiaki, looking anxious, swung his knife, calling out, "Where is little you? Who are you?" Ishao remained calm, parrying the blows. "We are pirates. Do not worry. Little you is safe." Haida joyfully rushed out of the room, saying, "Master, stop fighting. Little you is here." Kazuki Shokiaki's face brightened as he sighed in relief, grateful that little you was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have felt guilty for a lifetime. After hearing little Yu's explanation, he realized his misunderstanding and quickly bowed to apologize, expressing his gratitude. At that moment, I emerged from the house with Zoro and the others. Kazuki Shokiaki was astonished, exclaiming, "Young man, did nothing happen to you after drawing the Nidai Kitetsu?" I smiled, brandishing the sword and effortlessly slicing a stone in half. "No worries at all. Truly a fine blade, exceptionally sharp." The Nidai Kitetsu seemed to sense my commendation, quivering with delight. Everyone was equally amazed at the sword's remarkable spirit. It was indeed a fascinating occurrence, one I had never witnessed before. Kazuki Shokiaki's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood frozen. "You have subdued the sword's malevolence, and it has recognized you as its master. Who exactly are you?" With a broad smile, I sheathed the sword and replied, "I am Zhang Yufan, currently a pirate with aspirations to become the king of the world. May I take this sword with me?" Kazuki Shokiaki nodded slowly, recognizing that the sword had already acknowledged me as its master. Leaving it to gather dust would not be wise, and as a swordsmith, he hoped to see the blade he forged find a worthy owner, allowing it to unleash its true potential. Although reluctant, he understood that he could not change the situation. It was perhaps the best outcome. Haida gazed at me with admiration, astonished that Brother Yufan had even tamed the Nidai Kitetsu. She then offered her fruit to Kazuki Shokiaki, and they both began to eat. Suddenly, Kazuki Shokiaki's expression sharpened as he hurried to inspect the sword at Zoro's waist. "This is our Wano's treasured sword, Akihi. How is it in your possession? Furthermore, you can wield Sandai Kitetsu?" "I acquired it from a zombie," Zoro replied. "Old man, you recognize Sandai Kitetsu?" "Of course, that was crafted by me." "Young man, may I reclaim the Akiushui for my country?" "Not possible. It is my sword now unless you can provide me with an equivalent blade in exchange." "That presents quite a challenge." Kazuki Shokiaki sighed, opting not to pursue the matter further. At the very least, he had learned the whereabouts of the famed sword Akiushui, a pleasant surprise, bringing him a step closer to its recovery. Now, he needed to find an exceptional sword to trade for it. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and I needed a moment to process. Meanwhile, Sanji and the others had prepared a sumptuous feast, so I invited Kazuki Shokiaki and Haida to join us in a hearty meal. As for the sword matter, it could wait. Everyone enjoyed the meal immensely. Kazuki Shokiaki shared a bit about himself, and we got to know one another better. However, the surrounding scenery was far from picturesque. The landscape is marred by dilapidated structures and barren land, with uneven roads and crooked trees. This place has suffered extensive devastation. After a while, Guanyu Shoshi roast and his apprentice appeared content, their bellies round from the delicious food prepared by Sanji and the others. Nami, however, wore a puzzled expression as she sat on a stone. Old man, why did Xiaoyu get poisoned after drinking river water? Guanyu Shoshi roast straightened his posture, his face contorted with anger. The river water in this country has been polluted by the wastewater discharge from Kaido's factories. After a brief pause, he continued, if a young child were to drink it, it would be akin to ingesting poison. Nami's face was filled with indignation as she clenched her fists. Kaido is truly despicable. The others shared her outrage, recognizing that Kaido's actions equated to endangering the lives of many island inhabitants. Yet, he seemed indifferent, or he would not act in such a manner. Now that we have arrived, Kaido's days of prosperity are numbered. Such atrocities shall not be allowed to recur. Robin, looking perplexed, turned to Guanyu Shoshi roast as she sat on the ground. Old man, this place is already in ruins. Why do you continue to reside here? Because Xiaoyu has steadfastly upheld her promise, waiting for a pirate named Ace. As for me, I've been waiting here for someone for many years. Old man, are you referring to that Fire Fist Ace? Is his full name Portgas D. Ace? Yes. Are you familiar with him? Not personally, but I have seen him in the newspaper. Guanyu Shoshi roast recounted his encounter with Ace over a year ago. The feeble Ace had drifted to this village suffering from severe famine, where many perished from starvation. Rather than retaliate when bound by the villagers, he willingly shared the food from his ship with them, earning the heartfelt gratitude of all, including Xiaoyu. Ace stayed in the village for several weeks, forming a close bond with Xiaoyu. He promised her that when she grew into a beautiful kunoichi, he would take her to sea, which encouraged her to remain in the village, awaiting his return. The others expressed admiration for the promise-keeping young girl. I smiled and sat on the ground, explaining to Xiaoyu the requirements to become a stunning kunoichi. First, one must find a true ninja to learn ninjutsu from, and, after undergoing certain tests, one can become a ninja. Lastly, for the aspect of beauty, she could learn from the dancers, and the results would only be revealed as she matured. Black Charcoal, you looked dejected, her head lowered. I didn't realize I had to do all these things. I cannot accomplish any of them. Yufanye, is there any way to help me? I smiled and patted her head. Certainly, come with us first, and I'll find you a few masters. But you must be prepared to endure hardship. Black Charcoal Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked up. Really? I am not afraid of hardship. I will work hard to learn. I nodded with a smile. Once we defeat Kaido, we can have Reizu teach you, or find other ninjas. There will be no issue. Old man, you should come with us. The person you are waiting for has already appeared. I smiled. Young man, how do you know who I am waiting for? Enlighten me. Guanyu Shoshi roast looked puzzled. You mean Guanyu Momonosuke, the heir of the Guanyu clan, right? You are one of the criminals of Wano, so explain yourself. I smiled. Guanyu Shoshi roast's pupils dilated, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his face. Zhang Yufan actually knew who he was waiting for, and even his true identity. Yet he did not appear to be a threat. Sighing, he removed his mask and shared his story. Black Charcoal Yu was astonished. My master is actually the previous shogun of Wano, and members of the Guanyu clan have truly returned to Wano. I stood solemnly. Old man, first let us meet Momonosuke. Then we will defeat the current shogun of Wano and ultimately eliminate Kaido. Guanyu Shoshi roast, in shock, stood up. You intend to take down Kaido. Is that feasible? The group nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Whether we can succeed will be revealed once you witness our strength. There is no point in discussing it further now. Thus, we left a message for Ace at the door, ensuring Xiaoyu could depart in peace. The group gathered their belongings and advanced toward the town. Along the way, we observed the surroundings transformed into wasteland, with numerous mutated animals that had consumed the polluted river water. However, these creatures were toxic and inedible. In the distance, many factories emitted smoke. Suddenly, dozens of arrows rained down upon us from the sky. I drew out the second generation of Anato and sliced them all in half. Who is it? Come out. I have already spotted you. A man with bat wings and another with goat legs approached us, accompanied by a group of individuals. I checked their information through the system. Name, Batman, potential growth level, a current strength level, B age, 39 height, 1. 59 meters gender, male weapon, bow and arrow devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit, bat form bounty. None equipment card. None description. One of the members of the Beast Pirates. Skilled in archery, stationed in Burrow Town, responsible for maintaining order in the Kuri region of Wano and suppressing those who resist Kaido and Orochi's rule. Name, Gazelle Man. Potential growth level. B current strength level. B age, 37 height. 2, 86 meters gender. Male weapon, none devil fruit. Artificial devil fruit. Gazelle form bounty. None equipment card. None description. One of the members of the Beast Pirates, extremely fast, stationed in Burrow Town. Responsible for maintaining order in the Kuri region of Wano and suppressing those who resist Kaido and Orochi's rule. The Batman looked surprised as he hovered in the air. You are those illegal intruders. Quite impressive. You managed to block all my arrows. Gazelle Man smiled, standing firm. Do you wish to oppose Kaido? Surrender your weapons, and you may still have a chance at survival. I remained calm, gazing upward. I am so frightened. Come and attack me. I just acquired the second generation of Onato, and you will serve as my sacrificial offering. The Batman and his companion scoffed. You are quite bold, not even fearing Lord Kaido. You are unaware of the gravity of your situation. Once you truly face Lord Kaido, you will understand the terror. While the Batman and his companions were momentarily stunned, I had already dashed behind the Batman and cleaved him in two with a single strike. The Gazelle Man and his group were taken aback. They immediately turned to flee, realizing they stood no chance. However, they had not escaped far before I unleashed a slash that severed them in two. Their strength was far too weak for us at this moment. Kogetsu Shoyaki and his disciples were left speechless. Was Zhang Yufan truly this formidable? His movements were clean and decisive, devoid of any unnecessary hesitation. The battle transpired in less than a minute as he effortlessly obliterated his adversary. It was no wonder he dared to challenge Kaido. Perhaps this time, liberation for Wano was genuinely attainable. The crowd began to clear the battlefield, and I stored the equipment in my spatial pouch. After a brief while, once everything was in order, we continued our journey forward. Before long, we arrived at a dilapidated town. True to its name, the inhabitants resided here solely to scavenge the leftover scraps discarded by the officials. At this moment, Kinemon and the others were inside a house, peering through the cracks in the door to observe the situation outside, their hearts racing with excitement as powerful reinforcements were nearing. At last, the opportunity for vengeance against Kaido was approaching. However, it was still too early to rejoice, as the war had yet to commence, and no one could predict what unforeseen events might unfold next. After observing for a while, a large group of individuals approached. The local residents, faces filled with terror, hurriedly concealed themselves. Kinemon felt a surge of joy and promptly informed the others to gather. There was no longer a need for concealment, so he led a few companions to greet them. Upon recognizing Kinemon, the residents breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that these were not Kaido's subordinates come to wreak havoc upon their lives. Thus, they emerged to attend to their respective tasks. Kinemon laughed heartily, exclaiming, "At last, you have all arrived. Has anyone been injured in the battle against the Yonko, Big Mom?" I paused, smiling, and replied, "Everyone is unharmed and quite relaxed. What about the others? They will arrive shortly. This place is too small to hide anyone. Allow me to introduce two individuals to you," Kinemon said with a smile. The onlookers marveled at the sheer strength of Zhang Yufan and his companions. To emerge unscathed from a confrontation with Big Mom was no small feat, and few could boast of such an accomplishment. At that moment, a woman clad in a blue kimono, reminiscent of ukiyo-e beauty, stepped forward, accompanied by a tall figure with indigo eyes and deep blue hair, tied into a single ponytail, dressed in a pale yellow kimono adorned with chrysanthemum patterns. Although she appeared feminine, she was, in fact, a man wielding a katana. He approached and halted before me. I utilized the system to check their information. Name: Hatsu Ana. Combat growth potential level, F current combat level, F age, 46 height. Height, not specified. Gender, female weapon, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description. The proprietress of the tea house in the dilapidated town of Wano. She is the wife of the retainers of the Kogetsu clan, Kinemon. Kind-hearted and well-versed in herbal medicine, She operates her tea house as a clinic, often using herbs to treat children poisoned from drinking contaminated river water. When Kinniman was transported to the future through the powers of Kogetsu, Hatsu was separated from him for 17 years, yet she has never remarried. Name: Kiku no Jo. Combat Growth Potential Level: SS Current Combat Level: SS Age 19. Height 2. 87 meters. Gender: Male. Weapon: Katana. Devil Fruit: None. Bounty: None. Equipment card: None. Description: Known as Wano's most beautiful swordsman, Kiku no Jo, often referred to as Kiku, is a retainer of Kazuki Odin and one of the 9 red scabbards. Though he appears feminine, he identifies as male, claiming to possess a female spirit. After Odin's death, he was transported 17 years into the future and is a master swordsman. Kinniman smiled, raising his hand. The one in the blue kimono is my wife Hatsu Anna, while the one in the pale yellow kimono is Kiku no Jo, one of the 9 red scabbards. We introduced ourselves, and everyone became acquainted. The group looked on with interest at Kiku no Jo, the cross-dressing swordsman, having heard the captain speak of him before. At first glance, it was challenging to discern that he was a man. The disguise was remarkably flawless, and his peculiar hobby was indeed intriguing. Just then, Kogetsu Shoyaki emerged from behind the towering figure of Badru, having removed his mask and changed into flat-soled wooden shoes. Kinniman and the others were astonished to see the old general alive. This was truly wonderful. As they exchanged their experiences, it wasn't long before Cat Viper and the others arrived, carrying an abundance of kimonos. The group changed into them, most having donned such attire for the first time. A few companions remained behind to guard the area, while the rest divided into 3 teams to begin clearing the enemies from the island. 3 individuals from Kinniman's group were designated to lead the way, directing the giants to seize Wano's toxin-free granaries. Under Kinniman's guidance, we traveled to Burrow Town in the 9 regions. Our team did not bring any large animals, as we did not wish to frighten away the enemies. Upon entering the town, we quickly spotted several of Kaido's subordinates. I ordered my companions to swiftly eliminate them. The speed of our assault was such that the surrounding residents were oblivious to what had transpired. In the town square, we discovered a crowd gathered around a sumo wrestling ring, where a tall wrestler clad in a loincloth grappled with a shorter counterpart, both striving to throw one another out of the ring. The local residents erupted in cheers, discussing the spectacle. Is this the 3rd one? No, it's the 30th wrestler thrown out. Truly remarkable. Their victories are overwhelming. They are unstoppable. No wonder Wano boasts the greatest sumo wrestler, Ushioni. Indeed, Ushioni seemed invincible, effortlessly sending 4 challengers flying with a single blow. Despite this, challengers continued to line up, undeterred. Ushioni, delighted, stood atop the platform, laughing. Kiku, have you come to watch my match? Have you finally decided to marry me? My companions exchanged bewildered glances at Ushioni. His taste was rather peculiar. He likely remained unaware that Kiku no Jo was a cross-dressing swordsman. If he were to learn this now, he would surely be left in shock. The nearby residents were equally astonished. This revelation was explosive. Ushioni had a beloved. What would become of all the other women? They were truly envious. I furrowed my brow and covered my ears. Weibel, you are far too loud. Just deal with it directly. With a goofy grin, Weibel handed his sword to a companion behind him, saying, "All right, big brother, this seems like fun." He then stepped onto the ring, mimicking Ushioni's earlier actions, and with a powerful strike, sent Ushioni soaring into the air, unable to withstand the immense force. He crashed down, obliterating the houses below and ultimately losing consciousness. Weibel clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "What fun! A flying spectacle! Is anyone else willing to step up?" The surrounding residents were utterly astonished, their eyes wide open as if they might burst forth. Our nation's foremost sumo wrestler, Urashima, had been knocked unconscious with a single slap. Surely, this cannot be a jest. With such strength, who would dare to challenge next? Would you have us receive another slap and ascend to the heavens for a tour? Weibel, observing the hesitant crowd that lingered away from the ring, found the scene rather uninteresting and decided to return to his elder brother for some chocolate instead. Thus, he descended from the platform and approached me. His thunderous presence attracted many of Kaido's subordinates. We did not engage them in conversation. Instead, We charged forward and swiftly dealt with them. The nearby residents shrieked in alarm, hurriedly retreating into their homes. Not far from there, in a certain house, a robust man with dark hair, a square jaw, whisker-like features, and a sharp nose sat in a chair. His upper body was bare, adorned with tattoos on his arms, and he wore a tall black hat emblazoned with a badge. In front of his waist, a lion's head with moving limbs was positioned, and a tail extended behind him. This man looked perplexed as he lowered his gaze to witness the commotion outside. The lion's head leaned back, glaring menacingly at him. The man, exasperated, punched the lion's head, exclaiming, "Foolish lion, I am not addressing you." The lion, expressing pain, lowered its head, tongue outstretched, eyes nearly popping out. After a moment, it raised its head, glaring back at the man, veins bulging on its forehead. The man, filled with rage, clenched his fists and rebuked the lion. "You mindless creature. How dare you look at me like that? Take another punch, if you dare." The lion, furious, bared its teeth and extended its right paw, swiftly clawing between the man's legs with a long-lost technique known as monkey steals peach. The man let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the ground while clutching the lion's paw, wailing, "You foolish beast." Meanwhile, the lion, equally in distress, howled in anguish. A tall man appeared, mouth agape, exclaiming, "How often must one use the lion's version of monkey steals peach in a day to feel satisfied?" Another man wielding a knife looked on in disbelief, saying, "You two are now one and the same. The master's life is your life. How can you not remember this?" Just then, a fearsome-looking man rushed in, declaring, "This is bad. Urashima has been defeated, and many rebels have appeared on the streets." The robust man, filled with fury, struggled to rise, exclaiming, "How dare they cause chaos in my territory? Let's go and eliminate them." He then led his subordinates out of the house, leaping onto a rooftop. Sensing an approaching presence, I raised my head and utilized the system to examine his information. Name, Hold'em. Combat potential level, A. Current combat level, A. Age, 27. Height, 3, 12 meters. Gender, male. Weapon, mechanical blade. Devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, lion form. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Summary: a true subordinate of Kaido's beast pirates, under the command of Jack the Drought, stationed in Burrow Town, responsible for maintaining order in the Ninely region of Wano and suppressing those who defy Kaido and Orochi's rule, as well as instructing subordinates to capture Kinemon to obtain the miraculous powers of his devil fruit. Hold'em, seething with anger, brandished his knife and shouted, "You are the rebels. Even in a sumo match, you could destroy others' homes." I wore a defiant expression, raising my chin and beckoning. "Oh, do you have a problem? Come and fight us." Hold'em, infuriated, jumped down, declaring, "If you seek death, then I shall grant it." Foolish lion, unleash the lion's fire. He then spewed a ball of flame at me from the lion's mouth. I swiftly dodged to the side with ease. Immediately after, Hold'em ignited his knife with the lion's fire, enhancing its lethality, and unleashed the hellfire blade towards me. Drawing my second-generation Kitetsu, I exerted force with my feet, vanishing from sight. I circled around to Hold'em's back and swiftly struck, cleaving his body in two. I then retrieved the mechanical blade from Hold'em's grasp. A long, rat-like figure accompanied by a group of subordinates hurried over. I dispatched them all with my second-generation Kitetsu. The surrounding residents, witnessing this scene, trembled in terror. Meanwhile, deep within Burrow Town, a woman with purple goggles, possessing both black and white hair, long ears adorned with an earring on the left, clad in a tight-fitting white and blue outfit, wearing green bracelets and white gloves, with a bow slung across her back and the lower half of a horse, stood with her back to me. A man carrying a sword approached, holding fruit, and said, "Master, I have gathered quite a bit of delicious food today for your perusal." The woman, without turning, replied, "I have already seen, for my vision is exceptionally broad. I can perceive without turning around." Following this, she praised her subordinates. The woman beamed with joy, breaking into a wide grin, before leading her subordinates to deliver the food back to the town. Upon witnessing Hold'em's demise, Speed drew her bow. Enveloping her arrows with haki, she shot them towards me. Sensing the attack with observation haki, I swung my blade and severed the arrow. following the trajectory of the shot. I utilized the system to check the archer's information. Name, speed, combat potential level, A, current combat level, A age, 24, height, 13 meters, gender, female, weapon, bow and arrow, devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, horse form, bounty none, equipment card, none, summary, a true subordinate of Kaido's beast pirates, part of the Mammoth ship, under Jack the Drought, possessing an impressive field of vision of 350 degrees, stationed in Burrow Town. Responsible for maintaining order in the Ninely region of Wano and suppressing those who defy Kaido and Orochi's rule, with exceptional archery skills. Speed bewildered, pulled back her bow and asked, "Who are you? Why did you kill Hold'em?" I maintained my composure, ignoring her, and approached Kinnaman, saying, "Xiao, use your devil fruit ability to conjure a rice dumpling. We're going to tame that horse." Kinnaman, astonished, looked up and exclaimed, "Huh? How do you know I possess this ability, Brother Yufan? And isn't that a person? Will it work?" I smiled, lifting Kinnaman into my arms. "I know many things. Whether it works or not, you shall soon find out. Let's proceed." I then dashed forward, subduing Speed. Kinnaman presented the rice dumpling to Speed's mouth. Speed wrinkled her brow, sniffing the dumpling, and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells amazing. I shall not be polite." With that, she devoured the rice dumpling in one bite, chewing a few times before swallowing. Before long, the ability of the dumpling fruit activated. Speed smiled, turning to Kinnaman, "Master, how may I serve you?" I released my hold on Speed's body, saying, "Speed, join us." She retorted, "I'm not your servant. Why should I listen to you?" Indeed, success has been achieved. Suppadai listened to Yufan's words, and off we go. Heighten, you looked utterly astonished. Suppadai smiled and nodded, carrying me and Heighten you back to our companions. As for the enemies surrounding us, they have all been dealt with. Our comrades were busy cleaning the battlefield, equally astonished to discover Heighten you possessed such abilities. It can now be concluded that Heighten you has the capacity to tame animals, or even those who wield the powers of animal-type devil fruits. The members of the 100 Beast Pirates will face significant trouble now, as they are all animal-type devil fruit users. Heighten use devil fruit capability is their natural nemesis. However, whether she can tame Kaido, that monster, remains uncertain. Under Suppadai's guidance, we arrived at her base. We scoured the area for resources and equipment, thoroughly searching every corner of Boluo Town. Those remaining members of the 100 Beast Pirates were all located and dealt with. We left one person and an animal to guard the place, along with some non-toxic food, taking everything else back to Boluo Town. The two towns are quite close, not requiring a lengthy journey to reach. The residents of Boluo Town gathered as they saw a bounty of food being transported back, their eyes sparkling with hope. "Look, everyone, there's so much food. How did it come to be here?" That was brought back by Master Jean Yufan. Many had not seen such clean water in years. "Can we enjoy this food and water?" The crowd surrounding the land ship carrying the supplies halted, sighing in relief. These emaciated residents, who had been starving, realized that without our intervention, many would soon perish from hunger. Not to mention they would never have tasted such non-toxic food. I smiled and paused, saying, "All right, everyone, please don't crowd. Form an orderly line, and each of you will receive food and water without fear of enemies snatching it away." Tears welled in everyone's eyes as they raised their hands, exclaiming, "Master Jean Yufan, we are truly grateful to you." Thus, the residents lined up in an orderly fashion, with an abundance of food easing their fears of scarcity. They felt an overwhelming excitement, knowing they could finally enjoy non-toxic food. Master Jean Yufan has been extraordinarily kind to us. We are at a loss as to how to repay him. Heighten you beamed with joy, sipping a bowl of clear water, and said, "Yufan Ji, I am truly thankful to you." I adopted a serious demeanor, seated upon a rock, and declared, "Before I depart from this land, I shall ensure that each of you can eat your fill every day." Heighten you nodded, filled with unwavering conviction that Yufan and the others would succeed. Our next objective lay not far from here, at Toshan, where a band of rogues comprised of Ronin resided. Their leader was once the notorious villain of the Kiri region, known as Jiu Tianwan. This Ronin organization is one of the few in Wano country that has neither joined the 100 Beast Pirates nor the ranks of General Orochi. Jin Wyman and the others remain unaware that the leader there is also one of the Akazaya Nine. For now, I decided to keep this a secret to surprise them. After organizing matters here, I allowed Jin Wyman to lead the way. Shortly thereafter, we reached the depths of Toshan. Suddenly, a tall, corpulent man with a head of fluffy pink curls tied into a topknot, clad in a light purple kimono adorned with yellow floral patterns, and sporting purple tattoos on his arms and chest, emerged. Clutching a sake gourd engraved with the character Tien, he rode down the mountain on an ox, accompanied by a group of followers. I checked his information with the system. Name, Ashura Doji, power growth potential level, TheSSS, current power level, TheSSS, age, 53 years, height, 5'44 meters, gender, male, weapon, katana, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, a samurai of Wano country, leader of the Toshan bandits, known as Jiu Tianwan. Once regarded as the strongest monster of Kyuri, he followed Kazuki Odin after being defeated by him and became one of his retainers, one of the Akazaya Nine. After Odin's death, he returned to the mountains of Kyuri to become a bandit, admiring those of great power with a strong sense of pride. Believing himself to be a man who should have died but did not, yet he also does not wish to die without value. He possesses exceptional swordsmanship. Kiku no Joe fixed his gaze and halted, exclaiming, Ashura Doji, what brings you here? Ashura Doji, appearing indifferent, took a sip of sake and replied, Oh, it's you, Kiku. I'm the leader here. Where else would I be? Jin Wyman, filled with anger and disbelief, looked up at Ashura Doji, saying, Ashura Doji, why do you choose to side with evil? Your immense power should be used to protect the people of Kyuri, whom Lord Odin dearly loved. That man is dead, and Wano country lacks any true men capable of leading strong samurai. This nation is doomed. But what are you all back here for? We are here to fulfill Lord Odin's wishes, yet you have forgotten him. It is truly heart-wrenching. Shut your mouth. Do not presume to question me with that know-it-all expression. Ashura Doji, seething with anger, drew his sword. I have witnessed the tragic state of Wano for the past 17 years without Lord Odin. There is no longer any hope. What remains is endless despair. You cannot possibly comprehend my feelings. Even if you shout to the heavens today, I will not accompany you. With that, he leaped off the ox and swung at Jin Wyman. Jin Wyman also drew his sword, parrying the blow. After a moment, they finally ceased their clash and distanced themselves. Ashura Doji, visibly displeased, sheathed his sword and glared at Jin Wyman. I certainly admire Kazuki Odin. As a samurai, I would brave fire and water for him. However, I have never bowed to the Kazuki clan, have I, Momonosuke? Even if the samurai of the Kazuki clan return, those here may not rejoice. You abandoned this land for 17 years. The suffering endured by the residents during this time is something you cannot possibly atone for. Ashura Doji, come back. We will do our utmost to make amends. Ashura Doji turned away, ignoring Jin Wyman and the others, preparing to leave with his followers. My companions and I stood by, refraining from intervention, quietly observing until the moment Jin Wyman faltered. The time to act had arrived. I patted Jin Wyman on the shoulder, signaling for me to handle the situation. With a calm demeanor, I approached Ashura Doji and raised my hand to halt him. Ashura Doji, do not be in such a hurry to depart. Since you do not wish to submit to the Kazuki clan, then submit to me. Brat, who do you think you are? You dare speak so boldly, thinking I would submit to you? You are not worthy. I am Zhang Yufan, at present a pirate, here to eliminate the Emperor Kaido, with the ambition of becoming the king of the world. Ha ha ha, what a delusional dream. You think you can become the king of the world? After speaking, Ashura Tongzi intended to bypass me. I stood my ground, not feeling anger, yet it was imperative to impart a lesson. He needed to experience the taste of fear. Mocking others' dreams is an unworthy endeavor. Consequently, my aura surged, directed at Ashura Tongzi, unleashing the might of my conqueror's haki. Just as he was about to step aside, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. His legs buckled, and he knelt before me, his body pressed to the ground, causing the earth to crack. Lord Zhang Yufan's conqueror's haki remains incredibly formidable, and I doubt many could withstand it, Jean Wayman remarked with a sense of awe. No wonder he dared to challenge the four emperors, Kaido, and sought vengeance for us. He truly is fearsome. Kikunajo looked on in astonishment. Zoro and the others smiled in approval, recognizing the terrifying aspect of our captain was not merely his immense combat power, but rather his divine means of enhancing it. If we were to reveal that our strength was comparable to the captain's, I wonder what expressions would grace their faces. Azura Tongzi, filled with dread and gritting his teeth, was drenched in cold sweat, his hands clenched tightly. He attempted to rise, but no matter how hard he tried, he remained grounded. This fellow's conqueror's haki is overwhelmingly powerful. How old is he? He is nothing short of a monster. The surrounding samurai were equally astonished, mouths agape and eyes wide. Our leader was kneeling on the ground, unable to rise. We cannot concede defeat. We must endure. Even if we rushed in together, we would be unable to aid our captain. The opposition has yet to move a single finger. Zoro and the others shrugged, their expressions suggesting this was to be expected. Perhaps Jinwei Min and the others believed Azura Tongzi's strength was formidable. However, to our captain, Azura Tongzi's power was still too weak. Being dispatched in an instant was merely a common occurrence. I smiled, releasing the pressure, remaining where I stood while looking down at Azura Tongzi. I grant you an opportunity to challenge me. I shall not utilize my conqueror's haki, relying solely on my swordsmanship. Should you win, we shall cease our interference. Should you lose, you must submit to me. Of course, if you choose to back down, consider that I never spoke. If we must fight, I fear not your prowess. With that, Azura Tongzi drew his blade, striking at me with fervor. I unsheathed my second-generation Kitetsu to parry the attack. He continued to swing at me relentlessly, and I stood my ground, blocking without retreating a single step. Azura Tongzi was taken aback, wielding his sword, exclaiming that my swordsmanship was astonishingly strong. The disparity between us was indeed vast. He was truly a monster. I smiled, effortlessly countering his strikes, and urged him to unleash the secret technique he had been practicing, for otherwise he would have no chance. Azura Tongzi, puzzled, wondered why Zhang Yufan knew this. However, now was not the time to ponder this matter. Ordinary sword techniques would indeed prove ineffective. Thus, he resolved to employ that special move. With confidence, Azura Tongzi instructed his subordinate to bring him a blade, declaring that since I had said so, he would let me experience his technique, the Odin two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10 Fists. He then swung his dual blades, enveloped in armament haki, executing a rapid cross-slash. His body followed like a comet streaking through the sky. I too coated my second-generation Kitetsu with armament haki, charging forward and delivering a terrifying slash that cleaved through the cross-slash. In quick succession, I struck again, sending Azura Tongzi and his blade flying. With a powerful push, I appeared behind him, resting my blade against his neck. Azura Tongzi, you have lost. I did not expect your swordsmanship to have grown to such heights. You cannot even harm me. I yield. Gather your subordinates and accompany me. Azura Tongzi sighed, realizing that throughout our encounter, Zhang Yufan had not landed a single blow on him. It seemed he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Otherwise, I would have had no opportunity to strike. Jinwei Min and others looked at me with resentful eyes. Before our very eyes, he brazenly poached our allies, and we were powerless to stop it. Isn't it infuriating? Who could match Zhang Yufan's resolve? Furthermore, Azura Tongzi's heart was clearly not with the Kazuki clan. Various factors compounded, making this situation inevitable. Azura Tongzi's willingness to challenge the four emperors, Kaido, was indeed a stroke of fortune. There was no need for further persuasion. He represented a formidable force. I had not anticipated that Azura Tongzi had mastered the Odin two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10 Fists. After a while, once everything was in order, we prepared to descend the mountain. According to the intelligence gathered by Jinwei Min, Kaido had not returned since 2 days before our arrival in Wano country, likely off seeking his own demise. Meanwhile, in the flower capital of Wano, Jinwei Min, acting in the name of the Kazuki clan, issued an invitation to attack Kaido. Many had received the notice and were clandestinely discussing it. Has the Kazuki clan truly returned? Could it be the work of those spirits? Regardless of their origins, I must investigate. If only I could reclaim my youth by 20 years, I would wish to join. However, what of your weapons? All martial arts have been prohibited by Orochi, stifling the power of the rebels. This may be our final opportunity, even if we must fight barehanded. It is a sacrifice we are willing to make. Most warriors were exceptionally exhilarated, having awaited this opportunity for ages. Thus, they began to take action, preparing to retrieve weapons. This endeavor was exceedingly challenging. If all else failed, we would go in unarmed, hoping to contribute in some way. Azura Tongzi and his companions had also accompanied us to the dilapidated town. A short-statured resident turned and exclaimed, "Look, aren't those the members of the Head Mountain Thieves? Are they here to steal our food again?" A taller resident paused in his work, responding, "That shouldn't be. Haven't you seen Lord Zhang Yufan has returned? They must have been subdued." The formerly frightened residents calmed down. Following my earlier instructions on the mountain, Azura Tongzi and his men stood in 2 rows, bowing their heads and apologizing to the townsfolk. Meanwhile, in Wayno's rabbit bowl, there were 5 quarries functioning as prisons, holding tens of thousands of inmates. Only a handful were captured for committing crimes. The majority were warriors resisting Kurizumi Orochi, along with some from the underworld, many of whom possessed remarkable talents. At this moment, a gaunt old man, after finishing his work, held a bowl and queued for food from the guards. "Why is there only 1 small rice ball? I have worked an entire day." "Old man, you need to move 5 giant stones to trade for a single rice ball, and you've only moved 7, so this is all you get. As one ages, can one no longer, even eat a hearty meal? I observe that your demise is not far off. Yet you dare to question me," the guard. "The other prisoners, resume your labor. Do not cease in your tasks." A few prisoners nearby approached to assess the situation, offering their consolation. "Uncle, this is not the time for resistance. Uncle, conserve your strength, or you truly may perish. Uncle, hold on, do not give up. Uncle, you must endure until someone comes to rescue us." The guard sneered, mocking the notion of escaping with Lord Kaido still present. Those who dared to oppose Lord Kaido either met with death or were forcibly conscripted. These individuals must still be in a state of slumber. You toil relentlessly here, only to ultimately perish in the quarry. Such is your fate. Reizo has been diligently searching for Hatsuin within the quarry, in accordance with my directives. He is one of the Red Scabbards and possesses formidable combat prowess. Utilizing his elusive ninjutsu, Reizo scoured every corner of the prison without being detected by the enemy. After expending considerable time, Reizo finally stumbled upon Hatsuin in a solitary cell. "Hatsuin, is that truly you? Are you still alive?" "Indeed. Reizo, you have finally arrived. My wait has not been in vain after all these years. Hatsuin, let me see what you look like now." "I cannot. I'm locked up and cannot move." The day of the decisive battle against Kaido is fast approaching. Hatsuin, be prepared. "That suits me well. I have long been ready for combat." "Oh no. The enemy has discovered me. I must return to inform Lord Zhang Yufan. He will come to rescue you shortly." With that, Reizo invoked the smoke technique and vanished from the spot. The pursuers arrived shortly thereafter, frantically searching for Reizo's presence. Yet they found nothing, which left them exceedingly vexed. Hatsuin, puzzled, wondered who this Zhang Yufan was, for Reizo trusted him so implicitly, opting to inform him instead of Kin Eamon after finding me. After Reizo's disappearance from the quarry, he swiftly made his way to the dilapidated town to report the situation at the quarry. Thus, under Reizo's guidance, we proceeded to rescue the imprisoned. Kin Eamon and the others were filled with exhilaration. At last, they would see Hatsuin. Kurizumi Yamato stood beside me, his eyes gleaming at the sudden appearance of Reizo. "Is this ninjutsu? Truly remarkable." Time swiftly passed, and we arrived at the entrance of Rabbit Bowl. We instructed the formidable par to demolish the gate. The prisoners confined within, upon hearing the deafening noise, halted their labors and turned to look. Members of the Beast Pirates, armed and alert, gathered around. "Who are you?" "This is Lord Kaido's territory. Are you seeking death?" "Everyone attack. Kill them." In unison, the surrounding enemies opened fire upon us. Numerous bullets whizzed through the air, but Bartolomeo conjured a barrier to shield us. I gestured forward, and my comrades charged ahead. They dispatched enemies one by one. Suddenly, a towering figure with short, dark brown hair, wearing a light yellow hard hat and light blue trousers, emerged, seated within the jaws of a hippopotamus. Another man, with sun-kissed skin and a scorpion tail, sported long, purple hair tied into a ponytail. Clad in a dark helmet and a knight-like mask, he approached with 6 legs. I used the system to review their information. Name, Dopo Combat Potential Grade, a current combat level, age, 48 height, 5, 32 m gender, male weapons, 2 daggers devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, hippopotamus form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the Beast Pirates under Kaido, a true glutton and selfish individual, abusing his power and exhibiting brutality towards prisoners. He serves as the deputy warden of the quarry in Rabbit Bowl. Name, Daifugo Combat Potential Grade, a current combat level, age, 46 height, 3, 23 meters gender, male weapons, longsword, 2 pistols devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, scorpion form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a member of the Beast Pirates under Kaido, exhibiting a harsh attitude towards prisoners. He deems only those who labor worthy of sustenance, serving as the deputy warden of the quarry in Rabbit Bowl. Daifugo, filled with rage, drew his long sword. You little brat, how dare you cause trouble here? I smiled, unsheathing the second generation of the Odin sword, thinking how many wish to kill me. And you are but one among many. Descend to hell. With that, I charged forward, executing a powerful strike that cleaved both man and blade in twain. Daifugo had yet to comprehend what transpired before he collapsed. Par stood in astonishment, while Koby smiled, gripping his blade. Some of these artificial devil fruit users are somewhat normal. This one is merely a hippo with a person in its mouth. Let's eliminate them all. With a powerful leap, Par bounded on Adapo's back, relishing the sensation of riding a humanoid hippopotamus. He then unleashed a flurry of iron fists, delivering devastating blows to Dapo. Dapo, unable to retaliate, fell to the ground, lifeless. The remaining enemies were swiftly dispatched. The surrounding prisoners gazed in shock, mouths agape. Who are these individuals? Even the deputy warden was easily defeated. Are we truly saved? I dispatched 8 comrades to the other 4 prison quarries to liberate all the prisoners and bring them along. Suddenly, an elderly man collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him. I used the system to check his information. Name, Higoro Combat Potential Grade, SS Current Combat Level, age, 67 height, 1 meter gender, male weapons, none devil fruit, none bounty, none equipment card, none description, known as Higoro the Flower. He was the leader of the underworld in the flower capital of Wano, imprisoned alongside Kaido in the quarry of Rabbit Bowl, upholding justice. He possesses formidable leadership skills and is a swordsman, known for his kindness toward the populace, earning immense respect. After 17 years in prison, he has come to terms with his past honors and mortality, believing he would die within these walls, gradually losing his will to resist and becoming timid. Kinemon approached and helped Higoro to his feet, astonished at the sight. You are indeed Lord Bing Wulong. What a surprise it is to encounter you here. You are Jean Wayman. Were you not supposed to be dead? We traversed through time to the present, 17 years into the future, thanks to Lady Shi's fruit ability. This is truly wonderful. Jean Wayman then recounted his experiences in detail. Bing Wulong reached up to his forehead, trembling all over, having resigned himself to his current tragic fate. He was prepared to die here. Had Jean Wayman and the others arrived a few years later, he would have certainly perished. What a close call. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Now, the Akazeya samurai are all still alive. Even Kazuki Odin's son, Kazuki Momonosuke, is still breathing. It would have been utterly frustrating to die without knowledge of the situation. The spirit of resistance has not vanished. It has once again coalesced. The call to arms has been sounded, and this time victory is imperative. Otherwise, there will be no second chance. Bing Wulong, with a serious expression, raised his head to Jean Waymin and Zhang Yufan, declaring that he would fight with all his might. Please allow me to lend you my strength. Jean Waymin beamed with joy, extending his right hand, as this formidable ally was truly invaluable. Zhang Yufan, known as the former underworld boss of Wano, smiled and shook his head, saying, Uncle Bing, your current strength is far too weak. Do you wish to become permanently stronger than you were at your peak? Bing Wulong looked at me with a puzzled expression, as if questioning whether I was jesting. Can one's strength truly become suddenly and permanently enhanced? Does Zhang Yufan possess some special means? Currently, I could awaken my body's latent potential and temporarily restore my strength to its peak. But it would not suffice against a formidable foe like the Emperor Kaido. If there were a way to truly strengthen oneself, it would be splendid, yet I am uncertain of the price to be paid. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. After some contemplation, Bing Wulong raised his gaze to me. Zhang Yufan, do you truly possess such an ability? What must I sacrifice? Anku Bing, you need only pledge your loyalty to me. Allow me to reveal a harsh reality. Even if you were to consolidate all the underworld forces of Wano, you would still be unable to contend with Kaido's 3 calamities. Numbers alone would be futile, merely leading to your demise. I understand this principle very well. In order to seek vengeance and minimize casualties, I shall submit to you. Excellent. Let us first have some food and rest. We shall begin to enhance your strength shortly. I produced delicious food and water, offering it to Bing Wulong. Then, accompanied by the remaining companions, I set about removing the handcuffs from the prisoners. I retrieved an abundance of ready-to-eat food from my storage space and distributed it among the prisoners, for one could never know when they might collapse. The prisoners gazed in astonishment at my miraculous actions, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Such an abundance of food appeared as if conjured by the powers of a devil fruit. Wow, so many delectable dishes. Can we truly eat this? We are immensely grateful to you all. Not only have you freed us from our shackles, but you have also provided us with sustenance. If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to command us. I first calmed the prisoners, allowing them to eat before addressing other matters. Then, I enhanced Bing Wulong's strength. Bing Wulong's eyes widened in shock as he tried to clench his fist. Feeling a surge of power, his stamina began to recover rapidly, and his wounds started to heal. This ability is indeed godlike. It is terrifying. Suddenly, a towering figure, muscular with long black hair and a bushy beard, approached. He bore 2 horns on his head and wore metal plates on his arms, with the head of an elephant emblazoned across his chest. I checked his information through the system. Name, Babanuki strength growth potential level, S current strength level, A age, 48 height, 5'61" meters gender, male weapon, none devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, elephant form bounty, none equipment card, none description. A member of Kaido's Beast Pirates, he serves as the warden of the Koby prison in Wano's Rabbit Bowl. A true brute among the gifted, possessing a degree of leadership capability, yet he is a despicable individual. Babanuki glared with fury, looking down at us. These invaders are causing chaos, preparing to unleash a plague bomb. Bing Wulong, that elephant is perfect for testing your current strength. I smiled. Boss, leave it to me. I want to try. Bing Wulong exclaimed excitedly. With my companions, we swiftly eliminated all nearby enemies. Babanuki, infuriated, realized that I had just brought my men, only to have them wiped out. I cannot be left alone like this. He charged at Bing Wulong, unleashing the elephant's breath. The massive trunk released a gust that, if it struck Bing Wulong, would result in a tremendous explosion. Bing Wulong exerted force beneath his feet, vanishing from sight, dodging the breath. He reappeared behind Babanuki and delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying. Bing Wulong pressed his advantage, grabbing Babanuki's body and pinning him to the ground. Unleashing a relentless barrage of blows, feeling invigorated by the experience. Babanuki writhed on the ground, attempting to resist, but utterly powerless. Bing Wulong then leaped off Babanuki's stomach, unsheathing the katana gifted to him by Zhang Yufan. Enveloping it in armament hockey, he charged forward with all his might, simultaneously swinging the blade. Babanuki's face contorted in pain as he clutched his abdomen. Why has this guy's strength become so formidable? Just as he struggled to rise, his body was cleaved in 2 and collapsed. The surrounding prisoners were left dumbfounded. The warden had been slain just like that. When did Uncle Bing's strength become so extraordinary? His once thin physique had now transformed into a robust form. Some prisoners were filled with joy, believing they would finally escape. However, others harbored ulterior motives. Bing Wulong, brimming with excitement, sheathed his sword and exclaimed, "Boss, are you a deity? I feel rejuvenated. This is not a power one can possess." I smiled, standing firm. Whether I am a god is inconsequential. What matters is that I can utilize this ability to bring an end to the era of great pirates. Boss, to achieve this goal, we require the support of more powerful individuals, and there happen to be some here. Bing Wulong nodded in agreement. It must be the other underworld bosses in Wano. You should go and persuade them. I smiled. Bing Wulong nodded, his heart racing with excitement. The passion he once had as an underworld leader was reignited. Now, invigorated, he rushed off to engage in conversation with the other underworld bosses. Who would have thought that in his twilight years he would encounter such a stroke of fortune? How many would believe such a tale if he shared it? I utilized the system to examine the special bullets within the enemy's firearms. A bioweapon known as Wanidan is essentially a bullet infused with a virus. Those struck by these bullets will be immediately infected by the virulent agent contained within. Another bioweapon referred to as Munai-E is an artificially engineered virus. Individuals infected with this virus will experience an unbearable heat coursing through their bodies, with the high temperature gradually spreading from the point of impact, inducing excruciating pain reminiscent of being engulfed in flames, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. Upon death, the body will desiccate, resembling a mummy. This virus transmits through physical contact, rapidly infecting anyone who comes into contact with the afflicted. Subsequently, I elaborated to Du, Q, and Xiaoba about the situation. They promptly took the information to conduct research, hoping to devise an antidote swiftly. Otherwise, if this terrifying virus were to spread widely, it would lead to immense trouble, leaving us powerless to save those affected, merely forced to watch as they perish. Lei Zong had already released all the prisoners from the prison and approached me, accompanied by a massive figure. This creature, a member of the Fishmen tribe, possessed webbed hands, green skin, rosy cheeks, and a beak-like mouth. With long orange hair, a red scarf around its neck, and a conical hat, it also bore a knife at its waist. I checked his information through the system. Name, Hasong. Combat potential level, SS, current combat level. SS, age, 38, height, 271 meters, gender, male, weapon, Waiwu Shuang sword, devil fruit. None, bounty. None, equipment card. None. Profile, a member of the red-finned pufferfish fishmen tribe, a warrior of Wano country and the mightiest fighter, nicknamed Haesong, self-identified as Kappa Haesong. A vassal of the Wano country's lord, Kazuki Odin, one of the 9 red scabbards, inherently gentle and kind-hearted, fiercely loyal to Kazuki Odin, possessing a strong sense of responsibility and extraordinary resistance, capable of accurately and rapidly ejecting projectiles, with any sharp object potentially serving as a weapon, and an exceptional swordsman. Hasong approached with a joyful expression, exclaiming his immense gratitude for our life-saving intervention, promising to repay us. I smiled and extended food towards him, suggesting that we discuss other matters later and that he should eat something first. Hasong accepted the food, but did not eat immediately. Instead, he sought a nearby open space and began to vomit violently, feeling significantly relieved thereafter. I admired Hasong's resilience, considering he had consumed toxic fish for so many years, yet remained vibrant and full of life. His constitution was indeed remarkable. After a considerable interval, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted around us. Numerous prisoners, their bodies marred with green spots and emanating heat, surged towards us from the quarry. It was evident that they had been infected by the virus, and as their bodies brushed against those still eating, the virus spread instantaneously, infecting some of them as well. Among them was a woman with green hair, donning a pink helmet adorned with pointed edges, wearing lipstick, goggles, and sporting a monkey-like tail. With 6 arms, 4 of which wielded knives, she commanded a group, taking aim at us from atop the wall. I checked her information through the system. Name, Suali Tia. Combat potential level, A. Current combat level, A. Age, 36, height, 3, 81 meters, gender, female, weapon, for long knives, devil fruit, artificial devil fruit, monkey form, bounty, none, equipment card, None. Profile. A member of the Beast Pirates under Kaido, a true fighter among the gifted, diligent in her duties, a swordswoman, and the deputy warden of the quarry at Wano Country's Rabbit Bowl. Bartolomeo swiftly conjured a semicircular barrier to block the virus-laden bullets, while my companions and I shielded against the stray projectiles. The barrier's limited area allowed us to save some prisoners still outside its protection. Suali Tia wore a sinister smirk as she stood atop the wall, taunting the prisoners below, stating that Lord Quinn was on his way, urging them to use their strength to subdue the intruders to avoid death. Some prisoners, grim-faced, resigned themselves to their fate, acknowledging the dire situation. They expressed their apologies to us, revealing their resentment towards Kaido's subordinates and admitting that our disruption of Rabbit Bowl had brought them satisfaction. Yet, they lamented their inability to escape, as Wano no longer offered them sanctuary, and even obtaining non-toxic food was a challenge. As long as Kaido and Orochi remain alive, they would endure unending misery. They had fought for vengeance against Kaido years ago on behalf of Kazuki Oden, only to be utterly defeated, losing everything. They feared reliving that terror and despair, believing that surrendering us was their only path back to a semblance of normalcy. Kinemon and the others were profoundly enraged by these ungrateful individuals. Had it not been for Lord Zhang Yufan's timely intervention, they would likely still be shackled, toiling relentlessly, perhaps not even able to secure a full meal. My companions and I shook our heads in disbelief. Such is the nature of humanity. In their desperate quest for survival, they were willing to commit any act. However, such actions would only prolong their existence marginally, ultimately leading to their demise once they had been utterly exploited. Fear had fully consumed their hearts, extinguishing any spirit of resistance, leaving them to perish in this forsaken place. Whether these prisoners joined the conflict or not would make no difference. Thus, I employed my Conqueror's Haki to incapacitate the advancing prisoners and those infected outside the barrier. The antidote had yet to be developed, leaving us with no other option. I then gestured forward, instructing all but Bartolomeo, who needed to remain to block bullets, to charge towards the wall. Suali Tia and her group unleashed a barrage of gunfire, but to no avail, as their bullets were deftly evaded and subsequently dispatched by Zoro and the others. At that moment, a man approached us, adorned with sunglasses, possessing purple lips, a golden braid atop his head, and a stout physique. His left hand was a mechanical prosthetic, and he sported 2 golden whiskers on his face. With sunglasses secured by 2 ropes, he carried 2 knives on his person and bore a Gatling gun on his back, a cigar clamped between his teeth. I checked his information through the system. Name: Keen Combat Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Level. SS Age: 53 years. Height: 6. 12 meters. Gender: Male. Weapons: 2 long swords, Gatling gun. Devil Fruit. Ryu no Mi. Ancient Type: Armored Dragon Form. Bounty: 1. 32 billion berries. Equipment Card. None. Introduction: one of the 3 calamities of the Beast Pirates, known as Plague. He was once affiliated with the research team MADS, where he developed biochemical weapons such as mummies and ice demons. He has also modified his own body and possesses technology akin to that of Germa 66, enabling him to utilize abilities similar to those of the Vinsmoke family. His personality is open, cruel, and arrogant. He enjoys executing enemies in various flamboyant ways, often displaying exaggerated expressions. He can be somewhat cowardly, a little vain, and stingy, yet he is deeply adored by his subordinates. Keen was taken aback, his mouth agape at the sight of the fallen warden. Indeed, the 4 emperors Zhang Yufan were formidable. I smiled, lifting my head, remarking that they were far too weak, and urged him not to rush, for soon he too would find himself lying down like them. Keen furrowed his brow, cigar in mouth, casting a disdainful glance at Bing Wulong. Quite confident, are we? Soon you shall taste my prowess. It brings back fond memories, he declared. Bing Wulong retorted. There is nothing to reminisce about. Kaido and Orochi have invited you to join us numerous times, yet you have always declined. I would rather die than join you. Keen responded defiantly. Then let today be your last, he proclaimed, brandishing his Gatling gun and sweeping it towards us, having removed the barrier. Bartolomeo remained unfazed, creating a shield. Declaring Keen, your attack is utterly ineffective. It cannot breach my barrier. I consulted the system to introduce the special bullets to everyone. This was yet another biochemical weapon, an artificial virus. Those infected would feel an intense cold, with the chill gradually spreading from the point of impact throughout their bodies. The affected areas would transform into something akin to a demon. If not detoxified within an hour, death would ensue. Infected individuals would lose control, attacking indiscriminately, and merely brushing against another would result in immediate infection. The afflicted would deplete all their stamina and endurance to continue fighting, resembling zombies. Upon hearing this, the prisoners shuddered, realizing they faced yet another terrifying virus, even more dreadful than the previous mummy virus. Truly, Keen, with the title of Plague, was fearsome. I turned to Frankie, indicating that this individual, too, was a modified human and was thus entrusted to him. Frankie smiled, stepping out from the barrier, stating, "Let us see who has been modified more effectively." Keen ceased his gunfire, recognizing the futility of his assaults against the barrier. He set aside the Gatling gun and transformed into his armored dragon form. He unleashed the armored dragon bomb, leaping from the wall to strike Frankie with his head, generating tremendous force. Frankie evaded, swiftly kicking Keen away. Keen landed, sliding a distance before regaining his stance, observing Frankie. "Impressive, Iron Man Frankie. Is your only tactic to unleash viruses in battle? Surely you have more tricks up your sleeve. Underestimating me? Prepare to receive my attack. Continuous black fire." With that, Keen unleashed a barrage of laser beams from his right hand towards Frankie. Utilizing Kenbunchika Haki, Frankie adeptly dodged. The lasers struck the ground, causing massive explosions. Keen shifted into his human-beast hybrid form, executing the Wedding Feast Heat Fist. His mechanical arm ignited, attacking Frankie with searing claws. Frankie sidestepped, deflecting the claws with a kick. Keen then employed the Wind Come Fist, retracting the mechanical claws from his arm and hair, launching a flurry of strikes at Frankie. Frankie countered with his own iron fists, sending Keen flying once again. "Is your strength truly so meager? Quite disappointing," Keen taunted. "Then allow me to demonstrate the true power of an unmodified dinosaur, Armored Dragon Serpent." He transformed into his armored dragon form, connecting his head and tail to ensnare Frankie like a serpent. However, Frankie was not to be trifled with. He delivered a powerful punch, sending Keen sprawling. Realizing the attack was too slow to ensnare Frankie, Keen launched a powerful missile from his stationary body using the armored dragon launcher. Frankie, enveloped in Busashoko Haki, obliterated the missile with a single punch. Employing his devil fruit ability, Frankie transformed his hands into cannons, bombarding Keen in midair. He then leaped into the sky, raining down a flurry of blows upon Keen. Keen, astonished, thought to himself that Frankie's strength far surpassed his own. This creature was indeed a monster. Until now, he had sustained minimal injury, while Keen found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Frankie's blade sliced through Keen's long neck and head with ease. As Frankie drew his sword, I had already stepped outside the barrier. From my storage space, I retrieved the previously used candle room, confining the three of us within. Once I prepared everything, I signaled Frankie to commence, and he swiftly struck down Keen. It would be a grave error to allow the devil fruit to escape our grasp. After securing the devil fruit, I tidied up, and upon folding the candle room, both Frankie and I appeared before the crowd, while Keen lay dead. Meanwhile, the other 4 partners from the quarry had successfully subdued the infected prisoners, bringing the remaining captives towards me. Upon their arrival, they were met with the shocking sight of Keen's corpse. "Look, is that not Keen? Just like that, he has perished," one exclaimed. "Indeed, that is Keen. It must have been those 2 individuals who killed him," another remarked in awe. "How impressive. We can truly seek revenge now." Bing Wulong grinned, leading several underworld leaders over, whereupon they all introduced themselves. The underworld leaders were elated to meet Bing Wulong. With great strength, he shattered their handcuffs, startling them. He then recounted his experiences, leaving them agape, and ultimately, they agreed to join our cause. Tox Q and Chopper managed to formulate an antidote just before the infected prisoners succumbed to the virus, releasing a collective sigh of relief. However, another virus known as Ice Demon still required further investigation to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. My companions and I began to scour the battlefield, gathering all available supplies and equipment. All prisoners were now aware of Reizo and the others' identities, converging nearby. Upon hearing that Zhang Yufan was a pirate, the prisoners were filled with indignation, bombarding him with numerous questions. How could Zhang Yufan, like Kaido, be a pirate? They were untrustworthy. Who knew when they might betray us? Why choose to ally with pirates of all people? And is it true that you really traversed here from 17 years ago? My companions and I shook our heads at such a narrow-minded perspective. Within the ranks of pirates, there exist good individuals, just as there are malign characters among you warriors. Every profession harbors both virtuous and nefarious individuals. With your pitifully weak combat prowess, we scarcely regard you. We return to our own tasks, ignoring them further. Lei Zong, with a resigned expression, extended his hands to soothe the surrounding prisoners. Everyone, please remain calm. We truly have traversed here from the past. The ocean is vast. Although they are pirates, they're altogether different. One cannot judge solely by appearances. Once you interact with Lord Zhang Yufan, you will understand. Moreover, in this endeavor to subdue Kaido, Lord Zhang Yufan is an exceedingly pivotal figure. The prisoners still wore expressions of disbelief, yet they remained silent thereafter. After a while, my companions and I had finished clearing the battlefield. We then led everyone back to the dilapidated town. The giants had already taken control of the granary, transporting back some innocuous food and water, just in time for the prisoners to have a hearty meal. At that moment, Momonosuke returned from his training on the mountain. Most of the prisoners were weeping, kneeling on the ground, for indeed, His Highness Momonosuke had truly returned. Initially flustered, Momonosuke soon forced himself to regain composure and recounted the events of the past years. My companions and I prepared to head to the next destination. On our way, we encountered a tall, somewhat corpulent man with sharp teeth and green hair. He wore a military cap adorned with 2 horns, carried a knife, and donned a cape with a flame pattern, his body marked with wing-shaped tattoos. He wore orange pants with a flame design and wooden sandals. Accompanied by a group, he approached us. I utilized the system to check his information. Name: Sasaki Combat Power Growth Potential Level. SS Current Combat Power Level. SS Age. 31 Height. 3. 18 meters Gender. Male Weapon. Mechanical Spiral Blade Devil Fruit. Dragon Fruit. Ancient Type. Triceratops Form Bounty. 472 million berries Equipment Card. None Description. A single-horned fishman, one of the 5 most formidable members of the Beast Pirates. A swordsman who was once the captain of a certain pirate crew years ago, somewhat arrogant and disdainful of lowly subordinates. Mocks his fellow Flying 6-member Page 1 for being weak, ambitious, daring to challenge the All-Stars to usurp their position, loyal and respectful to Kaido. Wishing only to drink with him, Sasaki furrowed his brow and halted, questioning why these notorious underworld leaders were present here instead of being imprisoned in the quarry. Hyoguru, with an air of nonchalance, looked up and replied that the quarry prison had been turned upside down by their captain, which had led to his release. This is impossible. Is Queen not here? Sasaki expressed his confusion. Queen has already been sliced to pieces, and the other guards have been dealt with. Hyoguru smiled. Sasaki, in disbelief, thought that it was inconceivable for those from Wano country to escape. Upon turning to see my face, everything became clear. This is troublesome. I have unexpectedly encountered the Yonko Zhang Yufan here. Attempting to notify others was likely futile now. I could only brace myself and confront him. Koby, this fellow is yours to handle. Do not kill him, I smiled. Koby nodded, unsheathing his sword covered in haki. Sasaki did the same, and they engaged in a fierce duel. Koby's strength was overwhelming, causing Sasaki to retreat step by step. Eventually, with a powerful strike, Koby sent Sasaki staggering backward, his feet scraping against the ground. Sasaki utilized his fruit ability to transform into his hybrid form and executed a rapid spinning attack, achieving flight while simultaneously launching slashing strikes from the air. Koby deflected the strikes and delivered a kick that sent Sasaki flying. Upon landing, Sasaki unleashed a rapid charge, his head spinning and moving at high speed like a projectile towards Koby. Koby sheathed his sword, enveloped in haki sidestepped, and delivered a powerful punch to Sasaki's abdomen, sending him soaring into the sky. The onlookers watched with keen interest, finding the animal-type devil fruit quite entertaining. The Triceratops had the ability to ascend into the air. Was it not akin to a helicopter Triceratops? Sasaki, astonished, realized that this adversary possessed formidable strength. These individuals were indeed no mere trifles. Furthermore, up to this point, my attacks had seemingly inflicted no damage upon him, which was exceedingly alarming. Sasaki ascended into the sky, executing a cannon charge, adjusting his body's orientation. He dove down towards Koby. Having played enough, Koby exerted force and vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind Sasaki and unleashing a flurry of blows, knocking him to the ground. As for Sasaki's subordinates behind him, they were all eliminated when Koby began his assault, leaving them no opportunity to summon reinforcements. After cleaning up the battlefield, I entrusted Sasaki to Jinbe for supervision. The group continued onward, not long after they encountered a frail old man, clad in tattered clothing, lying motionless on the ground. Chopper rushed over to assess the situation and administered some treatment. The old man slowly opened his eyes with a smile, asking what had happened and why there was a tanuki present. Chopper, irate, squatted down and retorted, "I am a reindeer, not a tanuki." "Old man, you've fainted from hunger. Please eat something." The old man, still smiling with twinkling eyes, accepted the food, introducing himself as Chihai and expressing gratitude for our rescue and for providing him food. Sitting on the ground, Chihai consumed the food and drank water, tears streaming down his face as he left. The others looked on in confusion, pondering this old man's peculiar behavior. From the beginning, the smile on his face had never ceased. After finishing his meal, Chihai, still beaming, offered that his hometown, Hebe Town, lay just ahead, inviting us to accompany him. The group nodded, and Chihai led the way. Koby inquired Chihai why he smiled so much. Chihai replied that among the myriad of beings in the world, only humans understand laughter. Therefore, if one does not smile often during their lifetime, would that not be a great pity? Indeed, if one remains perpetually serious, their fortune may stealthily slip away. One ought to smile more. Even in poverty, we must not concede defeat. We should face life with a smile. At that moment, I provided my companions with an overview of the situation in Hebe Town. Hebe Town is situated on the periphery of the flower capital. This town bears a striking resemblance to a dilapidated village, impoverished to the core, with its inhabitants donning an array of patched garments. Yet, the people residing here exude an extraordinary cheerfulness. Even when their stomachs growl with hunger, their faces remain adorned with smiles. A smile, by nature, is a delightful expression. However, if one's existence is reduced solely to smiles, it becomes a torment. The residents of Huibishujin persistently laugh heartily because they have consumed the artificial devil fruit. Initially, they are unaware of its ramifications, yet over time, the truth becomes evident. What consequences this fruit entails, one might ponder, yet what can be done? Faced with starvation, they cannot simply allow themselves to perish. With no other recourse, the villagers continue to consume the artificial devil fruit, resulting in an indelible mask of smiles on their faces. The crowd is filled with rage, attributing their plight to Kaido and Orochi. Once they eliminate those two, it would serve as a form of retribution. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Huibishujin. The villagers gathered around, each face beaming with a smile. "Ha ha ha, Lao Chi, you have returned. Ha ha ha, I am so famished. I feel I might perish. Ha ha, it has been so long since I consumed any nourishment that my teeth have fallen out. Ha ha, even if you had teeth, we have no food to chew. Ha ha, Lao Chi, who are these ruffians?" The laughter has dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Their faces reflect a singular expression of profound anguish. A normal person, after a brief laugh, would feel their face stiffen. How much more so for these villagers? Chihai, with a smile on his face, turned and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, they are my saviors. Were it not for them, I would have starved to death on the road." An elderly woman, also smiling, stood in place. "I'm immensely grateful to you all. Lao Chi, that ugly brat returned last night. Chihai beamed with enthusiasm. We can endure a little longer now. We won't die just yet. Nami, with curiosity, released my hand and approached the old woman. Who is that ugly brat? Ha! We do not truly know who he is, but he always appears at the witching hour. Ha ha! He steals the wealth of those wicked aristocrats in the capital and scatters it among the common folk. Ha ha! We're so thankful for that ugly brat. Who would he possibly be? Now that we are here, you shall no longer suffer from starvation. After saying this, Nami returned to me, requesting food and water. She also contacted the giant Dory using a din mushi, instructing him to deliver some provisions as indicated by the life card. The villagers, witnessing the food and water materialize before them, were left in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. The cravings in their bellies stirred, growling in anticipation, and saliva nearly dripped from their mouths. We began distributing the provisions to ensure each villager had something to eat. Tears streamed down their faces, expressing genuine gratitude. Unbeknownst to these villagers, many were well acquainted with that ugly brat and familiar with his previous notable identity. If revealed, it would undoubtedly shock them. Meanwhile, in the land of Wano, on the streets of the flower capital, a woman clad in a kimono adorned with peacocks and wearing exquisite hair ornaments, along with elevated wooden sandals, was none other than the foremost courtesan of Wano, named Xiaoji. Accompanied by a young attendant and guarded by numerous protectors ensuring her safety. Xiaoji's true identity was anything but ordinary. She frequently hosted high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. For those who patronized her with ill-gotten gains, she would drain their coffers, leaving the duped officials and merchants weeping on their knees, cursing her lineage. Devoid of any funds, they were expelled from the flower capital. Even if they wished to retaliate against Xiaoji, it was an unattainable feat, as she was always shielded by unseen protectors. Nonetheless, many high-ranking officials and merchants continued to fall victim to her schemes. This exemplifies the fate of sycophants, who end up with nothing after their relentless flattery. The surrounding villagers gazed at her with starry eyes, filled with excitement, captivated by her beauty. If only they could share a meal with Xiaoji, they would surely wake from dreams with smiles on their faces, rejoicing. The crowd along the roadside grew ever larger. In a grand edifice at the heart of the flower capital resided the General of Wano. A man with an elongated head knelt on the ground. General Orochi, we have captured the ugly brat. He is now imprisoned. Orochi, perplexed, held a fan in his hand. Isn't he just an ordinary thief? What's so special about him? The long-headed man, with a serious expression, replied, according to our investigation, his identity is far from common. His true identity is... Orochi's eyes widened in shock. He is still alive? How is that possible? The long-headed man, puzzled, replied, I do not know. General, how shall we handle him? Orochi smirked, rising to his feet. Of course, we will use him as an example to instill fear in others, but we must broadcast it nationwide. I shall attend the event in person. Subsequently, the long-headed man departed to make preparations. The crowd chuckled, anticipating the spectacle. This was a plan to lure out a snake from its den and capture it all at once. Whether or not a significant figure would emerge remained uncertain. Even if they did not, it would bear no consequence for us. Soon, videos began to circulate throughout various locales in Wano. The residents of Huibishu Zhen watched the footage with smiles on their faces. A man with blue, explosive hair, dressed in tattered, patched clothing, was brutally beaten and bound to a cross. I accessed the system to check his information. Name, Xuanyue Kangjia, growth potential level, SS, current combat level, age, 68. Height, 155 centimeters, gender, male, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, synopsis. He is the father of the Kazuki clan and a prominent figure in Wano. Disguised as Koya Kong, who consumed the failed artificial devil fruit smile, losing the ability to swim and having all expressions stripped away except for smiles. After Kazuki Oden was usurped by Kaido, he assisted the Kazuki clan in opposing Kaido, but ultimately failed due to the intervention of the four emperors. He managed to survive and later went into hiding in Huibishujian. The villagers were taken aback, realizing that Koya Kong, from their village, was indeed that ugly brat. How remarkable! His concealment was profound. He was utterly unrecognizable in daily life. Yet now, he had been captured, and trouble loomed large. Would they even have the chance to see him in the flower capital? The villagers remained oblivious to the fact that Xuanyue Kangja was not, in fact, that ugly brat. In front of the prison on Luocha Street, a man was bound to the execution frame. Despite his head being bloodied and bruised, he wore a smile, utterly unafraid of death. A large crowd gathered around him, their expressions filled with intense agitation and anger, shouting fervently, "Lord Kong! Lord Kong! It turns out you are still alive. You rascals, quickly release Lord Kong. How can you treat him this way?" The guards around the execution frame were few, with many hiding in the shadows. Everything was in place. They merely awaited the bait to take the hook. One guard introduced the identity of the Xuanyue Kong family. Many believed that General Orochi was exceedingly foolish. Such actions might not serve as a warning, but rather backfire. Xuanyue Kong, battered and bruised, laughed heartily while bound. "Ha ha! Everyone remembers me. I am immensely pleased. My friends, it is futile to speak. Orochi will not spare me." People from various parts of Wano were hastening towards the Luocha Street in the flower capital. In Ebisu town, Jin Wyman and others were exceptionally joyful. The survival of Xuanyue Kong meant he must not perish. Previously lacking protective capabilities, they now had the assistance of Zhang Yufan and his comrades. Resolving many matters had become remarkably easy. This time would be no exception. They would surely rescue Xuanyue Kong. Preparing to head to Luocha Street, the residents followed suit. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the flower capital, which was already barricaded by numerous guards. "You paupers, halt immediately. Get back to your dilapidated homes. You scoundrels, do not dare to trespass, or our blades will not be merciful." The residents of Ebisu town seemed to hear none of it. With tears of joy, they recklessly surged forward. My companions and I drew our swords and charged, taking down each guard at the entrance. We cleared the path, and everyone rushed inside. Suddenly, a little girl with short pink bangs, clad in red attire, white socks, and black shoes, laughed joyously, tears streaming down her face as she ran with all her might. I checked her information with the system. Name, Huko, power growth potential level, F, current power level, F, age, 8 years, height, 0, 85 meters, gender, female, weapon, none, devil fruit, none, bounty, none, equipment card, none, description, the daughter of the former daimyo Xuanyue Kong, having consumed a failed smile fruit, which robbed her of expressions save for a smile. Due to extreme poverty, she was sold to the flower capital to serve as an apprentice courtesan beside Orin Zayajizi. One of the few who knew Zayajizi was a close friend of Kazuki Hayori, secretly giving her earnings to her father to support impoverished residents. In her haste, she stumbled and fell. I crouched down and helped Huko up. "Huko, are you all right?" Huko laughed heartily, standing up. I'm fine. Thank you, big brother. I must go see Dad, I'm off." With that, she continued to run desperately forward to see her father for the last time. At this moment, General Orochi had arrived in a luxurious palanquin beneath Xuanyue Kong. "Xuanyue Kong, long time no see. Are you ready to die?" "Ha! It has indeed been a while. Kaido Orochi, your demise approaches swiftly. How beautiful this flower capital is. Wano was once so beautiful. Every blade of grass and every tree here was constructed by the Kazuki clan alongside the residents. It is our pride, not your merit. Orochi, you bastard. What nonsense are you spouting?" Orochi retorted. "You have usurped everything here and destroyed many places. You are nothing but a pest." The surrounding residents appeared alarmed. Lord Xuanyue Kong had boldly declared such words. It seemed there was no room for redemption now. Orochi would undoubtedly execute Lord Xuanyue Kong. They were doomed. Meanwhile, Jin Wyman and his group encounter a man with light blue hair styled into a large topknot, dressed in a deep blue kimono adorned with circular floral patterns, complemented by a high-collared cloak and a katana at his waist. He approached with a group of samurai, blocking their path. I checked his information. Name, Sujiro. Power growth potential level, SS, current power level, SS, age, 44 years, height, 3.06 meters, gender, male, weapon, katana, devil fruit. None. Bounty. None. Equipment card. None. Description: a retainer of the Wano daimyo Kazuki Odin, the second in command of the Red Scabbards, who, after Odin's death, hid his identity under the guise of Kanjuro, becoming a powerful gang leader invited by General Orochi to serve as a guard and money changer, while by night transforming into a Robin Hood figure. He is cheerful, clever, calm, courageous, and a skilled swordsman. Sojiro glared fiercely, gripping his sword. Who are you? No passage is allowed here. Turn back. I smiled and remained in place. We have come to slay Orochi and to welcome your return, Sojiro. On the surface, Sojiro maintained his fierce demeanor, yet internally he was astonished. Who is this? How did he know my true name? He must not be one of Kaido's subordinates. And those masked individuals, why did they evoke a sense of familiarity? Also, welcoming me back. Where was I supposed to return? Jinweiman and the others were startled and puzzled. Was this truly Sojiro? Had he changed so much? They did not suspect that what Zhang Yufan had said was false. Sojiro must have endured much hardship over the years. What, Sojiro? I do not know you. I'm Kanjuro. You think you can slay General Orochi? Sojiro replied, bewildered. Indeed, just let us show you. Enel, take down Sojiro and leave the others. I smiled. Enel laughed heartily, his figure vanishing in an instant. With a swift motion, he appeared behind Sojiro, unleashing electricity. The samurai behind them were all incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. Sojiro swung his sword swiftly at Enel. Enel evaded, the golden blade now poised against Sojiro's neck. I had already instructed Bing Walang to take Bartolomeo to rescue the captives. If we delayed until this matter was resolved, Xuan Yuekong would likely have met his end. Jinweiman removed his mask and approached. Sojiro, do you still recognize me? No need to hide any longer. The time for counterattack has arrived. Chuan Tsilong, with an expression of excitement, no longer concealed his emotions. Jin Weimin, you have truly returned, and accompanied by formidable allies. At this moment, the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, all having rushed towards the prison. There was no need for concern that this matter would be disclosed to others. Moreover, even if discovered, it no longer held significance. Suddenly, a remarkably beautiful woman sprinted towards us. I utilized the system to check her information. Name, Guangyue Rai. Combat power growth potential level. TheSSS, current combat power level F. Age, 23 years. Height, 1.7 meters. Gender, female. Weapon, none. Devil fruit, none. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Profile, sister of Momonosuke, princess of Wano. Descendant of the Guanyu clan, hailed as the most beautiful woman in Wano by its residents. Previously disguised as Xiaozi, she was the courtesan of Wano, possessing a strong heart, unafraid of power, with a gentle and kind demeanor. While disguised as Xiaozi, she feigned the persona of an arrogant and frivolous courtesan, skillfully playing the shamisen and smoking, using her beauty to swindle money from wealthy patrons, often leading them to financial ruin. She frequently attended the feasts of General Orochi and was greatly favored by him. I smiled and patted Jin Weimin on the back. Jin Weimin, look, the princess of Wano, Guangyue Rai, has arrived. Jin Weimin was extraordinarily elated. What an auspicious day this is. Surprises keep unfolding. My heart is quite resilient. Let the surprises come even more fiercely. Thus, everyone gathered around, startling Rai. Jin Weimin laughed heartily and stepped forward. Princess Rai, it is truly wonderful to see you safe and sound. Rai, beaming with joy, halted and said, Jin Weimin, you have finally returned. Let us go rescue the others. And who are these individuals? No need to worry. Lord Zhang Yufan has already sent our companions to rescue them. Jin Weimin replied with a smile. He then elaborated on Zhang Yufan and their circumstances. As we proceeded towards the prison, Chuan Silong recounted his own tale. 17 years ago, after Lord Yida died, I sought to assist you in reclaiming Koby. Alongside Ashura Duji, I held off the pursuers. After dealing with them, we retreated to a small abode. Consumed by grief and anger, I eventually transformed entirely. I returned to the flower capital, adopting the name of Kwang Shurilang to survive. Due to my formidable strength, I attracted an increasing number of followers, gradually becoming someone even Orochi was willing to accept as his protector. Thus, I became Orochi's guardian, a spy by his side. Simultaneously, in the dead of night, I transformed into the rogue Cho-san, robbing the wealthy to aid the impoverished. 10 years ago, Princess Rai left a farewell note and departed without a word with Kawamatsu. While wandering in the flower capital, she was discovered by my subordinates. I revealed my identity to her and vowed to protect her in place of Kawamatsu. I had her adopt the name Xiaozi, sheltering her in my own brothel, ultimately nurturing her to become the foremost courtesan of Wano. During this time, I distributed the money Rai earned to Ebisu Town. Given Orochi's infatuation with Rai, I advised her to conceal a pouch of plasma within her garments daily, for it would prove invaluable in dire circumstances. Meanwhile, bound to the execution platform, Xuanyue Kongjia uttered many words, preparing himself for death. My dear daughter, you must forgive your father, who is about to depart from you. Take care of yourself, and do not grieve too much. All that needed to be said has been expressed. You may smile as you journey to that world. I shall await your joyous tidings there. Orochi, filled with rage, brandished his spear. Xuanyue Kongjia, is this your final farewell? Then perish. With that, everyone fire their weapons. Pe Souts op gun fi a go. Bang 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 bang. Just when those around believed Xuanyue Kongjia was to be riddled with bullets, a spherical barrier suddenly enveloped him, deflecting all the bullets. The crowd was astonished. What is happening? Who is protecting Xuanyue Kongjia? Most in the vicinity erupted in joy, realizing Xuanyue Kongjia would not be slain. At that moment, two figures vaulted over the railing, appearing before everyone and rescuing Xuanyue Kongjia. They were Bing Wulong and Bartolomeo. Thank you both for your timely rescue. But this is merely a trap. Korizumi Orochi has undoubtedly ambushed many around here. You must leave quickly, Xuanyue Kongjia expressed, astonished. Do not fret, we are quite strong. This handful of foes is insignificant, Bartolomeo replied calmly. Thus, Bing Wulong took the lead, while Bartolomeo tended to Xuanyue Kongjia's injuries. Every partner who had their combat power, enhanced by the captain, was now skilled in medical arts, transforming into superb doctors in the blink of an eye, a feat that would take others a lifetime, if they could achieve it at all. The prowess of this ability was indeed formidable. Orochi's fury intensified, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Bing Wulong. Bing Wulong, why are you here? How dare you hinder my execution? Orochi, you must be quite surprised. I have emerged openly from the quarry. Now, I possess the power to thwart you. How can this be? Has Queen been defeated by you? Not defeated, but slain. Now, you too shall descend to hell. Warriors, kill everyone obstructing this execution. With that, Orochi's warriors drew their swords and charged towards the railing, slashing at Bing Wulong. However, Bing Wulong met them with equal ferocity, dispatching them effortlessly, one by one, two by two, as if it were child's play, displaying immense strength. Presently, Bing Wulong's power was incomparable to his former self. In no time, he had vanquished all the warriors. Meanwhile, I led Rai and the others further towards our destination. Koby smiled, sensing the surroundings as he moved ahead. Brother Yufan, it seems Korizumi Orochi is taking this execution very seriously. There are over 10,000 ambushed nearby. I smiled back, turning my head. That is to be expected. After all, Korizumi Orochi seeks to lure Jin Weimin and his companions out, aiming to capture them all at once, while Xuanyue Kongjia is merely bait. Rai appeared anxious, halting her steps. With so many enemies, will we be all right? Inaru, floating with disdain, replied, this handful of foes is utterly insufficient, merely fit for filling gaps. Jin Weimin stepped forward with a smile. Princess Rai, rest assured, these fellows are as strong as monsters. There is no need for concern. Rai exhaled with relief, comforted by Jin Weimin's words. If he believed they could manage, they would undoubtedly prevail, and we continued onward. Along the way, I shared more about Korizumi Orochi's situation with everyone. The Heighten family was annihilated in the past due to their failed rebellion against the Kujetsu family. However, Heighten Orisuke, the last descendant of the Heighten family, managed to survive. In his youth, he was relentlessly pursued due to his family's lineage, living in perpetual fear, which sowed deep-seated hatred within him towards Wano country. In a bid for vengeance against the Kujetsu family, Heitan Orasuk became a vassal of theirs, ultimately usurping everything from the Kujetsu family to rise as the general of Wano country. At this moment, I, accompanied by my companions, arrived at the scene. We beheld a man of imposing stature, with a large head and mouth, his scalp bald and face somewhat square. Adorning his head was a crown on the left and a tied-up hairstyle on the right. His hair, predominantly purple, cascaded down the sides and back of his head. With upward curled whiskers, he donned a yellow kimono, draped in a patterned black cloak. I checked his information through the system. Name: Heitan Orasuk. Combat potential growth level: Assess. Current combat level: Assess. Age: 51. Height: 35 meters. Gender: male. Weapons: 2 long swords, a pistol, devil fruit. Hibi no Mi, mythical Zoan type, Yamada no Orochi form. Bounty: none. Equipment card: none. Description: the current general of Wano country, a formidable dual-wielding swordsman, a tyrannical ruler adhering to a policy of isolationism, whose aim is to destroy Wano country. He is an ally of the Yonko Kaido, having been manipulated by him for years, characterized by cruelty, arrogance, and indulgence in wine and women, showing no concern for the nation or its people aside from his own interests. Under his rule, the people of Wano have endured immense oppression and exploitation, intolerant of any dissenting voices, deeming any suspected of rebellion as guilty of a grave offense. Xiao Zi and Crazy Shiro, how did you end up with Kinemon? Orasuk asked, a look of bewilderment on his face. We are indeed allies. I am Tyrannosuk, and I have come to claim your head. Tyrannosuk retorted with a cold smirk. What? You are also one of the red scabbards, well hidden indeed. And what about Xiao Zi? Orasuk exclaimed in shock. The Xiao Zi you have been pining for is none other than Princess Hiyori of the Kagetsu clan. Surprised, are you? Tyrannosuk said with a mischievous grin. The surrounding residents were filled with excitement, realizing that members of the Kagetsu clan had truly returned, and that not all had perished. They knelt in reverence to welcome Hiyori's return. Hiyori, with a serious demeanor, surveyed her surroundings and urged, everyone, please rise. It is too dangerous here. We must leave at once and discuss matters when we are in a safe place. A tall man knelt, declaring, since there is danger, I cannot leave. Princess Hiyori, I shall stay to protect you. A small portion of the crowd echoed his sentiment, wishing to remain, while the majority, being ordinary residents, understood that staying would only create trouble and began to rise to leave. Orasuk, consumed by rage, thought to himself, I have been made a fool. They have deceived me for so long, and I was completely unaware. How bold of them, given that you dare to treat me in this manner. Do not blame me for being uncivilized. With Kinemon and the others now emerged, it was time to ensnare them. All my prior preparations would not go to waste. Let them all perish. Orasuk sneered, standing his ground. You loyalists to the Kagetsu clan, do not leave. Perish alongside them. With that, numerous samurai surged forth from the surroundings, encircling Hiyori and her companions. The ordinary residents found themselves unable to escape. Tyrannosuk and Hiyori exchanged worried glances, knowing that if a battle were to ensue, they would be unable to protect so many civilians. Bartolomeo cleaved the prison door with a sword crafted from his barrier, prompting the inmates to joyfully rush out. He then returned to my side, accompanied by Shimazuki Yajui and Boinguru. Hokuto laughed heartily as he approached, finally reuniting with Shimazuki Yajui. The surrounding residents were thrown into a state of panic, exclaiming, this is bad. We are surrounded. A battle is about to break out. Even Orasuk's guards have arrived. Everyone, protect Princess Hiyori. Then, a tall man with a bald head, long earlobes, and an elongated skull, sporting a long, pointed black beard and wearing square sunglasses, approached us clad in a purple kimono adorned with the character for ninja. A throng of followers accompanied him. I checked his information through the system. Name, Fukuro Kuju. Combat potential growth level, SS. Current combat level, SS. Age, 49. Height, 221 centimeters. Gender, male. Weapons, long sword, devil fruit. None. Bounty, none. Equipment card, none. Description, a ninja skilled in powerful ninjutsu and proficient in swordsmanship, unwaveringly loyal to Heighten Orasuk, outwardly appearing as a fence-sitter. He is the captain of Orasuk's guards, serving the general of Wano country, Heighten Orasuk, while also safeguarding his safety. Fukuro Kuju looked astonished, flipping through the bounty papers in his hand as he scrutinized my face. You are the Yonko Zhang Yufan. Everyone, be cautious. They are formidable. Let's all engage together. Capture one of them and interrogate them to uncover their purpose here. If they wish to fight from the outset, so be it. Reizo, you and Fukuro Kuju should settle your affairs. With that, Fukuro Kuju's entourage charged at us. Several cannonballs were launched towards the civilians. Orasuk laughed maniacally atop his palanquin. Charge! Kill everyone here! Zoro and the others drew their swords, redirecting the trajectory of the cannonballs towards the opposing enemies. The explosions reverberated, sending the enemies scattering in disarray. I gathered the civilians near the prison entrance, instructing Bartolomeo and Boingoru to remain and protect them. The remaining companions began to eliminate the surrounding foes. In a short while, thousands of enemies lay defeated. Only two remained standing, Fukuro Kuju and Heighten Orasuk. The residents stood in stunned silence, initially believing they were doomed, only to witness an unexpected turnaround. The thousands of enemies had been effortlessly dispatched, showcasing the overwhelming strength of my allies. Heighten Orasuk found himself encircled by Kinemon and the others, while Fukuro Kuju clashed with Reizo. Once the surroundings were deemed safe, everyone began to clean the battlefield and settled a short distance away, preparing to witness the ensuing battle. Kinemon and his comrades relentlessly struck at Heighten Orasuk, who struggled to withstand the onslaught, suffering new wounds with each blow. You scoundrels! How can you be so dishonorable? Ganging up on a single person? Orasuk protested, his face contorted with frustration. This is war, not a one-on-one duel. Who cares about honor? Saranasuk replied with a wicked grin. Thus, Heighten Dasha utilized the powers of the fruit to transform into the form of Yamada no Orochi. Each of its serpentine heads possessed its own consciousness, rapidly charging toward Jinwaiman and the others with tremendous force, barely manageable in defense. After a prolonged battle, Sujiro poured all his strength into his sword. Evading the onslaught of Heighten Dasha, he delivered a powerful strike that severed one of the serpent's heads. Jinwaiman and the others began to exert their strength as well, reducing the serpent heads to a mere single one. They then rendered Heighten Dasha unconscious, thus nullifying its fruit abilities. Rather than slaying it outright, they chose to drag it away, adhering to the wishes of His Excellency Zhang Yufan, sparing the life of Heighten Dasha. With the battle concluded, attention shifted to another scene. Robin, seated with an expression of curiosity, inquired, Yufan, I am quite intrigued about the enmity between Fulu and Leizong. I smiled, taking Robin's hand, and replied, it all stemmed from the death of a woman, compounded by misunderstandings, which forged this grudge. I recounted the events involving the two. Originally, Leizong was a remarkably gifted ninja within the Odo Banjo, possessing exceptional physical prowess. He fell in love with the ailing sister of his captain, Fulu, named Fume. During a mission, Leizong saved Fume, and as a result of this heroic act, Fume became infatuated with him. However, just as Fume was about to kiss Leizong, he, being overly innocent, shyly pushed her away. Unbeknownst to him, his superior strength inadvertently harmed her. From that moment onward, Leizong felt unworthy to face Fume, ultimately fleeing the Odo Banjo, while Fume, Betterden, called out for him until her last breath. Fulu, her brother, misinterpreted her cries as hatred for Leizong, vowing never to forgive him, his anger causing his head and earlobes to elongate. Thus, whenever they met, their first course of action was to engage in combat. One must admit that Leizong truly embodies the archetype of a blunt man, for he harbored feelings for Fulu's sister, yet inadvertently caused her harm, leading him to flee in shame, a rather irresponsible act. However, Leizong never justified his actions to Fulu, perhaps believing he ought to shoulder the blame. After hearing this tale, the crowd was left speechless. What began as a straightforward matter became convoluted due to Fulu's preconceived notions and failure to comprehend his sister's true feelings, resulting in a significant misunderstanding. Furthermore, Lei Zong's silence only exacerbated the situation. This phenomenon is a common human failing, perceiving only the surface of matters as one believes it to be. Such misperceptions often lead to tragic outcomes, with many misunderstandings that could be clarified in mere moments of dialogue. Yet, countless individuals cling to the belief that they act in the other's best interest, refraining from explanation, thereby allowing misunderstandings to escalate beyond control. Lei Zong, with a solemn expression, extended his hands, preparing to execute his ninjutsu. Fulu, why do you serve a man like heightened Dasha? Fulu, equally earnest, mirrored the gesture, readying his own ninjutsu. Lei Zong, we are devoted ninjas serving the current shogun. You have no right to admonish me. Lei Zong furrowed his brow, questioning, must one serve any shogun, regardless of their character? Fulu, standing firm, replied, indeed, any current shogun is our object of loyalty. He then performed the shadow clone technique, conjuring several replicas of himself before unleashing a flurry of shuriken toward Fulu. In response, Fulu utilized his earlobe manipulation technique to deflect the projectiles. With a serious demeanor, Fulu retorted, and what of the one you serve? He is now deceased. Emerging from his clones, Lei Zong spoke, are you referring to Lord Ocean? Fulu, unwavering, controlled his earlobes to extend and attack, exclaiming, so your true self lies here? Lei Zong, caught off guard, was struck by the earlobe, collapsing to the ground. Fulu, with a cold demeanor, chastised, a person like you, who cannot conceal their emotions, will never become a true ninja, no matter how formidable your ninjutsu. Lei Zong, serious, rose from the ground. Emotions are our genuine feelings. You will never comprehend this. It is time to conclude this. Fulu, still indifferent, extended his hands, declaring, a ninja's duty is to obey orders and execute tasks. Lei Zong contemplated the imminent dawn that would soon grace Wano, with the radiant sun set to rise as Lord Momonosuke would ascend as the new shogun. Thus, even if it cost them their lives, they would not hesitate. Lei Zong then employed the binding technique to immobilize Fulu, rendering him unable to move. He circled behind Fulu, delivering a series of powerful kicks. Fulu fell to the ground, followed by a relentless beating, yet Lei Zong refrained from killing him. I rose, unsheathing the second-generation Okido, and charged forth, delivering a decisive strike to Fulu. Lei Zong, heed this advice. A decision not made can lead to chaos. Lei Zong sighed, crouching on the ground. I have learned well, His Excellency Zhang Yufan. I sheathed my sword and retrieved a room made of candles from my storage space. Dragging the unconscious heightened Dasha within, I emerged shortly after, having acquired the devil fruit. Once I had arranged matters here, I proceeded to the next destination, heading southeast toward Hanazono. After a considerable journey, we arrived at Suzu. The group spotted several members of the Beast Pirates engaged in battle with a tall, muscular man on a bridge. I signaled to Zoro, who promptly dispatched them all. Zoro drew his sword, a kushui, and without hesitation, charged into the fray, eliminating them entirely. I checked his information through the system. Name, Onimaru, potential growth level, SS current power level, S age, 66 height, 28 meters gender, male weapon, great sword devil fruit, Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan, Daibutsu form bounty, none equipment card, none description, a fox from the Shimatsuki family, partner of Shimatsuki Onimaru, a monk warrior from Wano, using the former alias no Kikimaru. He attacks immediately upon detecting any opening in his opponent. Onimaru picked up a weapon from the ground, gripping the great sword with astonishment as he gazed at Zoro's blade. Thank you for your assistance. Wait, is that a kushui in your hand? How did it come to be with you? It's a trivial matter, you know, a kushui. I acquired it after defeating the zombie Ryuma. That's utter nonsense. How could you possibly have encountered Ryuma? His soul is one I indeed recognize. What are you babbling about? The undefeated Swordmaster Ryuma has been dead for centuries. Hand over the sword. Not a chance. This is my sword now. Guewon clutched the large sword in his hand, swinging it forcefully towards Sualong. Sualong smiled as he stood his ground, deftly parrying the blow with Chioshe. Guewon continued his relentless assault, hacking left and right. Yet, Sualong remained composed, effortlessly neutralizing all of Gowon's attacks. We refrained from intervening, merely observing from a distance. Given Sualong's current prowess, few could hope to defeat him. With each blow, Gowon grew increasingly alarmed. The strength of this opponent was indeed formidable. Moreover, his swordsmanship was exceptionally refined, rendering Gowon's attempts utterly ineffective. Thus far, Sualong had only defended, never once retreating. It was evident that Gowon had yet to unleash his full fighting potential. It seemed that reclaiming the famed sword Qiushui would be a daunting task. How I wished to be a touch stronger. Sualong flashed a slight smile, pushing off the ground with his right foot. In an instant, he vanished, delivering a powerful kick that sent Gowon sprawling to the ground. Sualong then positioned himself atop Gowon's chest, the blade of Qiushui poised against his throat. "You colossal brute, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in amassing such an arsenal? Do you fear my wrath? Is Qiushui truly so coveted by you? You fail to comprehend the immense value of this treasured blade. Even in death, I shall strive to reclaim it. Gowon, you are indeed tenacious." With the battle now concluded, the others approached. Sualong gracefully leaped off Gowon, who upon regaining his footing, gazed with tears in his eyes and knelt on the ground. "Lord Hitsong, it is such a relief to see you unharmed." Hitsong, puzzled, stood still and asked, "Who are you? We seem to be strangers." Gowon, utilizing his fruit ability, transformed into a pristine white fox. "I am Gowon." Hitsong's eyes widened in astonishment, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Gowon. "Gowon, you have endured so much. You have faithfully adhered to our pact, gathering weapons here." Hitsong and Gowon reminisced while I recounted their tale to the others. Lingho was once governed by the Xuanyue clan. The local daimyo was known as Xuanyue Nyowan, who had an inseparable companion, a Koby fox. However, after Kaido's invasion, Lingho was reduced to ruins. This place harbors a unique tradition. Warriors are born with their swords and die with them. When a samurai passes, a wooden barrel serves as their coffin, while their blade becomes a gravestone. This is known as the Eternal Grave. 10 years ago, after Hiyori went missing, Hitsong, plagued by guilt, resolved to commit seppuku in Lingho. Fortunately, a battle interrupted Hitsong's tragic intent. Bloodied, the Koby fox Gowon stood before the vast expanse of the Eternal Grave. 5 years had elapsed since Xuanyue Nyowan's passing. Yet Gowon continued to battle grave robbers. The following morning, Gowon was stirred awake by a cacophony of clanging sounds. To his surprise, he discovered that Hitsong was also a grave robber. Without hesitation, he sank his teeth into Hitsong's arm. Hitsong, in a flurry, explained that this was preparation for the impending battle against Kaido in a decade's time. However, Gowon could not comprehend human speech. After a considerable period, Gowon seemed to grasp the situation. From that moment on, they worked together to safeguard these swords while simultaneously collecting more weapons. Later, when Hitsong was captured by Kaido, he made a pact with Gowon, entrusting him to remain there to protect and gather weapons. Thus, Gowon remained steadfast in his post, never straying. The group was deeply impressed by Gowon's unwavering loyalty. Hiyori was astonished that Zhang Yufan possessed such knowledge. They introduced themselves, becoming acquainted. Gowon led us to a concealed location, descending a staircase that led underground. Hitsong, taken aback, surveyed the surroundings. "Gowon, all these weapons are your collection." Gowon smiled and confirmed, "Indeed, Lord Hitsong." Hitsong, beaming with pride, exclaimed, "Impressive. You have been a tremendous help. Gowon, are you willing to fight alongside me?" Without hesitation, Gowon nodded in agreement. Jin Wyman and the others rejoiced, as many had already participated in the previous battle. With an abundance of weapons now at hand, preparations for the ship were underway. They were nearly ready, with only the final confrontation against Kaido remaining. Previously troubled by the lack of weapons, they could now breathe easy. Hitsong had indeed demonstrated foresight. They expressed sincere gratitude to Gowon. I stored the weapons in my spatial inventory. Gowon, astonished, had not anticipated Zhang Yufan possessed such a remarkable ability. This was incredibly convenient, saving them a great deal of time. Hiyori, with a serious demeanor, approached Sualong. "Sualong, can Qiushui be returned to Wano? We are in dire need of it." Suolong replied, I can return it, but only in exchange for a sword of comparable quality. Hiyori responded, in that case, I shall offer you the sword my father left for me. Known as Yinma, this blade once inflicted a wound upon Kaido. It is a legendary sword. That sounds promising. Let me see the sword. Hiyori then proceeded to share the story behind the blade. My father, Kazuki Oden, was a dual-wielding swordsman. Before his execution, he entrusted these two swords to my brother and me. My brother received the sword Amahiko, while I was bestowed with Yinma. Both swords were forged by renowned smith from Wano and belonged to the 21 great swords, thus holding considerable fame. Hutsong was astonished that Princess Hiyori would give away Yinma. You cannot. How could you part with Lord Oden's heirloom? It is all right, Hutsong. This is the best choice. Jin Wyman and the others encouraged Hiyori, who ultimately resolved to proceed with her decision. Thus, the matter was settled. The group dispersed to eliminate any remaining foes in the area. Now, all enemies in Wano have been vanquished, leaving only the Yonko Kaido on Onigashima. As evening fell, I summoned everyone to gather in the flower capital. Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall engage Kaido in battle. Meanwhile, Momonosuke and the others rejoiced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Is it true? Princess Hiyori is alive. Where is she now? Is she safe? You need not worry about her safety with Lord Zhang Yufan, came the reassuring response. This is wonderful. Let us prepare and head to the flower capital. We shall soon reunite with Princess Hiyori. Time swiftly passed, and everyone arrived in the flower capital. The guards had been organized, and although communication with Onigashima had been severed, adequate precautions were still in place. When Hiyori and the others encountered Kazuki Shashiburi, they were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. After a while, the group managed to calm themselves, feasting heartily before seeking a more secluded spot. Gong Yit Soshi Sol, with a serious demeanor, produced a treasure box and declared, Now, let us proceed to the main topic. For the past 17 years, I've been waiting to present these two swords to you. He then handed the sword, Tian Yuzhan, to Tao Zhuzhu. However, Tao Zhuzhu did not accept it immediately. Instead, he requested Soshi Sol to hold on to it for now. Given his current abilities, he felt unequipped to wield Tian Yuzhan. He resolved to retrieve it when the time was right. With a grave expression, Gong Yurt Soshi Sol then offered the sword. Yen Mo, Kusolong, Filungasha. He began, Let me preface this by saying that since the day this sword was forged, only Gingan has succeeded in taming it in this land. He urged Sung to grasp the Yen Mo and test its cutting ability on the stone nearby. Salong, eager to try the sword, complied. As he drew the Yen Mo, it began to absorb his armament haki, flowing with a hue reminiscent of cherry blossoms. Solong allowed it to continue, confident that his recovery speed would prevent it from exhausting his haki anytime soon. The Yen Mo trembled, attempting to take control of Song's hand. Yet, Song's formidable haki suppressed it, allowing him to adapt. In a swift motion, he cleaved the stone in two. Despite the action, the surroundings remained undisturbed, and Song, with a beaming smile, turned to Guangyu Shoshi Shao. This is indeed a fierce blade. I am thoroughly impressed. I shall return the sword, Qiushui, to you. Solong Guxia. I must admit, I underestimated you. You have witnessed how this sword autonomously absorbs and releases the user's flowing haki. Had it been a mere swordsman, they would likely have been drained of their haki and collapsed by now. The bystanders, including Juimun, were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. What sort of monster is this? How incredibly powerful! They marveled at how easily the Yen Mo was subdued by him. With a smile, I approached him and patted him on the shoulder. Solong, both your Kaiwendu and Yen Mo were crafted by your master-s father, Xuan Yuegung-san. Solong's eyes widened in surprise. What? How could this be? My master, Jingsura, is also from Hugua? He realized that his master was not an ordinary figure, unaware of the remarkable lineage he belonged to. The former Xuanyue clan was once comparable to the Gongyur clan. Gongyur Soshi Sao and the others were equally astonished, not anticipating Song's connection to the Xuanyue clan. They gathered around to inquire about Xuanyue Gongsan. Solong shared everything he knew. As the hour grew late, everyone prepared to rest. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber of the shogun's residence, 3 individuals congregated. One bore a resemblance to another, adorned with a white mask, one eye black and the other white, with a scar across the right eye. He wore robotic-like ear protectors, sported a light beard, and donned a long white coat and a white top hat, complemented by a dark scarf and a medal on his chest. Another, tall and imposing, wielded a long staff topped with a Hawaiian-style indigenous mask, obscuring his face. Dressed in an all-white suit, the last, also tall and slender, wore a white suit and a mask with dark stripes on the right side. The 3 engaged in discussion about the day's events. I did not expect Kurizumi Orochi to be eliminated by Zhang Yufan and his group. Our weapon trading mission is now unachievable. What does the higher-up say? The mission is terminated. They instructed us to continue monitoring the situation. These individuals are not to be underestimated. Exercise caution to avoid detection. After a brief conversation, the 3 retired for the night. The following morning, the samurai donned their gear. Although their bodies had not fully recovered, they were nonetheless filled with vigor, ready to head to the port of Bu. As they could not utilize Yerbu, they reluctantly boarded a ship. If it were just myself and my companions, we would soar through the air without a vessel, reaching Onigashima in no time. Originally, the samurai would not need to engage in combat against Kaido. However, they desired to avenge their fallen comrades and liberate Fuo. Thus, I decided to allocate some minor foes for them to confront. At that moment, a stout woman with reddish-brown twin tails, dressed in a pink hooded jumpsuit and wearing socks with sandals, appeared before the group, a long knife strapped to her back. I accessed my system to review her information. Name, RN Combat Growth Potential Level, SS Current Combat Level, S Age, 46 Height, 1, 8 meters Gender, Female Weapon, Long Knife, Shuriken Devil Fruit, Susu, Goshur Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a ninja from Hujigo, a retainer of the Gongyurt clan, formerly a member of the Yu Ting Fanzhong, and the younger sister of Jin Weiman. She claims to excel in alluring techniques and is notably confident in her appearance and physique. However, she feels offended if compared to her younger self, due to her deteriorating eyesight and a phobia of sharp objects, which causes her to scream in fear. She takes important matters seriously, but can be impulsive, even harboring extreme thoughts. Arang smiled as she stood there. Zhang Yufengusha, I have noticed several suspicious individuals. Could they possibly be members of the CPO? I smiled in response, rising to my feet. Let us investigate together. I instructed Juimun and the others to wait here, while I led my companions to follow him. As we proceeded, I introduced her to my comrades. 25 years ago, Kurizumi Orochi usurped power, becoming the shogun of Ujergul. She has steadfastly believed that the world will return to the hands of the Gongyurt clan, remaining on standby within the city. However, the Yuking Fanzhong, led by Fuluso, chose to betray and pledge loyalty to Orochi, leaving her feeling that there was no longer a place for her in the city, prompting her to withdraw from the Yuting Fanzhong. 22 years prior, upon the return of Gongyurt Yurkan, he sought to eliminate Kurizumi Orochi. However, he was thwarted by the abilities of Kurizumi, Semimuro's shield fruit. Yurkan made an agreement with Kaido and Orochi, who captured many as hostages. They declared that if Guavan surrendered his dignity and performed a naked dance beneath Orochi's castle each week, they would release 100 hostages and, after 5 years, would build a ship to allow everyone to set sail from Hugo. She witnessed all that transpired that day. 17 years ago, upon discovering the deceit, Gongyuan led the Akazaya 9 in an assault against Kaido. She also participated in the battle, but ultimately Gunkan and the Akazaya 9 suffered a devastating defeat. Yurten pretended not to recognize her. Thus, she was not imprisoned. When Guanyu Odin faced execution, the onlookers mocked him mercilessly, unable to endure the scene any longer. She revealed the truth behind Guanyu Odin's lewd dance to the crowd. At that moment, Felusho approached and grasped her arm. As Guanyu Odin aided the escape of the Akazaya 9, she broke free from Felusho's hold and fled alongside them towards Kiri. After the passage through time, Jin Weimin and the others awaited their return and the opportunity to confront Kaido. Astonished, pondered the identity of Lord Zhang Yufan, who possessed knowledge of her past. Truly, a person both formidable and enigmatic. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Shogun's residence in the flower capital. I smiled, standing at the entrance of a secret chamber. Aware that the three individuals within had concealed themselves for quite some time, it was time for them to make their appearance. The door to the chamber swung open, revealing three figures. I utilized the system to examine their profiles. Name: Jernica Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 21 Height, 30 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, an operative of CP0, the secret intelligence agency directly under the Celestial Dragons. Jernica typically serves as the spokesperson during missions. Rated as a special agent by the GORA-CI, he is wholly dedicated to his duties, prioritizing mission success above all, even at the cost of his own life. He perceives any hindrance to his objectives, even from colleagues, as obstacles to be eliminated and will eradicate those who possess excessive knowledge of the world government secrets. Name: Maha Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, Age, 31 Height, 26 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, an operative of CP0. Maha demonstrates absolute obedience to the orders of the GORA-CI, willing to sacrifice his life to fulfill his missions. Name: Joseph Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, Age, 32 Height, 332 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, None Bounty, None Equipment Card, None Description, a member of the Long-Arm Tribe. Joseph is an operative of CP0 who has come to Wano country to negotiate weapon transactions with Kaido and is unwaveringly obedient to his superiors. I refrained from engaging them further, for it was not a time for idle conversation. Important matters awaited, so I urged my companions to advance and seize the trio. They were subsequently confined within the mirror world, where Robin and the others would interrogate them to extract any valuable information. After concluding matters on this front, I returned to regroup with Jean Wei Min and the others. As they proceeded towards their destination, they reached Baiwu, where they encountered a woman with sky blue and pink striped hair, adorned with a single white streak on her forehead and oversized pink round eyes. She wore a blue bow and cloak, along with a light blue skirt and red high heels, crowned with a pair of horn-like protrusions. A pink floral mask concealed her face, and she wielded a spiked club. Another figure, a man with purple hair styled to cover one side of his face while the other side was shaved, donned a white and green horn hat, with the horns growing from his own head. He wore a black and white mask, a white shirt, a gray tie, and a flowing white cloak. They were accompanied by members of the Beast Pirates, advancing towards us. I checked their profiles using the system. Name: Runmei Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 19 Height, 173 meters Gender, Female Weapon, Spike Club Devil Fruit, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type, Brachiosaurus Form Bounty, 400 million berries Equipment Card, None Description, one of the 5 most formidable members of the Beast Pirates, sister to Pai Jivan, both of whom were raised by Kaido. Runmei is doting towards her younger brother Pai Jivan, exhibiting a cute and somewhat naive personality, yet possesses a volatile temper. She is often sharp-tongued and does not hesitate to be harsh in her words, sometimes manipulating Pai Jivan into doing her bidding. In battles, she may feign weakness to elicit his protection, and if Pai Jivan is harmed, she becomes immediately enraged. Name: Pai Jivan Combat Potential Growth Level, SS Current Combat Level, SS Age, 17 Height, 171 meters Gender, Male Weapon, None Devil Fruit, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Type, Spiked Back Dragon Form Bounty, 290 million berries Equipment Card, None Description, one of the 5 most formidable members of the Beast Pirates, brother of Runmei, both raised by Kaido. Compared to other members of the Flying Six, Pai Jivan is more gentle and introverted, exhibiting a serious and reserved demeanor. In battle, he becomes more ferocious and wild, often feeling exasperated by Runmei's antics, and is flustered by her childish affection. Pai Jivan, astonished, halted his advance. Emperor Zhang Yufan, how did you come to be here? Runmei frowned, standing her ground. Those behind you are samurai from Wano. Are you plotting rebellion? I smiled, Pausing my stride, I am indeed here to slay Kaido. As for the warriors behind me, they are merely spectators. No wonder all dispatch personnel had failed to report back. Pai Jivan appeared bewildered. It seems that Orochi and Queen are in dire straits. Rumei's expression grew grave. Clever indeed. I have sent them to their doom. I will keep both of you as my subordinates. I grinned. Runmei and Pai Jivan exchanged glances of realization, their expressions confirming my words. Their followers were left in shock. Even Lord Queen has been slain. How are we to fight now? Delivering our heads would be more feasible. We are finished. This is a grave situation. Zhang Yufan, who has defeated the Emperor Big Mom, is simply not an adversary we can contend with. Only Kaido can challenge Zhang Yufan. As for fleeing, that is out of the question. Zhang Yufan's ship possesses the swift thunder god Enel. We cannot match that speed. We cannot simply concede. With no other option, Pai Jivan transformed into a spiked back dragon form, using his devil fruit abilities. Rumei did not transform, but gripped her spiked club tightly. I instructed Ray Jeezy to confront Pai Jivan and Hancock to face Runmei. Meanwhile, the warriors behind me wore sinister grins, encircling the minions of the beast pirates, eager to experience the thrill of a brawl. Even before reaching Onigashima, we had already set the stage for a grand conflict, dividing the battlefield into 3 segments. Lei Jisoo smiled as he looked up at Pei Ji-wan, remarking on his impressive size after transformation, questioning whether he could withstand a beating. Pei Ji-wan, filled with fury, glared down at Lei Jisoo, asking if he was underestimating him. He asserted that while he might not be able to defeat their captain, taking down Lei Jisoo would be no issue. With a mischievous grin, Lei Jisoo extended his hands, expressing a hope that Pei Ji-wan would retain his confidence. Afterward, Lei Jisoo forcefully pushed off the ground with his right foot, vanishing in an instant before Pei Ji-wan could react, receiving several punches that left him startled and on the ground. In disbelief, Pei Ji-wan transformed into his beastly form, questioning how Lei Jisoo could be so powerful. He shouted in defiance, demanding Lei Jisoo to perish. With that, Pei Ji-wan lunged forward, claws outstretched. Lei Jisoo remained composed, enveloping his hands in armament haki to easily block the attack, mockingly inviting Pei Ji-wan to unleash his full power. Enraged, Pei Ji-wan prepared to unleash his strength, but found himself unable to breach Lei's defenses. Was the disparity truly so vast? Even their captain was formidable. How could they possibly prevail against such strong crew members? Lei Jisoo seized Pei Ji-wan's arm and hurled him to the ground, proceeding to deliver a relentless beating. Pei Ji-wan struggled to retaliate, utterly overpowered by Lei's immense strength. Eventually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, reverting to his human form as his devil fruit powers faded. Meanwhile, the samurai drew their swords and charged at the minions of the 100 Beast Pirates, venting their pent-up frustrations. Had it not been for their leader, they would not have been taken as laborers and could have enjoyed a happy life in Wano Kuni. Shortly thereafter, the minions were dispatched. On another front, Hancock blocked Run Ti's path, refusing to let her pass. Run Ti seethed with anger, wielding her wolf fawn club, demanding Hancock to step aside. Furious that they had beaten Pei Ji-wan so severely, Hancock, indifferent, stood her ground, insisting that Run Ti should quickly succumb as she wished to return to accompany Yufan. Run Ti swung her club at Hancock, who executed a fragrant kick, transforming the weapon into stone and shattering it. Following up with a regular kick, Hancock sent Run Ti flying. Adjusting midair, Run Ti landed gracefully, showcasing her prowess as the Pirate Empress. Utilizing her devil fruit abilities, she transformed into her beastly form and charged at Hancock, claws poised for attack. Hancock met her offense with ease, covered in armament haki. Run Ti then attempted to strike with a headbutt enhanced by her haki, but Hancock deftly evaded and retaliated with a powerful kick to Run Ti's abdomen, sending her crashing to the ground, coughing violently. Seizing the moment, Hancock pursued and delivered a flurry of flying kicks to the recovering Run Ti, ultimately rendering her unconscious and dispelling her devil fruit powers. With the battle concluded, the group rejoiced as they began to clear the battlefield, imprisoning Pei Ji-wan and Run Ti within the realm of mirrors. Once all matters were settled, they proceeded to the harbor. I retrieved the ships I had previously collected from my storage space, as assembling such a fleet within a short time frame would have been impossible otherwise. At that moment, a fierce wind arose, accompanied by torrential rain, with tumultuous waves crashing and thunder rumbling above. The weather was as wretched as it had been prior to entering Wano Kuni. Everyone boarded the ships and set sail towards Onigashima, an island surrounded by mountains with a single, grand entrance. A colossal skull integrated with the mountains loomed over the island, with a castle nestled within and a rear entrance behind it. Just ahead, a small fortress stood. Suddenly, numerous cannonballs flew toward our ship as several vessels from the 100 Beast Pirates approached. We drew our swords, slicing the cannonballs mid-air, and swiftly dispatched the foes aboard the enemy ships. I stored the vessels in my storage space, intending to examine their contents after dealing with Kaido. The samurai aboard cheered with delight, reveling in the ease of the battle. Continuing our journey, we finally reached Onigashima, where enemies opened fire and sounded the alarm. Everyone disembarked to eliminate the adversaries, and I stored the ship once more, leaving the sea beasts submerged and lying in wait to prevent any escaping foes. Upon landing, I divided the group into 4 teams. I led the front, while Bing Wu Lang commanded the rear, with Jin Wei Min and Xuan Si Lang leading the left and right flanks respectively. Entering through the main gate with my remaining companions, we were soon surrounded by numerous users of artificial devil fruits wielding various weapons. They demanded to know our purpose, suggesting we join Kaido. Boasting of over 500 users ready to fight, they insisted we surrender as we were surrounded, challenging our audacity to cause trouble on Kaido's territory. The members of the extreme pirates scoffed at their threats, dismissing their strength and resolutely refusing to yield. They mistakenly believed that Kaido was invincible, unaware that they had yet to encounter us. We drew our swords and charged forward, effortlessly dispatching all enemies like cutting through vegetables, expending minimal energy. Before the fray commenced, I had visited the Mirror Realm and stood before Black Charcoal Tama. "Little Tama, please hand me a few dumplings," I requested. "Are you planning to use them to tame those users, you Fanga?" she inquired. "Indeed. Capturing a few will ensure your safety after we leave this place," I replied. "Thank you so much, you Fanga." With a gleeful expression, she plucked several dumplings from her cheeks and handed them to me. As for the children of Big Mom trapped in the mirror, several rebellious ones had previously caused a ruckus, but after a few stern beatings from the animals left behind, they had settled down and now sat obediently before the mirror, observing the unfolding events outside. However, the contemptuous gazes they cast will likely never fade away in this lifetime. I returned to the world beyond the mirror, clutching a few dumplings in my hands. With a mischievous grin, I regarded the givers across from me. Suddenly, they felt a chill creeping down their spines, as if something sinister was observing them, an ominous premonition settling in. Zhang Yufan, that rascal, vanished and reappeared in an instant. What was he plotting? I enveloped myself in armed color hockey, striding into the midst of the givers as though I were in a realm untouched by others, poised to select an appropriate individual. The givers, brimming with indignation, were utterly disregarded by Zhang Yufan. Did he consider us invisible? We too possess our temper. Even if you are one of the 4 emperors, we will not hesitate to retaliate. After all, with Lord Kaido backing us, we have little to fear. Thus, they brandished their fists or weapons, preparing to strike. Various weapons rained down upon me, yet I remained unfazed, allowing them to collide against my body. Like a carefree spirit, I continued my search for a target. As I advanced, I found myself before a woman clad in a bikini. "Ah, beauty, your physique is remarkable and your visage pleasing, perfect for a guard. Open your mouth. I shall offer you a dumpling." The bikini-clad beauty recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "Monster, do not approach. I do not wish to eat your dumpling." With a wicked grin, I brandished a dumpling, reassuring her, "Fear not. It is harmless, incredibly fragrant, and utterly delightful. Come now, have a taste." I forcibly pried her mouth open and fed her the dumpling. Despite her continued defiance, she would only heed the commands of Heighten You. Desperately, she struggled to escape, but all her efforts proved futile. I scooped her up and hurled her toward Beiji's. I continued my search, repeating the same occurrence several times. The air was filled with screams, and the givers were incensed to the utmost degree, helplessly watching their companions being effortlessly taken away. Yet, none of our attacks could harm Zhang Yufan. Such was the overwhelming might of a four-emperor. A chasm of disparity loomed large. Once the dumplings in my hands were exhausted, I cast the givers into the world within the mirror, compelling them to acknowledge Heighten Yu as their master. The bewildered givers surveyed their surroundings upon entering the mirrored realm. Where are we? They wondered, surrounded by mirrors, with countless others nearby. This must be a world conjured from the powers of a devil fruit. The path we once traversed was now inaccessible. Here, there was also a charming little girl. Heighten Yu beamed with delight as she issued her commands to them. They obediently settled on the ground, falling silent. Nami and the others stifled their laughter, witnessing the current Yufan, akin to a strange uncle enticing children with sweets. Summary. This narrative follows an ordinary worker who is unexpectedly transported into the world of One Piece, armed with a formidable defeat system. What turmoil shall the protagonist stir within this realm?